simply slept and woke up with 9-pack abs. Even my sister blushed when she saw me. The reason is my freakish ability to grow stronger by dreaming. In my dreams, I fight zombies and gain their memories and abilities from when they were alive. But just the day before, I was a loser with a vital energy and blood value of only 0.7, while even the big sister who moves bricks at the construction site had a value of 0.8. My teacher told me I was hopeless, doomed never to afford 4 dishes and a meal. It turns out this is a world that reveres combat power. 100 years ago, many monsters emerged on Earth, and human firearms became ineffective against them. At their wits' end, humans awakened special abilities to defeat these monsters, ushering in the era of martial arts. Vital energy and blood value is akin to chakra, representing the internal energy capacity of the body. To ensure I could graduate from the martial artist class, my father worked 5 jobs a day just to afford 2 bottles of Vitality Boost powder to increase my vital energy and blood value. But I knew this was a complete waste of money. Not wanting to disappoint my parents, I routinely returned to my room to practice the National Basic Body Conditioning Routine, the 14th set of National Middle School Students' broadcast exercises. Gritting my teeth, I barely managed to finish 3 repetitions before I fainted from exhaustion. The next moment, as usual, I found myself in this dream. I pinched my face hard. It seems I slept too deeply again. This was already my 101st entry into the dream. Just then, a zombie in a bulletproof vest lunged at me. "You again, why do you keep following me?" Disgusted by his rotten, unbrushed teeth for 2 years, causing goosebumps all over. Damn it, I'm at least half a martial artist. And in my own dream, you still dare to bully me? Then my size 43 foot kicked him in the waist, anger clouding my reason, and the zombie flew 2 meters away. Then, I picked up a large rock from the ground and smashed it onto the zombie's head 99 times until its brain splattered, and it finally stopped moving. It seems the zombie's weakness is its head. Once damaged, it ceases to function. Just then, a cloud of smoke surged towards me. What is this? My head hurt so much. Then, various memories of a man flooded my mind. A soldier, body refining, breathing techniques, terrifying beasts. This man seemed very powerful. Could these be the memories of that guy before he died? While reflecting on this, another zombie lunged at me. My body subconsciously reacted with a catch, transfer, and release, all in one fluid motion, knocking the zombie to the ground. Is this really me? I could feel a surge of power continuously flowing through my body. It seems that killing a zombie not only grants me their memories, but also their strength. It's so easy to gain the experience that others have accumulated over a lifetime. Just as I was marveling at how incredible this dream was, an impatient voice woke me up. It turned out to be my sister calling me to eat. My sister and I are stark contrasts. Although she is a few years younger, she is the genius representative of the school. Her vital energy and blood value is about to reach level 1 martial artist. Thus, I became the brother she is anxious not to mention. As I took off my soaked shirt, I was surprised to find that my physique had become so good. I wasn't tired and felt energetic. Not only that, I remember all the memories and various combat techniques inherited from that zombie. It turns out everything in the dream was real. The next moment, my suddenly increased, terrifying appetite surprised my family. My father laughed and said, "Boys need to eat a lot to increase their vital energy and blood value." "Dad, he's 18 already. Do you think that just by eating, one can increase vital energy and blood?" Maybe my vital energy and blood value really did increase in the dream. After dinner, I quietly went to the neighboring martial arts gym. Suddenly, a green light emerged, and I was surprised to see the information displayed on the panel above. What? 0.96. It went up by 0.2 in just 1 hour. Some ordinary people might take 2 years to increase by 0.1. Then I closed my eyes and gathered strength in my hands. At that moment, all the combat techniques and experiences of the bulletproof vest man from before were imprinted in my mind. I then delivered my strongest blow. Being 113, this increase even surpassed the vital energy and blood value standard. Thus, I couldn't sleep at night due to insomnia. Since I couldn't sleep, I might as well practice the broadcast exercises. As I threw punch after punch, I found my body involuntarily performing an extremely complex set of fist techniques. This turned out to be the body refining technique that the zombie had learned before, and now it was etched into my bones. It seems this is the real treasure of the dream. But the next moment, I felt listless. A strong sense of hunger overwhelmed me. It's over. Why am I so hungry? Could it be because my vital energy and blood value has increased, and my body can't keep up with the energy supply, and ordinary meals can't replenish it? I need nutritional supplements. But thinking about my family's current income, I couldn't afford those expensive medicinal ingredients. I had to rely on myself. It seems extremely difficult for a poor family to produce a top scholar. For someone like my sister, it could only be due to exceptional talent. And now, the only way to increase income might be the school's scholarship. Every year, the school provides a lot of resources to outstanding students. So, in tomorrow's college combat test, I must show my talent and strength to get that scholarship. The next day, when my classmate Fatty saw my muscular body, he couldn't help but be amazed. "What have you been doing? I hardly recognize you after just a few days." Then we headed to the combat training ground. Today's class is taught by a level 2 martial artist with a large scar on his hand, a man who has truly battled monstrous beasts on the field. He then taught us a few sets of combat boxing, but I felt the techniques he demonstrated were too simplistic compared to the sophisticated moves of the zombie in my dream. Then, the teacher asked the student to come up for a demonstration. Unsurprisingly, this opportunity to show off was clearly meant for Yanni Fei. After all, the teachers at the academy also wanted to curry favor with him. Not only does his family own mines, but his talent is extraordinary. He now nearly possesses the strength of a level 1 martial artist. The two then performed the combat boxing demonstration on stage. After their practice, the teacher politely pointed out several aspects of Yanni Fei's technique. Yanni Fei thought to himself, "You dare to teach me? A mere level 2 martial artist, cannon fodder on the battlefield." Then came the practical combat segment. To highlight Yanni Fei's excellence, the teacher even called out, "Is there any student who would like to spar with Yanni Fei?" Seeing the students with heads hung low, the teacher felt helpless. These students are all too timid to achieve greatness. This is the worst class I've ever taught. It seems only Yanni Fei is decent. The next moment, the teacher was startled because he noticed a pair of eyes staring intently at him from below. That sharp gaze. Only those who have experienced the battlefield have such a temperament. It seems there is still a good seedling in this class. Then, I was called by the teacher to fight against Yanni Fei. Fatty by my side told me to quickly refuse. If I got injured in this fight, it would directly affect the unified exam in a few days. But I calmly looked at him, indicating that I had been training well these days and should be fine. This young man is calm and fearless, a good seedling indeed. Why didn't I notice him before? When the teacher learned that my vital energy and blood value was 0.7, he was stunned. Could it be that I was mistaken? He then instructed that the sparring should be for technical exchange, to stop at the point of contact and last for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Yanni Fei constantly taunted me on stage, advising me not to brace with your hands when you fall, or you might break a bone. I simply took a stance and said calmly, "Come on." Then a large hand swiftly flew towards my face. "Kid, do you know what's most important in actual combat? Pulling the gap between you and your opponent, predicting the opponent's distance, observing their moves, or choosing a targeted combat strategy. No, it's the gap between your vital energy and blood value and mine." Just as his fist was 1 centimeter from me, the entire audience was frozen, worried for my safety. But the missed punch left Yanni Fei's expression stiff. Meanwhile, his slow movement, like a snail's, had already been clearly seen by me. I quickly squatted down and then delivered a powerful left hook to his face, sending him flying 20 meters away. This scene not only shocked the classmates, but even I was surprised. The teacher, suspecting that I used a special potion, decided to take me in for interrogation. He then wanted to take me to the office for a checkup. I didn't explain and simply placed my hand in the scanner, leaving the teacher shocked as he looked at the panel. This attribute is already that of a formal level 1 martial artist. Even in the entire White River City, this qualifies as genius. Learning that my vital energy and blood value had risen from 0.8 to 1.5 in half a month, the teacher inwardly exclaimed that I was a monster. Thus, he wanted to place me in a better class with more qualified teachers, but I refused. After all, no teacher could improve me as fast as dreaming. The teacher then pulled out a black gold card with at least several 100,000 in it. Since that's the case, the school can only offer you financial support. However, there was one condition. I had to represent the school in a military district camp assessment next month. Naturally, I wouldn't refuse such free money, but I did make one point clear. The school couldn't restrict my freedom to attend classes, as I still needed to dream at home. When I arrived home, I continued to fight monsters in my dreams to level up. However, these monsters weren't very strong, so my improvement was limited. So based on the memories of that zombie, I went to the so-called base 1359 to uncover any secrets. The walls here were more than 30 meters thick. What kind of battle could have caused such destruction? That's when I saw a white-haired zombie sitting in a command tower. Our eyes met, and I felt as though I was thrown back, my soul torn apart. It seems that one must not approach this place without sufficient strength. Afterward, I followed the zombie's memories to a dark room. A glowing stone there caught my attention. When I touched it, a burst of green light exploded. Then a voice murmured, "Welcome to Eternal Sky Technologies." From it, I learned about the destruction of this world in my dreams. I hadn't expected such a powerful martial arts system to be unable to withstand the monster attacks. But why does the division of martial arts seem the same as ours? I then looked into the history of this world, but the next scene left me stunned. This was our world, 10,000 years in the future. The world had been destroyed by monsters, and the remaining humans had abandoned the main planet. I then used the system to pull up my information. It turns out I was just a civilian, unmarried, who died at 28. But when I tried to access my sister's information, a warning popped up. Insufficient permissions. A blood sample gene login required. I didn't expect this elf's method of drawing blood to be so unique. Ding. The next moment the system detected my human gene and immediately initiated the kindling plan, connecting to the database. But after the connection, when I checked my information again, it had changed. I now had level 2 clearance, graduated first from River College, joined the military district 3 years later, and died in the southern battle zone at age 37, unmarried, with the rank of lieutenant. Could it be that my sudden increase in strength altered history? After all, my trajectory before the age of 18 was exactly the same, even the surge in abilities during the college entrance exam. I then used the database to look up the best techniques suitable for a level 1 martial artist that my current permissions allowed. Stellar body refining technique, natural breathing method, and crystal visualization technique. Although they are all introductory texts, they were created by level 11 powerhouses. The strongest in our current world are only level 9. How terrifying level 11 must be. I then began to practice on the spot, focusing on techniques for refining the body, cultivating internal energy, and enhancing mental strength. These techniques were 1,000 times stronger than the current practices. The next day, I woke up with a tired face, but I felt a difference in my body. This stench must be the impurities being expelled from my body. Now that I had everything, I decided to try making some medicine. I just needed to find a pharmacy lab, which isn't something the average person can afford, as they are incredibly precious. I asked 15 pharmacies on 9 streets, and not one would rent their space to me. Having dejected, I walked into an old and rundown pharmacy. Under my threats and persuasion, the clerk agreed to let me use it for 3 hours. Otherwise, he'd be in trouble when the boss returned. Since it was my first time making medicine, I carefully took out the ingredients and mixed them according to the recipe's ratios, finally producing a purplish-red liquid. However, I only took a small sip, and the next moment, a sharp pain surged through me. It felt as if my body was being sliced and burned, the pain lasting for 2 minutes. I didn't expect the medicine to be so strong. It immediately replenished the deficit in my vital energy and blood caused by the rapid improvements recently. Most importantly, such a powerful effect comes with no side effects, truly a product of 10,000 years later. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. It turned out the pharmacy owner had come back early. The clerk urged me to quickly escape through the window. If discovered, he would be fired. Sure enough, the female owner came back and fired him on the spot. Being a stickler for cleanliness, she even wanted to wash all the equipment. She then began drinking a medicine she had just brought back. No, this is ineffective. The reaction is too low. It turns out the owner was the daughter of the once prominent He's Pharmaceuticals, but now she only had this small shop. She researched medicine liquids daily, hoping to one day restore her family's glory. Yet reality kept shattering her resolve, with no breakthroughs for many years. But then she noticed a test tube I had accidentally left in the corner. This must have been left by that person, and it even damaged my equipment. But the next moment, a fragrance from the medicine wafted into her nose. Only medicines of a certain grade emit a fragrance. She tasted it, and a look of astonishment crossed her face. The next moment, the owner dashed outside and called out urgently, "Who was that just now? He must be a master." The medicine he made was 10 times better than anything currently on the market, and the ingredients used were very inexpensive. Such a talent must be recruited. When she learned from the clerk that this so-called master was just a high school student, the owner was shocked. Could such a monster really exist? On the other side, I was still immersed in my dream, battling zombies. Today's opponent was a level 4 martial artist zombie. Let's see if I can fight you. I blocked the zombie strike head-on, but its formidable impact made me feel as if my arms were breaking. It seems I can't take it head-on, so I used my agility to catch it off guard. Finally, after 2 hours of attacking, I successfully killed it. The next moment, memories flooded my mind. It turns out he was originally a level 5 martial artist who died on the front lines. A true soldier. No wonder his punches were so hard. Although the augmentation of the 3 martial arts techniques allowed me to unleash 10 to even 100 times more power, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him if he hadn't been missing an arm and lacked intelligence. The next day, I went back to the martial arts hall to test my vital energy and blood values again. You can see how much I've improved over this month, but the data in front of me truly shocked me. 15.6. Surpassing the standard for a level 2 martial artist, and my combat power was off the charts at 3137. As I was leaving, the lady at the counter gave me a maternal smile. Testing twice in 1 month, I was considered a major customer for them. After all, some people don't increase their vital energy and blood value by even a point over several years, so it's rare for people to test frequently. After I left, 2 people slowly walked in. These individuals were the daughter of the martial arts gym owner and her disciple. However, the redhead, upon learning that I often come to test my vital energy and blood value, mocked just by looking at that guy's outfit. You can tell he's just a kid from an ordinary family. No matter how much he tests, it's futile. Although somewhat arrogant, this statement was indeed based in reality, since he had grown up training with private tutors at the martial arts gym and consuming various supplements. Don't be so proud. Some kids are highly talented. She then decided to check today's test records. The next moment, her eyes nearly popped out of her sockets. She immediately asked the receptionist to contact him. Lusheng, a high school student with the strength of a level 2 martial artist. That's unprecedented in the entire White River City. Meanwhile, I had arrived at the school, which I hadn't visited in days, because today was the final vital energy and blood assessment day, which would determine everyone's college future. Seeing me as an ordinary student, the staff treated me with disdain, just handing me a form to fill out and pay the registration fee. After I had taken care of everything, the assessment area was already packed with people. I'd have to wait forever for my turn. Looking around, I noticed several paparazzi-type figures eyeing a girl. This girl is younger than my sister, looking only about 15 or 16. To appear here alone, she must be quite strong. Most people in line today are over 25. Just then, a burly figure squeezed into the line. Who is this brazenly cutting in line? Yet, none of the people around dared to object. The reason was that this burly man was about to test for level 3 martial artist, a status not exceeded by more than 10 individuals in the entire White River City. The crowd gaped, and even the instructors were startled and let him through. As the man slowly approached the crystal, a couple who had been cut off complained. It's just a level 3 test, not a pass. What's there to show off about? But the next moment, with a ding, his vital energy and blood value showed 107, shocking the couple so much they spit out grape juice. After all, many people here had never seen a vital energy and blood value break 100. The examiner, shocked, called the burly man to test his combat power. After all, he needed to qualify in both aspects to pass the level 3 martial artist test. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the hall was shaking. What kind of power was this? It seemed like everyone took 2 steps back, but there was one exception, and that was the strikingly handsome me. The examiner, shocked, looked at the scoreboard, which showed an astonishing 10,831. Xiaofeng, congratulations on passing the level 3 martial artist exam with a vital energy and blood value over 100 and a combat power over 10,000. The wind pressure from your punch alone can make a level 1 martial artist unstable. You are literally a walking weapon of destruction. At that moment, I muttered, so this is what a level 3 martial artist is? Doesn't seem all that impressive, but my words clearly irritated the girl. I've never seen someone who acts so much. Since everyone was still in shock, I stepped forward to take my test first. After all, I couldn't waste time. The examiner appreciated my composure. Young man, well done. Don't be nervous. Just place it slowly. Keep your heart rate normal. The next moment, the numbers on the screen made everyone's jaws drop. Holy shit, what the hell, 15.8. He's only 17 or 18, right? Did he start cultivating from the womb? Even Xiaofeng, who had just tested, was shocked, as he didn't have such talent himself. Next, I gathered strength in both hands. This time, I wanted to see how strong my full strike was. As a burst of purple light shone, everyone's eyes were glued to the stage. When the storm subsided, the panel showed a number, 15,000. At that moment, it was as if everyone's worldview had been shattered. The examiner was so frightened he couldn't speak, as the assessment had exceeded his understanding. Although my vital energy and blood value was at level 1, my strength had surpassed that of a level 3 martial artist, so he declared the assessment temporarily halted. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups. As I was considering whether to leave, a burly figure stood behind me. When I thought he was about to blow up, he instead extended his hand. Kid, I see potential in you. My name is Xiaofeng. Let's be friends. At that moment, 2 probing forces quietly competed, but the next second, I unexpectedly gained several little fans wanting to take photos with me. Damn, I've got to get out of here. At the entrance of the Martial Artist Association, a classmate said, "Don't worry, isn't the martial artist certification a breeze for a genius like her?" Obviously, they were talking about the purple-clad young girl. At that moment, Lu Qinghe noticed Lu Xing coming out of the door, clearly surprised. I also noticed my sister opposite, so I slowly walked up to her. "Qinghe, what are you doing here? This is something I should be asking you, isn't it? You're always lazy, skipping school to sleep at home all day. What are you doing here at the Martial Artist Association?" Of course, I wouldn't tell her that my sleep is actually my training, so I lied, claiming I had some business and would be right back. At that moment, a short-haired girl approached. "Hello, Brother Lu. I'm Qinghe's classmate, Phone Fan Fan. Today, we're here to accompany Sister Yang Yuan for her assessment. This Brother Lu looks so handsome, not at all like how Qinghe usually describes him." I patted my sister on the head and said, "Okay, I have some things to take care of, so I'll head back now." While they were joking about the sibling relationship, a girl came out. "How did it go, sister? Did you pass?" "Ugh, don't mention it. There was an incident, so the assessment was halted." What kind of incident could cause a martial artist assessment to stop?" "It's because a monster appeared. That guy, about my age, but his vital energy and blood value is an incredible 15.7, and his combat power is off the charts at 15,000. What's this big brother's name?" The sister casually spit out 2 words, Lu Xing. "What? Lu Xing? Isn't that my useless big brother?" Meanwhile, I had already returned home, prepared to sleep, and the first thing I did was pull up my personal information. Indeed, my future has changed again. An 18-year-old level 2 martial artist, causing a sensation in White River City. Later, with the recommendation of the Martial Association, I entered the top 20 in the East Kong Province Talent Training Camp. Subsequently, I served and retired as an officer after 5 years, founding Qing Martial Arts. Just a week ago, I was still that 37-year-old level 4 martial artist who died. My future really has changed because of me. But the power of a level 6 martial artist is weak, not enough to change the future. So I need to become stronger. Only by breaking through the martial arts peak do I stand a chance. On the other side, the association president was lamenting, the talent training camp is coming up soon, and White River City, without any martial arts heritage families or substantial resources, often has its promising seeds picked by other places. Damn, I've always wanted to discover talent and achieve results. Just then, an assistant frantically pushed open the door. What's the matter? Can't you knock on the door? Sorry, President, it's urgent. The examiner has brought major news. There's a candidate under 18 at our assessment site who reached a combat power of 15,000 as a level 2 martial artist. Holy shit, the president exclaimed. It's been years since White River City saw such a young level 2 martial artist. But the next moment, he was even more stunned. This young man performed a perfect form of martial arts. The assistant didn't understand what that meant. Let me put it this way. There are fewer than 10 kids his age in the world who can perfect their martial arts to this extent. But then he thought again. Although perfect form gives a certain boost to martial arts, a vital energy and blood value of 15.7 shouldn't be able to produce 15,000 combat power. And he's from an ordinary family. There's only one explanation. He's a monstrous genius. We must secure him. Thinking this, the president not only laughed heartily, but our talent training camp has hope now. President, you old flirt, put me down first. Let's go. Prepare the car immediately. I want to personally visit Lu Xing's house. On the other side, a disciple inside the martial arts gym shouted, Sister, I found him. His name is Lu Xing, a student at White River Academy. His dad's a mover, his mom's a cashier, and he has a younger sister in high school. Go and buy some valuable gifts suitable for parents and a young girl right now. However, I was completely unaware of the sensation outside until Qinghe shouted, Brother, someone is looking for you. It had been a long time since Qinghe called me brother. I didn't know who the visitors were, but as soon as I went downstairs, I saw 2 large figures. The president of the Martial Association and the daughter of Red River Martial Arts Gym had actually come to visit my home in person. Up close, I could feel that the president was very strong, definitely possessing the strength of a level 6 martial artist. After some pleasantries, the president got straight to the point, pulling out a certificate and a check from his trouser pocket. Lu Xing, on behalf of White River City, I present you with this level 2 certificate and a prize of 1 million. Since your strength reaches level 3, future allowances will be issued at a level 3 martial artist rate. Holy crap, old man, are you talking about our son, a level 2 martial artist? Are we dreaming? Thank you, President, but I suspect you have another purpose for needing my help, right? Otherwise, just a level 2 martial artist's allowance wouldn't warrant a personal visit from the President. The kid has a good temperament, unfazed by events. Since that's the case, I'll speak plainly. We'd like you to represent White River City at the East Kong Province's talent training camp. At this, Pink Hair was startled into action. President Xiao, this doesn't seem right. Although the talent training camp is indeed a gathering place for martial arts prodigies, it is also a place where talents can be destroyed. Our gym's most promising senior brother was never the same after he returned from the camp, lost among the crowd. Lu Xing has limitless potential. He doesn't need to take this risk. Although the president did not argue with Pink Hair, he left the decision to me. It's true that the place is filled with geniuses and is incredibly brutal, but I believe in the potential of Lu Xing and that he will not stop there. However, I smiled, then grabbed the president's registration form. Do I even need to think about it? Of course I'm going. In that case, I'll head back now. Someone will come to pick you up in a few days. Then Pink Hair also started to explain the purpose of her visit, which was to invite me to become an honorary disciple at the Red River Martial Arts Gym. This would not limit my freedom. All courses would be free. I could receive personal instruction from the master, and I would even enjoy the benefits of a head instructor every month. But I declined without a second thought. Me? Become a disciple at your gym? What are you thinking? It might seem all benefit and no harm to me, but I'm aware of their little schemes. Being a disciple is out of the question, but I can be an honorary member. After all, it's close to home, and I usually train at your place anyway. Then Pink Hair said she would pay me a salary of $100,000 per month to be an honorary member of the Red River Martial Arts Gym. After everyone left, my parents finally dared to speak. Son, when did you become a level 2 martial artist? Wasn't your vital energy and blood value just 0.8 a few days ago? Of course, I wouldn't tell them about the dreaming. Mom, you've worked hard. No need to do night shifts anymore. Dad doesn't need to do manual labor either. We have money now. Inside the Hall of Benevolence, the madam was angrily biting her finger. Damn it, where's that guy? It's been so many days, and I don't even know his name. The more I analyze the data on that medicine he made, the more terrifying it becomes. It has dozens of additional effects, and almost no side effects. I've searched through the recently lobbed pharmacist's data and can't find any information on this genius pharmacist. At that moment, the clerk suddenly shouted in surprise. Boss, I found him. It's him, the genius from White River City. Holy crap, The madam was stunned. Although she knew he was young, she didn't expect him to be a minor. How am I supposed to get him now? Meanwhile, I was wandering through the hills, deeply experiencing nature. It seemed that with each breath, I absorbed some of the natural forces, merging my body with nature. This is the true natural breathing method. When I opened my eyes, I realized I had made a breakthrough. My vital energy and blood value had significantly increased. It looks like I need to start preparing the marrow-nourishing elixir's ingredients. The remaining ingredients are also reserved at the foot of the mountain. Let's see how fast my newly learned cloud-chasing step is. 2 seconds later, I reached the foot of the mountain, but then a local fool saw that I was a student, sat down, and jacked up the prices, trying to force a sale. Otherwise, he threatened to throw me up the mountain to feed the dogs. Hell no. Can I tolerate this? Seeing that I had no reaction, several knife-wielding thugs appeared behind him. It looks like you're not just fools, but a bunch of bandits. Bandits, you underestimate us. We're all bona fide level 1 martial artists. There's no surveillance here, so if you know what's good for you, leave your money and belongings. At that moment, I didn't bother with them, simply slamming my palm onto a rock and crushing it to powder, a feat only a level 3 martial artist could achieve. Are kids these days all this badass? They immediately knelt down, calling me dad and begging for mercy. The next day, I took the association's car to East Cam Province. So this is the talent training camp. Looking at the entrance, it looks more like a military base than a training camp. It seems you need to wear a martial artist badge to get in, but my badge was framed by my mom. So, I was stopped right at the entrance. Look, he's from that bottom feeder city. Didn't a bunch of people from that city go in yesterday? He doesn't even have a badge. Probably got in through the back door. After the instructor checked the list and found my name, with a special recommendation from the White River president, this only solidified their belief that I had entered through the back door. But because there were so few from my city, I was arranged to go in with people from neighboring Clear Source City. The moment I stepped through the gate, I felt something odd under my feet. This was no ordinary entrance ceremony. Your task is to make it to the exit across the corridor, succeed and you're in, fail and go home. This obviously caused dissatisfaction among the new recruits. But as soon as the voice fell, the ground beneath us split open, and everyone fell into a secret passage. It seems the other side meant making it through here. I immediately scanned with my psychic powers, and sure enough, this was not a simple passage. It was filled with traps. Then, led by young Master Lenyu of Clear Source City, the local genius group spoke. Since we all represent Clear Source City, we should stick together. So they wanted me, the supposed dud from White River City, to lead the way. They just wanted to use me as a guinea pig. I thought about scaring them a bit, but then decided not to waste my breath on these scumbags. If you don't want to go, just move aside. After all, ferocious beasts always walk alone. It's only sheep that flock together. A bunch of bubblegum appeared. These were mechanical puppets. Everyone panicked. The weakest mechanical puppet was far stronger than a level 1 martial artist, putting so many in a training camp. Are they trying to kill us? Though I'd heard that these things could match a level 4 martial artist, their cost is much higher than training a level 4 martial artist. Look at that kid from White River City. He must be peeing himself, standing motionless among the puppets. This kid came through the back door. Not even a martial artist. Probably turned into an idiot with one punch. But while they laugh at me as a fool, I laugh at them as idiots. A puppet swung a punch at me, and then there was a loud crash behind me. When the smoke cleared, I caught the puppet's fist unharmed. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. He actually caught it. Is this all? Then, I grabbed the mechanical hand and lifted it suddenly, a burst of energy blowing the puppet apart. But my action made everyone laugh, because they thought these were just defective scraps. Otherwise, with my strength, I couldn't have come out unscathed. Then young Master Lon, you stepped forward to personally demonstrate. Watch closely how I get through. Oh, young Master Lon is so powerful. But the next moment, a large hand slapped his face, smashing him against the wall. Everyone be careful. These aren't level 1 martial artist puppets. They're damn level 2s. Immediately, everyone from Clear Source City started to worry. A whole bunch of level 2 puppets. Definitely impassable. But I was getting a bit bored. These puppets crumble with just a little force from me. Truly boring. On the other side, an instructor, puzzled, looked at the screen. What the hell? Why have most of the puppets stopped responding? Is there a malfunction? These are new, and I just kept breaking through barriers until I reached the end of the corridor and the door opened. Are you the guardian of the first level? Come on, fight me. What? No, I'm an examiner. What's going on with this kid? Meanwhile, 2 chief instructors were observing the situations in various examination areas, but they seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this year's candidates. Only 8 people have awakened their talents and become official martial artists, of which 5 have non-potential strength-based talents, 2 speed and defense types, and 1 psychic type. Who is the best of this batch? 18 years old. I plan to focus on developing her. Awakened psychic talents, less than 2 years ago. Yo-ho, that's good, just like you back in the day. The next moment, Green Hair was shocked because an instructor had been hit and was calling for backup. When I kicked open the examination hall door, dragging the unconscious examiner, many military officers were present. You're not a student from Clear Source City. Are you? Who are you? I am Lushing from Evergreen Mountain Village, White River City. Good lad. Not only causing destruction, but also beating up a teacher. Ah, I thought he was part of the assessment. The next moment, the chief instructor launched a psychic probe at me, and I withdrew my soul. Seeing that I was fine, she then let me go to the cafeteria to wait. The two then started to study my data. Lushing's attributes are unknown for now. List him as a seed player like Charlene. On the other side, I arrived at the long-awaited cafeteria. Is this the legendary beast meat? Bring 10 more plates. Just then, a girl came over and asked to sit next to me, but I refused, fearing she might share my rice. It turned out to be Yang Yuan, the only person from my city, although the president had said that no one from White River City had been able to come here for many years. Yang Yuan slowly said, actually, students from White River come here every year, but no one has passed the assessment for many years, so it's not mentioned, because everything here costs points. This time, only 3 people started with points. All 3, without exception, were super geniuses who had awakened their talent attributes. So few, just 3 people. There's said to be a 4th person, rumored to be incredibly violent, known for attacking instructors during exams, a loose cannon. Hearing such descriptions of me made me spit out my drink. Seeing me startled, Yang Yuan smirked, confirming that everyone here was a super genius. Even Lushing, who had made waves in White River City, was just another person here. But the next second, a line of people stood behind the girl, Lushing. Considering you damaged 88 puppets during the entrance assessment and knocked an instructor unconscious, requiring hospitalization, please come with us. In an instant, the incident swept through the entire camp. In the guidance room, the chief instructor scrutinized me for 2 minutes. Do you realize you damaged 88 of our machines, each worth at least 10 million? However, after discussion, this will be considered damage during the assessment and you will not be held responsible. At that moment, 3 more students walked in. This is your assessment reward. Here, the stronger you are, the more resources you get. But why is my card white? Could it be empty? Beast meat costs 5 points per meal. Using the training room costs 10 points per hour. 1 session of coaching from an instructor costs 30 points, while a session with the chief or deputy chief instructor costs 100 points. It seems this is just a meal card. Ha ha ha, you kid, acting coy even after getting a bargain. Do you know you have 1,000 points on your card? Hearing about the 1,000 points, the others instantly became displeased. I didn't expect you guys to play favorites. That's really disappointing. It must take some major connections. Bribing instructors. Spreading rumors. The assessment instructors are at least level 3 martial artists, and injuring one would require at least a level 4 martial artist with his escaped body. Even the strongest strength-type talent from the early stages couldn't do it. I don't accept this. If you think you're strong, prove it to me. After speaking, Deguang moved to test my martial prowess. Although such external combat is not allowed, the instructor did not intervene. Then, the man's talent skill, Petrification Defense, activated, and with a mere sound, I aimed my orchid finger at his forehead and lightly flicked it. In an instant, the seemingly invincible Deguang was sent flying back. Unconscious. Instructor. He asked for it. At this point, the other 2 students were stunned. Shocked. Was this really just a student? He seemed to be on a completely different level from us. However, as I was leaving, the chief instructor stopped me. She asked about my training plans, mentioning that she could personally teach me if I used my points. But I didn't even turn back, as I had more important things to handle. Hey, you brat, what could possibly be more important here than personal instruction from the chief instructor? I simply said that would be sleeping, of course. After everyone left, the chief instructor spoke coldly. Do you remember Xiangping from our batch? He was a genius who surpassed everyone early on with his strength-type talent. But true strength isn't just about muscle. Those who rely solely on the power boost from their strength-type talents will eventually fade away. Lushing might also face the same fate. Meanwhile, I was engaged in a desperate battle, this time against a formidable opponent. I used every trick in the book to manage a draw, and only with the resolve to perish together was I able to slay him. Indeed, this zombie had been a level 6 quasi-grandmaster in life. Had I not protected myself with psychic power at the end, I would have been finished. Then, all the techniques, body movements, fist techniques, and spear play flowed into my memory. This was the most important wealth of my life, and there I was standing on the shoulders of giants in martial arts. Then in my spiritual consciousness, a small figure separated and then remerged with my main self. Soon after, it felt like glass shattering in my sea of consciousness, and I was overjoyed. My psychic power had broken through. After so long, it was time to check my credentials again. Sure enough, it had changed. My access level was now 3. My highest military rank, Major General, lived to be 156 years old and was promoted to a level 7 martial artist before the age of 65. Now that my permissions had upgraded, I could access more information. I then reviewed the advanced chapters of the 3 techniques I had practiced, and I must say, these techniques were incredibly powerful. Then, a book in the corner caught my eye. The Complete Divine Illumination of the Underworld King Scripture, created by Duani Fong, an 11th level powerhouse of the Martial Alliance. I have to say, Duani Fong was truly a genius to create such a high-level psychic technique. He probably was among the top in the 11th level powerhouses, but even such strong individuals could not withstand the destruction of human civilization. So every minute and every second, I must make myself stronger. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and under the chief instructor's guidance, Charlene was quickly approaching the rank of a level 1 mind weaver. It must be said, you have remarkable talent to have progressed so far in just a few weeks. However, the chief instructor also discovered a critical issue with Charlene. There is a mental vulnerability in her psychic strength. This is likely due to a trauma inflicted by someone in the past. The only solution is to find this person and either defeat or kill them. During this month, every student has undergone the same transformation, except they have been sleeping in every day in the dormitory. The instructor has given up on me, and my classmates think that my peak period is over. They believe I am intentionally not practicing to add an air of mystery, when in reality, I have already been surpassed by several other talents. Only Yang Yuan believes in me, and has argued with classmates multiple times on my behalf. Because in her heart, she knows I am not one to avoid challenges. Suddenly, the crowd in the hallway shouted, "Chao Yang is about to break the fourfold gravity record." This immediately drew the students to watch, as most of them couldn't even withstand one-fold gravity for long. As the audience grew, Chao Yang's smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth. Look, this is the feeling of being adored, exhilarating. Although I was not as good as you initially, I have now left you far behind. I've been training day and night for a whole month. While you've been just sleeping, as soon as he finished speaking, I swiftly moved behind him. This is the gravity training room, right? Time to test the results. I'll start with 3 hours. You've been sleeping all this time and still think you can become stronger? What a waste of 1,000 points. But I paid him no heed and walked into the gravity room. Hey, the gravity room is no joke. If you go in without warming up, be careful your heart doesn't burst from the pressure. However, 2 minutes passed, and I still hadn't moved. But the next moment, my action made Chao Yang's face turn pale. Damn. This has to be fake, right? He's hopping around under double gravity. I felt no pressure at all, and then pressed the adjuster again. He's probably going to stop now. He must be unable to withstand it. But then there was a ding sound, and a roaring noise filled the room. Chao Yang's face contorted as he suddenly switched it to fourfold gravity. Is this fourfold gravity? At that moment, I knelt on one knee. Ahaha, he can't stand it anymore. He still thinks he can surpass me? Dream on. But the next moment, he broke into a cold sweat. The rest of the audience also stared in disbelief. I was doing pull-ups with just 2 fingers. Why is he so strong? Hasn't he been sleeping for over a month? At that moment, I suddenly came to my senses. It seems I'm about ready to adapt to fourfold gravity. But then I pressed the button again, turning it red, indicating that going any higher would be extremely dangerous. I could feel the pressure and immediately adjusted it using the earth-breathing technique. The gravity room was now packed with students, all shouting, "That man is back." And at that moment, I had reached 5-fold gravity, where I could still barely perform the body-refining techniques. But it wasn't enough. I needed more pressure. People thought I was going to the control panel to stop, as enduring 5-fold gravity for so long was already a record. But the button I pressed was to increase it further. What? Is he crazy? This will cause an accident. Go and inform the chief instructor immediately. What? You're saying Lu Sheng broke the 8-fold gravity? What's happening? What kind of strength does this kid have now? It seems this is already the limit of my body. The next second, the divine illumination of the underworld king scripture activated in my body. In just a moment, my vital energy and blood were enhanced by nearly 10%, and my internal organs were repaired and protected. If that's the case, let's see what my ultimate limit is. This is already the strongest record in history. Could he possibly go higher? After saying this, the surrounding crowd all knelt down, as the intense gravity even affected the area outside the training room. Inside, the gravity was so strong that it cracked the floor beneath me. My blood felt like it was congealing, and my bones creaked. Just staying conscious under this pressure was a struggle. But I knew well that the person who changes the future is not the one with the greatest talent or the most resources, but the one who can break through their limits. With what little consciousness I had left, I urged my body to stand up. While outside, a phenomenon of thousands worshipping had already formed. I will not concede to the future. 2 minutes later, I walked out of the gravity room, and to my surprise, my record-breaking 10-fold gravity achievement earned me 4,000 points. Isn't Lu Sheng a strength-type martial artist? How could he break the record in the gravity room? Could it be that his vital energy and blood have advanced to the 4th tier? And it seems he's headed towards the agility room. Yang Yuan felt like she was no longer even in the same league as Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, Red Hair, after receiving guidance from Instructor Qin, had been training day and night in the agility room. He had now adapted to the 2nd tier of agility and was close to a breakthrough. At this moment, he was admiring his own agility talent, considering himself a genius. But the moment he stepped out the door, he saw a crowd of students and even the chief instructors gathered around another room. He immediately asked the nearby student, and burst into laughter when he learned that it was Lu Sheng who had entered. "You don't think this sleep god can break my record, do you? You're nothing. Just look up there." Inside, I started at full power as soon as I entered, dodging beams of light shooting at me from all directions. How is this possible? The agility room has thousands of laser sensors, and nobody knows what will happen next. Are you sure it's his first time? However, when Red Hair heard that Lushing had just broken the tenfold gravity, his eyes nearly popped out. He's a strength-type talent, isn't he? Hasn't he been sleeping for a month? Even the instructors found it hard to believe, as such nimble reactions were not even seen in experienced soldiers on the battlefield. It seemed less like reacting and more like precognition, leading them to suspect Lushing might be a mindweaver. But since we tested him last time, could we have missed something? I completed the second-tier challenge in just 2 minutes, and the instructor could see that Lushing's agility had reached the state of perfection. I then initiated the third-tier test, which was faster and involved relentless, all-directional bombardment with no gaps or dead angles. To complete this challenge, I had to bring out my full capabilities. Instructor Chin was again astonished. This is the intricate mastery realm. I only broke through at the age of 22 with my agility talent. As the seconds tipped by, the difficulty also increased. Mental perception alone was no longer enough. Then, I activated the wind-breathing technique and vanished like a gust of wind inside the room. At that moment, the naked eye could no longer keep up with my speed until the lights went out, indicating that I had passed the third tier. Let's go. It looks like he's really tired now. He's taken all the spotlight today. No, it seems like he wants to continue. Just when Instructor Chin thought that the third tier was my limit, I activated the fourth tier of agility. But the fourth tier of agility isn't just beams shooting from one direction. Instead, there are countless small robotic spheres around, each bursting out with 4 beams of light, like numerous giant nets coming at you, leaving no escape. Is he even human? However, as the test reached 1/3 completion, my wind-breathing technique was also reaching its speed limit. Next, I could only rely on the divine illumination of the Underworld King scripture, with my psychic perception rapidly expanding from me as the center. This feeling of elongated time is called temporal sense, which means my psychic power has reached the transformative third tier. So, you really are a mind weaver. Then, a soul Dharma body flew out. It seems I need to test him further. As the Dharma body came at me, I said, "Oh ho, can't hide it anymore, huh?" I then dispersed it with a hand chop. Indeed, he's a mind weaver, and his psychic power is no less than mine. Watching is one thing. Touching is too much. However, it seems I've also reached my limit. I didn't expect that just activating temporal sense would consume so much psychic energy. I'll have to try again next time. For now, I've only completed 56% of the fourth tier. Red Hair felt like his worldview was shattering. Is this really something a strength-type martial artist would do? Then, the chief instructor called me over to the command room and pulled out a huge syringe from her trousers. They thought my vital energy and blood levels had exceeded tier 3. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand the gravity room. The next moment, the chief instructor gave me an injection, and yet my vital energy and blood values had already reached 124, a tier 3 martial artist. Well, it's been over 10 years since we've seen such a young tier 3 martial artist. Now it's time to test combat power levels. Let's see where my limit is. Breath of Flame, 8-fold constant star punch. In an instant, the command room seemed to tremble, and the next moment the panel displayed 27,920. The instructor's mouth hung open in surprise. A tier 3 martial artist had just demonstrated the combat power of tier 5. Then, the chief instructor pulled out a crystal. This type of crystal is used to test psychic power, similar to how vital energy and blood levels are tested. The chief instructor is also a rare super genius, young yet possessing a psychic strength of 143 intensity and 4.2 purity. I then took the crystal in hand. Come on, I want to see to what extent my psychic power has reached. The crystal emitted a burst of light, and the chief instructor exclaimed it was impossible. My psychic power purity was as high as 20.3, 5 times hers. It's known that purifying psychic power, even slightly, is immensely difficult, akin to compressing a normal towel down to the size of a coin. The term genius can no longer describe him. She then took off a pendant from around her neck and handed it to me, instructing me to take it to the Mind Weaver Association. There, they would provide me with ample resources for cultivation, given that such talent appears perhaps once in decades in the association. Mind Weavers are rare, even in the populous dragon country, where less than 1% can awaken as Mind Weavers. Then, Instructor Ching pulled out a bank card from his trousers, stating it contained 5 million as a personal graduation bonus for finishing first. I could hear from his tone that there was an intention to recruit me. Indeed, he wanted me to represent the Eastcom Province Talent Training Camp at the annual General Star Selection in the Eastern Marches. Those who participate are all 1 in 10,000 talents with the potential for the General Star, which signifies almost certain potential to become a Grandmaster. So, I graduated as valedictorian. As I was walking home, the Red River Martial Arts School sign suddenly crashed down, indicating trouble. It turns out that the owner of the Jiba Martial Arts School took advantage of Red River's injured master to challenge the school, motivated by Red River using my name in advertisements and nearly stealing all the local students. Therefore, Jiba came determined to erase Red River Martial Arts School, but Nihongjong was not to be underestimated. For the sake of his dignity, he would fight with all his might, even if it meant burning his vital essence. Seeing this, Jiba's face twisted into a sinister expression, and he suddenly stomped, shattering the floor. Nihongjong don't refuse the toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then, Jiba swung out a palm, but Nihongjong, who had burned his essence, couldn't even withstand a single blow and was sent flying 25 meters. Nihongjong was shocked. He hadn't expected Jiba to have broken through to a Tier 5 martial artist. Nihongjong, I wasn't your match 2 years ago, but now I have trained desperately while you spend your days teaching kids to punch. I have long since surpassed you. With things having reached this point, Nihongjong was forced to close down his martial arts school. Even though he was reluctant, he had to endure it for the sake of his daughter. Just as Jiba thought he was going to dominate the martial arts schools in White River, a voice interrupted, Master Nihongjong, how can such a good martial arts school close? Where will I train in the future? Seeing Lusheng return, Nihong's face was tear-stained. However, Jiba saw an opportunity to recruit me to his school, little brother Lusheng. As you see, the Red River Martial Arts School is all fun and games. Join us, and I will personally teach you the Jiba secret technique of impregnable defense, unbeatable by anyone of the same level. But before he could finish, Jiba felt a sharp pain in his stomach and broke out in cold sweat. Oh ho, not bad at all, really tough, indeed able to withstand a punch from me. What's going on? Was your defense just broken? Can you withstand the next one? Then there was a loud crash, and Jiba, known for his impregnable defense, was violently knocked back, his momentum smashing through the wall behind him, finally knocking him unconscious. Master Jiba, weren't you going to teach me? How can you teach while kneeling? Jiba's young disciple, witnessing his seemingly invincible master being knocked out by a student in one move, was utterly incredulous. I then helped Nihong showing up, saying, don't let the martial arts school close down again. After all, it's the only one near my home. Nihongjong knew he owed me a big favor, but he was also curious. Just 2 months ago, this young man was only a Tier 2 martial artist, but now he could defeat the nearly Tier 5 martial artist Jiba. With this lesson learned, Nihongjong deeply understood the importance of martial prowess and vowed never to let his training lag again. In the blink of an eye, back at home, my father felt much better after eating the exotic beast meat I sent back, and even my sister had become a Tier 1 martial artist. So after dinner, I entered dream training again, and this time, I decided to meet that Grandmaster. The pressure was many times stronger than any powerhouse I had encountered before. No wonder those below Tier 6 are martial artists and Tier 7 are called Grandmasters. The gap between these levels is vast. Just the pressure he emitted made my heart tremble. But today I had to meet him, breath of constant stars, eightfold. I kicked at the back of his ear, and I was suddenly sent flying. However, the centenarian did not move an inch, and I looked forward in amazement. My attack just now must have had at least 100,000 combat power, but I was not satisfied and switched to the breath of flame. In that case, let's go with the tenfold constant star punch. In just an instant, a violent explosion resounded through the sky, but even so, the old man remained unmoved. Could this be the formless stance only a Grandmaster possesses? A Grandmaster's stance so strong that not even armor-piercing heavy artillery could penetrate? That strike was all my strength, and this level of powerhouse is not someone I can handle. I immediately tried to flee the scene. Thankfully, the old man seemed to have no intention of attacking me. Otherwise, I would have been killed. He stood there like a guardian, protecting the city behind him. But I wasn't satisfied just returning like this, and then I launched 999 tenfold constant star punches at the old man. By this time, my physical strength was already depleted, and if not for the natural breathing technique replenishing me, I would have collapsed. But now, zombies below Tier 6 could no longer threaten me. Thinking of this, I suddenly widened my eyes. Maybe I could try using my psychic power. Saying this, a tangible thought force appeared in my hand, and then a condensed psychic attack flew towards the old man. Although the defense wasn't broken, I could feel it weakening. If that's the case, then come on, I'm really going for it now. One by one, psychic power snowflake attacks flew at the old man. 1 wasn't enough, so then 10. If 10 wasn't enough, then 1,000. After thousands of attacks, the shell finally showed a slight crack, but it wasn't enough. I needed more powerful attacks. Finally, I used a tenfold constant star punch combined with psychic power in an attack, this time determined to break the shell. With successive explosions, the defense finally shattered. I'm sorry, your will shall be carried on by me. Then I landed a heavy punch on the old man, but he showed a relieved smile. Could it be that he still retained consciousness? This seemed unlikely. Perhaps it was just as well remaining in his body. However, as the old man fell, scenes of memories suddenly appeared in my head. Mr. Shishingning, congratulations on breaking through to Grandmaster. Dad, the spaceship is launching this afternoon. Aren't you coming with us? As a Grandmaster, Dad must stay at the front lines to shed his last drop of blood for humanity. Is this a Tier 9 exotic beast? Grandmasters have no chance against it. So cold. Is this what death feels like? I heard that the Spark project has started, gathering all of humanity's strength to create an unprecedented Tier 12 powerhouse. These heart-stopping memories left me sweating profusely. Was this the life of a Grandmaster compared to the memories I've absorbed before? This was a truly legendary life. The old man's name was Shattering, a Grandmaster of the martial arts. At this moment, my mastery of martial arts was crazily increasing as I roared, advancing through intricate mastery realm, advanced intricate mastery, and peak intricate mastery until I finally reached the realm of control. In my memories, the elder had grasped an extremely powerful martial art before his death. But why couldn't I find this memory? As I frowned in confusion, a golden bead on the ground caught my eye. The moment I touched it, the bead burst into dazzling light, and my consciousness arrived in an illusion. Standing before me was none other than the predecessor Shattering, and opposite him was a powerful exotic beast. The next moment, the predecessor emitted several beams of light. In ancient mythology, each golden crow represents one sun. When 10 suns appear in the sky simultaneously, rivers dry up, the earth cracks open, endless light, endless heat burns everything, and no living being can survive. This is the martial art created by the Grandmaster Shattering after a lifetime of hard work named 10 Suns in the Sky. Unfortunately, such a powerful martial art had never made an appearance in the world. Since fate has brought it to me, let me carry on and glorify it. The next morning, I distinctly felt a qualitative change in my psychic power. If Charlene's was air and Instructor Dong's was water, then my psychic power was like a steel ball. Although still the same in form, its mass and hardness were several times greater. I seemed to be able to feel that my current psychic power could crush a Tier 4 powerhouse. However, my body also developed a faint stance, though it was thinner than a condom, not 1/1,000th as thick as the old man's. But it was akin to having the embryonic form of a Grandmaster. This seed, if properly nurtured, could eventually grow into a towering tree. I then picked up my phone to contact the people from the Hall of Benevolence, since returning from the training camp. I had been lacking exotic beast supplements, and with my recent rapid advancements, I decided to arrange a meeting with the E family's daughter to discuss a collaboration. However, the other party, seeing that I was a student, had improper thoughts towards me. Could I let her succeed? Obviously not. First, I tricked her into paying for 40 luxury steaks. This kid wouldn't be just conning me for a big meal, right? However, my next words shocked Ling Su, because I revealed why the E family had collapsed so quickly. Besides their outdated views, a major reason was your mother's and the Chun family's long-standing suppression of your Hall of Benevolence. Mr. Liu, what evidence do you have for these claims? You can't just say things without proof. But I simply suggested, why don't you go home and ask your dad? It'll be clear. Ling Su thought carefully and realized it was indeed so. After her mother died, she never returned to see me, and the decline of the Hall of Benevolence truly began when her father took over. In just a few months, dozens of stores had closed. Even if her father was incompetent, it couldn't be this bad, and every time a project was about to be finalized, it would mysteriously fall through. Missy, don't blame me for digging too deep. It's for our future cooperation. Naturally, I'll be responsible for providing the recipes and corresponding technical guidance while you handle production and sales, but I'm asking for 90% of the profits. Ling Su slammed the table. She had anticipated that the other party might demand a lot and had prepared for a 70-30 split, but she hadn't expected him to ask for 90%. I was actually planning to take 70% because 20% would be additional compensation that you'd owe me. What do you mean? The family has been harassed by the Jin family from the capital province for so many years. Don't you want to strike back, to take back everything you've lost? Ling Su's gaze was uncertain, as she had never dared to think of revenge, knowing how powerful the Jin family was. Then, I sent a cluster of psychic energy floating in front of Ling Su, which gave her a glimpse of hope. Such a young Tier 2 martial artist, who is also a mind weaver, must certainly have powerful tracking. In that case, let's take a gamble. If we continue as we are now, we'll lose everything in a few years anyway. This here is the recipe for the last time spirit muscle fortifying blood soup. You go to the Pharmacist Association and apply for the patent first, then get the medicinal ingredients ready. After returning home, and when I saw the price list for the weapon materials, I was stunned. I thought their mention of 5 million being a small amount was just polite talk. But it turns out it really is very little. Just one of the materials would use it all up, and with my psychic power far exceeding that of ordinary people, ordinary steel simply won't do. This means the cost will be 10 times higher. Since that's the case, I'll have to dig up the materials myself. According to a map of our distribution from 10,000 years in the future, there's a mithril mine at today's location of Bull's Head Mountain, which hasn't been mined yet. If I can get this, it will not only solve the issue with my weapon, but could also be sold for money. 3 days later, I arrived at the Hall of Benevolence. Today, I need to formulate the new medicine before I can set off for Bull's Head Mountain in the next few days. The next morning, I arrived at Bull's Head Mountain 5,000 kilometers away. Since there were no cars going up the mountain, I chose a vehicle from a travel agency. But this place really is deep in the wilderness, or else the silver mine would have been discovered long ago. At that moment, a little girl next door spoke up. "Brother, do you want to play ball with me?" "Sienna, "Don't disturb others." Her mother signaled an apology with her eyes, but I noticed that her husband next to her was a Tier 2 mine weaver, which is rarer than winning a lottery jackpot. To meet one here in these deep mountains is incredible. While playing ball with the little girl, my accidentally handsome face seemed to have enchanted the young lady ahead, and after getting off the vehicle, she hurriedly came to ask for my contact information. However, I agreed without a second thought, not because I'm lascivious, but because I realized this young woman, despite her young age, possesses the strength of a Tier 2 martial artist, indicating her background is not simple. Transforming the Grandmaster's will, I can freely control the release and contraction of my psychic power, so ordinary people can't detect my presence. On the other side of the mountain foot, I used my psychic power to detect a martial artist spy. I didn't investigate what they were doing. As long as they don't interfere with me, I'll leave them be for now. On the other side, a man who looked like a woman was grinning widely because his spy had scouted the whereabouts of that family of 3. He immediately decided to send 2 Tier 4 martial artists to capture them and bring them back. The reason Purple Hair was so fixated on Glasses Guy was probably to satisfy his perverse love. As this family of 3 just entered the rental house, Glasses Guy used his soul power to inspect every corner of the house, fearing that the crazy man might be lying in ambush. After all, it's best to be cautious. The immediate priority was to get back to his father-in-law's place and hide. His father-in-law, nearly a Tier 3 psychic, I continued to practice in my dream. But now, the zombies were as if injected with adrenaline. Come on, the crazier you get, the more excited I am. In just a moment, the surrounding horde of zombies vanished in a sea of fire. As the smoke cleared, I sensed a powerful presence ahead. A woman with pink hair slowly emerged, a female warrior clutching the 1000-mechanism umbrella. And I could tell at a glance that she was a Grandmaster-level fighter. The next moment, the woman disappeared from her spot and suddenly attacked from above with her gun-shaped umbrella. Was this her Grandmaster-level skill? The speed was so fast that there was nowhere to dodge, so I was split in half. A gruesome sound echoed through the sky, and suddenly I woke up in the real world. Was that what death felt like? It felt as though my body was being torn apart. The intense pain in my chest felt as real as death. I had always treated dreams as my own backyard, manipulating the brainless zombies at will with my intelligence. But it seems I made a mistake. That female zombie was incredibly strong, possibly a Tier 8 Grandmaster, even stronger than Zuxingning by several times. The destructive ice she released could be her Grandmaster's will. If I had reacted immediately at that time, fully activated my state, and used my control over martial arts and 10 suns in the sky, maybe I could have held on for a while. However, when I tried to re-enter the dream, I found that I couldn't get back in. Why was that? Could it be because I died in there, and now there's a cooldown period? Just then, my phone started buzzing. Jing Dandan had been messaging me to have dinner. Holy crap. 99 messages in just 2 minutes. When did I become so charming? Since that's the case, I might as well go have dinner first. After arriving at the restaurant, Jing Dandan and the little girl were waving at me. I merely nodded politely and then found a table to sit at by myself. But Jing Dandan came straight over and sat opposite me. Then I said, "I thought you all had finished eating." Then Green Hair said they did eat. Pink Hair said they hadn't. Damn, what teammates. Green Hair quickly added, "I just wasn't hungry earlier and didn't eat much, but now I'm getting a bit hungry." Seeing this, the little girl also wanted to go and eat with Lushing, claiming she could eat 10 bowls of rice with brother Lushing. Her usually cautious father agreed, because he had already used his psychic power to inspect the restaurant and found no threats there. All were tourists. As for that boy, his gaze is very pure. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Plus, his aura is unstable. Even if he's a martial arts candidate, his strength must be pretty weak. As for the 2 female college students nearby, their talent is not bad, being Tier 2 martial artists at such a young age. But in my psychic range, their demise is but a thought away. Then Lushing asked the waiter to bring out all the good dishes and meats again, which startled everyone. Afterward, I handed a plate of pork buns to the little men, but she wanted to compete with me to see who could eat faster. Alright, let's do this. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to eating. However, Green Hair looked at me in despair because, in her view, only those from modest backgrounds and who haven't become official martial artists would eat so much in one meal. Typically, martial artists who advance in rank and can afford it rely on supplements for energy. Those who can't afford it choose high-quality food instead. A Tier 1 martial artist could suffice with 2 bars of synthetic jerky a day. Otherwise, eating like him, there wouldn't be enough time in a day just for bathroom breaks. Yet, Red Hair thought Lushing eating was incredibly cool. I'm telling you, Red Hair, you're not actually falling for him, are you? Look, he's several years younger than you, and his aura is unstable, which probably means his martial arts aptitude and family background aren't that great. You, on the other hand, are a high achiever from Martial University, a certified Tier 2 martial artist. But Red Hair said dreamily, I believe this is fate between him and me. However, Green Hair said to Red Hair, how would you manage if you two got together? A long-distance relationship? Even if your strong feelings survive a few years, he's not a certified martial artist. He'll probably earn just $5,000 or $6,000 in salary. What will he provide for you? What about a house? A car? Dan, the gap between you two will only widen, and one day the contradictions will explode. But Red Hair dismissed the concerns. I can guide him in martial arts, and even if he doesn't get into Martial University, I can visit him by bus every week. I already have a house and a car. Even if he's just an ordinary person, it doesn't matter. I could join him and be ordinary too. That way, we wouldn't have to exhaust ourselves training every day. Lately, I even feel like my calves are getting thicker. At that moment, Red Hair's eyes sparkled as she looked forward, and I felt that his future would not be limited to this. While Pink Hair was confessing her feelings for Lushing to Green Hair exclaimed, "Crazy. To give up your martial arts training of over a decade for a high schooler? Look at him. He looks like he has kidney deficiency. I really don't know what you see in him." Pink Hair, however, suggested Green Hair was worrying too prematurely since nothing was set in stone yet. However, ever since Lushing's breakthrough in soul power, such distant conversations could be clearly heard by him. This is outrageous. This stroke of romantic luck is unstoppable. Big brother, what does outrageous mean? I could only awkwardly explain that it meant to compliment the two sisters on being beautiful. Little men seemed to understand, and then ran towards Pink and Green Hair, shouting, "Sisters, you both are so outrageous. Man, this little girl really knows how to use what she just learned." The next morning, the travel agency's group got up early to prepare for a trip to the deep mountain waterfall. However, before departure, they discovered that Meng's family of 3 had mysteriously disappeared, and even their phones were switched off, which inevitably caused some concern. After a while of investigating, the old man also noticed that a young man had disappeared, and the tour guide could only try to calm everyone while searching. However, the disappearance of Lushing and the family of 3 left the two sisters feeling very downcast. They knew that the family of 3 wasn't ordinary, and that their disappearance was normal, but Lushing was just an ordinary person. At this point, Pink Hair couldn't help worrying and decided to go into the deep mountains to search for them while I was speeding towards the mithril destination on the other side. After 2 hours of travel, I had arrived at the location indicated on the map. I immediately used my psychic powers to move the soil above, and then I moved the materials below the soil to in front of me. It looks like this is mithril. I then infused my psychic power into the rock, allowing it to change shape at will. This piece weighed about 4 or 5 pounds, which at current prices could be worth 200 million. However, the mithril was still in its first state. To forge it into a weapon for a mind weaver, it would probably need more than a dozen processing steps. The 4 or 5 pounds of mithril could ultimately be refined into about 1 pound of high-quality mithril. But even calling this or small is an exaggeration. It's tiny. I had barely been digging for 10 minutes before I almost reached the bottom. If others were to dig, it would only take about a week, but transporting such a large amount of mithril was also a problem. I originally planned to dig just a little, but I couldn't stop once I started. I had to find a place to bury it first, and then later find people to help transport it back. The map showed a minority village a few kilometers nearby. Perhaps I could ask for their help. Those isolated villagers are generally simple and honest, so a little compensation should suffice. But if the wealth were truly enticing, I might have to take drastic measures. Suddenly, Lushing realized his thoughts were becoming increasingly ruthless, likely influenced by the zombie world consciousness. It looks like that's the village over there. I must win people over with virtue, absolutely not using force. Meanwhile, the two girls had reached deep into the forest in their search for Lushing. Is Lushing really likely to be in such a remote place? The next moment, they spotted something below. Isn't that the ball little girl always plays with? Why is it here? However, just as Pink Hair bent down to pick it up, she suddenly found herself unable to move. Above the ball, a large number of small spiders appeared. An invisible spider's silk had already entangled the two of them. On the other side, inside the hall, a man shouted, "Dad, Big Sister and her family are back." The old man, who had been silent for a long time, had a slight smile on his face as little men rushed in shouting, "Grandpa, I missed you so much," and then crashed into the old man's arms, who affectionately patted little men's forehead. It was then that the couple slowly said, "Dad, we're back." The old man's sharp gaze knew naturally that the couple wouldn't return without reason. He then instructed the two brothers to go to the back mountain to gather some game, planning a party for the evening. Uncle also planned to take little men out for game hunting. Once everyone had left, the old man slowly began to ask about the purpose of their visit. The couple seemed to find it hard to start talking, especially since the husband had barged in years ago and eloped with the old man's daughter, and now they had the audacity to come back seeking refuge after letting the wife venture into danger. After a deep conversation, the old man, sweating and coughing, said, "What, you've offended a Tier 3 mind weaver? Ever since you took my daughter Manhwa away, I knew this day would come. Dad, please help Ma Lin." Ma Lin asked the old man, father-in-law, "I remember you've been trying to break through to Tier 3 mind weaver for a long time. Are you now?" Before he could finish, the old man shook his head helplessly and interrupted. The breakthrough failed, and I even sustained internal injuries, which caused my cultivation to greatly regress. If they really come after us, I can only hold them off for a short while. You should take the child and escape quickly. Seek help from someone else." The couple was visibly frightened, realizing they had lost their last resort. Now, who could they possibly turn to for help? Of course, the local police. The old man believed that since it was a society governed by law, even a Tier 3 mind weaver wouldn't dare to kill someone in the street. Ma Lin, covering his head anxiously, said, "If calling the police were effective, why would I have needed to travel thousands of miles to come here? Is there really no other way?" Just then, the third brother shouted, "Big brother, strangers have broken in." Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected the deranged man to find them so quickly. Meanwhile, guided by the map, I had reached this remote village, navigating through dozens of small paths to get here. Just then, a dart flew towards me. The second shouted, "Who are you? How did you find this place?" At that moment, Little Men popped out and happily shouted, "Big brother." Then she quickly ran over and hugged Lushing. "Big brother, did you come to play ball with me at Grandpa's house?" It turns out it was this young man. This revelation relieved everyone. Then, Ma Lin introduced me to his father-in-law, explaining that he visited his family here every year. I mentioned that I disliked group tours and had accidentally wandered here while hiking alone. The old man, liking the pure look in Lushing's eyes, smiled appreciatively. Then, the second brother patted my shoulder, apologizing for the misunderstanding, and said they would soon prepare some game to make amends. I also noticed something unusual about this family. Damn, they were all mind weavers, especially the old man, who was at the peak of Tier 2. Considering the purpose of my visit, since they were mind weavers, they must know the value of mithril. How was I supposed to win them over with Virgin now? Then, Little Men sadly said, "Big brother, we can't play ball anymore. I lost my ball." I was just about to say I would buy him a new one when I suddenly sensed the presence of pink hair and green hair nearby. These girls hadn't also wandered here by mistake, had they? But the next moment, I realized something was wrong. There were several strong presences. Little Men said, "Big brother, I see my ball." But at that moment, behind them were swarms of poisonous spiders, and pink hair and green hair looked ahead in terror. Then a man with purple hair coldly spoke, "Tang Ma Lin, so you've hidden here. You've really made me waste a lot of effort." The old man looked tense, realizing that the opponent was not just a Tier 3 mind weaver, as his son-in-law had said, but at the peak of Tier 3. Then, the old man's body shone with golden light, and he shouted loudly for Ma Lin to take the child and the villagers and flee. The next moment, several golden beams of flying swords shot towards Purple Hair, but with just a breath and a wave of his hand. Purple Hair entangled the flying swords with spider silk, leaving them suspended in the air as if frozen. At the same time, Purple Hair walked towards Ma Lin. "I say, Ma Lin, is that all you've got? Or is this old man all you're relying on? Such weak psychic power is a disgrace to the name of Mind Weaver." The next moment, a dark purple aura spread out from Purple Hair. "Now let's see you despair." Seeing this, Ma Lin exerted all his strength and controlled a dense iron sphere in a desperate attempt to strike. Light orbs from all directions converged towards Purple Hair, but he remained expressionless as he waved his right hand. "What? The dense iron orb cannon has no effect on her," Purple Hair disdainfully said. "Ma Lin, don't refuse the toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." As soon as he finished speaking, Purple Hair gathered energy in his right hand, and several dazzling purple beams shot out from his palm. In just an instant, everyone present was entangled in spider silk. "You bastard! Let go of my family's little men. If you have the guts, come at me. What kind of skill is it to bully women and children?" Hearing this, Purple Hair's expression became even more manic. "You still have the nerve to play the hero," as he manipulated the control in his palm. The threads around their necks suddenly tightened. "I was actually planning to kill these 2 female students and then frame you, but it turns out you've picked a good secluded place for your grave. It's perfect for me to slowly train you. Don't worry, I'll save a cup of your daughter's red for you. It's that evil art that uses people as containers for brewing wine. You beast." Ma Lin screamed in agony, powerless, and Purple Hair laughed maniacally. "Yes, that's the expression of despair I wanted to see." Seeing this, Purple Hair's expression twisted even further, and Green Hair shed tears of regret. "I shouldn't have come here to relax. He's a peak Tier 3 Mind Weaver." Pink Hair looked at Lushing, tears of frustration falling. "Are we really going to die? I'm not ready." Lushing, "Now, we can only hope that we meet again in our next lives." Purple Hair ordered 2 of his subordinates to bring Little Men over. However, just as the 2 were about to reach Little Men, the spider silk binding her so suddenly broke. Purple Hair was shocked. "What's going on? How did my mithril spider silk break?" As I gathered my psychic power, I tore off all the spider silk from my body. Seeing this, Little Men cried out for me to save his parents. At that moment, 2 unwilling martial artists attacked me, but with a single right punch, both were sent flying backward. Seeing this, Purple Hair was startled. "What's happening? Are you a Tier 5 martial artist?" But then, looking at Lushing's seemingly frail appearance, he regained confidence the next moment. Fierce energy is not evident, and there's no internal energy either. Could it be that you are Tang Maolin's real backup? At this moment, Tang Maolin was dumbfounded. Wasn't this young man just a normal high school student? But you are ultimately just someone with a bit of brute strength without fierce energy protecting your body. Under my mithril spider silk, your fragile body will be sliced open like butter, and I can't wait to hear your cries of agony. Hearing this, I calmly said, "You can try." Seeing my overconfidence, Purple Hair angrily sent spider silk flying towards me, and from multiple strands of spider silk, a giant spider formed. Just as the spider's claws were about to reach me, I simply raised my right hand, carrying a trace of lightning power, and instantly dissolved the mithril spider. What? This is control martial arts, where every clap is under control. My god, I've only heard of that level, never seen it. At this moment, Purple Hair's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe his powerful psychic power skill was instantly nullified. Are you done talking? Now it's my turn. Then, I grabbed the spider's silk and spun him around in circles. It's impossible, Purple Hair said in disbelief. Why can this young man even control my mithril spider silk? He could no longer understand just how powerful the young man in front of him was. He quickly began to swell his own body. Seeing this, the old man shouted, "Not good. He's trying to self-destruct with his psychic power and take us all with him. But how could I let you succeed?" At that moment, a cyan psychic power spread from my body, and an invisible giant hand enveloped him into a flesh ball. Your psychic power is weak and pitiful, and you still want to play with self-destruction. Then, amidst Purple Hair's screams, a powerful explosion emanated from the palm of my hand. After dealing with Purple Hair, I casually took his weapon. I must say, this weapon crafted from mithril is quite impressive. I currently need a Mindweaver weapon, so this will do. At this moment, little men clung to my neck, excitedly and somewhat incoherently. "Big brother, you are so strong. Thank you for saving our family." The old man kept lamenting his age, seeing that despite the young man's likely student status, he had just demonstrated strength not only equivalent to a Tier 5 martial artist and control-level martial arts, but also that terrifying psychic power. Truly, a new generation of talented individuals is rising. Our country is going to produce a dragon. The two rescued women were a bit dazed at this time, and Green Hair commented, "Wasn't Lu Xing supposed to be weak? Wasn't he just a good-for-nothing who eats and runs to the bathroom?" At this moment, Glasses Guy approached, wanting to thank Lu Xing, but he didn't know how to start, as calling him young man no longer seemed appropriate. But Lu Xing indicated not to worry too much about formalities, mentioning that he actually needed Glasses Guy's help with something. Glass Guy declared that from now on, he would do anything Lu Xing asked, even if it meant climbing a mountain of sorts. I then entrusted the mithril or matter to Glasses Guy, as he is a Tier 2 Mind Weaver in the association, and handling it secretly wouldn't be difficult. With the Bull's Head Mountain trip successfully completed, the group boarded the bus back home. Pink Hair asked me where I was heading next, and I answered that I was going to Cool City to handle some affairs at the Mind Weaver Association. Pink Hair's mouth flew open in surprise. What a coincidence. We are also going to Cool City. I really should have let them mention their destination first. Could it really end up being a sort of sibling romance with her? Seeing my hesitation, Green Hair mentioned that Cool City is Pink Hair's hometown, and she was planning to visit her family this time. Since that's the case, it would be helpful to have them guide the way. Wen Dong Xingxue called and informed me that this year's selection for the General Star was moved up, and she would come to pick me up immediately after getting off at the Cool City bus station. I said I had sudden matters to attend to and bid farewell. Pink Hair looked anxious and pouted her cherry lips, thinking it was her fault. Just then, a Rolls Royce pulled up behind us, and a jade foot slowly stepped out. A woman rushed over and embraced Pink Hair. "Dan Den, you're finally back." This person was Pink Hair's best friend. At that moment, the wealthy second generation from the car waved and said, "Dan Den, long time no see, you've gotten even prettier." Pink Hair rolled her eyes disdainfully, full of disgust. "Why are you the one picking me up?" She then introduced Shan as one of her best friends from Martial University, who is also a Tier 2 martial artist. However, when introducing Lu Xing, she suddenly paused, then said he was a good friend she met at Bull's Head Mountain. After all, Lu Xing has many secrets, and since she didn't know much about him, it wasn't appropriate to reveal more. The rich second generation then looked disdainfully at Lu Xing, while the girl politely shook Green Hair's hand and introduced herself. The rich kid also spoke to Green Hair. "My name is Chao Ming Liang, your Danden's friend, which makes you our friend too." After speaking, he proposed taking us to Cool City for a feast. At this moment, Pink Hair got emotional. "I clearly said there were 3 of us, yet you still bring a 4-seater. Her best friend then said, "Danden, he's just a travel friend you met on a trip. Why take him so seriously? We are the real friends." Seeing the situation become tense, Chao Ming Liang took out several bills from his wallet. "Sorry, Danden, it was thoughtless of us. Since we've met, let this young man take a cab with this money." Seeing this, Pink Hair exploded with anger. The man she had gone to great lengths to pursue was being slighted by them. How could she tolerate this? She immediately threw the bills back at them. I patted Pink Hair on the shoulder, telling her not to be angry, because I had to leave. My chartered plane had arrived. The next moment, everyone looked up in amazement at the huge object above. Dong Qingxue stood on top of the plane shouting, "Hurry up, we can't land in the city." I then leaped towards the plane, leaving everyone below pale-faced with fright, because the aircraft belonged to the Eastern Military Region. As I left, I struck what I thought was my coolest post towards Pink Hair. See you next time. Just now, I used a helicopter to spectacularly shame a rich second generation, causing the residents below in the city to express their amazement. Military helicopters are a solemn and prestigious presence before them. The rich second generation asked Pink Hair, "What's the story with your friend?" This question, however, earned him a glare from Pink Hair. In anger, Pink Hair, pulling along Green Hair, decided to take a cab alone back to Cool City, blaming the annoying Yellow Hair for driving away her future husband. The remaining pair, each trying to outdo the other, stared at each other in silence. Lusheng was astonished as he looked at the people below the helicopter, who seemed like ants, having never had the chance to be near such a machine before. Dong Qingxue, seeing my delighted expression, asked, "Do you like this plane? If you like it, join our Eastern Military District." Huh, and here I thought Instructor Dong would gift me one. You're not the best looking, but you dream big. After joining, you can fly every day, but if you want one for personal use, that's something the district would only consider after you've reached the Grandmaster level. After saying this, Dong Qingxue felt that Lusheng seemed to have grown stronger again. Truly an enigma. Dong Qingxue then said, "All the genius training camps in all the eastern provinces ended 3 days ago, and all the top candidates have been selected. This batch is the strongest I've seen. More than 80% of the candidates are talented martial artists, including one with elemental control and another who passed the second-level Mindweaver exam. There are over 20 geniuses with level 3 strength, and even one who reached level 4. Hearing these introductions, Lusheng remained unfazed, as he is unmatched below the level of Grandmaster and equal above it. So, Lusheng just responded nonchalantly, causing Dong Qingxue to chuckle. "I mean, Lusheng, don't you feel anything hearing about these people's strengths?" Instructor Qing laughed. "I knew talking about this would be useless, Dong Qingxue. You should talk about the rewards instead." "What? When it comes to rewards, now I'm interested. I knew you'd be interested. This year, the military heads will come to watch, and this selection is no longer the usual random draw tournament, but choosing to fight exotic beasts. Am I finally going to face exotic beasts? The most formidable enemies in this world are the powerful exotic beasts that emerge from the cracks in the ground and sky. Despite countless strong humans going to the battlefield year after year, they still can't stop the gradual encroachment on human living spaces. It seems the military district is letting students come into contact with exotic beasts earlier than usual, indicating a less optimistic situation on the front lines." Dong Qingxue nodded, acknowledging that the country is also seeking a breakthrough. For you geniuses with infinite potential, the approach is no longer the gentle, gradual one of the past, but the most direct method, letting you feel the pressure early to turn it into martial arts motivation. As the chief said, only those who come out of blood and fire are the true strong. However, just making it into the top 10 will reward a portion of beast blood. The top 3 can directly enter the beast blood pool, and the one who receives the Dawn of Enlightenment General's star title can even enter the beast marrow pool. This is an unprecedented precedent. Though unseen, the names alone suggest they must be incredible. Dong Qingxue then explained that the previous exotic beast meat was simply processed stuff. Beast blood is extracted from the cells of exotic beasts, and beast marrow is drawn from the spinal fluid of the beasts. A single portion of level 4 beast blood is worth at least 50 million. If you make it into the top 3, you can vigorously absorb it. However, a pool of beast marrow liquid is worth over 100 billion, a priceless commodity. Holy crap, something worth over 100 billion, and they supply it without limit? That genuinely shocked me. Currently, the stellar body refinement techniques of Mortal Golden Body requires a massive amount of energy. I continued relying only on marrow-nourishing elixir and spirit muscle fortifying blood soup. Like before, I wouldn't know when I'd finish the first stage. Relying on medicine is always the lowest method, but if I could get my hands on this beast marrow liquid, I could greatly shorten the time needed to cultivate my golden body. Thinking about this, I can hardly wait. After speaking, the instructor said, "We're here." At that moment, the plane was hovering above the martial arts base. Although the base was immensely majestic, I felt no shock at all. I've seen martial arts bases far larger than this one, which were mercilessly torn apart by exotic beasts. Perhaps that's what real shock is. After the plane landed smoothly at the martial arts base, Lusheng was arranged to stay in a competitor's dormitory. Dong Qingxue told Lusheng to rest well and would come to pick him up early the next morning. If there were any needs, pressing the call button on the wall would summon someone to fulfill you. After returning to his room, Lusheng went to sleep early, finally unrestricted after a week. Lusheng could enter his dreams again. He also saw the woman who had weakened him for a week. This time, he was determined to be fully prepared to reclaim his honor. The female Grandmaster, as always, stood proudly among the ice and snow, sacred and inviolable, instilling fear with just one glance. But this time, I would not fight unguarded. So, I immediately activated the vital energy and blood amplification, followed by switching to the flame breath. Open. Then came the divine illumination of the underworld king scripture. Open. In an instant, my consciousness enveloped the surroundings. Nothing minute could escape my eyes. Then came the tenfold stellar explosion force. Open. Finally, the strongest martial technique I had never used in real combat. 10 golden crows suns slowly rising. 10 suns in the sky. Open. The fiercely burning flames seemed to confront the surrounding ice and snow. After fighting all night, I still lost, but this time it wasn't like the last time when I was completely powerless. Through this battle, I integrated dozens of martial arts techniques, which further enhanced my complete martial path. Most importantly, I overcame my fear of death, achieving a deeper elevation in my mental state. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. The instructor came early. Instructor Chin asked how I rested, mentioning that it can be a bit stuffy here. We are only a few hundred kilometers away from the exotic beast battlefield, and many exotic beasts release poisonous gases, so the base's gas protection is very strict. As he spoke, Dong Qingxue felt that today's Lushing had a different vibe. If yesterday's Lushing was like jade wrapped in mud, today the mud on the jade had been washed clean. Then, the group walked toward the center of the venue. At that point, Instructor Chin asked Lushing how confident he was about winning the championship. Well, not much, just a little bit. As soon as he finished speaking, someone ahead interrupted. Yo, isn't this Instructor Dong Qingxue? I remember the last time we met was the last time. You are still as annoying as ever. He then addressed Instructor Chin. Chin Xiaojun, it's one thing for you to be useless, but it seems the sibling you picked isn't much either. Instructor Chin, holding his nose, replied. Shang Wanling, didn't you brush your teeth this morning? Your mouth really stinks. It's making me nauseous. Or is it that your Eastern East province has produced a genius? But from what I see, he doesn't seem all that impressive either. But in the next moment, Shang Wanling proposed a bet, wagering a portion of level 5 beast marrow to see which prodigy ranks higher. Dong Qingxue sneered. What's the point of betting just one portion among the three of us? He led the two away, with Instructor Chin responding directly with an international gesture. Shang Wanling, if you can't afford to bet, don't embarrass yourself by gambling without any backing. Then, Shang Wanling shouted loudly, then let's bet on your 3 portions. Shang Wanling was so bold in his bet because he was sure that Dong Qingxue had just deliberately raised the stakes as a way to back out. The next moment, Dong Qingxue, with a grave expression, reluctantly uttered 3 words with a trembling voice, I bet. As soon as she spoke, the corners of Shang Wanling's mouth turned up, and he patted Zhao Lai on the side, saying, 3 portions of level 5 beast marrow. That should take your flame control talent to the next level, right? You should thank Instructor Dong. The next moment, Zhao Lai expressed his thanks to Dong Qingxue, but his demeanor was filled with disdain and contempt. Hearing this, Instructor Chin was shocked. Control talent not listed in the briefing, Shang Wanling, looking confident, told Dong Qingxue to prepare the stakes in advance. However, the enraged Instructor Chin from a second ago suddenly changed his demeanor. How was that? Was my performance just now good? Dong Qingxue, aware that most people play little tricks on their data, knew this because the Shangwan family and the Dong family have always been mortal enemies. Unfortunately, our region has not seen any particular geniuses for a long time, so we have always been suppressed and unable to raise our heads. That's why we're betting everything on you this time. Don't mind it. If we lose the bet, I'll gather the stakes. But if we win, all 3 portions are yours. Then the 3 stopped at a door, as only contestants could enter beyond this point. Just as Lushing was about to enter, Dong Qingxue earnestly asked, Lushing, how confident are you about the selection? I mean about the dawn of Enlightenment General's star. A little bit. What does he mean by a little bit? As all the contestants enter the competition arena, a middle-aged man slowly emerged. This person was Yufei, a level 7 Grandmaster and an Eastern Major General. Dong Qingxue reported that all preparations were complete, with each contestant starting from their own individual track, defeating all the exotic beasts set up along the way, and the first to reach the finish line wins. Each track had 3 level 2 exotic beasts, 1 level 3, and 1 level 4. However, the final challenge would be the nearly level 5 exotic beast, the golden-eyed demon ape. Hearing this, the examiners all showed concern, as even their school-level officers would need to cooperate with another to withstand a near-level 5 beast. Dong Qingxue then explained that the final golden-eyed demon ape was intended to be faced collectively by the prodigious contestants, as the Dawn of Enlightenment General's star is a military leader who, when facing powerful enemies, must gather all forces to win, even if it means collaborating with competitors. Yufei also stated that the Eastern Military District is the second most important front in Dragon Kingdom, but it is ranked at the bottom in the National Military District competition for several consecutive years, which is why the exam format was changed this year. If today, even the combined strength of the top talents from the entire Eastern region cannot counter a mere near level 5 beast, it would be a sorrow for not only the East, but for all of Dragon Kingdom, and it would mean there is no future to speak of. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, and the contestants were frantically racing against time, striving towards the goal of the Dawn of Enlightenment General's star. However, things often do not go as hoped, despite giving their all. Most contestants were eliminated in the first or second stages. Yufei instructed the instructors guarding each stage to covertly protect the students. Though eliminated, they are the future of various fields in Dragon Kingdom, and it would be regrettable if they were to be injured or killed. Despite the high number of eliminations, there were still several tracks that drew the attention of the instructors. The first was Kong Qing from Eastern Brilliance Province, a genius representative who possessed a level 1 talent in lightning and electricity control at just 17. The second was Jia Horan from River State Province, an 18-year-old level 3 martial artist with a psychic talent who had also passed the level 2 Mindweaver assessment. The third was Xing Ji from Stone Forest Province, an 18-year-old genius representative and the only level 4 martial artist who possesses a level 3 Iron Skin defensive talent. So far, these contestants are performing quite well. Since then, a dazzling flame blinded the instructors, unexpectedly revealing another elemental controller. This person was Xiao Lai, a fire elemental controller. At that moment, Shang Wanling spoke up, stating that Xiao Lai's abilities had just awakened and had not yet been registered. Yufei couldn't help but smile broadly, praising Shang Wanling for doing a good job in nurturing a promising talent. But privately, who doesn't know that this was Shang Wanling's little trick, deliberately concealing strength to gain a high evaluation? Yufei, looking at Xiao Lai, who had just broken through the first stage, turned his head in relief, but his expression froze the next second. Yufei was shocked because, at that moment, there was a track going through a crazy rush of completions. What was the speed all about? Who was it here? At this point, Yufei, surprised to see a track without any red glow from exotic beasts, hurriedly called Dong Qingxue to bring up the track's surveillance. However, the race had only started 2 minutes ago, and not only had all the exotic beasts been killed, but the progress was even faster than that of the 4 elite seats. Yufei shouted loudly, asking who the contestant on this track was, and demanded the surveillance be replayed. Upon checking, Dong Qingxue realized, damn, it's this kid, he reported to the officer. This is Lu Xing's track. As the footage rewound to 2 minutes earlier, Lu Xing had just entered the track. Facing the first challenge, a large wild boar, Lu Xing said solemnly, "Bro pig, I've eaten your meat before, and it was quite delicious." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing stepped forward with a right hook punch, and after a loud explosion, the wild boar was torn to pieces. Looks like I might have overdone it. Didn't expect this pig to be so weak. Hearing the noise, the other 2 exotic pigs in the first stage slowly emerged. The next moment, the 2 exotic pigs, wrapped in green light, flew towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing calmly picked up the arm of the dead exotic pig and threw it like a baseball. Driven by force, the exotic pig spat saliva as it was knocked flying back, and then he threw the pig's body towards the other exotic pig. After resolving this, Lu Xing looked at the changes in his body. This ability was somewhat similar to control-level martial arts, yet it was higher and more comprehensive. More concentration, precise burst, vulnerability insight. Lu Xing seemed to have reached a new state, as if everything around him couldn't escape his discernment. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark night 3-eyed fox quietly approached from behind Lu Xing. Just then, Lu Xing slightly shifted his left foot. In the next moment, the fox was kicked flying a kilometer away. Yufei, puzzled as he watched the playback, continued analyzing in his mind. The contestant's advancement speed was so fast, he had already reached the final stage. The other instructors were also puzzled, staring at the screen, wondering how someone who looked so ordinary could have such heavy punches. So far, all the exotic beasts had been killed with 1 punch. Yufei then wanted to look at Lu Xing's profile, and Dong Jingxue slowly read, Lu Xing, genius representative from Eastern Peace Province, 18 years and 5 months old. Level 3 martial artist. Strength type talent. Hearing this, Shang Wanling's expression tightened. He hadn't expected the opponent to also be hiding his true strength. As the instructors discussed, Lu Xing indeed seemed to have no highlights. He didn't display any special abilities during the fight, just that his overall qualities seemed to be much stronger than an average level 3, but clearly not yet at level 4. Therefore, the conclusion drawn by Yufei and others was Lu Xing must have mastered at least 4 types of perfection realm martial arts, both his movement techniques and boxing reaching the intricate mastery realm, which is why he had such an effect in combat. Good gracious. The instructors are blown away, 18 years old with 4 to 5 perfection realm techniques, including 2 intricate mastery realm techniques. That's impossible even if he started training from the embryo. Upon confirming that Lu Xing has no special martial arts talent, Yufei was overjoyed. It had been a long time since he had seen such a pure martial arts genius, someone who pursued martial arts their entire life, which probably only existed when martial arts first began. As the playback continued, Lu Xing arrived at the 3rd stage, where a colorful scaled cheetah that had split into 4 clones had already surrounded Lu Xing. Then all of them pounced towards him. The next moment, Lu Xing's complete martial path activated, capturing every movement around him within his consciousness. It looks like the potential of the complete martial path is even greater than I imagined. The lightning-fast cheetah was caught by the neck by Lu Xing, who then jumped up, landing on the ground and smashing it 99 times until the cheetah was belly up before letting go. Seeing this, Yufei suddenly stood up, incredulously looking at the screen. A level 4 colorful scaled cheetah was just killed like that. I misspoke just now. This kid's boxing is an intricate mastery realm. It's a control realm. So that was the little bit he mentioned before. Shang Wanling gritted his teeth as he glared at Qin Xiaojun, who responded with a mocking gesture. Look at your mother, idiot. Hurry up and prepare your beast marrow. The scene shifts to Lushing, who has now reached the final stage. The endpoint of all tracks and prison ahead is the strongest exotic beast of this assessment. The near level 5 golden-eyed demon ape, which roars angrily at Lushing, the cage seeming ready to burst at any moment. Is this gorilla the last one then? Since the warm-up is over, there's no need to hold back anymore. Lushing raises one hand, surrounded by several trails of lightning energy, but Yufei indicates that Lushing should wait a bit longer. As the final challenge, the golden-eyed demon ape has not yet been released. They need to wait until the time limit is up and all the genius representatives have arrived before unleashing the ape. Lushing, you really have surprised me a lot. Dawn of Enlightenment Generals, star I never thought that what once seemed an unreachable dream would be realized in Lushing. The instructors couldn't help but discuss that with Lushing's strength, once the other star-seeded contestants arrived, it would definitely be enough to kill the near level 5 demon ape. Perhaps they wouldn't even need that many people. Maybe just 1 or 2 assistants would suffice. However, at this moment, a pair of size 45 feet slowly approach the cage, and then, under the astonished eyes of Yufei and the other instructors, an explosion sounds. The strong, durable black iron cage is kicked open by me. The demon ape, seated within, also realizes that an unwary prey has entered its attack range. The rage it has accumulated over many years has now reached its peak. Come on, let me see what the difference is between a near level 5 and a level 5 martial artist. What? The instructor's area is in an uproar. This kid actually plans to challenge the golden-eyed demon ape alone? He must be crazy. This isn't confidence, it's arrogance. However, the calm, mustachioed instructor feels that with the kid's control realm boxing, intricate mastery realm movement, and various perfection realm martial arts, although the golden-eyed demon ape is very strong, avoiding direct confrontation might just give him a chance. At that moment, the demon ape's massive mouth opened, dark energy swirling around the furious creature, and the chains binding its hands snapped suddenly. The next moment, the ape's gong-like fists thundered towards me. Lushing, wrapped in a blue aura, slowly raised his hands, and then a massive explosion echoed, shaking the base. The demon ape's world-destroying fists were abruptly stopped by Lushing's hands. The instructors were stunned once more. This kid actually chose to face it head-on. The next moment, the demon ape's left fist quietly lifted, and under its roars, it threw 999 punches at Lushing in just 2 seconds. According to the smoke but no harm law, Lushing was inevitably unscathed. However, just as the demon ape was about to throw its 1000th punch, a fist emerged from the smoke, glowing blue, and the large and small fists collided fiercely. The next moment, the demon ape's right hand was crippled, and around Lushing, 10 suns slowly rose, turning the cage into a veritable hell on earth. You did well. Take a hit, tenfold stellar force, and not die. You qualify to be my midnight snack tonight. At this point, Yufei was dumbfounded, and Shang Wanling was shocked. The next moment, Lushing's right hand, filled with flames, lifted 10 suns in the sky, and in an instant, flames enveloped the entire body of the demon ape, setting off energy fluctuations that triggered the base alarm. As the attack dissipated, the formidable golden-eyed demon ape was reduced to nothing. At this moment, Yufei's eyes, filled with disbelief, saw the Grandmasters were displayed by Lushing. Good. Very good. Excellent. I never thought that in my lifetime. I would see someone so young manifest the will of a Grandmaster. The path to level 7 has been opened. Given time, our Eastern District will surely gain another Grandmaster. Instructor Qin couldn't help but express. Just in the blink of an eye, this kid has surpassed me. You little brat, really driving people to their graves. However, as for the little monkey that fell in just a moment, Lushing found it boring, so he sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Yufei was dumbfounded again. The final boss had been defeated by him alone, and now he just sat there. What was he planning to do? The next moment, Yufei instantly understood. Let it go. Let him play as he wishes, as long as he doesn't kill anyone. Chief Commander, what do you mean, as long as he doesn't kill anyone? It seems that now, in the eyes of the Chief Commander, there's only Lushing. With the death of the golden-eyed demon ape, the challenge for the Dawn of Enlightenment General Star had ended, and now it was Lushing's personal game time. Xing, the genius representative from Stone Forest Province, finally killed the level 4 colorful scaled cheetah. After using all his might, this colorful scaled cheetah is really strong. Even with my iron skin protection, I couldn't withstand all the damage. This should be the last stage, right? Then I guess I've passed. But after passing through the gate, there was complete silence. It's so quiet, then I must be the first to clear it, right? The next moment, his expression hardened as he looked across, and there was the golden-eyed demon ape. The adult golden-eyed demon ape is even a dominator among level 5s. But who is that on the ape, who could kill a dominator among level 5s with one punch? The next moment, Xing cautiously asked, "Hello, what's the situation now?" Should I be considered as having passed the selection? Phew, so slow. You finally made it. I've been waiting for you guys for 10 minutes. But Xing didn't understand what Lu Xing meant by his words. At this moment, two other seated contestants also arrived, and after exchanging glances, they both looked towards Xing. You are Xing from Stone Forest Province, right? I've seen you before, and indeed you are the fastest. Is this the finish line? And what does that mean above? Ah, isn't this the level 5 exotic beast? The golden-eyed demon ape? Why would they leave a several hundred-ton corpse of a level 5 exotic beast here? Following that, the clever Xing explained, this corpse being here is probably just to scare us. Otherwise, no one could defeat the golden-eyed demon ape. But what is that person doing sitting on top of the corpse? The clever man then realized this person must be some kind of guardian for the final challenge of our selection. As long as we pass his test, we can clear the stage. Even Xing himself was impressed by his own cleverness. At this point, Lu Xing slowly stood up and said, "You are very clever. Now, I give you 5 minutes to adjust your condition. In 5 minutes, challenge me, defeat me, kill me, and you will pass. Come on, let me see what this year's dawn of Enlightenment Generals star is really made of." See, I knew it was going to be something like this. Haha. It looks like we don't have to deal with exotic beasts in the final selection. Just defeat him. Yet the military district is still quite humane. The girl commented, "Look, he doesn't even have fierce energy. His strength must not be that great." The man agreed, "Indeed, I can't feel any fierce energy. Is the Eastern Military District underestimating us?" But as Ja Horan's psychic power slowly surfaced, they felt that this person might not be so simple after all. Xing, however, said that without fierce energy, no matter how strong, the three of us already represent the strongest combat power of the entire Eastern region under 18. Why fear him alone? Then, the three of them took out their medicinal pills. This was enough for them to recover their strength within 5 minutes. Hearing this, Lu Sun grinned. It seems my acting skills are even better than Instructor Jean's. At this point, the instructor's area exploded again, wondering if this kid was planning to massacre all the contestants. Meanwhile, Yufei couldn't stop smiling. Interesting. Ha ha ha. Lu Xing is really something. The instructors collectively requested an immediate halt to the selection, as Lu Xing from Eastern Peace Province was far stronger than the others, and it was very likely to cause an indelible psychological impact on the rest. Yo, hilarious. It seems everyone's starting to feel sorry for their geniuses being messed up by Lu Xing. The freak. Haha. After many complaints when the level 5 exotic beast appeared, it seems Lu Xing has really put a lot of pressure on them. This kid is getting more and more monstrous. He's unknowingly moved ahead of me, but Yufei would not miss this grand performance. He then instructed Dong Qingxue to immediately arrange for supervisors to be more vigilant and to intervene when necessary to protect them, so that Lu Xing doesn't end up hurting them too much. At this moment, Zhang Wanling, as if suffering from a severe case of kidney deficiency, collapsed into his seat. He had never imagined this kid would be stronger than him, not only a huge embarrassment, but also having to hand over 3 portions of level 5 beast marrow. Just 2 minutes into their recovery, and already at 90% of his strength, Xingji grew impatient. The other two also recovered to 80% of their strength, but were brimming with confidence. Even if that demon ape came back to life, they'd dare to fight it. At this moment, Lu Xing spoke slowly. "Not bad. Somewhat decent. Come at me together. Defeat me, and you are the new dawn of Enlightenment General Star." But Xingji believed that to deal with such a small fry he alone was enough, and with that, he leaped forward. Damn, Xingji got ahead of us again. No matter, let him have the first go if he likes. It's a good chance to see the Guardian's strength. With that said, Xingji really is terrifying, probably the strongest among the three of us. At this moment, Xingji crossed his arms and then, using his full-powered iron skin, flew towards Lu Xing like a meteor. Witnessing this, the two onlookers were shocked, exclaiming, "This power! He's actually at the peak of level 4. Watching such a domineering meteor, Lu Xing just stood with his hands on his hips. "This is my strongest strike. Don't blame me if you get hurt." Lu Xing then slowly extended his index finger, astonishingly blocking the meteor-like attack right in front of him, and then sighed out of boredom. Is that all? The next moment, with a slight exertion of force, the hundreds of tons of meteor flew back like a cannonball, smashing the thick stone door to smithereens. Looking back at Xingji, who now resembled Ash, the two onlookers displayed faces filled with incredible fear. How about you two? Sure you don't want to join in together? Just now, the strongest genius, Xingji, was knocked out cold with a single strike from Lu Xing. Shocking the other two, they expressed their confusion. Why does this person look so young, yet possess such terrifying power? Then, the second cleverest, Ja Horan, explained, "I've heard that some martial artists seek success too eagerly in their youth, recklessly consuming tonics, leading to hormonal imbalances that stop their development. So you're saying this guy might look only 17 or 18, but he could actually be as old as my grandfather? If that's the case, then the military is really cunning. They never expected the Eastern region to resort to such measures for the selection, even to the point of employing such a drastic measure as using this sort of medicine pot in the final challenge." Seeing the two muttering to themselves, Lu Xing was speechless, then slowly stepped forward with a deathly grin. Let's change the rules a bit. If you two can make me take a step back, you pass. When have the two, always treated as geniuses, ever been so insulted? You old thing. Too much bullying. It's infuriating. The two's aura exploded in an instant. Don't underestimate us, or you will pay the price. The next moment, Jia Horan's hands sensed several iron rods flying towards Lu Xing. See, this is more like it. Pressure really does make a difference. Humph, old man. Let's see how you dodge these heavy iron rods. Even if you're strong, underestimating a level 2 mind weaver will be something you regret. The next moment, Lu Xing's right hand slowly extended, and the heavy iron rods, as if finding their source, danced gracefully under his control. As the storm passed, the iron rods obediently reappeared in Lu Xing's hands. This scene left Jia Horan dumbfounded. The heavy iron nails that he needed his full strength to control were effortlessly caught by Lu Xing. Lu Xing simply smiled lightly. Now it's your partner's turn. Before the words had settled, Kong Qing flashed behind him at lightning speed. Just as she was about to launch an attack, Kong Qing was stunned once again. Lu Xing caught her with one hand and then said lightly, "Didn't your instructor teach you not to get distracted during a fight?" Kong Qing was shocked at this old man's reaction speed, able to catch me while I was using lightning techniques. The next moment, Lu Xing said, "Come on, shock me. Use your 100,000 volts." The girl, hearing for the first time such a masochistic request, replied, "Since you're asking for it, don't blame me." The next moment, a powerful beast like thunderbolt exploded on Lu Xing. Feeling such a dominating force of electricity, Lu Xing immediately began to use the natural breathing technique at full force, sensing the path of the electricity traveling through his body. The next moment, Lu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, and Kong Qing was repelled by an even stronger force of lightning. At this moment, Kong Qing looked as bewildered as Pikachu, while Lu Xing, benefiting from this encounter, mastered a fourth special breathing technique, thunder breathing. Seeing this, Lu Xing walked forward satisfied. Very good, you have passed the selection. He then walked towards the exit alone, leaving behind an excited girl. What? Did he really just say that? Am I the only one who passed the selection? Am I the dawn of enlightenment? General Star now? Representing the strongest combat power and the most talented martial arts genius under 18 in the entire East, I really did it. Thank you, instructor, for your recognition. You like to call me Pikachu, right? Then from now on, my title will be Pikachu. Hehehe, no need to thank me. It's your own excellence that earned my recognition. Keep it up, little Pikachu. Meanwhile, the other two were a bit baffled by this exchange, finding the passing criteria perplexing. Just then, an instructor slowly approached. Alright, had enough fun? Eastern Peace Province's genius representative Lu Xing, the chief commander, is calling you to attend the Dawn of Enlightenment General's Star Award ceremony. What? Pikachu, in her third moment of astonishment in this episode, what do you mean he's going to the award ceremony? Isn't he the final guardian? Isn't the Dawn of Enlightenment General's star supposed to be me? The instructor then explained. You misunderstood. He, like you, is a contestant in the selection. Only he arrived at the final challenge 20 minutes before you. There was no final guardian. The golden-eyed demon ape was the ultimate boss, and he killed it with one punch. The guarding activity was just him having a bit of fun with you. Hearing this, the young geniuses felt their entire understanding collapsing. After the instructor announced the end of the selection, the other instructors also went to notify the remaining contestants still on the track. Meanwhile, Xiao Lai, who lost the bet earlier, was desperately fighting the colorful scale cheetah. After exerting the effort of 10 bulls and 2 tigers, he finally defeated the formidable and troublesome exotic beast. Damn, good thing I caught it at the last moment, or I would have been done for. Although I'm completely drained of strength and energy, what does it matter? Ha, I killed a level 4 exotic beast that even instructor Sheng Yuan struggles with. Ha, this is level 4. I bet the instructors are watching me with shock on the monitors right now. Better strike a cool pose. It might end up on a poster. Before he could finish basking in his own glory, an instructor slowly jumped down. You are Xiao Lai from Eastern East Province, right? Xiao Lai, both startled and delighted, responded, yes, I'm Xiao Lai. Alright, successfully killing a level 4 colorful scale cheetah. Your results have been uploaded. The assessment is over. Come out with me directly. What? I'm not directly with you, the instructor. Is it because I ended the selection? So, the Dawn of Enlightenment General stars me, right? I'm the first to successfully kill a level 4 terrifying beast. Instructor Zhang, looking at him as if he were a fool, said, Kid, what are you dreaming about? The Dawn of Enlightenment General's star selection ended half an hour ago. The reason we delayed informing you is because, never mind, explaining too much to you is pointless. As it stands, your rank is probably 5th. I'm a flame element controller. How can I possibly be 5th? I've been touted as a genius among geniuses from a young age, and the instructor even falsified my strength just for this competition to make a stunning debut. This kid obviously hasn't been knocked down a peg before. On the other hand, after some discussion, Yufei decided to grant Kong Qing an additional spot in the Beast Blood Pool, considering the young lady had a tough time too. This decision made Kong Qing's instructor overjoyed. Currently, only the top 3 can enter the Beast Blood Pool. Lu Xing undoubtedly deserved it. Xingji was unquestionably second, and Jia Horan and Kong Qing were neck and neck. But Jia Horan is a rare and precious mind weaver. Having achieved such a result, the instructor was already satisfied, and her efforts were not in vain. Meanwhile, Lusheng, who thought he would be directly receiving his award, was instead taken to a rest area. Is this the recovery potion prepared for me? Being a swig, it feels almost like a functional drink at this point. It only serves to keep me alert. As for restoring physical strength, it can't compare at all to the strength broth I concoct. I wonder how the sale of the medicinal soup is going. It's been a long time since I last contacted her. The next moment, Lusheng placed his hands on his abdomen and a current spread throughout his body. Thunder breathing combines the advantages of flame breathing and wind breathing faster and stronger, but it doesn't reach the limits of either. Overall, it's a highly balanced breathing technique. Sometimes I think about how I always push myself so hard. I even miss the lazy times with Lil Fatty. As for things 10,000 years from now, I'll be long gone by then. But having witnessed that scene, I can't just stand by. Having made a choice, how can I easily give up? I'm no longer just fighting for humanity 10,000 years from now, but also for myself. Not everyone is something they're willing to grit their teeth and strive for. But since the choice was mine, let me carry this torch of light and hope forward until 10,000 years later. After the emotional moment ended, Lusheng returned to the realm of dreams for more insights. At this point, Lusheng's character rating was 3.5 stars. His biography now included the title of Eastern Dawn of Enlightenment General Star, and he had successfully joined the Eastern Military District. The overall data was similar to last time, only the resume was much prettier. His strength limit remained at level 7 Grandmaster. His character rating had gained half a star, perhaps due to joining the Eastern Military District. But still, due to dying 20 years early in a major battle with exotic beasts, he wondered if he could have broken through to level 8 Grandmaster if he hadn't died. This time the family details include a spouse. Lusheng was shocked because he was married to instructor Dong Jingxue, who was more than 30 years older than him. No way, no way. There must be some mistake. How could I possibly marry her? It's absurd. Is it a case of the old cow eating young grass? But on second thought, he would certainly become a Dawn of Enlightenment General Star and join the Eastern Military District. It's inevitable that he would often be with her. Given their past relationship and possibly developing feelings over time, it seemed not entirely impossible. Damn, instructor Dong Jingxue, becoming my wife. How will I ever be able to look her in the eye? No. I need to find someone to vent this frustration. Stay calm. I remember the Valkyries should be over there. The next day, the long-awaited Dawn of Enlightenment General's Star Awards ceremony finally arrived. The square was filled with people as Lusheng walked straight towards the center to receive his championship medal. Commander Yufei personally adorned Lusheng with the General's Star Medal, which was made of the same material as the Grandmaster's, and it was dazzling. Yufei expressed his hope that one day he could award him with a real Grandmaster badge. Thank you, Commander Yu. I believe that day will come soon. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Yufei laughed heartily, having heard such remarks many times over the years. But only this year did it feel genuinely true. Such a statement from Lusheng did not come off as arrogant, but rather as stating something obvious. This is the first time in many years that I've seen the commander treat a contestant with such an attitude. Subsequently, the top 10 contestants also received their level 5 exotic beast blood, followed by Yufei, Lusheng, and the 3 geniuses heading to the beast blood pool. Here we go. This is the beast blood pool. This year's Dawn of Enlightenment General's Star Award is unprecedented. Hearing this, Zhao Lai, with sad eyes, shed 2 tons of tears. Being fifth, he only received 1 tube of beast blood and lost 3 tubes due to the bet. After entering the private room, Yufei instructed them to begin immediately. After a brief 2-minute walk, they arrived at a small square. Yufei then said, "You 3, quickly take off your clothes and get ready to enter the cultivation chambers." What? So the so-called beast blood pool is actually this cultivation chamber stepping inside to see. Is this the beast blood pool? So it's really spacious inside. This is too cool. As long as your body can break through its limits and absorb it, you can refill endlessly. As they soaked in the beast blood, Kong Qing distinctly felt her body start to buzz with an unusual agitation. Yufei then called Lusheng to go to the beast marrow pool, which was right next to the beast blood pool. Ahead was a huge spinal cord, underneath which was a well-like small pool. Is this the beast marrow? Why is it only half full? Hearing this, his wife couldn't help but retort, "Only half. You know how much just this amount of beast marrow costs? Hundreds of billions. And that's just the cost. If it were sold, it would go for 10 times that." "Wow," Lusheng said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. "I see. Can I get a refill if I absorb it all?" His wife scoffed. "You better try to absorb it all first. In all these years, I've never seen anyone who could absorb half of it in one go." The next moment, Lusheng stripped down to just his underwear, revealing a physique pleasing to the eye, causing Dong Qingxue to blush slightly. "Not bad. Looks like you've been working hard on your training." As he soaked in the beast marrow, Lusheng's body entered an unconscious state. The next moment, It was as if he had entered the body of an exotic beast, with the terrifying figure of the beast rampaging inside him, as if it could devour this tiny human at any moment. The domineering power surged into every inch of his skin, as if it were alive. This is so uncomfortable. No wonder they say no one can absorb it all. This stuff really puts a huge strain on the body. Well then, bring it on. Let me see where the limits of my body are. The next moment, Lu Xing's eyes emitted lasers. Even if this is the power of an exotic beast, it will be mine to control. Submit to me. Then, Lu Xing's consciousness traveled to the life of the exotic beast. Is this beast marrow from a flood dragon? Jia Horan was the first to open his eyes. Phew, it seems this is the limit of my body. Hearing this, the long-haired instructor praised, as expected of a mind weaver, good absorption. You've nearly drained this batch of beast blood. This level 5 beast blood is really something. Feels like my body has strengthened by a whole dimension. Just as Jia Horan was feeling proud, the instructor said, "You're the first one out. But don't be discouraged. Your strength is in your psychic powers. Your martial arts talent is naturally a bit weaker, and you're not on the same path as them. This must be meant as consolation, right?" The next moment, after absorbing an entire batch, Kong Qing also came out. After absorbing the beast blood, I feel like I could break through to level 4 at any moment, and my thunder talent has improved as well. After waiting another 20 minutes, the muscular Xingji also emerged. This beast blood truly is a treasure. Just a bit more, and I can break through to level 5 directly. The mustached instructor laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you really are a true genius. Breaking from level 4 to level 5 in just 1 year. Back in my day, it took me 10 years to make that breakthrough. Truly the new waves pushing the old ones ahead. The next moment, Jia Horan asked in confusion, "Xingji, you've broken through before even finishing one batch?" Seeing his students so clueless, the long-haired instructor nonchalantly said he had already finished the first batch. This is his second batch. Hearing this, Jia Horan was shocked, meaning this guy absorbed 2/3 more beast blood than us in roughly the same amount of time. Among the three of them, Xingji was already ahead, and now the gap is only widening. Pikachu also sighed. Strength is not on the same level. There are also gaps among geniuses. Perhaps before, Xingji would have been smug hearing such praise, but ever since meeting Lu Xing, that arrogance has not appeared. His own talents are like a little brother in front of him. As soon as the words fell, Xingji's mouth dropped open, looking at the neighboring beast marrow pool. How is this possible? What's going on with Lu Xing's absorption rate, and what's up with this progress bar? How did it finish so quickly? 2 minutes after Lu Xing entered the beast marrow pool, Yufei asked if everything was going smoothly. Dong Qingxiu indicated okay. Everything was very smooth, only that Lu Xing's absorption was a bit fast. He has already absorbed a quarter. Yufei said in a deep voice, although he performs well among his peers, he's still a kid. There were all the beast marrow liquid from the reserve tank into it, aiming for the best effect. At this moment, a minion exclaimed in surprise, "Chief Commander, the beast marrow liquid from the reserve tank was already used up. This tank is the last one." "What? I only absorbed half of a tank when I broke through a Grandmaster. Hurry up and check the reserves. I want to see just how big this little guy's appetite is, and how much of a surprise he can bring me." As the beast marrow liquid was transferred, the reserves in the storage tanks were also completely poured in. At this moment, Lu Xing's body radiated bursts of golden light while inside his consciousness space. He continuously practiced the stellar body refinement technique. Simultaneously, as the golden light shimmered around Lu Xing, the beast marrow liquid was being absorbed at a rapid rate. However, the minion continued to pour more in, but the next moment, the liquid in the tank instantly disappeared. The minion was stunned. It just disappeared as soon as I poured it in, like some kind of magic trick. He then asked the chief commander whether to continue pouring. "Keep pouring. Pourrit fier celui. I want to see if our vast military can be bankrupted by him." Following Yifei's orders, the last reserves from tanks 98 and 99 were all deployed. Yet, as Lu Xing soaked in the massive amount of beast marrow liquid, his body emitted lasers, and his immortal golden body was finally about to complete its first phase. 2 beams of laser then burst forth from Lu Xing's eyes. Just level 4 beast marrow liquid having such an effect. What about levels 5, 6, 7, or 8? It was unimaginable. After continuously pouring for 3 hours, the exhausted minion asked, "Chief Commander, do we continue?" Watching the scene unfold, Yifei sat down in shock. Damn, decades of military storage gone just like that. There's still some military-grade reserve in Tank 100. Keep adding that. Damn it, we should join our Eastern Military District after this. I swear I'll throw him into the sea to feed the dogs. As the flood of beast marrow liquid continued, Lu Xing felt as if countless volcanoes suddenly erupted within him. His vital energy and blood now burned hot like magma, and his bones had turned golden, resembling the body of an invincible war god. This is internal energy, signifying that I've officially stepped beyond level 3 and entered the powerful level 4 martial artist here. I didn't expect this marrow cleansing to not only grant me internal energy, but also to complete the first phase of the immortal golden body. The completion of the immortal golden body signifies a significant breakthrough in my physical condition. It looks like now, even a strike from that female Grandmaster would be easy for me to withstand. Following the transfer of beast marrow liquid, the reserves in the storage tanks were also completely depleted. This guy has absorbed all the level 4 beast marrow combat liquid. The entire military district's level 4 reserves aren't enough for him alone. Is his body a bottomless pit? Although Yufei was bleeding internally at the moment, he was also somewhat excited and expectant. Dong Qingxue watched her future husband with a blush. Inside the beast marrow chamber, as the golden light gradually faded, Lu Xing slowly got up. His physique at this moment was incredibly dazzling, like a golden Buddha. Lu Xing felt as though he had grown taller, his clothes now feeling a bit small. What a terrifying genius. I can feel that he has become so strong that it's beyond my imagination. Is he even human anymore? We seem like nothing compared to him. Dong Qingxue, feeling the atmosphere in front of her, said helplessly, Lu Xing, I didn't expect that in just 2 months. You'd jump ahead of me. Lu Xing, take this. The next moment, Yufei suddenly leaped up, his palm gathering immense energy aimed at Lu Xing. Dong Qingxue was startled by such a powerful strike, wondering if the chief commander was playing too rough. However, Lu Xing just smiled slightly, his fist bursting with fire as 10 suns in the sky re-emerged. Good lad, you have some of the flair of that person from back in the day. Then, a blue and a red energy collided in the middle, the immense energy fluctuation causing the entire military district to tremble. The 3 geniuses were stunned. Was this a Grandmaster-level confrontation? Just watching required all their effort. After the energies collided, both individuals were forced back 10 meters. Chief Commander, you're too strong. I've only just broken through to level 4. I can't hold it. Ha ha ha. Level 4? With the physique of golden bones and jade muscles, Grandmaster-like, your combat power is over 500,000. But I really just broke through to level 4. Damn it. Still arguing? I don't care whether you're level 4 or not. You've consumed 150 billion worth of beast marrow liquid. It would be light to throw you into the sea to feed the dogs. Chief Commander, are you not able to take a joke? Yufei was also surprised, although he held back a bit. His direct hit just now was at least 1 million in combat power, yet it was all blocked by him, and he even seemed to have strength to spare. The 3 geniuses were shocked. We were assessed with such a freak. Never heard of any dawn of Enlightenment generals, Star being this monstrous. We knew we couldn't compete with him, but we didn't expect such a huge gap. Over 500,000 in combat power. Just a level 4 martial artist with the peak strength of level 6. And what about at levels 5 or 6? Would his combat power not exceed 1 million? Not a Grandmaster, but as good as one. Moreover, he's already shown his Grandmaster's will. His path to Grandmaster has been forged. We can't even follow in his footsteps in this lifetime. Not even catch his exhaust. Lu Xing is already ahead of us, and he's only 18 this year. He hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. Wait, the college entrance exam. Instructor Qin was stunned. They had almost forgotten that Lu Xing was still a high school student. Dong Qingxue has said calmly, no doubt, Lu Xing will be the one to rise this time. Though the investment this time was large, later on the battlefield, kill a few more exotic beasts to make the military district's cultivation of you worthwhile. Naturally, going into battle and killing enemies is every martial artist's duty. Besides, having used more resources, I should indeed contribute more strength. Yufei's gaze gradually became serene and gentle. Unyielding, you do have a bit of a marshal's aura. With that, he laughed heartily and left. The next time I see you, you'll probably be a Grandmaster already. I'm looking forward to that day. At that moment, Dong Qingxue approached Lu Xing to discuss his plans for the college entrance exam. Regarding the college entrance exam and university, Lu Xing would like to ask for some advice from the instructor, who has been through it all. With your current strength, any martial university within Dragon Kingdom would be at your disposal. In the Eastern District, the best university is Eastern Peace Martial University. Plus, you're from Eastern Peace Province. You would receive great benefits there. Eastern Peace Martial University. That's Dong Qingxue's alma mater, isn't it? Dong Qingxue continued. A month ago, I definitely would have suggested you choose Eastern Peace Martial University, but now I recommend you go directly to the capital. Because the capital houses 7 holy martial universities, it is the birthplace of Dragon Kingdom's martial arts, where all the top talents of the entire country converge. That is truly a place where dragons crouch and tigers crouch. If you can break the record of the Holy Martial Tower, you could gain the favor of a martial sage and become a disciple of a martial sage, and you might very well break through to the level of a great Grandmaster. Martial sage? This is the first time Lu Xing has heard someone mention it in this world. That's right, martial sages are indeed the pinnacle of this world. They possess unimaginable martial power, have absolute authority, and even stand above the military and national powers. Currently, Dragon Kingdom has only 3. Extreme Path Martial Sage, Zhao Ji, Bright Jade Martial Sage, Tan Zhongyu, and Dark Star Martial Sage, Lin Jingyu. So in this world, a level 9 martial artist is the pinnacle. Therefore, Lu Xing, I can't make the decision for you because I can feel that your future will go much further, farther than anyone else, possibly even surpassing the martial sages. Damn, with things put this way, do I even have a choice? It's clearly pointing me towards the capital. With the 3 level 11 supreme techniques I possess, my future path will surely surpass that of a martial sage. This Dong Qingxue, Lu Xing is only level 4, and she's already praising him, but perhaps I'm the one with limited vision. Lu Xing's talent is indeed the best I've seen, and he might truly reach that realm in the future. Now, the highest rank in the entire Dragon Kingdom military, the Grand Marshal, is only at the level of a great Grandmaster, and there has never been a level 9 Martial Sage. Lu Xing puzzled. Just one level difference. Can't the entire military's effort achieve a breakthrough? Instructor Qing came over and said, "It's not that simple. Just to create a level 8 Grandmaster, we've already exhausted all the top resources of the military, and the gap between level 8 and level 9 is insurmountable. We don't even know how much more resources would be needed. Having a level 9 Martial Sage is our long-held wish, as well as that of the entire military. Normally, as an instructor from the Eastern Military District, I should advise you to stay in the East, as it's highly likely you would join the military in the future. However, our long-held wishes shouldn't become your shackles. Your path should be decided by yourself." Listening to Dong Qingshua's concerned words, Lu Xing remembered their wedding photo, taking a deep breath. "Thank you, Instructor Dong Qingxue. I will definitely not let down your expectations, just like I promised Commander you. Protecting our homeland is the duty of us martial artists, and I will never forget the support and care the Eastern Military District has given me." Listening to each statement, Dong Qingxue felt as if she had picked up the script for a female lead, her face unconsciously flushing again. Watching this scene, Instructor Qing was baffled. What's going on with these two? The atmosphere feels a bit off. Yo, could this be the old cow eating young grass? Just now, after Dong Qingshua's explanation, Lu Xing decided to first go to the Eastern Peace City Mindweaver Association to pass the assessment, as this could indeed add points to his college entrance exam. Moreover, passing the assessment would grant him access to the StarNet. Okay, Instructor Dong Qingxue, I really appreciate your concern, always helping me at crucial moments. I'm off to the assessment now. Dong Qingxue was stunned by the sudden gratitude. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, she felt an unusual emotion stirring within her. At that moment, Instructor Qing came up and said, "Dong Qingxue, let me gossip a bit. I've known you for many years, and I've never seen you show such an expression towards any man. Could it be that you have feelings for Lu Xing?" Before he could finish, Dong Qingxue had already moved to the doorway, suppressing her emotions. She herself noticed that she had been getting unusually excited when talking to Lu Xing lately. Could it be that she really had feelings for this young kid? The next morning, a helicopter flew over Eastern Peace City. "Lu Xing, are you sure you want to get off here?" "Yes, right here is fine." "Okay, I'll lower the aircraft a bit more, and then deploy the rope ladder." But Lu Xing confidently replied with 3 words, "No need, goodbye." Instructor Dong Qingxue, damn. Instructor Qing shouted, "This kid isn't wearing a parachute, and we're at least a few hundred meters above the ground. He's got a death wish. Don't worry, he won't die. He has even greater strength than me." Instructor Qing laughed. "Haha, what a madman." Just as he was about to hit the ground, with only 10 meters to go, Lu Xing was enveloped in a golden light. "Hey, Daddy, look, is that Superman in the sky?" "No, that's a martial artist. A very strong martial artist. At least level 6, possibly even a martial arts grandmaster." At this moment, Lu Xing's skin, muscles, bones, and even his internal organs had undergone tremendous transformation, stronger than even a level 5 or 6 defensive martial artist. A drop of water falling from a great height would shatter, but what about a piece of iron? It would just damage the ground. That over there is Eastern Peace City. I need to hurry over. The energy generated after reaching level 4 is spreading throughout my body, and even now the internal energy continues to regenerate. It might take a month to fully develop, but strangely, my internal energy is golden, unlike the colorless form typical from martial artists. Just as Commander you once said, golden bones and jade muscles, the appearance of a grandmaster. It just shows how powerful the immortal golden body is. And besides, every move I make is dazzlingly golden, definitely maxing out the swagger. Lu Xing, like a ghost, flew towards the city ahead, covering 5 kilometers in just 150 seconds. What? He's the one who just landed. So young. It's impossible. He must have used some high-tech equipment to land safely. The scene shifts, and Lu Xing, accompanied by a young man, has arrived at the Mindweaver Association. At the moment, at the front of the test, there is a bald, middle-aged fat man struggling to control a purple sphere in front of him. However, just seconds before completion, the purple sphere wobbles and hits the crystal next to it, causing it to fall, and the fat man is in agony. Indeed, the 59-year-old fat man is undergoing his 6th assessment. The examiner suggests that the uncle no longer come back, as it is difficult to make any breakthroughs at this age. And Xuefei, this is your 3rd time, right? Cut. That's not the same. I was a level 1 Mindweaver at 20. It's normal to fail a few times at level 2 when I'm only 25 now. He's over 50. Can it be the same? All right. No one's as good at talking as you. The next moment, the young man introduces Lu Xing to the examiner. This young man comes recommended by Dong Jingxue from the Eastern Military District. Hearing this, Xuefei is quite shocked. Such a young kid. Could he possibly be a Mindweaver too? Xuefei, coming along, seeing that I am a handsome guy, starts chatting with me. "Hello, little brother. I didn't expect you to be a mind weaver at such a young age. Is this your first time? If you don't understand something, your sister can teach you. Lu Sheng smiles in response. It is indeed my first time. Was that iron sphere just now part of the assessment? Yes. There are 3 parts. First, we test the strength and purity of mental power with an instrument. Then comes the practical test. You need to control a specified number of iron spheres. Pass them through a set number of glass walls without touching them within a given time. That glass is very fragile. Just a slight touch from the iron spheres will shatter it. The person before was doing a level 1 test, so he just needed to pass through 1 layer. I'm at level 2, so I need to pass through 5 layers. God bless. I hope I can pass smoothly this time. I really don't want to come for the 4th time. The next second, Xue Fei steps up to the front of the test, placing her hands above, and then the examiner speaks. Mental power strength 11.33. Mental power purity 1.02. Qualified. Xue Fei stands tall and breathes out. Now for the control operation. Same old rules. 15 iron beads. Control them to pass through 5 layers of glass within 20 seconds. The next moment, Xue Fei's body emits a purple glow, and 15 purple iron beads slowly appear. So that's how it is. Controlling 15 iron-grade weapons at the same time is indeed a significant burden for a level 2 mind weaver. At the same time, one must keep their mental power as restrained as possible, or even a slight fluctuation from the iron weapons will shatter the glass. After Xue Fei's meticulous control, the iron spheres approached the glass. At that moment, sweat dripped from Xue Fei's cheeks as the spheres lined up and passed through the tiny holes. Good. Successfully passed the first layer. Let's keep up the momentum and clear them all. Then she successfully passed the second layer, adjusted her position slightly, and the 3rd layer was cleared as well, soon approaching the 4th layer. I can do this. Today I will break through to level 2 mind weaver. Ding. The instructor announced. Time's up. Assessment failed. Got too excited for nothing. No worries. That was just a warm-up. I still have a chance. Xue Fei controlled the falling iron beads again, just as before, but this time with even greater agility. Good. The 1st layer is cleared. Nicely done. Keep up the speed. She then passed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th layers. 6.28 seconds left. There's still a chance, just as the iron spheres slowly passed through the last layer. A trace of mental power slowly leaked out. The next moment, with a crash, the spheres lost control and shattered the glass. Xue Fei collapsed to the ground in tears. Indeed, she had failed again. The green-haired instructor asked, "You still have 1 chance today. Do you want to continue?" "No, I'm too far off. It's very hard for me to pass in the short term." The next moment, Lu Sheng spoke arrogantly. "You can pass. You definitely have the ability. It's just the method that's wrong. Use your brain more. Don't just focus on what's in front of you. Look further ahead." What? Xue Fei was somewhat baffled by his words. Your current approach is to adjust the position of each ball in front of the glass, then pass through the glass, and adjust for the next glass hole. Although this method isn't wrong, it takes too much time and demands a lot from your mental power. This test not only assesses control, but also the mindweaver's ability to project and plan. From the beginning, you should determine which holes the iron spheres need to pass through. Then think of each hole as a point and connect these points into a complete route. What you need to do is control the 15 beads to complete 15 different routes. Xue Fei stared blankly at Lu Sheng, as if that made sense. Hearing this, the instructor scoffed. "Smart kid, but your method isn't easy to implement. Not many can determine 15 routes in such a short time, let alone calculate the distances between each hole and the speed rates. You're wrong. These calculations might be immense for ordinary people, but for a mind weaver, it's not a big problem." Then, a massive hand slowly rose in front of Xue Fei. Following that, thousands of iron spheres hovered in the air in the auditorium, leaving the instructor shocked. How is this possible? He's controlling all the iron spheres. A teal glow shone all over Lu Sheng's body. Watch closely. I'll only demonstrate once. Then, thousands of iron spheres converged in the air, one after another, like a pearl necklace, and simultaneously passed through all the glass walls. After such a grand display, which only took 10 seconds, Xue Fei, though she understood what Lu Sheng said, still couldn't comprehend why such an effect was possible. At this moment, Lu Sheng was like a magician. Although she could see every movement he made, she couldn't understand why it was so magical. Controlling such a vast number of iron beads, and also passing through hundreds of layers of glass walls and tens of thousands of different holes, what kind of immense calculations were involved? The instructors were stunned for a moment before coming to their senses, rushing to get Chairman Jiang to come over as a significant event was unfolding. Meanwhile, the chairman was idly playing cards. Even with level 4 mental power, I can't become a gambling god. The next moment, the office door was flung open. "Chairman, it's urgent. You need to look at the computer data." What could be so urgent? Then, the young man relayed what had just happened to the chairman, who could hardly believe it. Given its rather exaggerated nature, Chairman, don't be skeptical. Quickly check the computer. He should be about to undergo the mental power test now. As soon as Lu Sheng placed his hand on the crystal, it started emitting a blinding golden light. What's going on? What's with this golden light? The next moment, the mental panel displayed. Mental strength at 435. Mental purity at 126. Both were astounded, as they had never seen such high numbers before. Shufai remarked, "Is the machine broken? These numbers are terrifying." The association standard for Mindweaver purity is 1.0. Even at level 4, it's only 10. Our chairman is only a level 4 mentalist, but this young man, who looks like a high school student, his purity is 12 times that of a typical level 4 Mindweaver. What does this mean? The next moment, the chairman rushed out, sweating profusely, and his first action was to ask Green Hair, "Is the testing equipment damaged?" "Everything is normal. We just tested 2 people with it. Don't believe me? Try it yourself." Hearing this, Lushing asked, "Is there a problem with my numbers?" The chairman hurriedly explained, "Mr. Lu, don't get me wrong. It's just that your results are so astonishing, it's hard to believe. May I ask if you are the descendant of some level 7 or 8 Mindweaver? You must be Chairman Jiang, right? I'm just a commoner's child, not from any prominent background. Let's proceed with the next test." "What, Mr. Lu, with your strength, do you even need to take the last part of the assessment?" "Of course, it's just a small test, easily done." As Green Hair started the timer, tens of thousands of iron spheres once again hovered in the air, but this time with even more flair, as countless iron spheres converged in the air to form a giant dragon. Having had one experience already, Lu Xing's coordination was now more than twice as fast as before. In a blink, the iron spheres, like living creatures, neatly aligned themselves to pass through the rows of small holes. Despite their number, not a single one touched the glass. Lu Xing took a deep breath. This time it was a bit more practiced. Should be under 5 seconds, right? No, the final time was just 4 seconds. At this moment, Shuefei looked as if she had eaten something disgusting. The second operation was only smoother because of familiarity, and it looks like he's still not at his limit. After witnessing this scene, the chairman felt as if he had been bombarded by 100 royal flushes. This is nearly Grandmaster level mental control. It really is true that the new waves push the old waves, and the old waves die on the shore. What a monster. The chairman declared he would personally award Lu Xing his certificate and badge, though the highest level the association could award was level 4 Mindweaver, and higher levels would require Lu Xing to go to the capital for certification. "Chairman, you don't have to be so nervous. I'm just a high school student preparing for the college entrance exams." Shuefei curiously asked Lu Xing, "How old are you?" "Me, 18. What did you think?" 80. "Did you think I'm one of those creatures that look like a child, but have lived for tens of thousands of years? The college entrance exams are in 2 months, if not for the Mindweaver certification boosting my score. I wouldn't have bothered coming all the way to Cool City for the assessment." At this moment, Shuefei's cheeks were flushed, as such an outstanding young talent couldn't just be left for someone else. The next moment, Shuefei asked, "I still have one more chance to assess. Should I try again?" "Of course. Let's give it another shot." Lu Xing then began to teach her hands-on. "You see, first feel the beads with your hands." But now, with Shuefei's heart pounding wildly, how could she focus on controlling the iron spheres? Through Lu Xing's mouth-to-mouth teaching, Shuefei successfully passed the second-level mind. To celebrate the birth of the second level for Mindweaver in Eastern Peace Province, the chairman invited the two of them to have dinner together tonight. However, Lu Xing originally planned to leave immediately, but he couldn't resist their pleading and cuteness, so he had no choice but to postpone his plans. So, the wealthy Shuefei became Lu Xing's personal driver. It's only the afternoon, and after saying goodbye to the chairman, they could still return to the association's hotel to rest for 2 hours. As Shuefei drove at 200 kilometers per hour, she sneakily glanced at Lu Xing through the rearview mirror. Just looking at him, Lu Xing seems like a normal pretty boy who would have thought that he's a level 4 Mindweaver genius respected even by the Eastern Peace chairman. Young, handsome, talented, and so formidable, unlike those arrogant second-generation elites who are just like crap compared to him. While contemplating, Shuefei noticed that Lu Xing had been staring at her the whole time. Embarrassed, Shuefei unconsciously pushed the speed to 300 kilometers per hour. No, how could he like me? I've only known Lu Xing for 2 hours, but typical adolescent boys, all like mature and stable older sisters. Plus, I'm not bad looking, have a good figure, and exactly the mature style that matches well with a young puppy. Then she pressed the accelerator again. That's right, Shuefei, you have to seize the opportunity. The 5-kilometer journey took just 2 minutes, with awkward fantasies occupying her mind all the way. Just as Shuefei was about to say something, Lu Xing interrupted her. "You better run faster. You just sped and ran through 5 red lights. There are 2 police cars chasing us now." Before he could respond, Shuefei quickly drove off. Back at the hotel, a piece of news caught Lu Xing's eye. Ling Su really made a splash. Hall of Benevolence has officially been renamed to Ling Xing Pharmaceuticals Limited and launched a new medicine, Spirit Muscle Fortifying Blood Soup, which will be a game-changing drug redefining the existence of supplements and advancing the world's martial arts. What? They changed the name and launched a new drug without even notifying me. After all, I'm the major shareholder with a 90% stake, but the next moment, he was startled by Ling Su's 999 missed calls. What's wrong with this crappy phone that I couldn't hear it ringing? But since I'm returning tomorrow, I might as well delve into a dream first to see how big this business can grow. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Su had turned the company into a billion-dollar listed entity and a pharmaceutical giant just by relying on this one type of liquid medicine. But the next 2 lines of text stung Lu Xing, as Ling Su was listed as his spouse. This scene scared Lu Xing so much that he immediately asked AI to pull up his personal information. Indeed, it had changed again. Am I really that fickle? Wives have increased. Now I suddenly have both Dong Qingxue and Ling Su as my wives. Is this making me a future philanderer? The next moment, Lu Xing urged himself to stay calm. After all, this illusory future can change at any moment. It might even change in a few days. Then, Lu Xing wanted to look up spirit muscle-fortifying blood soup, but was denied by AI due to insufficient permissions to access recipes above level 5. Just as Lu Xing thought, since he's now made spirit muscle-fortifying blood soup public after 10,000 years of development, it turned a second-rate supplement into a level 5 rare medicine. In that case, if I continue to reveal things now, human civilization could develop this item for an additional 10,000 years. Saying this, Lu Xing quickly had AI pull up world history. Sure enough, history had changed. The destruction had been delayed by more than 10 years. A batch of spirit muscle-fortifying blood soup, after 10,000 years of development, managed to buy humanity over 10 years. What if I had 3 level 11 supreme techniques? Could it change the fate of human destruction? But I think it's better not to disclose these techniques just yet. Not to mention whether revealing them now could actually save the future. But one thing is for certain. Once disclosed, they would inevitably cause a massive uproar worldwide. The existing order would be disrupted. Society would be thrown into chaos, and my family and I would become the center of all storms. Who knows what that would entail? Moreover, if such actions still couldn't save humanity's future, then this 10,000-year-old seed of hope would be completely extinguished, leaving humans utterly hopeless. Therefore, the best approach is to wait until I have sufficient strength to fully control the situation before gradually releasing these techniques. Right now, the weak human race needs a proper guide, and that guide can only be me, Lu Xing. At dinner, Lu Xing changed into one of his few new outfits and headed to the destination. I have to go home tomorrow. I need to let Ling Su prepare the remaining ingredients. It was only under tens of thousands of reply messages that he finally surfaced. What a dog boss. A long greeting prepared for Lu Xing, always just knowing how to eat. After 10,000 years, finally replies to messages, completely unaware of how hard I work for this company. But what can I do? He's the big boss, the sorrow of a wage worker. And just downstairs, Shuefei was already waiting for him, dressed especially mature and sexy today. Mr. Lu, I've come to pick you up. The banquet is ready. Shuefei, just call me Lu Xing. Mr. Lu sounds really awkward. 2 minutes later, the two arrived at the restaurant, where the hall was decorated with banners welcoming another level 4 Mind Weaver to Cool City. This is not quite what Lu Xing expected. I thought it was just going to be a simple dinner, but they've made such a big fuss. How is it, handsome Lu? Are you shy because there are too many people? Don't look at old Zhang's short and ugly appearance. In Cool City, he is one of the top figures. Almost half of the city's notable people are here tonight, and that's after old Zhang heavily restricted the guest list. Alright then, since I'm going back tomorrow, let them make a fuss as long as it doesn't affect my dinner. A lady nearby exclaimed in surprise, really? Zhang chairman, you're exaggerating too much. It's true. Every generation produces talented individuals. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. The entire venue was abuzz with discussion, and even Pink Hair, who hadn't appeared in a long time, was present. We're lucky. If it wasn't for you, we really couldn't have gotten in here. Especially since this banquet is hosted by old Jiang, the president of the Cool City Mindweaver Association, a status not just any martial artist can compare to. What, a Mindweaver? I remember Lu Xing was also coming here to test. Can you check if there's someone named Lu Xing in the association? Speaking of Lu Xing, elder sister Sin became irritated. I heard from Green Hair that you fell for a high school student during your trip. Do you also like them young? Plus, you've been staying in Cool City and not attending school. Don't tell me it's because you're waiting for him. Even though he's good-looking and comes from a somewhat influential family and has connections to the Eastern Military District, I wouldn't mind if you dated some poor guy from university. We know it would eventually end anyway, but you had to fall for an underage high school student. Elder sister Sin, Lu Xing is not just any high school student. Pink Hair had indeed been waiting, convinced that Lu Xing would come to Cool City, but all the messages sent were unread. Doesn't he care about me at all? Dan, why are you daydreaming again? Let me tell you, I heard that tonight's banquet is to celebrate the emergence of a new level 4 Mindweaver in Cool City, which is the same level as old Jiang, a figure of such stature that the 3 provinces under Eastern peace would tremble. Imagine if such a big shot took notice of us. Wouldn't our families and ourselves skyrocket? Hearing this, Pink Hair asked, is that level 4 Mindweaver very young? I don't know, but old Jiang only reached level 4 at his age. I suppose they won't be very young, otherwise. There wouldn't be so many women in their 40s here tonight. But then again, although Lu Xing is strong, he couldn't possibly have reached level 4 at his age. Seeing Pink Hair daydreaming again, Elder sister Sin scolded. Why are you still thinking about that high schooler? Forget about him. Cherish tonight's opportunity, apart from you and me. Others in our circle aren't even qualified to be here. Just now, as Pink Hair saw Lushing in the crowd, her spirits lifted. Recognizing him, she shouted his name and rushed over. But just as she approached, she froze because Lushing had the glamorous Shweefei hanging on his neck, making them look like a perfect couple, which seemed to single Pink Hair out. Who is this woman? Could it be because of her that Lushing hasn't been replying to my messages? But she couldn't just give up, quickly calling out, "Hey Lushing, long time no see." Lushing responded. Though they hadn't seen each other in just 2 months, Pink Hair felt like Lushing had changed. He seemed so much more unfathomable, and the distance between them felt as vast as ever. Then Lushing introduced the two to each other. Halfway through the conversation, elder sister Sin came over with a smile. "Dandan, who is this? You have a friend and didn't introduce us." "Elder sister Sin, this is Lushing I mentioned before." Elder sister Sin stared intently at Lushing with her big eyes. "So this is Lushing. No wonder he could captivate Dandan so completely. And isn't this Shweefei from the Shweefei family? They seem so close." Thinking this through, elder sister Sin instantly understood. The truth was that Lushing was just a pretty boy dependent on a woman. "Since you are so shameless, I might as well accommodate you. So you are Mr. Lu. I've heard of you before, and it's a destiny that we meet here. I just wonder, where are you from?" Sensing the tone, Lushing replied instantly, "From White River City." "Next, you want to ask about my parents and how I got here? As you might think, I'm just an ordinary high school student from an average family. Accidentally ended up at this banquet. Let's stop this cliché scene." Lushing waved and left. "I really hate these kinds of events. Although I've grown accustomed to being looked down upon since I was young, this family is the most precious thing to me in this world. No matter what kind of harm or humiliation my family faces, I will never allow it." Shweefei was startled by Lushing's intense reaction, having never seen him take something so seriously, not even during his level 4 assessment. She glared at the two women, guessing that they were the cause of the problem. As Shweefei followed Lushing, Pink Hair tried to follow but was stopped by elder sister Sin. "Forget it. Done. He's not worth your affection. What's so good about him? Just a pretty boy hanging onto women's coattails. I didn't even say anything serious, and he reacted so strongly. What does that tell you? It shows his arrogance and deep-seated insecurity. I've seen too many like him. He's not suitable for you. You noticed the woman with him, right? That's Shweefei from the Shwe family, well known in Cool City's second-generation circles as one of the top figures. You see how close they are. If he wasn't hooking up with Shweefei, how could he have had the chance to come to this banquet? So wake up, done. See his true colors for what they are. He's just a man dependent on a woman." Hearing this, Pink Hair pushed elder sister Sin away, shouting, "Stop deceiving me. How could Lushing possibly be? I know it's harsh, but it's a reality everyone must face. I've said my piece. The rest is up to you." Pink Hair frowned. "No, it can't be." Watching Lushing's retreating figure, her eyes widen in realization. "No, he's the one who shines brightly, my hero who saved me." Then, slapping her cheeks to snap out of it, "I must be crazy to think for a moment that Lushing was just a pretty face." Elder sister Sin, stop lying to me, because Lushing, he is definitely not the person you describe. Elder sister Sin became agitated, unable to comprehend why Dan was so protective of that freeloader. Just then, the association president emerged, and the sycophants quickly flocked to him. "Forget about that guy, Dan. The president is coming out now. He's probably going to introduce that 4-level Mindweaver big shot soon." At this moment, the president slowly approached Lushing, and elder sister Sin's jaw dropped in shock. "Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you disliked such crowded occasions. It's okay. President Jiang, you have a lot of responsibilities. I'm just glad I could help a little." Seeing that Lushing wasn't upset, the president relaxed. Then he shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, let me say a few words. This young man here is our new 4-level Mindweaver genius from Eastern Peace Province, Mr. Lushing. Lushing is only 18 years old this year." The whole room was stunned. "What? Oh my, he's the 4-level big shot? And he's only 18. Hasn't even taken the college entrance exams yet. Truly a dragon among men. I should have brought my daughter here. Feels like I lost a billion." At this moment, elder sister Sin sat down hard, her face a picture of disbelief. "See that, elder sister Sin? He's like the sun among stars. That's him. That's Lushing." Elder sister Sin, who had lost her senses, frantically called for Pink Hair's help. As she couldn't afford to offend such a high-level Mindweaver, Pink Hair could only helplessly shake her head. People handed business cards to Lushing, who ignored them all. He really didn't care about these things. Even I am just deluding myself. He's too far beyond our reach. This relationship was over before it even started. After the meeting, Lushing immediately caught a rideshare. He really didn't like such elite circles. If it weren't for giving face to old Jian, he would have left earlier. Being home with family, and combining that with martial arts was the life he wanted. Because of the National Day traffic jam, he didn't get home until the next morning. Lushing's mom had prepared a feast knowing he was coming. "Little Shing, must be starving? Come eat." "Man bro, Haven't seen you in months. How did you grow so tall? What? It's clearly you who got shorter. Let's test your strength after eating. Remember what I told you before. If you haven't improved, my rewards aren't that easy to earn. After saying that, Lu Xing's mom quickly called them to start eating. Then Lu Xing's dad asked about the medicine Lu Xing had sent back. I mix it with water every day. Feels like I've returned to my 20s. Aren't those medicines expensive? You must eat well outside. You're still growing. Lu Xing said they weren't expensive. They were given by a friend who owned a pharmacy specially formulated for middle-aged people. Lu Xing's mom then asked if he would stop traveling since the university entrance exams were approaching. I'll be home until the exams are over. Then Lu Xing mentioned he'd take his parents to see a house after lunch. This house is too small. What? A house? Kid, are you sure? We don't have that kind of money right now. The scene shifts dramatically. Wow, this is way too luxurious. Mom and Dad, this is the new house I had a friend purchase. Do you like it? Little Xing, it's really nice, but this house looks very expensive. I don't think we can afford it. Lu Xing then explains that he had earned quite a lot from various competition prizes over the past few months, amounting to about 20 million. Hearing this, his mother nearly faints. They had never seen so much money in their lives. My goodness, you earned tens of millions in just a couple of months? Silly girl. What do you think your brother would do? Rob a bank. It's a good thing he didn't mention that Lin Xing Pharma is entirely his. It might give his parents a heart attack. Your little Xing has truly brought honor to our ancestors. Come on, Xinghe, there's a training ground right here in the backyard. Let me properly see your strength. Brother, are you really supposed to treat your sister like this? Xinghe is about to officially become a martial artist, but this would be her first real combat experience. Alright, no more posing, just attack. Xinghe jumps forward swiftly and seemingly without a trace. Her forceful kick seems like a turtle's pace in Lu Xing's eyes, and he effortlessly catches her. I'm about to teach you some techniques I've developed myself. They're very practical. Hearing there were secret martial arts involved, Xinghe's eyes immediately sparkle with excitement. Follow exactly what I teach next, but make sure you don't share it with anyone else. Okay, brother, no problem. Everyone's curious and puzzled about how brother suddenly rose to prominence in just a few months. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes how he went from an ordinary high school student to his current dazzling status in just a few months, I wouldn't believe it. Everyone thinks he suddenly became smart, but I always feel there's some secret with him. Xinghe, are you daydreaming? Brother, ouch, not the head again. It'll make me shorter. Under Lu Xing's coercion, Xinghe had to practice the unique physical movements many times before she could do them smoothly. She wasn't even a formal martial artist yet, and just practicing exhausted her. Lu Xing smiles and asks, how do you feel? Can you feel a clear effect? Oh brother, that's awesome. I can feel the power concentrating in my palms. These physical techniques feel like they're worth 100 times more than my usual practice. However, Lu Xing, worried that his sister might inadvertently leak the techniques, lied to her saying, this is just an enhanced version of what you usually practice, similar to how civilian mobile phones are to military satellite phones. This has been around, just not released to the market yet. What the heck? Brother, are you using me as a guinea pig? You silly girl, this kind of opportunity isn't something just anyone can have. Xinghe, feeling somewhat aggrieved, said, but isn't there also risk? What if I accidentally cripple myself while practicing? Lu Xing stood up slowly. Don't worry, I'm your brother. Would I harm you? Xinghe wondered how her brother came upon such powerful techniques and whether it was legal. Don't worry, your brother wouldn't do anything illegal. Brother, ouch, are you trying to murder your sister? Seriously though, isn't it risky to hand over such secret documents to me? To dispel his sister's concerns, Lu Xing decided to keep up the pretense, emphasizing that this body cultivation technique must not be shared with anyone, as it could bring great trouble not just to him, but to their entire family. What, brother, you still chose to teach it to me? I had no choice. Who else but my dear sister could I trust? Just keep this secret safe and make sure no one ever finds out. Remember, this is a matter of life and death for all of us. After explaining, Lu Xing encouraged Xinghe to practice the techniques a few more times to get them down pat before she could practice them alone in her room. Xinghe was shocked, realizing she had misunderstood her brother all along. He had been secretly practicing these techniques in his room. Yet, with her own talent, surpassing her brother might not be so far-fetched. Meanwhile, at a lavish banquet, Lingshu had already arrived and ordered hundreds of Lu Xinghe's favorite steaks, preparing for their meeting. Despite the similar setting and the familiar company, their statuses had changed significantly. Lingshu reported to Lu Xinghe, the initial price set for the Spirit Muscle Fortifying Blood Soup is 49,888, which targets mid to high-end customers with significant disposable income. Sales are excellent so far. The first batch of 20,000 units sold out in less than a week, and the repurchase rate is very high. I believe it will become a star product in the Eastern Peace martial arts supplement market soon. However, we are facing some short-term financial liquidity issues. We might need to consider a bank loan to fund expansion. Lu Xinghe appreciated Lingshu's management, assuring her, "You're doing well, and I trust you completely. Don't worry about the money. I'll transfer some more to you soon. My scholarships have been quite generous." As he looked at the composed woman before him, Lu Xinghe suddenly realized he needed to prepare for his upcoming university entrance exams. He assured her that he would be at home if she needed him and mentioned he would be moving soon, promising to send her the new address. Lingshu nearly forgot that the formidable man before her, who seemed to command every room he entered, was still just a high school student who hadn't even completed his exams. Had someone told her 6 months ago that the family's fate would be in his hands, she wouldn't have believed it, but she was grateful for her decision to trust him. As Lingshu left, Lu Xinghe reflected on the company, which was a crucial part of his financial strategy and a covert way to develop future supplements. He wasn't worried about Lingshu potentially betraying him once she became more powerful. Despite the apparent calm, the family was riddled with troubles and would likely need him sooner or later. But even without these external pressures, Lu Xinghe knew he could reclaim whatever he gave. His current focus was on developing the spiritual weapon Endless Blade Wheel and further advancing his stellar body refinement technique and the immortal golden body. With these, he wouldn't just be able to retreat unharmed the next time he faced the Valkyrie. He would defeat her. Just now, Lu Xing brought his family to the newly purchased seaside villa. Red River Martial Arts, somehow getting the news, actually came over to help move. Miss and I, do you like my brother? I can get him for you. The next moment, Lu Xing pressed his sister down. What nonsense are you talking about? Go and train right now. Before we knew it, tomorrow is the unified examination, and our family now has a private martial arts training room. His father suggested whether we should visit the neighbors, since we just moved in. Lu Xing wanted to go with his father because this area is a high-end district, and it would be bad if someone troublesome bothered his father. But his father insisted on not letting him go, especially since the exam is tomorrow. Just review well. If our family produces a martial arts top scholar, it will bring honor to our ancestors. So, the first thing I did when I got back to my room was to enter a dream. Now Lu Xing is at the peak of level 4, sufficiently qualified to step into level 5. Although Lu Xing can ascend to level 5 at any time, he has been holding off due to repeatedly tempering his internal energy. His originally pale golden internal energy has turned into amber, circulating within his body, and soon the third tempering will be completed, which will increase his power several times. I'm here again. She still stands proud and noble in this icy snow, inspiring fear in all who see her. Come on, today's practice session begins. Red and blue fill the sky, and now Lu Xing can achieve 20 times stellar force, blocking attacks instantly. Lu Xing swung a punch at the female Grandmaster's face, but she reacted quickly, twisting her foot and kicking towards Lu Xing's waist, sending him flying 100 meters. As an explosion sounded, Lu Xing activated all 4 breathing techniques, with the breath of flame reaching level 2, capable of igniting fireballs and unleashing a strong explosive splash damage. The female Grandmaster caught it with one hand, a slight smile on her lips, her body covered with ice spikes. The next moment, a large ice cone grew from the female Grandmaster, and luckily, Lu Xing reacted in time. Otherwise, the ice cone would have severely injured him. I've been seeking her as a practice partner frequently, and now I can last 5 minutes under her without dying, a far cry from being instantly killed at the beginning. Now the complete martial path has integrated into my body, and if I bring all my martial arts to the intricate mastery level, the complete martial path might even advance further. Before Lu Xing could react, the chilling pressure from the female Grandmaster was already flying towards him, making Lu Xing step back slightly intimidated. Okay, I can't beat you now, but don't be smug. After the unified examination, my authority will definitely break through level 4, and then I will unlock the subsequent techniques of the 3 great level 11 martial arts. Once my strength breaks through again, stepping into level 5, I should be able to defeat you. As I sparred more with the female Grandmaster, my desire for the Grandmaster martial arts that condense ice into spears grew stronger. However, Lu Xing now has his own weapon, one that cost a whopping $2.7 billion, the Endless Blade Wheel. This ordeal has left me with only a few million to my name. No wonder Mindweaver is so costly. It's a money-burning, bottomless pit of a profession. But as costly as it is, the weapon is worth it. Even 10,000 years later in martial arts, Mindweaver remains a highly sought-after top-tier profession. Over the past 2 months, Lu Xing has also mastered a lethal technique from the level 5 martial arts of the Endless Blade Wheel, described in the Fireseed database in just 3 words: can cut a Grandmaster. If level 5 can cut down a Grandmaster, what about level 6 or even 7? Damn, her defense is too formidable. Ordinary moves of the Endless Blade will can't touch her. If I use the strongest move of the Endless Blade Wheel, I might severely injure the female Grandmaster, but then my mental energy would be depleted and I would be killed by her spear. Now, under the enhancement of the immortal golden body and the breath of wind, my speed is comparable to hers. As long as I don't intentionally expose myself, she can't touch me. Unfortunately, there's no suitable opponent to spar with now. The female warrior goddess is too strong for trial and error. Forcing a fight now would result in her injuring me fatally. I don't even know my limits. However, tomorrow's unified examination might provide an opportunity to test this. I'm coming for the provincial top scholar, but my goals go far beyond that. On the day of the unified exam, Lu's mom prepared his favorite meat buns and prayed. May little Xing score well on his exam. His sister expressed a desire to go too. Good. You can experience the tension of the exam beforehand. Son, do your best. No matter the outcome, you have the pride of mom and dad. At this moment, Lu's dad, driving, urged everyone to hurry. We might be late for the exam. Son, do your best. Our family's hope for a martial scholar rests on you. His sister remarked, Dad, am I someone you picked up from the riverside? 25 minutes later, they arrived at the exam venue. As soon as Lu Xing stepped out of the car, various voices surrounded him. Dear, don't be nervous. Aim to perform beyond your usual and get into a key martial university. It seemed like a long time since Lu Xing had returned to normal life a few months ago. These voices would have accompanied him too. Then, Lu's dad said nostalgically, I can't believe so many years have passed. I also took the martial arts exam here, but unfortunately, my talents in nutrition were insufficient, and I was quickly eliminated. But son, you are 100 times stronger than your dad. I won't say much. Just give it your all. His dad's indulgence brought tears to Lu Xing's eyes. Inside the venue, everyone was neatly lined up in familiar order for entry. Area A was for testing vital energy and blood values, and Area B was for testing combat strength. The instructor noticed something unusual with the queue in the back. What's the matter with you? Line up quickly. The queues in front and back are squeezed together. Why leave such a big gap in the middle? A chubby student trembled. It's not that we don't want to move forward, but I get inexplicably nervous and tremble when I get near him. The instructor angrily stepped forward. What nonsense. That's a bad habit. But when he came within half a meter of Lu Xing, he felt an inexplicable pressure. His experienced self certainly knew this was the strength of an aura. When a martial artist's vital energy and blood value is concentrated to a certain level, it naturally exudes an aura, and ordinary people feel like they are approaching a fierce beast, and the body's protective mechanism instinctively wants to flee this danger. What kind of monster is this student? Well, there's no helping it. This student, please go into the room to test your vital energy and blood value alone, and the others will follow behind you. Lu Xing shook his head helplessly. It seems I can only truly relax when I'm with my family. Since then, everyone was surprised to look back as a student shouted injustice. I only drank the special soup my dad made this morning. He said it would help with the exam. I didn't cheat. I refuse to accept this. The instructor said sternly, I warned you before. You must disclose immediately if you have eaten anything inappropriate in the last few days. There's no choice. Your eligibility for the unified exam is revoked for the next 3 years. These examinees do not know how to maintain their integrity, though it's only 3 years. No martial arts school will want to admit a student who has cheated. Next, Lu Xing, it's your turn. As Lu Xing slowly walked past the two instructors, they were momentarily stunned by his powerful aura. How is his aura so strong? We are both level 5 instructors, yet we subconsciously stepped back. Then, Glasses Guy picked up a syringe. Are you ready? Test your vital energy and blood values first. However, Lu Xing responded, you need to change the blood-drawing needle. This one won't pierce my skin. I have completed my body tempering. Hearing this, the two instructors' mouths gaped open, and then they ordered someone to bring a batch of high-grade martial artist blood-drawing needles. Seeing this, Lu Xing grabbed the needles. It's too time-consuming to do them one by one. Let's do them all together. He then inserted the syringe into his palm, but surprisingly, the bunch of needles burst open. The bewildered instructors had no choice but to consult their superiors and then arranged for Lu Xing to go test his combat power first, as they had never encountered such a situation in their careers. Meanwhile, inside the venue, a competitor with yellow hair and a green aura gathered his strongest strike ever and launched it at the dummy, aiming for a spot at Eastern Peace Martial University. At that moment, Hat Instructor looked puzzled at the two people walking over. Hey, old John, what's the situation? This student's vital energy and blood values haven't been recorded yet. Why did you bring him here? Glasses secretly informed Hat about the previous test and suggested whether Hat's side should switch to more advanced machinery to avoid embarrassment. We can't afford to lose face here. Confidently, Hat gestured with his hands, don't worry. His machine's testing limit is 990,000. It won't be a problem even for level 6 martial artists. Don't tell me that kid is a Grandmaster. Haha. Then, Uncle confidently waved Lu Xing over to test, but the next moment, he was startled by the sight before him. In his over 40 years of experience, it was his first time seeing a student with such a terrifying aura, like a beast on the battlefield. Seeing this, Lu Xing smiled at the examiner. Hello, examiner. Contestant number 000565 from White River City, Lu Xing. The examiner looked deflated like a wilted balloon. Okay, please come to the machine. Lu Xing stood quietly in front of the machine for 2 minutes. Just as the examiner was about to ask if he was ready, he saw a scene resembling a sea of fire before him, which was both terrifying and suffocating. Lu Sheng slowly activated the divine illumination of the Underworld King's scripture and the vital energy and blood amplification, releasing a powerful golden aura that surged outwards. At this, the two instructors were stunned. Old Zhang, are you sure this is a student here for the unified exam? Lu Sheng continued with his eyes closed, flames dancing around his body, first focusing on concentrating his power, pinpointing the explosion, and discerning weaknesses. The next moment, his eyes suddenly opened, activating the first form of the complete martial path, 20 times stellar force. This was the first time Lu Sheng integrated all his states, and he was eager to know his current strength. With a fierce punch from Lu Sheng, a blinding Super Shaun-like aura dazzled everyone around. In a resting room elsewhere, Forest Sea City's Martial Association president, Su Yaodong, was leisurely playing chess with the White River City Education Director. To prevent cheating, all Martial Association presidents are exchanged among different exam sites to take overall charge. Just as the old man was smiling, a woman burst in, hurriedly reporting a student's blood collection failed. The needles broke, and the examiner has requested higher-grade needles. Aren't advanced blood-drawing needles provided at every site? But the woman's next words made the president's chess piece break in his hand. The broken ones were the advanced needles. The advanced needles were broken as he achieved great mastery and body tempering. The president then quickly stood up and ordered the woman to go to the control room for special-grade needles and to bring the student's resume. Looking at the stack of documents, President Su Yaodong was so shocked his hair turned white. The education director of White River appeared calm and composed. Congratulations, Director Lu, for having such a promising youth. Director Lu casually replied, "It's just luck, all thanks to President Su's guidance." Seeing this, President Su was puzzled. "Old Lu, you don't seem surprised at all." "How can I not be surprised? I'm shocked to my core. It's just that I had a bit of an inkling." "President Su, do you still know about the annual Rising General Star selection in the Eastern Military Region? This Lu Sheng is this year's Rising General Star. Not only that, he's also a well-known martial arts star in our White River City." President Su exclaimed, "My goodness, this strength isn't just for aiming at the provincial martial arts scholar. It's practically guaranteed for the top scholar thrown aiming at the ascending dragon. Let's go. We must hurry to the venue to see him." However, just as they were about to leave, the entire building began to shake violently. What's happening? They could feel the source of the disturbance was nearby, in the direction of the combat strength testing venue. In the testing area, 10 suns slowly rose around Lu Sheng, and the dummy before him had already shattered and flown out of the wall. The two witnessing instructors turned pale with fear. This was a machine capable of testing the combat strength of peak level 6 martial artists, and yet it was destroyed by a single punch from him. Could his combat strength exceed 990,000? Just then, the two old men arrived in a panic. "Hey, what happened here?" The next moment had Uncle rushed toward President Su, crying out, "President, you've finally arrived. He's a Grandmaster." The president immediately arranged for a Grandmaster-level strength testing instrument to be brought in. The power of that punch was earth-shattering. This incident is sure to become a remarkable tale, truly a young hero. Seeing Lu Sheng's silent demeanor, Director Lu approached and said, "Don't worry about it. Lu Sheng, no one blames you for breaking the machine." Just being near Lu Sheng, Director Lu could feel the intensely refined aura if one hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Who could believe this was an 18-year-old martial artist? "Come, Lu Sheng, let me take a couple of samples." President Su held a golden needle. Indeed, a special grade needle was necessary. As the needle went in, his vital blood appeared spherical, dense, and not dispersing. Thick like mercury, this is the blood of a Grandmaster. President Su noted it was still a bit off. He had seen the blood of a true Grandmaster, which was even thicker and more cohesive, but this was still quite astonishing. As he inserted the syringe into the machine, the next moment it displayed a vital energy and blood value of 1,233. Ranking at level 6, Director Lu was stunned. A vital energy and blood value over 1,200 in a level 6 martial artist were unheard of in the entire history of the unified exams in White River City. No, even in the entire Eastern Peace Province, President Su was ecstatic. "Well done, Student Lu. You've set a new provincial record for the highest vital energy and blood value." But Lu Sheng merely responded nonchalantly, which left Glass's guide dumbfounded. "He calls that okay. Damn, that's too cool. I can't take it." The next moment, Glass's guy announced that the strength tester was ready to begin. "Come on, Student Lu. Strike while the iron is hot." This Grandmaster-level combat strength instrument is almost brand new, as there are very few in White River City who can use it, and today a young man gets to use it. Lu Sheng stood silently before the machine. In his fist-gathered strength, a golden aura emerged again, and techniques like 20 times stellar force and 10 suns in the sky blasted towards the machine, causing an instant explosion that echoed through the sky. Grandmaster, well, this is definitely the will of a Grandmaster. The thing I've been pursuing for many years now manifests in an 18-year-old. As Lu Sheng slowly withdrew his right hand, the combat strength displayed was 1,260,000. almost reaching Grandmaster level. Although slightly short, it was certainly worthy of the name near Grandmaster. That's odd. If Lu Xing possesses the power of a Grandmaster, why didn't he use fierce energy just now? Director Lu also asked, puzzled. Yes, Lu Xing, where's your fierce energy? Because I'm not yet level 5, so fierce energy is not yet developed. What? The two were baffled. Wow, just at level 4, and already able to display Grandmaster level combat strength. General Blue, congratulations. Your White River City is about to produce a great Grandmaster. This is like a real dragon appearing in the world. At this moment, Director Lu was as excited as a little kid. A real dragon. A real dragon. Haha. A proud dragon from White River City is coming. Quick. Inform President Su in the Eastern Military Region. The next moment, Lu Xing slowly walked out of the examination venue. Dad, I'm out. Lu's dad, a bit worried, asked. Little Xing, how did the exam go? Did you manage to show all your strength? Lu Xing replied casually. It was okay, slightly better than expected. His sister excitedly shouted, does that mean big brother, you could top the charts? Come on, let's take a photo to commemorate this. The next moment, Lu Xing eagerly went to check his biography in his dreams. After entering the Eastern Military Region and securing the National Exam Top Scholar, Lu Xing smoothly entered 7th Street Martial University, and various Grandmaster techniques were upgraded. The Fireseed Resource Database also unlocked level 4 access, and more importantly, Lu Xing now had 5 wives. All were familiar sisters, and in his biography, Lu Xing finally reached the status of a level 8 Great Grandmaster. Level 4 access granted him the continuation of the 3 great level 11 techniques, the advanced chapter of the natural breathing method, the complete set of the stellar body refinement technique, and the second stage of the immoral golden body. The stellar body refinement technique also included a special technique, which was to consolidate all abilities like the power of the sun. Now that Lu Xing's Grandmaster will had form, as long as he methodically increased his vital energy and blood values, he could smoothly aspire to Grandmaster status. With the Grandmaster path of Shattering, who created the Technique 10, Suns in the Sky, and the so-called Eastern Sinister Sun, level 11 powerhouse Wangi's Grandmaster path, their levels are completely different. But that's their path, not mine. The Grandmaster path I aim for is based on surpassing Wangi, starting with the goal of reaching level 12 or even higher. Only then can I accomplish what even Wangi could not. With the 3 great level 11 techniques as my cornerstone, and the entire splendid 10,000-year martial arts civilization paving my way, it's not a fantasy, nor is it overambitious, because that is my future. Just now, on the 5th day after the end of the unified exams, Lu's dad hung many lanterns at the front door. The neighbor next door said disdainfully, hanging lanterns. Ever since they moved in, nothing good has happened. The property prices here are just too cheap. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry with a bit of money can buy in. Look at them. They look so poor. When they first moved in, they made such a racket. This morning, I even bumped into that man at the door, struggling with a bunch of oranges at the intersection for ages. I don't even know if the juice splashed on my car. It was disgusting. Hey, we're all neighbors. Don't speak so harshly. What's the matter? You're my husband, yet you're speaking up for them? At that moment, a sharp horn sounded. Damn it, who's pressing the horn like crazy at the door so early in the morning? It must be those damn poor ghosts getting back at me. It's just a few squashed oranges, for God's sake. But the well-traveled man broke out in a cold sweat because he saw that the license plate at the door belonged to the provincial governor's car. The provincial governor himself came, and just now 9 honks sounded at the door to celebrate Ascending Dragon. Could it be that this year's top martial scholar is from White River City, or even from our community? Wow, this really is striking gold. We should really cozy up to them. Lu's dad was stunned and asked, Qinghe, why is there a scary convoy of cars stopped at our doorstep? Just then, an old man slowly got out of a car. Pardon my intrusion. Is this the residence of Ascending Dragon top martial scholar Lu Xing? The visitor was none other than the provincial governor of Eastern Peace Province and Grand Master of Martial Arts, Xia Pingnan. Upon hearing this, Lu's dad was shocked. What? Ascending Dragon top martial scholar? Lu Xing is the Ascending Dragon top martial scholar. Hearing that the Ascending Dragon top martial scholar was the son of those country bumpkins, the neighbor woman was petrified, fear overwhelming her. It's over. It's over. Are they going to throw me into the sea to feed the fish? On the other side, Lu Xing had just woken up from his dream. Since obtaining the continuation techniques of the immortal golden body's second stage, his once stagnant physique had begun to strengthen again. At this moment, his phone was continuously buzzing with messages, all from his sister. Has the provincial governor come to our house? The next moment, Lu Xing's purple aura covered the surroundings, then suddenly spread out. This aura feels like President Su. To the left, there is also someone with a vital energy and blood strength similar to a level 6 near Grandmaster. And in the middle, this person's vital energy and blood is like a furnace, with level 6 powerhouses around him looking like mere charcoal and ashes beside a blazing flame. This must be a Grandmaster. Then, Lu Xing slowly walked downstairs, sorry to have kept everyone waiting. This young man, despite his age, contained such a powerful force. like a sunrise breaking through the dawn. After introductions and pleasantries, Provincial Governor Xia Pingyan came forward to shake Lu Xing's hand. "I've finally met you, Student Lu." However, the main purpose of Governor Xia's visit was to congratulate Lu Xing on the good news of becoming the ascending dragon top martial scholar. Although the scores hadn't been fully tallied yet, Lu Xing's status as the top scholar was all but confirmed. With the addition of academic courses and various extra points, Lu Xing might even set a new record for the national exams of Dragon Nation. Therefore, we rushed over as soon as we received the news. Here's a small token of our appreciation, 50 million in the card on the left, and on the right, a 400-plus square meter residence in the center of Eastern Peace Province. Although it's not as big as Student Lu's current home, it's surrounded by many professional martial association facilities, making it suitable for martial artists to live and train. Now that Student Lu has the strength of a level 6 martial artist, have you thought about which martial university in Dragon Nation you'd like to attend? Hearing about her brother's level 6 strength, Qinghe was utterly shocked. Lu Xing clearly expressed his desire to attend Capital Martial University. Although this was an expected outcome for the provincial governor, he then passed over a thick envelope. This contains invitations from the 7 Saint Martial Universities entrusted to me to deliver to you. I shouldn't show favoritism, so you pick. His sister was bewildered. All the sacred halls of martial arts that every martial arts student in Dragon Nation dreams of, and her brother could freely choose from one of the 7. Lu Xing also found it difficult to choose, so why not take the most primitive approach? He shuffled the letters and then drew one at random to see with which martial university fate would align him. Then it's this one, the 7th Saint Martial University. Xia Pingnan was shocked. He had thought that Lu Xing would carefully consider his options, but his decision-making method was quite unique. All 7 martial universities were built on the legacy of martial arts. He couldn't say much more. Although the 7th Saint Martial University might have a shallower history, its faculty was by no means inferior. Subsequently, the provincial governor handed a business card to Lu Xing. Since the credit tasks at the Saint Martial University are exceptionally dangerous, you'll need a top-quality cold weapon. As a talented individual from our province, we naturally wouldn't want you to lose face. Choose anything below level 6 as a gift for student Lu Xing, an ascending dragon gift. Explaining everything, Xia Pingnan and others exchanged pleasantries and said their goodbyes. Eastern Peace Province, being somewhat behind other provinces, was thrilled to suddenly have an ascending dragon top scholar. How could they not be excited? It was only after seeing the group off that Lu's dad could no longer contain his excitement, quickly asking Lu's mom to buy groceries to celebrate. Meanwhile, on the other side, a person was repeatedly reviewing Lu Xing's candidate information, murmuring, "This is really interesting." Another man commented, "Wow, it's rare to find something that piques your interest. This year might be different." These two were the strongest martial sages in Dragon Nation. In the following days, Lu Xing bid farewell to several close friends and then boarded a plane to capital, escorted by his family. The reason the 7 Saint Martial Universities are esteemed is that each has its own complete martial sage lineage and a unique martial sage tower. The 7th Saints Martial University, which Lu Xing chose, was established 57 years ago by Tan Zhongyu, one of the 3 existing martial sages in Dragon Nation. Tan Zhongyu became a martial sage just over 60 years ago and is now only in his early hundreds. It is said that martial sages can easily live over 300 years, no longer belonging to the ordinary human category, akin to the immortals and myths. In the entire history of Dragon Nation, a total of 9 martial sages have emerged. Unfortunately, over 100 years ago, many martial sage-level warriors died on battlefields fighting exotic beasts, and of course, some died in conflicts between nations. Various tactics were exchanged, resulting in the loss of several martial sages on both sides, and the martial arts elites of the human race perished due to internal strife. During this period, Dragon Nation and the Lion Country fought over the title of the world's strongest martial arts sovereign, inevitably leading to mutual losses. However, the Martial Sage Tower established by Dragon Nation is a perfection replica based on the states of each martial sage at different times, representing the highest level of integration between Dragon Nation's martial arts and technology. Those who enter the tower are challenged according to the difficulty level, and reaching certain layers might grant an audience with a martial sage, and possibly even apprenticeship under one. Although Lu Xing was indifferent to becoming a martial sage disciple, considering he already had access to the legacies of many level 10 and level 11 powerhouses, those alone were more than he could master, let alone a mere level 9 martial sage lineage. If it weren't for the national mandate on cultivating martial arts talents, he would have preferred to directly report to Yufei. However, it didn't matter. Once there, he planned to take on more credit tasks, perhaps allowing him to graduate from Saint Martial University in less than 6 months. Since then, his sister's friend, Yang Yuan, came up to talk. What a coincidence. Are you also heading the capital? It turned out that under his good sister's urging, Yang Yuan deliberately booked the same flight as Lu Xing. Yang Yuan even gave up the opportunity to attend Eastern Peace Martial University for Lu Xing, a fact she still dared not tell her family. Lu Xing was caught off guard by this encounter, not expecting to see an acquaintance on the plane. Hours later, the plane slowly descended over capital, as expected of the capital province. Its vibrancy could be described as a prosperous era, a gathering place for talents from around the world. Perhaps even a grand and impressive base, 1,359 in his dreams was like this before its fall. Afterwards, Lushing escorted Yang Yuan to Capital River University. Then he headed to the 7th Saints Martial University to report. This scene made the already shy Yang Yuan blush even more, as it made her feel like they were a couple of university students reporting to school together. If only I could be at the same school as Lushing. Look, another freshman girl is coming to report. Damn, she's a stunner. Let's go meet her first. Yellow hair's eyes practically shot lasers. This girl is just my type. None of you try to compete with me. Freshman, did you just arrive to report at Capital River University? Here, let me help you with your luggage. The next moment, Lushing casually tossed up the luggage. Thank you so much. Yellow hair looked a bit dejected. Wait, aren't you also a freshman at Capital River University? Since Lushing had learned how to conceal his overflowing vital energy and blood, ordinary martial artists couldn't feel the menacing aura about him. However, when they heard that Lushing was just there to drop off the girl, they immediately showed sly grins, as being close to the river gives one a first chance at the moon. Although our university is only second tier, every facility is set up like those at a first-tier martial university. We have all kinds of training rooms available. It's close to Martial Artist Street and even offers 3 opportunities per month to enter the Martial Sage Tower. Lushing had thought that only students from St. Martial Universities had the chance to enter the Martial Sage Tower. But according to Ah Chong, even independent martial artists could enter the Martial Sage Tower by applying through the Martial Association, though the process is more cumbersome. In contrast, students from St. Martial Universities have VIP-like access, allowing them to enter anytime without limitations or killing. The next moment, Yellow Hair leaned in and advised Yang Yuan, telling her that it didn't matter who she provoked in the entire East District University town, as their school had plenty of people to back her up, and the worst-case scenario would just involve a fight. However, there was one school she must never provoke, and that was the 7th St. Martial University, because everyone there is crazy. From the first year, they start with bloodshed, and fights could leave you disabled or even dead. Not to mention that their strength is at a monstrous level. Do you understand, Junior? Afterward, Lushing prepared to say goodbye and leave, telling Yang Yuan to call him directly if she needed anything. Watching the girl's reluctant expression, Ah Chong commented that there was no chance this time. Yellow Hair, however, believed that as long as he kept at it, the girl would eventually open her heart to him. Junior, which university is your friend from? He seems a bit too arrogant. Yang Yuan coldly spat out 4 words, the 7th St. Martial University. Hearing this, both men's mouths fell open. Right, he's from White River City. His name is Lushing. What? Lushing. This name had become infamous in the area. Lushing had finally arrived at the 7th St. Martial University, as he had wished. Just standing at the entrance and looking at the distant Martial Sage Tower, he could feel a majestic aura rushing towards him. It seemed his journey here was well worth it. Lushing then went straight with his letter of acceptance to the registration desk for new students. Seeing a new face, and a handsome one at that, a senior sister quickly grabbed the notification letter, but the next moment she was a bit shocked. Is this year's Ascending Dragon Top Martial Scholar? Wow, that's really rare. Our school has never recruited an Ascending Dragon Top Martial Scholar since its establishment. Beside them, Buzzcut frowned slightly, looking like he was up for causing some trouble. Along a loud noise behind him, Buzzcut instantly flashed in front of Lushing. Are you that Lushing? Hearing this, Lushing responded with a smile, but halfway through his sentence, Buzzcut suddenly erupted in anger, his aura skyrocketing, and then he swung a knife cut towards Lushing. However, Lushing remained steadfast, not moving from his spot, because he could sense that although the strike was strong, it lacked killing intent. Buzzcut did not expect that his strongest attack would leave his opponent completely unmoved, a significant insult to him. The next moment, Buzzcut pointed with his knife in the opposite direction, telling Lushing to follow the signs to find the student dormitories. Lushing calmly turned around. Okay, thank you. Seeing such a composed demeanor, the senior sister was visibly impressed, even considering pulling him into their squad. Buzzcut asked if they knew about Lushing's results, but Glasses Girl mentioned that Lushing's information was all sealed now. However, she heard from others that his vital energy and blood value had already broken through level 6, and he had shattered many records, likely making him the strongest ascending dragon in history. Hearing this, Buzzcut smirked. Sounds like there's going to be a good show to watch later. Meanwhile, just as Lushing reached a small path, he was stopped by a voice from behind. Hey, classmate, glad to see someone at last. This school is so big. Are you also here to report on the first day? My name is Lindsay E. I'm a freshman too. Since the chubby guy was naturally bad with directions and had wandered around without finding the dorm, he asked Lushing to lead the way. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the marked dormitory, but there was a crowd gathered at the bottom of the building. The next moment, a student flew out from an upper floor and crashed heavily into the crowd below. Then a show-off stepped out from the doorway, slowly saying, "Your name is Su Xiaoming, right? This year's martial arts scholar from Southern River Province. Not bad. You're the first newbie who could take 2 of my strikes. Push a bit harder, and you'll be able to move in. Seeing this, Blue Hair, who was watching the spectacle, asked, "What do you think? What dong? Do you stand a chance?" Guodong, ranked 5th nationally, shook his head. "I've just entered level 5, but that guy in front seems to have reached the minor completion of fierce energy at the peak of level 5. I probably can't withstand even 3 of his moves. If my elemental control could break through to level 3, maybe I'd stand a chance." "What? Even you can't do it? How about we wear him down with a series of challenges to pave the way for you? As long as we exhaust his stamina, there's definitely a chance." However, Dong stated that it wasn't very realistic. A peak level 5 martial artist's vital energy and blood value is nearly 1,000. Moreover, he could feel that Yellow Hair, who was drinking milk tea on the side, was even more dangerous, likely already stepping into the rank of a level 6 near Grandmaster. This is just blatant bullying. Even the typical martial association president is only level 6. It seems you don't yet realize where you've arrived. The move-in rules are simple. Withstand 3 of my moves to get in, or 5 moves with your luggage. I know you all consider yourselves martial arts prodigies, the pride of the heavens, the best among your peers, but here, that once proud halo of glory is worthless. Everything you want must be earned with your own hands, with strength. If you don't have the power, you'll end up with nothing, just an ordinary person, or even just a dog, a pitiful wretch. This is the first lesson I, as an old student of the 7th Saints Martial University and your respected senior, am giving you. Seeing someone so arrogantly lecturing without a script, Lu Xing's eyes slightly furrowed. Clearly incompetent, yet still fond of showing off, teaching the laws of the jungle. At that moment, Lu Xing noticed little Fatty trembling beside him, thinking he was scared. But the next moment little Fatty shouted joyfully to the sky, "Fantastic! I just love crushing these self-important seniors underfoot," enjoying the classic moment when they look up in shock and fear. It turns out the chubby guy was the top martial scholar from the Western Stream Province's unified exams and ranked 17th nationally this year. Before he finished speaking, Fatty took a leap forward. Watch how Grandpa teaches you a lesson. Afterwards, Fatty flew back heavily to the ground, admitting he had been careless. Only after exchanging blows did he feel the emergence of Yellow Hair's fierce energy. Realizing he was not yet a match, Lu Xing patted Fatty on the shoulder in consolation, then slowly walked forward. "These noisy mosquitoes just swat them away." Lu Xing immediately shouted, "Come on, make your move." Yellow Hair, the senior, was stunned by this sudden arrogance and then mocked, "What, you plan to take my 3 strikes just like that?" It was then that Lu Xing realized he should put down his backpack. After all, it was proper to show some respect to the opponent. "Now, are we good?" The nearby students were frightened by Lu Xing's words. He's insane. The opponent is a martial artist with fierce energy. What if he angers him? This young guy might end up with broken limbs. True to their fears, Yellow Hair was infuriated by Lu Xing's words. "Brat, I'll let you know what it feels like to lose sensation in your limbs." Instantly, Yellow Hair was surrounded by flaming energy, and then he launched a powerful, massive fireball technique towards Lu Xing. However, just when the fireball was about 1 centimeter from Lu Xing, he suddenly disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared instantly in front of Yellow Hair. He then grabbed Yellow Hair by the neck and smashed him to the ground. The figure, whom the students thought was an unbeatable strongman, didn't last even a second in the hands of this young man. Fatty's face showed disbelief, considering that Yellow Hair was known for his fierce energy. Could it really be crushed with a bare hand? A long-haired Yellow Hair, watching the spectacle, looked on calmly at Lu Xing. In reality, the pearl milk tea in his hand had already been crushed into bits. As he passed by, Lu Xing spoke. "What's up, milk tea bro? Can I go now?" Seeing that milk tea bro remained silent, Lu Xing walked on without further notice. It turned out that the room numbers inside were assigned directly according to the rankings from the unified exams, so Lu Xing also casually took Fatty's room card. Fatty was ecstatic and quickly expressed his thanks to Lu Xing. This made the other new students quite envious. Bro, they just walked in like that, and even the show-off drinking milk tea didn't make a move. Could it be he feels he's no match either? The next moment, Milk Tea Bro stealthily took out his phone and informed the person on the other end to be cautious, as this year there seemed to be a formidable student who had arrived. After entering the main gate, it took the two of them 7 minutes to reach the actual dormitory area, which was much larger than Lu Xing had imagined. More importantly, he found himself occupying an entire building alone, and the house was not smaller than the one he had at home. Everything was free for Lu Xing. Seeing Lu Xing heading straight inside, Fatty was shocked and exclaimed, "Brother, that building is the Ascending Dragon top martial scholar's house. Could it be? Bro, are you Lu Xing?" After receiving confirmation from Lu Xing, Fatty was all praises and admiration. He had thought about Lu Xing's identity before, but had initially hesitated to consider it because his reason for choosing the 7th Saints Martial University was to avoid bumping into several other phenomenal students, as normally they would choose one of the top martial universities. Lu Xing, puzzled, asked, "What's the matter? Is the 7th Saints Martial University considered weak?" Fatty wasn't sure either. He had just heard from family members that historically, Ascending Dragon top martial scholars would choose one of the top few martial universities. He also checked that each year at the martial arts conference, the 7th Saints Martial University often ranked at the bottom. However, Lushing stated that regardless of whether the school was weak, the martial heritage passed down by the martial sage was enough for students to practice. Then Lushing returned to his room, which appeared to be meticulously decorated with high-quality furnishings. Even the sofa was made from exotic beast leather. The next moment, Lushing noticed a remote on the table. Turning it on, he saw it was displaying recent significant events at the school, with the top story being Chun Yishuan versus Shaolan, two seniors contesting for the top spot on the 7th Saints Martial University's Combat Strength Leaderboard. How interesting. I didn't expect this school to have so much going on. It seemed these two were currently the strongest in the school. Lushing then decided to watch it, but just 15 seconds into the video, a prompt appeared indicating the end of the preview and that he needed to pay points to continue watching. Typical. Video sites are all the same. Then Lushing took out a package of potions from his bag. The 30 vials of golden dragon saliva he had concocted before coming, which should be enough for his cultivation for now. But just then, someone is kicking the door violently. Lushing was furious. Who is it? A wild man declared it was him. You're that Lu. But he was cut off mid-sentence as Lushing kicked him, sending the wild man flying through the building. Lushing shouted furiously, "Scram! Come back and find me after you learn how to knock on the door politely." Red Hair clutched his chest. He couldn't understand how Lushing was so strong. Wasn't he just a freshman? Then Lushing asked what the purpose was of the two lackeys coming over. If it was just to start trouble, they were in for another beating. Unexpectedly, the two lackeys quickly changed their tune, stating they were only there to deliver a back-to-school gift pack to Lushing. This was Lushing's student ID card, which would allow him to use all the facilities at the 7th Saint Martial University, and also entitled him to 1 bottle of level 4 beast blood each month. However, seeing Red Hair so heavily wounded on the ground, Lushing was not inclined to believe this was a simple act of kindness. The next moment, Lushing exploded with murderous fury. What's it going to be? Since you've delivered the stuff, why aren't you leaving, waiting for me to give you a massage? The fear nearly made them wet themselves. They had some reputation in the school, but it looked like today would become a dark shadow in their lives. Seeing their boss beaten up so badly, the underlings were contemplating whether to seek revenge. Red Hair exclaimed, "Seek what revenge? Let's not provoke this monster for now. The last time I was on a mission fighting a level 6 exotic beast, I wasn't injured this badly, but he wasn't about to let it go just yet." As the few were still hesitating, a deathly aura seeped through the door crack. "Why hasn't Senior left yet? Shall I escort you back personally?" The calm words terrified the trio, causing them to tense up and quickly explain that they had accidentally damaged the door and would send someone to fix it immediately. Back in his room, Lushing turned on the television again. Now with his campus car, he was eager to see just how powerful these two top students of the academy really were. He was surprised upon watching the flashy moves, the powerful actions, and the exquisite combat skills and tactics. All were marks of a strong warrior. Both individuals were very strong, and it seemed he had underestimated the school initially. Facing such strong opponents, I might need to use 60%. No, maybe just 50% of my power to defeat them. But it's hard to say. Now that I've reached minor completion of fierce energy, my combat power has greatly increased since the unified exams. 50% of my power should be over 1,000,000. Both seniors likely hadn't reached Grandmaster level yet, but they could exert Grandmaster level strength. It seems that St. Martial University truly is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. And this is just the 7th Saints Martial University. There's also the 7 Saints ranking. The next moment, a familiar video surged to the top of the trending searches. Strongest freshman in the history of the 7th Saints Martial University beats a senior within the top 300 on his first day. Lushing didn't expect that in such a short time. Someone had recorded it, and it had even gone viral, turning into various memes. It looks like that person won't be able to raise his head in the campus for a long time. After saying this, Lushing's stomach began to rumble. He had heard that the St. Martial University cafeteria was top-notch, so it was the perfect time to invite Fatty to experience it. The next moment, Fatty came over with a bit of meat, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Brother Xing, don't laugh at me. I just love this stuff. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this size even though I practice martial arts." But then, he was stunned by Lushing gobbling down 10 burgers at once. Fatty sat down, feeling a bit sheepish. Brother Xing is still Brother Xing. Can't beat you in a fight, and now I can't even keep up with eating. The two girls next door were thrilled to see the celebrity. I didn't expect him to be even more handsome in person. Don't be fooled by his gentle appearance. He's actually quite rough when he moves, but I kind of like that. Obviously, being adored by the girls, he was inevitably going to become the public enemy of the boys. Those who were unconvinced wanted to test the strength of this ascending dragon top martial scholar. Sure enough, a hand slammed down on Lushing's dining table. Although the intentions of the 4 people who arrived were unclear, suddenly interrupting Lu Xing's meal was a big no-no. The leader, with a confident expression, extended his hand, indicating that he was the top student from Surplus Confluence Province, ranked 17th in the national exams. Lu Xing replied indifferently, "What, did you come here specifically to report your exam results to me?" Hearing this, a bald lackey who wanted to start a fight was stopped by his boss. What followed was an attempt to enlighten Lu Xing, trying to make him see reality. Although Lu Xing was powerful, he might not be a match for them. But at St. Martial University, unlike high school, social interactions and understanding human relationships are crucial. Otherwise, even a fierce tiger can be torn apart by a pack of wolves. However, the 2 minutes of attempted brainwashing had no effect on Lu Xing, and instead, it angered him. "You know you are not my match. Why provoke me? Are you stubborn or just not very smart?" Wu Fan, enraged by this, threw a punch at Lu Xing. "I'll show you arrogance. I'm not someone you can bully just like that." But the next moment, Wu Fan felt as if a colossal hand from the heavens enveloped him, making him feel like a mere mosquito in its presence, before he could react. Lu Xing had grabbed his handsome face. This scene felt eerily familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The next instant, an explosion sounded from the ground as Wu Fan's head smashed into the solid floor, creating a huge, deep pit. The surrounding students, not expecting to witness this live, meme-worthy moment, quickly took out their phones to record. Unsurprisingly, it looked like Lu Xing was going to be trending again. The 2 things Lu Xing hated most in life were being forcefully disturbed during his training and having flies buzzing around while he was eating. This also served as a warning to the other students present. If anyone was thinking of challenging him, they should avoid these 2 times, or the next time he might not be so amiable. The immense pressure stunned the other 2 lackeys. By this point, Fatty was utterly in awe of Lu Xing. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xing was like a lion being stalked by countless hungry wolves. But the path of martial arts is inherently one of competition, especially here at the 7th Saints Martial University, home to the nation's top martial arts talents. This place never lacked hard-headed kids or annoying flies, and the main reason they behaved this way was that they were not afraid enough. If they were facing a Grandmaster, would they still act the same? Obviously not. So, what Lu Xing needed to do now was to instill enough fear in them to make these annoying flies disappear voluntarily. He needed to find an opportunity to crush their courage and soften their bones, to command their respect as if you were a god, and their fear as if you were a ghost. Just then, a voice calling Lu Xing arose from behind, and Lu Xing could clearly feel that the person approaching was very strong. The man then said, "I am Vice Principal Zhao Kong, and I have come to ask you to be the representative speaker for the new students tomorrow." Representative speech? Lu Xing immediately agreed, stating that he would prepare his speech well. After all, this was an opportunity to make an impression on all the new students at once, and he needed to perform well. The next day in the auditorium, the freshman opening ceremony took place as scheduled. When Lu Xing entered, nearly everyone turned to look at him. "Hey, did you hear? The guy who almost beat Wu Fan to death yesterday. That's him. I heard Lu Xing is going to speak on behalf of the new students today." Su Jianfei and his group seemed to be planning something. They said they want to take down Lu Xing. However, Wu Dong's intuition told him that Lu Xing was not so easily toppled. Then, as with all schools, the leaders gave lengthy and pointless speeches on stage, causing many students to fall asleep. It wasn't until the leaders had finished speaking that the principal slowly introduced the next item. "Please welcome the new student representative, Ascending Dragon top martial scholar Lu Xing." Lu Xing, to give his speech, the principal looked at the Ascending Dragon top martial scholar with a smile, surprised that Lu Xing had chosen their 7th Saints University. However, just as Lu Xing was about to speak, Su Jianfei led a disturbance from below, and a wave of boos filled the air. Lu Xing's gaze turned icy as he looked at the audience. After the principal loudly called for silence, he asked Lu Xing if he was ready. Lu Xing confidently responded that there was no problem. He had prepared all day. The principal was shocked. He hadn't expected Lu Xing to take such a small task so seriously. Lu Xing stood at the podium, momentarily stunned. Then his lips curled into a smile. Su Jianfei instructed his underlings beside him, "No matter what Lu Xing tries to say later, we just need to keep cheering from below, make him lose face. Hello, everyone. I am Lu Xing. I know many of you don't accept me, so today I'm giving you a chance." And they heard a chance. Everyone was confused. Chance? What chance? Right now. Immediately. Challenge me. I allow all of you to come at me together. Come on, don't make me wait too long. Flies. Hearing this, the vice principal was speechless. Is this the speech you prepare all day? Just 4 sentences? And it ends in a fight? Fatty was also trembling with fear due to Lu Xing's arrogant words. Seeing that the crowd was still hesitant, Lu Xing decided to provoke them further. "What's the matter? I'm not targeting anyone specifically. I mean, all of you present are trash." These words unleashed the pent-up feelings of all the new students. Lu Xing's words were too provocative. "Don't hold me back. I'm going to smack this punk to death." In an instant, a fighting spirit erupted from the audience. At this moment, Su Jianfei's entire body seemed to turn to steel. "Arrogant kid, do you really think you're invincible?" The school beauty also stood up. "Good. I want to see for myself the strength of this ascending dragon top martial scholar. Seeing the students stand up one by one, Wudong also rose to his feet. Although his instincts told him this was unwise, if he remained seated, everyone would think him a coward. In an instant, the collective fervor of the students formed a huge fire dragon. Please, ascending dragon top martial scholar, enlighten us. Seeing the chaos below, the director asked if they should intervene, but the vice principal suggested they wait and see, as he too was curious to see what made Lu Xing so arrogantly confident. Seeing the students unite, Fatty, trembling, made his way to the stage. Damn it, you think it's fair to gang up on the few? Come on, who's scared? In reality, Fatty was terrified, knowing full well that even if Brother Xing was strong, he couldn't possibly withstand an attack from so many students at once. But he couldn't let down Brother Xing. At worst, he'd take a beating. How could he possibly be beaten to death? Faced with the intimidating dragon below, Lu Xing spoke slowly. So, trash can exert a bit of pressure too. Well, I also want to see if any of this trash has the qualifications to be my opponent. The next moment, with a brisk step, Lu Xing instantly appeared in front of Su Jiandong. You're the first. As soon as the words fell, a heavy punch flew towards Su Jiandong's chest, sending him flying 100 meters. Then someone kicked at Lu Xing, who caught the foot with one hand, truly weak yet stubborn. He then casually threw him hard to the ground. Before Lu Xing could react, a huge fireball appeared from behind, and the man with a headband laughed loudly upon seeing his sneak attack succeed. Even if you have strong defenses, you can't handle my high-density flames. The next moment, a hand reached out from the flames and pressed down on the man with the headband. Indeed, the fierce energy hasn't covered the whole body. Even the clothes got scorched. Before Lu Xing could react again, an invisible blade separated him from the man with the headband. The attack, swift as a whip, darted around unpredictably, its angle tricky and its edge razor-sharp. The school beauty grinned and said, strong in power and defense, then I'll use speed to slowly carve you up like a dull knife. Just as she was basking in her pride, Lu Xing had already used the wind breath technique to flash behind her. What? He can keep up with my speed. He then flung the school beauty up against the ceiling. At that moment, standing backstage, White Hair was continuously groaning, clearly possessing a mental power that could go out of control at any moment. The next instant, countless mithril shurikens, like cannonballs, flew towards Lu Xing. Sorry, fellow student, don't blame me. The shurikens attacked Lu Xing's back at high speed, just as White Hair excitedly thought he was about to take down Lu Xing. A cyan blue psychic force emanated from Lu Xing's back, slowly enveloping the shurikens. The shurikens obediently spun in the palm of Lu Xing's hand like well-behaved puppies. Then all the shurikens became Lu Xing's weapons, attacking back towards their sender. How is that possible? He's a mindweaver too. After witnessing Lu Xing's formidable power, Wudong ordered everyone to attack together, as there was no chance of winning otherwise. Instantly, a 360-degree attack with no blind spots came at Lu Xing. After a brief glance, a flash of lightning appeared in his eyes, followed by a massive explosion that sent the encircling students flying. Then a large foot stepped forward slowly, as Lu Xing stood in front like a war god. As expected, trash will always be trash. I had too high expectations for you. The vice principal was shocked, but the next moment, a sly smile crept across his face as he eagerly anticipated the scene of students from the other 6 St. Martial universities being thrashed by Lu Xing. Seeing the one-sided battle unfold, would Dong's endocrine system want haywire? Although he had imagined Lu Xing was strong, he had not anticipated such dominance. While he was still considering whether to intervene, the fight was already over. Now disheartened, would Dong mutter dreamily, the warriors have failed, and the world will now face a long and dark reign under the Demon King, with humanity barely surviving in narrow cracks. While Wudong was dazed, Lu Xing walked up to him and snapped him out of it. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Still reciting such cringeworthy anime lines? But you stood up just now, didn't you? Were you leading the jeers? Red Hair, terrified out of his wits, shook his head frantically, claiming he only stood up because of a hemorrhoid flare-up. Look, I'm sitting down now, right? But Lu Xing thought it over and concluded, with so many already beaten, one more wouldn't matter. He then knocked him out with a karate chop. The remaining lackeys in the venue were deathly silent, terrified that Lu Xing might come over and slap them next. Then Lu Xing shouted across the hall, anyone else? The opportunity was given to you, but sadly you couldn't grasp it. Tell these guys when they wake up. It's time not to come jumping in front of me. The remaining new students frantically nodded, assuring they would pass the message. After everything had settled down, Lu Xing slowly turned to the vice principal behind him and declared that his speech for the new students had ended. Far from being angry, the vice principal was actually thrilled, saying good, and then ordered a few students to stay behind to clean up the venue, sending those who needed medical attention to the infirmary and dismissed the rest. From that moment on, Lu Xing's formidable strength was fully revealed, dominating the freshman rankings single-handedly against hundreds. Various edited clips of him circulated online, wildly stirring the upperclassmen who were still asleep. Lu Xing's strength as a level 6 martial artist combined with level 3 mindweaver prowess was soon proclaimed as the emergence of the strongest new star of the 7th Saints Martial University. Lu Xing's actions were like a stone thrown into a compound, creating ripples. After returning to his dormitory, Lushing watched the various edited clips on TV and was speechless at the sensationalist descriptions, which portrayed him as a high-level boss who had mistakenly entered a newbie village. However, he also felt that he was becoming increasingly violent lately, almost accustomed to solving problems with force rather than words. Could it be that his power had advanced too quickly? Or perhaps the new students were just too weak, like mowing the lawn with a lawnmower? While being weak is not a sin, being unaware of one's weakness is a mistake, and being both weak and annoying is an even bigger mistake. Although violence doesn't solve everything, it can solve a lot of problems. Later, Lushing looked at his right hand in shock. Perhaps he had just realized something, and his marshal will have broken through again? With that thought, it was time to send someone on their way. The next moment, Lushing returned to his dreams for a great battle with the female war deity. As he closed in step by step, the war deity furiously attacked him with her spear, but it seemed every attack only hit Lushing's afterimage. Under the effect of thunder breath, Lushing had already flashed in front of the female war deity. In the next moment, a violent thunderbolt struck towards her. The war deity quickly used the shield on her left arm to block it, while her right hand spear thrust towards Lushing's throat. At the critical moment, Lushing switched to wind breath, avoiding the attack under its influence and flashing behind her. However, at this moment, a shining purple light emerged in the palm of his hand. Under the influence of the divine illumination of the Underworld King's scripture and the crystal observance method, his psychic power expanded tenfold. It seemed that Lushing wanted to take advantage of this move to defeat his opponent. Indeed, the strike exploded on her arm. Although she could not feel pain, the attack of psychic energy still elicited a violent scream from her. Under the agony, the female war deity's face was covered in sweat, and the break in her arm was covered with frost. The next moment, the frost on her arm emitted a dazzling white light, and then the frost rapidly expanded. Following a loud scream that echoed throughout the space, the ground also began to tremble. The war deity's right hand transformed into a giant demonic claw, and as she plunged it into the ground, a several hundred-ton block of ice was lifted in her hand. Then, a massive block of ice, like a divine weapon, stood behind her, and the ice below it quickly expanded. In just a moment, a giant ice phoenix stood across from Lushing, towering like a deity looking down. Lushing was shocked. This was the first time he had seen this move. Could it be a final move that only appears when her health drops to a certain level? After adjusting his breathing, flames wrapped around his body, and he formed a hand seal, shouting, "Grandmaster's will," with the endless blade wheel, cycle of rebirth. Instantly, a huge wheel appeared behind him, which was Lushing's weapon, the endless blade wheel. By the technique, the wheel transformed into a sharp sword arrow, piercing towards the phoenix in the sky. Lushing unleashed his full power in a strike that clashed with the female war deity. Lushing, covered in ice and weakened, knelt on the ground. This is the 100th battle. Am I going to lose again? This damn thing is the real divine martial art. The female war deity, holding her long spear aimed at Lushing, was about to seal his fate when suddenly, a cracked sound came from above, and her mask shattered. Immediately after, her figure turned into ice, shattered, and disappeared into the air. As the female war deity vanished, a dazzling orb of light burst forth from my body. Could this be her memory? Teacher, I have brought her to you. Her name is Xiaolongshuan. As an elder examined her, he commented, "Good aptitude, little girl. From today onwards, you will be an indoor disciple of my glacial martial path." The scene shifts to Xiaolongshuan curled up and trembling in an ice flow. The teacher asks her what she wants to learn, and she responds resolutely that she wants to learn the spear, because the teacher's strongest skill is the spear technique, and he is the only one at base 1359 who has mastered the 5th realm of spear techniques. The scene changes again. Xiaolongshuan breaks through the Grandmaster at 17, and base 1359 gains another spear technique prodigy. But when Xiaolongshuan turns to her teacher, wanting to share the joy of her success, the teacher shakes his head in response. Your spear technique is still far from sufficient, because your cold spirit sparrow has not yet flown out of the ice river. The scene jumps again. A man covered in moon says, Xiaolongshuan, the base walls are broken, yet you are still here practicing hard. Is your heart made of ice too? Hearing this, Xiaolongshuan frantically asks how her teacher is, to which the man sneers. The teacher is dead. He was a madman. Before he died, he still said not to disturb you. Knowing everything, she steps outside and puts on that cold mask. If that's the case, then I might as well die too. It's just a pity that my cold spirit sparrow had just flown out of the ice river, and I had not yet shared it with my teacher. What follows is Xiaolongshuan's battle with the beast, and her subsequent sacrifice. Memories flood into Lushing's mind like a tide, causing severe pain in his brain. This is all spear technique. After so long, Lushing is absorbing such pure memories for the first time, most of which are related to the spear. Xiaolongshuan's martial arts treasures are a huge boost to him. His spear technique was already at the intricate mastery realm, and with the absorption of these pure martial memories, he has surpassed the control realm, reaching a higher level. Now he is at the 4th realm of spear technique. Indeed, the gap between Grandmasters is still quite significant. Although Zai Longshuan was only level 7 at her death, she was undoubtedly a martial arts genius, even capable of challenging level 8, much stronger than Shi Xingning. And considering Shi Xingning had residual core Grandmaster skills, it's impossible that Zai Longshuan left nothing behind, given she was 10 times stronger than him. After a search, Lushing found Zai Longshuan's core Grandmaster were residual. When Lushing touched the orb, it burst into a dazzling cyan blue light that enveloped him. The next moment, his eyes turned cyan blue. Is this the Cold Spirit Sparrow? Then a Cold Spirit Spear appeared in Lushing's hands, and as he moved, he danced like Zai Longshuan, wielding the Cold Spirit Spear. The next moment, an ice sparrow emerged, and this spear move, named Cold Spear Sparrow Domain Spear, could slay a great Grandmaster. The next day, Lushing returned to the dream, this time directly investigating the identity of Zai Longshuan's teacher. The elder was named Xilingi, a level 10 martial artist, profound in spear technique, creator of the Cold Spirit Sparrow Domain Spear. Both had fallen at base 1359. This elder was a level 10 fighter, and the fact that such a powerful technique as Cold Spear Sparrow Domain Spear was not included in the Fireseed plan indicates how much more powerful the included spear techniques must be. Lushing now majors in 3 level 11 techniques, and with his energy, he is almost at his limit. After all, his martial talent is not that strong, relying on 10,000 years of accumulation. Naturally, basic techniques must be practiced step by step, but martial skills do not require the same. The dream world is a vast treasure for him. What he needs to do is continuously hunt strong opponents to inherit their skills. So set a small goal, hunt Xilingi. But Xilingi is in the very center of the base, and he can feel numerous powerful auras there. Better change to a smaller goal first. Just then, Lushing's head throbbed with intense pain as 2 opposing forces, cold and hot, clashed in his chest. This was the clash of Grandmaster wills. Without waiting to think further, Lushing hurriedly activated the Crystal Observance method. Within Lushing's mental space, 2 opposing wills of ice and fire continuously circled each other. Damn, ice and fire are incompatible. Shi Xingning's fire and Zhao Lingshuan's ice. If these 2 clash, my body is definitely going to explode. The next moment, a crack appeared on the forehead of Lushing's mental avatar, and then an invisible force drew the 2 wills into it. The firewall was placed at the heart, while the ice wall was placed above the forehead. It turns out this is what was recorded in the Crystal Observance method about the Gold Dawnstone form, but he hadn't expected that he could absorb Grandmaster wills. If he could construct a complete Gold Dawnstone humanoid, how many types of Grandmaster wills could it accommodate within the body? Then my Grandmaster might just be the ultimate Grandmaster will, a fusion of all these powerful wills. However, just 2 days after the event concluded, Lushing's reputation had already spread throughout the entire school. At this time, Fatty suddenly asked Lushing what cold weapon he was majoring in, as today was the day to choose electives. Fatty also wanted to see what Brother Xing would choose, thinking if it was suitable, he might follow suit and pick the same. Upon hearing this topic, Lushing paused for 2 seconds. After thinking for a moment, he decided to choose the spear path. Hearing this, Fatty's face lit up with surprise, because he had also just decided to choose this discipline, feeling that swords always seemed too light and insubstantial. The scene shifts to the classroom, which is quiet, but as Lushing slowly arrives, the glances drifting his way gradually increase. Nationally ranked Huadong is curled up in a corner, uncontrollably trembling, a sequela of being thoroughly defeated by Lushing. In the past 2 days, he has been repeatedly awakened by nightmares, haunted by a sense of despair and powerlessness, so profound that he dreams of being in a water tank, surrounded by water levels rising inexorably, unable to do anything but slowly be consumed by cold and despair. He has completely fallen prey to a demon of the mind. Is the ascending dragon really so terrifying? No, what is terrifying is not the ascending dragon, but Lushing himself. As the bell for class rings, in walks a blonde teacher wearing glasses. The first question teacher supposes to the students is, why do we practice with cold weapons and martial arts? Rather than rely on the already well-established technology of firearms, the teacher turns on the projector, showing a video of soldiers wielding AK-47s firing at an exotic beast in the distance. However, when the bullets approach the exotic beast's body, they miraculously disappear or are blocked by a mysterious force, making them virtually ineffective against the exotic beast. The students, with expressions of surprise, posed questions to the teacher. Although Fatty had always heard from his father that only martial arts could counter the exotic beasts, the reasons were never discussed, but only Lushing knew that this was due to the rules. At this moment, the teacher also slowly explained, it is because of the rules. Humanity has been combating exotic beasts for over 300 years, and to this day, the exploration and research into the origins of the exotic beasts have never ceased. Although no precise answer has been obtained, it is certain that these exotic beasts come from another world. Thus, it's not that we chose martial arts, but rather martial arts chose us to survive the invasion of exotic beasts. We can only rely on the power of martial arts. Just then, the class representative raised a question to the teacher. Since our world is influenced by another world, Why do these exotic beasts remain so powerful after entering our world without being affected? That's a good question, but I cannot answer it completely. The teacher responded, because I too would like to know the specific answer, or perhaps the answer is right in front of us, and we are just unwilling to face it. While the other students were still puzzled by the teacher's words, Lu Xing was the first to speak. It's because those exotic beasts have already been influenced by the rules in their original form. They are even more powerful. The teacher was shocked by Lu Xing's words. She hadn't expected him to see things so clearly. Clearly, the teacher also recognized Lu Xing's point of view. Although all of this remains human conjecture without any concrete conclusions, as soon as she finished speaking, the students shouted in unison, "That's not fair." Facing the students' confusion, the teacher responded positively, "Many things in this world are inherently unfair." The class continued for 2 hours before ending. Fatty, at this moment, looked incredulous. He could not imagine what the future of humanity would look like. Those exotic beasts, so immensely powerful before him, were actually in a weakened state. Watching Fatty's dejected face, Lu Xing felt the weight on his shoulders increase. Indeed, the future 10,000 years are doomed, and even with his access to the Fire Seed Resource Library, it's impossible to eliminate the exotic beasts with 300 years of martial arts advancements in their presence. There is no hope, and the only thing Lu Xing can do now is to keep getting stronger, step by step, to find a sliver of hope for survival. After the class ended, a counselor distributed elective registration forms in the hallway. As soon as Fatty finished filling out his form, he was eager to head to the Spirit Path classroom. But while some are excited, others are worried. At this moment, a student was loudly warning his classmates not to choose Spirit Path as their major because the Great Demon King had chosen it, causing many students who had initially planned to major in Spirit Path to switch to Greatsword instead. Lu Xing and his companion also arrived at the Spirit Path classroom. The students were shocked by Lu Xing's arrival, and as soon as he got there, the class had already ended. The teacher, puzzled, glanced at the two newcomers, not understanding why only 2 new students had come to report today. Then the teacher asked Lu Xing and his companion to come up and practice to see what their talents were like. It turns out this one-eyed instructor, Lu Ruqing, teaches the Cold Weapon Spirit Technique course for freshmen to juniors. The teacher then asked the two to take turns attacking her to check their foundational qualifications. However, Lu Xing could tell that this female teacher, brimming with vital energy and blood, was still a peak level 6 martial arts expert. At that moment, the teacher was also sizing up Lu Xing. Is this the recently much discussed Lu Xing? With a burst of dominance, the teacher swiftly threw her spear towards Lu Xing, who quickly caught the flying long spear. With the whooshing sound of the spear, the long spear in his hand seemed to become a part of his body, a scene that earned the teacher's praise. Lu Xing slowly said, "Ben, teacher, be careful. I won't hold back." Hearing this, Lu Ruqing smirked, thinking, "This kid dares to tell me to be careful? Although I haven't reached Grandmaster level, I have studied the spear path for decades. And even facing a Grandmaster, I don't fall behind, and here's a mere freshman telling me to be careful." However, as soon as she finished her thought, Lu Xing seemed to be possessed by the spirit of a female warrior. As he moved, a dominating spear intent surged towards the teacher. Out off guard, Lu Ruqing stood frozen in place, unable to even think, as her pupils dilated with the familiar sensation of impending doom. The teacher could only defend herself, completely losing the brilliance she had at the beginning. At that moment, Lu Ruqing was shocked. She could not have anticipated that this student's spear technique would be so fierce. Along with her shock, the long spear in her hand was knocked away by Lu Xing. Just like that, a seasoned instructor with 40 years of teaching experience was defeated in her area of expertise by a newcomer. With the long spear pointing directly at her throat, instructor Lu Ruqing swallowed hard. The next moment, Lu Xing retracted his long spear. "I apologize, Instructor Lu, for any offense." As the instructor watched, she could see the aura of spear mastery surrounding Lu Xing and sensed that his spear technique had reached the intricate mastery level. Seeing how effortlessly he handled the situation, she guessed he must already be at the control realm. Instructor Lu Ruqing, slightly embarrassed, waved her hand to declare that Lu Xing could graduate from the Cold Weapons training course immediately. Wow, this is headline news again. Instructor Lu then mentioned that Lu Xing was the first student to graduate in just 2 minutes. "Your spear technique is fully matured, and I can tell you don't have the scent of bloodshed on you, so you should head directly to the mission center. You are also cleared to go to the Martial Sage Tower in the Cold Weapons training room." As Lu Xing planted his spear into the ground, he bowed to the instructor with his hands clasped. "No need for formalities. I really don't have much to teach you," she replied. It was the first time in her decades of teaching spear techniques that she had announced a student's graduation on their first day. At this moment, Fatty's eyes sparkled with admiration, his respect for Brother Xing climbing to a new level. Lu Xing then patted Fatty on the shoulder, saying he was off to the mission center and would visit him when he had time. Meanwhile, in the mission center, the vast hall was lively with teams forming and calls for teaming up echoing around. Following the map, Lu Xing arrived at this large place, impressed by its size. "What kind of mission should I take next?" At the front of the hall, there was a huge screen displaying a variety of missions, with higher levels listed towards the top. However, what puzzled Lushing was that at first glance, all the missions seemed to be about capturing fugitives. There wasn't a single exotic beast mission available. Seeing Lushing staring at the screen for a long time, an instructor nearby asked if it was his first time here, explaining that in the morning, they only post fugitive missions, while exotic beast missions are released in the afternoon, and other special missions at night. Hearing the instructor's explanation, Lushing silently walked to a corner screen. It seemed he had come too early and would have to pick a starter mission for now. With the gesture of his finger, he decided, let's go with this one. A purple talisman flew into Lushing's hand, and as he took the mission slip to the front desk for registration, the instructor's expression turned to one of shock, for Lushing had picked a double-A purple mission. Does this kid even understand the difficulty of this task? He'd better say it was a mistake and wise up quickly. Lushing then cleared his throat and spoke. This mission doesn't seem quite right for me. Hearing this, the instructor smirked. See, just as I expected. But before he could react further, a bunch of purple slips fluttered down in front of him, and Lushing asked with a resigned look, is there anything more challenging than this double-A task? Seeing Lushing apparently making fun of him, the instructor immediately slapped the table and stood up. If you're just here to mock, be aware that I can report this to the school and have your credits docked. At this moment, Lushing was as baffled as Lushing. What? Isn't this the mission reception window? How come coming here to take on a mission would deduct credits? The young man then impatiently explained to Lushing that A-level missions and above require perfect scores in cold weapons courses and strong practical combat capabilities. Do you think a freshman like you can handle it? Is that so? The next moment, Lushing tossed a badge towards the young man. When the young man saw the badge clearly, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he stammered, "Is this yours?" Hearing the hesitant tone, Lushing's mouth twitched with irritation. "Or should I give you a couple of punches to try?" When the young man realized that Lushing was a 6th-level martial artist, his attitude changed 180 degrees. Seeing the other party still hesitating, Lushing coldly stated that another requirement had also been met, as just an hour ago his spear arts instructor, Lu Ruchin, had allowed him to graduate, a fact that could be quickly verified. Hearing this, the young man asked Lushing for his student ID to register, because A-level and above missions need to be approved by school leaders. You can't just take them whenever you want. But the next moment, the young man's eyes widened in shock, and he fell back onto the ground in panic. "You're that Demon King Lushing?" Seeing this, Lushing was thoroughly enraged. "You're still dilly-dallying. Believe it or not, I will file a complaint against you." Feeling the formidable aura from Lushing, the young man cautiously returned the ID to Lushing, promising to notify him as soon as the review results were available, really dragging it out. "It's almost mealtime. It looks like I need to head to the Martial Sage Tower first this afternoon." Meanwhile, in another training arena, the nation's 5th-ranked Hwagong was gracefully swinging a 40-meter-long sword. The sword technique instructor came over to applaud. "Not bad. For someone who has never touched swordplay before, you've managed to skillfully use basic sword techniques in just 2 hours." Hwagong smiled proudly. "They might not know I have a metal manipulation talent, which naturally endears me to cold weapons. Every martial artist with a metal manipulation talent is a genius with cold weapons. I can even feel the sword breathing in my hand." Thinking about this, Hwagong's lips couldn't help but curl up in a smirk. "So what about Lushing? He isn't here. I don't believe he can be better than me in everything." Just then, a few students behind him exclaimed in shock, "Holy smokes, this is too incredible. Everyone check the campus network." Lushing defeated the spear technique instructor in 3 moves, declared graduation after 2 minutes of class, setting a new record at the 7th Saints Martial University. Hearing this, Hwagong was greatly shocked and suddenly fainted. "Teacher, I want to change my major." Lushing obtained the latest weapon, the red crystal dragon pattern spear, and with this spear, his strength could increase by at least 30%. Upon his first visit to the weapon training room with the weapon, how much of the rigorous training could he complete? Just now, as Lushing was leaving the mission hall to head to the Martial Sage Tower, he was informed by a courier that a special item needed to be signed for. This item was the Ascending Dragon congratulatory gift from the provincial governor Xia, for which Lushing expressed his gratitude, his hand emitting a cyan aura. Subsequently, under Lushing's control, a spear broke free from the box, the body of the spear bursting with brilliant flames. According to the courier's introduction, the body of the spear was forged from a large amount of mithril dense iron, and even mixed with the extremely precious dense gold, while the spearhead was crafted from blaze crystal, making it a quasi-Grandmaster level weapon, the red crystal dragon pattern spear. Looking at such flashy effects in his hands, Lushing's mouth twisted into a smile. The congratulatory gift from Provincial Governor Xia was indeed generous. "Please tell them I really like it." With this flashy spear, Lushing's combat power could now increase by at least 30%, and pair with the natural breathing method for elemental control. He believed he could face a Grandmaster head-on. His next task was to familiarize himself quickly with the red crystal dragon pattern spear. According to the Valkyrie's memories, establishing a connection between the person and the spear was necessary to create a spear with a soul, which would be hundreds of times stronger than ordinary cold weapons. The method of cultivation was to practice continuously sharpening with blood, and what he needed to absorb was the blood of the strong. Only true life and death battles, using the flesh and blood of others as the soul, and willpower as food, could nurture the formidable presence of a heavenly weapon. However, the next moment, Lu Xing was dumbfounded. Why is there a queue again? Do students from St. Martial University also need to register and queue up to enter the Martial St. Tower? Hearing the explanation from the nearby administrator, of course you have to queue. Don't you know how many people apply every day? There are at least tens of thousands, and there are only 30 rooms in the Martial St. Tower, allowing only 30 people in at a time. Since you are a student from Holy Martial University, you already receive preferential treatment. Those martial artists outside need to apply through the Martial Association, and then queue up, and they might not get a turn even once a year. You might be able to enter in 3 to 5 days, as the waiting time depends on how long the people inside can last. Helplessly, Lu Xing could only ask the administrator to notify him in advance when it was his turn. Seeing that Lu Xing was a handsome guy, the administrator agreed to hold a room for Lu Xing for 10 minutes. Otherwise, he might have to wait another 3 to 5 days. It's also strange how so many people rush to get in. The martial will of the martial Sage Tower can be felt even from afar, like a sword soaring into the skies, vast and solid. Compared to this, the bit of Grandmaster will in one's mind is like a firefly to the bright moon, incomparable in brilliance. It seems that the gap between a 7th level Grandmaster and a 9th level martial sage is truly like heaven and earth. It's normal for such precious resources to attract many people. I'll go to the weapon training room today to familiarize myself with the new weapon. The next moment, the rooms are full now. Lu Xing was flustered. It seems that the unlucky ones even choke while drinking water. When did the 7th Saints Martial University have so many students? Wasn't it promised that each person would have 100 square meters of space? Indeed, today is not a good day to go out. However, just as Lu Xing was walking to the door, a girl grabbed him. Wait, Lu Xing, someone just left. I'm adding you in right now, hurry over. While Lu Xing was still confused, do you know me? The girl cheerfully replied, who doesn't know you on campus these days? Your video is very popular. Okay, thank you very much. However, what puzzled the girl was that this demon lord was very polite and not as fierce as described online. It's just unknown if his strength is also as exaggerated as it is online. Lu Xing also smoothly arrived at the training room and pulled out his massive red crystal dragon pattern spear. Meanwhile, in a large courtyard, a man was practicing swordsmanship, his sharp gaze filled with murderous intent. The massive boulder was shattered in just 2 seconds. Seeing this, a young girl beside him clapped and said, "Impressive, Yi Xian, your cutting through autumn move is much more powerful than before. If Xiaolan were to challenge you again, he might lose within 100 moves." Yi Xian, the top student in the school, stated, "Just a defeated underling, I no longer consider him a competitor. My targets are the top 10 of the 7 Saints list. Only they are worthy to be my opponents." The twin-tailed girl thought that with his current strength, he could probably make it into the top 10 of the 7 Saints list. But Yi Xian said it was impossible, as he had not yet formed even a trace of his own martial will, while the gap from level 6 to 7 is insurmountable even for the top talents. Getting stuck there is less about talent and more about luck. So he was not discouraged. What I need to do now is not just practice, but also spend time understanding my own mind. Then, the girl handed her phone to Yi Xian, showing him a video of an interesting new student for him to watch. He is this year's Ascending Dragon. He defeated Teacher Lu in the first class on elective cold weapons. Teacher Lu was too careless. However, the experienced Yi Xian noticed something odd. Teacher Lu is at an intermediate level of intricate mastery and spare techniques, and is the strongest among the weapon class teachers. It wouldn't be possible for her to be so careless. So the only explanation is that this new student, Wu Sheng, is very strong, at least at a high level of intricate mastery, or even at the control realm. Hearing such praise for a new student, the girl joked, "Seeing such a fierce junior, does the old student at the top of the list feel a chill down your spine?" But Yi Xian remained calm, as his 4 years had not been spent in vain. Real combat and realms differ, and not just anyone is qualified to be his opponent. This Lu Xing is indeed a prodigy, and we might meet him very soon. On the other side, Lu Xing arrived as he wished at training room number 8, which had a large space at both ends, and from its appearance, somewhat resembled the agility training rooms of the Genius training camp. As Lu Xing pressed the start button, ding, the first stage of cold weapon training was about to begin. In an instant, Lu Xing felt surrounded by several attacks, and with a turn of his spear in his hands, flames enveloped his entire body while the small beads on the walls began to move erratically. The next moment, they surged towards Lu Xing like a tide. Lu Xing, with a sharp glance back, formed an impenetrable defense with his spear, splitting every approaching iron ball into two halves. And in just a moment, the ferocious iron balls fell everywhere like raindrops. The next moment, ding, the training was completed with a 20% completion rate for the first stage. Lu Sheng was dumbfounded. Does this mean I failed? Ding, it turns out that the training room does not allow the use of any means beyond one's physical strength, including fierce energy, elemental power, etc. Lu Sheng had an epiphany. I see, but thinking about it, if fierce energy were allowed along with cold weapons, it might demolish the training room. After all, the practice of skills also emphasizes the control of physical strength. In that case, let's do it again. This time, Lu Sheng didn't use any powers, relying solely on pure physical strength to face all the spiritual power iron ball attacks. Although it wasn't the all-encompassing instant kill of before, Lu Sheng was still able to dodge and defeat his opponents with each move. And during this dense barrage of iron ball attacks, which lasted for half an hour, Lu Sheng was surprised to find himself drenched in sweat. It seems the first stage has ended. As soon as he finished speaking, countless small balls swum towards Lu Sheng. Damn, it's endless. However, the moment Lu Sheng touched the small ball, he sensed something was off, because these beads were easily blown away by the wind pressure, revealing they were actually made of wood. Indeed, this was about honing the skills of martial artists, testing their control over cold weapons. The iron balls, turning into wooden ones, seemed to make them less lethal and slower, seemingly reducing the difficulty. But in reality, it was the opposite. The lighter the shot beads, the more they were affected by air currents, and they could be blown away by the wind from a sword or spear before hitting the target, making their trajectories utterly unpredictable. Given this, Lu Sheng closed his eyes. Although he could no longer see, he could still sense the trajectories of each bead, achieving the state of drawing a sword to cut water. However, what came next was even more absurd. After the wooden balls, there were plastic balls, followed by popcorn, and then feathers. Hey, don't make it too absurd. Even I will get tired. At this moment, each feather was like a battlefield martial artist, with edges sharp as blades aiming at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's gaze gradually became more solemn, and then he threw his spear, which pierced the surrounding down like an arrow. Then, the spear returned to Lu Sheng's hand like a returning arrow, leaving no trace of its path, as if moving through a vacuum, truly killing invisibly, executing without shedding blood. Unexpectedly, after just a few hours of practice in the cold weapon training room, the synergy between me and the red crystal dragon patterned spear dramatically improved. At this rate, I should be able to cultivate the spear sense and smoothly enter the next soul-nurturing stage soon. It must be said that this training room has been an eye-opener for me at St. Martial University, utilizing the properties of each material to enhance certain attribute changes, going beyond simple control of cold weapons. Not only must no martial power be revealed, but precise control of physical strength is also required, something impossible to achieve without decades of hard work. Even I, with my level 4 spear technique and the memories of 2 Grandmaster martial artists, nearly failed several times. This training session essentially solidified those unstable parts of Lu Sheng's body, even solidifying his martial arts foundation by 3 parts. He could even feel the bottleneck of the intricate mastery realm starting to loosen, and the second form of the complete martial path beckoning him. While Lu Sheng was imagining the storyline, he suddenly realized that there was no more noise. Why hasn't the next stage of training started yet? The next moment, ding! All 5 stages of training in this room have been completed. At this moment, Lu Sheng's mouth hung open. That's it? Are you kidding me? Looks like I'll have to come back next Thursday and keep going until I can't feel anything. Meanwhile, at the reception, Red Hair was complaining. She had come for 3 consecutive days, only to find it fully booked. Each time, just as she lamented her bad luck, Lu Sheng's exit gave her a big surprise. And fortunately, she could finally enter the training room as she happily scurried to room number 8. The moment she opened the door, she was shocked. Damn, how did this turn into a dump? Red Hair, furious, punched the wall, looking at that person, so clean and tidy. I never expected him to be such a trash king. As she finished speaking, a robot slowly emerged from a corner. Cleaning program starting. Red Hair looked on with disdain. How messy does someone have to be to create this much trash? With popcorn and feathers no less. Was someone camping out, watching movies here, and even roasting a turkey on the side? But then, Red Hair seemed to realize something. Usually nothing but cold weapons are allowed in the training room, not even water. And trash only comes from the training process itself. She hurriedly ran to check the equipment, which still displayed Lu Sheng's information, showing 100% completion of the 5th stage. Red Hair was stunned, because in the history of the 9 St. Martial universities, the highest anyone had ever reached was the 3rd stage. The 3rd stage was already equivalent to reaching the intricate mastery realm. The 5th stage must be above the control realm. She could hardly believe that this young man, who didn't look older than her, could be connected to a Grandmaster. The next moment, a buzzing of electricity came from the control panel, accompanied by her puzzled gaze. The training room suddenly became spotless with a bang. And just out of the training room, Lu Sheng downed a cup of his own golden dragon saliva. Lu Sheng could distinctly feel that the absorption was even better than before. As the stellar body refinement technique was deployed, the internal breath of the indestructible golden body also began to dance. Afterwards, Lu Sheng was surprised to see that the training speed for the second stage of the indestructible golden body was twice as fast as usual. It seems that this time a lot of subtle areas inside his body were awakened, which then extracted them. Lu Sheng could feel that, at this rate, the completion of the second stage of the indestructible golden body could be halved, and he might completely finish it before ascending to Grandmaster. However, in the following days, Lu Sheng still repeated the same routine, practicing the stellar body refinement technique for 2 hours each morning, then attending classes in the exotic beast subject, checking the Q progress at the Martial Sage Tower during meal times, and finally returning to the cold weapons training room to go through the 5th level stage until he was physically exhausted, and then practicing in his dreams. In just 1 week, Lu Sheng's vital energy and blood value tripled, and he was now capable of delivering 5 times the combat power with a single strike. If it weren't for being in the training room, he wouldn't have known his body had so many gaps and flaws, which, although trivial now, would become more apparent later. If I tried to fill these gaps at level 8 or 9, probably wouldn't be possible. Today, Lu Sheng once again walked out of the training room, with red hair quietly following behind him. As soon as Lu Sheng left, she called her friends to come in. When the door opened, everyone's mouth escaped. It's really the 5th stage. I didn't think it actually existed. They had thought this stage was just for show, looking at the feather in their hands. Can this thing be hit? Everyone hurried to take videos and post them online, but red hair said it was no use. I already posted it days ago, and nobody at school believed me. They even thought I photoshopped it and just blocked my account. Do you think Lu Sheng's strength has already transcended the top student on the elder student list, Chinishian? Red hair then said, "You still don't understand the significance of the 5th stage. His mastery in cold weapons is at least at the control realm, and challenging higher levels is as easy as drinking water for him below the Grandmaster level. Perhaps only the words unmatched in his own tier suit him best, not to mention the top 10 of the elder student list. Even the top 10 of the 7 saints list probably couldn't stand against him." Hearing Red Hair's explanation, the others were panicking, and the most infuriating thing was knowing such an incredible secret about Lu Sheng, but not being able to talk about it, as no one would believe this fact. Red Hair suggested that everyone simply keep quiet, as given Lu Sheng's way of doing things, such a secret shouldn't stay hidden for too long. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng's training was interrupted by a text message. After queuing for a whole week, it was finally his turn at the Martial Sage Tower. 10 minutes was enough time for him to take a bathroom break, shower, change his clothes, and head over. Just as he was about to leave, a AA-rated mission from the mission center also came through, and it was urgent. After some thought, Lu Sheng chose the mission because, as a student, he had privileges at the Martial Sage Tower and would get his turn within the week. However, AA-rated credit missions were not available every day, so Lu Sheng promptly headed to the mission center after getting ready. On the other side, the 7th Martial Sage Tower was about to face a major challenge, because among the 7 Saint Martial Universities, each has its own Martial Saint Tower, and students using their school's Martial Saint Tower can enjoy certain privileges, which is a source of pride for Saint Martial Universities. However, students from other Saint Martial Universities can also challenge the towers at other schools, and if the challenger breaks the highest floor record of the tower, the defending side will lose the right to use the Martial Sage Tower for a year. A figure slowly appeared at the registration desk of the 7th Martial Sage Tower, and when the registrar saw the name, she was so frightened because the visitor was Miao Renxiong, the one ranked 6th on the 7 Saints list, who is now fiercely approaching to challenge the tower. On the other side, after eating 200 pounds of hamburgers, Lu Sheng slowly took out the mission letter. There was a note on top of the letter: relevant information. Destroy after reading. The mission can fail, but you only have 1 life. This mission was to capture a gang of criminals responsible for numerous serious crimes bearing the guilt of hundreds of human lives, including over 30 police officers. Capturing or killing one of the criminals would reward 10 million in cash and 10 academic credits. Capturing the leader, Ma Guiyun, would multiply the reward by 10. The mission details seemed quite appealing. If he could complete several missions in a row involving a large group of people, he could quickly earn enough credits. Just as Lu Sheng was about to destroy the letter, a few photos fell out from behind it. These were 2 postcards, and both individuals were graduating students from the 3rd Saint Martial University and were 6th level martial artists with a high mission completion rate. Lu Sheng's eyes then suddenly widened, and the letter in his hands burned to ashes. I didn't expect to have teammates. I hope they don't hold me back. The scene shifts to that night, a young girl grumbling impatiently. Is this jerk coming or not? He really has no sense of time. The next moment, a man extinguished his cigarette. What's the rush? It's not even the agreed time. Yet is it? Hearing the young girl curse, How many tons of smoke have you had? Didn't you see? It's choking me." She then decided not to wait for Lu Sheng, and the two of them went straight to carry out the mission, considering Lu Sheng a rookie who wouldn't be of much help anyway. Moreover, he's just a freshman with a mission completion rate of 0%. Clearly his first time. On a mission, a kid who hasn't even seen blood yet really don't understand what those people at the 7th Saints Martial University are thinking. However, the man pointed out that Lu Sheng is also a 6th level and this year's ascending dragon martial arts top scholar. To have such strength at this age, his talent is definitely terrifying. Hearing this, the girl got even angrier, so he came to earn some glory. The 7th Saints Martial University really is something, sending their own genius to us instead of taking care of him themselves. I really don't have the time to babysit this little brat. This mission could kill someone in minutes. Just then, Lu Sheng's voice arose from behind as he slowly approached, dragging his weapon case. Afterwards, the three of them drove to their destination, during which the girl kept nagging and impatiently asking Lu Sheng if he had brought his weapons, and even went through some of the tasks listed on the mission list, noting that given their current situation, this mission was still very difficult. 2 hours later, the trio arrived at a factory in the distance. The girl solemnly warned Lu Sheng, stating that this was a real bandit suppression operation and people could indeed die, and that it was still not too late to regret coming. Seeing Lu Sheng nod affirmatively, the blue-haired girl disdainfully opened the car door. "I hope you truly understand and aren't just pretending." After hiding the car, they then headed towards the factory up ahead. The group moved swiftly along the walls and soon reached the outer wall of the factory where 3 people were seen conversing above. Judging from the situation, the mission seemed harder than Blue Hair and her partner had anticipated, and the person they were observing was the bandit leader, Ma Guiyun. Due to the distance, they couldn't discern the opponent's strength, so they had to take a risk and move closer. Then they shouted, "Lu Sheng, did you hear that? Let's go." But at this moment, Lu Sheng had already extended his mental power throughout the entire factory. It turned out that not only on the rooftop but also inside the building, there were more than 10 people. Just as Lu Sheng was about to delve deeper with his mental power, he was abruptly awakened by Blue Hair pulling him aside. Lu Sheng then turned and walked away, indicating he would go back first and let them proceed by themselves. "I should have done the mission alone. What need for such incompetent teammates?" Blue Hair didn't understand why she suddenly felt a chilling panic inside. Could it be because it was her first time handling a double A-level mission with an underwhelming partner, causing her nerves to be overly tense? Forget it. Better off without such a drag. She then called Meng Jianfei to move ahead, and the two climbed along the factory wall until they reached the rooftop. Just moving a little further up should enable them to assess the opponent's strength. The next moment, Blue Hair saw Meng Jianfei's legs stiffen and hurriedly asked what was wrong. Meng Jianfei looked terrified as inside the building, a group of martial artists was arguing, and then the team leader Wang Daobiao yelled in anger, "Why should you alone take 30%? When so many of us are involved?" Ma Guiyun, sipping coffee calmly, responded, "The initial work was done by me. The plan and the tools were also provided by me. You guys are just here to kill a few people. Don't I deserve the 30%? After some arguing, the underlings could only compromise to give in 20%. Little did the two outside know, they were already shivering in fear, as they could clearly sense at least 8 level 6 martial artists inside, along with a bunch of level 4 and 5 underlings. This was not something they could handle at the moment. The difficulty of this level was probably at S level. They needed to hurry back and report, as preserving their lives was the priority. Thus, Blue Hair and Meng Jianfei sneak out of the factory perimeter, only to unexpectedly encounter members of a raiding squad. At that moment, one of Ma Guiyun's men said, "Our boss gave them a chance to join us, and they want to take the lion's share." But the bald man was indifferent, saying, "Once we hijack this batch of supplies, our boss Ma Guiyun will be able to break through to Grandmaster level. Then we'll have nothing to fear from them." Hearing this, the two students were already terrified, wetting themselves with fear, and dared not make a sound. The two exchanged glances and nodded at each other. "Run now, or our lives are over." They're planning to see strategic materials. No wonder they gathered so many people. 8 level 6 martial artists, and their firearms could easily take over the entire coastal city. This outlaw Grandmaster is not someone we little kids can handle. All we can do is rush back to the school and report. However, when they had fled halfway, they realized they had forgotten to bring Lu Sheng, the rookie, with them. But it was now impossible to go back. All they could do was hope that Lu Sheng had found a good hiding spot and would not be discovered. Meanwhile, a pair of large feet slowly approached the leading bald man. "Yo-ho, where did this stinky brat come from?" The man with braids was about to continue taunting when a ball of fire struck his chin, causing him to die before he could finish his sentence. Seeing this, several men armed with weapons charged at Lu Sheng, but with just one move, Lu Sheng killed several level 6 martial artists. Among the 8 level 6s, including 2 at the peak, along with several level 5s and level 4s, Lu Sheng didn't expect the AA level mission to be this simple. Just as he was about to head towards the negotiation room inside, the bald man used all his strength to grab Lu Xing's ankle, indicating that the gang leader would avenge him. Before he finished speaking, Lu Xing sent into heaven with a kick, dead and still so much to say. But this seemed to be the first time Lu Xing had killed someone, yet he felt no discomfort or agitation. Rather, the pent-up desires for destruction and devastation inside him dissipated quite a bit. Perhaps it was because he had hunted too many zombies in dream space. Or maybe it was because he inherited too many bloody memories. Or perhaps it was because these men were utterly vile, making it feel guiltless to kill them. Then Lu Xing walked straight ahead. Now it's time to eradicate evil for the people. Meanwhile, inside, several groups were still quarreling violently over their shares when Ma Guiyun, who was sitting on the side, stood up slowly and punched one of them. I told you, the plan was my idea. The tools were provided by me, and I have the biggest say. Here, do I really need your disagreement on how much I take? He then authoritatively addressed his underlings. If anyone else has objections, they can leave now. I won't stop them. His directness left his underlings angry, but unable to speak out. Just then, someone walked in. We are all partners. Why should we harm our good relations over such petty profits? Right, Brother Ma Guiyun. I've been saying Brother Ma is aiming for the Grandmaster level, so it's only right for you to take a larger share. It's rare among us bandits to have a potential Grandmaster. Here's a cigarette. Congratulations in advance to Brother Ma on reaching Grandmaster level. But just like you want to become a Grandmaster, I want it too, so I also need 30%. Hearing this, Ma Guiyun's eyes hardened, feeling a murderous urge, but he could do nothing about his opponent because this ghost-faced vulture was the only one who could match him in strength. Not only a level 6 peak, but also a rare elemental control talent martial artist. It is said that he was originally a top student, but a fire that killed his entire family drastically changed his personality, leading him to become a ruthless bandit who likes to burn people alive. Just as the air grew still, a loud noise came from the main door outside. The crowd remained calm, saying, "It's probably the police coming. Kill them, and we'll move somewhere else to talk." However, just as a subordinate was about to kill, a large door flew in, sending him flying back dozens of meters. At that moment, a red spear slowly appeared, with Lu Xing gripping the spear, now in everyone's sight. Seeing that the newcomer was just a kid without even a full set of whiskers, the bandits scoffed in disdain. But then, Lu Xing held up 2 fingers and said, "I'll give you 2 minutes to run if you want to save your lives." The bandits looked at Lu Xing as if he were a fool. What are you supposed to be? Have the cops run out of people, sending this rookie to die? Even the usually composed Ma Guiyun was puzzled. This looks just like a kid, in the midst of talking, unable to hold back. Lu Rian swung her large sword towards Lu Xing. Just as the blade was 2 centimeters away from Lu Xing, he dodged to the side and counterattacked, resulting in Sister Lu's decapitation. Everyone's mouths dropped open. At this point, anyone could see that there was something out about Lu Xing, especially since Sister Lu was nearly a level 6 martial artist. Following that, Ma Guiyun advised his underlings, "Don't confront him directly. We need to be sneaky." He could tell that the weapon in the kid's hand was likely a Grandmaster level weapon. "Let's mob him." Hearing that it was a Grandmaster level weapon, one of the underlings drooled. "This is a valuable item, worth a few hundred million by itself." Several underlings then attacked Lu Xing together. "Kid, don't think just because you have a good weapon you can do whatever you want. Your own strength is what's most important." Faced with several bandits rushing in, Lu Xing's eyes narrowed, and as before, the group was killed on the spot by several spear thrusts. Watching several men fall to the ground within 2 seconds, Lu Xing's strength became an enigma once again, as the situation was too bizarre. If previously Lu Ruan's death could be attributed to his reliance on the weapon, now with so many level 6 martial artists dead, one had to suspect the kid's formidable strength. At this moment, a murderous intent surged in Lu Xing's heart, his body ablaze with flames. "Since you won't come to me, then it's my turn to attack." Lu Xing switched to the wind-breathing technique. Seeing this, Ghost-Faced Vulture urgently yelled, "This kid is almost a Grandmaster." While speaking, Ghost-Faced Vulture quickly fled, but Lu Xing wasn't about to let him escape. The next moment, Ghost-Faced Vulture suddenly turned around, cackling with laughter as flames surged around him, who said I was running away. Then, Ghost-Faced Vulture clapped his hands together and a large fireball of high temperature engulfed Lu Xing. Ghost-Faced Vulture grinned widely. "See, you will die in my endless sea of fire." The next moment, a voice made him pee himself in fear. "You call that fire?" Lu Xing's figure appeared at the center of the sea of fire, and with a flick of his finger, he said, "Let's see what real fire is." Then, a small purple flame shot towards Ghost-Faced Vulture's chest. The next moment, the purple flame quickly spread over his entire body, and Ghost-Faced Vulture screamed in agony like a demon. In an instant, the purple flame spread rapidly, turning into a fiery tornado that engulfed Ghost-Faced Vulture. His screams grew fainter and fainter, while Ma Guiyun's face turned ashen. A level 6 martial artist's bones are as tough as steel, with a boiling point of 2,750 degrees. But looking at this fire, I still feel mine is a bit stronger. Lu Xing calmly watched Ma Guiyun and asked, Have you decided how you want to die? On the other side, the two teammates, unable to rest easy, decided to sneak back to the entrance to check the situation. What the hell is going on here? They saw several bandits down on the ground. This kid is strong, all with one hit kills. Blue Hair scoffed. They're just minions. But looking at the situation at the entrance, Blue Hair was puzzled. Could it be that the dumb kid really charged in? After that, they decided to sneak back inside and prepare for combat, just in case. The next moment, they were stunned. Walking along the corridor, they found bodies everywhere, unable to believe that the foolish kid did all this. So they moved further inside. At that moment, they heard a heart-wrenching scream and both exclaimed in shock, "It's Ma Guiyun." As the words fell, Ma Guiyun was split in two. The killer was Lu Xing, holding a long spear. Only at the last moment did they believe that. All of this was Lu Xing's doing. Seeing his teammates arrive, Lu Xing called out, "You're just a step late. The bandit suppression is completed." Then Lu Xing walked straight out of the factory, leaving the two to handle the aftermath. It wasn't until Lu Xing had left that the two collapsed on the ground, clearly frightened by the terrifying figure of the great demon they had just witnessed. They even thought they were dreaming. What kind of monster? Had the 7th Saints Martial University really recruited? Meanwhile, as Lu Xing got into a taxi to return, a message on his phone broke the silence. It was from Fatty, asking where Lu Xing was, as someone had come to challenge the 7th Martial Sage Tower. Thus, Lu Xing hurried back to the school. However, for Lu Xing, the bandit suppression mission was also a significant gain. A group of bandits, abundant in vital energy and blood and extremely vicious, was perfect for sharpening his dragon-patterned spear. Lost in thought, Fatty came running over with a trident on his back and quickly asked Lu Xing how difficult this mission was and if it was thrilling. When he heard that Lu Xing had dealt with the bandits, he exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, Brother Xing, you actually killed someone." Lu Xing hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Fatty, but then again, it made sense, since they were still just 17 or 18 years old, and killing was indeed too cruel for them. Just as Lu Xing was about to reassure Fatty that they were only despicable villains, he saw Fatty looking excitedly at him. "Next time, we should also take on some bounty hunter missions. It must be thrilling." Lu Xing was baffled. Does this Fatty have a gene for violence or what? As they were talking, several students passed by, shouting, "It's over. The Martial Sage Tower can't be held now." Lu Xing slowly asked Fatty what guarding the tower meant. Fatty hurriedly explained that basically, it was Miao Renxiong, ranked 7th on the 7 Saints list, and representing the 4th Holy Martial University, who had come to challenge the tower. Seeing Lu Xing's astonished face, Fatty continued explaining that the 7 Saints list was like an upgraded version of the Elder Student list, which ranks the strength of undergraduate students from sophomore to senior at the 7 Saint Martial Universities, with the current leaders being Chun Yixian and Shaolan. The 7 Saints list, however, is a more authoritative ranking of all the elder students at the 7 Saint Martial Universities. Everyone listed is a top genius of the younger generation. Fatty sighed helplessly. The 7th Saints Martial University can't make it into the top 10 of the 7 Saints list, not even the school's top student, Chun Yixian, who ranks only 13th. It looks like we can't hold the tower anymore. This will turn the 7th Saints Martial University into a joke. For the next year, we won't even have the privilege of entering the Martial Sage Tower. We'll have to apply and queue up like students from other schools and martial artists, maybe even for half a year. Hearing this, Lu Xing was shocked. What? I have to queue for half years to get in? With that, he left Fatty staring in surprise as he flew towards the Martial Sage Tower. Seeing this, Fatty laughed. Could it be that Brother Xing is planning to defend the tower? Now, on the other side, the area in front of the 7th Martial Sage Tower was now crowded with all sorts of people. The students of the 7th Saints Martial University were currently stomping in anger. Today was undoubtedly a day of great humiliation for them. If they couldn't hold the tower this time, they would have to compete with students from other schools for spots. At that moment, the crowd shouted that someone was coming out. It turned out to be Chun Yixian, holding his head. Chun Yixian's expression was one of excruciating pain, clearly suffering backlash from pushing himself beyond his limits. The students were as if struck by thunder upon seeing this. Even Chun Yixian, the top student, had failed here, and they could hardly imagine who else could hold the tower. Now, Chun Yixian had stopped at the 20th floor, ending his challenge. Chun Yixian stared blankly at the panel. As a student of the 7th Saints Martial University, he was as familiar with this Martial Saint Tower as his own front door for 4 whole years. Yet he still couldn't match the outsider Miao Renxiong. He felt deeply aggrieved and embarrassed, because he couldn't protect what was his teeth grinding audibly with frustration. This scene not only caused onlookers from other schools to mock, but it also embarrassed the 7th Saints Martial University thoroughly, seeing them usually so arrogant, and yet they crumbled when faced with someone stronger. Just then, the two felt someone pushing them, and turned around to look, only to realize it was an invisible force of mental energy making way. Who possessed such formidable power? Look, it's Lu Xing, the top freshman of the year. I heard that at the start of the school year, he thrashed all the new students and even defeated a spear technique instructor. At this moment, the bystanders were unclear about Lushing's purpose for coming. Could he also be here to defend the tower? Your 7th Saints Marshal University is really something. Letting a newcomer on the freshman list challenge the 6th ranker on the 7 Saints list. It's one thing for the old guard to be ineffective, but now you're pinning your hopes on a freshman. Lushing paid no heed, walking straight towards the entrance with his dragon-patterned spear, then asked Miss, I don't need to queue to enter the tower. Now do I? At this, the young lady also remembered that Lushing, this handsome newbie, had never entered the tower before. How could they let him in to defend the tower? Subsequently, the young lady reluctantly handed the badge to Lushing. In her eyes, the 7th Saints Marshal University was now desperately grasping at straws. Seeing the young lady's worried expression, Lushing confidently looked back. Don't worry, I alone am enough. He won't break through. Elsewhere, Lushing's newly acquired young fans were frantically searching for him. Everyone they asked told them that Lushing had gone to carry out a AA-level mission and wouldn't be back soon. Hearing this, Red Hair scratched her head in disappointment. In her view, only Lushing could now preserve the school's reputation. A girl beside asked, who are you all rushing about searching for? You make it sound so mysterious. Red Hair answered listlessly, who it is doesn't matter now. The person isn't at school to prove it. The girl snorted and said, all this secrecy, and now even that freshman Lushing has gone to defend the tower. Our 7th Saints Marshal University really is in desperate straits. Hearing about Lushing, Red Hair's eyes sharpened, and she quickly grabbed the girl, shouting, what did you say? The freshman Lushing. The girl pointed to the billboard. Look, he just went in 2 minutes ago. His name just got up there, still in last place. Seeing that it really was Lushing, Red Hair's squad started dancing on the spot with excitement, and the girl, watching them with tears in her eyes, couldn't help but wonder, I don't understand why they are so excited. Isn't Lushing just a slightly impressive freshman? On the other side, Lushing looked around the empty tower interior, finding only a small machine in front, reading the instructions. It seemed just like a video game. As Lushing put on the helmet, his consciousness seemed to enter a space of consciousness. He was all too familiar with this feeling, although there was a slight difference. It was like entering the dream world. With that in mind, Lushing felt he wouldn't be doing justice to the zombies he had dispatched in his dreams if he didn't completely conquer the Marshal Saint Tower. However, there were no zombies here. His only opponent here was Tan Jongyu, a blue-green figure materialized in front, and the first level of the Marshal Saint Tower was the young Tan Jongyu. While Lushing was still startled, the figure sprinted towards him and then punched Lushing in the waist. As the breath from the palm dissipated, Lushing was unharmed. The next moment, the young man was sent flying by Lushing. It seemed that the kid's strength was around a level 2 martial artist. His attack on Lushing not only failed, but was also rebounded by Lushing's fierce energy, sending him flying. I'm not one to let things go. If the Marshal Saint hits me, I must hit back. With that, Lushing punched out and the young man vanished like smoke. Watching the scene, it seemed the force might have been a bit much, but the quickly dispersing young man turned into a stream of energy, reassembling somewhere else. It turned out that after absorbing Lushing's mental power, the young man transformed back into Tan Jongyu, who seemed to have grown a bit, so it gradually increases the difficulty like this. Soon, the young man quickly flashed behind Lushing, but through this punch, Lushing finally understood the principle of the Marshal Saint Tower. With a kick from Lushing, Tan Jongyu disappeared again, so it was the same old pattern. During the fight, mental energy continually emerged, and this mental energy was attracted by another force, merging with previous energies to form a new Tan Jongyu. So, defeating an opponent not only doesn't provide any benefit, but instead continuously drains my mental power. Lushing had previously considered that the Marshal Saint Tower's trials might be linked to mental and willpower aspects, but he hadn't figured out how a year-long accumulation could provide mental trials for so many people. Even if it was the Marshal Saint's will, it should have been exhausted long ago. It turns out that it is maintained through charging fees, taking a little bit at each level to stimulate the generation of Marshal Saint opponents, and even collecting more than what is needed for generation, thereby continuously enlarging the Marshal Saint's will. This is also why the 7 Saints Marshal University's recruitment is not as good as the other 6 schools. The other schools have been established longer, and their Marshal Saints will has grown larger, like a snowball rolling downhill. And Tan Jongyu is the founder of the 7th Saints Marshal University, and the only existing Marshal Saint among the 7 Saint Marshal Universities, managing all affairs of these institutions. Moreover, breaking the record in the Marshal Saint Tower offers a chance to receive his legacy. If the Marshal Saint Tower operates as Lushing analyzed, then his dream space operates on a similar principle. The dream space is likely generated based on the will of one or more martial arts powerhouses, and the dream space is much more sophisticated than the Marshal Saint Tower, considering the multitude of martial arts powerhouses expected over the next 10,000 years, as numerous as the stars. It's possible there combined wills could construct a world of mental power, accompanied by the clicking sound. Lushing quickly passed several levels, and his figure once again solidified into a man with a sword. Presumably a version of Tan Zhongyu around the age of 20, perhaps a level 5 when he first attended university. But it was still no use, as he was directly shattered by a punch from Lushing. The next moment, a new Tan Zhongyu appeared, this one at a minor mastery of swordplay, at the point of breaking through to level 6. After a while, almost every figure failed to withstand even one move from Lushing. However, by this time, Tan Zhongyu had reached his 30s, appearing to be at least at the peak of level 6 in swordsmanship, once acclaimed as the number one person below Grandmasters among his peers. I've long heard that Tan Zhongyu was a late bloomer, only showing the semblance of a saint when he nearly stepped into the Grandmaster realm. I am eager to see the strength of this number one person below Grandmasters. Both are now at level 6, but Lushing still opts to tear apart Tan Zhongyu barehanded, feeling that there is no need to use the spear yet. On the other hand, Miao Rinxiong has already passed level 21 to reach level 22 and is still comfortably leading the chart. Currently, the highest record in the 7th Martial Saint Tower is the 22nd floor, and if Miao Rinxiong advances another level, then it's game over. Chun Yixian, who has been surpassed in one go, is trembling, finally understanding what true humiliation feels like, and also grasping the gap represented by the 7 Saints list. The will to fight is slowly disintegrating in his heart. At that moment, a girl with a ponytail tried to comfort him, saying that Miao Rinxiong wouldn't easily break through the 22nd floor as it is a threshold and Tan Martial Saint, who is accomplished in peak level 6 swordsmanship, isn't easily defeated. Trembling, Chun Yixian responded, "What if Miao Rinxiong gets lucky and passes? Wouldn't I become the criminal of the 7th Saints Martial University?" At that moment, the crowd shouted, "Look, Lushing's tower breaking speed is so fast. In the blink of an eye, Lushing has reached the 12th floor. No, it's already the 15th floor. No, it's already the 21st floor. He has transcended Chun Yixian, currently ranked 2nd. In an instant, everyone's mouths hung open, dumbfounded. But before the crowd could react, Lushing's ranking had already surpassed Miao Rinxiong, who was first. Some outsiders started accusing the 7th Saints Martial University of being sore losers, even daring to falsify scores in the Martial Saint Tower. Not just outsiders. Even Chun Yixian and others were incredulous, given the unbelievably fast speed of breaking the tower. At that moment, the registrar came out to clarify the core of the Martial Saint Tower is the will of the Martial Saint. Are you saying that the Martial Saint is protecting Lushing? Hearing this, the crowd acknowledged their mistake. We didn't mean to blame the Martial Saint. It's just that the score looks very fake. During the argument, Lushing's ranking reached the 25th floor, setting a new record for the 7th Martial Saint Tower. Currently, only Red Hair believed this was truly Lushing's own strength. Red Hair shouted excitedly, "That's right, I knew it. This is Lushing." Fatty and others from the same school watched the screen, their mouths agape. Damn, Brother Xian is overpowered again. At this time, Lushing was enveloped in flames, perhaps even forgetting which floor he was on. In the midst of speaking, another Tan Zhongyu was defeated. However, Lushing was starting to feel a bit strained. It was Tan Zhongyu, after all, if it had been a week earlier. Before Lushing had mastered physical strength control in the cold weapons training room, he might not have dominated this much. The next moment, Lushing clutched his head in pain as waves of mental power continuously emerged, the mental challenge of this level, visibly causing him pain. If it were any other student, they probably would have given up by now. The next moment, a figure wrapped in blue energy slowly felt. It looked like the next threshold was coming out of Grandmaster level Tan Zhongyu. Before Lushing could make a move, Tan Zhongyu's body burst forth with a dark energy, this domineering Grandmaster's aura overwhelming Lushing. It is said that Tan Zhongyu became a Grandmaster at 42, battling 8 Grandmasters in the same month, achieving 7 wins in 1 draw. Then, 10 suns also slowly rose around Lu Xian. Come on, Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu, let's see whether your sword can split this orb of daylight, or if you burn up first. Lushing soared toward Tan Zhongyu like a meteor. Today, I will confront you, a true Grandmaster with level 9 prowess, with my level 6 status. At this moment, Lushing tried to break through Tan Zhongyu's defenses with this overwhelmingly powerful flames. However, Tan Zhongyu merely gathered energy into his sword, and then, under Lushing's astonished gaze, a terrifying force that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth flew towards Lushing's forehead. Logically, Lushing should have been fine, but this strike left him somewhat disheveled. It was the first time Lushing had seen such a fearsome slash. His fierce energy and control-level flames crumbled like tofu upon impact. However, this was just what Lushing wanted, as he hadn't had such an exhilarating fight in a long time. Stimulated by this life-and-death battle, Lushing's martial arts skills advanced, further bringing him one step closer to the second form of the complete martial path. This time, Tan Zhongyu calmly raised his longsword again, then a domineering sword aura with lightning condensed in his palm. In an instant, before Lushing could even reach him, several strikes of lightning and sword aura surrounded Lushing. But this time, Lushing did not intend to dodge. He concentrated his stellar-connected fierce energy into one point, as if holding a star, with solar flares at his fingertips, mastering the star itself. This was the stellar body refinement secret technique, the stellar grip. At this moment, the 10 Suns ascendancy also continuously unleashed, with various attacks reaching a climactic phase. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, the vice principal incredulously looked at the information board. 8 level 6 martial artists, including 2 at the peak of level 6, and those with high-level elemental control talents, had all been cleanly killed by Lu Sheng. Alone, with a crushing force akin to sweeping away decayed wood, the double A-level mission was directly upgraded to triple A, and the chief of Riverside City Police had even personally written a thank you letter of nearly 10,000 words. This kid, I originally thought he would need some time to lay low before making a move, but who knew he'd surprise me like this all up? A sudden, such unparalleled combat power, invincible among his peers, just like the martial saint from the St. Martial University in the old days. However, such talent and strength have surely drawn the attention of Martial Saint. Before the vice principal could fully process his shock, a teacher burst through the door. Vice principal, there's an emergency at the Martial Saint Tower. The vice principal waved his hand nonchalantly. What's the rush? The result from defending the tower is out, isn't it? If we lost, we lost. The Martial Saint Tower was set up by the Martial Saint to encourage competition. Just notify the 4th St. Martial University directly, but the teacher exclaimed, this has nothing to do with the 4th St. Martial University. It's Lu Sheng. He has broken our 7th Saint's Martial Tower's record. He's now reached the 26th floor. At this moment, the students felt an unprecedented pressure as all the vice principals of the school mobilized collectively. The vice principal was sweating. Lu Sheng, what other surprises are you going to bring me? The principals were shocked. We hurried over as soon as Lu Sheng reached the 26th floor. Could it be that he has broken through another level in this short interval? The bearded principal spoke up. Previously, the Martial Saint said that anyone under 30 who breaks the 23rd floor may be summoned by him. Those who break the 24th floor may receive his guidance for 7 days, and those who break the 25th floor may enter his school. Yet, this Lu Sheng has reached the terrifying 27th floor. After saying this, the bespectacled principal shouted loudly, indicating that after this incident, they would co-sign a report to the higher-ups. Hearing this, the students were shocked, truly not expecting that Lu Sheng could enter the Martial Saint school just after arriving. But thinking about it, it makes sense. He shattered the Martial Saint Tower. Probably, no one will match him for the next 50 years, and this Lu Sheng will also become the strongest student in the history of the 7 St. Martial Universities. At this moment, Fatty chimed in, no, I'm afraid not even in 100 years could anyone surpass my brother Shin. Awesome is not enough to describe him anymore. It looks like all I can do in this life is cling to brother Sheng's coattails. On the other side, someone shouted that Lu Sheng was too monstrous, wondering why there had been no signs before. Hearing this, Red Hair immediately shoved her phone in front of a bystander, which surprisingly recorded all of Lu Sheng's incredible deeds at school. Red Hair proudly said, I posted about Lu Sheng's strength a long time ago. He cleared the 5th stage of the training room, but no one believed it. As bystanders watched the scenes in the post, they were dumbfounded. If all recorded in there were true, what a terrifying existence Lu Sheng would be. Meanwhile, this battle of martial arts and clash of wills with Tan Zhongyu was a rare and valuable tempering for Lu Sheng's path to Grandmaster. Lu Sheng, supporting his trembling body, slowly said, Tan Zhongyu, you are indeed strong, but I am stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Zhongyu's Grandmaster form began to dissipate more slowly than usual, as if laying the groundwork for something. As his body gradually vanished, a strong light burst forth. Seizing the moment of his opponent's dissolution, Lu Sheng immediately activated his technique to heal his injuries. Lu Sheng looked at his right hand, satisfied. His grand vision meditation was nearly perfect. Perhaps after another life and death battle, it could fully form, and then he would be ready to officially challenge the level 7 Grandmaster realm. The next moment, Lu Sheng abruptly stood up, a burst of blue-green aura exploding around him. He slowly looked up at the sky, where the dissipating figure turned into a dazzling orb of light, and suddenly, the great Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu appeared, standing like a deity above. To Lu Sheng's surprise, this time it seemed that no mental energy was being absorbed. It appeared that the Martial Saint Tower had been accumulating power all along for this moment. Lu Sheng, holding the holy spear, shouted, come on, let's fight with all our might. This time, Lu Sheng used all his power without reservation, preparing for the final battle. Red Hair and others, seeing him stuck at the 27th floor for a long time, thought that was Lu Sheng's limit. But unexpectedly, he broke through to the 28th floor. This level, even beyond the reach of all the principals, showed how incredibly strong a freshman could be, leaving them nowhere to hide their aged faces. Dang, the challenge has ended. Eventually, Lu Sheng set a new record with the 28th floor. The bespectacled principal stared dreamily towards the tower's entrance, and the students and onlookers crowded at the gate, wanting to witness Lu Sheng's glorious moment firsthand. With a creak, the first to come out was Miao Rinxiong. Miao Rinxiong was also puzzled. Although he came to challenge the tower, he didn't expect so many people waiting at the door. Miao Rinxiong laughed heartily, thinking everyone was stunned by his performance and had come to greet him. But a group of girls, seeing someone laughing so loudly, showed expressions of astonishment. Just then, Lu Sheng from behind shouted, "Let Miao Rinxiong pass through." Seeing Miao Rinxiong not paying attention, still lost in his fantasy, the next moment Miao Rinxiong did a 360-degree flip jump. "Sorry, you were in my way." Watching the arrogant figure ahead, Miao Rinxiong became enraged. "Damn it, when have I ever been treated like this?" He immediately swung his massive fist towards Lu Sheng. "Fuck you, you little shit. Even the big shots at your school don't dare to be this arrogant with me. Do you know who you're talking to?" As the dust settled, Lu Sheng grabbed Miao Rinxiong with one hand. "What's up? You think it's okay to block the way? Also, who did you say you are?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Sheng tightened his grip, almost ending Miao Rinxiong's life right there. The next moment, Lu Sheng flung him, sending Miao Rinxiong flying dozens of meters. The minions who had followed him were stunned. Having been with their boss for so many years, they knew his strength. But this was the first time they saw him being manhandled by someone of the same level. Not just them, other students were also shocked. Their stunned gazes slowed to recover, because at this moment, a new legend was born. A legend about Lu Sheng. Fatty shouted to break the silence. "Wow, that's awesome. That's the strength of my brother Shin." Next, the 7 St. Martial Universities was about to enter an era dominated by Lu Sheng. Everyone began to shout, "Lu Sheng, the strongest in history. So awesome. Invincible, invincible. That Miao Rinxiong from the 7 Saints list. He's nothing." People even started to take pride in having been beaten up by Lu Sheng themselves. In just 2 minutes, Lu Sheng received countless praises. Seeing this, Qin Yishian remarked, "What old student list? What 7 Saints list? It seems they can no longer contain this great Buddha." Seeing this, the principals also turned and left, because this moment was when Lu Sheng had upheld the school's honor, and they left the atmosphere for them to thoroughly enjoy. On the other side, the seniors from other schools were shocked, as the long stagnant record of the 7th Martial Saint Tower had been broken by a freshman. Senior sister Yang Yuan, "Let's hurry up and find your friend and head back as soon as we're done." But Yang Yuan slowly indicated that there was no need anymore, because the person she wanted to see had already been seen. But because he was too dazzling, now she could only watch from afar, fearing she no longer had the right to approach. Hearing this, he was so shocked that his hair stood on end. "What the hell? You don't mean to say the person you wanted to find was Lu Sheng, do you?" I'm not saying it, but you really do have a vain side." By this time, Lu Sheng was already surrounded by fans wanting to take pictures, and it seemed he wouldn't be free for a while. Hearing the senior's words, Yang Yuan turned around with a dark expression. "You're right, he is too dazzling, and I was too presumptuous." The next moment, the senior grabbed Yang Yuan, saying disdainfully, "Oh, senior sister Yang Yuan, don't be mad. I didn't mean it. I believe. Isn't that enough?" Seeing his playboy demeanor, Yang Yuan coldly said, "Senior, I appreciate that you came out with me to find someone. Please mind your words and actions." Yellow Hair was just about to continue teasing, but was abruptly grabbed by the head by Fatty. "Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear to let go? You're pretty bold, daring to lay hands on Brother Shin's woman." But Fatty felt something was off with his grasp. Like when hitting someone, why couldn't he achieve the same domineering effect as Brother Shin? Afterwards, seeing Yang Yuan's surprised reaction, Fatty explained, "I am Lu Sheng's friend. Brother Shin asked me to come over and tell you to stay for a meal later. He noticed you were here, but it's not easy for him to get away right now. I'll take Shin's sister-in-law around for a bit first." Hearing this, Yang Yuan blushed profusely and hurriedly clarified that she and Lu Sheng were not in that kind of relationship. Meanwhile, Yellow Hair on the ground felt despair upon hearing this, not expecting her to actually be Lu Sheng's friend. The next morning, Lu Sheng was called to the principal's office. Even the principal, who had seen many geniuses over the years, was amazed. The principal then explained, "Normally, refreshing the Martial Saint Tower record comes with academic credit rewards, but your case is a bit special and needs reevaluation, so we'll notify you as soon as the credits are processed." Lu Sheng hadn't expected that breaking through the tower would also yield academic credits. The vice principal mentioned that any school's Martial Saint Tower, if someone refreshes the record, would receive academic credit rewards from their respective Saint Martial University. The next moment, the vice principal suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "Lu Sheng, you aren't planning on graduating early, are you?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng nodded and said if possible he would like to graduate as soon as he can. The vice principal exclaimed, "Damn, you've only been in school for a few days, probably haven't even met all the teachers yet." But seeing Lu Sheng so certain, the vice principal couldn't say much and only instructed Lu Sheng to go back, promising to notify him as soon as there was news about the credits. After Lu Sheng left, the vice principal slowly picked up the phone. "Hello, it's me, I think. Let's wait a bit longer." The person on the other end of the phone asked why he was deliberately delaying, to which the vice principal slowly turned back and said lightly, "Because it seems Lu Sheng's show has just begun." The news of freshman Lu Sheng breaking the Martial Saint Tower record spread throughout the entire school. The title of the strongest freshman in the history of the 7th Saints Martial University, belonged to Lu Sheng. How far is Lu Sheng from becoming a Grandmaster? Could the first in school Grandmaster in history be born? Is Wen Jingxian, the current #1 on the 7 Saints list, enough to take on Lu Sheng, who is using just one hand? All the questions and various images of Lu Sheng in battle were compiled into an extraordinary montage. The students of the 7 Saints Martial University were thrilled because from now on, they could finally hold their heads high, no longer feeling inferior to other Saint Martial universities. Lu Sheng became the male idol of all the girls in the school. Seeing the various comments and praises about him, Lu Sheng was dumbfounded, only able to remark that it's no wonder martial arts girls talk so straightforwardly and boldly. Lu Sheng apologized to Yang Yuan beside him. I didn't expect so many people today. Sorry for making you see such a scene. Yang Yuan smiled and said, it's okay. You're a busy person, and besides, your achievements are now too dazzling. Thinking about this made Yang Yuan look gloomy. She didn't know if she could still come to find Lu Sheng in the future. Seeing Yang Yuan's concerns, Lu Sheng said, nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. Come whenever you want. Afterward, Lu Sheng wondered if he could give his graduation an extra push. Since the Martial Saint Tower could earn academic credits, that would make things easier. The scene shifts to Miao Renxiong, who has returned to the 4th Saint Martial University, but his disheartened return inevitably sparked various rumors and gossip. By this time, the news had already spread throughout the entire campus. Some people at the 4th Saint Martial University couldn't believe that a freshman could be so powerful and thought instead that Miao Renxiong's abilities were greatly exaggerated, mocking him for embarrassing himself at another school and calling him a typical case of pretending to be smart but ending up looking foolish. Hearing these comments, Miao Renxiong's veins bulged with anger. Although furious, he did not want to argue with fools, choosing instead to endure it. However, seeing Miao Renxiong's lack of reaction, people intensified their mockery. Have you heard? They say Miao Renxiong was so scared by that freshman that he fainted on the spot, even soiling himself, pants full of it. Ha ha ha. The next moment, a food tray clattered to the ground. Miao Renxiong grabbed Yellow Hair by the neck. I've tolerated you for a long time. Dare say that again, and I'll crush your balls. Yellow Hair was immediately so frightened that he wet himself. This scene made the other students break out in cold sweats. They seemed to have forgotten that Miao Renxiong was ranked first on the senior list of the 4th Saint Martial University. Just as Miao Renxiong was about to beat Yellow Hair, a voice intervened. Enough, Miao Renxiong. Miao Renxiong, furious, turned and threw a punch at the speaker, but his powerful fist was easily blocked by a raised hand. This shocked Miao Renxiong into a cold sweat, for he was facing the last person he wanted to see. Lu Sheng spoke calmly. Miao Renxiong, have you never learned manners? This is the second time now. Also, I'm planning to challenge the tower at your school. Just came to give you a heads up. Any objections? Miao Renxiong dared not object and could only shake his head. The next moment, with a wave of his hand from the 7th Saint Martial University, Miao Renxiong was sent flying dozens of meters. No objections? Good. I'll be back soon. Miao Renxiong was thoroughly frightened and could only crouch down, trembling. At this moment, the students of the 4th Saint Martial University realized something was amiss. Because Miao Renxiong was not weak, he was ranked 7th on the 7 Saints list and 1st on the senior list. Yet, this person before them handled Miao Renxiong like he was nothing. Now crouching on the ground, Miao Renxiong trembled and cried out, he is Lu Sheng. Hearing this, the students were shocked. What? He is Lu Sheng from the 7th Saint Martial University. Lu Sheng has come to challenge the tower. They hurriedly called others, summoning the top 10 back. Why even call anyone else? Miao Renxiong doesn't even dare to fart now. The next moment, a voice arose from behind. Just because Miao Renxiong got scared doesn't mean we are too. The newcomers were Yang Jinkan, ranked 2nd, and Feng Meizong, ranked 3rd. Yang Jinkan, licking her whip, mocked. I too am curious to see just how formidable this freshman who scared Miao Renxiong is. With their addition, the students' fighting spirit was instantly ignited, collectively shouting, the 4 great martial artists are undeterred. Let's defeat Lu Sheng. Let's go. The next moment, reality proved them wrong. The 4th Martial Saint Tower's record was also broken by Lu Sheng with 28 floors. At the same time, the geniuses of the 5th Saint Martial University held an emergency meeting with videos of Lu Sheng playing on the screen. The leading white-haired man spoke. This year, the 7th Saints Martial University has a freak, a monster among the new students, and I'm sure you all know. He's called Lu Sheng, this year's Eastern Rising Brightness General Star. Then, the man continued to recount Lu Sheng's exploits. An impatient girl interrupted. Jingyu, cut the crap and just say what we should do. The man could only awkwardly shake his head, indicating he was powerless. Within half a day, Lu Sheng broke records in 2 towers, earning the name of a devil across the 7th Saint Martial Universities. While they were speaking, someone shouted from the door, "It's bad, Lu Sheng is here." Under the gaze of the 5th Saint Martial University students, Lu Sheng directly took down the 5th Saint Martial Tower. Several refining sessions of Grandmaster. Well, later, Lu Sheng's spiritual power had greatly increased, seemingly breaking through to level 6. Moreover, Under the pressure he created, the complete martial path smoothly entered its second form. The second form of complete martial path, where power is concentrated, pinpointed explosions, weaknesses discerned, control intricate mastery, and even predictive capabilities added. That feeling of being all-knowing and all-powerful became more apparent. Since Lu Xing entered the second form of complete martial path, he even felt like he was ascending to godhood. Although it was an illusion, following this path could one day become a true god of martial arts. Just after stepping out of the tower, Fatty was already waiting at the entrance of the 5th St. Martial University to greet Lu Xing as he triumphantly returned. Fatty excitedly shouted, "Congratulations, Brother Xing, on breaking another tower. So are we heading to another St. Martial University now?" Lu Xing checked the time, thought it was still early, and then asked Fatty to call a cab to go to the 6th St. Martial University. To his surprise, Fatty, with a grand gesture, had already called for a ride. In an instant, hundreds of cars were crammed along the roadside. Lu Xing, baffled, looked behind him, unsure what was going on. Unbeknownst to him, once Lu Xing got in the car, a large group of students also started hailing. "Caps, Brother Xing is leaving, let's follow him." Even a driver, who had been in the business for over 50 years, was startled by the scene and hurriedly asked if the 7 St. Martial Universities were hosting a major event. Seeing this, a student excitedly replied, "Ah, yes, we are about to witness the birth of a dynasty." The driver exclaimed, "What? These kids are crazy." Meanwhile, at the 6th St. Martial University, there was a frantic shout, "He's coming! He's coming! Lu Xing is here!" They saw Lu Xing slowly stepping out of the car, followed by a group of underlings. The students were alarmed. "What do we do? Oh my god! This setup is just like that of a devil." A voice rang out, "Look, it's Xing Kong. Ranked first among the seniors, he has come forward." Xing Kong looked loftily ahead. "So you are Lu Xing, here to challenge the tower, right?" Lu Xing calmly responded, "Ah yes, may I help you?" Xing Kong's face fell. "May I help you? I came specifically to show you the way." The sudden change in tone broke the hearts of the students of the 6th Institute. Half an hour later, Lu Xing broke the 6th St. Martial Tower's record with 29 floors. Students from the 7th St. Martial University followed behind him, shouting and cheering excitedly. Xing Kong could only respond with tears. "What can I do? Let him break the record. After all, it's not just our face that's lost." Under Lu Xing's leadership, within just half a day, he had already broken the records of the 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd Martial St. Towers. Now Lu Xing was slowly standing at the entrance of the 1st St. Martial University. A voice rang out, "It's you, right? The devil of the 7th St. Martial Universities." Lu Xing, the blinding light instantly dazzled everyone's eyes. As the smoke cleared, the voice rang out again, "Do you know where you are? Daring to run wild here?" Lu Xing responded lightly, "I'm here to challenge the tower." How could I not know? The person standing in front was Bai Hengchuan, ranked 2nd on the 7 Saints list. He coldly said, "The founder of the 1st St. Martial University was the first martial saint to emerge in our Dragon Nation. In terms of history and heritage, none of these newer martial universities can compare to us. You may seek fame, but if you want to step over the face of the 1st St. Martial University, you must first ask if my sword agrees." As Bai Hengchuan thrust his great sword into the ground, a world of ice and snow formed instantly underfoot, freezing Lu Xing's legs in blocks of ice. "I heard you this year's Ascending Dragon. Coincidentally, I was once the Ascending Dragon too." Fatty and the others were so scared that they dared not move. Bai Hengchuan had actually condensed Grandmaster will, albeit just a trace, but it was a genuine manifestation of his own martial will, which surely meant he would reach Grandmaster status within 10 years. Hearing the discussions around him, Bai Hengchuan laughed loudly. "Do you now understand the depth of the 1st Martial University?" Lu Xing sighed softly. "Grandmaster Will, hoped to have formed your own Grandmaster. Well, at such a young age in this era is indeed commendable." Hearing this, Bai Hengchuan flew into a rage. "Is that the tone of appreciation from a senior to a junior? What are you playing at?" As they spoke, Bai Hengchuan, wielding his great sword, flew towards Lu Xing. "I'll freeze you into an ice sculpture and then shatter you. See if you can still pretend then." Lu Xing softly replied, "Is this your ice, Martial Will? Compared to her, you are far too weak." Amidst the incredulous looks of the onlookers, a fiercely burning flame rose in front of Lu Xing. Instantly, melting the surrounding ice and snow, Bai Hengchuan was dumbfounded. What in the world is this? So hot, so dazzling, it's like the sun. Under this intense heat, his realm of ice crumbled. Lu Xing approached him and said lightly, "Actually, it's not coincidental at all. If you were in my class, you could only be second best." At this moment, a few figures slowly stood behind him. If this child enters the Grandmaster level within 5 years, he will surely have the stature of a martial saint. On the other side, in the student council room, red hair smoking a cigarette asked, "Has Lu Xing already entered the 1st Martial Saint Tower? Did Bai Hengchuan not make a move?" Purple hair replied, "Lu Xing entered half an hour ago." Bai Hengchuan tried to stop him, but it was futile. Red hair was shocked. Could it be that even with all his cards played, Bai Hengchuan couldn't stop Lu Xing? How many moves did Lu Xing use to defeat Bai Hengchuan? Purple hair said with an embarrassed look, "Half a move." Upon hearing this, red hair was shocked. According to Purple Hair, Lushing had merely revealed his martial saint will, not even making a move, and he had already melted by Hengchuan's martial will. At these words, Red Hair collapsed to the ground, unable to even imagine what the melting of a martial will look like. Purple Hair asked, "Should we also go out and stop him?" Red Hair, trembling, said, "Stop what? Hell, my strength is roughly equal to Bai Hengchuan's. Should I go and get myself killed?" Purple Hair was furious, cursing Lushing. Purple Hair had planned to follow in Tan Zhongyu's footsteps and ascend to Grandmaster quickly, but was completely dominated by the suddenly emerged devil, Lushing. 2 hours later, the entire school was abuzz with major news. Lushing had broken 7 towers in 3 days, topping the charts and hailed as the foremost below Grandmasters. That night, Lushing returned to the Dream AI and asked AI to open up his life record. Although fame in the real world wasn't very useful to him, he was still curious to see if he could become a saint in reality, his daily routine being just training, eating, sleeping, and showing off. Not that he was asking for it, but they simply didn't understand how satisfying it was to crush a strong and disliked opponent with one hand. Hehehe. It seems I have achieved the status of martial saint in this life, although it's still far from my goal of reaching level 12. Looking back at my life, Lushing is a martial arts prodigy, having won first place in the National College Martial Arts Competition in the same year and killed a Grandmaster-level martial artist from the Extreme Way Martial Arts School on the field. Becoming famous in the capital, Lushing is curious why he would kill someone, especially in a competition. The Grandmaster from the Extreme Way Martial Arts School had the backing of a martial saint. What could possibly make me take the risk of offending a martial saint to kill a Grandmaster? Looks like this is a question for later. Let's move on to what comes next. At 19, Lushing was taken in by Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu as the third disciple, became a great Grandmaster at 32, and advanced to Martial Saint before the age of 70, establishing the Saint Martial Hall and being known as Complete Martial Saint. Eventually, he passed away at the age of 161 from exhaustion of mental energy in the 457th year of the martial era. Not bad, Complete Martial Saint. Founding the Martial Saint Hall, that's quite an achievement. He lived a shorter life than in his previous Grandmaster life, probably due to exhaustion of mental energy. It seems that mastering the complete martial path is indeed challenging. I must continue to strive. While excited, Lushing's fingers landed on the Spouse Information tab. Though extremely curious, he thought of unlocking several new characters each time and decided not to look. It might disturb his dull heart. Finally, when Lushing wanted to inquire about exotic beast information, he found he lacked the necessary permissions. What kind of secret could there be that even a martial saint isn't qualified to know? It seems he could only check the origin of the exotic beast. He randomly tapped, and a multitude of various explanations appeared, indicating that this matter couldn't be explained in just a few words. Lushing started checking the third stage method of the Undying Golden Body. He hasn't even completed the second stage yet. If only he had access to unlimited beast marrow, like last time in the Eastern Military District. Although that old Mr. Bai would probably cry to death. Then, the Grandmaster's intent on the natural breathing technique is very profound, aiming for unity between man and nature. The connection between humans and the universe, such an abstract concept that might be hard to grasp quickly. Currently, the biggest benefit of the natural breathing technique for Lushing is its rapid recovery rate and efficiency boost in cultivation. The next moment Lushing's eyes sharpened, a Grandmaster level could actually use the ability of will projection, using one's mental power to simulate another person's martial will. Truly terrifying. Such a genius idea. Perhaps only a madman could create such a technique. Thinking this, Lushing couldn't help but wonder if the dream space he was currently in was also created by projection, which is why he could perfectly inherit the wills of the zombies he killed in dreams. Not only that, but Lushing also felt he was touching the edge of some truth, yet a thick fog prevented him from seeing clearly. It seems this world is much more complex than imagined. After speaking, Lushing exited the dream space. However, AI in the dream remained staring dazedly at Lushing's Martial Saint information panel. As his eyes began to emit a golden glow, Lushing discovered that the Grandmaster level visualization technique possessed projection abilities, so he immediately tried to construct the will of a Valkyrie, but the will just formed dissolved in less than 2 seconds. After several attempts, he still couldn't construct a projection with his mental power. Clearly, this will projection wasn't so simple. Compared to the Martial Saint Tower, the dream space felt more like a complete world. Aside from the sensations of hunger and excretion, everything else felt real. If both were to be likened to games, the Martial Saint Tower would be too sketchy, still requiring more players to participate in programming, while the dream space was more like a top-tier production, difficult to distinguish from reality. So Lushing wasn't in a hurry. This wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Now, after several trials in the Martial Saint Tower, his progress in the crystal visualization technique had significantly improved. Lushing could feel that his body could now accommodate a third Grandmaster will. If he didn't harvest some soon, with his current rate of strength increase, it wouldn't be long before even the will of a Grandmaster would seem beneath his notice. He would need the will of a great Grandmaster. However, with his current strength, facing a great grandmaster still exerted some pressure. Lu Xing arrived at a city gate. Finally found you. The third will I have my eye on. Big guy. Hello there. Come then. Complete martial. Path second stage. The big guy used all his strength to withstand this strike, ultimately unable to resist. Half his body destroyed. Lu Xing didn't expect this guy's defensive power to be so strong. If he were in perfect condition, perhaps even Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu wouldn't be able to break his defense. Alright, heroic spirit undying. Let me inherit your will. Sure way. Your talent is too poor, always a step slower than others, totally unsuited for practicing martial arts. What if I take an extra step, do it a step earlier? Hearing this, the teacher sighed. As he grew up, Sure Wei, due to his poor qualifications and abilities, was rejected by the city's guard squad. Undeterred, Sure Wei could only seek other opportunities. That very afternoon, he faced strong opposition from his mother for joining a hunter squad, which meant leaving the base and facing a life and death situation. Sure Wei could only give a naive smile, assuring his mother that he would surely survive. Look at this fool. He barely has any strength, and he's thinking of saving others. To grab a few zombie fragments, he almost lost his life. Truly foolish. Probably next time, he will die in the mouth of an exotic beast. The scene shifts. What did you say? You say that fool Sure Wei advanced to level 6? Don't lie to me. The scene switches again to a hospital, where an anxious Sure Wei rushes in. The doctor reassures him, everything is fine. You have a daughter. Sure Wei sheds rare tears, knowing he needs to become stronger, strong enough to protect his family. After that day, the fool Sure Wei advances to Grandmaster at the age of 72. In the year 11024 of the martial calendar, during an exotic beast tide that attacked base 1359, Grandmaster Sure Wei held the gate 27 steadfastly, never retreating no matter how formidable the exotic beasts he faced. Is this truly the life of fool Sure Wei? Compared to Tan Zhongyu, Sure Wei is truly a late bloomer, labeled a fool from childhood, yet able to step into the realm of Grandmaster in his venerable years. 60 years passed the peak of martial artists before his death. His strength was at the threshold of a great Grandmaster, and his path of Grandmaster even held the potential to reach the 9th level of martial saint. Sure Wei's path has always been one of protection, which in some ways is also Lu Xing's path. Since gaining the dream space, what Lu Xing has sought to do is protect his family, the future of humanity, and all that he cherishes. Sure Wei researched and pondered for 10 years, like the richest aged wine. Lu Xing threw a punch towards the distance, admiring his own precise control of power. He even managed to accurately hit a tardigrade in the distance without damaging the walls. When Lu Xing saw the core of Sure Wei, he was shocked and his mouth fell open. This martial will is so powerful. It was a power that could shake hills with one's own strength. And it was this unyielding will that pushed Sure Wei's will to the extreme. This move directly penetrated Lu Xing's mind, named Bright Lord Casting Mountains. The Bright Lord, like an unmovable mountain, indestructible and unshakable, with a heart full of great compassion that nothing can disturb, and wisdom too deep for others to fathom. When the Bright Lord is enraged, heaven and earth change color, making the evil demons that harass living beings flee in fear. Such a formidable aura, even Lu Xing, who had activated the earth-breathing technique, couldn't help but be astonished. Under his feet lay an endless power like roots, immovable like a Vajra king, yet also dynamic like one. Such potent potential in Sure Wei, even Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu had not demonstrated such a capacity. So this unassuming little stone is Sure Wei's Grandmaster will, plain yet as stable as Mount. The golden crystal humanoid within Lu Xing, which was nearing stability, seemed to reach its limit with the addition of Sure Wei's Grandmaster will. He had thought he could accommodate several more, but it turned out that just adding one more was too much. Although Lu Xing could immediately advance to the Grandmaster realm, he had a premonition that doing so according to the stellar body refinement technique would immediately disrupt the balance within his body. The most likely outcome would be the absorption or expulsion of all wills other than the stellar Grandmaster will. However, these wills are also important to him. This definitely wouldn't do. If he can't fully integrate, he could only reach up to level 11, unable to step onto the path of level 12. Unable to think of a solution on the first day, Lu Xing decided to take a stroll in the market, as he had been in the capital for so long without truly exploring it. Lu Xing noticed two people playing chess on the side, and driven by curiosity, he went over to watch. The chessboard, pieces of different colors fighting each other, starkly resembled the various Grandmaster wills within him, distinct yet difficult to integrate. Wait, these round chess pieces, there's a strange idea, but it suddenly breaks off. Oh well, after thinking for a long time to no avail, it's time to fill his stomach. Consequently, Lu Xing ordered a bowl of noodles with soybean paste. Then, he noticed two children watching TV in front, which made him feel a bit homesick. Since he steamrolled through the Seven Saints Towers, his career at the Martial Holy University was nearing its end. Looking at the noodles brought by the owner, Lu Xing zoned out again. Everything looked like martial philosophy to him. He believed that his complete martial path would also be like this bowl of noodles, various ingredients mixed together, making it even more delicious. Unexpectedly, eating a bowl of noodles yielded a little insight. Slurping away, boss, 5 more bowls of noodles, please. Seeing Lu Xing's hearty appetite, the owner guessed that he must be a martial arts practitioner. Many martial arts prodigies of levels 3 and 4 come to eat here, too. Young man, I'll give you a fried egg, and next time bring your girlfriend along. Eating the round fried egg, Lu Xing enjoyed his meal even more, as if all circular objects were related to his complete martial path. At that moment, several voices caught Lu Xing's attention. A boy was saying that the rage form of Superman was the strongest, while a little girl argued that the frost form of Superman was the strongest. Seeing this, Lu Xing's eyes lit up, the ability to switch between rage and frost modes at will. Just then, a couple walked into the noodle shop. According to them, although the shop was run down, the taste was excellent. They would come here every time they had a breakthrough. Now he had broken through to level 2 as a martial artist and had a bigger appetite due to the increased energy consumption. The girl looked around and said, "Look at that guy. He has an even bigger appetite than you. Probably his martial arts skills aren't weak either." At this moment, Lu Xing was completely immersed in his thoughts, feeling that he could integrate various wills in multiple ways. But how could he further advance his complete martial path? Then, he noticed a superhero's finishing move on TV. "Die now. Activate Blazing Circle Flame." Lu Xing watched, stunned, then suddenly stood up. "Right, that's it. Why didn't I think of that?" Currently, using the circle as the foundation of his martial arts, from a physical standpoint, the circle is the most perfect shape, outlining the contours of the complete Grandmaster path. After that, what color can represent my martial arts? The ice and fire could be represented by blue and red, and the previously absorbed Sherway's could be yellow, but mine is different. The next moment, Lu Xing's eyes snapped open as he exclaimed, "Gray, yes, gray." It can represent mystery and the unknown, as well as all potential possibilities. The complete martial path rules over all paths, encompassing everything, indeed. But ruling over all paths doesn't mean it has to dominate them. Currently, I'm just a level 6 martial artist. Creating a martial path greater than a level 11 fighter is unrealistic. So, how can I fully integrate all of you together now? I've got it. This should work. This sudden insight might make one think he's gone daft from watching children's cartoons. Lu Xing didn't even finish his meal, hastily returning to his dormitory as he focused his thoughts. A golden energy aura began to manifest around him. Now, he only felt a scorching aura sweeping through his body, cold energy washing over his flesh and bones, and a gentle power forging his deeper self. A large amount of impurities within his body were purged, nearing the completion of the second stage of the undying golden body. His spiritual power and vital energy and blood became increasingly clear and brilliant, and Lu Xing felt this was a more lucid and deeper state. It immersed in the free-floating energy of heaven and earth. The next moment, Lu Xing fell into the water. Even though it's a space of consciousness, why is there a real sensation of choking on water? The next moment, Lu Xing was bewildered. The Valkyrie was actually attacking Shirewei. What kind of situation is this? Shirewei was also attacking the Valkyrie. There are 3 different wills fighting each other in my own mind. Actually, no one would believe this if I told them. But if I leave it be, I'll eventually go mad from the conflict of these 3 wills and die. No matter the situation, I only have one choice. Lu Xing shouted forward, "Brothers, look this way." The next moment, a dark stream of energy appeared in the palm of Lu Xing's right hand. I, Lu Xing, established the complete Grandmaster path in my youth, aiming for level 12, the step that Wang Yi couldn't take. I will take it. What Wang Yi couldn't do, I will accomplish. The power you can control, I can control. The power you cannot control, I can still control. At this moment, Lu Xing's voice was loud and roaring. If you can become the cornerstone of the complete martial path, why would you resist? Then, 3 colors of all energy converged in Lu Xing's hand, and following an explosion, the wills formed a large wheel. The outer circle was each type of will, and the center was the convergence of the complete martial path. It seems it was a success, the complete martial path, truly my own martial will, stellar will. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, the vice principal felt an unprecedented spiritual power nearby and, scared of an enemy attack, yelled out, "What's happening?" His secretary, alarmed, rushed in. The vice principal reassured her that nothing was amiss and asked her to arrange for Lu Xing to be summoned. The secretary was also puzzled, as ever since the last incident where the vice principal broke out of a window, he had become unusually sensitive, but the vice principal had just felt the presence of a level 7 mind weaver. Could it have been an illusion? On the other side, an entire building was now enveloped in spiritual power. Not bad. After refining my own Grandmaster will, my spiritual power has reached such a level. Before, I could only roughly sense external objects, but now I can clearly observe everything touched by my spiritual power. I'm definitely beyond level 6 now, but I'm not sure if I've reached level 7. The most important thing now was to test the effects of the complete Grandmaster path. Saying this, Lucian clapped his hands together, and a golden Dharmakaya of Vitra appeared behind him. Next, he switched to earth breathing, and energy surged toward the ground. As Lucian raised his hands, the massive rocks and earth began to float upwards. The next moment was the cold, halberd prison of the ice system. Under the control of ice breathing, ice rapidly contracted as water turns into ice. Even more wondrous was its ability to consolidate what it hit. Finally, the newly transformed stellar will, a domineering flame, enveloped Lucian's body. Now it was the complete version of the stellar will, which was more than 10 times stronger than Chur Xingning's Grandmaster will. If Lucian now used the stellar grip to execute 10 suns in the sky, he might even be able to kill a great Grandmaster of the Martial Saint Tower. Although uncertain, he was eager to try. Just then, Lucian saw two people sneakily arguing about who should knock on the door. After all, in their minds, this was the fortress of a great demon where one could lose their life in an instant. Lucian's success had scared them to the point of soul departure. "Do you have any business standing at my door?" Following the stuttering reply of the two, it turned out they were there to convey a message from the vice principal. After delivering the message, the two ran off. How terrifying. The aura emitted by this demon is both fiery hot and chilling cold. I'm a level 5 martial artist, but in front of Lucian, I dare not even breathe heavily. Next time, let someone else come. I'm not coming back even if I'm killed. 2 minutes later, Lucian arrived at the vice principal's office. The vice principal had two things to convey. The first was about the school credits awarded for Lucian's sweeping of the 7 Martial Saint Towers records, totaling 75,000 credits. Lucian was expected to be excited, but he was not very clear about the concept of credits. Merely responding is that all the vice principal, frustrated, exclaimed, "Gave you 70,000 credits, enough for you to graduate 150 times. What else do you want?" As Lucian checked, he found out that credits could not only be used for graduation, but also to exchange for items. For instance, level 4 Beast Blood only required 5 credits, a week's guidance from a Grandmaster level instructor cost 10 credits, and level 6 Beast Marrow Liquid was 1,000 credits per unit. Lucian asked, "Why isn't there any level 7 Beast Marrow Liquid?" The vice principal spit out his tea in shock, hastily asking Lucian what he needed it for. "Could it be that you now require level 7 items? Are you planning to advance to Grandmaster, as your Grandmaster will fully coalesce yet?" Lucian sighed, indicating that he was still slightly short on vital energy and blood values. The reason being that a Grandmaster's vital energy and blood are vastly different from those of an ordinary martial artist, as they are refined through martial will. Thus, Lucian planned to wait until the second stage of his immortal golden body was completely finished, then use his martial will to transform the constitution of his vital energy and blood. Hearing Lucian's casual remarks, the vice principal was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. Becoming a Grandmaster isn't something you can just achieve by piling up resources, and here he is, just 18 years old, with a Grandmaster who already formed a true young Grandmaster. Still, the vice principal helplessly responded, "Level 7 Beast Marrow Liquid is hard to come by even in military districts, with complicated procedures and a need for power verification. This is because the flesh cells of level 7 exotic beasts contain a huge amount of negative factors which current technology levels cannot fully eliminate. If taken, individuals without sufficient strength could be directly eroded by the residual martial will of the level 7 exotic beast. Hence, even Grandmasters rarely use level 7 products. It's damaging to both the spirit and the body. Given that, let's settle for level 6 then. It's manageable with some adjustment. Although 70 units is a bit low, the vice principal couldn't help but complain. It's really disheartening to compare people. I only used 10 level 6 units when I became a Grandmaster." The next moment, the vice principal took out 2 envelopes and indicated that the martial saint had agreed to take Lucian as a disciple after learning of his circumstances, but whether he could become a true disciple still depended on passing this test. Lucian opened one of the envelopes, which stated he needed to become the national champion of the university martial arts tournament. The vice principal explained, "The martial arts tournament isn't just for 7 Saints students, but includes all college students and disciples under 30 from martial arts academies nationwide, such as Extreme Way and Transcendence martial arts academies. The talents from these academies have been meticulously instructed by martial saints from a young age, making them much stronger than those educated in school martial arts programs, so this challenge is indeed tough." But Lucian still couldn't figure out why he will kill the Extreme Way Grandmaster. Could there be some deeper connection? However, the current test only required him to complete one of 2 options. The other option was to complete a 3S-rated bounty mission, which was extremely difficult and highly dangerous. It involved killing a level 5 martial artist named Lian Yi. The description indicated that this person was cruel in nature, responsible for multiple murders, yet the reward was non-existent. Logically, killing a level 5 martial artist should be as easy as slaughtering a chicken for him, but why was it labeled as a 3S level? However, There was a family background description below. Lien Yi himself was brutal and notorious with many crimes, and his father Lien Jibei was one of the level 7 grandmasters under Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy. Many of Lien Yi's cases had his father's dark or indirect involvement. Additionally, Lien Yi had a close relationship with Zhao Ji, the founder of Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy. His sister Lien Su was a rare beauty and the fifth wife of martial saint Zhao Ji. Lien Yi's background made his position in the Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy very high, almost equivalent to that of a great grandmaster of the Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy. So the difficulty isn't in killing him, but rather the consequences of killing him. This man has done all sorts of evil, and the file even records their crimes without bothering to cover them up. Presumably well known to everyone, based on these alone, they deserve to die many times over. His chancellor explained that this was the first 3S-rated task since the establishment of the 7 Saint Martial Universities. It started because a regular worker from a clothing factory, whose 2 daughters were assaulted and murdered by Lien Yi and his father, knelt in front of the Martial Saint Tower for a month seeking justice. Eventually, the people of the Saint Martial University, unable to bear the grief, decided to list the task of killing Lien Yi as a credit assignment on the task list of the 7 Saint Martial Universities. However, to prevent students from mistakenly taking it, they rated it as 3S and even removed the task reward. Lushing wondered why not let a martial saint or vice-chancellors like you, who are also at level 7, handle it instead of making it a student credit task. What's the difference between this and doing nothing? But the vice-chancellor immediately interrupted Lushing, stating that he had no idea of the terror of saint-level powerhouses should 2 saint-level martial artists clash. The turmoil it would cause in the country is indescribable. Therefore, this task is too involved. Killing the target would definitely lead to retaliation. This would mean offending the entire Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy, even angering a martial saint, making it a thankless task. Afterwards, Lushing asked the vice-chancellor to state the true purpose. Sensing Lushing's intelligence, the vice-chancellor said with a smile, although Lien Yi and his father are backed by the Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy and the Extreme Way Martial Saint, you have the support of Tan Martial Saint and the 7th Saints Martial University. Once you become the final disciple, do you know what that means? Lushing replied, a clear future, whether it's resources or guidance. Even if it provokes retaliation, it would make the opponents wary. The next moment, Lushing said he understood and asked the vice-chancellor for the address of the clothing factory worker who had knelt for a month. The vice-chancellor then said, the 2 options are just a test from Tan Martial Saint, so don't rush your decision. Lushing, your talent is exceptional, and the abilities you've shown already transcend me and most of the world's strongmen. I hope you understand what I'm saying. After Lushing left, a figure emerged. You've said too much today, the vice-chancellor acknowledged, admitting he didn't want to miss out on such a promising prospect. The mysterious person coldly said, only those who pass the Martial Saints test are good prospects. Otherwise, they're nothing. Even if he's a young grandmaster with great talent, it's useless. The vice-chancellor talked a lot, seemingly offering 2 choices, but Zhao Kongtai was nearly direct. The second is the correct choice, the first option, defeating all grandmasters under 30 nationwide. Zhao Kongtai feels is beyond me now, but I know from the dreamscape that I can definitely achieve it in the future. The second is extremely simple. Killing a level 5 martial artist is as easy as drinking water, and then it would force me to join Tan Zhongyu's ranks. Because once Lien Yi is killed, it would surely offend the Extreme Way Martial Saint, and the only way to avoid retaliation is to seek protection from another Martial Saint level powerhouse. Either become his lackey or get out. Tan Zhongyu, this is really a straightforward plot. Could it be that Tan Zhongyu has seen me creatively annihilating his spirit avatars in the Martial Saint Tower, and he's already planned my future path? Although I don't want to be any hero, I must execute Lien Yi and his father because they deserve death. Even if I kill them, I won't join under Tan Zhongyu. If I can't face a threat from a martial saint directly without someone else's protection, then how can I talk about transcending Wang Yi? I won't just kill Lien Yi and his father. I also intend to defeat all the grandmasters nationwide. Only children need to make choices. I want it all. After returning from the vice-chancellor's office, Lushing immediately set out to carry out the task. This was an emergency task. A level 6 exotic beast had broken into the suburbs of Southern Peace, and the police quickly cordoned off the area, arranging snipers to survey the situation and waiting for Chairman Qian and others to come out from the battle. One of the underlings told the captain not to be too nervous. Several top fighters from the capital province, all at the peak of level 6, and even including one of the top 300 hunters, along with Chairman Qian, were surely enough to handle even a level 7 exotic beast. Hearing this, Captain Redhair also felt relieved. After all, there was only one level 6 exotic beast inside, and being in the top 300 of the hunter list meant one had to have solo killed 10 level 6 exotic beasts. Maybe she was overthinking it. Just then, a car approached. It was Lushing arriving. As Lushing got close, the police tried to drive him away, but Lushing handed over a letter and an ID to the captain, showing that he was there to carry out a mission, all as proof. After reading it, the captain remarked, Nowadays, St. Martial universities are so strict with their students, sending even freshmen to carry out such high-level tasks. After retrieving his ID, Lushing mentioned that this was just a special case application. Red Hair was shocked for a moment because she didn't notice when he took back the letter. She was a level 4 martial artist herself, and this man was definitely no ordinary person. Then, Red Hair asked Lushing to wait there because he might not be needed anymore, for peak level 6 fighters had just gone in, one among the top 300 hunters, and it should be resolved quickly if all went well. Seeing Lushing's puzzled expression, Red Hair explained that the hunter list was an internal ranking within the Martial Association, ranked according to the level and completion of tasks. Hearing this, Lushing sighed. So that's how it is. Well, good. At least the trip wasn't wasted. Seeing Lushing so nonchalant, an underling angrily said, "Kid, didn't you hear? We said you're not needed," before he could finish. A huge explosion occurred up front, scaring everyone into calling their units to prepare for battle. Fearing a loss of control, several of the level 6 fighters then retreated from the explosion, 2 entangled by tentacles and 1 young martial artist screaming for his teammates to save him. But outside the police, there were only low-level fighters who could go up to rescue. They could only order the artillery to fire at full strength. But the artillery's attack was not effective, and their strongest level 6 martial artist was now lying breathlessly in front of them. As Red Hair was shouting for the medical team to urgently respond, a man angrily grabbed her by the collar and scolded, "What's with your intelligence work? It was clearly supposed to be a level 7 exotic beast, but you said it was level 6. What? Level 7? This is not something our city's armed forces can handle. We need to contact headquarters immediately." Just then, Lushing gestured for Red Hair to wait and suggested letting him try first. "Remember to adjust the task level for me afterwards." Then, Lushing told everyone to rest in place and have a drink of water, saying he would be back in 2 minutes. The next moment, Lushing's body was wrapped in aura, and to the amazement of the onlookers, he flew alone into the building. Damn, what kind of speed is this? It's ridiculously fast. Lushing stood on the rooftop first using his divine sense to scan the building, then a disgusting smell hit his nose. What the hell? Why does it stink like dead sheep? Could it be that all those little cuties I saw at Rising Brightness General Star had taken a bath in advance? As Lushing pushed open the door, he was met with a pair of deathly eyes staring back at him. Ahead was a lump of a creature of indeterminate shape, and the man was about to be swallowed by the exotic beast. The exotic beast slowly rose to its feet, and Lushing got a good look at it. "So it's you, flesh-eyed demon." Seeing someone approaching, the creature threw down the bodies of 2 people it had bound. Lushing said indifferently, "Sorry, I'm a bit late, but I will avenge you." Lushing closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his surroundings had turned into a fiery hell. At that moment, Lushing looked like a demon. "Don't worry, big mouthworm. I won't let you die that easily." Faced with Lushing's arrogant provocation, the exotic beast opened its cherry-sized mouth and roared angrily. Lushing found it strange that this exotic beast had suddenly appeared here, especially since it clearly had the strength of a level 7. Watching a giant hand slowly descend, Lushing didn't dodge. After the exotic beast's hand struck and quickly withdrew, it yelped in pain. From the smoke, a giant foot slowly stepped forward. "Hey, noisy meatworm. Didn't you have lunch?" The next moment, the exotic beast's tongue shot out like a divine weapon toward Lushing, who merely shifted slightly to the left to dodge the attack. "Hey, big bug, can't you aim a little better?" The frustrated big bug spat out a mouthful of cilantro juice, which was corrosive. Just as the cilantro juice was about to hit Lushing, he disappeared again before the big bug could react. Lushing's fist, wrapped in flames and accompanied by freezing ice, reached the big bug's left side. "Come on, you can start trembling now." Meanwhile, outside the building, upon hearing Red Hair's introduction, Big Guy exclaimed in shock, "What? You're saying that kid is just a freshman from the 7th Street Martial University?" Red Hair confirmed with absolute certainty, having personally seen his student ID and mission credentials. Despite this, Big Guy still found it unbelievable with that speed he just showed. Not to mention a freshman, even a graduate couldn't possibly manage that. That terrifying speed. Even I, a peak level 6, couldn't detect a trace. What kind of background does this kid have? Another middle-aged man suggested we should report this to the Martial Association and the military. Although this kid is impressive, if he angers the exotic beast and it escapes into the city, it's no joking matter, especially since it can absorb humans to grow stronger. Hearing this, Red Hair immediately took out her phone to make the call. Suddenly, a loud bang from inside the building interrupted Red Hair, and at that moment inside the building, the big bug was gasping for air. Lushing then grabbed the big bug's left hand and started flinging it around, causing the big bug to fly chaotically inside the building. Before long, green blood burst from its body. "Ah, this thing is so fragile. It popped so easily, that's really weak." The next moment, an explosion rocked the building, and a huge figure flew out, causing the mortals outside to panic and scream, "Quick, get away. The exotic beast is coming out." A second later, the huge body crashed in front of them. What's the situation? Is the exotic beast dead? He was inside for less than 5 minutes. Then Lushing appeared in front of them, stating that the mission was complete and to remember to adjust the difficulty report. A man with yellow hair bowed to thank Lu Xing for his intervention, mentioning that the proceeds from the sale of the flesh-eyed demon's body would be credited to his account promptly. Lu Xing shook his head in refusal and instructed Yellow Hair to distribute the proceeds from the exotic beast to the families of the deceased, as a single level 7 exotic beast could sustain several families who had lost their breadwinners for the rest of their lives. His straightforward words deeply moved Yellow Hair. Afterwards, Lu Xing asked Red Hair to call him a taxi to catch the high-speed train, but Red Hair insisted on driving him there herself. Lu Xing smiled in gratitude, causing Red Hair to blush, lost in a reverie about this powerful yet gentle man. Lu Xing was speechless. If you don't want to drive, why not just say no? It was just a near level 7 exotic beast. How could it have slipped through the front lines and ended up in a small city like Southern Peace? Although such incidents had occurred before, they were usually not very powerful, and most were killed by the military and martial association a few hundred kilometers within the national borders. What kind of conspiracy could be behind all this? After dealing with the invasive exotic beast, Red Hair offered to take Lu Xing to the high-speed train station. However, since it wasn't far from home, Lu Xing decided to visit his sister first. Soon after the exotic beast was handled, news from the Investigation Bureau appeared online, indicating that the beast was likely a spy smuggled from the Lion Kingdom, causing the invasion incident. Witnessing these hostilities, Lu Xing felt inexplicably angry, thinking about the civilization's demise in 10,000 years, akin to a group of inept teammates causing internal divisions. Lion Kingdom, once unstrong enough, I'll squash them myself. Red Hair noticed Lu Xing's unusual expression and quickly asked what was wrong. Lu Xing shook his head and dismissed it as just some foolishness. In the afternoon, after reaching the high-speed train station and saying goodbye to Red Hair, Lu Xing directly bought a ticket to White River City, watching Lu Xing's departing figure. Red Hair felt a ripple of emotion on her long-stilled face, wondering when they might meet again. Meanwhile, in a gymnasium in White River No. 1 Middle School, a pair of jade feet spun rapidly, ending with a right kick that knocked down an opponent. Lu Xinghe won the match because Lu Xinghe's practical skills were very high. The teacher encouraged other students to learn from Xinghe when they had free time. A close friend quickly approached with a smile and said, "Xinghe, you're too fierce. At this rate, you're surely going to be the city's martial champion. Ouch, you're so amazing. Why don't you seem happy about it?" Xinghe replied, "If you had an older brother who's a national ascending dragon, you wouldn't feel so great comparing yourself to him either." Hearing the name Lu Xinghe, her two friends' eyes lit up, and they hurriedly asked, "When is Lu Xinghe coming back? Your brother said he'd treat us to a meal." Xinghe quickly made her escape, unable to stand their silly fanderling. Because she ran too fast without watching where she was going, she collided with someone in front, only to find it was her own brother appearing there unexpectedly. What a surprise. Aren't you supposed to be in capital at this time? Did you come back specially to see me? And did you bring me any gifts? With hopeful eyes, Lu Xinghe watched as Lu Xinghe opened his hefty backpack. "Here, this is top-quality martial arts supplement. To help you level up your skills." Lu Xinghe emotionlessly took the pill from his hand. "Bro, you really don't understand girls." Just then, a basketball flew at them at high speed, but was caught single-handedly by Lu Xinghe. "Xinghe, do you have enemies at school?" Xinghe shouted angrily, "It's you again." Lu Xinghe ignored Xinghe's anger and confronted Lu Xinghe. "Who are you?" Xinghe left a remark, "None of your business," and promptly pulled Lu Xinghe away. Lu Xinghe roared, "Lu Xinghe, stop right there. You might not like me, but you don't have to degrade yourself by being with some old man." "What the hell? Old man? Me? At just 18 years old. Have I become an old man?" Hearing the other party insulting her brother, Xinghe couldn't stand it any longer and delivered a flying kick right to Li Zhonging's groin. From Li Zhonging's expression, one could tell how painful it was. Lu Xinghe was shocked and quickly asked, "Bro, are you okay?" Li Zhonging, in pain, gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out a faint voice through clenched teeth. "Damn it, you actually hit me, old man. You wait, I'll get someone to deal with you." After uttering his threat, he limped away. "Xinghe, is this the guy who's been chasing you?" "Yeah, he's been pestering me every other day. It's so annoying. If he wants to impress me, at the very least he has to be able to beat me." "Bro, do you think there are such boys in White River No. 1 Middle School?" Lu Xinghe pondered for a moment, then replied, "Hard to say. If you ever encounter someone who suddenly transfers to your school and is all mysterious, thinking about who knows what all day long, you'd better stay away from him." "Bro, are you sure you're not in the wrong movie set?" Then Xinghe laughed and asked, "Bro, how's it going with Sister Yang Yan? Have you held hands or watched a movie together? Have you played any private games? What on earth are you thinking about all day?" The next moment, from his sister, Lu Xinghe learned that his high school buddy, Lu Qiming, had enlisted in the military after failing to get into an undergraduate martial university. He had wanted to say goodbye to Lu Xinghe, but by that time, Lu Xinghe had already gone to the capital. Hearing this, Lu Xinghe checked his phone. What the hell? This Lu fatty has sent so many texts. Couldn't he just call? Meanwhile, in the military camp of the Eastern Military Region, Lu Qiming was washing clothes when suddenly a man kicked over his wash basin. "Hey, fatty, you're not being fair. There's a queue system here. Today it's your turn to wash my socks. Not old Jang's, right?" With a helpless expression, Lu Qiming endured the daily bullying from the veteran soldiers as a newbie. Seeing Lu Qiming remaining silent, the man shouted at him to get up. Just then, a text from Lu Xinghe arrived, saying he would come by later and asking Lu Qiming to wait for him. Excited by the news that Lu Xinghe would soon be at the Eastern Military Region, Lu Qiming shouted out loud, then choked up with emotion. At that moment, a veteran turned and instructed Lu Qiming to remember to use Moonlight laundry detergent when washing the socks later. Seizing the moment, Lu Qiming suddenly stood up and swung his fist. "I'll wash your mom. Take this punch." The veteran, startled by such resistance, quickly raised his hand to block and then retaliated with a punch that sent Lu Qiming flying. "Fatso, giving you a face, huh?" As Lu Qiming was sent flying, the veteran swiftly mounted him and started pummeling him. "You fat pig, thinking of rebelling, huh? Come on, show me some defiance. You, not even a proper martial artist, a total waste. Remember this. I'll beat you every time I see you." Damn, all this is me sweating. Standing in the back, the bespectacled man trembled in fear, only daring to rush forward to help Lu Qiming up after the veteran had left. "Are you okay? Why did you have to oppose him? He's been in the army for 2 years. It's just washing a few pairs of socks, right?" But Lu Qiming, despite being beaten up, chuckled. "Heh, you don't understand. My brother is the National Ascending Dragon, and he's going to be a general in the future. If I bowed my head today, later on, someone could use this to mock him. I can't disgrace him." However, the bespectacled man just thought the overweight man was delirious from the beating and was spouting nonsense. At this moment, Lu Xing, after entering the dream world, immediately asked AI to check Lu Qiming's information. Sure enough, it was different from what he had seen before. Perhaps due to his influence, Lu Qiming's life trajectory had also changed. Previously, he was supposed to attend a regular arts college and lead an ordinary life. But now, Lu Qiming had joined the military, and in these times, that wasn't just a stint of toughening up for 2 years. The mortality rate there was considerably high. He actually came back safely and was honorably discharged with first-class merits. After that, he started a logistics company, and by the age of 50, he was worth over 10 million. He had 2 daughters and 1 son, and died peacefully at 90. It seems this future is quite good too. Maybe now I should stay away from him and not influence this future anymore. That would be the best for him. Lu Xing met with He Lingshu at the Longxing Pharmaceutical Branch currently. The Hall of Benevolence branch has opened over 500 stores in Eastern Peace City and will next expand to other provinces. Then, Lingshu mentioned something that had been on her mind recently. Recently, I've received reports that someone has been trying to sabotage us, though their actions haven't been significant yet. My investigation shows it's the Qing family from the capital. Lu Xing slowly took the document from her hands, and as expected, he was right. It indeed involved her mother's side of the family. If the Qing family in the capital really has some strength and status, then they should know that provoking you is equivalent to provoking me, and provoking me is a foolish act. Lu Xing waved his hand and reassured, "Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing will happen to you." Having not seen him for just 2 months, Lingshu always felt that Lu Xing was different from before. With absolute confidence, his composure and dominance made him seem like a true big shot, assertive and supremely confident. Then, Lu Xing opened a box emanating a cyan aura. "This is the main reason for my return to White River City this time. I've exchanged my academic credits and purchased 40 doses of level 6 beast marrow liquid through internal channels of the Eastern Military Region, which will be combined into 120 doses of level 6 golden dragon saliva. This time, not to mention advancing to the 2nd stage of the immoral golden body. Even if it were a sun, I'd extinguish it outright." 2 days quickly passed, and Lu Xing arrived at the White River City International Hotel, where he booked a suite for himself alone. 120 doses of golden dragon saliva were ready, and it was time to start advancing to the complete 2nd stage of the immoral golden body. To avoid being disturbed at home, he decided to book a hotel room instead. Just then, a beautiful woman walked by. Lu Xing immediately focused on her. Her vital energy and blood were like a blazing furnace, and her essence surged like smoke from a fire. She was actually a Grandmaster. Grandmasters were rare, especially in White River City. The lady's eyes flickered unusually as she noticed Lu Xing too. The female Grandmaster requested the presidential suite. Her powerful aura frightened the receptionist. Lu Xing could sense that her vital energy and blood were slightly weaker than Vice Principal Zhao and Xiao Pingnan. He believed he could easily overpower her if he went all out, but as she posed no threat, there was no need for excessive attention. However, the blonde woman's gaze naturally noticed Lu Xing too. "Report, all is well. I've reached the target location, but I encountered an interesting little guy when checking in." The person on the phone was very interested and quickly asked who it was. "Don't know, but he seems quite capable. Might be someone from Darkstar. Whatever. I'm here on vacation anyway, and just to complete a small task. If anyone tries to ruin my holiday and fun, I'll just devour them." Lu Xing laughed heartily as he entered the hotel. "This bathtub is really nice, big enough to fit all the golden dragon saliva." The next moment, Lushing slowly submerged in the water with a golden dragon circling above his head, occasionally emitting deep dragon roars. As the golden aura spread through his meridians across his body, Lushing knew he was about to break through. In another presidential suite, a delicate foot stepped gracefully onto the bathroom floor, revealing a pattern of a clock on her back. He, the little mouse with the gold mine, seems to have noticed me, daring to sneak away. But sadly, you can't escape. My vacation starts now. After soaking and cultivating for 2 hours, Lushing finally perfected the second stage of the immortal golden body. Lushing slowly stood up and summoned the holy spear, and with the holy spear, he made a cut on his arm, which remained completely unharmed. Nice. Now even a Grandmaster of cold weapons would struggle to breach my defenses. The next realm is the vital energy and blood of a great Grandmaster. Lushing's path now differs entirely from that of the martial artists of this era, perhaps even from those in the dreamscape future. It is his own path. The current levels of realm classification are nearly inapplicable to Lushing. At this moment, Lushing truly stands at the threshold of a 7th level Grandmaster, but he feels it is not yet time. Achieving Grandmaster status now would cause a sensation, even frightening great Grandmasters, and would likely scare off lesser beings. Elsewhere, a man and a little girl hurried into a taxi, urgently asking the driver to take them to the suburbs of the West District. As the car drove under a bridge, the man's sense of danger vanished. Had they escaped pursuit, he then offered to pay the driver 3 times the fare to drop them off there, and asked the driver not to disclose their whereabouts to anyone. The driver pinched his face hard and smirked. Triple is probably not enough. Then, under the man's horrified gaze, the driver transformed into the blonde woman from earlier. Got you, little mouse? The man was terrified, recognizing the figure as by Shifu. Lushing's speed by now was tremendously improved, passing by so fast that not even a shadow was seen. Later, Lushing paused at an abandoned chemical plant, sensing a strong presence with a touch of malevolent power. Could it be that female Grandmaster? Elsewhere, the blonde woman was unleashing tremendous vital energy and blood, playing a game of eagle catches chicks with a man. Holding his unconscious daughter, the man screamed for help, while the blonde woman relished the thrill of the hunt. The father desperately protected his daughter with his body, but the female Grandmaster kept kicking him. Hey, little mouse, why aren't you running? She taunted as she broke the man's thigh with another kick. The little girl, choking back sobs, yelled at the woman, "Bad woman, don't bully my daddy." With that, the little girl started pummeling the Grandmaster's chest with her tiny fists. The female Grandmaster mocked, "Wow, the little one's got spirit. Little mouse, I'll give you 10 minutes to come clean, or your daughter's head will bloom." The man, trembling, begged the woman to let his daughter go first. "Those secrets are etched in my brain, known only to me. Don't think you can torture them out of me. I have poison in my mouth and can die at any moment." As soon as he finished speaking, a jade hand reached for the man's mouth and forcefully removed the black, highly poisonous tooth from his teeth. "Talk now. You no longer have the chance to negotiate. You better be honest, or this thing might just find its way into your daughter's mouth next." "No, I'll talk. I'll talk." A size 46 shoe appeared, and in the next moment, under the Grandmaster's horrified gaze, the little girl was in Lushing's hands. "What's going on? I figured you were up to something fishy. You there, you're grown up, and yet you can't leave a little kid alone. Do you really deserve to be a Grandmaster acting like this?" The woman, surprised, asked Lushing if he was with Dark Star, but noticing that he lacked a Grandmaster's aura around him, Lushing flashed behind her and said lightly, "I am the sun." The female Grandmaster couldn't even see Lushing's speed, and before she could react, Lushing's large palm was already striking her. He grabbed the woman's face and slammed her into the ground, the force of the impact creating flames in the air like a meteor falling. Just as the woman tried to speak, Lushing exerted force again, turning her head into another meteor crashing into the ground. After a violent explosion, Lushing slowly let go of his hand. "What? Is she dead just like that?" This one was too weak. The man, seeing that he had escaped the wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair, screamed in terror. I'll tell you right now where that thing is. Please let us go. It's a dense gold mine. The coordinates are." Before he could finish, Lushing interrupted him and turned to leave. "I really don't care about that thing you're talking about." The man was even more astonished. If he didn't care about the dense gold mine, why did he bother to rescue us and kill the Ring Seal assassin? Lushing then said he was just passing by and acted out of a sense of justice. "Since you're fine, I'll be on my way. The dream space has the locations of all the dense gold mines in the world. Do I really need to bother with this one?" The man tenderly touched his daughter's forehead and said, "We're saved." Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of tomato juice, signaling his daughter to quickly leave the area and take care of herself. "Dad's ribs are broken, many of them. I probably can't walk." The next moment, the man was helped up. "Big brother, you're back. Little bro, this. Ah well, might as well send the Buddha all the way to the west. Can't just watch you die here." After bringing them back to the hotel, Lushing helped heal the man's injuries, then handed him a bottle of supplement to drink later. "You'll feel better when you wake up tomorrow." After seeing this, the man asked his daughter to go back to the room and sleep. Dad needs to talk with the young man for a bit. Next, Lu Xing placed a ring on the table and said, "This is the female Grandmaster's token." He asked the man to explain what Ring Seal was and what the woman's mention of Darkstar meant. The man explained that Ring Seal and Darkstar are mysterious international organizations with unclear motives, active all over the world. It was said that Ring Seal operates at the Grandmaster level, with even stronger levels above like King Seal and even Divine Seal. Their current mission was related to the dense gold mine. Damn, Ring Seal is at the Grandmaster level. That means above them are the Great Grandmaster and even Martial Saint, right? Lu Xing mused, "I'll have to check in the dream space. In an era where martial arts flourish, dark forces won't be weak. Martial arts foster people's ambitions, and there will always be those who aspire to contend with the world's mainstream powers." Then Lu Xing asked, "What will you do next? They will continue to hunt you, right?" The man replied, "We'll take it one step at a time. You've already done us a great service by saving us. I can't drag you into this further." At that moment, Lu Xing chuckled and said he had a permanent solution, trusting Lu Xing's ingenious plan. The man listened intently. After a few taps on his phone, Lu Xing announced, "There, no one will chase you now." Shocked, the man asked. Just like that, Lu Xing opened the map with a casual smile. "So easy. I just published the location of the dense gold mine online." Hearing this, the man was speechless. Such a valuable asset worth billions, just casually disclosed online. Meanwhile, Ring Seal headquarters noticed the disappearance of the 9th ring signal, causing a stir. "We might have been negligent. After all, that man has the dense gold mine as a bargaining chip. Getting some help wouldn't be difficult." Just then, he was shocked again. Because the internet was buzzing with news about the dense gold mine, infuriating the people at Ring Seal headquarters, he actually published the location. "We lost so many people for that dense gold mine. Was it all for nothing? Truly a clever move. Now that everyone knows the location of the dense gold, that man is no longer of value." The leader, enraged, ordered his subordinates to thoroughly investigate the leak during to mock Ring Seal, throw him into the sea to feed the pigs. The news of the dense gold mine quickly went viral, making headlines. Red-haired man trembled as he watched Lu Xing, thinking, does this young man not understand the value of the dense gold mine? Or is it that he knows, but simply doesn't care? Given his strength, the latter seems more likely. Since the storm was about to pass, Lu Xing instructed the man, check out of the hotel tomorrow and stay somewhere else for a few days. Wait for this storm to pass before you reappear. Hearing that they would leave, the little girl trotted out, choking up as she said, Big brother, will we ever see each other again? Lu Xing gently touched the little girl's forehead. We will definitely. Ring Seal acted swiftly, and by the next day, they had investigated the death site of the female Grandmaster. They couldn't believe that 9th ring would be so weak. Judging by the scene, it wasn't that there was no resistance, but rather that resistance was utterly futile. The hole was deep, as if made by a piledriver, but who could imagine that it was created by smashing a living person's head into the ground, and that to a Grandmaster's head. Truly mad and violent, Yellow Hair trembling, asked, should we continue to investigate? Buzz Cut replied directly, investigate my ass, let's go back. Even she, an enhanced aberrant martial artist by the organization, met such a grim fate, let alone now that the dense gold mine's location has been spread. This mission is dangerous and offers no benefits. If you want to investigate, be my guest, I'm out. On the other side, after returning, Lu Xing went directly into the dream realm to check on several major organizations. Unexpectedly, besides Dark Star, Ring Seal, and Black Magic Society, there were more than a dozen other such large and small mysterious organizations. Even after 10,000 years of martial arts, there are still signs of ongoing activity, definitely overseen by martial saints. Aberrant martial saints aren't just casually developed, it's likely there is a national apparatus behind them. Ring Seal has been dedicated to the research of aberrant martial artists, causing numerous sensational international incidents, and has been pursued jointly by various countries. An aberrant martial artist is created by transplanting exotic beast genes into martial artists, generating beings with much greater strength than their peers, potentially multiple times stronger. However, the downside is that both consciousness and body are subject to erosion and transformation, like a ticking time bomb that could go off at any moment. No wonder it felt odd fighting that female Grandmaster yesterday. They've already started using this technology. Could this also be related to the previous exotic beast invasion? Since I can see it, the national leaders must know as well. I'll leave it to them to handle. Although the path of the aberrant martial artist is somewhat unconventional, Lu Xing feels it is not entirely without merit and considers visiting the lab to see it for himself. Following that, Lu Xing decided to see what would become of the father and daughter. Gu Luyen, the head of the International Criminal Investigation Division, an 8th-level Grandmaster, devoted her life to tracking down organizations such as Ring Seal, Dark Star, and Black Magic Society, personally killing or imprisoning over 800 terrorists. Lu Xing exclaimed, I didn't expect to casually save an international elite. Gu Luyen harbored unrequited love for Lu Xing, the complete martial saint of the Dragon Nation, and thus remained unmarried for life. Ah, what's this situation? That's too brutal, truly despicable. I shouldn't have looked at these messy records. It's damaging my moral integrity. I definitely won't look again. Now that the matter was resolved, It was time to deal with the scum, Lian Yi. Lushing then went to the home of Fu Jiaming, whose entire family had been killed by Lian Yi and his son. A woman answered the door. When Lushing said he was looking for Fu Jiaming, the woman's expression became extremely agitated, claiming she didn't know him and immediately tried to close the door. Lushing blocked the door with his foot, and the woman yelled, asking what he wanted. Lushing confirmed the address was correct and asked if they had lived here previously. The woman angrily told Lushing to leave, saying they no longer lived there, and threatened to call the police if he didn't go. Lushing stated he had no interest in her house, at which point the woman, trembling, said, "That guy by the garbage heap is Fu Jiaming. He's been crazy since his family died. I didn't steal his house, okay?" Seeing Lushing leave, the woman breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Lushing had come to fight her for the house. Soon, Lushing saw an old man ahead, but the photo he had made him fall into deep thought because the person before him looked vastly different from the one in the photo. Fu Jiaming, the old man, turned around, his body dirty and his beard white, in stark contrast to the handsome young man in the photo. It seemed as if he had aged a century in a short time. Originally, Fu Jiaming's family of 4 was happy until his younger daughter, Fu Shua, was forcibly taken away by the son of Lian Jibei. His elder daughter, Fu Ling, went to argue at the Extreme Way martial arts branch and never returned. A week later, 2 ragged female corpses were found on a riverbank outside the city, their deaths extremely tragic. Later, his wife died by suicide due to the shock. Now, of the family of 4, only this 46-year-old white-haired old man remains alive. When the old man heard Lushing calling him, he became alert, thinking Lushing wanted to steal from him. Lushing kindly explained that he was a classmate of Fu Ling and had specifically come to see him. Hearing he was Fu Ying's classmate, the old man's attitude softened, but in the next moment, he shouted again, "Nonsense. I have contacted all of Fu Ying's friends from childhood to adulthood. I remember every one of them clearly. You are definitely not one. Are you trying to rob me? I remember every face. Ha ha ha. Don't think you can fool me." They all said they didn't see Fu Ying. How could they not see her? Saying this, the old man's angry shout turned into crying. Seeing this, Lushing patted the old man's shoulder apologetically, saying he had lied just now, but he wasn't trying to deceive him. He really came to help. Hearing that someone had come to help him, the old man's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked if Lushing was a powerful martial artist. Upon receiving a positive response, the old man danced with excitement. "I have seen so many martial artists. I can tell at a glance that you must be a powerful one." Then the old man began to rummage through many cans and some leftover food, wanting to give these precious items to Lushing. Lushing did not catch the items. The garbage fell to the ground. The old man asked why Lushing did not catch them. "Is my sincerity not enough? These are all my belongings, and if that's still not enough, I still have my life to sell for money." Lushing looked at the old man before him, feeling an indescribable sorrow. If his own family had encountered such a tragedy, would his father also have ended up like this? Seeing Lushing's indifference, the old man collapsed to his knees. "It seems you're not here to help me either. You must be sent by the Extreme Way Martial Arts School to mock me, to see if I'm dead yet. Don't worry, I won't die easily. I want to see them go to hell with my own eyes." Suddenly, Lushing picked up a photo from the ground and took it with him. Before leaving, Lushing left a harsh word, promising that the old man would see it happen. Although the old man thought Lushing was just comforting him, he still thanked him. Walking out of the alley, Lushing was stopped by a chubby man. The chubby man noted that it had been a long time since anyone had come looking for that old madman. Seeing Lushing's puzzled expression, the chubby man continued to explain that many people used to come by, but most were just conning him out of his money. In the first few years, the old madman sought revenge, paying anyone who showed a bit of martial arts prowess. But who would dare actually help him? After all, it involved the Extreme Way Martial Arts School. Eventually, the old madman was swindled out of everything he owned, went mad, and had to live in a garbage heap after his house was taken. It's just because you didn't take that old madman's money and seemed like a good person that I'm even talking to you. Alright, what do you want with that old madman? Don't tell me you actually want a medal. Lushing calmly said, "Yes, I will go to the Extreme Way Martial Arts School and kill them." Hearing this, the chubby man was shocked. Elsewhere, inside the 7th Street Martial University, a man in a purple robe spoke. "Do you know that Lushing didn't go to Bright City?" The vice-chancellor certainly knew. Lushing has taken on 2 tasks this time, 1 AA and 1 AAA, both around the capital. The man in the purple robe continued, "Lian Yi is in Bright City. He could have gone there directly, but he deliberately went out of his way to Southern Peace. Thus, Lushing's intentions are clear. He is deliberately avoiding Lian Yi, sidestepping the second choice given by Martial Saint, which is the real test to become a Martial Saint disciple. But seeking fortune and avoiding calamity is human nature." The vice-chancellor said it's still too early to draw conclusions, as there is still some time before the National Collegiate Martial Arts Tournament, but not many days are left. Martial Saint do not have the habit of giving second chances. The vice-chancellor also frowned. Indeed, not much time remained. At this time, inside the 7th Street Marshall University. Everyone looked at the large screen in surprise because they had all heard that Xiaolan had completed a AA task this time. Seeing this murderous intent, it seems his strength has improved a lot because AA tasks are unthinkable for ordinary students. The girl with twin ponytails certainly knows that Xiaolan's rush back this time is for the biennial martial arts tournament. Such a warlike person would not miss it. But Purple Hair helplessly stated coming back is useless. With Lusheng, the Demon King, around, everyone else is just a foil. But there is one advantage. They can rely on his strength, and this year our 7th Street Marshall University will not be at the bottom again. However, the girl with twin ponytails waved her hand saying Lusheng will not participate this year, which shocked Purple Hair for 2 seconds. The girl with twin ponytails also isn't very clear. Some rumors were revealed to her by her father. She only knew that Martial Saint's test for Lusheng was not to participate in the martial arts tournament. If he participates, then the test is considered a failure. Only by tackling the legendary 3S task can it be possible. Purple Hair got angry. It's rare for our school to show off this year. What are these leaders doing? It's not necessary to suppress Lusheng's brilliance like this. Although the girl with twin ponytails doesn't know what the legendary 3S task is, Martial Saint's considerations are not something we can speculate on. Helpless Purple Hair could only impotently roar and punch the wall because he vividly remembered the last time the Extreme Way Martial Arts School's twin stars swept the 7ST Martial Universities, leaving no face for the 7 Saint Martial Universities. Is it going to be so humiliating this year again? Damn it, we were originally counting on Lusheng to fight back. And now, just before graduation, we have to be thrashed again. Seeing her boyfriend so irate, the girlfriend could only comfort him. It's okay. Once you get used to being thrashed, it won't hurt as much. At the same time, Lusheng was also walking towards the school gate. His phone received a text message stating that students participating in the martial arts tournament must gather at the school entrance in 3 days. Those who are late or absent will be considered to have voluntarily forfeited. Lusheng knew that this message was probably deliberately written for him to see, and he had noticed it already. From the moment he entered the school, there had always been a group of people monitoring his every move. However, rather than surveillance, it seemed more like they were checking to see if he would leave the school. It seems they all don't want me to go, but the path I, Lusheng, choose to walk isn't something you can control. Not the 7 Saint Martial Universities, nor the Martial Saints. Time quickly advanced to 3 days later, and students gradually gathered at the gate. The vice-chancellor felt relieved, not seeing Lusheng's figure, thinking that the kid finally didn't disappoint him, but other students felt differently. These hardcore fans of Lusheng had already begun fantasizing about Lusheng tearing apart those from the martial arts schools. Hearing these students' expectations, Purple Hair felt embarrassed, although he also hoped Lusheng would come. Compared to the inheritance of the Martial Saint, anyone would know which to choose. Seeing the vice-chancellor's calm demeanor, he probably hoped for the same outcome for Lusheng. The vice-chancellor looked nervously at his watch. It was almost 8 o'clock, and it seemed that Lusheng really wasn't coming. Just then, a loud roar came from the sky. Lusheng is here. As the ground exploded, the entire school was undoubtedly ecstatic, except for the vice-chancellor, who was crying, "Lusheng, why did you come?" The vice-chancellor wanted to scold him, but the words wouldn't come out. Lusheng slowly spoke, "Sorry, I'm late." The vice-chancellor, hoping until the last moment, said, "The martial arts tournament has just started. Maybe it's not too late for you to leave now." Lusheng replied, "Vice-chancellor, no need, it's all in the mind. As you once told me, the surrounding students were undoubtedly shouting to welcome the return of the great Demon King." The car made several turns towards the mysterious venue in the mountains, while the counselor asked all students to change into the uniform school attire. A 7th level Grandmaster's vital energy and blood is like a furnace, and then the marshal will form a Grandmaster's stance. But what about an 8th level Great Grandmaster? I've seen from the dream space before that after the 8th level, vital energy and blood congeals into a pill, with vital energy and blood values casually above 100,000, as mighty as rivers, hot as magma, even melting steel. A single move is a 1,000-fold battle power. It seems the leap from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster is truly a qualitative transformation. Although Lusheng has not yet reached the Grandmaster realm, he is just one step away from condensing blood into a pill and can step into it at any moment. However, once a Great Grandmaster condenses the blood pill, their physique continues to strengthen with the continual refinement from the blood pill. Thus, the longer one remains in the Great Grandmaster realm, the stronger their physique becomes, even maintaining peak bodily functions. Thinking of this, Lusheng touched his heart, realizing he also needed to hurry up. The physique of a Great Grandmaster combined with martial will unleash his power far greater than the simple sum of its parts. 2 hours later, the car finally reached the tournament location at Cumulus Mountain, and Lusheng's arrival undoubtedly made him the center of attention. Students from other academies inevitably turned their gaze towards him, and although various schools gathered here, not everyone could go to the mountaintop to watch live. Most ordinary people had to stay at the base to watch the live broadcast. The Vice-Chancellor gathered all participants from the 7 Saint Martial Universities and arranged for the ascent, instructing the students to keep close to his pace. As the students excitedly responded, a streak of green light flew overhead. Its speed so fast that even the vice-chancellor, with his prowess, couldn't clearly see who it was. Of course, it was definitely Lushing. He was acutely aware that he might inevitably face confrontation with a martial saint, so he had to race against time to prepare before the start. Although he had not yet reached the Grandmaster realm, as long as the martial saint didn't personally intervene, the rest were unlikely to instantly defeat him, allowing Lushing to continue leveling up by stepping on them, eventually becoming so strong that not even Zhao Ji could shake him, even potentially twisting off the martial saint's head to use as a stool. The vice-chancellor led the 7 candidates to Cumulus Mountain. When they reached halfway up the mountain, the vice-chancellor prepared to take a brief rest to call the roll. After checking, he realized that Lushing was nowhere to be seen. Could he not have caught up yet? A fellow candidate commented that it seemed Lushing had already been ahead of them earlier. Could it be that the vice-chancellor didn't see him? Shocked, the vice-chancellor stared ahead, wondering if Lushing intended to rush straight to the summit. At that moment, 2 members from the Sea Dragon Martial Arts School reached the midpoint of the mountain. Senior brother Yellow Hair planned to rest here before proceeding, but Blue Hair suggested why not push directly to the top, since she still had some energy left. Yellow Hair then explained that we are now at the cloud entry point, beyond which there are 5 stone steps hidden by the mist, known as the Ascension Path. Symbolizing a direct ascent to the heavens, Blue Hair impatiently urged his senior brother to get to the point. Why are you beating around the bush? Yellow Hair explained that this place was once where Martial Saint Zhou Fuhai cultivated by enduring celestial fires and thunder, connecting spiritually with heaven and earth, and achieved the Martial Saint status. As such, remnants of Martial Saint Zhou's aura still linger here. Any martial artist under the age of 30 who comes here, if talented enough, and who walks the ascension path without stopping, might trigger the martial arts opportunity left by Zhou Fuhai, causing a heaven and earth phenomenon. What? Just as Blue Hair was about to ask what a heaven and earth phenomenon was, a loud noise came from the summit. Yellow Hair said, "Yes, that's the heaven and earth phenomenon. The clouds churn, and the mists shift unpredictably. Anyone who can trigger such a phenomenon is destined to rise to Grandmaster level, and possibly even." They were just reflecting on this when they were stunned by the sight before them. Unbelievable. Junior sister, the wailing of the whales. This is the highest grade of phenomena, and there are actually 3 white whales here. This indicates that there are at least 3 prodigies on the summit who may become martial saints in the future. It seems we're about to witness history. These words left Blue Hair dumbfounded. A martial saint is an apex existence in the world. Although the path to becoming a martial saint isn't solely determined by talent, this still sufficiently indicates the potential future of these individuals. After resting, Blue Hair's junior sister also prepares to start climbing the heavenly path to see if she can produce some special effects herself. Just then, Lushing's super-fast figure flashed past them, and in a moment, he turned into a flowing shadow disappearing at the mountainside. Blue Hair was stunned for 2 seconds, just about to comment on the person's outrageous speed, but a dragon's roar brought him back to reality. Below the 3 white whales, a giant golden dragon slowly rose, with dragon roars piercing the sky. Yellow Hair trembled with fear at the scene. Is this possibly a divine dragon? This is the divine dragon ascending the summit, devouring all things. So the legend is true. A real dragon has really appeared in the world. After circling in the air a few times, the golden dragon hovered above Lushing, moving as he moved. Lushing found it odd. He had simply set out to climb the mountain casually, but as he ascended, a strange sensation began to well up inside him, as if he was the only person left between heaven and earth, with everyone else in a state of isolation. As he ran, his various natural breathing techniques began to operate on their own. He hadn't done anything special, just walked upwards, yet it felt as if his entire body's techniques were being drawn up by someone else. As he was about to reach the summit, the golden dragon charged towards the 3 white whales in front, and in just a moment, the 3 white whales were shattered and dispersed by the golden dragon. Lushing was a bit stunned. Just now there were 3 white whales, and now there was also a golden dragon. Could this be some sort of welcoming ceremony they had arranged? The next moment, the golden dragon roared towards Lushing, and then a golden light surged forward. At this moment, Lushing felt a powerful impact, an assault on his martial arts spirit. Then, Lushing charged towards the golden dragon in front, and, wrapped around the dragon, reached the summit. At this moment, the entire arena was undoubtedly shocked by him, because the long wailing of the white whales caused by the Extreme Way twins and Zhang Yu of the Transcendence Martial Academy paled in comparison to him. The spectacle of thousands of waves gathering, a divine dragon ascending, and all things submitting was unmatched. An old man who had been on Cumulus Mountain for 100 years witnessed such a phenomenon for the first time and immediately instructed his disciples to find out who this striking young man was. The surrounding crowd was abuzz with discussion, but Lushing seemed completely unfazed as he slowly approached. Such a heaven-defying spectacle was something they would only believe if they saw it with their own eyes. The next moment, the examinees were stunned, for they noticed that Lushing was wearing the uniform of the 7th St. Martial University. What's going on? Can such a monster really come from the perennially useless 7th St. Martial University? Several martial saints who had climbed Cumulus Mountain in their youth managed to invoke only 1 or 2 white whales at best. How can this guy, with what merits and capabilities, transcend a martial saint by 100 times? This is absolutely impossible. At this point, a female disciple also remembered something. He seems to be the hidden genius of this year's 7th St. Martial University, the man who dominated the martial saint towers of all 7 universities. He is that Lushing. The mere act of climbing the mountain and triggering such heavenly and earthly phenomena shocked all the instructors present, as this was a phenomenon not recorded in any known texts. No wonder such talent is a bit too exaggerated. 1 whale already embodies the stature of a martial saint. Might he transcend martial saint one day? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What exists beyond a martial saint was unimaginable. At this moment, the Grandmaster of Transcendence Martial Arts Academy spoke up. It's not calculated like that, because just as water turns to ice with a decrease in temperature and vaporizes with an increase, sometimes the effects that seem worlds apart are essentially not that different. So, this young fellow named Lushing is talented, but it's not as exaggerated as you all think, because the phenomena of Martial Saint Mountain are not specifically designed to test martial arts talent. Perhaps it's because his martial path destiny happens to be very similar to that of Martial Saint Zhou Fuhai, so it triggered a greater heavenly and earthly phenomenon than others. Or maybe many talents have already pulled on the threads of destiny before him, and this youngster just happened to fully activate the remaining destiny of Martial Saint Mountain, ultimately creating that stunning scene. Otherwise, according to what you say, is there something stronger than Martial Saint? A Martial Saint is considered the heaven of this world. Do you think that's possible? Hearing Grandmaster Chi's analysis, everyone suddenly understood. Right, it's impossible for there to be an existence stronger than a Martial Saint. It's just like eating. You only feel full after the last bite. Although that said, it's undeniable that Lushing indeed has an extraordinary aura worthy of being someone Martial Saint Tan has noticed. The holy maiden watching Lushing gave a meaningful smile, seemingly very curious about him. In the mountain hotel by evening, a large hand slammed the table to calm the others. Lien Jibei cursed, chiding the students for losing face. Look at you all. The other party just caused a little phenomenon, right? Lushing isn't a grandmaster now. At best, he's just talented. You are the core elites of my Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy. Are you still afraid of a mere student from a martial university? Hearing the coach speak this way, everyone finally calmed down. One of the twins, Chao Qian, also said that even if Lushing really has great talent, he is not yet a grandmaster. If he were to go all out and use secret techniques, Lushing wouldn't be his match. Zhao Yu agreed with this approach, stating that if there's a chance, he would definitely crush Lushing alive. Lien Jibei spoke with satisfaction. See, this is the spirit our Extreme Way twins should have. Saying this, Lien Jibei gave a wicked smile, proposing a small game for the two, which was to see who could encounter Lushing first and beat him to death on live broadcast. As for dealing with the 7 St. Martial Universities, he assured the twins that he would handle it, so they need not worry. In the restroom of the neighboring Transcendence Martial Arts Academy, a young girl was intently looking at her phone, which displayed a photo of Lushing. As she gazed, her cheeks involuntarily flushed red. Just then, a man approached and asked, "Are you very concerned about Lushing?" He then advised the girl not to focus too much on Lushing because he felt that Lushing's aura wasn't prominent, probably indicating that he hadn't even reached the phase of refining his martial through his physical body. So, I don't think Lushing could be a match for the Holy Maiden. Notice all your attention on the Extreme Way twins. They are the real challengers. 2 years ago, they already formed their Grandmaster wills, and by now they are likely already in the quasi-Grandmaster state. So, don't be deceived by phenomena. Lushing might have great talent, but he is definitely not your match right now. Actually, the young girl had possessed the ability to see spirits since childhood. After seeing Lushing ascend the mountain, she noticed the thick black fog enveloping the entire Martial Saint Mountain behind him. Later, in the hotel lobby, students from the 7 St. Martial Universities were excitedly discussing Lushing's power. Red Hair from the 4th St. Martial University, watching Lushing in front of him, shivered with cold, grateful that he had not chosen to confront this demon king head-on. Otherwise, the martial confidence cultivated over 4 years of university would have been shattered on the spot. Behind him, Hat Guy mentioned that he was a living example, wondering just how strong Lushing's vital energy and blood must be to sustain such heaven and earth phenomena. Now that Lushing's martial will has taken shape, if I were to confront him again, I fear the outcome would be even worse than last time. Just then, a pair of hands clapped him on the shoulder, urging him not to be too self-deprecating. The speaker was the principal of the 4th largest school. He is strong. Let him be strong. Just focus on walking your own path well. The old principal indicated that our 7 universities are essentially one entity. There's no need to view Lushing as an opponent. After all, this generation has the best chance of securing first place for our 7 St. Martial Universities. I really hope this kid can make us proud. He is destined to transform into a dragon one day. While everyone was still caught up in excitement, only the vice principal had a worried look. He didn't understand how his hints could be so clearly missed. As long as Lu Xing kills that Lien Yi, no matter how the extreme way Martial Academy reacts, Tan Martial Saint will shield you from everything. All Tan Martial Saint wants is your commitment. Lu Xing, the path you're taking is ultimately the wrong one. Lu Xing wouldn't care about these comments, just to Tan Zhongyu. He's not qualified to be my master. At that moment, Lu Xing noticed that the energy from the golden dragon that had entered his body not only greatly increased his strength, but also added a giant whale pattern. Could it be that it was absorbed then? If so, he decided to name it the power of the divine whale. Just then, Lu Xing sensed a murderous aura behind him, and turning around, he saw it was Lien Jibei, that old viper. I haven't even started, and he's already targeting me. He's now a level 8 great grandmaster, and if I were to face him now, I'd have at most a 30% chance of winning. However, if I were to break through a grandmaster right now, form a blood pill with my vital energy and blood, and enter the martial god state, I could probably kill Lien Jibei in less than 20 seconds. Lu Xing couldn't help but smirk, realizing the other party had started to target him. He decided to just wait quietly, letting the pre-written script unfold step by step. If anyone dared to interfere, he would crush them all. Meanwhile, a cameraman was frantically looking for a good shooting spot, seeing the photographer so busy. Lu Xing casually asked, "Is it a live broadcast?" "Yes, the setup is almost done. Unfortunately, we arrived too late. I heard there was a magnificent phenomenon just a while ago, but there are 2 days of competition left. We might still see something." Just then, a voice hushed the entire venue. The speaker was Jiang Yi from up front, this year's chief organizer, standing in for Tan Zhongyu. The National Martial Arts Competition officially began. The matches would be determined by a draw, and soon everyone had their match numbers in hand. Meanwhile, Lu Xing's match number was 0135. Who could his opponent be this time? Just then, a yellow-haired guy cautiously asked from behind, "Excuse me, are you Lu Xing?" As Lu Xing looked puzzled, the boy introduced himself as a student from Eastern Peace Martial Arts University, basically a fellow townsman. "I've long heard the great name of Lu Xing, and seeing you today, you truly stand out. I dared to strike up a conversation today, because my cheerleader juniors said they know you." Seeing this, Lu Xing quickly smiled and waved. "Ah, it's Pikachu and you guys. Indeed, it's been a long time." Pikachu was thrilled to be greeted by Lu Xing, indeed very powerful. "Now, just being in his presence, I feel it's hard to breathe. The pressure is immense, setting aside the heavenly and earthly phenomena from this morning. I feel that for the first time in my life, I look up to someone of my age as someone I cannot transcend." Seeing the two knowing Lu Xing, all the surrounding students showed envy and encouraged them to maintain this relationship. Who knows what benefits it could bring in 10 or 20 years? How to maintain? Maintain what? There is no longer just a gap between us, but an unbridgeable chasm. Jiang Yi slowly spoke up about several martial arts gym participants who hadn't arrived. Hence several match numbers, including Lu Xing's 0135, would automatically advance due to bias. Well, that saves the trouble of climbing onto the stage. Let's just watch the strength of this year's participants from below. Above were multiple stages in simultaneous action, but only photographers and referees could freely move around there. The rule was that if you were forced out of the 20 square meter stage or surrendered, you lost. Next to them, a small teen was fervently cheering on their senior brother, and Lu Xing also thought their senior brother was quite strong. Wow, senior brother is so impressive. This year our martial arts hall can definitely make it into the top 100. But the fallen yellow hair appeared unconvinced. The judge comforted him not to feel too bad, noting that these martial arts gym disciples were already among the best in university and had further honed their skills after graduation, surpassing us in both talent and time spent training. Yellow hair, undeterred, spat disdainfully, claiming that if anyone his age dared to face him, they wouldn't stand a chance. But Lu Xing felt that a loss is a loss. Many people like to use age or training time as excuses, but the fact is that in a life or death battle, your opponent won't care about your age and hold back. The strong never make excuses, and the dictionary of the truly strong doesn't include failure. Martial arts disciples have an age advantage when facing martial university students, but martial university students have a superior martial training environment because they have access to various resources within the university, whereas martial arts disciples must secure their resources on their own. This is probably why the age limit has been extended to 30 years. The first round of the competition ended quickly, and the next round was set to start with match number 0135 Lu Xing against 0247 Jiang Yuan. But just as he was about to enter the ring, Jiang Yuan suddenly collapsed to the ground, declaring his surrender. This completely baffled Lu Xing, who was just stepping onto the stage. At that moment, Jiang Yuan trembled and muttered, "Am I crazy? Meet fight the Demon King?" Bai Hengquan himself was so frightened by one punch that his martial will almost collapsed. Since the second round still couldn't start, Lu Xing was getting frustrated, and his anger made those nearby tremble in fear. At this time, Lien Jibei's snake-like gaze fixed on Lu Xing, as he had just learned through insider information that the 3S mission Lu Xing was undertaking was to kill his own son. After 2 hours of thrilling matches, the third round finally began. Platform number 04, Lushing stretched his muscles, hoping there would be no mix-ups this time. However, outside the ring, Lushing was blocked by a crowd and couldn't squeeze through. In response, he emitted a burst of purple psychic energy, scaring a path through the crowd of students. An irate spectator disapproved of Lushing's method, prompting Lushing to land a left hook on the man's waist, sending him flying back, tongue out, to collapse unconscious on the steps. These youngsters are so impulsive, starting with fierce energy right away. Remember, you struck first. During the third round, Lushing waited on the platform for 2 minutes, but his opponent was nowhere to be seen. Jiang He then shouted, "Jiang Wang from the Southern Dragon Martial Arts School, it's your turn to come on stage, otherwise it will be considered a forfeiture." At that moment, a student from the audience shouted in surprise. The guy Lushing just knocked out was Jiang Wang. Oh, what a coincidence. Another half hour passed, and the third round was almost at its end, nearing the selection of the top 100 competitors. As the fourth round began, Lushing continued his streak of knocking out opponents with a single punch. Members of the Sea Dragon Martial Arts School commented on Lushing's strength, noting that Yu Jinghong, who was among the top 20 in the last competition, couldn't even make a single move against him. If it were you against him, you probably wouldn't stand a chance either. Red Hair suggests a trial attempt, but if all else fails, I would resort to my last ace. Although that move was custom-made by your master specifically to counter the extreme weight twins and Jiangyu from Transcendence, using it on Lushing now wouldn't be a loss. You still have a chance to make the top 4. Standing on the balcony, the three people continually watched Lushing, and Lian Jibei hadn't expected Lushing to actually have some substance. But this is good. If it were only Jiangyu from Transcendence Martial Arts School, the pressure at this competition would be too small for you. Lushing, this excellent whetstone, might just help you advance to Grandmaster, as the two from Extreme Weight displayed extremely greedy and lewd expressions. Perhaps at this moment, only Jiangyu from Transcendence Martial Arts School could truly sense the dread of Lushing. Seeing his junior sister elevating Lushing so highly, Yellow Hair, the senior brother, immediately responded, "While Lushing is strong, he's at best on the level of the Extreme Weight twins, perhaps even less." "What, sister? Don't you have confidence?" "No, that's just a spectacle seen by ordinary people. I possess a unique sense of awareness. In my eyes, I can clearly perceive the danger Lushing poses. Now, I just hope to face him at the very end, where conceding might not look too bad." Another 2 hours passed, and Jiangyu announced that the 7th round was about to begin. This round would determine who advances into the top 10 nationwide. Lushing was up first again in this round, and he heard that his opponent, Wang Xian, also graduated from the 7th St. Martial University, practically making him a senior brother. Lushing considered whether to be a bit more gentle in the upcoming match. Wang Xian hadn't expected to face Lushing in the 7th round, but remembering his secret technique made him less nervous. However, using it here meant no chance for the top 3. The corpulent referee shouted, "Start." Lushing let his opponent make the first move as a gesture of respect to a senior. Feeling provoked, Wang Xian retorted, "Before I graduated, I held the top spot on the 7 Saints list for 2 years." Lushing gave him a thumbs up. "That's really impressive. Make sure to give it your all later." This scene completely dazzled the audience below. Wang Xian used the secret technique Blood Ignition, which could boost his strength by 50% for a short period, but he wouldn't be able to exert force again for a month after using it. Wang Xian executed the Blood Ignition Savage Blade Tri-Strike. His blade surged forward like a crescent moon. Seeing this, the corpulent host shouted, "Oh no, trouble's coming." But just as the blade came within 1 centimeter of Lushing, Lushing caught the long blade between 2 fingers. Lushing's azure aura surged. "Didn't I tell you to go all out?" As he spoke, he punched Wang Xian, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Wang Xian lay on the ground, severely injured and barely alive. Even an eagle strikes a rabbit with all its might. How do you not even understand this basic principle? All right, I'll give you another chance. Use whatever secret techniques you have to unleash your potential. Any remarkable moves you've got, which I of yours saw me not giving my all. I even used my secret trump card. With that, Wang Xian passed out and Lushing won the match. Lushing had intended to go easy, but a light punch had unexpectedly knocked out his opponent. Lushing was puzzled. What happened? He passed out just like that. Did I hit too hard? I barely used any force, and I didn't even bring out the stellar force. Well, it doesn't matter. The intention was clear. I gave him a chance. But if he chose to hold back and didn't give his all, he can't blame anyone else for losing. At this point, the audience from Sea Dragon Martial Arts School watched in disbelief. Wang Xian was their candidate to compete against the Extreme Way twins and Transcendence Xiangyu. While they could accept a loss, since in martial arts there's always someone better, they couldn't fathom that he didn't even withstand a single punch from Lushing. What level of strength did Lushing possess? And what did Lushing's final words mean? Was it mockery? How infuriating. Seeing the referee standing dumbfounded, Lushing urged the referee to quickly announce the results of the match. Number 0135 Lushing wins and advances to the finals. The referee had been so shocked that he had frozen in place. Originally thinking of stopping Wang Xian's powerful move, Lushing swatted him down like a mosquito. What kind of extraordinary plus students have appeared in this edition? At this moment, the loudest cheers were undoubtedly from the 7th St. Martial University. The students below were shouting at the top of their lungs, "Demon King, Demon King." This was the most prestigious moment for the 7th St. Martial University in many editions. Even if Lushing just sat there doing nothing, he could still make a bunch of girls swoon. However, hearing the title Demon King, Lushing felt it was too much of a teenage fantasy. Now, in the spectators' stands, everyone was whispering about his control-level boxing skills, his unparalleled physical strength, and how he had knocked out Wang Xian, previously among the top 3, without even using fierce energy. Looking at this, even the extreme weight twins wouldn't stand a chance against Lushing. Not necessarily. After all, the extreme weight twins are no ordinary people. Who knows how much they've grown in these 2 years? Jiang Yi told everyone to stop guessing, as all will be revealed tomorrow, truly worthy of being a seedling chosen by Tan Zhongyue, a martial saint, indeed a being that defies common logic. Meanwhile, the extreme weight twins, having heard some insider information from somewhere, learned that Wang Xian had been overconfident this time and hadn't used his full strength. What a fool. We were just starting to pay some attention to him. But this is good. The brighter Lushing's halo shines. The more dazzling our own will be when we defeat him. While everyone was busy discussing, only Jiang Yi was trembling because she noticed that the shadow around Lushing seemed to be spreading even further. As night fell, Lushing felt that today's matches ended too quickly, even without a proper warm-up, and hoped that tomorrow's matches would be more exciting, especially looking forward to what it would feel like to take down a great Grandmaster. Just then, several notifications sounded. From the think of it, he hadn't even checked today's message yet. Awesome. Bro, you're on TV again. Aim to bring home another national first place. Lushing had apparently forgotten that today's competition was being broadcast nationwide. So he reminded his sister to ensure their parents don't watch tomorrow's live broadcast if you truly wish for mom and dad's well-being. When his sister asked why, Lushing didn't know how to respond, but he honestly told her that he didn't want their parents to see him killing someone. After sending this message, he sighed deeply, then quickly added that he was just kidding because there might be bloodshed in tomorrow's match, and he didn't want to worry their parents. His earlier words indeed startled his innocent sister, making her think that Lushing was going to kill someone tomorrow. Even if she prevented their parents from watching the live broadcast, they would find a way to watch the recorded version. Speaking of this, Lushing smiled wryly, realizing that since he couldn't stop his parents from watching, he would have to stop the broadcast itself. And with the moon shining beautifully, Lushing decided to go out for a walk. At the same time, outside, Xinyu was complaining about the freezing weather, nearly 20 degrees below zero. However, the stars were clear and bright. Even the Milky Way was visible. Just then, a pair of large feet slowly approached from behind, startling her into petrification. Do people always run off at the sight of me? Am I that scary? Even though the names in the spouse section of my dream database keep increasing, why does it seem like my luck with the opposite sex is always so bad? The fleeing Xinyu, gasping for breath, crouched nearby, stealthily peeking because she saw that Lushing's black mist was even more terrifying than during the day. Xinyu was shocked. What kind of sorcery is Lushing wielding that his black mist can even obscure the sun, moon, and stars? At a banquet before the finals, Lushing's eating prowess truly frightened the cafeteria ladies. Meanwhile, Lushing turned his head and was surprised to find Xinyu still sneaking glances at him, unsure of her intentions. I know I'm handsome, but this is a bit much, isn't it? Ahead, by Henkwan from the 4th St. Martial University was being teased by a few students from Extreme Way Martial University, including one of the Extreme Way twins, Chao Kan, who boldly declared, "If we meet during the match, I'll give you a thrill." Hearing this, Bai Henkwan broke out in a cold sweat, aware of the rumors that almost everyone who faces him ends up severely injured or worse. Chao Kan chuckled lasciviously, admitting he sometimes found it hard to control the intensity of his blows. However, this group dared to block the path of Lushing, the king of dining, who didn't care and just walked forward. "Excuse me, please let me through. Who the hell is blind enough to bump into me?" When he realized it was the handsome Lushing, Chao Kan became even more excited. "Even you, Lushing, will kneel down and call me daddy. Admit defeat now, and you might avoid some bruises." Lushing grabbed Chao Kan by the neck with one hand and asked him what he said, and Chao Kan could only cough awkwardly, feeling as though his life was completely in someone else's grasp. Lushing coldly said, "Try waving your hands in front of me again." At this moment, Chao Kan started seeing his life flash before his eyes, foaming at the mouth, tears, and snot streaming, feeling like he was about to die. Just then, a loud voice shouted, "Stop." Suddenly, Lien Jibei jumped forward rapidly and burst forth with a powerful aura. The finals of the martial arts tournament haven't started yet. If you want to be disqualified, go ahead and try something. Having vented his anger, Lushing let go and explained that he was just joking and asked Coach Lien not to mind. Chao Kan, squatting on the ground, coughed up blood, and spewed out expletives at Lu Xing. However, Lu Xing simply smiled and patted Chao Can on the shoulder, saying, "Your neck is very pretty. You should go home to your mom." Even Lien Jibei couldn't stand the embarrassing scene and hurriedly urged Chao Can to go back. Chao Can, nervous and stuttering, claimed it was just an accident, and even someone as dull as him knew that Lien Jibei was angry. Lien Jibei cares a lot about his reputation, more so than his student being beaten. He was more concerned about Chao Can embarrassing their extreme Wei Martial Academy. Meanwhile, the surrounding audience was abuzz with comments. Chao Can, usually so formidable in front of them and one of the feared Extreme Wei twins, seemed unable to resist at all in front of Lu Xing. How strong is this Lu Xing, really? Could it be that he has already advanced to Grandmaster? Although Lu Xing was on the verge of losing his temper and wanted to attack Lien Jibei, starting a fight here might turn him into a wanted criminal and endanger his family, so he decided to wait. That day was fast approaching. Soon, in the Extreme Wei Martial Academy's resting room, Chao Can was frantically apologizing, claiming he had been careless and didn't anticipate Lu Xing's sneak attack, which led to his quick defeat. Unexpectedly, this statement drew wild mockery from another member of the Extreme Wei twins. "You deadbeat. Say that one more time and see what happens." "Yo, got bullied outside, and now you're taking it out on your own people?" At that moment, Lien Jibei interrupted. "You need to figure out how to wash away the shame you've brought on Extreme Wei." Chao Can fervently made a promise to the retreating figure of Lien Jibei. "Coach, please rest assured, I will not make the same mistake twice." The final competition officially commenced. Before the match, several vice principals approached Lu Xing for a quiet word. "The Extreme Wei twins have dominated several martial arts tournaments. Your strength should not be underestimated. Even though you've gained some advantage beforehand, don't let your guard down during the match." Watching Lu Xing's figure as he took the stage, the vice principals smiled to each other. "It looks like this year, it might finally be our turn to win the championship." Vice Principal Zhao could only hope for the best now. They had reached the stage, and it was unclear how Lu Xing would explain himself to Tan Martial Saint later. The 8th round was to start with each competitor heading to the arena to draw their opponent's name. However, Lu Xing soon sensed something fishy about the draw, because the final match of the 8th round turned out to be Seven Saints Martial University's Lu Xing versus Extreme Wei Martial Academy's Chao Can. Even the bystanders couldn't believe such a coincidence. It seemed Lu Xing's draw was tampered with, but considering how Lu Xing had effortlessly defeated Chao Can with a single move this morning, the odds of victory seemed high. Yet some spectators disagreed, attributing this morning's quick defeat to a sudden sneak attack by Lu Xing. Watching Chao Can raging helplessly below the stage, Lu Xing pondered for a couple of seconds, then responded with a light smile, infuriating Chao Can even more. At that moment, Zhang He intervened, instructing unauthorized personnel to leave the arena as the first match was set to begin. Martial Universities by Hanquin versus another Extreme Wei twin, Skypole star Zhao. The principal advised by Hanquin to not be too nervous and to do his best. Bai Hanquin approached the stage with a grim face, well aware of Zhao Yu's formidable reputation. This was certainly going to be a tough battle. Lu Xing casually told Bai Hanquin to just go for it and not be afraid. "Damn, is Lu Xing actually concerned about me?" The next moment, Lu Xing turned to add, "If you get killed, I'll avenge you." Hearing this, Bai Hanquin internally screamed in frustration, but given his lack of strength compared to his opponent, he could only outwardly thank Lu Xing for his concern. Lu Xing responded that there was no need for thanks, as they were all students of the Martial University. Facing one of the Extreme Wei twins, Bai Hanquin was giving his all, knowing a moment's inattention could be fatal. The audience was filled with anticipation for this match. As soon as the fight started, Zhao Yu began a barrage of taunts, mocking Bai Hanquin as trash. Bai Hanquin doesn't waste any words and charges forward, but Zhao Yu easily dodges. Bai Hanquin continued swinging his sword in rapid rotations, but his lightning-fast blade strike still couldn't keep up with Zhao Yu's speed. Although Bai Hanquin knew he was outmatched, he didn't expect the gap to be so vast. His best efforts hadn't even touched his opponent. The crowd was also shocked by Zhao Yu's agility, suspecting that he must be nearing the control state to exhibit such terrifying skills. With no other option left, Bai Hanquin resorted to his ultimate move. "Since you're so good at dodging, try this," he declared, lifting his sword and spitting out, "Come on, Extreme Ice Seal," as he invoked the powerful ice spell. The ground and Zhao Yu were entirely engulfed in ice. Bai Hanquin looked up triumphantly. Looks like it worked, but before he could relish the moment, Zhao Yu's figure vanished. It turned out that Bai Hanquin had only trapped a decoy before Bai Hanquin could recover from his shock. Several figures attacked from behind, eliciting a terrible scream from him. What a fool, so easily tricked. Bai Hanquin collapsed, unconscious. Staff members quickly rushed to check on him, finding that his injuries were severe, for broken ribs and nearly every limb fractured. Despite this, Zhao Yu continued to deride Bai Hanquin from the stage, scoffing at his inability to withstand even a single strike. Zhao then turned his attention to Lu Xing, muttering, "You're next, Lu Xing." Lu Xing knelt beside Bai Hanquin. "You really went through a lot. It's a pity you weren't injured more severely, then I'd have a reason to kill him." Bai Hengqin looked up at Lu Xing with admiration, sensing a powerful presence swirling inside him like a mighty golden dragon. As Bai Hengqin pondered the nature of Lu Xing's golden dragon, the second match of the finals officially began. This battle features Transcendence Martial Academy's Zhang Yu against Flame Dragon Martial Academy's Pum Hong. As soon as the match starts, Zhang Yu begins with her eyes closed, misleading her opponent about her combat potential given her delicate appearance. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, and her aura skyrockets dramatically. It turns out Zhang Yu is a fearsome mind weaver. Pum Hong's body erupts with electricity, steel fortification technique. However, his technique stands no chance against her formidable psychic abilities. He quickly finds himself begging for mercy, calling her sister, and ultimately surrendering, securing Zhang Yu's victory. The terrifying aura she displayed even shocked the nearby referees. Her psychic power is estimated to be at level 4, quite impressive indeed, holding about 20% of my strength. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu notices Lu Xing watching her and suddenly dashes away, covering 50 meters in a single step. Why does every girl run when they see me? Could it be that my appearance is too intimidating? Lu Xing wonders, noticing similarities with another character, Xiao Len, who also flees upon seeing him. The final match of the day is set between 7th Street Martial University's Lu Xing and Extreme Way Martial Academy's Chao Kuan. Even before stepping onto the stage, Chao Kuan's coarse voice can be heard making rude remarks. This match is highly anticipated as the day's highlight, expected to be thrilling given the similar skill levels of the two fighters. Unlike previous matches that ended too quickly due to disparities in strength, Lu Xing effortlessly hops onto the stage with one hand. Here I am, bro, finally my turn. Seeking to reclaim his dignity, Chao Kuan decides to start by intimidating his opponent psychologically. He immediately cites Rule 32 to Lu Xing. If an opponent is accidentally killed during the match, under reasonable circumstances, no liability is incurred. So Lu Xing, do you get what I'm implying? Okay, let's start already. The referee wisely scoots aside, wary of getting caught in their crossfire. Next, Lu Xing begins doing the National Middle School Radio Calisthenics. Tell Chao Kuan to show all his tricks now, transform if he needs to, so he won't complain about unfairness after losing. Chao Kuan unleashes his strongest technique, Demon Extreme State, which allows him to briefly boost his combat power by dozens of times. He then launches himself at Lu Xing in a frenzied state. Lu Xing is both bewildered and oddly familiar with this. Why does this feel so familiar? In the last tournament, he swept through the competition using just the first form, acclaimed as the strongest below the Grandmaster level. Now having advanced to the second layer, just how terrifying must he be? Although Zhang Yu can tell that Chao Kuan is powerful now, something about his aura feels off. Not quite human, reminiscent of an exotic beast, the vice principals suddenly stand up. It's impossible. He's emitting an aura akin to that of a Grandmaster. This is bad. Lu Xing might be in danger. Lu Xing also senses that something is odd about this aura, although it seems stronger than a near Grandmaster. There's something off about it. Could it be that he is a mutant martial artist? Beside them, Lien Jibei laughs. Now let you all witness the terror of Extreme Way. Hee hee, Chao Kuan, you really steal the spotlight. Lu Xing is yours. I'll take Zhang Yu then. Just after transforming, Chao Kuan starts trash-talking Lu Xing, urging him not to even think about surrendering. Then, countless fists appear in front of Chao Kuan. His special technique, the Martial Illusion Fist, the attack turns into an energy tornado flying towards Lu Xing, startling everyone in the audience. This is no longer a match. It's a direct attempt on his life. On seeing this, Zhang He shouts for the assistants to prepare safety measures. Chao Kuan, furious, advances towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing, I want you dead. The tremors in the arena also shake the spectator stands, and the audience is terrified by Chao Kuan's power. Seeing this, Lien Jibei smirks slightly. Now Lu Xing is done for. Even a Grandmaster would surely die from this. As the smoke clears, Lien Jibei and others are shocked, because even at his most powerful, Chao Kuan's strongest attack did absolutely nothing to Lu Xing. Who could believe this? Lu Xing slowly speaks up. What? Is that all? Don't you have a third, fourth, or even stronger trump card? Chao Kuan was completely flustered by Lu Xing's question. So you've got nothing left. Huh. Petrified by Lu Xing, Chao Kuan kept retreating. Hey, I heard you're called the Extreme Way Demon Extreme Star. Then check out my punch called Exploding Star Fist. At this moment, Chao Kuan had completely lost his previous momentum, trembling as he looked up. While Lu Xing's fist, large as a sandbag and fiery like a deity, loomed above Chao Kuan, Lien Jibei and others couldn't sit still anymore and shouted for them to stop. Chao Kuan, with a face like death, knelt before Lu Xing. His body's meridians ruptured, and on the verge of death, Lien Jibei, furious, flew towards the center of the arena. Lu Xing, you bastard. How dare you try to kill my disciple? As Lien Jibei's fist was about to strike, several vice principals jointly blocked his attack. At this point, the conflict seemed to have escalated significantly. One of the vice principals urgently reprimanded Lien Jibei. What do you think you're doing? Just as the situation was about to explode, Zhang He stepped in to stop both parties. Everyone here is above the level of a Grandmaster. What does it look like intervening in a student's affairs? Lien Jibei accused Lu Xing of intentionally killing someone, specifically a future rising brightness of the Extreme Way Martial Arts School. As he spoke, Chao Kun coughed lightly while medical staff rushed to the scene. The vice principal said, "There's always some friction in competition, and since your person is okay, let's leave this matter behind." At this point, Lian Jibei couldn't erupt in rage on the spot, but a vicious plan started forming in his mind. Thus, the victory in this match is awarded to Lu Xing of the 7th Saint Martial University. The audience was astounded, shocked by Lu Xing's formidable strength. Some said that Lu Xing's abilities had reached the level of a Grandmaster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block the second layer of the Demon Extreme State. Others argued that Lu Xing hadn't yet reached the Grandmaster level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden behind the vice principal and must have just used fierce energy to block Chao Kun's attack. From this battle, it appears that Lu Xing is already the champion of the tournament, and any further matches would just be formalities. At only 18 years old, he is truly terrifying. This also signifies that the era dominated by the Extreme Way twins has ended, and a new era under the reign of the Demon King Lu Xing is beginning. Back in the audience seats, the vice principal called to Lu Xing, "There's no bloodless struggle in martial arts. As long as it wasn't intentional, it's not your fault. Don't overthink it. If someone dies, it's because their skills were inferior. The school will support you against the pressure. There isn't only one level 9 Extreme Way Martial Saint in this world." Lu Xing, trembling, replied, "Is that so? Then I'm relieved." The vice principal never expected that someone as strong as Lu Xing would still feel fear when facing a real Grandmaster. If someone truly understands and does not fear the majesty of a Grandmaster, that would be 1 in 10,000. Yet Lu Xing is exceptionally talented, and it's too much to ask for him to also possess such courage and character. It's a pity, though, because to become a disciple of a martial saint, being outstanding isn't enough, which is really regrettable for Lu Xing. At this moment, however, Lu Xing was internally laughing, quite pleased with his own performance. But soon it will be the final part of the plan. To have Lian Jibei die by my hands, surely he would wake up laughing in his coffin. Soon, the drawing for the semi-finals of the 9th round began. Only 4 contestants remained, with the weakest, Deng Rui from Heaven and Earth Martial Academy, hoping to draw the little lowly, Zhan Yu. After all, he got to the final mostly by sheer luck. Both Chao Qing and Lu Xing are tough opponents. Only Zhan Yu is like a normal person, not only cute, but also moderate in her attacks. If she accidentally hits too hard, she even sends someone to apologize, truly a perfect little angel of martial arts. Indeed, luck is also a part of strength, and things turned out just as he wished. The second match was Chao Qing against Lu Xing. Chao Qing, don't worry, you still have time to buy some insurance, and if you don't have any, I can recommend a couple of good ones. A friend of mine just died, and his insurance paid out the next day. Already nervous, Chao Qing quickly brushed off Lu Xing's hand. "Yo, why so nervous? If I kill you, wouldn't your Extreme Way Martial Academy's great Grandmaster Lian Jibei have to kill me?" Chao Qing trembled as he spoke. "Good that you know. Also, do you think I'm a waste like Chao Kun?" Lu Xing laughed. "Of course not. I think you're even more of a waste than Chao Kun." After the mockery, Lu Xing waved and walked away. Afterwards, Chao Qing immediately went to tattle to Lian Jibei, no doubt embellishing his story. Upon hearing it, Lian Jibei set out to tear Lu Xing apart with his own hands, from seeking help behind the vice principal to the recent mockery of Chao Qing. All of this was within Lu Xing's plan, because to kill Lian Jibei, it must be justified, making everyone believe it was deserved. After all, it's because I'm not strong enough that I need to be cautious and operate within the rules set by others. If I were strong enough, I could completely ignore all influences, and no one would care if I killed someone like Lian Jibei, who deserves death anyway. True power is about breaking the rules, setting new ones, and then using those rules. After all, saving humanity from martial arts disasters can't be achieved by someone who just follows the rules. I must strive to become stronger. Soon, the first match between Zhang Yu and Deng Rui officially began. After 5 minutes of fighting, Zhang Yu won. Although Deng Rui lost, managing to save face in front of these monsters felt like a win for him. As the next match approached Zhang, he quietly worried about potential complications, since neither competitor was easy to handle. But for the audience, it was exciting. They heard that Chao Qing's spine was almost broken by Lu Xing, thankfully rescued in time. These Extreme Way twins deserved it, having paralyzed many each year and severing their martial arts, all suppressed by the might of the Extreme Way Martial Saint. And it's said they have more than just these dirty deeds. Seems like it's true what they say. Scoundrels naturally grind down other scoundrels. Lu Xing is set to fight Chao Qing. It seems like Chao Qing won't be able to manage his bathroom visits alone anymore. If he gets crippled, he might as well change his name to Crippled Star. Faced with everyone's taunts, Chao Qing has no mood to respond, because as a member of the Extreme Way twins, he has never feared anyone except those above Grandmaster level. Usually, he's the one who exerts pressure on others. But why does he feel such fear facing a peer of the same level now? As he was distracted, Lu Xing called out to Chao Qing that it was time for him to take his beating on the stage. But Chao Qing couldn't show weakness, at least not verbally. "Hey Lu Xing, You still have time to grab a cold weapon now. Don't say later that I bullied you. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed as he spoke in a low voice. Do you really want to die that badly? Faced with Lu Sheng's sudden imposing aura, Chao Qing instantly backed down, all bark and no bite. Let's get on the stage. I don't believe you're that strong. At this moment, the audience is in an uproar. Chao Qing is still wondering how Lu Sheng will attack, thinking he can dodge whatever comes his way. But the next moment, Chao Qing is dumbfounded because Lu Sheng is just standing there quietly, making no move to attack. Moreover, Chao Qing can feel that just by standing there, Lu Sheng exudes a terrifying presence that permeates the air, leaving him no room for escape. The next second, Chao Qing psyched himself up. If Lu Sheng wasn't going to come at him, he'd take the initiative and break the pace. Saying this, Chao Qing launched himself like a rocket toward Lu Sheng, and Chao Qing immediately drew his sword, his body bursting into flames as he unleashed his ultimate move, Stellar Poke. This move dazzled the audience. What a stunning strike. Even the vice-chancellors couldn't help but exclaim, admitting they'd struggled to handle such a sword thrust themselves. The next moment, Jiang Yi gasped because Lu Sheng's figure had vanished. At the same time, Chao Qing's sword shattered. Chao Qing had never imagined his proud strike would end like this. The next second, Lu Sheng stood behind him, taunting. Sorry about breaking your dagger, but you're just too slow. Chao Qing turned around, and Lu Sheng's figure disappeared again, then reappeared surrounded by a mass of blue aura engulfing Chao Qing. Nearly breaking his morale, you're still too slow. Chao Qing was nearly driven mad. Then, Chao Qing covered his ears and knelt down, realizing he couldn't even see Lu Sheng. Just then, Lu Sheng grabbed him from behind, lifting him up. Hey, are you here to be funny? Have you lost your nerve already? Ready to give up? Let me go. Gale wins. Facing the onslaught of slicing winds, Lu Sheng chuckled. You call this wind? Lu Sheng then released Chao Qing, and in the moment Chao Qing started spouting trash talk again, he vanished once more. This disappearance felt as though he was still right there, but because of his extreme speed, he was invisible to the eye. Chao Qing looked around wildly. In the next moment, multiple afterimages of Lu Sheng appeared before him. The audience was stupefied. So many afterimages indicated an incredible speed. Speaking, countless afterimages of Lu Sheng had already surrounded Chao Qing, and Lu Sheng kept taunting him, saying that if Chao Qing could touch him, it would count as Chao Qing's win. The vice-chancellor watched this scene in disbelief. Because the nature of afterimages is a visual residue, a phenomenon caused by the eye receiving signals before the visual memory fades. He thought that producing 5 or 6 afterimages in a short time was already impressive, but Lu Sheng's display was truly terrifying. Chao Qing angrily swatted at the afterimages, repeatedly shouting, "Fake, it's all fake." At this moment, his sanity was starting to fray. He believed there was only one real figure, and he was sure he could find it. But just then, Lu Sheng's hand rested on Chao Qing's head, murmuring, "Crescent Divine Wind." Ultimately, Chao Qing lay on the ground with his limbs broken. This counted as avenging by Hongchuan. The referee then announced the match was won by 7th Street Martial University's Lu Sheng. The crowd was still abuzz, wondering who could beat such a formidable person at his level. Red-haired brother watched Lu Sheng and couldn't help worrying about Zhang Yu's upcoming match. As Zhang Yu began announcing the next match, between Zhang Yu and Lu Sheng, Zhang Yu quickly stood up and raised her hand to declare her defeat. After just one glance at Lu Sheng, she fled the scene in fear. It's really strange. This girl runs away every time she sees me. But in Zhang Yu's eyes, Lu Sheng was like a dark source, a monster lurking in the shadows. Fighting him would be a fool's errand, just out of treatment. Bai Hongchuan didn't expect the finals to end so abruptly, but who could argue? After all, it was 7 St. Martial Universities that had won the championship. This time, our 7 St. Martial Universities in martial arts could finally hold our heads high. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi's declaration, this National College martial arts competition finally concluded perfectly. In another female dormitory, there was a frenzy of shouting, "Wow, Yang Yuan, look, your boyfriend won the championship. He's so handsome." Yang Yuan responded shyly, "He's not my boyfriend, just a classmate." Yet, as she saw him standing at the pinnacle, her heart genuinely rejoiced for Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, his little sister was dancing with joy by the TV. Yay, yay, Big Brother is the champion of the National Martial Arts Competition. Lu's dad excitedly picked up his phone, ready to call relatives and friends to go out for a celebratory meal. However, his daughter urged the parents to hold off. Big Brother's awards ceremony hasn't started yet. It's a shining moment now. Inside Eastern Peace Martial University, pink-haired Xing Dandan was watching Lu Sheng's glorious moment. Green hair tried to get pink hair to let go of Lu Sheng, arguing that Lu Sheng, now at such heights, was no longer from our world. But the lovesick pink hair said that it was fine this way. She could still see news about Lu Sheng and even send messages to him, although he wouldn't see them or reply. Inside the Eastern Military District, Instructor Xing excitedly exclaimed, "Damn, Lu Xing is awesome. The chief commander is going to be thrilled. His investment in those bits of beast marrow liquid really paid off. Dong Qingxue argued it might not be certain. Although Lu Xing had promised to join the Eastern Military District immediately after graduation, and he wasn't the type to be ungrateful. What if he couldn't make it? Don't forget who was behind the 7 Saint Martial Universities. Marshal Saint Tan Zhongyu has had his eyes on Lu Xing for a long time, and it's likely that he will officially announce taking Lu Xing as his disciple after this competition. Can the chief commander's influence really outmatch a martial saint's? Instructor Xing was thoroughly disappointed, initially thinking that he would soon be heading to battle alongside Lu Xing. However, Dong Qingxue assured that such a day would come as Area 85 had discovered new dungeon fissures, and they needed to head out for a mission immediately. But in the next moment, Dong Qingxue was shocked because at that time, Lu Xing was raising his hand and loudly proclaiming, "I challenge Grandmaster Lian Jibei. In fact, I came to this competition to appreciate the skills of the many experts and to temper my martial arts spirit." Pointing to the audience below, he expressed his disappointment with the contestants. All the competitors here are trash, especially the Extreme Way Martial Academy. What a disappointment. The so-called Extreme Way twins that you are all so hopeful about are just rubbish. They haven't even learned a bit of the Extreme Way heritage. Extreme Way Martial Academy. I think it's all just a facade. With each taunt, Lian Jibei below the stage became so enraged that veins were throbbing and he wanted to tear up Lu Xing right there. Unable to contain himself, Lian Jibei asked Lu Xing what he meant. "I mean nothing by it. I came here intending to use the strong fighters of Extreme Way to temper my martial to break through the Grandmaster level, but I didn't expect your Extreme Way twins to be so weak. Therefore, I want to challenge the peak Grandmaster of Extreme Way, Lian Jibei, here." Upon hearing this, the expression on everyone's face across the nation contorted. Everyone knew Lian Jibei was at the peak of Grandmaster level, a level 6 challenging a peak Grandmaster. What's going on? Has Lu Xing gone mad, or does he no longer care for his own life? From Dong Qingxue's perspective, it might be possible to guess Lu Xing's intention. Perhaps Lu Xing wanted to use a Grandmaster as a blade to pierce through the final barrier. If he succeeds, he would become the first Grandmaster under the age of 20 in the history of Dragon Nation. After Lu Xing spoke, Lian Jibei eagerly jumped onto the martial platform. "Lu Xing, you're arrogant enough, but remember not to let me beat you to death later." Lu Xing declared that life and death were fated on the platform, and he asked that Grandmaster Lian not hold back. The vice-chancellors below the stage were puzzled. If Lu Xing wanted a Grandmaster for sparring, any of us could have sparred with him. Why did he specifically choose Lian Jibei? Could it be he's afraid we wouldn't go all out? So only Lian Jibei would truly try to kill him? Vice-chancellor with glasses always felt that Lu Xing's intentions weren't just about breaking through the Grandmaster level. Jiang He stroked his beard appreciatively. This young man is truly one in 10,000. To reach such heights at his age, his temperament and courage are extraordinary. Then he quietly instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on things, making sure that Lu Xing wouldn't get injured. His subordinates reassured Jiang He. The vice-chancellors of the 7 Saint Martial Universities are even more nervous than us. Lian Jibei was puzzled. Even if Lu Xing is strong, he's still just at level 6. While I've been a Grandmaster for over 20 years, how can this kid be so arrogant? With both parties consenting, Jiang He announced the start of the match, but reminded them to keep it controlled and to stop at the point of contact. At that moment, Lu Xing smiled, finally getting what he had been waiting for. Lian Jibei burst out with a green aura. "Kid, do you feel the pressure of a Grandmaster? To deal a fatal blow to Lu Xing and not give others a chance to rescue him, Lian Jibei even activated his mutated state. But at that moment, Lu Xing was already rapidly approaching Lian Jibei with the same idea of a straightforward duel to the death. As Lian Jibei wondered about Lu Xing's incredible speed, Lu Xing slowly spoke in front of him. "I have a punch, and I'd like to invite Grandmaster Lian to embrace death." After speaking, the long-lost divine illumination of the Underworld King's scripture activated, massively boosting his vital energy and blood. The solar grasp of the stars condensed, and a compressed version of the fire element gathered in his hands. Finally, stellar force explosively activated, marking the first use of the divine whale Dharma aspect power in reality. Lian Jibei was stunned at that moment. Then, like a sun, intense heat exploded at the center of the martial platform. Realizing the extreme danger of the energy inside, Jiang He immediately flew towards the fireball. "No, we need to stop this now." The high-density flame energy engulfed Lian Jibei the moment it made contact, consuming him instantly. When the smoke cleared, only Lian Jibei's feet remained. As Jiang He landed, he immediately called for a halt. Lu Xing calmly responded, "What's the matter, Grandmaster? Do you also wish to fight me?" Seeing this, Jiang He was 90% baffled and 10% flabbergasted. He could not believe that Lu Xing had just killed a peak Grandmaster in seconds and was now considering challenging him, an 8th-level Great Grandmaster. At this moment, the Vice-Chancellor seemed to be still in a dream. Lian Jibei was actually killed by Lu Xing, not even leaving a body behind. It seems that Lu Xing was not merely using the pressure of a Grandmaster. He was challenging one. The audience was pinching their faces in disbelief. Was Lu Xing really just level 6? The next moment, the vice-chancellor slammed the table. It seems he knew what Lu Xing was planning to do. Lu Xing probably intended to challenge the martial saint from the beginning. He doesn't even care about becoming a disciple of the martial saint. He doesn't think much of Tan Zhongyu, the martial saint. Seeing the vice-chancellor's expression, Lu Xing smiled openly. It seems the vice-chancellor finally understands my approach. Elder Jiang was shocked. Could it be that Lu Xing had premeditated this? And he's not even 19 years old yet. Truly terrifying. After that, Elder Jiang said he would report the incident to the Extreme Way Martial Arts School and Tan Zhongyu, advising Lu Xing to behave prudently. But Lu Xing seemed indifferent, thinking that the old man was not going to take action himself, which was a pity as he had hoped to gauge the gap between himself and an 8th-level Great Grandmaster. Just then, a large hand grabbed Lu Xing. Turning around, he saw it was the Vice-Chancellor with glasses, who was anxious to immediately take Lu Xing down the mountain. Hurry! Come back with me to the 7th Saint Martial University, and then to see Martial Saint Tan. You've really caused a mess this time. Lien Jibei is no ordinary Grandmaster. Hearing this, Lu Xing said, I know. He is the brother of Martial Saint's wife, Lien Su. Damn, you knew and still dared to do this? Now, probably only Tan Martial Saint can protect you. However, Lu Xing clapped his hands and refused the Vice-Chancellor's kindness. I don't need protection. The Vice-Chancellor cursed in frustration. Are you mad? Even if you're not afraid, what about your family and friends? They could get dragged into this. You're still young. Some things shouldn't be done impulsively, lest you regret them later. Let's go. It'll be too late once the Lien family hears the news. Yeah, once the Lien family gets the news, it'll be too late. So Vice-Chancellor, I can't go with you just yet. The Vice-Chancellor was again startled by Lu Xing's actions, as he could guess what Lu Xing was planning to do next. So he told Lu Xing to hurry back and that he would wait for him in the capital. Looking down the stairs, Lu Xing smiled slightly. Let's see. My Grandmaster's speed. With such terrifying speed, the Vice-Chancellor was starting to lose grasp of Lu Xing's realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xing's family, having just seen on TV that Lu Xing was challenging a Grandmaster before the signal was lost, panicked and quickly bought tickets for the next train to visit Lu Xing. Lu's mother was so anxious that she burst into tears, asking if there was a faster train. Lu's father asked Qinghe to come and comfort Lu's mother, but Qinghe didn't know how to make it better. I'm dying of worry too. That's a Grandmaster he's challenging openly. That's no ordinary fighter. Just then, Qinghe's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Xing to reassure them. He explained that the broadcast had been cut off because there was no signal on the mountain and assured everyone that he was safe, urging his family not to worry. He mentioned that the challenge against the Grandmaster was just for show. After explaining everything, everyone decided to refund their tickets and return home. The only thing that puzzled his sister was why such a show had never happened before, but appeared this year. Meanwhile, in a corner of the train station, several pairs of eyes were secretly watching the sister and her family report they're heading back now, and we've been keeping an eye on them. They were agents sent by Chief Commander Yufei to covertly protect Lu Xing's family. As he watched the news on his phone, he couldn't help but reflect. A 19-year-old who can slay a Grandmaster peak, this young man is destined for greatness. After coming down the mountain, Lu Xing immediately went to Fashion KTV. He was afraid of losing his loved ones and everything else, but he was more afraid of living the rest of his life under the watchful eyes of those four. Just as he reached the door of the private room, Lu Xing activated his psychic perception and quickly detected the weeping Lien Yi. Lien Yi, covering his face, cried out, not knowing who had killed his father, only that his family had ordered him to come home immediately. Just as he was about to leave with his assistant to return to his family, Lu Xing blocked his path. Meanwhile, at the side of Lien Jibei's sister Lien Su, a man with green hair was kneeling, recounting the whole incident to her. After listening, Lien Su didn't believe a word. Knowing her brother was a coward who liked to bully the weak and feared the strong, and would never dare accept a challenge from another Grandmaster in person, the man with green hair trembled as he spoke. Lu Xing, who killed Grandmaster Lien, he's a level 6 martial artist. Upon hearing this, Lien Su's glass shattered in her hand. There's a limit to jokes. A level 6 martial artist killing my brother? Even if he's a newbie, he's not an idiot. Please calm down, madam. This Lu Xing must have made a sudden breakthrough to Grandmaster right before the act, which is how he managed to defeat Grandmaster Lien. During this, the mentally unstable Lien Su burst into mad laughter. I just knew my rookie brother couldn't possibly be killed by a level 6 martial artist. Lien Su laughed and then started crying. So the other guy is a martial arts prodigy, huh? Then don't blame me. After her outburst, Lien Su immediately instructed the man with green hair to take action, ordering him to go kill Lu Xing first. But the man with green hair argued that this was inappropriate, as the two had been killed in a formal duel with mutual agreements to absolve responsibility, and martial arts rules shouldn't blame others. Saying this, the mentally unstable woman forcefully grabbed the man with green hair by the neck. What then? Should my brother just die in vain? Absolutely not. The next moment, a text message on her phone made Lien Su even more distraught. Fine, dead. Everyone's dead, right? Since none of you want to help me, then don't blame me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Fu Jiaming spent his days loitering around his daughter's former school, just to catch a glimpse of anything related to his daughter. Even seeing girls who looked a bit like his daughter would make him treat them as if they were his own. The girls, seeing an old man staring intently at them, hurried away in fright. At this moment, Lu Xing slowly approached and saw Fu Jiaming still picking up trash. Lu Xing yelled from behind, "Fu Jiaming, I have come to ask you for money." After speaking, Lu Xing tossed a bag in front of Fu Jiaming and said, "They say a grandmaster must not be insulted. Even in death their bodies shouldn't be cut up like pork, so there was no choice. I could only bring Lian Ye's head alone." Then, Lu Xing handed over a previous photo to Fu Jiaming. "Now I can return this to you. Take good care of it." By now, Fu Jiaming's eyes were soaked with tears, and he was no longer the fool. He hadn't expected that the young man before him had truly avenged him. With a choked voice, he thanked Lu Xing, repeatedly bowing to him as he walked away until Lu Xing's figure had gradually disappeared. After leaving, Lu Xing received a call from the vice principal with glasses. The vice principal urged Lu Xing to hurry back, explaining that he had informed Marshal Saint Tan about Lu Xing's situation. Marshal Saint Tan has formally decided to take Lu Xing as a disciple and promised to shield Lu Xing from all pressures from the Extreme Way Martial Academy, but Lu Xing flatly refused. "I'm not coming back." Hearing this, the vice principal was shocked and expressed his confusion. "Vice principal, you should be in your office right now, right behind you, through that large floor-to-ceiling window. You should be able to see that thing. Do you mean the Marshal Saint Tower? Vice principal, do you know what I intend to do after becoming a Marshal Saint? I plan to shatter the high tower so that everyone may chant my true name." After saying this, he hung up the phone. In his office, Tan Zhongyu spoke coldly. "Since he doesn't want to let it be, you shouldn't feel regretful. He has his own path to walk, although his ideas are very naive. Well, it has indeed been many years since I've seen such an interesting junior." The next moment, the vice principal said, "Lu Xing is targeted by the Extreme Way Martial Arts School because of us, and you surely know the character of Lian Su." Tan Zhongyu's expression turned icy. This is the path he has chosen himself. He ought to know all the consequences, but you do have a point. Let Huayu protect his family. With her there, his family of 3 should be safe. As for the rest, there's no need to mention. Although the vice principal did not understand why Lu Xing wanted to shatter the high tower, that was all he could do to help Lu Xing. Initially, Lu Xing had not refused the goodwill of Provincial Governor Xiao Pingnan, but now he had outright rejected an invitation from the Martial Saint, who was 1,000,000 times greater than Xiao Pingnan. As for the consequences of refusing the Martial Saint, Lu Xing had not yet considered them. After all, under the Martial Saint, I would only become another Martial Saint. But what I aim to become is a Transcendence Martial Saint, possessing the absolute strength to level everything. Only then will I truly save the world. As soon as the Extreme Way Martial Saint returned, he barked. "You sent Zhuang Ke. That little beast killed 2 of my Lian family. Lian Jibei was just a useless grandmaster. His death is no great loss, but Lian Yi was our last direct descendant. This cannot be forgiven." The Extreme Way Martial Saint was somewhat speechless. "Doesn't Lian Yi still have a few illegitimate children? What does that matter? He wants to end our Lian family line. Why shouldn't I send Zhuang Ke to kill him?" Lian Su became more agitated as she spoke. "One was my brother, the other my nephew. Even if they were good for nothing, they were still my last blood relatives. They died without even leaving whole bodies behind." Hearing this, the Extreme Way Martial Saint sighed lightly and said, "I'm not blaming you. Zhuang Ke is quite capable. He is still a bit lacking and might not return successful. After all, he is someone Tan Zhongyu has his eyes on, and Tan will surely send protection for Lu Xing. Just one person from the Bright Jade Hall, together with Lu Xing, would ensure Zhuang Ke stands no chance." At this moment, Lian Su walked over and clung to the Extreme Way Martial Saint. "My dear, then help me by sending a more skilled fighter there." "No need. Send the 12 shadows along with Zhuang Ke. That should achieve the effect you want." Lian Su was thrilled. "You really do love me after all." Extreme Way Martial Saint pushed her away abruptly. "Of course I'll help you, but you've gone too far this time, secretly passing the Extreme Way's secret scrolls to Zhuang Ke." Hearing this, Lian Su responded angrily, "So what? What other way could I have to enlist an Extreme Way Ancestral Star if not for that? What else have you ever given me?" The next moment, Extreme Way Martial Saint's voice was ice cold. "I do not want there to be a next time." After that, Lian Su slumped onto the bed, frightened. She could feel the killing intent and Extreme Way Martial Saint's voice just now. Meanwhile, at 3 Seasons Airport, Peng Huayu emerged from the airport. "What? I've just finished my mission. Why the rush? What's that? Under 19, and he's slain a Grandmaster. This guy is even more formidable than Xing Yuzhong back in the day. Looks like Bright Jade Hall is about to gain another fierce warrior. You say he rejected Tan Martial Saint and killed the Lian family line. Now he thinks he can handle it all by himself? That's just crazy. Why do you still want me to go then?" The other end of the phone explained that Martial Saint is merciful. Although he couldn't take him under his wing, he didn't want to see such a promising talent destroy himself. This time your opponent is the K-star of the Extreme Way's 28 mansions, Zhuang Ke, whose strength is at the quasi-level 8, about the same as yours. The next moment at the Lu family home, Lu Sun smiles as he opens the front door. "Hi, I'm back. Hearing Lu Sun's return, his sister excitedly comes forward to ask about his whereabouts. Lu Sun, you worried us to death. Didn't you say you'd be back by noon, and now it's late at night? Saint Dad, seeing Lu Sun return, is happy to have a couple of drinks with him. Lu Sun excitedly tosses a backpack to his sister, an action that she complains about. Bro, why are you like this? I am a girl. So what? There's a gift for you in there. Don't you want it? Seeing that he brought her a gift, his sister instantly turns into a docile kitten, grabbing the backpack and heading to her room while shouting, I finally understand why you don't have a girlfriend. You're such a typical guy. Hearing this, Mom also smiles contentedly. Almost 19, you should find a girlfriend instead of all this fighting and killing. Just then, Lu Sun senses someone watching nearby and announces he's stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Mom warns Lu Sun not to be gone too long. Dinner will be ready in 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes is enough. Walking down a path, Lu Sun suddenly says, you've really been working hard during this time. Hat Guy appears and bows. It's all part of the job. No need for thanks. Watching Lu Sun's departing figure, Hat Guy feels a fear he's rarely experienced with people. Akin to the first time, he faced a high-level exotic beast on the battlefield. Following this, Lu Sun asks Hat Guy to send his regards to Chief Commander Yu and tells him that the promise he made back then might soon be fulfilled. Just then, his sister comes out and calls, Lu Sun, come home for dinner. As Lu Sun walks, he releases his soul perception, checking for any strong presences within a 500-mile radius. It seems no one will come tonight. A week quickly passes by, and Pang Huayu has been monitoring Lu Sun's surroundings without a blind spot for a week. What's with this Shuang Kuai? It's been a week. Even a tractor would have arrived by now. If he doesn't show up, am I supposed to keep waiting here forever? Logically, he should have arrived within 4 or 5 days. Could it be that this quasi-level 8 expert has procrastination issues? Just then, a subordinate walks out of a cafe. Sir, Pang Huayu of Bright Jade Hall, rank 13, is inside. The subordinate was about to suggest he avoid the area, but at that moment, Shuang Kuai arrogantly said, maybe a week ago I would have needed to, but not anymore. At that moment, the subordinate learns that Shuang Kuai has already advanced to Great Grandmaster and decides to drive straight to Lu Sun's house to finish him off. Meanwhile, Lu Sun, who is cultivating at home, senses something foul approaching. Yoho, here it comes. You've kept me waiting for quite a while. Great Grandmaster. Lu Xing's terrifying strength has risen again. Just now, Zhang Hua, Extreme Way Martial Saint, arranged for 24, Shadow trails an 8th level Great Grandmaster Zhuang Kuei to go and assassinate Lu Xing. While drinking coffee, Hang Huiyu was suddenly startled. She noticed Zhang Kuei followed by a shadow from the Extreme Way dojo. This was a bit troublesome. Although the shadows were forcibly elevated to the strength of level 7 through the Martial Saint's secret method and were not yet Grandmasters, they could rely on the battle tactics personally crafted by the Extreme Way dojo. The 12 shadows even had a chance to kill a Great Grandmaster. So without a second word, Hang Huiyu decided to kill one first, and also reported this intelligence back to Bright Jade Hall. The person on the phone was shocked. You're saying they even deployed the 12 shadows? Just as Pang Huiyu was retreating step by step against the 12 shadows, Zhuang Kuei had already arrived at Lu Xing's doorstep. Hang Huiyu shouted, "This is bad." The person on the phone asked, "What happened?" Extreme Way leader Zhuang Kuei. He has stepped into the Great Grandmaster level. Zhuang Kuei, as one of the 28 lodging's leader stars, had followed the Extreme Way Martial Saint for 20 years, yet he was always stuck at the peak of level 7, unable to break through the heaven and earth twin bridges to ascend to Great Grandmaster. But now he had waited. Speaking, he clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Energy and blood coalesce, invisible twin bridges connecting heaven and earth." Is this what it feels like to enter the Great Grandmaster level? It's awesome. It's like I've grasped the light. This feeling is too wonderful. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, I still have to thank the solution. If it weren't for him angering the Martial Saint's wife, I wouldn't have accessed the Martial Saint's secret tome to break my chains. I hear Lu Xing is still a young Grandmaster. Even Bright Jade Hall has moved out for him. Such a tender sprout. It seems I'm going to pluck at myself today. At that moment, a pair of large feet slowly stepped forward, with Lu Xing hands in his pockets, seemingly unaware of what an opponent is. "Are you sent by the Extreme Way dojo?" Seeing Lu Xing come out, Zhuang Kuei ordered the shadow to go to Lu Xing's house to kill his family and stressed the importance of beheading, as the Martial Saint's wife specifically wanted to see the head. At the same time, Zhuang Kuei flew towards Lu Xing with a laser sword. "Look here, your opponent is right here." To Zhuang Kuei's horrified gaze, Lu Xing's figure disappeared, only to block in front of the shadow. In the next second, the shadow fell dead. Seeing this, Lu Xing shook his head helplessly. "You guys are too weak. Only your vital energy and blood are a bit higher. Grandmaster's stance is like paper. Can this even be considered a Grandmaster?" Seeing this move instantly killed a pseudo-Grandmaster. Zhuang Kuei couldn't help but admire Lu Xing's strength. If it weren't for the current situation, he would have liked to become friends with Lu Xing. "Friends? I never make friends with the dead." Zhuang Kuei laughed. "Very good. What an arrogant kid. You're just a newly advanced little Grandmaster. While as an 8th level Great Grandmaster, I am as formidable as mountains and rivers," he said as his lightsaber gathered a large magic circle on the ground. At this moment, that every plant and flower between heaven and earth could become his power, he couldn't wait to see Lu Xing dying at his feet. The next moment, Lu Xing began shouting. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Xing's eyes emitted lasers. For the first time, he activated the martial god form, merging all 4 Grandmaster stances. All the shadows present were immobilized. In an instant, Lu Xing slaughtered more than 20 shadows. As his voice fell, flames erupted from Lu Xing's body, and above him appeared a demonic god avatar, as if it could devour everything. Seeing all this, Zhuang Kuei was clearly frightened. "Haha, don't think you can scare me. I'm different from them. I am an 8th level Great Grandmaster." The fear in his body made him somewhat incoherent. He just thought about fighting back with all his might, but the next second, he found himself struck in the chest by Lu Xing. Before he could even cry out pervert, the light sphere continued to condense until it disappeared. At this moment, Zhuang Kuei's body had been pierced through by Lu Xing with a huge hole. Until his death, he couldn't understand how his long-aspired Great Grandmaster status could end this way. Even if you are a Great Grandmaster, you are just a lousy Great Grandmaster, and I am a god you cannot surpass. This scene left Pang Huayu, who was watching, stunned. "Mommy, that lady with glasses looks like the fool on TV." At this moment, she was not only stunned, but even doubted she was dreaming. Is this Lu Xing? Is this what an 8th level Great Grandmaster looks like? It doesn't seem right, feels too insubstantial, even less than half as good as Jiang He. It seems like it wasn't achieved through proper means, probably boosted by some crooked and evil methods to forcefully increase heart vital energy and blood. But this already proves that I currently have the power to crush an ordinary 8th level Great Grandmaster. After all, I haven't even used the Grandmaster's skill, Shattering the Void yet, and it's also time to properly explore mental power. Suddenly, Lu Xing noticed Pang Huayu, who was in a daze. This woman must be here to help. Speaking of which, I do indeed have something that needs her help. The long-shocked Pang Huayu was finally awakened by a shout in her earpiece. The voice on the other end asked, "Pang Huayu, have you reached Lu Xing's house? What's the situation?" Pang Huayu simply replied, "It's terrible." "Is that so? There's nothing we can do about it. After all, we are dealing with an 8th level Great Grandmaster. Let's arrange a proper burial for Lu Xing's family later." "You got it wrong. I'm saying that people from the Extreme Way Dojo are in a terrible state." Within 3 breaths, Lu Xing wiped out Great Grandmaster Zhuang Huayu and the 12 shadows, leaving none with an intact body. Lu Xing seems to be saying something to me. He's asking, "Could you help me clean the floor?" And all this was already known to Tan Zhongyu on the other end of the phone. This Lu Xing is becoming more and more interesting. In the following 2 days, Lu Xing saw no one from the Extreme Way Dojo seeking revenge. Just as Lu Xing was puzzled, the Vice-Chancellor called. "It's okay now, Lu Xing. Tan Martial Saint has made it clear to me that the issue with the Extreme Way Dojo has been settled, and they won't bother you anymore." Lu Xing thought it was Tan Zhongyu who had mediated, but the Vice-Chancellor said that was unlikely. According to his understanding of Tan Zhongyu, managing to send someone from Bright Jade Hall to help you once was already the limit. The Vice-Chancellor also suggested that Lu Xing should go to the capital to certify his Grandmaster's status when he has time. Being a young Grandmaster is a tremendous honor indeed. Lu Xing said he would consider certifying it when he goes to pick up his diploma. Holy shit. So, the woman with glasses wasn't specifically here to sweep the floor. However, this sudden resolution left Lu Xing a bit puzzled. After all, if you hit the small ones, the big ones will come. According to the character of the Extreme Way Dojo, there should be more severe retaliation by now. Just then, Chief Commander Yu called. It turns out this settlement was mediated by Chief Commander Yu. Ha ha ha, you're quite something. Not even 20, and already you've killed enough Grandmasters to make a dozen. Plus, you even slaughtered an Extreme Way Leader star. Don't hold a grudge against me for that slap I gave you before. Lu Xing didn't expect the news to reach the military district so quickly. Ha ha ha, you even scared the tail that was on you then. How could I not know? Killing an 8th level Great Grandmaster? Really something. That person used a forbidden technique to forcibly elevate his power. His strength isn't worth mentioning. Since it was the military district that intervened, this must have cost a lot. Chief Commander Yu was silent for a moment and didn't speak. There is a cost, of course, but it's not as big as you think. Don't feel pressured. The military deals with many cases like yours every year. Lu Xing, do you know? Of the existing 3 Martial Saint powerhouses in Dragon Nation, none came from the military. You understand what I'm implying. Lu Xing was also silent for a while. He clearly understood that the military was trying to recruit him. I understand. Don't worry. Chief Commander Yu, when I become a Martial Saint, I'll make sure to promote you well. This ending was more smooth than Lu Xing expected. After this incident with the Extreme Way Dojo, the military now considered Lu Xing one of their own. Through 100 battles in the yellow sand wearing golden armor, not returning until Lu Lan is unbroken. The military, that's where the romance for men is. Lu Xing looked at the scroll under his feet. Could this be the forbidden technique scroll used by Zhuang Ke? But the next moment, he threw the scroll into the trash can. This kind of meaningless thing You can find thousands just by touching around in the dream space. It's been quite a while since I've entered the dream space myself. I've been busy with other things and seldom come here. Hee. Today everyone has a day off. No fighting, huh? Upon arriving in the dream space, Lu Xing first checks the information with a burst of light. This time, not only did Lu Xing's lifespan increase, but his martial arts strength also reached beyond 9th level martial saint. Next, the same process follows. At the martial arts conference, he kills Extreme Wei Dojo Grandmaster Lian Jibei, then an 8th level Great Grandmaster. That same year, he enters the Eastern Military District, advances to 8th level Great Grandmaster at 35, then to 9th level Martial Saint at 45, and at 50 he slays Extreme Wei Dojo's Xiao Ji. The same year he battles Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu and Transcendence Martial Saint, winning both fights. Later, at 60, he travels the world, defeating all the world's martial saints. Regarded as the strongest under the heavens and rated as one of the top 10 outstanding martial saints in 3,000 years of martial arts, Lu Xing made significant contributions to the exploration of the path to level 10. It seems this time isn't bad. Above 9th level should be stronger than 9th level, yet still not quite at level 10. The path to level 10 was only opened 3,000 years later last time. This life it will be opened by me, Lu Xing. By then, the path ahead will already be open, and the seed resource repository won't be so important anymore. Then naturally, countless martial arts geniuses will bravely move forward, sparking more stunning martial arts techniques through their inspiration. As for killing the Extreme Wei Martial Saint, it's my style. The losses I've suffered will sooner or later be reclaimed. Then, Lu Xing checks his permissions, which have now reached level 7. This time, he can also initiate the 8th level Great Grandmaster's techniques. He immediately inquires about the subsequent techniques for Stellar Body Refinement Technique, Natural Breathing Method, and Crystal Observance Method, comprehending the world's strongest technique, Eternal Star Indestructible Technique. The key to advancing from level 6 to level 7 is to condense martial will, fusing spirit energy and soul into one furnace, and then reflecting it back to the body, further enhancing physical strength. To progress from level 7 to level 8 requires more depth, not just martial will, but also breaking the earth bridge of the physical body, transforming vital energy and blood, coagulating blood into an elixir, and instantly transforming from a mortal into a growing being. At that point, martial will can be condensed like a spear, piercing through the heaven bridge, thus connecting with nature, allowing the martial will to infuse every inch of the body, with every movement containing a trace of the natural force between heaven and earth, vastly surpassing the power of level 7. So, this is the difference between levels 7 and 8. This was exactly what Zhuan Kuei lacked. He forcibly stimulated his body to elevate, which had fundamental flaws, so he could not truly be considered a legitimate 8th level Great Grandmaster. However, Lu Xing always felt he might have missed something, and suddenly got a shock. It turns out, the true inheritance of the Stellar Body Refinement Technique is the concept of immortal cells, using one's own vital energy and blood to nourish the physical body. To achieve the true state of eternal stars, do not perish. I do not perish. All things decay. I do not decay. Only in this way can I be worthy of advancing to level 8, and only this is the physical strength I, Lu Xing, seek. The reason I am stronger than an ordinary Grandmaster is that I possess an immoral golden body. At level 7, I could match, or even surpass, an 8th level Great Grandmaster like Jiang, he in physical strength. Therefore, the first task in practicing the Eternal Star Indestructible Technique is to shatter the core. After shattering the core, the vast vital energy and blood and martial will together nurture an immortal cell. When I first encountered the Stellar Body Refinement Technique and practiced the immoral golden body, I thought the metaphor of striking with the force of a star was an exaggeration, just a martial aspiration, similar to how some compare a 9th level martial saint to the sun and moon in the sky. Can a martial saint truly shine alongside the sun and moon? But now, the Eternal Star Indestructible Technique has turned this impossibility into a possibility, bringing myth into reality, personally proving immortality. If the divine illumination of the underworld King Scripture represents the pinnacle of intricate mastery, then immortal cells represent grandeur to the extreme. If one could transform all body cells into immortal ones, one could truly exist alongside heaven, master the stars, and reach the heights of immortality. Even Wang, he might not have reached that realm. This is a more colossal project than the divine illumination of the underworld King Scripture. And the biggest problem is the resources needed for irrigation. By calculation, it seems that even swallowing a whole planet wouldn't be enough. But regardless, this is an almost invincible technique. Just one immortal cell could make my body like a transcendence-level Great Grandmaster. 2 would push horizontally, and 3 would make 1 outright invincible. Immediately, Lu Xing began his path to immortality. After all, in the dream space, Even if something bizarre is refined, it has little impact on reality. However, this thing supports all the vital energy and blood in my body. Should I really smash it directly? Just as Lu Xing was about to lift his hand, he hesitated for a moment, his heart skipping a beat. Forget it. Let's treat a dead horse as if it were alive. The core inside his body cracked open, tearing at Lu Xing's flesh madly, causing him to cry out in pain. The next moment, an ice blue avatar appeared above Lu Xing, and then the avatar placed its hand on Lu Xing's head, helping to soothe his body's energy. Afterwards, the scattered energy reconverged in Lu Xing's brain, continuously compressing and recombining. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out in front of Lu Xing. With the gentle lift of his hand, it seemed to possess countless strengths. Lu Xing punched towards the ground, and in an instant, thunder flashed and lightning filled the sky, accompanying Lu Xing's fist as it fell, turning the entire city into even greater ruins. Lu Xing incredulously watched everything before him. Is this the power of immortal cells? That punch just now used only a small part of my strength, yet it far exceeded the power of any punch I've thrown before. The previous strikes, like Stellar One-Hit Fierce Energy, Vital Energy, and Blood Stellar Force, as well as Stellar Grip and the Four Realms Fist Technique, were all fused in this one punch. This ultimate power and exquisite finesse, Lu Xing named it Heaven's Grasp. Saying this, Lu Xing closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. He hadn't expected that just forming one immortal cell would leave him completely drained, mainly due to his own vital energy and blood deficiency. It seems I need to acquire more resources, but it's also time to prepare to head to the Eastern Military District, where the fields of wild beasts on the battlefield, with their dangers, also represent wealth perfectly suited to fill the bottomless pit of the immortal cells. Speaking of which, one is so powerful already. If I had 10 immortal cells, could I fight a martial saint with my level 7 body? What about 100? Could I beat the shit out of Extreme Way Martial Saint? Just thinking about Extreme Way Martial Saint's shit scattered all over the place makes Lu Xing laugh nonstop. When Lu Xing woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He hadn't expected to sleep for 12 hours. Immediately, Lu Xing activated his mental power sensing. Dad was comfortably playing chess, sister was practicing, and mom was cooking. The family spent a peaceful afternoon. It seems unlikely that Extreme Way Martial Saint would persist in a death match over those two trashy relatives. Ultimately, there has to be some decency. As for his crazy womanly and Sue, that's harder to say, so it's still necessary to nip the crisis in the bud. Just as Lu Xing was about to leave the house, he saw his second wife, Yilin Su, giving a speech on TV about the launch of a new medicine. It seems he hasn't seen her in a long time. He decides to meet her first. Lu Xing arrives at the Hall of Benevolence the moment he walked in. The receptionist, upon seeing Lu Xing's strikingly handsome appearance, literally drooled 2 tons. Seeing the daydreaming girl, Lu Xing immediately asked, "Where is Yilin Su?" Just as the girl was shocked by Lu Xing's bold address, Lu Xing walked straight into the office. A person with blue hair told the girl not to meddle, explaining that this handsome guy is Bossy's distant cousin. Not only good-looking, but also incredibly strong, the national champion of the Ascending Dragon Martial Examination. The girl looked disappointed, realizing she had no chance, and could only buy a little trinket to fantasize about. Just as he entered, Lu Xing saw Yilin Su adjusting some concoctions. Upon seeing Lu Xing, she stepped back, handed over the task to him, and mentioned that all the ordered medicinal materials were ready. After praising her briefly, Lu Xing donned a lab coat, ready to start working, and mentioned that he would help Yilin Su deal with her mother's troublemakers after finishing his current tasks. Watching Lu Xing's casual tone, Yilin Su felt that Lu Xing had become even stronger. My goodness, how much time has passed? Can someone really improve so much in their martial arts level within a year? Soon, Lu Xing threw all the medicinal materials into the air. The next moment, all the materials merged together, and after 2 minutes of fusion, Lu Xing successfully concocted a special potion. Without hesitation, he downed the entire bottle. As the golden liquid flowed into his organs, the next moment, Lu Xing's eyes widened dramatically. Here it comes. That's the feeling I wanted. Unexpectedly, after the elixir shattered, it could be recondensed. However, just these materials have cost him several hundred million. If all could be replaced with immortal cells, the cost would likely be an astronomical figure. Although Yilin Su's side earns $1 billion or so each year, it's still not enough. It's said that once you have the strength, money on the battlefield is like picking it up yourself. Saying this, Lu Xing immediately headed out the door. Soon, Lu Xing arrived at the airport waiting lounge, but oddly enough, Chief Commander, you seemed very busy, and the original plan to have Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun come to pick up Lu Xing was changed. Could it be that the front line has run into some major trouble? Lu Xing glanced around at the cheerful laughter, reflecting on how the present beauty was bought with the lives and blood of frontline soldiers, and he would certainly defend this peace to the end. In his dream, he learned that there seemed to be many dense gold mines in the Eastern Military District yet to be excavated. It seems that if he wants to acquire great wealth quickly, he might have to become a miner since he's somewhat experienced at it. Soon, 2 airplanes landed at the airport, 1 passenger plane, 1 fighter jet. Why is there a fighter jet here? Could there be some urgent special mission? Just as he was about to board, Lushing accidentally bumped into 2 girls. Upon seeing a handsome guy, the 2 female students couldn't help but strike up a conversation and invited Lushing to sit next to them. Lushing responded with a smile. "The plane I'm taking is different from yours. Young man, you're really funny. We wouldn't mind if you just want to reject us." No need to come up with such an outrageous lie. As the cockpit cover of the fighter jet slowly opened, the pilot waved in their direction. "That person is actually waving at us. What's going on? Oh no, the fighter jet is really here to pick up that handsome guy. My goodness." The person who came to pick up Lushing was none other than Qin Huaihu, Under Major General Yufei of the Eastern War Zone's 1182nd Division, and also Qin Shaojun's uncle, holding a higher rank than Dong Qingxue and the others. When Lushing asked why Dong Qingxue and the others didn't come to pick him up, Qin Huaihu were not going back to the military district right now because a new cellar fracture has appeared recently and the front line is very tense. The chief commander has already gone to fight. Our team is also preparing to go there to reinforce and will depart immediately after picking you up. I thought these words would shock Lushing a bit, but Lushing just casually asked, "How long will it take to get there?" Could this be the confidence of a young Grandmaster? Qin Huaihu wondered to himself, recalling his own years of fighting on the battlefield, only reaching the peak of level 6 and not even touching the threshold of Grandmaster. Past his 50s, he might never reach Grandmaster in his lifetime. Lushing asked the commander to briefly describe the current situation. The front line in the Eastern Military District has always been tense, although it has eased somewhat in the last 2 years. But recently, a new cavern that could reach Class A has appeared, making the situation very bad, possibly causing the entire Eastern region's front line to move back. Lushing really didn't expect that even a cavern could have levels. Apparently, a classic cavern always contains at least level 5 exotic beasts, and deeper inside it's unimaginable, the strongest Class 3's caverns. There are only a few known to humanity worldwide, but fortunately, there are none within Dragon Nation's borders. However, even an 8th level Great Grandmaster entering a Class A cavern faces the risk of falling, a strength Lushing had not anticipated. So you mean to say, those Class S and above caverns, wouldn't even a 9th level Martial Saint have difficulty coming out? Technically, yes, but generally, no one goes deep into the deepest parts of a cavern as long as you don't venture too deep. Even a regular level 5 or 6 martial artist could survive in a Class A cavern. In fact, most people don't need to enter the cavern at all. They just need to stay around it and clear out the exotic beasts that run out. It seems this thing is just like playing a dungeon in a game. As long as you don't think about clearing it, there's no danger. If I could completely clear a Class 3's cavern, maybe I could uncover the true nature of the exotic beast invasion. As soon as you join the army, you should at least be given the rank of Major General. Since Lushing is not only a Rising Brightness General Star, but also a Grandmaster. If you show exceptional military talent, you could even pursue a path as a Corps Commander. The commander mused, saying, "Recently, several Class SS caverns have repeatedly seen exotic beast riots. Based on predictions, there could be a trend toward evolving into Class 3s. Are we starting to see Class 3s in our Dragon Nation? It feels like my current strength isn't quite up to entering yet." Just then, the pilot suddenly shouted, "Report, we've received a request for support from Chief Commander Yu. Their defensive line has encountered a level 7 exotic beast." However, at this moment, Lushing was most concerned about his wife Dong Qingxue. He asked, "Is Chief Commander Yu far from here?" The commander replied, "It's only a 2-minute journey from here." Under the commander's astonished gaze, Lushing slowly opened the airplane door and asked the commander for a pair of durable leather shoes. After all, jumping down will be faster. However, half an hour earlier, within Chief Commander Yu's defensive line, facing a swarm of exotic beasts, under Yu's faced leadership, they were swiftly annihilated. Finally, after the squad's brave fight, all the exotic beasts at the defensive line were wiped out. A younger brother hurriedly handed over water to celebrate. Yufei asked, "Has our reinforcement arrived?" "The reinforcement from General Star Squad is most urgent. We can't do without high-end combat power." But the military department's reply was to hold on for another 2 days. Other General Star Squads would come to support within at most 2 days. This angered Yufei, who slammed his fist down. 2 days. Most of the exotic beasts appearing now are level 5 and 6. These levels of defense lines can barely hold off. But if level 7 or even level 8 come, then we're done for. Dong Qingxue's mental power seemed to have strengthened a lot. After cleaning up the exotic beasts on the east side, the two slowly walked towards the chief commander. These days, they still had to thank these two for coming to support. If it had been just Chief Commander Yu, it might not have lasted so many days. After all, both are now at the peak of level 6. As long as Chief Commander Yu holds off that level 7 exotic beast, the rest will not be a problem. According to their current plan and pace, holding on for another 2 days won't be much of an issue. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. Yufei suddenly shouted, "Not good. Remember is coming from the cavern." Then 3 exotic beasts burst forth from the ground. Damn, those are actually 3 level 7 exotic beasts. Qin Xiaojun was so scared he became constipated. 3 at once. How are we supposed to live? We're doomed. The morale that had just been rallied was now utterly destroyed. If there had been only one, Yu Fei could have coordinated with all the instructors to kill it. Nothing exotic beasts choose to self-destruct when facing death, causing massive damage. But now there are 3. Am I really going to die here today? Yu Fei gripped his knife handle and roared loudly. Brothers, don't think too much. Just do it. Tank firepower suppression. Attack at all costs. 2 minutes later, Qin Xiaojun spat out a mouthful of grape juice, obviously suffering from internal injuries from the backlash. Had I known there were 3 level 7s, I wouldn't have charged so hard earlier. Now I'm completely drained. At that moment, he also noticed that something was off with Dong Qingshua's face. Why do your eyes look like rabbits? Got conjunctivitis? Fuck off. I'm just mentally overdrawn. Ha ha ha. I heard that kid Lushing is coming over these days. Imagine he arrives at the military district, all excited to see us, but ends up finding 2 corpses. Would he be shocked on the spot? Qin Xiaojun, the less you talk, the greater our chance of surviving. Ha ha ha. All right, I'll shut up. After all, we're still alive right now. Qin Xiaojun laughed. As they spoke, Chief Commander Yu raised his great sword, ready to lead all the soldiers in a fierce attack. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the meteor in the sky. What the hell is that? At that moment, Dong Qingxue, who possesses great mental power, blushed furiously. She never expected to meet Lushing in such a way. Seeing this, Qin Xiaojun quickly asked, "Who is that show-off?" But Dong Qingxue was so flustered she started shouting, because Lushing's landing spot was right in the middle of the 3 exotic beasts. Within the fireball, Lushing's mouth curled slightly upward, a scene that shocked Chief Commander Yu, and the previously imposing giant bugs, dead silence, lay on the ground. Amidst the thick smoke, a pair of large feet stepped out, Lushing's body shimmering with golden light, like a god of slaughter. These military boots are really durable. Seeing its companion killed by Lushing sitting on it, the gorilla was dumbfounded. Yoho, no need to panic, you're next. Seeing this, the gorilla went berserk. Lushing just put his hands in his pockets, as if he had no idea what an opponent was. However, Lushing caught it with just one hand, and said indifferently, "All right, now take another kick from me." Holy shit. Qin Xiaojun exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. It seemed like something out of a movie, but this guy seems to have gotten even stronger. Dong Qingshua's lips curled up in pride. All right, you're the last one. The giant mantis was so scared it wet itself. It was well aware of its strength and knew it would be instantly killed by the person before it. The next moment, a golden suction force tugged at it. Little bug, a guest comes from afar, and since you've come, don't think about leaving. A golden energy held its body in place above, unable to move. Lightning sliced through the mantis body like blades. Subsequently, Lushing landed on the group of exotic beasts below. Friends come from afar. No need for you to go back. Just a single encounter, and the group of exotic beasts below turned instantly to ashes. After everything was settled, Lushing slowly descended in front of everyone. New recruit Lushing, reporting for duty. Everyone was too shocked to speak. New recruit wasn't wrong, but why did it feel so odd? Ah, very well. A fine new recruit indeed. The next moment, Lushing was taken back to the Eastern War Zone base. Lushing, we really owe you one today. If not for you, those 3 level 7 exotic beasts would have doomed us, and we probably couldn't have held the line. Lushing was puzzled. Is a Class A cavern really this dangerous? Level 7 exotic beasts, appearing right at the entrance? Dong Qingxue slowly spoke up. This cavern must be at least Class 3A, otherwise it wouldn't be so outrageous. Generally, a new cavern has a burst period when it first appears, and it stabilizes after that burst period. I heard you killed a great Grandmaster's leader star, and I could hardly believe it. Now I'm totally convinced. You've got the strength to aim for the general star ranking, probably even make it into the top 50. Why is there suddenly another ranking list? Isn't it the same as the old rankings? Chief Commander, you explained. It's a bit different. This one not only considers strength, but also merits and contributions, and so on. The exotic beasts you killed today can be converted into contribution points, which you can later exchange for resources at the military department. Saying this, Chief Commander, you said he needed to go rest for a while. The next half-month could erupt with an even bigger wave of beasts at any time. Lushing hadn't expected to tire out a level 7 Grandmaster. You can imagine how tough the fighting has been lately. However, he himself, sustained by immoral cells, along with the natural breathing method and fierce energy, almost never runs out of stamina. Just that his stomach was getting hungry, rumbling away. Qin Xiaojun then took Lushing out for a big meal, to which Lushing was immediately disappointed. This is the big meal you talked about? Qin Xiaojun explained, on the front lines, we make do with what we have. Wait until we get back to the military district to have a good meal. Meanwhile, Dong Qingshua's gaze kept drifting towards Lushing. The next moment, their eyes met, and it was like electricity. Both of their faces turned red. Thinking that Dong Qingxue would be his future wife, Lushing's face flushed even redder. To avoid the awkwardness, he quickly ate his fill and left. What's going on? I heard before that when Lushing was retaliated against by a great Grandmaster, you couldn't wait to rush over to him. But now that he's right in front of you, you don't say a word. Speaking, Qin Xiaojun assumed a knowing look. Oh my, I say Dong Qingxue, could it be that you really like? The next second, a plate of food smashed right into Qin Xiaojuan's face. After Lu Xing left, he headed to the deep mountains outside where the battlefront seemed relaxed, probably because they had killed a lot during the day. However, through his senses, he could feel that far away there was continuous artillery fire and unending combat sounds. Since I can't sleep anyway, maybe I should go have a look over there. The surrounding area was embroiled in intense battle, many soldiers bearing severe injuries, yet gritting their teeth and holding the line. Exotic beasts came in waves, seemingly endless, hearing a giant axe planted in the ground. Alright, didn't we foresee this end when we entered the battlefield? Why sulk if worst comes to worst? We'll come back in 18 years. The soldiers were inspired by the chief commander's words, and even the Grandmaster level General Star was here. They couldn't just give up easily. In the midst of this conversation, a purple explosion erupted in front. The red-haired chief commander was shocked. It's a level 7 double-headed shadow leopard. Before she could recover from her shock, the shadow leopard had already pounced towards her. As a battle enthusiast, the red-haired was quite excited. Ringing on, I was just missing some appetizers for my drink, with swift, elusive steps. She darted in front of the shadow leopard with her battle axe, but the next moment, the other shadow leopard instantly blinked behind her and struck her heart. The red-haired hadn't expected that there was another leopard. Her proud skills had no effect on it. Moreover, what she hadn't expected at all was that the double-headed shadow leopards were actually a male and a female. At that moment, the red-haired's will to fight was completely shattered. No matter what, she couldn't possibly match two double-headed shadow leopards. She was exhausted now, slowly waiting for death to come. All she could hear were the faint cries of her subordinates. The next moment, there was a loud sound in the sky, and Lu Xing made a dazzling re-entry. His spear smashed directly into the heads of one of the shadow leopards. This scene stunned the red-haired. Lu Xing slowly pulled out his flaming spear. That was close. Glad I made it in time. The stunned double-headed shadow leopard pretended to be dead on one side, while slowly spreading its three-clawed tail on the other. And then, unexpectedly, it struck at Lu Xing. Frightened, Red Hair shouted, "Lu Xing, watch out." Lu Xing planted his feet into the leopard's skull, and then a burst of lightning energy emanated. "Be quiet. You hear me?" Frightened, the strangely sneaky tail halted abruptly. The meat of a level 7 exotic beast is quite delicious. It would be a shame to smash it, especially since I just completely obliterated the other one with too much force. Speaking, Lu Xing posed an orchid finger on its head. In the next moment, he executed a stellar skull smash. Instantly, a powerful flame condensed from his fingertip, piercing through the leopard's forehead. This scene left Red Hair utterly stunned. Lu Xing then tied up the leopard. "Alright, job well done. We can take it back for soup." Next, all that was needed was to clean up the surrounding level 5 and 6 riffraff. The next second, Lu Xing's eyes emitted a golden light, and a powerful aura of immortality emerged around him. Wherever the flames swept, exotic beast corpses littered the ground, turned to ashes and smoke. Red Hair almost thought she was dreaming, unable to comprehend how such a formidable man suddenly appeared. And throughout the night, Lu Xing wandered among the various military camps, helping to resolve exotic beast issues along the defenses. But now he had also almost made a full round near the cavern. The next moment, inside Yufei's military camp, Yufei was bewilderedly listening to the phone about Lu Xing's actions. Just then, Lu Xing walked into the tent in tattered clothes. Yufei, startled, dropped his cup and hastily asked, "Lu Xing, have you been killing exotic beasts all night?" Lu Xing said, "I probably killed quite a few level 7s, 12 or 18, I forgot. As for the level SIXS, I didn't count them. The only pity is that I couldn't bring back the bodies. After all, I went around the whole area. If I had brought back all the level 7 exotic beast bodies, that would have been too cumbersome. As for those young wives lost on the battlefield, I can only do my best to take care of them. I can't cover everything. I really did my best," nearly flipped over the nearby exotic beasts' nests. Yufei mentioned that every frontline has black box recordings, and later on, the battle merits will naturally be added to Lu Xing's record. However, Yufei immediately proposed to apply for a professional satellite phone for Lu Xing. After all, Lu Xing is from our 1182nd Division, but we need to take care of our own side first. If there's a situation here, we need to be able to communicate immediately. Thinking of this, Yufei felt that the best decision he ever made in his life was to continuously increase the supply of exotic marrow fluid. Who could have imagined that the kid from back then would evolve into today's achievements? Meanwhile, in the military headquarters conference room, an intelligence officer reported the heavy casualties from Cavern 2. As of today, the casualties among regular soldiers have reached 15,200. Non-commissioned officer casualties are 320, including 8 level 7 General Stars and 1 level 8 General Star fallen. Hearing this, General Goldenhair was greatly shocked and quickly asked who it was. The reporter said it was Jing Wei, 28th on the General Star list. Upon hearing this, General Goldenhair instructed that his funeral be held with the honors of a general, and he himself would attend personally. He was deeply upset, considering the entire military only had 30 great grandmasters, and now they were one fewer. He inquired again about the situation in the new cavern. The situation in the new cavern is also not optimistic. All the defensive lines are now requesting aid. The stream of exotic beasts from the cavern is unending. Our forces may soon be entirely overrun. Hearing this, the general pointed to the 8-point mountains. This is the most critical gap. It must be reinforced first. The glasses-wearing assistant said, 8-point is equally important. Once breached, all routes may fall. Hadn't the marshal considered that? It's just that point B is far from residential areas with a wide middle zone. So even if the defense line collapses, it can gradually be recollected. But point A is different. Once breached, exotic beasts could invade the nearest Chongyuan city within half a month. Therefore, defending the homeland must be the top priority. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then the marshal asked, which division is currently stationed at point A? The man with glasses responded, it's the 1058 Division, commanded by Major General Sun Jie. The marshal immediately issued a strict order for Sun Jie's corps to hold the line, even if it meant fighting to the last soldier. The other front lines could choose to defend selectively, and if necessary, they could abandon their positions and retreat to support point A. Inside the 1182 Division's position, Yufei was anxiously pacing back and forth. They had been applying for additional combat support from higher-ups for several days, but there had been no response. Lu Xing asked, is it because the other front lines are under heavy pressure lately, to the point that even the new cavern can't spare any personnel? Yufei responded, the reinforcements have not stopped, but there is a lack of high-end combat power like General Star level. After all, you know how terrifying a level 7 exotic beast is. But then he quickly corrected himself, thinking of Lu Xing's monstrous strength. This guy wouldn't know. He's really a freak. Over 5 consecutive days, Lu Xing roamed various front lines, returning each day covered in blood. Even after cleaning, his body was still visibly shrouded in blood. Just under a week on the battlefield, and his vital energy and blood was far more formidable than that of old soldiers who had fought for 4 or 5 years, truly a demon dragon of chaos. Lu Xing got up, ready for today's combat. Just stepping out of the tent, he was startled by the scene before him. He saw several officers saluting him in unison, congratulating Lu Xing on his continued good fortune in battle and his return from yet another great fight. After all, Lu Xing was now the idol of the entire 1182 Division. Their admiration for him was no less than that for their chief commander. Of course, the number one fan in the crowd was Dong Jingxue. However, her cold attitude in recent days puzzled Lu Xing, making him feel like he had done something wrong. Speaking of which, Lu Xing pulled 2 jade pendants out of his pocket, gifts he had prepared early, but hadn't managed to give out even after 5 days. Just then, Qin Xiaojun came over and said, "Big hero, heading out again?" Seeing this, Lu Xing immediately handed the jade pendant he was holding to Qin Xiaojun. Lu Xing explained that these were gifts prepared for him and Dong Jingxue. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing disappeared on the spot using a teleportation technique, leaving Qin Xiaojun dumbfounded. Did Lu Xing make these himself? He really put thought into it. The next moment, a swift hand swooped in and snatched one of the jade pendants. This sudden act infuriated Qin Xiaojun, who cursed behind his back. But Dong Jingxue, holding the jade pendant, just stood there quietly, her proud face flushed with a hint of red. Meanwhile, Lu Xing had already arrived at a battlefield, immediately activating his mental senses. This defense line had already been invaded by exotic beasts, and a soldier was firing at them with a special machine gun. However, the seemingly powerful Gatling gun was only tickling the exotic beast's skin, and even this seemingly ineffective equipment had run out of bullets. The soldier seemed to make a decision, threw away his gun, and became a human bomb charging towards the exotic beasts. Even if he couldn't take them down with him, he could at least make them lose some hair. The next moment, he realized he couldn't move, and then a pair of large feet appeared. "Don't give up on life so easily," Lu Xing said, his gaze intense. Although he was in awe of the soldier's determination, he still needed to protect his life. A terrifying presence emanated. "Shut up." The exotic beasts in front were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. All 3 exotic beasts were decapitated. The soldier was shocked, as if he were eating shit. The 3 level 6 exotic beasts instantly killed by the young man before him. He immediately saluted Lu Xing, Colonel Lu Yiqing of the 835th Division. "At your service, sir. So young and yet so powerful. He's sure to be a general star in the future. We need to get on his good side early." However, Lu Xing remembers that the 835th Division is a long-line defense force adjacent to the 1182nd Division, and in terms of equipment strength and martial arts prowess, they are stronger than Chief Commander used forces. What he didn't understand was why the 835th Division would be here. Could it be that the front line has extended? Lu Yiqing anxiously explained, "It's not that the front line has extended, but that it has already been broken." Hearing this, Lu Xing exclaimed, "How can this be?" Hearing this, Lu Xing once again activated his soul perception, scaring the young man beside him yet again. At this moment, he felt like there were no secrets from Lu Xing, who could see right through even their souls. 2 minutes later, Lu Xing slowly opened his eyes, his expression somber. He asked, "Does the military know the defense line has collapsed, and why haven't they sent reinforcements?" The young man trembled as he replied, "The military kept saying reinforcements were on the way. We've been waiting until now, but instead, we received an order to retreat. Since there's an order to retreat, why did you choose to stay here alone? The young man said, the chief commander didn't leave, so we didn't either. We thought it'd be good to kill one more exotic beast before dying. It doesn't matter where we die. We thought we'd just accompany the chief commander. Lucian continued to ask, what would be the consequences if this defense line breaks? The young man answered, if we can't promptly return to clear the surging exotic beasts, then everyone in this city will die. This truly frightened Lucian. The lives of an entire city were at stake. Lucian turned to leave and told the young man to leave quickly. Seeing the direction Lucian was heading, the young man was startled. Sir, you're going the wrong way. That's the war zone, an endless onslaught of exotic beasts. No matter, I'll go and see. Perhaps I can remedy the situation. How can he possibly remedy this? Just him alone. As Lucian activated his soul perception and leapt forward at high speed, he said quickly, it seems the defense line is just ahead. Suddenly, an unusual perception startled Lucian. He saw countless exotic beasts ahead, all standing and roaring towards the sky. Holy crap. The sheer number is making my scalp tingle, but it seemed there were still human survivors in the midst of the exotic beasts. At that moment, several people lay on a tank, cursing angrily. These damned beasts. The more we kill, the more they come. Now their chief commander is dead too. We're out of options. Just have to keep killing. We've just made enough for the chief commander. Now killing one more means pure profit. As they spoke, several bombs were thrown out, watching a few small creatures die. An old man revealed an excited, wicked smile. A burly man picked up a submachine gun. You're right. Fuck it. Just do it. We've prepared enough explosives to level this place, ensuring everyone leaves comfortably, leaving not a trace for these beasts. We need to hurry. Old Town might not last much longer. The next moment, a fireball blew off one of the bearded man's hands. The old man shouted, "Big beard," and in his anger, he kept throwing more bombs. Damn it, I'll blow you beasts to death. Soon, what was once a full stash of explosives was now empty. Chief Commander, looks like we're about to join you, said the old man as he pulled a remote control from under his trousers. Come on, brothers. We leave nothing for them. Let them go back hungry. Just then, a strong wind picked up. Holy shit, it's getting windy. A blue wind grew stronger and began swirling in front of them. Shortly afterward, a pair of large feet slowly stepped forward. Are you guys okay? Someone who can still move, start retreating to the back. Seeing this, the old man cried tears of joy. It's the reinforcements. The reinforcements have finally arrived. Looks like we're not going to die. Any brothers who aren't dead yet, get up and retreat to the back. Great. The reinforcements are here. Several people shouted excitedly. Lucian transformed back into a whirlwind and flew straight towards the group of exotic beasts. However, the people fleeing in surprise discovered that this so-called reinforcement was just one person. What's going on? Why is it only him? However, at that moment, various explosions erupted in the midst of the exotic beast group, with countless beasts falling en masse. The old man was astounded. I feel like he's doing pretty well by himself, isn't he? Although dealing with these levels of exotic beasts poses no pressure for Lucian, the sheer number of them is overwhelming, feeling like they can never all be killed. Even after eliminating one group, another endless stream of exotic beasts comes to replace them. If that's the case, then I'll have to pull out the big guns. As he spoke, an avatar of a female warrior appeared behind Lucian. Come on. It's been a while since I've used this move. Cold Halberd Bird Hell. With a burst of ice and fire energy descending from the sky, the group of exotic beasts below were instantly decimated. This is the improved version of Ice and Fire Duel Extremes. It's not just about enhancing the controllability of a single element. It can even control multiple elements simultaneously, which is where the true power of the natural breathing method lies. What a thrill, these low-level exotic beasts. No matter how many come, I kill as many. As he spoke, Lucian once again used the thunder-breathing and fire-breathing techniques, causing successive deaths among the exotic beasts in another area. The surrounding elemental energy crazily surged towards Lucian's body. Scum, all of you get back. This scene left the old man watching the battle so shocked that he nearly went bald. This is really off the charts. Hasn't this guy been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights? How can he seem like he never runs out of energy? However, at this point, there were clearly far fewer exotic beasts. And like the sun, the beasts were like moths to a flame. After days of combat, Lucian's great Grandmaster blood pill had thinned considerably, and the death toll of exotic beasts had reached a terrifying number. The only pity is that there are so many exotic beast corpses, yet I have no means to extract the beast marrow fluid. If there were ample resources combined with endless pressure for stimulation, the yield could be immensely rich. However, this battle was not in vain, as Lucian has now broken through his limits, entering an unparalleled state, able to simultaneously utilize Grandmaster will and various elemental abilities, boosting his combat effectiveness to a whole new level. This is the complete martial path that Lucian pursues. Just then, Yufei's voice came through the headset. While fighting, Lucian responded, received. Lucian reported that he was currently on a battlefield. The situation was quite intense, and he asked Yufei for a few days off. After all, how could I leave such a great leveling spot? Hearing this, Yufei said it was not a big problem. His front could still manage, but he finally warned Lushing about a beast surge in the western battlefield, advising Lushing not to go there. It's very dangerous. Chief Commander, no problem. Don't worry. I'm very obedient. After hanging up the phone, Lushing transformed back into a killing god among the exotic beasts. At this time, old Tao, who had been unconscious for several days, finally woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was to ask about the battle situation. Since he could wake up, it meant the reinforcements had arrived. The next moment, a large exotic beast corpse fell in front of them, its sheer gravitational pull shaking the ground around them. As they watched in shock, a pair of large feet slowly landed, seeing Lushing appear before them like a god of slaughter. Even though both were veterans of many years on the battlefield, they were startled. Lushing slowly spoke. There's a small favor I need your help with. The two men immediately saluted their officer. Say the word, sir. We're ready for any assignment. Who here knows how to cook? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Eastern Ninth Battle Zone, the generals were discussing the casualties and strategies of this battle. Although the double S-class cavern uprising was not man-made, it revealed some issues in the Eastern Military District's oversight and defense of the caverns. The speaker was Haiding Jun, the supreme commander of the Eastern Ninth Battle Zone and one of the 4 top generals of the military district. Additionally, the performance of the general's stars from our 9th Battle Zone and handling the caverns was quite commendable. I need to schedule a time to talk with them. Is there another major issue we haven't addressed yet? At this point, Yellow Hair spoke up. Line 8 has collapsed, and Fong Bashi from the 833rd Division has just sent a request for reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Haiding Jun slammed the table and burst into anger. Line 8 isn't even a second-level key area, and Fong Bashi has the audacity to ask for reinforcements. Tell him to rebuild the defense line. By tomorrow morning, I either want to hear that Line 8 is secure or that Fong Bashi has sacrificed himself. In this battle, 12 out of 20 of my direct general's stars were sacrificed, along with their troops. These were commanders who not only possessed the strength of a level 7 Grandmaster, but also had substantial military acumen, and they are significant human resources. Look at this document full of red. All emergency areas, damn cavern uprisings. Haiding Jun's grief deepened, but suddenly he noticed a region that was entirely blue and quickly asked, who is leading the 1182 Division's area? The man with glasses replied, it's Major General Yufei. According to reports, the 1182nd Division performed exceptionally well, even managing to support the surrounding defense lines, making a significant contribution to the stability of nearby lines. Yufei, well done indeed. It's a relief to have at least one area that doesn't worry me. I remember a while back the military recruited a promising Marshal Saint candidate. He was recommended by Yufei, wasn't he? What's his name? Lushing. I heard that young fellow is quite impressive, a young Grandmaster. At such a young age, he's already stained his hands with the blood of several Grandmasters, even dared to provoke the Extreme Way Dojo, Spirited. After this incident, have Yufei come see me? After speaking, Haiding Jun's brows furrowed again. My current biggest concern is this line. It's like a bottleneck enclosing the cavern fissure. But now this bottleneck has broken. Initially, to protect the civilians, we had gathered all our forces to the other side. Now this side has become vulnerable. The collapse on this side was also anticipated. Although Haiding Jun was furious, he immediately pulled up a specific satellite to view the scene. As the screen slowly unfolded, Haiding Jun's eyes widened like bells. The screen showed a vast expanse of tranquility. Where's the promised ravage of exotic beasts? Where are the exotic beasts? After speaking, Haiding Jun shouted, Glasses guy, switch the camera, check the situation in other places. The next moment, the screen was piled with countless exotic beast corpses, blood still fresh on the bodies of various powerful exotic beasts. Below the mountain of corpses, there stood a man holding a spear, his body radiating golden light. As the camera zoomed in, Lushing slowly turned around, his gaze fierce, standing tall on the big screen. Seeing this, Haiding Jun was so shocked one of his eyes nearly went blind, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Holy shit, no way. He single-handedly held back the beast's urge. Who is this person? Find him immediately. I want to know everything about him. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, a red-haired woman was chasing and slashing at exotic beasts, having a good day in combat. She had just dealt with a level 6 exotic beast and 3 level 5s. She then reported to the military headquarters through her headset. Currently, our squad is near Shongyuan village, approaching the collapsed defense line. However, what puzzled her wasn't it said that the defense line collapsed, and there was an exotic beast uprising? Where are the exotic beasts? What's with this sudden quiet? After walking around in circles for half the day, she hadn't seen a single exotic beast above level 5. Weren't we told that the front line had already broken? The other two also agreed. This doesn't look like exotic beasts are rampant at all, more like a wilderness, nothing like the reported collapse of the defense line and exotic beast havoc. Red-haired Zhang Hanyu thought something was strange. A AA mission couldn't possibly be like this. Since the exotic beasts aren't in the wilderness area, they might be concentrated in the city. We can't rule that out. Everyone be careful. If the exotic beasts really are clustering in the city, the density might be far beyond our expectations. Speaking, the group, resigned to their fate, headed towards the city. 2 minutes later, they were dumbfounded again by the continued silence in the city. Out of options, Ball took out a monitor to check for any dangerous presences nearby. But there was no danger within a 500-meter radius. This phenomenon was truly unprecedented. Seriously, where did these ghostly exotic beasts go? Were they eaten? The old city was even quieter than the wilderness. Could they have moved to other defense lines? Zhang Hanyu, however, said that was impossible. If they had really moved, the command would have instructed us earlier. Just yesterday, they were still urgently pushing us to provide support. Just then, Team Blue called from a satellite smartwatch. "Yoho, you read team or something, clearing out the exotic beasts so quickly. We've been walking in the wilderness for half a day and haven't encountered a single exotic beast." It turned out not only they, but other teams also hadn't encountered any exotic beasts. Shi Ziming suggested that everyone head towards the cavern entrance to see for themselves if there was any problem. Team leader Zhang Hanyu suggested using a drone for reconnaissance first, as heading directly to the cavern was too dangerous. Shi Ziming skillfully controlled the drone through the abandoned city, and just as he was about to enter the central area, unexpectedly still no exotic beasts in sight. The next moment, with a crash, the drone was destroyed. Seeing this, the squad felt something was off and quickly walked towards the front. Meanwhile, Bomb Old Man was angrily yelling, "Fan Xiuquan, what have you done? You've shot down the reconnaissance drone of the reinforcement troops. I thought it was some kind of hawk, thinking of adding something special to the meal for that big shot. Alright, since it's been shot down, it will surely come over here anyway. We might as well think about what to cook for that big shot later, considering he has been fighting continuously for several days and nights. This big shot is truly fierce. I wonder when I can be as tough as him." As the reinforcement squad approached, the air thickened with the smell of blood, making them uncomfortable. The next moment, Zhang Hanyu's eyes widened like copper bells. The mountain of exotic beast corpses before them left them dumbfounded. Various level 7 and 6 exotic beasts that they considered powerful were now piled up on the ground like ingredients. Then a voice made red hair turn around sharply. "You guys need something." The scene shifts, and several people were roasting exotic beast meat. From the introduction by the others, Lu Sheng learned that the group before him was an A-level General Star squad. "So, you were sent by the military headquarters to support the defense line?" "Yes, sir. There were at least a dozen squads that came with us." Zhang Hanyu and his team were on edge, not daring to slack off. After all, given the scene of thousands slaughtered beside them, they believed this dashing figure must surely be a great Grandmaster-level powerhouse to possess such strength at such a young age. The future is promising indeed. I don't recall ever hearing about an 8th-level General Star like this. So you're saying the military will soon send someone to rebuild these places? However, the meals cooked by these few big heads over the past few days have been much better than the cafeteria at the 1182nd Division. Zhang Hanyu indicated that people were expected to come down within 3 days. Hearing this, Lu Sheng picked up his spear. "Finally, it can end. I've been exhausted these past few days." Just as Lu Sheng was about to leave, Zhang Hanyu spoke up. "May I ask, sir, what is your role?" "I'm a new recruit under Major General Yufei of the 1182nd Division, enlisted not even half a month ago." This revelation sent Zhang Hanyu into shock. A new recruit had single-handedly held an entire berserk defense line. Zhang Hanyu invited Lu Sheng to go to the headquarters together. "With your strength, you could easily be rated as a General Star, and the benefits are much better than those for ordinary soldiers." Lu Sheng thought about it and figured it made sense, especially since he was indeed short on beast marrow fluid. Seeing that his invitation was likely accepted, Zhang Hanyu was elated. It's the perfect time to make connections. Such a young powerhouse might well be the 8th luminary of the East in time. Soon, Lu Sheng followed Zhang Hanyu back to the military headquarters. This area is the General Star Zone, where many General Stars bring their families and friends, gradually turning it into what it is now. Thinking of these things, Lu Sheng also started to form some ideas. "If I bring my parents here, I won't have to worry about being targeted by that crazy woman Lian Su." As he said this, Lu Sheng decided to take a hot shower, given that he smelled awful. Suddenly, Zhang Hanyu blushed and said, "Since Lu Sheng has never been here and has no official status, he doesn't have a place to stay, so you'll have to put up with staying at my place for now." Zhang Hanyu took Lu Sheng back to the General Star headquarters and then home for a bath. However, the first lesson they were taught upon arriving at the military department was, in this era, female martial artists also have a mission, which is to pass on the genes of the strong. That was also her intent for tonight. Oh, with his camisole dress. Watch me charm this young kid to death. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had been bathing for 2 hours, yet he felt he couldn't wash off the smell, as if the weak slaughter of exotic beasts had marinated into him. Just then, Zhang Hanyu's seductive voice came from behind. "Sir, have you finished washing?" "Ah, please don't call me sir. Call me Lu." The next moment, Lu Sheng's eyes widened like copper bells as a seductive figure appeared before him. It's hard to say it's not stirring. Lu Sheng interrupted Zhang Hanyu's flirtation by preparing to go for the General Star certification. "Aren't all those General Star men at the military quite old?" As he said this, Lu Sheng boldly asked Zhang Hanyu how old she was. Zhang Hanyu said, I don't quite remember clearly. Over 50. Almost 60, I guess. I can't quite recall. Holy shit. This nearly scared Luxing to death. Seeing such a big reaction from Luxing, Zhang Hanyu smirked seductively. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Little brother, I guess I'm only about a dozen years older than you. Luxing didn't dare to speak the truth, just laughed it off, but he was internally complaining. She's almost old enough to be my mom. Seems like I can only accept someone around Dong Xingshua's age. Ah no, why am I comparing her with Dong Xingxua? Something's not quite right here. Soon, the two arrived at the certification center. Seeing the captain coming, several people showed wicked grins. Look at that. Walking so close together, looks like the captain succeeded. So this is the certification center. It feels quite different from that previous place. At this moment, a scar-faced yellow hair came up to talk. Hongyu, you guys came back so quickly. You must have completed the mission very fast. This young fellow looks new. Is he a new recruit your squad is planning to take in? I do hope he would join us, Xiong Hongyu said, indicating that yellow hair is the captain of another A-level squad, a decent person with good capabilities. In the registration hall here, the General Star certification and evaluations are on the first floor, and the second and third floors are for mission handovers. I would like to certify for General Star status. Please present the relevant documents and a recommendation letter from the military. Luxing interrupted. I don't have any of those. Can I just give my name? I'm Luxing. The chief commander told me before that everything was prepared, and I just need to report my name. Hearing this, the girl searched reluctantly for a moment, then her mouth dropped open in shock, followed by a 90-degree bow. I'm terribly sorry. It turns out it's you. All these procedures can be waived. Please follow me for the strength assessment. Xiong Hongyu also went in, thinking she hadn't been tested for a long time and wondered how much she had improved. Suddenly, Xiong Hongyu glanced at the girl's document about Luxing. Holy shit, 19 years old. My god, so he's such a prodigy. You probably couldn't find a second one like him in all 12 battle zones of the East. No wonder back at home Luxing just looked at me a few times. Meanwhile, inside the testing room, a man lifted his fist as large as a sandbag, gathering force, and instantly dozens of diamonds lit up on the testing platform. The second star had already passed 1/4, indicating his combat power was likely already over 16 million. The squad around him screamed wildly, worthy of being the captain. If that punch hit me, I'd probably shit out a ton. With this rate of improvement, it won't be long before the captain can try to break through the heaven and earth duel bridges and reach the 8th level of Great Grandmaster. If only I were half as strong as the captain, two of them flattered, making the man almost fly from joy. Breaking through the heaven and earth duel bridges isn't that easy. Just getting through any one of those bridges would probably push the combat power to 30 million. I'm still far off. The next moment, a pair of large feet appeared. Zhang Hongyu explained, because the power of a Grandmaster is so strong, even the best materials would shatter the internal components with one punch. So we have to use this synthetic crystal for testing, and because the peak and valley values of Grandmaster vital energy and blood fluctuate too much, testing for vital energy and blood has been phased out. We only test combat power now, as it's the best representation of whether vital energy and blood is strong or not. Just then, Lon Tiancy came over to chat. Yoho Balian, why didn't you say hello when you arrived? Followed by a lot of blabbering. Hearing this sycophantic speech was exasperating. By the way, Sister Lien, is this new member next to you? This young man is so young, joining the Tiger Scorpion squad at this age. His future is boundless. Zhang Hongyu replied, he's just a friend of mine, not a member of the squad. A friend so young, and he's taller and more handsome than me. If his power got him in here, he can't be much worse off. Damn it, a love rival appears. Is this kid thinking about young grass-eating old cow? Holy shit, Luxing was speechless. This guy's old enough to be thinking about nothing but cliched soap opera plots. Annoying much, old women really do have too many issues. Still, Instructor Dong is better. Holy shit, why am I thinking about Dong Qingxua again? After being speechless for 2 seconds, Luxing headed straight for the testing platform, thinking he'd better not bother with such blatant sycophants and just get the certification done. After Luxing doing the certification for the first time, Yu Xiaohai snared sarcastically. A little newbie without even a certification. How strong can he be? Hongyu, your Tiger Scorpion squad is an A-level General Star squad. Why would you even consider someone who hasn't proven his strength in the military area? Mind your own business. Why can't I, an old cow, eat tender grass? Aren't you an old cow chasing me? Aren't you almost 80, despite Zhang Hongyu's retort, making Yu Xiaohai stagger? Stop arguing. You'll see soon enough. Let's watch Luxing's test. He's not even 20 years old, Zhang Hongyu added. Hearing this, Yu Xiaohai was puzzled. Damn, I'm one of the top 10 among the level 7 General Stars in the whole 9th War Zone. How strong can his martial arts be at such a young age? I'm almost 80, but that's prime time. It won't be long before I can attempt to break through the heaven and earth dual bridges and maybe even reach Great Grandmaster before I'm 150. What's his youth good for? Apart from being handsomer than me, in what way is he better than me? Two of his subordinates also chimed in with flattery. Captain Hao, our captain, is a prime man, hard to find even with a lantern. At this point, Unable to listen any further, Balchong interrupted. What the hell are you blabbering about? Yu Xiaohai and his men looked at Balchong, puzzled. Balchong pointed towards the testing platform. Captain Yu, what if he's not just younger and more handsome? Hearing this, Yu Xiaohai exploded. What do you mean? His strength is greater than mine. Are you out of your mind? The next second, with a thunderous noise, Lu Xing displayed astonishing power on the testing platform. The blinding golden light dazzled everyone's eyes. At the same time, the entire room trembled. The military's base was reinforced with special materials and supposedly should not react even under a Grandmaster's assault on the testing platform in front of Lu Xing. Stars rapidly ascended, and under his watch, they reached 12.5 stars. This scene made the nearby testing officer's hormonal balance go awry because the combat power reached 120.4 million, with 12 stars lit, indicating top-tier Great Grandmaster strength. Yu Xiaohai was so shocked he bled from his nose. Never imagining a youngster could be so terrifying, he even suspected the equipment was malfunctioning. Meanwhile, at the General Star's second-floor delivery area, a squad was puzzled about the sudden halt of their mission to help rebuild the defense line. Had the line not broken after all, and now clearing operations were no longer needed? This was confusing, and no clear reason was provided. Just then, a rumbling earthquake shook the entire building. An earthquake? How could there be an earthquake at the military district center? The epicenter seems to be coming from downstairs. This has happened before, when General Chun Anqing came to test his combat power years ago. He caused the second floor to tremble like this because the synthetic crystal column used for testing is connected to the building's main axis. If the punching power is strong enough, it can seep into the building's structure and cause vibrations. Before others could finish being astonished, a new name climbed to the top of the General Star leaderboard, Lu Xing, ranking first with 12.5 stars in the composite and 8th overall. My god, that's the number 1 in the 9th war zone. A name I've never heard of. Could this be his first test? This parachuting to the top, Lu Xing. Where did he spring from? A combat power of over 100 million. I'm nowhere close to even a fraction of that. It looks like my 9th war zone is about to have another top-tier Great Grandmaster, already ranked 12th overall even before his merit points have been tallied. Given time, we will surely have another 8th luminary in the East, the yellow-hair captain added. The 8th luminary is just a matter of time. Which of the current 7 luminaries of the East has 12.5 stars of combat power? The highest I've seen is 11 stars. He's ranked 8th overall only because he lacks merit points. We might really be seeing a new martial saint from the military. Hearing this, everyone excitedly headed towards the basement, eager to catch a glimpse of this future martial saint. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was a bit perplexed. He had merely casually executed a heavenly grasp, resulting in such an exaggerated effect. But it made sense. After all, even before he had condensed the immoral cells, he could crush a Great Grandmaster with one hand. Though that Chief Star wasn't a true Great Grandmaster, he couldn't be too weak. He remembered that the Martial Association's minimum combat power for a Great Grandmaster is 20 million, similar to the Grandmaster's threshold of 1 million. So, the weakest Great Grandmaster's combat power far exceeds 20 million, and simply breaking through one bridge could spike it to over 40 million, which shows the profound depth at the 8th level. Immediately, Lu Xing asked the instructor, "Should we test again?" Yet at this moment, the instructor was still trembling, but I haven't really rested recently, so that's about it. That's not the limit. Then what is his limit? After measuring his combat power, Lu Xing walked up to Zhang Hongyu and asked, "What should we do next after the test?" However, at this moment, Zhang Hongyu's eyes were not hearing what Lu Xing was saying. In Zhang Hongyu's eyes, she was filled with her Prince Charming dream lover until Lu Xing shook her, bringing her back from her reverie. Zhang Hongyu's heart was fluttering wildly, thinking, so this is what being smitten feels like. Zhang Hongyu said that the merit points were still being tallied and suggested that Lu Xing choose a residence. Seeing this, Yu Jiahai fell to the ground with a thud, exclaiming, "This is the power of a top-tier Great Grandmaster, and here I was thinking about competing with him for a woman." He then began fervently begging Lu Xing for forgiveness, saying that he had spoken out of turn before, and asked Lu Xing to let it go as if it were nothing. Hearing this, his 2 sidekicks also knelt down and pleaded for mercy. Lu Xing, however, stated that he didn't mind, just be more careful next time. After all, I'm not really competing with him for a woman. Such magnanimity. How could there be a next time? If someone like this held a grudge against you, you'd be done for. Damn, so Zhang Hongyu has latched onto such a powerful leg. I'm so jealous. Just then, Yellow Hair and others pushed open the door and shouted, "Excuse me, where's Great Grandmaster Lu Xing?" Lu Xing's swagger reaches new heights. Not only does the strongest general of the Eastern Military District treat him as a brother, but he is also provided with the highest standard residence in the district. There's not only a refined butler, but also a cute and adorable maid. The women of the military district are clamoring to bear Lu Xing's children. Just now, Lu Xing tested at a combat power of 12.5 stars, startling everyone. The captain with yellow hair came in looking around. He recognizes everyone present. Could this young guy be the Great Grandmaster Lu Xing? A lackey murmured on the side. This young guy looks unfamiliar, but he's so young. He doesn't look like him at all. Damn, did we come too late? Has the great Grandmaster Lu Xing already left? Speaking of which, Yellow Hair turned to Hao Balian and asked, "Did you actually see him just now?" Hao Balian then pointed forward and said, "This is Lu Xing." Yellow Hair was shocked and hastily scolded Hao Balian. "Stop joking. How could this young guy be Lu Xing?" At that moment, a noisy sound came from outside. Everyone looked at the hairstyle and was shocked. This was the top leader of the East, 5-star general, Yiding Jun. Why would he suddenly come here? Yiding Jun walked out with his hands on his crotch, his demeanor commanding. Yiding Jun laughed. A hero indeed comes from youth. Having seen him in videos, he recognized Lu Xing at a glance. This 5-star general, not only a symbol of identity and status, but also represents the highest combat power of the Eastern Military District. Yiding Jun then extended his hand to Lu Xing, saying, "Very nice, another top great Grandmaster from our Eastern Military District." Yiding Jun said, "Old man Yiding Jun has seen Lu Xing, great Grandmaster." Everyone present was astonished. My god, it really is him. They say he's not even 20 yet. Seeing this, Lu Xing also shook hands and returned the greeting. "Hello, General Yiding Jun." Lu Xing sighed. This pretentiousness is like floating clouds. I've become numb to it." Yiding Jun stated that the paperwork had already been arranged and the merit points were already being tallied, asking Lu Xing to go to the office for tea and wait. But Lu Xing said he was too tired recently and wanted to rest for a few days, promising to visit another time. Yiding Jun admired Lu Xing's talent, a prodigy, 19 years old. Even my grandson is older than that. It can only be said that Lu Xing possesses the stature of a martial saint. It seems my Eastern Military District will surely fulfill a long-standing wish this time to birth a direct 9th-level martial saint. I must hurry and inform the marshal, who will surely be pleased. Seeing this, Yiding Jun turned to Hao Balian. "I have already learned about the few days General Lu and you have interacted. General Lu has only joined the military district recently. If there's anything he doesn't understand, make sure to guide him well, solve his doubts, and come to me with any conditions." Hao Balian heard this and hurriedly bowed, reassuring Yiding Jun. Immediately after, Yiding Jun looked at the shining light bulb and said, "Little Lien, since you have an advantage, you should make good use of it. General Lu's potential is much greater than you imagine, so his genes are very precious. You understand what I mean." Hao Balian, blushing, muttered, "I would be more than willing, but alas, she doesn't fancy me." The next second, Hao Balian was swarmed by a bunch of people, all eager to learn about Lu Xing. Meanwhile, after leaving, Lu Xing was taken to a residence. This residential area seems quite upscale. Even the guards are 3rd or 4th level martial artists. "Hello, Lord Lu. My name is Wang Yan. Although this manor is not large, it ranks within the top 5 in the 9th Military District. The military department has specially prepared it for you. Not only that, but they have also provided several cars for your selection when you have time." Wang Yan pulled out a satellite phone from his pants and handed it to Lu Xing, indicating to contact him directly if needed. "Yo-ho, a military district-specific satellite phone. Very nice." Finally, Wang Yan bowed and left, indicating that Lu Xing's merit points would likely be tallied by tonight. Walking along, all the maids bowed and nodded to him, which Lu Xing found quite uncomfortable. Lu Xing said, "Have the maids prepare some food. It's been a long time since I've had a normal meal." 2 minutes later, Lu Xing was wolfing down his meal. Truly delicious. Finally, no more eating canned food and exotic beast meat. These days, I feel like I'm losing my sense of taste. Just then, the phone rang. 10 messages. Turns out I've missed quite a bit these past few days. His sister's message said she was about to become a 2nd-level martial artist and had also won the citywide college martial arts championship, and she asked if Lu Xing would be coming home for New Year's Day. Lu Xing replied, "I've been quite busy. On a mission. I haven't really checked my phone. We'll see about New Year's Day." Lu Xing's response undoubtedly reassured his family. Another message was from Instructor Qin and others. Back from the front line, looking at their group photo, Lu Xing focused on a person in the background. As Lu Xing enlarged the photo, Dong Qingxue appeared on the screen, looking haughty. Looking at the photo if Dong Qingxue had safely returned, Lu Xing silently opened Dong Qingxue's chat history. This message was still from the last martial arts tournament she sent to Lu Xing. She hadn't sent any messages since then. Perhaps she didn't bring her phone, or the battery was dead. I always feel that my relationship with Dong Qingxue is strange now. Not as harmonious and natural as before, and I don't know why. On the other side, within the Eastern Military District, Qin Xiaojun was as happy as a monkey. Having been out battling for so long, he had finally returned. Qin Xiaojun said, "Everyone go take a bath first, then we'll go out for dinner with Lu Xing tonight." But upon hearing Lu Xing's name, Dong Qingxue's face instantly turned red and immediately went back to being cold. "I won't go. You go with him." This unusual reaction puzzled Qin Xiaojun. "Dong Qingxue, I've noticed you've been off recently. Ever since Lu Xing came to the military district, actually since Lu Xing participated in the National Martial Arts Tournament. Every time Lu Xing is mentioned, you act strange. Don't forget, we've been childhood friends, running around bare, but since we were kids. Be honest with me. Do you like Lu Xing?" Qin Xiaojun asked directly. Dong Qingxue, startled by the question, clenched her hands nervously. "If you spout any more nonsense, I'll sew your mouth shut." Qin Xiaojun laughed. You don't have to hide it from me. I've dated maybe not 1,000 girls, but hundreds for sure, and I even have several illegitimate children. Your little crush, even a blind man could see it. Hearing this, Dong Qingshua's suppressed anger surged again. The next second, Dong Qingxue took a deep breath. So what if I like him? And what if I don't? Seeing Dong Qingshua's honest admission, Qin Xiaojun was spared a beating. That's right, be honest with yourself. Just go and tell him. After all, with potential like Lu Xing's. Besides me, where else could you find anyone else? Are you feeling inferior because you're older than him? Your martial arts talent isn't as good, and your temper is worse, making you feel not good enough for him? Dong Qingxue, hearing this, did not resort to violence this time, but simply sighed. That's part of the reason. This answer left Qin Xiaojun stunned. He was just joking, but Dong Qingxue actually admitted it. He's your student. You know what this kind of behavior is called. This could be a headline story. Big sister, I was wrong. Don't hit me. I was just joking with you. 2 minutes later, seeing Dong Qingshue's fierce demeanor about to pounce, Qin Xiaojun, already too tired to run. Stop hitting me. How will you know if you don't try? Afraid of being rejected and losing face? Don't worry. With me here, failure is impossible. Dong Qingxue said, it's not about Lu Xing. They wouldn't agree to me being with Lu Xing. Seeing this, Qin Xiaojun's face darkened. He knew that they Dong Qingxue referred to her two brother-obsessed brothers. One was a top great Grandmaster, the foremost in the Central Military District. The other was taken under by a Transcendence Martial Saint at 16 and became a third-tier Disciple Martial Saint at 25. But thinking about it, although they were half-brothers, Qin Xiaojun had often been beaten by them as a child. It was precisely because of these two brothers that he had never developed feelings for Dong Qingxue. Regardless, brother obsession is a sickness. Find time to take your brothers to see a doctor. They're too controlling. It looks like you'll have to say this to them yourself. I just got a message from my second brother saying he's coming to the military district. Holy shit, Dong Xingyi is actually coming to the Eastern Military District? Qin Xiaojun was surprised, but then thought maybe if they meet Lu Xing, they'll agree after all. A 19-year-old young Grandmaster. That's impressive enough. Dong Qingxue, however, whether they like him or not doesn't matter. Only if someone's family background and martial prowess meet their standards will they approve. You know my personality. If something is completely impossible, why let it happen? Qin Xiaojun, infuriated, cursed. There must be a way. To hell with the family. If I become a martial saint, I will definitely arrange your marriage with Lu Xing, and we'll see if Dong Padian and Dong Xingyi dare to make a peep. Dong Qingxue resignedly got up and said, Qin Xiaojun, you should try reaching the Grandmaster realm first. But thank you anyway. Some things are just impossible. Qin Xiaojun, unable to accept it, went off to smoke in frustration, a beautiful teacher falling for her student, and then this cliched plot of family interference. Such a trite storyline. At that moment, a thronged search towards the main building, a whole batch of people heading in. This left Qin Xiaojun bewildered. He quickly grabbed a guy to find out what was happening. The guy said, our 9th battle district just got a new 12-star general, who's also the top-ranked newcomer on the general's star chart, so everyone wants to have a look. Wow, that's impressive. Let's hurry and take a look. But the next moment, Qin Xiaojun was again so shocked he was speechless. He hadn't realized the person they were talking about was Lu Xing, top of the general's star chart, 4th overall, with a combat power of 12.5 stars and over 3 million merit points. Holy crap, Qin Xiaojun exclaimed. The guy, seeing Qin Xiaojun so astonished, immediately came over to explain. This Lu Xing's deeds are incredible. They say he went straight to the battlefield less than a month after enlisting, single-handedly held the defense line of the 835th Division in a double A-level cave, single-handedly holding a crumbling defense line for nearly half a month. The battlefield was filled with the smell of blood, bodies everywhere. If you ask me, over 3 million merits is actually too little. The guy grew more excited as he spoke, even spraying Qin Xiaojun in the face with saliva. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun felt much better. With Lu Xing's current strength, I'd like to see if Dong Padian dares to make a peep. After saying this, Qin Xiaojun immediately took out his phone and dialed Dong Qingshue's number. Don't ask why. Just come have dinner with Lu Xing after you've got ready, because something big has happened that you might not expect. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Eastern Military District, Yufei stood trembling at the doorway. He hadn't expected the commander to personally come to receive him. The last time he saw the commander was at the appointment ceremony 8 years ago. Yaiden Jun smiled and waved Yufei in. As soon as he sat down, Yaiden Jun began to praise Yufei for doing well. Yufei quickly said, it's all thanks to the commander's excellent leadership. Yaiden Jun laughed heartily and said, this has nothing to do with me. It's all because of your unique vision and your successful recommendation. Hearing this, Yufei was shocked. Could it be that the commander meeting him wasn't because of his achievements on the defensive line? What does having a keen eye for talent have to do with anything here? Speaking of which, Yaiden Jun handed Yufei a thick notebook. When Yufei frantically flipped it open, inside were all details and merits concerning Lu Xing. Holy shit, this Lu Xing is too monstrous. So it was him who single-handedly held that double-rated defense line. Yufei exclaimed. He had thought reaching Grandmaster was already an exceptional talent. He actually has a combat power of 12.5 stars as a top great Grandmaster. Yu Fei was astonished. This was something he had never even dared dream of in his life. Seeing this, Yaiden Jun laughed heartily. Calm down and sit down. It's normal to be shocked like this at first. After all, my initial reaction was much more exaggerated than yours. Yu Fei, your ability to recognize talent has been a great service to our Eastern Military District. From now on, you will be in charge of the 1,182nd, 835th, and 794th Divisions, and your military rank will be raised another level. Starting today, you will receive the treatment of a Major General. Hearing this, Yu Fei was overjoyed and stood there stunned. He hadn't expected what he initially thought was a joking remark from Lu Xing to actually come true. He really promoted me. Meanwhile, inside Lu Xing's residence, Lu Xing was looking at his teeth in the mirror. Surprised that the Eternal Star technique described an ongoing increase in immoral cells, which would continuously alter the level of life, he hadn't expected his teeth could regenerate. He always felt that from the birth of the first immoral cell, he seemed to be moving toward the level of some extraordinary life form. However, as long as he doesn't deviate from the normal human form, that's fine. After all, he is not a martial arts fanatic willing to give up everything for power and become a freak. However, the new enhancement required a large amount of beast marrow liquid, and he wondered how much his merit points could exchange for. Just after saying this, Wang Yan came over with a spreadsheet. As of now, Lu Xing has over 3 million merit points. A 7th level beast marrow liquid requires 100,000 merits, but to exchange for 1 gram of dense gold, you need 1,000 merits. It looks like my battle spear will have to wait. Dense gold is rare. Beast marrow liquid, which has a continuous supply from exotic beasts, Lu Xing sighed. But Wang Yan indicated the commander has granted Lu Xing permission to pre-spend 10 million merit points. Holy shit, there's such a good deal. Hehe. Lu Xing quickly had Wang Yan arrange a 7th level long spear for himself, and the rest all exchanged for 7th level beast marrow liquid. The next moment, Lu Xing asked if there was 8th level beast marrow liquid. Wang Yan scratched his head in difficulty. Technically speaking, it's impossible to completely remove the negative factors from exotic beasts and 7th level beast marrow liquid, let alone 8th level. Although the military has 8th level beast marrow liquid, no one can absorb it directly without risking severe side effects. But Lu Xing said it didn't matter. Just bring 5 vials to start with. But unexpectedly, the price of 8th level beast marrow liquid was 10 times that of the 7th level. Lu Xing, short on funds, could only indulge in 1 vial for now. One last thing, Wang Yan had found information on Lu Qiming. Lu Xing stated that as long as Lu Qiming wasn't sent to the most dangerous front line, that would be fine, since Little Fatty was his only friend when he was most helpless. He's not a saint, but within his capabilities, he wants to protect those he wishes to protect, which is reasonable. If someone accuses him of favoritism later, let them. Just then, Dong Xingshue's call came through, and Lu Xing felt a mix of excitement and pleasure. It turns out Dong Xingxue wanted to invite Lu Xing to dinner at 8 o'clock tonight. After hanging up, Lu Xing stared at his phone, dumbfounded. Despite his control over his body and abilities, his heart still raced at the mention of a name, which was unbelievable. The body doesn't lie. Perhaps it was meant to be. At that moment, Qin Xiaojun, who had been eavesdropping at the door, burst in and asked, "Did you make it happen?" Dong Xingxue, the first due student, I saw it coming. The way you look at Lu Xing is all wrong. Dong Xingxue gave Qin Xiaojun a flying kick. Dong Xingxue, touching the jade pendant given by Lu Xing, thought to herself, since everyone is so outstanding, I also need to step up my training, at least to the Grandmaster level. Meanwhile, inside Lu Xing's accommodation, just as Lu Xing was about to go out for a stroll, a message from Wang Yan came through, stating that the 7th level beast marrow liquid had all arrived, placed on the 2nd floor, and there was also a small vial of 8th level beast marrow liquid that Lu Xing must use with caution. It seemed there was still some time before dinner, so he could still practice for a few minutes. Soon, he was in the hall, looking at several vials of 7th level beast marrow liquid, with the single vial of 8th level set apart. Lu Xing pulled out a vial of 7th level to take a couple of sips. Dressed by sight, one could see the powerful energy flow contained within. Lu Xing downed it in one go. The energy felt dozens of times more potent than the 6th level, but the taste was somewhat nauseating, similar to the fishy smell of raw yam. But after this powerful energy entered his stomach, there seemed to be no reaction. Could it be a fake? As soon as he spoke, a strong dizziness rushed to his head. Evil thoughts like demons scampered through Lu Xing's consciousness, so these were the residual wills not yet cleaned. He felt countless negative emotions flooding into his body. But how could such things affect Lu Xing? He was used to absorbing such emotions in his dream space. The gap left by the coagulated blood pill was completely filled and was even expanding. The next moment, as Lu Xing clenched his fist, what had just coalesced shattered, then reformed and broke again at an extremely fast rate, thousands, tens of thousands, millions of times, with the help of the divine illumination of the underworld king scripture. After more than 1 billion times of rebirth and transformation, the second immortal cell succeeded. The third stage of training for the immoral golden body advanced significantly. Another 2 breakthroughs should suffice to complete it. His body became stronger and more resilient in the process of tempering and reshaping, similar to being broken and reformed, but much safer and more stable than that extreme behavior. During the process of impacting the vital energy in blood, the immortal cells secretly absorbed some energy, continuously strengthening Lu Xing's body. Millions of transformations demonstrated the vast potential of the immortal cells. If 1 billion transformations are just the base, what about 1 trillion or quadrillion times? Could it reach an unimaginable level? However, it seemed a bit of the beast marrow liquid was not fully purified. It even tried to control Lu Xing's hand. Now that he had used up the 7 levels of beast marrow liquid, it seemed too soon to move on. But he might as well finish the 8th level beast marrow liquid too. As soon as he gripped it in his palm, he could feel the evil power to the bone within, still unexpelled. Without thinking, Lu Xing downed it. As soon as the beast marrow liquid entered his stomach, a surge of tremendous energy rushed to his head. As the glass jar fell to the ground, Lu Xing felt a torrent of energy within his body. Lu Xing's ears began to sprout several meridians, which spread to his eyes. In front of Lu Xing, a figure appeared, emanating an extremely evil aura of death. Lu Xing, clutching his stomach, crouched on the ground in agony, screaming, unable to believe that the unexpelled 8th level beast marrow liquid could be so terrifying. I'm done for. It feels like my body is about to explode. At this moment, Lu Xing's eyes had turned completely black, and his consciousness was gradually blurring. As Lu Xing shouted loudly, he propped up his body with his hands on the ground, while the evil consciousness continued to gather. You can't control this power. Just accept me. An evil voice echoed in his ears. With the last of his consciousness, Lu Xing threw a punch at the shadow. Get the hell out of here. At that moment, the entire building trembled, and Wang Yan and others watched the astonishing scene in disbelief. Because this building was made of special materials capable of withstanding a level 16 earthquake, the evil consciousness continued to devour Lu Xing's last will. The energy rampaging inside his body, trying to burst him open. His body was rapidly expanding, and the pain of almost splitting open gradually faded his consciousness. Lu Xing started to perform the natural breathing technique to stabilize his breath, then fully opened the second layer of the void state, regaining control of his body. Seeing the effect, Lu Xing sat down and directly gathered energy in his palm, followed by a dazzling energy descending from the sky, enveloping his body. With the thunder rolling, the evil thoughts were gradually expelled. The body, which was just breaking apart, was also being repaired under the divine light. After an unknown duration, Lu Xing slowly opened his eyes. This should be complete control now. To hear the way in the morning is to die content in the evening. That must be the situation being described. This is the true meaning of not breaking, not standing, breaking, and then standing. The third stage of the immortal golden body has also reached completion. But when Lu Xing saw the time, he was stunned. Holy crap, it's almost midnight. I overdid the training. The next second, Lu Xing hurriedly picked up his phone and called Dong Qingxue. I'm really sorry. I accidentally overdid my training today. Dong Qingxue responded calmly. Okay, so you lost track of time because of training? Yes, exactly. Is there anything else? Well then, I need to prepare for training too. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xing was baffled. Listening to Dong Qingxue's tone, Lu Xing couldn't tell if she was angry or not. Soon after, Qing Xiaojun also called. As soon as the call connected, Qing Xiaojun's roar came through. Lu Xing, you're screwed. Lu Xing, with a helpless expression, explained that there was a special circumstance today. He had forgotten the time while he was about to break through a level. Hearing this, Qing Xiaojun could only helplessly shake his head. It's really unlucky, but why do you need to break through every 3 days? I can't control it either. Besides, it was just over 3 hours late. It shouldn't be that serious. Alright, Qing Xiaojun couldn't say much else. It seems my flirting techniques don't apply to Lu Xing. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xing felt uneasy. Is it really that serious? I need to check. Lu Xing returned to the dream space, eager to check his personal profile. Where is the spouse section? Haha, I said it. How could being over 3 hours late be a big deal? Since the spouse section hasn't disappeared, it means she isn't really mad. No need to rush over then. Might as well train to the end and completely stabilize the breakthrough's aura. The third stage of the immoral golden body is complete, much faster than the second stage. It's like I'm cheating now. After reaching perfection, my body is much stronger than before, both inside and out, emitting an undying aura. It might also be an issue of compatibility with the technique. Everyone's understanding is different, just like some people have long arms suitable for practicing with swords, and others have large joints suitable for practicing punches and palms, and I am more suited for body cultivation. To exaggerate a bit, even if one day I train the Eternal Star technique to the same level as Wang He, I couldn't reach his height, because that was a technique created by Wang He himself. But from this moment, it's different. I have achieved a reshaped martial body, and with the assistance of the natural breathing technique, various attributes nourish my body, which has now completely turned into a technique tailor-made for the Eternal Star technique. This will also become my unique martial path. It allows my body to change randomly. The compatibility is now nearly 100%, maybe even surpassing Wang He's compatibility. Perhaps I should give my body a new name, something powerful like those in novels, like Ancient Holy Body, Sky Dominating Body, or some primordial Tau Embryo Saint Body. Alright, let's call it the Eternal Star Indestructible Body. I can also be called the strongest physique in the universe, this ability to strengthen at a visible rate. As Lu Sheng raised his right hand, energy came from behind him. In the next moment, a mushroom cloud exploded in front, completely destroying a city that was already in ruins. A golden dragon coiled around Lu Sheng's body. Probably even top great grandmasters couldn't easily break through Lu Sheng's defenses. I wonder how many stars I would reach if tested now. Probably could double it. What a mess. I can't test it here. Need to find a test subject. Soon, Lu Sheng headed towards the deepest part. 2 hours later, at the deepest part of the ruins, he found a powerful being. That was the Xian Yuan blade Flow Martial Saint Gu Xian. Once, with a fire and a blade, he wandered the world, making many strong fighters dare not claim to be saints. Saying this, Lu Sheng, enveloped in golden energy all over, challenged. Come on, try me. Let's see if I can withstand a strike from a martial saint. Lu Sheng lifted one foot, and the next moment he descended from the sky like a rocket. A golden foot heading straight for the martial saint's head. The martial saint's eyes flashed, then he raised his hand, and a powerful energy blast sent Lu Sheng flying. Lu Sheng, after being blasted through the city, was able to withstand the force with natural breathing technique and his strong physique, but the subsequent impact left him dizzy. The explosion causing the earth to shake, but the shockwaves didn't stop there. Lu Sheng was sent flying underground, smashing through dozens of buildings before finally stopping. At this moment, Lu Sheng's hands were numb, wrapped in golden lightning. Damn, that's terrifying. Was that really an unintentional strike from a martial saint? But if one strike doesn't kill me, then you're done for. At this moment, the knife wound on Lu Sheng's arm was also slowly healing. Dazzling golden light emitted from Lu Sheng's forehead and heart, the third immortal cell activate. Several avatars appeared behind him, all embodiments of Lu Sheng's integrated martial will. With the effect of the natural breathing technique, these wills were all mobilized. At this moment, Lu Sheng was like a super Shaun, the martial saint in the distance. Sensing this power, posed to draw his sword, his eyes flickering, flashy and elaborate. However, all these thoughts unexpectedly appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. Lu Sheng didn't expect that he could perceive his opponent's thoughts. The next moment, golden flames emitted from Lu Sheng's eyes and body, initiating the martial saint form. If that's the case, then I'll show you something straightforward. Simultaneously, Lu Sheng transformed the flames into several figures, embodying Lu Sheng's complete martial path. Immediately afterward, Lu Sheng leaped forward, leading his heavenly soldiers and generals straight towards the martial saint. Seeing this, the martial saint also drew his sword with all his might, a purple stream of dark energy shooting out from the scabbard, his eyes filled with disdain for what was ahead, as the pride of a martial saint was ingrained in his bones, enduring even beyond death. Quickly, the martial saint swung his sword, the powerful blade intent splitting the void in front of him into two halves. Lu Sheng's 18 arhats faced the blade head-on. Come on, witness my void chatter. Soon, a yellow and a purple energy clashed in the air, explosions echoing through the sky, shaking the earth. Zombies within a 10-mile radius fled outward. 2 minutes later, as the air settled, the martial saint muttered softly, then fell silent. That slash was truly stylish. I won't allow anyone cooler than me to exist in this world, so rest in peace, O undying spirit. Afterwards, Lu Sheng bowed to the martial saint. This battle drained Lu Sheng too much. He had been a bit overconfident, underestimating a martial saint-level zombie. Martial Saint Gu Xian seemed to be brewing a terrifying move, but he was merely acting on instinct, devoid of any thinking capability. Otherwise, it would have been Lu Sheng who ended up doomed. The shattered void had indeed become more powerful. Just the attacks from the conjured avatars alone numbered over 200, fumbling from before. It could only be used in the dream space. There was simply no one worthy of this move outside. When I do use this move in front of people, my hands will surely be stained with the blood of a martial saint. Deep in the soul, thunder roared, and memory flashed back to a rainy day in a broken house. A little boy sat alone, and then his brother ran back inside. Little brother, this is nutrition fluid for you. Just arrived on the garbage truck today. I dug around for a long time. There were 2 tubes originally, but those bastards from the knife gang stole one. I'll make them spit it out someday. Don't worry, little Xian, I'll definitely get you into the base. Only through martial arts can one rise above. The scene spins again. Run. This kid's crazy. Don't mess with someone who's got nothing to lose. The brother treated injuries for kills, driving back the enemy. Don't cry, little Xian. This is why we must become stronger. You have to be ruthless to survive. Remember, from now on, practice martial arts that are meant to kill. But as his brother lay dying, a pair of feet appeared behind them. You 2 little guys sure are tough, surviving all this. From now on, follow me. From then on, the 2 brothers studied martial arts with the old man. Time flowed again, and little Xian and his brother had become powerful figures. They received a kill order. Please don't kill me. My daughter is only 5 years old. She can't be without a father. Amid the man's tearful pleading, The younger brother's heart softened, and he spared the man. "Thank you. You will be rewarded for your kindness." After coming out, however, the younger brother deceived his older brother by saying that he had killed everyone inside. The older brother said, "These people are all cultists. Each one has lost their humanity. They don't deserve pity. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Remember, whether it's practicing martial arts or being a person, you need to be ruthless. Do you understand, little Sien?" However, years later, the older brother was brutally murdered. A spy reported it was retaliation from the cult. "This time your brother took the hit for you. He killed 13 level 6 fighters, but only this broken sword was left." Gu Xian recognized the sword. It belonged to the man he had spared years ago because of his 5-year-old daughter. "I told you before, the people of the world-ending sect are no longer human. They are the biggest cancer hidden among humanity. Alas, you can't believe anything they say." Years later, Gu Xian was denied further training because the slaughter on him was too heavy, the stench of blood too strong. He was only taught the Wheel of Desire sword technique. They said they would only meet him when the murderousness on Gu Xian had been ground away. However, 10 years later, Gu Xian came again, but now his murderous intent had not decreased but increased. Another 10 years later, Gu Xian's murderousness had reached a terrifying level. "Gu Xian, you still can't let go. Master Duan says he will never see you again. From now on, you are on your own." Gu Xian sat alone on a rock thinking, "Have I really gone astray? All I know is how to kill. Is that wrong? Haha, if it's wrong, then so be it. Martial arts are about killing. That's what my brother taught me. It's really terrifying. Such a pure intent to kill." The memories he encountered were almost all about training, fighting, fighting. And almost all the battle scenes were of killing, purely and coldly murderous. Lu Sheng once thought the murderous intent he accumulated defending the front lines for 9 days was terrifying, but compared to Gu Xian, it was nothing. Gu Xian was too extreme, completely entering the path through killing, taking a very rare path of slaughter in martial arts. He has killed more people than I have ever seen, and exotic beasts are counted by the billions. Life in his eyes is no different from wild grass. With such great sin, he somehow did not drown in chaotic and brutal consciousness to become a killing machine, which is indeed remarkable. The path of slaughter is already considered an extreme force in martial arts, and Gu Xian was a genius. One can imagine how terrifying he was at his peak. The battle just now probably didn't even display 1/1000th of his strength. So the gap between me and a martial saint is this vast. Gu Xian can no longer be considered just a level 9 martial saint. His strength is probably such that even a regular level 10 couldn't survive under his blade. It's good that he didn't use those killer moves. Lu Sheng touched his own face, feeling odd. Could it be that after absorbing his memories, even my facial muscles have become this cold? Just like that movie protagonist who has been killing fish in the supermarket's fresh section for 10 years, his heart is as cold as his knife. I need to quickly go back and watch 1,000 episodes of romantic reality TV. Lu Sheng rummaged under Gu Xian's armor, and the next moment he beamed with a smile. So this thing that looks like a small knife blade is Gu Xian's martial core. Then the blade transformed into several streams of light, and a projection of consciousness appeared in Lu Sheng's eyes. Heaven's intent as the knife. My intent as the knife. Even life as grass. This blade is named my intent to kill. Compared to the previous whales striding waves, this blood-colored long blade totem was clearer, deeper, and more powerful. As a level 9 martial saint, the path of slaughter's Gu Xian was obviously much stronger than Cumulus Mountain's Zhou Fuhai. Previously, Lu Sheng's most powerful cold weapon was the Cold Spirit Sparrow Prison Spears for Realm Spear technique. But from now on, the title of the strongest weapon will change hands. Let me try this sword technique now. Saying this, Lu Sheng simply executed an 18 slash, and instantly countless blades appeared around him, each seemingly carrying the power to tear through space. Halfway through the move, Lu Sheng slowly retracted the blades. I really didn't expect this sword technique to be able to split space. The murderous intent refined by Gu Xian is his most powerful weapon. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng felt a pang of regret. It seems a bit wasteful now that I've spent 8 million merit points to upgrade the red crystal dragon pattern spear. Maybe I should switch to using a sword, since I should use whatever method is strongest. It looks like I need to find more mithril and dense gold resources. Quickly, by noon the next day, after Lu Sheng had just used the restroom, he opened his tablet and saw news that the military had successfully quelled the cavern disturbance. Another message was that the headquarters military exercise and the divisional military competition were about to begin. According to the requirements, there will first be a preliminary competition in each division, followed by the main competition at headquarters. The winner of the main competition will become a candidate for the new general. Currently, there are only 4 generals in the entire eastern region, and not more than 30 across the Dragon Nation, making this competition quite a significant event. The next second, Lu Sheng was shocked because he saw that he was listed in the new general candidates section. A combat power of 12.5 stars might only hope to enter the top 20. It seems there are still many top-level experts in the military. The person ranked first on the General Star overall list is known as the East Emperor, with a combat power of 27 stars. Those at the general level are estimated to have a combat power of over 30 stars, and marshals are even stronger. With so many top experts in the military, it's no wonder there is such a deep obsession with level 9 martial saints. Having such a large base of top-level martial artists, but failing to produce a level 9 is hard for anyone to accept. In light of this, Tan Zhongyu's testing of me seems reasonable. The talent I displayed at Martial University only piqued his interest. If I could take first place in this headquarters military exercise, would it surprise Tan Zhongyu? Just thinking about it is interesting. The next scene made Lu Xing shudder. The report stated that a cult attack occurred in the Eagle Nation, originally active in the southern continent, leading to the blood sacrifice of an entire town. In recent years, they have infiltrated other areas, damned these cults over 1,000 lives. All men drain of blood, their skins used to wrap around and feed the followers and exotic beasts. According to Gu Xian's memory, the cults are also involved with other worlds, willing to become servants to exotic beasts for powerful forces wreaking havoc within the human race. It seems it would be best to crush these bugs sooner rather than later. After reading this, Lu Xing was so enraged that he immediately wanted to check out the cavern and mine some secret ores, then earn some merit points. After gearing up, he planned to wipe out this cult. However, thinking about going into the cavern alone and carrying items was troublesome, so Lu Xing immediately called Hao Balian. "Sir, you want to enter the depths of a 3A level cavern?" Lu Xing invited Hao Balian's team to join him, promising to share 10% of the loot with them. Hearing that a top-level general star would personally lead them, Aldi was so excited he barked. If the other A-level teams knew about this, they'd be green with envy. Hao Balian said that sharing the loot was secondary, forming a good relationship with Lu Xing was the priority. Hearing this, the three teammates made knulling faces and teased, planning to have her ride in the same car as Lu Xing. However, things often don't go as planned, and at that moment, Hao Balian had a look of despair because Lu Xing said he had just learned to drive, so he wanted to practice driving himself, instructing the four of them to take another car. 2 hours later, the group arrived at a mountain peak. "Is this the place? We finally made it." There are no exotic beasts on the surface of the cavern. Below is a depressed area of land with several cracks. The fissures in the cavern are layered. The deeper you go, the stronger the exotic beasts, and no one knows how many layers there are below. Hao Balian explained that more dangerous than the exotic beasts are the abysses. Lu Xing was not very familiar with this. Abysses can also be considered part of another world from which exotic beasts emerge. Abysses constantly emit an aura of another world, which materializes in our world as a strange black mist. Lu Xing asked, "Does this black mist weaken the power of thermal weapons, cause electronic devices to fail, and even corrupt normal people, turning them into beasts?" "Yes, but it only affects ordinary people, not so much martial artists. So we try to avoid abysses and evacuate quickly if we encounter one, as the exotic beasts that emerge from there are endless. In that case, the abyss is similar to the pervasive black mist in dreams. It turns out it originates from here." Just as the group was about to enter the cavern, Lu Xing spoke up. "What would happen if I wanted to enter the abyss?" This question scared the four of them, who then explained that they didn't know what conditions were like in the abyss. Lu Xing curiously asked, "Hasn't anyone tried to enter it in all these years?" Hao Balian said, "Many have tried, but all who did have disappeared, so there's no answer to that question, including even martial saints." Hearing this, Lu Xing was shocked, as it was known in Dragon Nation secrets that 400 years ago, a martial saint from each of the 4 nations entered an abyss together and were never heard from again. "Lu Xing, are you also thinking of entering that eerie abyss? Don't do it. We wouldn't have enough lives for that." Hao Balian explained, "As long as we don't go below the 30th layer underground in this cavern, we won't encounter much danger, but really be careful of the abyss. It's not to be taken lightly. There's really no information about it." Lu Xing replied, "Okay." Then he jumped, flying downwards. "I'll need to search for information about the abyss in the dream space when I get back. Even a level 9 martial saint can't return. What about level 10 or 11 powerhouses? I don't believe that in 10,000 years of martial arts, no top-level martial artist has ever tried something similar. There must be big secrets inside." Before long, the squad had been maneuvering inside the cavern for a while, but they hadn't seen anything noteworthy. Hao Balian said, "Besides the abyss, we also need to be wary of martial maniacs." Hearing this, Lu Xing slowly stopped and asked, "What's that? Martial maniacs?" "They are martial artists who belong neither to the military nor any faction. They operate alone, are insane, and extremely dangerous. But these martial artists, who often hide in the depths of the cavern for secluded cultivation, are mostly from the martial academy system aiming for the ultimate martial arts. They survive in the fissures of the cavern, and none of their martial wills or combat abilities are weak, some even stronger than the military's general stars. Because they hide in the cavern and kill exotic beasts, the military doesn't really bother them. But most of these people have fallen into martial madness, willing to do anything to break through martial limits. Drinking dirty water and eating raw exotic beast meat are minor things. Sometimes they even resort to cannibalism, as they believe consuming the flesh and blood of the strong can make them stronger. Under the influence of the cavern environment, they're no longer human, and to get supplies, murder and looting are common. In their eyes, Human life is less valuable than a few supply packs. During this, Lu Xing exclaimed, "Damn, these people are the real heretics compared to Gu Xian's path of slaughter." Soon, Lu Xing and his companions reached the 20th level underground. Along the way, all the exotic beasts were easily killed by Lu Xing, leaving no chance for the rest of the squad to act. The glowing area ahead is the entrance to the deeper layers of the cavern. Balian explained that entering it would be filled with black mist, making visibility extremely low, but Lu Xing, being a mind weaver, wasn't much affected by it. Saying so, Lu Xing took a deep breath, and in an instant, all the surrounding black mist was sucked into his body. This sight scared everyone again, as this black mist is no trivial matter. However, Lu Xing just wanted to test the black mist. Moreover, no matter how much black mist entered his body, it disappeared as soon as it touched his eternal star-indestructible body. Lu Xing's robust physique was indeed too strong. No heresy is allowed to exist. The next moment, along with the black mist, came an ambush from an exotic beast. Seeing this, Balian shouted, "Lu Xing, be careful." However, when the exotic beast was still 0.5 meters away from Lu Xing, it silently disappeared. A level 5 black moon weasel couldn't even get close. Is this the power of a 12-star general? Such a powerful spiritual mastery is not the limit. Don't forget, the great man was tested after half a month without rest and in a state of depleted energy and blood. I can't imagine how he trains. Compared to him, I feel like a waste. The squad initially thought they were coming with Lu Xing to earn merits, but now it seems they don't need to lift a finger. They might as well just accompany him around the cavern. After all, not everyone has this armor. Just then, a large explosion occurred ahead. Baldy exclaimed, "Are there still exotic beasts ahead?" Seeing this, Balian ran towards the smoke. In the mist, Lu Xing was casually twisting his wrist. Seeing the others approach, Lu Xing assured them he was fine. He had just been testing how to resolve exotic beasts without using weapons. Looking at the corpse on the ground, red-haired Lien was shocked. She wasn't surprised that Lu Xing could kill a level 7 exotic beast with one strike. But she didn't expect that he could make such a clean cut without a weapon. The next moment, a noise came from afar. "It sounds like someone is coming." Balian was shocked. How could there be someone here? After saying this, the group immediately prepared for battle. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that the ragged bunch was actually Red Snail General's star squad. Seeing that they were allies, Balian immediately waved to Captain Yao Yu. When the man saw Balian calling him, his eyes slowly regained focus. Seeing this, Balian walked over and complained, "How many years has it been since you guys took a bath? Don't mention it. We've been in here almost a month, nearly lost a few men, and got nothing." Suddenly, Yao Yu asked Balian which level they planned to enter and warned her never to go below the 25th level because the martial maniacs there had completely gone mad. They had been killing general stars from the military, and now 2 squads had completely lost contact. "I just received the news and ran. The others might have perished there." Balian was puzzled. Just the 25th level, and they dared to attack general star squads. Captain Red Snail then said, "They've collectively rebelled. Now we're heading back to the military to report the situation, and you guys must be careful watching the Red Snail squad leave." Balian remarked that the captain is usually quite steady and suggested that Lu Xing heed their advice. But Lu Xing said, "Don't worry, we don't necessarily need to go down to below the 25th level, and even if we go deeper, just as I brought you down, I can naturally bring you out." Seeing this, the others could only firmly follow the orders. However, along the way, Lu Xing merely swept through, destroying all the exotic beasts in front. His presence was like a walking blender, even killing exotic beasts before they could get close. 2 minutes later, Lu Xing finally reached the 25th level. With Lu Xing's current strength, unless he encountered a legendary level 9 exotic beast, there was almost no danger. At this moment, he was trying hard to recall the location of the mithril mine in the underground cavern. It should be nearby according to his memory. Lu Xing's mental energy spread throughout every passageway in the cavern, like ants in a nest, traversing every level and every path. Finally, at some point on the 30th level, he locked onto the position of the mithril mine. Lu Xing suddenly opened his eyes. Having found it, "Follow me closely," Lu Xing shouted. Soon, the group followed Lu Xing's figure, charging through the cavern's forks and winding paths like a labyrinth. At this moment, an evil presence quietly approached the group. Balian shouted, "Everyone, keep up with Mr. Lu with all your might. Don't get distracted. It's easy to fall behind." Finally, 2 hours later, Lu Xing reached the location identified by his mental energy. Several nearly level 8 exotic beasts were guarding in front of the mithril mine with a casual strike. Lu Xing separated the exotic beasts, like cracking a whip, bursts of energy around him. 2 seconds later, several exotic beasts lay dead, yet their bodies were intact. Lu Xing quickly instructed the others to harvest the beast's marrow liquid. During the harvesting, Baldy picked up a rock from the ground and felt something was off. The next moment, he excitedly exclaimed, "Look at this, sir. This is mithril ore. Ha ha ha. Sir, we are going to be rich." Beside them, Lu Xing pretended to be unaware and quietly walked over. "Is that so? Let me see." At this point, Baldy, Snake Jr., and the others had already forgotten about extracting beast marrow liquid from the exotic beasts and were happily laughing while holding the mithril ore. This is real mithril ore, and it feels very pure. Halbalion also remarked, given this purity, the vein must be quite extensive. Everyone danced and laughed. Ha ha ha, then we really are going to be rich, with so much, enough to significantly upgrade each person's equipment in our squad. Level 7 beast marrow liquid, drink up. Ha ha ha, I can finally get that level 7 dense gold shield I've had my eye on, and exchange it for a set of great-ass battle gear. Ah, we're rich. The next moment, Halbalion shouted angrily, breaking everyone's joyful fantasies. Shut up. Baldy was about to ask the captain what was wrong, but his gaze turned to Lushing beside him. The immense pressure made him sober up instantly. Clutching the mithril, he began to explain in a panic. In his haste, Baldy slapped himself several times. At this moment, the others quickly put the mithril back in its place. Sorry, Mr. Liu, we didn't mean it. A sweaty Baldy shouted loudly. Please forgive us, Mr. Liu. Seeing this, Halbalion slowly spoke. Throughout this journey, we've done nothing. The mithril mine was also discovered by Mr. Liu. Naturally, all finds belonged to him. Seeing this, the three kneeling men nodded reluctantly, agreeing that this was all reasonable. But unbeknownst to them, their pupils were already turning red. Seeing this, Lushing slowly patted Baldy's shoulder, indicating that it was normal to have greed and that he understood. The calm words of Lushing scared the group so much, they were nearly wetting themselves. Thank you for your understanding. Your forgiveness. Lushing's right hand slowly rose with a surge of energy. This scene frightened Halbalion, making her think Lushing was going to strike them, and she shouted. But the next moment, the energy flew towards the mithril, or in front. In just an instant, the entire mountain's mithril was divided into countless small blocks. At this point, Lushing yelled, "Hurry up and help move this stuff. What are you standing around for?" Suddenly snapping back to reality, quickly realized what was happening. Halbalion also heaved a deep sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Sir is generous and wasn't angry. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. Everyone entered a frenzy of packing. Baldy and the others were puzzled as to why they had spontaneously said those words earlier. Let's not even talk about them following Mr. Liu in here. Even if they hadn't, it would be embarrassing to take anything without having contributed anything. It's as if they were bewitched. Alright, since Mr. Liu isn't counting, let's pack up quickly, or else I'll throw you into the sea to feed the pigs. Frightened, the two men immediately became nervous and shaky. It wasn't long before everyone's bags were filled. They were quite regretful. If only we hadn't given those 2 supply bags to the Red Snail squad earlier. Really, we shouldn't have bothered with them. Damn it. Sitting in the back, Lushing naturally noticed the change in the group. They were supposed to have a good relationship with the Red Snail squad, but now it seemed they had set aside their earlier generosity and warmth, showing an unusual selfishness and stinginess. Clearly, they hadn't been like this before entering the 30th level. It seems this black mist is indeed strange. With that, distant footsteps studded from afar. Seeing this, Lushing suddenly stood up. His mental energy immediately activated, scanning the area ahead. He saw a large group of people emitting an evil aura, continuously shouting food. It must be said, these people really seem possessed. The next moment, Lushing grinned and said, "Come on, let's settle this once and for all. It'll save us the trouble of them popping up one by one on the way back, annoying us to death." The mithril, now broken into smaller pieces, was packed up by the teammates. Lushing offered to give a tenth of the mithril they took out to his team, as previously agreed. Upon hearing this, Halbalion quickly refused, stating they felt undeserving since they hadn't done anything. The next moment, Lushing, adopting a domineering CEO demeanor, "I don't care whether you feel guilty or not. Since I want to give it to you, you must accept it." Frightened, Halbalion and others repeatedly thanked him, which secretly delighted Lushing, who had just shown off his power. When you're weak, rage does nothing. When you're strong, even your kindness can't be refused. Meanwhile, sensing something amiss, Halbalion suddenly exclaimed, "Something's not right." There's a strange presence, but Lushing was waiting just for them. Soon, a large group with red eyes appeared ahead. They shouted for fresh meat, resembling zombies. This sight terrified Baldy and the others. They had not expected that all the figures ahead would be Grandmasters. Judging by their behavior, these individuals were likely the rumored martial maniacs responsible for the attack on the Red Snail squad, which led to their disappearance. These brutes even cannibalized their own kind and always fight alone. Why would they act collectively this time? Hearing this, Lushing slowly said, "There's only one possibility then, that among them there is an even more powerful entity controlling them. This individual's strength must be overwhelmingly dominant." As soon as these words fell, applause came from within the crowd. "You're very smart and very strong. Your flesh must be the tastiest. Eating you will make me even stronger." It appeared that this vampire-like figure was their leader. He declared that this young kid was for him to eat, and the rest could be divided among his underlings. After hearing the vampire's name was Lu Moing, Halbalion was shocked because the last Eastern Star was named Lu Moing. Wasn't he presumed dead over a decade ago? Back then, only the most elite talents in the Eastern Military Region were named Eastern Stars, and Lu Moing was ranked 3rd overall with a combat power of 13 stars. However, he mysteriously disappeared during a mission to suppress a cavern uprising about a decade ago. Everyone thought he had died, but now it turns out he's been surviving by consuming the flesh of fellow Grandmasters. Baldy was terrified. If Lu Moing had a combat power of 13 stars over a decade ago, how terrifying must he be now? Lord Lu only at 12.5 stars. Are we doomed? However, Albalian suggested that he might not have received sufficient resources over the past decade. His vital energy and blood might have declined, and his combat power is surely not at its peak. As the two discussed, Lu Moing laughed heartily, amusing. Are you trying to make me laugh? Saying I lack resources? Aren't you the best resources? Come then, my dinner. I won't waste too much talk on you. Just be grateful you can witness this form. Carbon-based beings. In the center of the whirlwind, a pair of ridge-torns slowly emerged, and a ferocious exotic beast appeared in front of them. This was none other than Lu Moing transformed. He was now in a half-human, half-demon state. The group was trembling in fear due to the imposing aura ahead, but Lu Xing remained expressionless. Heh heh heh. This is power. Power is continuously emerging. Ahahaha, the Eastern Star. That's all from too long ago. Back then, I was as weak as an ant. I benefited from falling deep into the cavern during that riot because I received guidance from a deity in my moment of despair. A deity? Which ones are you referring to? The essence of martial arts is to become stronger by various means. Since eating exotic beasts makes martial artists stronger, wouldn't eating martial artists be an even higher quality martial nourishment? Who is this deity? The half-demon did not respond, only laughing wickedly. Seeing he was ignored, Lu Xing slowly stepped forward. I've asked you twice already. Can't you hear? It seems you haven't listened to a word I said. Since you don't want to talk, then you might as well never answer again. Lu Xing's eyes were like the sight of the Grim Reaper. The next moment, with a puff, Lu Xing kept his left hand in his pocket and with his right hand moved like lightning, stepping past Lu Moing, who then shattered like a stone. Lu Xing has surprisingly fallen in love with an elf, and he wants to pursue a passionate, cross-species romance. Just now, Lu Xing instantly defeated the so-called 13-star of the East, Lu Moing. This scene scared the other martial arts fanatics to the point of wetting themselves. Lu Xing originally thought the opponent would be very strong, but he didn't expect him to die without withstanding even a single move. Pao Pulian, who was nearby, was shocked to discover that the former star of the East, whose combat power far surpassed 13 stars, Lu Moing, was defeated by Lord Lu with just one move, as if swatting a fly. Seeing this, Lu Xing simply raised his hand gently, and several golden energy beams flew out towards the surroundings. Damn, he has become enlightened. It seems that the so-called 12-star combat power was just what Lord Lu wanted the world to see. By wiping out all the evil Grandmasters alone, this military performance is going to make our Eastern military region stand out. 2 seconds later, Lu Xing slowly spoke, indicating that this level had been cleared. The next moment, Lu Xing turned into a golden streak of light, heading deeper underground. The words divinity and her mention by that person earlier caught Lu Xing's attention. Before long, Lu Xing arrived at the depths of the cavern. The scene was lush and overly quiet. The dense black mist here made it difficult even for Lu Xing, with his 7th or 8th level spiritual power, to probe into. If a weaker mind weaver came here, it would likely be completely blinded. Ahead seemed to be a dark area. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xing still decided to barge in. The moment he entered, a strong white light shot out. Under this white light, Lu Xing's gaze gradually became blurred. The next moment, the surroundings transformed into a sunny jungle. Following that, a pair of jade feet slowly stepped out. The beautiful scene left Lu Xing somewhat dazed. Could it be that this is a native of another world? This is too miraculous. There are even intelligent beings living here. Subsequently, the elf stretched out her left hand, seemingly curious about Lu Xing as well. Attracted by this beautiful scene, Lu Xing slowly walked forward, unsure if the other party would like humans. He felt an urge to pursue a romance that transcends worlds and species. Suddenly, a strong light emanated from Lu Xing's forehead, and the beautiful elf girl in front of him began to distort, transforming into an ugly tentacle monster. The tentacle monster whispered hypnotically, "Come here. Don't be afraid. Come here. Don't mind appearances. Here you'll find everything you desire." While speaking, countless tentacles stretched out from the darkness behind it, ready to reach for Lu Xing. Yes, just like that. Come back. Join us. Come into my embrace. As it spoke, the tentacle monster had already wrapped its tentacles around Lu Xing's neck. A long tongue slowly extended out. Hee, my dear child. Just then, Lu Xing gathered energy in his right hand. Disgusting. You really fell for it. What a fool, he said, raising his hand in an internationally recognized gesture in response. Seeing that he had been tricked, the tentacle monster roared in anger. I hate disobedient children. You must be killed. As it spoke, a blast of dark energy flew towards Lu Xing. At the same time, Hao Puyin found Lu Moing's identification token by the vampire corpse. It turns out that this person was indeed him. In the following time, several people registered the identities of these slain Grandmasters. Among the Grandmasters lying on the ground, many were once prominent figures in martial arts schools outside, now collectively lying here like dead dogs. Almost 30 martial arts Grandmasters died in one breath, likely the largest Grandmaster bloodshed event in recent years. However, The bald man stated that these people were those who should have died long ago, just dying again. They certainly weren't anything good. As they spoke, Lushing swiftly moved to the front, picked up 2 baskets of mithril, and called on several people to immediately leave the cavern. He also told Hao Puyin to quickly inform the other generals' star squad still in the cavern to make a run for it. Hao Puyin hurriedly asked, "What happened? Why the sudden rush?" Lushing awkwardly replied, "I just accidentally angered a little thing deep in the cavern. She's about to start a riot." At that moment, a furious voice came from the cave entrance. "I'm going to kill him. Kill that bug." The monsters behind continued their relentless pursuit. After a period of fleeing, the group finally escaped to the surface, carrying 3 large bags of mithril ore. Fortunately, these exotic beasts do not leap out of the ground, and thankfully, there were so many of them that they crowded and slowed each other down. Otherwise, they would have caught up to us. Looking at the pairs of red eyes at the cave entrance, Hao Puyin asked, "What are these things? How could they cause such a massive uproar?" Lushing wasn't very clear about these monsters either, but he told Hao Puyin, "Don't worry about it. Let's head back to the military district first. We've made a significant haul, so we need to upgrade our equipment." After the group left, Lushing looked back towards the depths of the cavern again. Being tricked by a bug, I would be angry too. Someday, when that bug crawls in front of you again and then delivers a deadly blow, I guess you'll be even angrier. Soon, the group arrived at the headquarters of the Eastern Military Region. Seeing the mountainous pile of mithril, everyone was astonished and envious of Hao Puyin's team's incredible luck. They had only been inside for a few days and had discovered a mithril mine, not only in great quantity, but also of high purity, truly a fortune. During the envious comments, the bald trio couldn't help but smile broadly. At that moment, a knowledgeable guy came out and said, "This isn't just about luck." He reminded everyone of the license plate number of the car they had just seen. That license plate was no ordinary one in the military district, for it belonged to a top general's vehicle. Hearing this, everyone was speechless with shock. Could it be that the unfamiliar young man they saw earlier was a top-rate Grandmaster? The knowledgeable guy sighed helplessly. "We all misjudged. He's a real big shot. If I could cling to such coattails, I could skyrocket in place." Saying this, his eyes nearly teared up 2 tons of water, regretting his earlier lack of eloquence and missing out on this 12-star top great Grandmaster. Hearing the discussion, the bald man came out to explain. Although Lord Lu appears to have 12-star combat power, that's not his full strength. I believe Lord Lushing's current strength must be at least 20 stars minimum. After all, who else in the military district could instantly kill dozens of great Grandmaster-level fighters with one move? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. It's hard to imagine this is true, but if it is, it makes them even more upset. They had the chance to meet him just now, but missed it. 2 minutes later, the group arrived back at Lushing's residence. Lushing asked Hao Puyin to take the mithril for accounting first, and to take their share. Hao Puyin immediately said okay. After handling everything, Lushing slowly lay down on the bed, ready to do the most important thing. 2 seconds later, Lushing entered the dream space to immediately inquire. He needed to figure out today what exactly was at the depths of the cavern. The next moment, several information panels swiftly appeared. At this moment, Lushing was incredibly shocked. What's going on? It turns out that the Abyssal Rift is connected to the second battlefield. The Abyssal Rift, as explained in the Spark project, is a spatial crack formed when 2 worlds overlap and collide, and each crack is different. If the crack is relatively intact, a twisted gray zone forms inside. This zone can accommodate the arrival of top fighters from another world. As mentioned in the data as the gray zone of the second battlefield, 2 different planes, different times, and even different universes, due to some reasons, accidentally collide and overlap. So, is this the real source of the exotic beast invasion? But clearly, the world of the exotic beast is much stronger than ours. Because of the significant gap in strength, the exotic beasts from another world can easily invade ours. In contrast, it is exceptionally difficult for us to reach the other world. No wonder I absorbed so many zombie memories, but had none about this. The scenes of level 10 and 11 fighters are very rare, like high-level experts such as Wong here only heard of. It turns out they all went to the second battlefield to combat powerful monsters from another world. Countless strong individuals keep entering the battlefield, and the exotic beasts also grow stronger over time. Thus, the main conflict of the martial arts world for the next 10,000 years will be this. The intensity of anxiety between 2 civilizations depends entirely on the clash between the top fighters of both civilizations. However, the exotic beasts won in the end. Therefore, humanity is pouring all its resources to try to produce a level 12 fighter, which led to the creation of the Spark project. But can a martial arts level 12 really have a chance to win the battle of the second battlefield or maintain an advantage? Lushing feels it's also difficult. After all, you need at least level 10 to qualify to enter the second battlefield. In my 300 years of martial arts, the second battlefield has not yet been developed, so all this seems not very related to me. That's not right. If I reach level 11 or even 12 within 300 years of martial arts, couldn't I go through the Abyssal Rift and crush every top fighter from another world one by one? As he spoke, a golden beam of light enveloped Lu Xing's entire body. At that moment, it seemed like the whole world was glowing. Lu Xing incredulously looked at his hands, not expecting to have broken through unconsciously. Could it be because his goal was now completely clear? It seems this idea is feasible. I must strive to quickly advance to level 12, then enter the second battlefield, invade the other world, and resolve this catastrophe at its root. I cannot allow this war to drag on for 10,000 years, setting a crisis of civilization's downfall, and definitively by my hand Lu Xing, in 300 years of martial arts. Just then, the butler and the maid came slowly with cups of tea, presenting it as a special gift from Butler Wang, Ling Chuan Long Jing tea. Just by its color, it exuded a faint greenish hue. As Lu Xing slowly took a sip, he unexpectedly discovered that the tea contained a peculiar power. He never thought he'd reach a day when people would bring him specially provided tea. The next moment, Butler Wang clapped his hands and said, "The custom level 7 spear you ordered has been crafted. Please have a look." Seeing this, Lu Xing summoned the spear through the air. Very nice. Not just an ordinary level 7 weapon. It feels almost like level 8. I am very satisfied. After speaking, Lu Xing mentioned that he had brought back a lot of mithril these past few days and asked Butler Wang to craft another weapon. Also, he reminded the butler that there would be guests later and to remember to prepare some dishes. As the two just stepped out the door, the butler said to Li Dai, "It seems you're quite lucky to meet someone like Lord Lu." Hearing this, the girl blushed. The butler continued, "Work hard and don't let down Lord Lu's trust in you. You might have a chance to stand out in the future." Hearing the butler's words, the girl seemed to understand some hint, and her face flushed as if about to fly. While Li Dai was lost in thought, a figure in a black robe appeared behind her. "Li Dai, don't be nervous. I'm an old comrade in arms of your parents. I even held you when you were little. You're working with Lu Xing now, aren't you? Interested in a chat?" Hearing it was the weird uncle who held her as a child, Li Dai hesitated for 2 seconds before agreeing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dong Qingxue was picking someone up at the station in District 3. Just then, a man with yellow hair, seeing such a beauty, walked over to hit on her. "Wow, look at that curvy figure, and that cool, beautiful face really matches my taste," he said, approaching Dong Qingxue, asking which division she was from. Dong Qingxue noticed the insignia on his shoulder indicating he was a 7-star general. Immediately, she saluted him, reporting, "I am Colonel Dong Qingxue under Major General Yufei of the 1182nd Division in the 9th War Zone." Yellow Hair said he didn't know Yufei, but he knew a general from the 9th War Zone and asked Dong Qingxue to have dinner with him that evening and to invite their general as well. Hearing this, Dong Qingxue immediately responded that she was waiting for someone and already had plans for the evening. Yellow Hair was displeased and demanded that Dong Qingxue cancel her plans. Dong Qingxue said she couldn't cancel as the person she was meeting would be upset. Yellow Hair sneered, "Then let him come too. I'm quite interested to see whose anger in District 3 would have more severe consequences than mine." Just then, a hand was placed on Yellow Hair's shoulder. The next moment, Yellow Hair was choked by a man, nearly unable to breathe. The man disdainfully said, "Is this all the strength a general from the Eastern Military Region has?" At that moment, Dong Qingxue shouted, and he stopped. "Sis, long time no see. Didn't expect you to get even cuter. Now that you're here, I'll head back first. You're still the same, so distant. Ha ha ha. Alright then, go back and tell all the experts in your Eastern Military Region that Dong Qingyi is here." Meanwhile, Lu Xing was taken by Qin Xiaojun to a bar for drinks. You say Dong Qingxue went to District 3 to pick someone up? So she missed the gathering because of this. However, hearing this, Lu Xing's mind was filled with questions about who exactly Dong Qingxue had gone to pick up and who needed her personal attention. Seeing Lu Xing's confusion, Qin Xiaojun immediately said she was picking up her brother, her half-brother to be precise, Dong Qingyi. This Dong Qingyi is no small deal. Just like you, a demonic-level martial arts genius, the most favored disciple of the Transcendence Martial Saint, practically his successor. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing simply responded, "That is indeed quite impressive." Seeing Lu Xing's reaction, Qin Xiaojun burst out laughing because he could tell from Lu Xing's calm demeanor that Lu Xing really wasn't concerned about Dong Qingyi. "Lu Xing, I know you're young with a combat level of 12 stars, naturally talented and successful, but let me tell you, don't take it lightly. Dong Qingyi is not ordinary. Being a successor to the martial saint is not as simple as you think. Not only that, Dong Qingxue also has another brother named Dong Padian, who is ranked first on the General Star list in the Central Military Region with a combat power of 27 stars, known as Dong Emperor of the Central Region. That's more than double your strength. Think about what that means. Also, Instructor Dong's brother is that Dong Emperor of the Central Region? That's quite interesting." Seeing Lu Xing's puzzled expression, Qin Xiaojun patted Lu Xing's shoulder to reassure him. "How about that? Breaking a sweat yet? So, if you're thinking about pursuing Dong Qingxue, you definitely have to get past her brothers. It's a rough path ahead. Young man, take care." Hearing this, Lu Xing's face suddenly turned red. "Who said I was chasing Dong Qingxue?" Seeing Lu Xing's stuttering reply, Qin Xiaojun shouted, "You're a grown man. Why be so secretive? Besides, Dong Qingxue isn't playing coy with me." Hearing this, Lu Xing asked in surprise, "What did you say?" What did Dong Qingxue admit to you? Seeing Lu Xing's expression, Qin Xiaojun didn't forget to tease, getting agitated. Gotcha. Lu Xing, I know your martial arts are strong, but when it comes to romance, you're a rookie. I can see right through you. Lu Xing admitted Qin Xiaojun was right and asked, what exactly did Instructor Dong admit to you? Qin Xiaojun laughed and said, what do you want her to admit? All right, I'll stop teasing. She definitely has feelings for you. He pointed at Lu Xing and continued, you kid. The last time she asked you out for a meal, she probably wanted to talk about this, but you stood her up. Nice going. Lu Xing blushed. So that was it. However, Qin Xiaojun told Lu Xing not to worry too much. According to Qin Xiaojun's understanding, once Dong Qingxue is set on something, it's generally hard to change her mind. So, the key is still to get past her two brothers, Dong Xingyi and Dong Padian. Just then, two men walked in and said he's too strong. This Dong Xingyi, on his first day in our eastern military region, he defeated the top-ranked Sun Hanyu and the second-ranked Ji Sun on the general star list, slaying both masters. Who else can match him? It's said that his emergence this time is to fight his way through the 4 major military regions to prove his martial arts are invincible and to pursue the path of the saint. Martial saint is really exaggerating. There are countless experts in the military district. Surely someone can handle him. Qin Xiaojun hadn't expected Dong Xingyi to start making moves already. With the Eastern Regional Tournament imminent, this guy actually chose this critical moment to issue challenges. How arrogant the martial saint's name really carries weight. The military district probably can't do much about him. So Lu Xing, you need to be careful. Dong Xingyi claims he's going to sweep through the East, going down the rankings list, and it'll be your turn soon. Plus, with your connection to Dong Qingxue, you're definitely going to get special attention. However, Lu Xing's expression remained unchanged. He simply asked, what's the relationship between Dong Qingxue and her brother? Qin Xiaojun thought Lu Xing was considering using his relationship with Dong Qingxue to get Dong Xingyi to skip him. But Lu Xing explained that Dong Xingyi's visit was likely intended as an opportunity to cultivate his invincible spirit in preparation for his future assault on the martial saint title, which is very important for his martial path. And since he's Dong Qingxue's brother, at the end of the day, he's basically a big brother-in-law. And then, what do you plan to do? If he encounters me, he will surely be subdued by me. If his invincible momentum hasn't yet started, and I disrupt his mindset, naturally his path in martial arts will become uncertain. Dong Xingyi will regard me as a mortal enemy, and it will certainly be difficult for Instructor Dong being caught between me and him. In the future, adding Dong Padi into the mix, if I incapacitate both her brothers, our relationship might become very strained. It's really tough for me. At this moment, Qin Xiaojun was so shocked by Lu Xing's words that he immediately covered his mouth and burst into laughter. When it comes to showing off, you're the champion, Lu Xing. I'm impressed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the military district, smoke and dust were rising. Dong Xingyi dusted off his shoulder and said, regarding those present, is this all you've got? I'm really disappointed. Dong Xingyi stands like a statue at the center, and the surrounding generals' stars are quite troubled. Even the top 10 generals' stars together can't handle him. What can be done? Just then, Dong Xingyi stopped fighting and walked straight towards Dong Qingxue. The next moment, a girl emerged from behind Dong Xingyi, and me too, Sister Qin Shui. Brother Dong has hidden his edge for 20 years, now that he has unsheathed it. Miss Lin Wanwan, coming to the military region with my second brother, you must have something important in mind. Lin Wanwan, a very ordinary name, but her mother is the well-known martial saint Lin Xingyue of the Dragon Nation. The next moment, Lin Wanwan threw herself into Dong Qingxue's arms. Of course, Sister Qin Shui, I am conducting research on exotic beast genes and need a large number of experimental samples, so I came along with Brother Dong. I was actually hoping to recruit some help here in the Eastern Military Region, but Brother Dong has already beaten everyone here. Alas, Dong Xingyi said, the people of the Eastern Military Region are all brawlers with combat strength, but no skill. They're of no use, except for that Sun Haoyu, who is somewhat capable. His name is Sun Hinyu, Dong Qingxue reminded. It's all the same. People who can't even withstand 3 of my moves aren't worth remembering, Dong Xingyi said disdainfully, preparing to head to the lower levels of the Eastern Cavern, thus needing the help of Dong Qingxue, a mind weaver. Dong Qingxue asked, which level are you planning to head to? Dong Xingyi responded, the deeper, the better, since the more powerful the exotic beast, the more valuable the genetic samples. To underestimate Wanwan's research, if successful, it could revolutionize the entire world's martial arts landscape, and my chance of becoming a martial saint might just depend on her. Touching the necklace Lu Xing gave her, Dong Qingxue remained silent for a long time and finally gritted her teeth and agreed, but on the condition that you agreed to one thing. Dong Xingyi, seeing that his sister was close to reaching the Grandmaster level, thought she was making a request related to martial arts, so he casually agreed. But Dong Qingxue said, this has nothing to do with martial arts. Are you planning to fight your way down the Eastern General Star ranking list one by one? Exactly. Although they are not challenging opponents, since I'm here, I might as well warm up. The next moment, Dong Qingxue's face blushed slightly, and she said softly, skip the 4th one. Dong Xingyi stroked his chin, trying to recall who was ranked 4th. It turns out to be that 12-star general from the 9th War Zone, Lu Xing. Saying this, Dong Xingxue flashed forward and snatched the necklace from Dong Xingxue's neck. This was given to you by him. It's imbued with a pure martial will. Seeing this, Dong Xingxue became anxious and shouted, "Give it back to me. You still have the same temper as when you were little. Can't even take a joke. But since you've mentioned him, I will honor your wish and skip him. But only for this time at the military university's demonstration. After I've fought through the 5 military regions, this young man you're fond of must be able to withstand one of my moves for me to acknowledge him and not interfere in your affairs. Otherwise, no matter how much you favor him or like him, it won't be okay. Understand?" Hearing this, Dong Xingxue was silent for a moment. Dong Sini continued, "This hurdle of mine is the easier one. Getting past Dong Padian will not be so simple. Remember the boy next door from the Qin family who wanted to chase you when you were little? Padian nearly killed him on the spot." Recalling her formidable elder brother, Dong Xingxue immediately showed a worried expression. The next moment, a pair of jade hands grabbed the distracted Dong Xingxue. "Don't worry, Sister Xingxue. When the time comes, I'll have my seniors secretly go easy on him to ensure he won't get hurt." But Dong Xingxue teased, "Lin Wanwan, if you ever fall in love one day, your boyfriend will have it even harder. Your mom is a martial saint, and you have a bunch of martial arts dominating brothers." But Lin Wanwan confidently shook her head. "My mom listens to me, and my brothers listen to my mom. So what do I have to worry about?" Saying this, Dong Xingxue prepared to set off again. He planned to sweep through the high-ranked fighters on the Eastern General's star list within the next 2 days, and then delve deep into the cavern. As for Lu Xing, old man, I've got my eye on you. On the other side, Lu Xing once again entered the dream world. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now he realized that the people around Dong Xingxue were indeed masters, one a 5-star, another a 6-star. Dong Xingxue was manageable, but Dong Padian was a level 9 martial saint. However, this would be over 100 years later. Staying at the great Grandmaster level for 100 years isn't unusual. Even so, it could still be considered prodigious talent. Just a martial saint. The martial saints that have emerged over 10,000 years of martial arts are too many. The 3 existing martial saints of Dragon Nation couldn't even register in 3,000 years of martial arts, let alone a mere Dong Padian. Dong Xingxue. To say I don't like her would be a lie. Youthful admiration. Over 90% of males during their youth have had a crush on one of their teachers at some point. Hormones and admiration together secretly plant a seed in their naive hearts. Of course, most of these seeds die before they can sprout. This subtle emotion, washed away by time, grasping it might just be fate. Lu Xing's admiration for Dong Xingxue probably started from the moment he saw the spouse column. I might as well train well now, and after waking up, go earn some milk money. If Dong Xingxue shows up, at worst I'll just go easy on him and use a few extra moves to defeat him. But then I think about my poor acting skills. It would be bad if it got noticed. Future big brother-in-law. We'll see each other often, so a little face must be given. 3 days later, Lu Xing was looking at the directory of girls on his phone. He decided not to disturb those like Yang Yuan and Jing Dandan, who were not in the spouse column anymore. As for Yailingsu, Lu Xing hadn't been in touch for a long time. She was, after all, one of his future wives, and he felt he should check in. He sent a message saying, "Are you there?" Soon after, Yailingsu replied that she was just about to update Lu Xing about the recent activities at Lungxing Pharma. The next moment, 314 messages bombarded him, leaving Lu Xing bewildered. Can I really marry someone like this? Won't she report to me about work even when we're trying to make babies? Unable to continue the conversation, Lu Xing sent a message of concern, which unexpectedly caused Yailingsu's endocrine system to go out of balance. The idea that the vampire Lu could say something nice surprised her. Then messages came again. She actually didn't believe it was Lu Xing himself texting and asked whoever found the phone to return it to Lu Xing. Seeing this, Lu Xing didn't bother to explain any further, as it would only make things worse. It was odd. Why hadn't Dong Xingyi come to challenge him yet? He then checked the internal web on his phone and saw the headline news. Dong Xingyi, except for Sun Hanyu, the head of the 7 luminaries, he defeated everyone else in one move. He had fought everyone else, but hadn't come to challenge Lu Xing, ranked 4th. Interesting. Was he intentionally skipping him? Was this a favor? Lu Xing thought it must be because of Dong Xingxue. He hadn't expected to actually feel the sensation of being kept by a woman. Since you're giving face to your sister, I'll give face to my wife. If you don't bother me, I won't bother you, Lu Xing resolved, planning another trip to the cavern. After all, crafting equipment requires money, and so do a future wife and kids. He asked Li Dai to pack up some things, ready for a mission. Meanwhile, deep in the cavern, Lin Wanwan was holding herself, feeling cold. Dong Xingyi teased, if you'd spend a little more effort on martial arts, you wouldn't be feeling cold. Such good genes, truly wasted. Lin Wanwan stated, not everyone has to pursue martial arts. Saying this, she lit up the big Buddha pendant on her neck. Now I'm not cold anymore. She passed another one to Dong Xingxue. Dong Xingyi commented, this is similar to the thing that little guy Lu Xing gave you, but the value is worlds apart. The martial saint will insight it cannot compare. I think this one is much better. You mainly help with investigating the rift. As for all the exotic beasts, I will handle them. Lushing went back to the double S level cavern to earn milk money, since his last entry was at night. During the day, it felt slightly better visually, less eerie and creepy. However, fear comes from being weak. When you're strong enough, any mythical creatures in front of you are just illusions. They are all just a punch away from being shattered. Saying this, Lushing leaped down. It's unknown if that ugly thing in the cavern is still there, or if that thing only exists in this double A-level cavern, or covers every cavern. It's not that Lushing is afraid of it. After last time's probe, he knew the other party was just a paper tiger. Even if it's now stronger than him, across the rift, it can't do much. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to lure Lushing in to make a move. However, if he encounters it again this time, best to retreat early. Meanwhile, on the other side, with the god of slaughter Dong Xingyi present, there was no hindrance along the way. After Dong Xingyi slaughtered all the exotic beasts on this level, it was Dong Xingshua's turn to act. Her eyes emitted a purple glow, and a stream of purple psychic energy slowly emerged from her, instantly bringing the surroundings into her view. Alright, there are no more exotic beasts around. We can start collecting now. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan put on her mask and gloves, ready to extract blood from the exotic beasts. This is a special material syringe that can even pierce through and draw blood from powerful level 7 exotic beasts. The blood sample is so potent, worthy of a level 7 exotic beast. Seeing this, Dong Xingyi spoke up. The true power of a martial artist lies in the physical body, every part of which is the best weapon, unlike those trash general stars you talk about. Saying this, he once again struck a pose and turned around. I practice with cold weapons to pursue the ultimate in skill, to break through the peak of bodily functions if it weren't for the need to speed up. I wouldn't even deign to use a knife, given that the blood of these beasts is too dirty. Seeing Dong Xingyi continually bragging about himself, Dong Xingshua said impatiently, either help with the collection or shut up. No one likes to hear you bragging. Hearing this, Dong Xingyi pouted arrogantly. Why do everyone else's sisters adore and cling to their brothers, and my sister is so aloof? Logically, Dong Xingshua should be happy seeing her invincible brother, but the thought of Lushing possibly being beaten by him made her irritable and unreasonably angry. Watching her brother dance ahead, Dong Xingshua had a bold idea. The next moment, a rift appeared in front of Dong Xingyi, startling him. Dong Xingshua, there's a rift here. Why didn't you warn me? If it weren't for my martial intuition, I would have been done for. Dong Xingshua said, holding back a smirk, sorry, I didn't see it just now, and such a small rift wouldn't kill you even if you ran into it directly. At most, you'd get seriously injured. As soon as she finished speaking, Dong Xingyi looked at Dong Xingshua incredulously. Is this really my sister? Saying this, he turned arrogantly again. Don't do this again next time. This could be deadly. However, during the subsequent fight, Dong Xingyi nearly ran into the rift several times. This forced him to shout angrily, Dong Xingshua, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? But Dong Xingshua still crossed her arms and grinned, saying, I didn't see it just now. Dong Xingyi, infuriated and feeling betrayed, yelled, you're lying. You clearly did it on purpose. You insisted I go this way. Really? I truly didn't see it, sorry. I'll be more careful next time. At this point, even Dong Xingyi started to find his scheming sister somewhat terrifying. She hasn't even married yet, and she's already turning her back on her family, even setting up her own brother. What would happen if she really got married? Even Lin Wanwan started giving Dong Xingyi sympathetic looks, advising him to take extra care of himself. Dong Xingyi haughtily told Lin Wanwan to never be like Dong Xingshua. This woman's heart has turned black now. This comment made Dong Xingshua feel a bit embarrassed. Alright, consider it a punishment passed. Let's get back to work properly now. Soon, the group reached the 34th level to fight. Dong Xingyi continued to clear obstacles with ease as usual, but then, a rift appeared again in front of him. Damn, not again. This time, the rift was like a fleeting shadow, elusive even as Dong Xingyi dodged swiftly. It still grazed him. This made the usually sister-doting Dong Xingyi roar in anger, truly furious this time. Even jokes have their limits, and this time it actually hurt him, and this place was a habitat for level 8 exotic beasts. If he got injured, none of the three of them would be able to get out. Dong Xingshua still claimed, I didn't see it just now. This infuriated Dong Xingyi even more, causing him to explode with rage. However, this time Dong Xingshua's expression was very serious, showing no hint of joking. She solemnly said, this time I really didn't see it. This rift just appeared suddenly. It wasn't here in this space before. This is a bit troublesome. As soon as she finished speaking, the other two were stunned. Dong Xingshua looked at them puzzled. Why are you looking at me so strangely? Sister Xingshua, you just said this time you really didn't see it, which means before you. Dong Xingyi then let out a painful wail. My own sister. My own sister was actually trying to kill me. This is just too tragic. Seeing this, Dong Xingshua told them to stop talking nonsense. The situation is serious now. New rifts keep appearing in the cavern, usually a sign that a riot is about to occur. Dong Xingshua suggested that the three of them should leave as soon as possible. After all, a riot in a double S-level cavern is not something to take lightly. Lin Wanwan said, we're still a few samples short of completion. It would be a pity to leave now. It's okay. Wanwan, let's continue. Dong Xingshua, I can't believe a word you say anymore. Meanwhile, on another side, Lu Xing was on the 35th level of the S-level cavern. Lu Xing was yawning as he fought monsters, carrying a device that absorbed beast marrow fluid, fighting and absorbing at the same time. Just then, Lu Xing felt a sudden unease. What's going on? I feel restless. His immortal cells were sending him strange signals. These things, resembling little tadpoles, were his immortal cells. Whenever such signals occurred, it meant that he or someone important around him was in danger. But who could it be? Immediately, Lu Xing activated his psychic perception. Martial arts cultivation can continually unearth incredible treasures within the human body, and predicting good and bad fortune is a minor mystical power in martial arts. Crisis perception can avoid stepping into dangerous situations or encountering opponents that cannot be resisted. Lu Xing's 3 immortal cells are greatly enhancing this ability. Important people to Lu Xing include his parents, Sister Dong Xingxue, Instructor Qin, Lu Qiming, and many others, too many. This vague feeling makes it impossible for him to pinpoint the source. Does he need to check on each one? But the key issue is, cell phone signals don't reach out of the cavern. He just hopes it's not too far away. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rush there in time. Saying this, Lu Xing leapt up and flew inside. Since the dense gold mine was just ahead, he needed to quickly retrieve it and leave. Soon, golden crystals began to appear on the ground, emerging in front of Lu Xing. Since psychic power couldn't detect anyone, it meant that evil grandmasters in this cavern were few. Indeed, not every cavern is interconnected. Speaking, Lu Xing raised his spear and swung it, causing the walls to explode, and instantly dozens of dense gold pieces fell to the ground. Just then, an exotic beast suddenly appeared behind Lu Xing, ready to ambush him. Lu Xing shouted coldly, "Don't bother me," and then swung a reverse strike with his spear. A level 8 demonic beast was killed instantly. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of people were harvesting the body of an exotic beast. What was that sound? A strong smell of blood is drifting over here. Is it an exotic beast or a person? Someone said, wanting to check it out. On another side, a man had just slain a level 8 exotic beast, but he was still unhappy. Dong Xing, he can be that strong. His strength isn't much greater than mine, but why can't I even block a single one of his moves? Puzzled, he kicked an exotic beast away again. I should be happy about taking down a level 8 exotic beast by myself today. So why am I still so irritated? I really hate this. The next moment, a massive explosion startled him. Damn, who's making all this noise? Don't they know I'm in a really bad mood? Just wait, you've messed with the wrong guy. As Lu Xing mined, the quantity of dense gold, or here, was still considerable. Soon, several exotic beasts flew towards Lu Xing from behind. The next moment, a burst of energy instantly severed the heads of 3 exotic beasts. With all this dense gold attracting exotic beasts, I should dig just a bit more, and then that's enough. After all, I don't have any labors this time. I'll have to carry it back slowly myself. Just then, Lu Xing's heart suddenly felt as if it was being tightly squeezed. This sensation usually meant that someone important to him was about to face a crisis, and now it was exceptionally strong. It looks like there's no time to gather more dense gold. Saying this, Lu Xing turned and left, only taking a convenient piece with him. The rest of the dense gold had to be left behind. Just then, a large group of people appeared in front of Lu Xing. These are dense gold. Oh my god, so much dense gold. This guy has found a dense gold vein. Everyone come and see. But Lu Xing slowly walked away, not in the mood to deal with these people. This feeling was like the stray dogs that used to follow him when he carried takeout home. Lu Xing spoke sternly, "The rest of this is all yours. Now clear the way for me." A bald man with a sly smile said, "You must be joking. You know the noise from your mining has been huge. Dense gold attracts exotic beasts, don't you know? Now there might be countless exotic beasts drawn here. How are we supposed to mine the rest? Why not share that piece in your hand with us, so we can all safely leave together?" Lu Xing, angered, stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "What did you say? Say that again." Unexpectedly, his intensity made everyone tighten up. Just then, another man appeared. "Was that you making that noise just now?" "He is. This man is Ji Sun." Seeing a group of people nodding and bowing, Ji Sun's proud demeanor resurfaced. "You know who I am. You're joking. General Star overall 2nd rank. Who in the Eastern Military Region doesn't know you?" Seeing this, Lu Xing slowly opened his mouth. "Then do you know who I am? What are you?" "I don't know who you are, nor do I need to. I only know you just disturbed me, and I'm in a really bad mood right now. Either leave all the dense gold or stay here with it." Seeing this, the crowd hastily retreated, afraid of being caught in the fray. Let's watch Ji Sun's performance now. Hopefully, he leaves us some scraps. The next moment, Lu Xing dropped the dense gold he was holding onto the ground. Seeing this, Ji Sun mockingly jeered, You do know what's good for you? Then I will," before he could finish. Lu Xing interrupted, "Are all your martial intuitions for decoration? Why can't you feel it? I'm really in a hurry and very irritated." As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged from Lu Xing. The terrifying aura made Ji Sun retreat repeatedly. "Since you so wish to die, I'll oblige you." What followed was a devastating burst of energy from behind Lu Xing. This spectacle blinded everyone's titanium alloy dog eyes, and Ji Sun couldn't believe that the young man he was mocking just moments ago had suddenly transformed into a war god. On the other side, The situation for Dong Qingxue was also not optimistic. Dong Qingxue stated that they really couldn't go any further, as they were already more than 30 levels deep, and this rift had just appeared. Lin Wanwan also agreed. Moreover, I've almost collected all my samples. She then suggested to Dong Xingyi that they prepare to head back. However, at that moment, Dong Xingyi seemed indifferent to their conversation, calmly staring ahead with a vacant gaze. It wasn't until Dong Xingxue tapped his shoulder that Dong Xingyi snapped out of it, then said he had been lost in thought and hadn't heard clearly, asking them to repeat. However, upon hearing Dong Xingxue's suggestion to return, he objected, stating that the journey had proved there was no cavern riot, as Dong Xingxue had previously described. He ignored Dong Xingxue's advice and continued forward. Enough, Dong Xingxue. Your job is just a scout. I will naturally handle any exotic beasts. Who do you think you are? Don't use your mayor's 6th level martial arts skills to guess my limits. Even if there really was a riot in the cavern, I have the ability to get us out. With that said, Dong Xingxue felt it inappropriate to say more. Lin Wanwan stepped forward and said, Brother Dong, that's harsh. Sister Dong Xingxue is just worried about our safety. Hearing this, Dong Xingyi's expression turned grave. If she really cared about me, she wouldn't have done what she did before. We still need a few more samples from level 8 exotic beasts. Let's continue down until we've collected enough to return. Also, I can feel that my opportunity to break through to Martial Saint is inside. Saying this, he forcefully grabbed Lin Wanwan's arms and shook her. We absolutely cannot fail this. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. At that moment, Dong Xingyi seemed possessed, his eyes bloodshot, and his breathing heavy. As soon as he finished speaking, he stormed off towards the cavern entrance again. This left Lin Wanwan so shocked that her endocrine system went out of balance, and she turned back to comfort Dong Xingxue. But Dong Xingxue said she wasn't upset. Having grown up together as siblings, she naturally wouldn't mind such things. She just felt that there was something wrong with Dong Xingyi at that moment. Have you noticed that Dong Xingyi seems terrifying now? My psychic perception detects that his state is a bit abnormal. For instance, when we first entered the cavern, Dong Xingyi wouldn't stray more than 5 meters from us. And now we're at the 34th level, which is more than 10 times more dangerous than when we entered. Now there's quite a distance between us, but he hasn't even noticed that we aren't following. So Dong Xingxue has speculated that there must be something affecting Dong Xingyi's mind, making him want to keep moving deeper into the cavern. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Xing was choking Ji Sun, leaving him half dead and foaming at the mouth. Following that, with a downward swing of Lu Xing's hand, the scene frightened the bald man who had not expected Ji Sun, the formidable and undefeated second rank of the military region, to be beaten senseless by an unknown, mysterious young man, his life and death uncertain. If this news were to spread, it would certainly shock the entire eastern military region. While the bald man was still stunned, Lu Xing had already approached him. The bald man thought Lu Xing was going to attack him and quickly knelt down begging for mercy. Don't kill us, please. We were wrong, sir. We were wrong. As soon as he spoke, the bald man felt a warm current flowing under his feet. Now that the communication devices are damaged, if we die here, it won't be half a day before we turn into exotic beast dung. Are we going to stay here forever? I don't want to die. Seeing the bald man's pathetic state, Lu Xing didn't plan to kill him, just stating that he wasn't a villain, and his anger had mostly subsided. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man's hanging heart finally fell. Thank goodness we made it through. As the bald man was just about to look up and clasp his hands in thanks, a sword light flashed past his ear. Before he could react, his ear had parted ways with him. The bald man clutched his ear, screaming in pain, enveloped by a death-like terror. He hadn't expected the young man before him to be so terrifying. Lu Xing approached him slowly, whispering, "Remember my face. Be afraid of me the next time we meet." Although Lu Xing didn't intend to kill everyone, this bald man, the biggest troublemaker, needed to be taught a lesson. Speaking the harshest words in the gentlest tone scared the bald man into wetting himself twice more as he hurriedly nodded in understanding. But in reality, his eyes were already filled with hatred. Now full of hatred, the image of Lu Xing was seared into his heart. The next moment, his eyes sharpened as if he had realized something. I remember now. He is Lu Xing, the 4th-ranked General Star, the recently risen top contender of the 9th War Zone, with a combat power of 12.5 stars. No, wait, the others also started to realize something. Since Lu Xing had taken down the 2nd-ranked Ji Sun with just one move, how could he only have 12.5 stars? Think about it. Dong Xingyi defeated Ji Sun with one move, and so did Lu Xing. No wonder Dong Xingyi beat up all the top 10 General Stars, except for him. It turns out these two are on the same level of strength. Dong Xingyi's days of flaunting his power in our eastern military region are definitely numbered. After Lu Xing left, people slowly began to look towards Ji Sun in front. Seeing Ji Sun motionless, they thought he was slapped to death. However, after an examination by Purple Hair, it was discovered that Lord Lu had held back. The slap was a few inches off target, merely brushing past the heart, luckily causing no fatal injury. At this moment, Ji Sun slowly opened his eyes, puzzled that he was not yet dead. However, he no longer felt resentment, only confusion and bewilderment in his eyes. He wondered why Lushing and Dong Xingyi were so powerful. Even though he was also at level 8, yet in their presence, he felt as insignificant as an ant. On the other side, Lushing hurriedly walked towards the exit, silently reproaching himself. He had still been too soft-hearted, unable to kill as ruthlessly as Gu Xian. But just then, Lusheng's heartbeat accelerated again, the uneasy signals growing stronger. He could no longer afford any delay. Who could be in danger? The thought caused unease to rise in Lusheng's mind. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan was pulling Dong Xingyi, indicating they could no longer proceed downward or the situation would become perilous. However, Dong Xingyi, now under demonic influence, pushed Lin Wanwan away abruptly. Wanwan, don't meddle. Seeing this, my wife Dong Xingxue immediately deployed mental interference, trying to pull Dong Xingyi back. Several strong, thunderous psychic powers flew towards him. But just as they were about 3 centimeters from Dong Xingyi, a protective barrier formed behind him, blocking all attacks. In the next moment, Dong Xingyi turned around and coldly said, Dong Xingxue, do you really want to die? Dong Xingxue faced Dong Xingyi directly, stating, now that Wanwan's collection is complete, we should also go back. Lin Wanwan also chimed in, we shouldn't stay here any longer. Hearing this, Dong Xingyi hesitated for a moment, then continued to look forward, allowing the 2 women to go back by themselves. He chose to continue forward. I really want to see what is at the innermost location, something there seems to be calling me. Perhaps it is the ultimate martial path that I have been tirelessly seeking. Dong Xingyi seemed to have completely lost his sanity. This scene infuriated Dong Xingxue, who cursed, you've been bewitched. Dong Xingyi, there's nothing inside, don't be foolish, there's only a path to death. Even if the ultimate martial path is real, it won't be in a cave. But Dong Xingyi persisted, stating, there must be my martial path inside. Saying this, he emitted a strange aura, completely ignoring the persuasions of the 2 women, and continued walking forward. Now Dong Xingyi had completely succumbed to the demonic influence, and the 2 women began to panic, but were utterly unable to stop Dong Xingyi's steps. Moreover, going back for help was unrealistic. With their strength, they simply couldn't leave this place. The only thing Dong Xingxue could do was to wake up this foolish brother. Saying this, the 2 women took a brisk step forward. They could no longer allow Dong Xingyi to continue, or they would all die. Subsequently, Dong Xingxue sent a psychic flying knife forward, which instantly cut through a giant rock in front, causing it to fall and block Dong Xingyi's path. Immediately afterward, Lin Wanwan leaped in front of Dong Xingyi, spreading her arms to stop him. She told her brother Dong, if you don't come back, I will go back and tell my mom, then let her punish you. But unexpectedly, Dong Xingyi ignored her, stepping directly over Lin Wanwan, and even kicked a giant rock in front of him, flying with one kick. Whatever, Lin Xingyue's path can only achieve success for herself, not for me. My path lies ahead. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan felt that this time they were truly doomed. Normally, Dong Xingyi was most afraid of his mother, and now that even this had no effect, it seemed he was truly mad. Then she looked at Dong Xingxue. Can we only watch him leave? Dong Xingxue frowned, hesitated for a moment, as if making a difficult decision, and then said to Lin Wanwan, I still have one way. After saying this, she briskly stepped forward again towards Dong Xingyi. In the next moment, Dong Xingxue hugged Dong Xingyi and cried out, Second brother, don't go forward anymore. You really not want your little Shui anymore? Second brother, do you not recognize me? I'm little Shui. Indeed, Dong Xingxue acting spoiled worked effectively on her siskin second brother. Soon, the redness in Dong Xingyi's eyes gradually faded, and his sanity was gradually returning. Second brother, this place is deep within the cavern, full of dangers. Let's go back, shall we? Moreover, the mission of Transcendence Martial Saint's only daughter, Lin Wanwan, has been completed, so let's not go any further. 1 second brother brought back his sanity, 2 second brothers made him instantly alert, and 3 second brothers got him extremely excited. Since his sister became an adult, she had hardly ever called him the second brother or acted spoiled in front of him. Therefore, for his sister, he couldn't continue to sink. Subsequently, Dong Xingyi shook his head vigorously, trying hard to stay alert. Dong Xingxue clung to Dong Xingyi, sweetly saying, we need you to escort us back. Hearing this, Dong Xingyi slapped his forehead, angrily saying, damn it, what was I thinking? How could I have brought you here? I was just like, before he could finish speaking, the consciousness of Dong Xingyi, which had just awakened, succumbed once again, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. There is something I extremely desire ahead, so I cannot go back. In the next moment, a flame barrier slowly emerged around his body, and then he directly flung Dong Xingxue away. Dong Xingxue desperately cried out, second brother, but this power was beyond her ability to resist. In the direction Dong Xingxue was thrown, an exotic beast opened its small cherry mouth and slowly approached. In the next moment, this exotic beast swallowed Dong Xingxue whole, then dived back into the ground after eating her. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan panicked, yelling, Sister Xingxue and Dong Xingyi, standing by and watching Dong Xingxue being eaten by the exotic beast, instantly regained his sanity, and he roared madly, Xingxue, on the other side. The unease in Lusheng's heart grew stronger. Soon, the gust of wind burst forth at the entrance, and Lusheng rushed out of the ground at top speed. The moment he surfaced, Lusheng's whole body jolted, a feeling of loss washed over him again. At that moment, something very important to Lu Xing was rapidly slipping away. Lu Xing shouted, "Not good." The immortal cells quieted down, no longer sending signals, which was even more dangerous. Saying this, Lu Xing immediately called his mother, and as the phone connected, he quickly asked about the situation at home. After confirming everything was fine, Lu Xing called his sister to ensure her safety. After ruling out a few people, Lu Xing next called Dong Xingxue, but the phone went unanswered for a long time. Could it be that something happened to her? However, it's common for phones to be turned off in the military area, as signals often can't reach places like caverns. It might not necessarily mean something has happened. In the next moment, Qin Xiaojun called. As Lu Xing answered, a hurried voice came from the other end. "Lu Xing, come back quickly. Something has happened to Dong Xingxue." They entered an SS-grade cavern fracture that erupted in a riot, and it's the highest level, level 10. Knowing that Dong Xingxue was in the 7th war zone, a pale yellow immortal aura slowly appeared around Lu Xing, and then he took a brisk step forward, flying ahead. At this moment, Lu Xing, like a missile, traveled at the fastest speed he had ever achieved in his life. "Dong Xingxue, you must wait for me. You must. You must." The troops were surrounding the SS-grade cavern near the 7th war zone, and they also immediately sought help from the 6th and 8th war zones. A level 10 riot had erupted here, and who knew how much damage it would cause? An officer learned from the data that there were still 8 teams inside the cavern, including Transcendence Martial Saint's only daughter Lan Wanwan and her 3rd disciple Dong Xingxue, who had not yet returned, which was very troubling. The superior on the phone stated that now all authority over the 7th war zone was being transferred to this soldier, instructing him to gather all available teams to go down and search for the 2. If anything untoward happened, the military department could not withstand the wrath of Transcendence Martial Saint. The heavy command forced the soldier to accept it reluctantly. He immediately gathered strong individuals, preparing to go down and search for them. First, send down Team 1, then Team 2 will continue to assemble later. Just then, a man behind him noticed Dong Xingxue fighting below in the cavern. Dong Xingxue was seen carrying Lan Wanwan as they flew out of the cavern, pursued by countless exotic beasts. "Confirm it's Dong Xingxue. Everyone follow me down to support them." Finally, after a 7-minute rescue operation, they successfully brought Dong Xingxue out. Following the 2 were 2 reptilian exotic beasts. The newly emerged Dong Xingxue had a vacant look in his eyes, showing Noel to fight. Seeing this, the officer by his side thought Dong Xingxue was scared and quickly approached to speak. "It's good you're okay. Otherwise we really would have had to force our way into the rioting cavern." However, Dong Xingxue remained indifferent. The officer continued, "Indeed, as the 3rd disciple of Transcendence Martial Saint, not only did you come out of the cavern safely, but you also managed to rescue 3 squads of Generals Star that were trapped inside." Hearing this, Dong Xingxue knelt on the ground, trembling. The officer was baffled, while Lan Wanwan came forward to comfort him. Dong Xingxue, trembling, choked up and said, "What's the use? She didn't make it out. It's my fault. I caused this." A junior quietly told the officer. There were 3 of them who went in, and 1 person hasn't come out yet. The officer roared, "What did you say? There's still someone inside. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The junior explained, "That person is a colonel from the 9th war zone, and also Dong Xingxue's younger sister." However, after hearing the junior's report, the officer relaxed because he felt that Dong Xingxue wasn't a very significant person. If she died, she died. After all, on the battlefield, who doesn't die? Even level 7 Grandmasters often fall, let alone a minor level 6 officer. Probably Dong Xingxue will get over it after some days. This could also be seen as a test of character. Just then, a loud noise came from the sky, and war god Lu Xing made a brilliant entrance. Instantly, an overwhelming intent to fight enveloped the area, causing everyone present to tremble and slowly look up. The imposing Lu Xingxue slowly said, "Where is Dong Xingxue?" As he spoke, Lu Xingxue walked forward slowly, his overwhelming fighting spirit almost solidifying. This made even the highest commander of the 7th war zone tremble. He didn't understand who this young man was, who could even make him, an 11-star general, feel chilled. Lu Xing roared again, "Where is Dong Xingxue? Come out now." Hearing the repeated shouting, Dong Xingxue gradually snapped out of his daze. Before he could fully react, a hand as big as a sandbag was already in front of him, and then he was abruptly pulled up. Lu Xing's gaze was icy as he had but Dong Xingyi, angrily demanding, "Speak up, where is Dong Xingxue?" Caught off guard by the question about Dong Xingxue, Dong Xingyi stuttered, unable to articulate a response. Behind him, Lin Wanwan broke down crying. The next moment, Lu Xing released Dong Xingyi. His body burst into flames as he shouted angrily, "Dong Xingxue in there," but failed to bring her out. "You are fully responsible for this, even if you are her brother." After speaking, Lu Xing turned and walked towards the cavern, saying coldly, "Dong Xingyi, you are so eager to prove yourself in martial arts. Wait until I bring Dong Xingxue back. I will personally cripple your martial path." Seeing this, the officer hurriedly called out to Lu Xing, "Do you have a death wish? That's an SS-grade cavern ahead with a level 10 riot. Come back." Dong Xingyi's gaze trembled as he looked toward the cavern, thinking to himself, "Is this guy Lu Xing?" Inside the exotic beast, Dong Xingxue was disgusted by the tentacle creature. Meanwhile, Lu Xing, following to rescue Dong Xingxue, was rushing towards the depths of the cavern. Suddenly, the ground surged, blocking his path. It turned out to be a level 8 throat beast emerging from underground. Seeing this, Lucian gathered golden energy in his war spear, his eyes ice cold as he shouted, "Don't get in my way." With that, the powerful exotic beast was instantly split in two. This fierce scene left those still trapped underground stunned, marveling. Who is this Lucian to be able to kill a level 8 exotic beast with one move? Meanwhile, at the entrance, the officer hadn't recovered from his shock. After all, this was a level 10 riot in an SS-grade cavern. While everyone else wanted to flee, he dared to enter, surely mad. Even the usually strong-willed Dong Xingyi felt admiration, having seen many who bravely faced death in his life. But never anyone as decisive as Lucian, who showed not even a hint of hesitation. Is he the man Dong Xingxue likes? At this moment, Lucian had gone berserk in the cavern, with countless exotic beast carcasses piling up like mountains, slain by his war spear. Just now, Lucian had quickly checked Dong Xingxue's personal information and found that her life had not yet ended, proving she was only trapped in the cavern and not dead. However, the situation could change at any moment, so he had to hurry. Dong Xingxue, wait for me. I will find you. Meanwhile, inside the exotic beast, Dong Xingxue was unconscious, but protected by an invisible force. Only when she slowly opened her eyes and gradually regained consciousness did she realize she had not died. This force came from a pendant given by Lucian, unexpectedly had saved her. She remembered that her last memory was being swallowed by a powerful exotic beast. So was this the inside of the exotic beast's stomach? Just as she got up and started walking forward, tentacles behind her quietly began to stir. The next moment, a tentacle wrapped around Dong Xingxue's ankle, and then more tentacles joined, binding her tightly. Dong Xingxue cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I'm clearly inside its stomach. How could such disgusting things grow here?" Before she could finish feeling disgusted, another, even more disgusting thing slowly approached her head, then quickly attacked. Just as it was about 3 centimeters from Dong Xingxue's forehead, the jade pendant in her hand emitted a dazzling light, instantly cutting down all the surrounding tentacles. Eventually, the pendant formed a golden light sphere enveloping Dong Xingxue. She hadn't expected the psychic barrier of the pendant to block these malicious attacks, but the light gradually dimmed and the energy significantly decreased. It seemed that any further attacks would be the end of her. Due to the strong corrosiveness of the exotic beast's gastric juices, Dong Xingxue's clothes were severely damaged, significantly revealing more than intended. It seemed, if she wanted to survive, she must find a way to escape from here. Plus, the air inside the exotic beast was extremely murky. If she weren't a level 6 martial artist and a mind weaver, she would have suffocated by now. Dong Xingxue gritted her teeth, gathered all her strength, and planned to forcibly break a way out. However, her full-strength blow inside the exotic beast had no effect. Unwilling to give up, she struck again. Even under her full-force strikes, the exotic beast's body remained undamaged. This caused her last bit of hope to quietly disappear. Dong Xingxue sat down dejectedly on the ground, beginning to give up hope for life. Indeed, thinking that I, a mere level 6 weakling, could break through the stomach of a level 8 exotic beast is pure folly. Although she felt neither regret nor fear, the only thing left in her heart was remorse. Regret that she had not been braver before, even if it had only been once. Just then, her phone fell out of her pocket. Looking at the fallen phone, she fell into contemplation. The only person she regretted in this life was Lucian. Unable to do anything, she could only silently open Lucian's contact, staring at his profile picture, waiting for death. Tears of regret streamed from her eyes. At this moment, Dong Xingxue clearly felt the air getting thinner and her consciousness gradually blurring. Her phone dropped to the ground. She murmured Lucian's name, still wanting to send a final message telling Lucian she liked him. Although she knew the message definitely wouldn't send, soon, the tentacles that had just been destroyed grew back, and this time, the tentacles had once again wrapped around Dong Xingxue. Preparing to devour her in her last moments of consciousness, Dong Xingxue gave up resistance and accepted her fate, perhaps in the next life. She could meet Lucian again, because the pendant previously given to Dong Xingxue contained Lucian's psychic seed. It acted like a tracking system. But now, Lucian could no longer feel her exact location, obviously still not close enough. Since it has come to this, then I'll just flip this cavern upside down. Lucian roared. As soon as his voice fell, groups of exotic beasts once again surrounded Lucian. However, the air instantly filled with a blend of ice and fire, which is Lucian's unique technique, dual extremes of ice and fire. The surrounding exotic beasts didn't even have a chance to start fighting before they were instantly frozen and shattered. The exotic beasts instantly turned into ice sculptures. The next moment, Lucian's eyes blazed with a terrifying aura, and he roared, "Beasts!" Seeing that, a tyrannical aura of slaughter erupted from Lucian, which was the activation of his path of slaughter. He continued to move swiftly around, murmuring annihilation, torn to pieces. In just a moment, groups of exotic beasts were massacred by Lucian's war spear, and a thick smell of blood filled the entire cavern. However, even with such ferocious slaughter, Lucian still felt it was too slow. What Lucian needed to do now was to rush back to Dong Xingxue's side immediately. Every second he delayed here, Dong Qingxue was in greater danger. The exotic beasts were petrified by Lu Xing's actions, unable to move. Lu Xing raised his flame war spear, employing the divine whale Dharma aspect power, and wherever the long spear passed, death ensued. As the cavern exploded and split apart, Lu Xing finally sensed Dong Qingxue's location, right below the spot. Lu Xing, like an intercontinental missile, rushed downward at high speed, his body enveloped in an immoral aura. In no time, Lu Xing had crossed through 15, 20, all the way down to 40 layers. He could feel that Dong Qingxue was getting closer. "Hold on, I'm coming." Lu Xing felt anxious. Finally, he distinctly sensed that Dong Qingxue was right behind this stone wall. The next moment, all the flame power in Lu Xing's body concentrated, and he roared, "Break for me, damn it." With that, he delivered a mighty kick to the stone wall, causing the entire cavern to shake. However, when the stone wall broke, the scene before him stunned Lu Xing. An exotic beast, its mouth full of viscous liquid, blocked Lu Xing's path, and the signal from Dong Qingxue was growing weaker. It was certain that she was likely inside this exotic beast's stomach. This disgusting throat beast, daring to swallow her, is truly asking for death. Fury burned inside Lu Xing. The next moment, Lu Xing suddenly sensed that Dong Qingxue's presence was fading. Could it be that she had already? Damn it! Lu Xing roared angrily. The throat beast, seeing its territory invaded, immediately became unsettled and spat out a green gas bomb and attacked. Quickly, a wave of green electric light roared towards Lu Xing. This attack could slay a level 8 powerhouse, but Lu Xing remained extraordinarily calm. The next second, his body burst out with golden electricity, energy gathering in his left hand, his gaze icy as he coldly said, "Was it you, this bug, that ate her?" Immediately after, the throat beast's powerful attack was dispersed by a punch from Lu Xing. The throat beast was so frightened that its mouth hung open in shock. Just then, Lu Xing sensed that Dong Qingxue's presence had disappeared, and he could no longer hold back. Enraged, he delivered an energy hand blade towards the throat beast, and the exotic didn't even make a sound as its eyes closed and it died outright. Lu Xing roared, "Beast, give her back to me." The next second, the entire exotic beast was sliced open like tofu, not stopping until reaching the stomach where Dong Qingxue was. Dong Qingxue, awaiting death, was entangled by disgusting tentacles all over her body, her consciousness gradually blurring. However, just then, a dazzling light shone down from above. Dong Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, tears of sadness welling up, thinking it was the Grim Reaper coming for her. However, the next moment, Lu Xing's voice rang out, "Dong Qingxue." This call instantly awakened her, and the surrounding tentacles were destroyed into countless small pieces. She incredulously watched her body slowly descending, and the voice of Lu Xing she had just heard. Could it be that she was hallucinating from missing him too much? But just then, a large hand gently caught Dong Qingxue as she fell. Lu Xing had finally arrived. Lu Xing spoke tenderly and indulgently, "Dong Qingxue, I've come to take you home." Even now, Dong Qingxue still thought this was a dream. She was inside the stomach of an exotic beast during a rampage. How could Lu Xing possibly be here? However, being able to see Lu Xing one last time before she died filled her with contentment. To die in his arms, she had no regrets. He was still so dazzling, so confident. "Lie still, don't move, we're going home now." Dong Qingxue was successfully rescued by Lu Xing and returned to the surface. Facing Dong Qingyi's confusion, Lu Xing once again laid down harsh words and gave him ample time to prepare as he planned to cripple Dong Qingyi's martial path during the military region's grand competition. Just now, under a double S-rank damp riot, Lu Xing successfully stormed into the underground cavern, rescued Dong Qingxue, and led her to slash their way out. Meanwhile, outside the cavern entrance, the commander shouted, "This is bad." Exotic beasts continued to surge out in large numbers, realizing the urgency of the situation. He immediately ordered a full retreat to the military camp. After returning to their assembly point, they immediately began checking Lu Xing's records. To their surprise, the young man previously overlooked was actually a 19-year-old general capable of instantly killing an enemy with combat strength of at least 12.5 stars, a top-tier prodigy. Such qualifications of Lu Xing were rare in their lifetimes, especially since he was from the Eastern Military Region. However, just moments ago, he had launched a suicidal attack on the double S-rank cavern right under their noses, and they had failed to stop him. The commander realized the dire situation and immediately ordered his subordinates to check if they could still track Lu Xing's whereabouts. However, Lu Xing had already destroyed all communication devices. Even if they could locate him, I don't recommend sending a rescue team into the midst of an exotic beast riot. Upon hearing this, the commander covered his face and screamed, "Damn it all! These Martial Saint disciples and the daughter of Martial Saint have caused our Eastern Military Region to lose a genuine prodigy eligible to strive for the true 9th level. It really is. If it weren't for their status, I'd have taught them a lesson myself." Hearing this, a mustachioed man reminded him, "Don't yell too loudly. After all, you can't beat them." Then the commander asked, "Is it possible to use nuclear weapons to blast through the exotic beast swarm and then send in the military for rescue?" The mustachioed man replied, "The higher-ups won't agree to that, as using a nuclear bomb would expand the rift. potentially causing even more severe consequences. Currently, more than half of the world's 9 3S level caverns were created by nuclear blasts. Hearing this, the commander slammed the table in frustration. Damn their rules. Nothing works. We can't just watch the hope of a military region disappear. I'll take full responsibility and risk a trial. However, just as they were about to initiate action, a sentinel at the door shouted, "The situation in the cavern has changed." The commander thought the situation was worsening, but the soldier reported that on all fronts, exotic beasts were seen retreating back into the cavern gaps. Hearing this, the commander's eyes widened, and he immediately ordered, "Satellite imagery, get it now." When he saw the images, he was shocked to the point of wetting himself. From the exotic beast's movements, it didn't seem like a retreat or a fallback. With his keen insight, he immediately recognized it as a rescue operation, presumably because the exotic beast's main nest was under attack. Look, these exotic beasts are all turning from the front lines and throwing themselves back in a relentless, do-or-die manner, as if something extremely terrifying is trying to break free from beneath the central fissure of the cavern. As he spoke, a phoenix cry echoed in the sky. Accompanied by a blaze, a streak of fire surged from the depths of the cavern toward the sky. On seeing this, everyone's jaws dropped open, as if they could swallow a 100-pound stone. As a pair of large feet slowly emerged, Lushing, shrouded in golden light, appeared in everyone's sight along with Dong Qingxue. His golden phoenix manifestation stood behind him like a deity, causing the already rampaging exotic beasts to hesitate to approach. This is bad. These exotic beasts are too noisy. What if they wake her up? Saying this, Lushing slowly ascended, then stepped 1 foot at a time towards the back of the phoenix, riding the wind. This scene shocked everyone. What the hell? Flying. He's flying. Flying in the sky. Isn't that a story from mythological legends? Only a few gifted martial artists who have mastered elemental powers, like the legendary martial saint-level windmasters, can do that. It's unbelievable. I can't believe this is a 19-year-old General Star. Just then, a reckless red blood bat beast attacked from above. Lucian glared, and a pale blue killing intent flew out. I told you all to stop making noise. Instantly, the sky filled with lightning and thunder, directly annihilating various flying exotic beasts. I told you all to stop making noise, or I'll slaughter all of you. Seeing their kind instantly die, the surrounding exotic beasts also halted their advance. In the next moment, the fire phoenix's body gathered golden energy, suddenly radiating countless streams of golden energy from its center to the surroundings. The exotic beasts below were instantly destroyed by this force. The sudden appearance of various elements of fire, wind, and thunder shocked the commander again, making him wonder just how terrifying Lushing's strength was to be so powerful. Just then, the mustachioed man indicated that the woman in Lushing's arms was indeed Dong Qingxiwi. It seems this is going through hell and high water for one's beloved. In ancient times, kings would cause rivers of blood and armies to collapse in their quest to reclaim their beloved. He even forcibly stormed into the halls of hell to snatch someone. After saying this, the commander pressed the walkie-talkie, then immediately ordered the whole army to prepare to counterattack the cavern. Meanwhile, at the back of the military camp, Dong Qingxiwi was quietly sorrowful. No matter how noisy the surroundings, nothing could stir any ripple in his cold heart. It turned out that his former self was so arrogantly proud, thinking he was invincible in talent, yet he was so weak, watching his sister die helplessly. Just then, a pair of large feet slowly stopped in front of him. At that moment, Dong Qingxiwi's eyes were no longer calm, as if a giant stone had been thrown into a lake that had been still for many years. Just as he was about to shout Dong Qingxiwi, Lushing forcefully covered his mouth. Lushing said, "Dong Qingxiwi has just fallen asleep. Don't wake her up." Seeing this, Dong Qingxiwi could only whisper, thank you for saving her." Hearing this, Lushing slowly turned away and said, "Don't think a thank you will stop me from hitting you. I said I'd break your martial path, and I will. Prepare yourself well. I'm on the grand stage of the Eastern Military Region. I will not hold back." After 2 days and 1 night of sleep, Dong Qingxiwi finally opened her eyes abruptly. Seeing her lover awake, Lushing smiled broadly. Dong Qingxiwi softly said, "I just had a very long dream, dreaming that you saved me, and you said you would take me home." Hearing this, Lushing awkwardly scratched his head and said in a deep voice, Is it possible? I mean, could it be that it wasn't a dream?" With that statement, all the memories and thoughts resurfaced in Dong Qingxiwi's mind. That life and death moment, quietly leaning in Lushing's embrace, protected by the person before her. It turns out all of it was real. The next moment, Dong Qingxiwi calmly turned her head and expressed her thanks to Lushing. Lushing felt something strange. Previously, they had clung tightly to each other, but now that they were out of the cavern and away from the life and death crisis, they had inexplicably become distant. The air suddenly grew eerily quiet. Only the rustling of the wind through the windows could be heard. After 2 minutes of silence, they almost simultaneously shouted each other's names. During those 2 minutes, the words they wanted to say had been rehearsed countless times in their minds. Seeing this, Dong Qingxiwi let Lushing speak first. The next moment, Lushing, looking nervous, stuttered, how about we have dinner together sometime?" Dong Qingxiwi instantly replied, "Okay, after dinner, shall we go see a movie?" This time, Dong Qingxiwi's face blushed slightly. and she said okay. During the conversation, Lu Sheng's restless hand unconsciously moved closer to Dong Qingzaiwi. Then after the movie, let's go for a walk in a small park. After the walk, let's sit in a little tavern. Holding hands, Dong Qingzaiwi's heart thumped wildly, her ability to think clearly lost. No matter what Lu Sheng said, she kept responding okay. Finally, Lu Sheng raised his right hand again and said, then after the new year, come home with me. Okay, only after saying it did Dong Qingzaiwi blush, suddenly realizing, is this too soon? Has Lu Sheng already considered me his wife? Then it's settled. I'll come pick you up for dinner in a couple of days. Rest well these next few days, as your vital energy and blood have depleted quite a bit. At this moment, Dong Qingzaiwi had lost her previous aloofness and sternness, displaying only the naivety and shyness of a young girl. After explaining everything, Lu Sheng reluctantly left the sick room. Watching Lu Sheng suddenly leave, Dong Qingzaiwi felt a sense of loss. It wasn't until the sound of the door opening again that her thoughts were interrupted. The person opening the door was Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan approached with a playful smile and a bouquet of flowers. Sister Qingzaiwi, you finally woke up. Hearing this, Dong Qingzaiwi, puzzled by Lin Wanwan's reaction, was quite surprised. Sister Qingzaiwi, you don't know, but Lu Sheng went alone into the rioting exotic beast cavern just to rescue you. That's the kind of boyfriend you should have. Dong Qingzaiwi's deeds reignited Lin Wanwan's interest in romance, and she asked Dong Qingzaiwi if she would admit it. If not, she might go after Lu Sheng herself. Under Lin Wanwan's pressing, Dong Qingzaiwi had to loudly admit, no, he's mine, and no one can take him away. Over 2 days, the story of Lu Sheng had already spread across the military district's network, making headlines on various platforms. The dense gold found near the 7th battle line was all returned, and he even received the Diamond Dragon Pattern Medal of Valor, personally awarded by the Marshal, a perfect face-saving project. Because he didn't want to wait to just sleep Dong Qingzaiwi, Lu Sheng revealed a lot of his strength on the scene, which should alarm many. In fact, at that time, the continuous wave of exotic beasts nearly depleted Lu Sheng's vital energy and blood. In the last moment as he flew out, Lu Sheng's body was actually emptied. He had never dreamed that he would one day be drained dry. It is said that only Martial Saint-level martial artists can make a round trip from a rioting cavern. Could it be that his strength is now comparable to a level 9 Martial Saint? On second thought, that seems unlikely because Martial Saints draw on heaven and earth energy, leveraging 1 to move 10, moving 10 to drive 100, then 1,000. Even strength has limits. Heaven and earth do not. To resist the might of heaven and earth with one's own strength is probably impossible. Luckily, Lu Sheng still has room to grow. After all, upon closer thought, he hasn't even broken through to Great Grandmaster yet. Although the path Lu Sheng is taking differs from that of ordinary martial artists, he still needs to forge through this double bridge of heaven and earth. Fortunately, he received a lot of rewards this time. If used properly, they should enable another level of improvement in his abilities. Just then, a maid walked in, indicating that everything Lu Sheng had arranged to be packed was ready. Then, Lu Sheng awkwardly asked the maid, "What clothes should I wear to look good when meeting people?" The maid smiled lightly and said, "Either of the 2 sets of clothes on the right side of the wardrobe will do, based on my understanding of Miss Dong. She will definitely like them." Lu Sheng was still puzzled when the maid continued. By now, there's hardly anyone in the Eastern Military District who doesn't recognize Miss Dong, who doesn't know that the Eastern's unmatched General Stark charged into the cavern alone for his beloved. Even thousands of exotic beasts couldn't stop him. Miss Dong is now the envy of all female military officers. Hearing this, Lu Sheng was so nervous and embarrassed he felt like having diarrhea. But then he changed the topic and asked the maid, "That old comrade of your parents has been contacting you quite frequently recently. Has something urgent come up?" The maid's expression stiffened. Then she said somewhat awkwardly, "That man wants to pursue me. He wants to marry me." Hearing this, Lu Sheng gave the maid a puzzled look, but turned away and did not pay attention because he knew that at this moment the maid was lying. Immediately, Lu Sheng asked, "How old is that man?" The maid replied, "He's still quite young, just over 70. She continued, saying that she had already rejected him many times, but he still persisted. At the same time, the maid also made it clear that she would not marry and would always serve by her master's side. Although Lu Sheng knew all this was a lie, he still said, "You don't have to stay here forever. If you feel it's right, you can definitely go pursue your own happiness. That's completely okay. Besides, I might not always be here myself." By now, the handsome Lu Sheng had already dressed. He spoke, advising the maid to think carefully about what she should and shouldn't do while he had to leave. Lu Sheng did not plan to expose her lie. After all, everyone has their secrets. As long as she doesn't affect him, it's fine. The weather today was nice, and Lu Sheng arrived at the restaurant early. He remembered the last time Dong Jingxue had invited him to this place, and how he had stood her up. This time, it was a proper date, and he would have to perform well later. 2 minutes later, a pair of jade feet slowly approached from behind, and Lu Sheng knew Dong Jingxue had arrived. Hearing Dong Jingxue's call, Lu Xing turned around to respond. Today, Dong Jingxue was wearing a purple strapless dress, and now that she had changed from military attire to women's clothing, she could no longer be described as upright. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Watching this scene, Lu Xing's mouth almost watered 3,000 feet. Seeing the dazed Lu Xing, Dong Jingxue laughed. Why so surprised? Is my outfit that strange? Haha, it's not surprise, it's amazement. The originally stoic and straightforward man suddenly became so sweet, making Dong Jingxue blush and at a loss. Let's go in and eat, Dong Jingxue said. However, Lu Xing stretched out his left hand towards her. This scene shocked Dong Jingxue for 2 seconds. Could it be that his straightforward demeanor before was all an act? Yet, happiness was already radiating from her face. Hand in hand, the two enter the restaurant, a happiness they had never felt before quietly blossoming in their hearts. Through Dong Jingxue's palm, Lu Xing could feel that although she seemed calm, she was actually somewhat nervous and uneasy. This unexpected revelation made Lu Xing find Dong Jingxue even more adorable. Before long, with the waiter's help in ordering, a large table of delicious food was soon laid out before them. Seeing the spread, Lu Xing excitedly reached for the meat. However, he instinctively pulled his hand back, forcibly suppressing the urge to dive in. After all, this was a date, and he needed to be civilized. Saying this, Lu Xing picked up a knife and fork and began to cut the steak meticulously, displaying elegant movements. While cutting, he occasionally glanced at Dong Jingxue's pretty face, admiring her graceful manner of eating and the cute way she reacted when the meat was hot. No matter what she looked like, Lu Xing thought he really liked her. Then Lu Xing asked, "Shall we go see a movie after eating?" Dong Jingxue replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, within the villa estate, everyone was gossiping about Lu Xing's date today. I never thought that Lord Lu would actually be dating. That woman used to be so cold, but now she's been completely won over by Lord Lu. Just then, a pair of jade feet slowly stopped behind them, followed by a loud scolding. If I hear you gossiping about the Lord behind his back again, you'll be reporting directly to the military district's prison. The speaker was the maid Li Dai. Her scolding frightened away the two busybodies. Li Dai herself didn't know why she was so irritable today. Her temper seemed to have grown. However, just as she turned around, a figure appeared in front. A man dressed in black, with a sharp gaze, asked, "Li Dai, when do you plan to make your move? They've been waiting too long on the other side, and that person is getting impatient." Li Dai's expression turned solemn. This was the Eastern Military District, after all, and Lu Xing was currently the district's most shining and boundlessly talented general star. If I make a move, would I even be able to leave the Eastern camp alive? The man in black said, "There's no time to wait anymore. That young man is progressing too quickly. He's not even 20 yet, and at this rate, in a few years, even the venom from a 9th-level exotic beast won't be able to kill him." Li Dai reassured the man in black. The military district's grand competition is in a few days. He'll definitely be representing the East to go to the Central for the all-district martial demonstration. I'll make my move on the road. It will also be easier to leave then. Hearing this, the man in black also thought it made sense. In that case, let's preemptively wish General Lu a terrible end. Rest assured, after this is done, if you're dedicated to the martial path, that person will naturally arrange for you to enter the extreme martial hall with the status equivalent to a martial saint disciple. If not, you'll receive a large sum of money, a sum you won't be able to spend in your lifetime. Of course, you can also choose the option we discussed earlier. After hearing this, Li Dai urged the man in black to leave quickly. Otherwise, it would be bad if we were discovered. Seeing Li Dai so firmly refuse an arranged marriage, the man in black spat in anger, continuously cursing, "Wretch, you'll see how you die. You even dare to betray your benefactor Lu Xing. Do you really think you can end well by protecting yourself?" The next moment, a dark purple space gate appeared in front of them. Lu Xing and Dong Jingxue's first date finally came to a perfect end. The awkward yet exciting feeling made them occasionally steal glances at each other. After the movie, Lu Xing walked Dong Jingxue back to her dorm. The two quietly looked at each other, and after a few seconds of silence, Dong Jingxue anxiously said, "The Eastern Military Region's grand competition is just a few days away." Before she could finish, Lu Xing solemnly interrupted, "I know what you want to say. I promise you, I won't hurt Dong Qingyi, but some mistakes have to be paid for. I said I would break his martial path, and I will. He won't become a level 9 in his lifetime, so he might as well give up early." Hearing this, Dong Jingxue sighed heavily. "All right, since you've decided, then go ahead." The next moment, she suddenly threw herself into Lu Xing's arms. This scene took Lu Xing by surprise, as he hadn't expected her to be more proactive than himself. Dong Jingxue, with a flushed face, said, "Anyway, no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side." After hurriedly saying this, she suddenly ran off shyly, without looking back, leaving a blushing, straightforward man alone, standing dumbfounded. Lu Xing never expected that one day he would actually end up dating his own teacher. The date ended so quickly that Lu Xing felt like he had missed an important part. "Ah, right, kissing. I was too careless just now. I should have seized the opportunity. Next time, I must take the initiative." Meanwhile, after Dong Jingxue returned to her dorm, she took off the high heels she wore for the first time and flopped onto her bed, lost in thought. The courage she had mustered up for her actions just now made her wonder what Lu Xing would think. Was he scared by my actions just now? Is he happy or surprised? Saying this, Dong Qingxue once again picked up her phone to check the tips for their second date. Things seemed foreign to her, all things she was hearing for the first time. So, there are so many things to be careful about on a date. It seems I was too forward just now. On the other hand, Lu Xing wanted to quickly forge through the heaven and earth dual bridges, but it was much harder than he imagined. Though the principle seems simple, breaking through the physical and mental shackles, then merging with the heaven and earth natural energy for a deeper transformation. After all, human power is finite. Heaven and earth are infinite. Before long, the heaven bridge gathered above his head, and the earth bridge surged beneath his feet. Centering his mind and clearing away distractions, soon a heaven and earth vortex swirled around Lu Xing in the air, and the birds flying nearby paused in the air. This was the third level of Lu Xing's state of emptiness, something even he had not anticipated. Could this be a new insight formed by forging through the heaven and earth dual bridges during his unique state? Now, even without relying on the legacy memories from the dream space, Lu Xing could quickly advance various martial arts to the control realm, even the domain realm. His complete martial path thereby advanced further. If Lu Xing in his life as a complete martial saint had realized this third level of the state of emptiness, perhaps he wouldn't have ended exhausted and dead. Now he finally saw the dawn of the third form of the complete martial path. Other abilities, such as elemental control, also greatly improved. Wait, Lu Xing just realized that his heaven and earth dual bridges had been forged through with the state of emptiness. This feeling was wondrous and immensely powerful. If he could maintain this state with a continuous flow of energy, then in half a month, he could refine an immortal cell, 2 in a month, 12 in 6 months. In less than 5 years, he could achieve over 100 immortal cells. By then he, even a martial saint, he could easily crush with his hand. After the double S-rank cavern riot ended, for a while, all 12 war zones guarded by the Eastern Military District seemed to have entered a calm period. Many general stars returned from the caverns, and a grand event quietly commenced. The Eastern Military District's grand competition. At this moment, inside Lu Xing's villa, the maid was restlessly cleaning. She felt that compared to previous competitions, this one seemed to have no suspense because Lu Xing was already the son of the East, the unparalleled general star, overshadowing everyone else. Soon, the car that came to pick up Lu Xing had arrived at the front door. Lu Xing's hands hung naturally as he stepped out with a proud stride. The maid felt that today's Lu Xing seemed even stronger than yesterday as she puzzled over this. It was as if Lu Xing was staring at her, which startled her. In her shock, the maid stumbled and almost knelt down before Lu Xing. What the heck? What's going on? Lu Xing looked bewildered. The maid stammered, because your lordship's majesty is too dazzling. She didn't understand why she suddenly knelt. Her heart was so panicked that her legs went weak. Could it be that Lord Lu already knew about her scheme? However, Lu Xing did not expose her, but merely said indifferently, "Go get my military uniform." Hearing this, the maid hurriedly got up and ran toward the bedroom. Watching the maids retreating back, Lu Xing felt she was too poor at hiding her emotions. Ever since Lu Xing was constantly in the state of emptiness, his level of mental activity was hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. In this state, seeing people was like looking through a microscope. The maid's expression, demeanor, and body language all betrayed her guilt. When do people generally feel guilty? Naturally, when they have done something bad or are plotting something bad. So, that person she was in contact with before, I should have Butler Wong help check it out. A conspiracy that's seen through is no longer a conspiracy. That's called giving it away. Lu Xing got into his exclusive car early and headed to the venue. After today's grand competition in the Eastern District, it would be the whole military district's martial display, after which they would go to the Central Military District. Next to it was the capital province, and Lu Xing thought about finishing quickly so he could go home. He was considering whether to take Dong Qingxue back to meet his parents as well. The next moment, the car screeched to a halt, and Butler Wong spoke up. The venue is just ahead. As the exclusive car stopped in front of the main entrance, everyone turned around. Look, the number 1 on the general star list, Lord Lu Xing of the Eastern Sun, has arrived. Wow, so young. I heard he's a newcomer. In the midst of the chatter, the live cameras had already surrounded Lu Xing. Meanwhile, in another dormitory office, Lu Qiming. Look, that really is your high school classmate. Such a big figure is actually your brother. Amazing. Yes, Lu Qiming dejectedly lowered his head. No, you're mistaken. I don't know such big figures. Glasses guy didn't believe it. You must be kidding. I've seen you in photos with him several times before. Don't you want to give your brother a leg up? Lu Qiming blushed awkwardly and explained. Those photos were photoshopped by me. After all, I'm just a stone that grew in a mud pit. How could I be brothers with a star in the sky? Meanwhile, inside the headquarters building of the Eastern Military District, the Military District Marshal came to the conference room for a meeting. He stated that it had been a long time since the Eastern Military District had such a military idol. The one-eyed commander responded that this was a good thing. While individual bravery is not promoted on the battlefield, it can greatly motivate and promote the entire military district in peacetime, and Lu Xing is an excellent leader, worthy of being set up as an idol and a model. Hearing this, the marshal slowly set down his teacup. If so, then let's just give Lushing a stage. Saying this, he proposed changing the rules for this grand competition. The one-eyed commander was so shocked that his eyes widened, thinking this was too risky. If Lushing failed, the hard-built image would collapse. However, the marshal firmly said, "I've seen Lushing on the battlefield. If he seizes this opportunity, he will undoubtedly become the idol of the entire Eastern Military District. If he can't handle it, then consider it a bit of toughening up." Soon, the contestants had entered the rest area one after another, and the spectator area was buzzing. Now, the audience and fans were all cheering for Lushing alone. Sitting in the center of the spectator seats, Lin Wanwan asked Dong Qingxue, "Has your boyfriend arrived?" Dong Qingxue looked around at the screens and finally spotted the handsome Lushing at the entrance. "Look, your boyfriend has come in." Dong Qingxue, blushing like a young girl, cheered him on. Ahead of Lushing, a pair of feet and worn shoes slowly stepped forward. It was actually Dong Xingyi. Lin Wanwan, looking at Dong Xingyi's figure, felt a mountain-like solid aura. However, Lushing was like the sun. When the sun walks in the sky, it only looks down at the mountain below once. The two are simply not on the same level. It looks like Brother Dong is going to suffer this time. Just before the start, the host called for silence and announced that the competition rules would be released soon, asking the marshal and commanders to speak. Under the marshal's lead, commanders slowly walked onto the stage. Lushing could feel that those who walked on stage probably all had strengths above 50 stars, likely representing the ceiling of combat power from various war zones. Now, Lushing was always in a martial god state, but he didn't know his own combat power. If he could spar with these people, perhaps he could use this to estimate the real combat power of a level 9 martial saint. The next moment, the marshal slowly began to speak, announcing that the rule for the grand competition would be a free-for-all. Presumably, everyone was familiar with this. At that time, all contestants would enter the martial arts field for a free melee. Weapons are not allowed during the fight, but any opponent may be attacked. Once knocked down, you are eliminated, and the competition will continue until only one person remains on the field. Lushing didn't expect that the so-called grand competition of the military district would be so simple and crude. He asked, was it the same in previous years? What if someone cheats? For example, by teaming up to take down the strongest person or bribing others to ensure a first-place finish. Butler Wong said, these actions are not considered cheating in the competition because teaming up is part of the rules. Anyone who can be taken down through teaming up is not truly strong. After all, strategy is also a part of strength. As for the possibility of bribing others to secure a first-place finish, that's even less likely to happen, as even if such a person were to win first place, there would be countless others who would challenge him privately due to dissatisfaction, and a leader who cannot command respect would meet a dire end. I see. Being number one means always being ready to face challenges, unless one's strength is so formidable that everyone else is afraid. Just then, the marshal changed the tone and stated that this year's rules had undergone some changes. Suddenly, the marshal's gaze fixed on Lushing, giving him a chill. I declare that in this grand competition, all General Stars will join forces to attack General Lushing alone until you all fall or Lushing falls. Hearing this, all the contestants were shocked. Is this still a competition? This is basically a public mauling. Lushing did not expect that the competition rules would be tailored just for him. In this case, wouldn't Lord Lu have to withstand 1,000 armies alone? Lushing's eyes narrowed, and he uttered a phrase often said by villains. This is getting more and more interesting. Hearing this decision, everyone present was buzzing with discussion. Was it really worth it for the military district to make such a decision for Lushing? Butler Wong noted that such a situation had never occurred in the history of the entire Eastern Military District. One could say that in the history of the Dragon Nation, there had never been an instance where thousands of General Stars simultaneously attacked one person. This is madness. Even a top Grandmaster would be beaten down. This could accidentally result in a fatality. The broadcast screens in the venue and the loud voices filled with anxiety were visible on Dong Qingshua's worried face. She clasped her hands tightly, praying for Lushing's safety. Meanwhile, in the field army camp, Lu Qiming, watching the live broadcast, shouted angrily, "Damn it, that's not fair. Thousands of General Stars against just one Lushing?" Standing in the rest area, Dong Xingyi also felt shocked and speechless upon seeing this scene. For many years, he had never heard of such bizarre rules. Do they really think Lushing can't be beaten enough? Hearing the various comments from below, the marshal shouted, "Silence. This is an order, not a request. If you don't want to participate in this grand competition, you may leave now." Feeling the marshal's formidable aura, people began to tremble and nodded in agreement. The marshal then turned to Lushing and asked, "Lushing, do you have any objections to this arrangement? After all, this is a huge stage, and it's up to you whether you dare to catch it. If you can handle it, then you will soar to the clouds, and for many years to come, your name will be sung throughout the Eastern Military District. Think about this unprecedented feast. If you can't handle it, then let's not speak of it any further, and you'll just be an ordinary General Star, merely a topic of gossip and others' leisure time." Hearing this, Lushing smiled and indicated no objections. "I just thought the grand competition was boring. This suits me just fine. As soon as he finished speaking, the marshal burst out laughing, his voice like a pig's squeal. Ha ha ha, good. Just as I wish, such spirit, vision, and scale are beyond the reach of ordinary people. The next moment, the marshal roared towards the field, then let the competition officially begin. Immediately enter the martial arts field, and this time bring all the weapons you need to carry and display your full strength. Some general star standing next to Lu Xing whispered, Lu Xing, this is a military order as unyielding as a mountain. If you get accidentally injured, you can't blame us for outnumbering you. Lu Xing didn't respond, but slowly took big steps, walking onto the center of the arena under everyone's gaze. Then, someone noticed that Lu Xing had come empty-handed. Did he forget to bring his weapon? No way. In such a situation, he forgot his weapon. Should we still attack him? Or did he intend not to bring any? Being so confident, seeing this, a commander immediately ordered someone to quickly fetch Lu Xing's weapons. Hearing this, Butler Wang raised his hand and shouted, I will bring them within 2 minutes. However, Lu Xing stopped him. No need to fetch them, because if I were to use weapons, I'm afraid not many here could leave alive. What's better if I fight empty-handed? As soon as these words were uttered, the arena fell into an instant silence. Lu Xing's words echoed in everyone's ears over and over. If I were to use weapons, I'm afraid not many here could leave alive. The next moment, the general's stars collectively exploded in rage, with various curses pouring out. Lu Xing's statement, like a bomb, made the thousands who were hesitant to make a move now eager to cut him into pieces. Even the marshal was dumbfounded. This young man, not bad. One sentence could sway the whole atmosphere. His plain words conveyed a sense of inevitability, as if it should be so. The marshal began to look forward with anticipation. Soon, the crowd surrounded Lu Xing. He emitted a dark blue energy. The next moment, he chuckled, closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them and looked up, shouting Dong Xingyi. Hearing this, Dong Xingyi also emitted a cold aura in response. This scene scared the man in front of him, so much that he wet himself. At this moment, Dong Xingyi was like a vast dark serpent, his body enveloped in poison with sharp fangs, as if he could devour everyone present in one breath. Lu Xing pointed at Dong Xingyi and coldly said, Dong Xingyi, you must open your eyes wide and see how I break your martial path. With that, Lu Xing's body once again emitted a golden glow. The two auras mingled, yet complemented each other. Immediately after, Lu Xing began to move. The next moment, a powerful column of golden-black mixed energy burst out from Lu Xing at the center, shaking the ground. Then, Lu Xing slowly lifted his foot. Dong Xingyi, this is the first step in breaking your martial path. As soon as he spoke, the ground began to crack and the surroundings shook violently. The oppressive aura was so strong that many general stars present were forced to kneel. How is it possible? He just took one step, and we were so intimidated by his presence that we couldn't help but fall to the ground? My goodness, he didn't even use fierce energy. That was just pure physical strength. Just then, Lu Xing's hand suddenly rose high, emitting beams of yellow energy. This energy then converged above his head, forming an intensely bright galaxy of flashes. Break! A group of weaker general stars were pressed to the ground by this aura, unable to move. The next moment, the golden power transformed into streams of light that passed through the bodies of every general star. Everyone was stunned, and then cries of pain followed. What the hell is this power? Everyone, get out of the way. At this time, Lu Xing's power concentrated in his fist, which was as big as a punching bag, and rushed towards Dong Xingyi. This was Lu Xing's first step, strength. Just 2 meters away from Dong Xingyi, the massive fist energy shot out, as if to punch Dong Xingyi's guts out. With no escape, Dong Xingyi could only resist with all his might. Damn it, is this Lu Xing's pure physical strength? Soon, Lu Xing's fist swept across the arena like a ferocious sea beast. 2 seconds later, most general stars were knocked down, unable to get up. Dong Xingyi was shocked that his Grandmaster's stance was shattered by the impact, a reality he couldn't accept. Even the marshal watching from a higher vantage point was so shocked by the scene that his endocrine system was disrupted. Outrageous, truly outrageous. Just one punch with pure physical strength, and not a single general star could withstand it. He felt Lu Xing was like a monster in human skin. His physical cultivation was too formidable. Some general stars shakily stood up and couldn't help but ask, what do we do now? We've just started, and we've already been beaten to a pulp. Seeing this, Lu Xing arrogantly dusted off his shoulders and asked, what are you going to do next? Do you surrender, or do you want to keep getting beaten? Hearing this, Dong Xingyi was silent for a long while, filled with indignation both in his heart and physically. The next moment, his body's blue-green energy emerged, and he shouted loudly, General stars may be killed, but not insulted. Brothers, let's join forces. I'll lead the way. Saying this, Dong Xingyi concentrated all his energy around him, and a long spear slowly emerged from his hands. This was his signature technique, the energy spear. Then, with a vigorous step, he charged towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing, take this move. However, Lu Xing simply tilted his head to dodge the strike, and spoke lightly. Next comes the second step, facing another attack that swung towards him. This time Lu Xing neither dodged nor evaded, directly taking Dong Xingyi's powerful attack with his stomach. In front of his body, a golden defense shield formed, preventing the spear from reaching him. This is Lu Xing's second step in defeating his opponent. Defense. Seeing this, Dong Xingyi shouted, "Damn it, my strongest attack can't even break his force field." Just as he was losing hope, two large hands were placed on Dong Xingyi's back. "Dong Xingyi, we're here to help you." The next second, the general stars linked up like a human chain, each person passing their power continuously into Dong Xingyi. Lin Wanwan in the audience was greatly shocked, witnessing so many general stars joining forces against one person for the first time, a scene that perhaps only a martial saint could handle. Everyone watched to see how Lu Xing would calmly handle the situation, while only Dong Xingshua's face was filled with worry. After all, this is the combined force of the strongest general stars in the entire military district. Lu Xing won't be in trouble, will he? However, Dong Xingshua was worrying too much. Lu Xing suddenly shouted, "Break." Following that centered around them, a blast resounded through the entire venue. The explosion caused the general stars gathered in front to be blown apart, instantly shattering their formation, with smoke rising all around. Standing amidst the dust, Dong Xingyi grinned. Could it be that it worked? With such a big explosion, Lu Xing can't possibly be standing unscathed, right? However, he was thinking too much. Lu Xing stood still, unmoved and unharmed, with only his shirt slightly torn at the chest. Is this supposed to be tickling me? Didn't you guys eat today? Seeing this, the general stars were completely dumbfounded. Could it be that Lu Xing is not only the strongest spear, but also the strongest shield? How could someone cultivate to such extremes in both areas? Quickly, Lu Xing extended 3 fingers towards Dong Xingyi and stated, "Next comes the third step." Soon, the ground around Lu Xing began to crack and sink, and then a cyan blue manifestation appeared behind him. Seeing this, Dong Xingyi was again shocked. Is this an energy form? Has he become so strong that he can condense his own form just with his vital energy and blood? Before he could think further, the manifestation leaned forward and flew towards the crowd. The next moment, its right hand grew enormously, enveloping everyone in the arena. The general stars were struck so hard they spat out foam. Standing in the spectator seats, the martial and the military district's main forces were suddenly shocked, all standing up. How many stars of combat power does this vital energy and blood represent? 30 stars? 40 stars? Or 50 stars? It was impossible to guess. As the smoke cleared at that moment, aside from Dong Xingyi, the other general stars had all fainted and fallen to the ground. Before Dong Xingyi could think further, Lu Xing had already flashed to his side. Next is the fourth step, technique. The next second, Lu Xing let his hand hang down, his body enveloped in black flames, slowly raising his right hand. Then, a short punch made Dong Xingyi expel feces that hadn't been passed 2 days ago. Following that, Dong Xingyi's eyes bulged, and he spat out 2 tons of fresh blood, struggling to resist, kneeling on the ground, coughing continuously. At this moment, he was completely unable to speak, even feeling his life rapidly slipping away. Seeing this, Lu Xing slowly spoke, "Dong Xingyi, do you think that's enough?" However, at this moment, Dong Xingyi's eyes rolled back, and he couldn't hear anything anymore. Watching his nearly fainting uncle, Lu Xing swallowed back what he was about to say, let his hands hang down, and slowly walked away. Behind him, the tenaciously resisting Dong Xingyi eventually could not hold on and fainted. The marshal standing above was so shocked that his mouth hung open. The punch Lu Xing threw that instantly knocked out a Grandmaster. He recognized it was the Four Realms fist technique. Hearing this scene, the commanders behind him started murmuring, "What? 4 realms? That's the pinnacle of martial arts skills, only achievable by a martial saint." The marshal sat down in a fluster, gasping for breath. He originally thought this was just setting a stage for Lu Xing, but it turned out to create a legend. The legend of the General Star of the Eastern Military District. This young man, if he retreats, he's like a general. If he advances, he could be called a saint. The next day, Lu Xing won the championship. The Eastern Military District daily briefly mentioned the results of the Eastern Military District's grand competition, but Lu Xing's name was now well known throughout the entire Dragon Nation military. Meanwhile, the upgraded weapon Lu Xing had been planning was now completed. From the look in his eyes, it was evident he was very satisfied. The new weapon was crafted with over 90% dense gold, and integrated some materials not inferior to dense gold, truly bringing it to a level 8 standard. Just then, Butler Wong mentioned that the all-military martial display was about to begin soon, and the marshal had already arranged a special plane, asking Lu Xing to depart within 2 days. However, Lu Xing was not in a hurry to leave. He thought there was still a little time left, just enough to make a trip home. Seeing that things were a little different from her plans, Li Dai immediately fell into thought. Just then, she called out to Lu Xing, "Lord, wait. When you go to the Central Military District's grand competition, Li Dai wishes to accompany you to serve you." Lu Xing immediately responded, "All right." It seemed that Li Dai's plans were about to begin. Seeing this, Li Dai bowed slightly, thanking Lu Xing. "Yo-ho, why thank me? You serving me should be something I thank you for." Lu Xing's affable expression was puzzling to behold. At this moment, both harbored their own thoughts. The lead I always felt as if she had been seen through, perhaps because she was too nervous. Later, Lu Xing said, "I need to step out for a bit for something important. You get ready on your own." It turned out that the so-called important matter was a date with Dong Qingxue, casually inviting her to go home with him tomorrow. But Dong Qingxue said, "I can't this time. You've broken my brother's martial path, and my family already knows about it. I need to go home." Lu Xing immediately offered to accompany Dong Qingxue home. Actually, Dong Xingyi's current situation might not be a bad thing. His ambition is too great, and he's on a path seeking to become a saint, an invincible path. But his talent and strength don't match this path. Even if it weren't for me, he would eventually meet someone stronger. It could end up being more than just a loss of pride. It could cost him his life. Now that I've cut off his path, if he can find enlightenment and carve out a new path for himself, perhaps there's still a chance for him. Lu Xing's reasoning was something Dong Qingxue couldn't quite understand at the moment, and she could only memorize his words exactly as he said them. There was another matter. Lu Xing mentioned, "In a few days at the all-military martial display, I'll likely encounter your elder brother Dong Padian. Do you want to give him a heads up in advance? Otherwise, if it ends up like with Dong Xingyi getting beaten into retreat, that would be bad." Dong Qingxue was about to say her elder brother wouldn't, but she swallowed her words before speaking. Others might not dare say it, but Lu Xing's strength might really make it possible. Before long, Lu Xing was already on the special high-speed train going home. The beautiful female soldiers on the train saw Commander Lu Xing traveling alone, and all greeted him. To not be rude, Lu Xing could only awkwardly respond to each. "Our chief guest this time is too handsome, so young, just like a young marshal out of a manga. Love it. That's why I say all the real top-tier handsome guys are in the military. Right? Handsome men should be the ones defending the country. Ugly ones should be those worthless celebrity stars. The key is he's also of high status. I heard this route is specially arranged just for him." At that moment, I thought it was time to deal with Li Dai's matter, so I had her make me a cup of tea. Soon, Li Dai went to the tea room, and in a moment unnoticed by others, a drop of liquid quietly fell into the cup. He. Now he just needs to drink this, and this manga can have its grand finale. Not long after, Li Dai, trembling, brought the tea to Lu Xing. I signaled her to set it down, saying I'd drink it after dealing with some things. Once back home, it was also time to help deal with Yiling Su and the Jean family's affairs. Also, damn, in such easy and pleasant days, how has Qingyi not reached level 4 yet? And yet, she still manages to sleep. It looks like it's time to increase the training 5-fold. Afterward, while scrolling through short videos and eating sunflower seeds, 2 minutes later, the standing Li Dai finally couldn't help but speak up. "My lord, the tea is getting cold. Please drink it first." Hearing this, Lu Xing's fingers paused, and he thought to himself, it looks like she finally couldn't wait any longer. Then, Lu Xing slowly began to speak. "Li Dai, I remember you never used to urge me to drink tea. Well, you said you wanted hot tea just now, and I was afraid it would cool down, and you wouldn't be able to drink it right away." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xing slowly picked up the teacup and guzzled it down in front of Li Dai. Not bad. Li Dai, tea tastes better than any you've brewed before." Hearing the praise, Li Dai quietly thanked him, but then mentioned that she felt a bit bloated and excused herself to go to the bathroom. As soon as her jade feet stepped out of the room, the heavy stone in her heart finally dropped. She was so nervous a moment ago, she almost wet herself. But fortunately, heaven helps those who help themselves, and her mission was finally accomplished. This was a gene toxin from a level 9 exotic beast, potent enough to bring down even a top Grandmaster within a minute. Even if it couldn't kill a level 9 martial saint, it would severely weaken them, leaving them with lifelong injuries that could never fully heal. Just one more minute, and after she left this place, she would be completely free, no longer under military control, able to end this lowly and dull life. Afterwards, she could go to a new place and start a new life. Thinking of this, Li Dai couldn't help but laugh softly to herself. Seeing that the time was just about right, just as she was about to leave the bathroom, suddenly black miasma burst from the doorknob. The miasma became scorching hot, burning her hand. She didn't understand why this was happening, why her hand was so hot, and why it was emitting black smoke. Just then, Lu Xing's voice slowly rang out. "Interesting, isn't it? This is called a psychic illusion, a little trick I learned not long ago." As he spoke, the tea poured onto Li Dai's palm, the mild tea suddenly becoming scaldingly hot upon contact with her skin. Li Dai cried out in pain, and then kept kowtowing and playing dumb toward Lu Xing. Master's martial arts are divine. Li Dai has truly seen this today. Please stop playing with Li Dai. Hearing this, Lu Xing chuckled. "Playing? Today, I too have learned something new. I never thought that in just 300 years of martial arts, there would already be drugs that could poison a martial saint." As he spoke, Lu Xing was casually tossing a bottle of green ointment back and forth in his hand. This demise of a saint name isn't bad. What do you think, Li Dai? At this moment, Li Dai was completely numb. Her carefully planned scheme had not only failed, but had been toyed with by the other party all along, and now she was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Li Dai, her face filled with fear and trembling all over, begged Lu Xing to kill her. Lu Xing told her to sit down and talk. "Your subordinate dares not. I know what you want to ask. I'll tell you everything." Before she could finish, Lu Xing interrupted. "It was the people from the Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy who told you to do it, right?" Li Dai was utterly shocked. "It turns out that no matter how well I concealed it, you knew everything. About half a month ago, right? That's not important. Tell me, what did they promise you in return? Lu Xing asked. Li Dai answered tremblingly, 5 billion. Hearing this, Lu Xing grinned. So my life is quite valuable, huh? And this menthol oil must be pretty expensive too? Li Dai continued. 1 drop is worth 500 million, and this bottle contains at least 15 drops. It seems they really want all out this time. The next moment, Li Dai knelt on the ground, crying and begging Lu Xing not to send her back to the military district. She knew her sins were deep and only asked for death as atonement. Hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes glinted slightly as he spoke softly. I will not take you back to the military district, nor will I kill you, but you must do something for me to make up for your mistake. Soon, Lu Xing got off the high-speed train, and dozens of cars were neatly lined up to greet him. Just as he stepped out of the train station, a man in black saw this, and his face turned green. She said she had succeeded, didn't she? How is Lu Xing still alive? Li Dai, what are you playing at? Li Dai spoke lightly. I didn't find a suitable opportunity to act. No opportunity to act? You continue to follow him, and you even call me out to watch the show? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Dai suddenly pounced on the man in black. I asked you to come here to die with me. At that moment, a high-speed train passed by nearby, and the crowd shouted, No, there's a suicide on the tracks. From a distance, Lu Xing smiled slightly, thinking to himself, Li Dai's task is almost complete. The reason Li Dai acted on her own was because Lu Xing had just planted a seed of psychic power in her mind. This technique is quite something, similar to hypnosis. I had overlooked a treasure that is psychic power. Lu Xing thought to himself, if level 8 psychic power is used properly, it could greatly enhance overall strength. Psychic illusions and will manipulation are essentially about using psychic power to deceive the opponent's senses and construct a world they perceive as reality, much like dreaming. Thus, the psychic seed planted in Li Dai was simple, atonement, to cleanse herself of sin. Li Dai's subconscious believed that only sacrificing her life was sufficient. At that moment, the bodies of the two were naturally carried out by the hospital. Regardless, a mistake is a mistake, and naturally, a price must be paid. Lu Xing's heart seemed to become harder, but if such hardness could protect those around him from harm, then becoming even harder was no issue at all. Since those people want to play, then let's play to the end. At the same time, at Lu Xing's home, hearing that a big shot was coming to White River City, Governor Xia came early to welcome him. Consequently, he paid a visit to Lu Xing's home, only to hear from Lu Xing's mother that Lu Xing was also coming home today. It looks like I can enjoy Mrs. Lu's cooking today, Governor Xia thought. A cup of green tea was slowly brought over. Governor Xia, please have some tea. While drinking tea, Governor Xia increasingly realized that Lu Xing was a remarkable person. He hadn't paid much attention to him before, but every time he did, he was surprised. The time before last, Lu Xing single-handedly wiped out the National Bandit Maguian's gang. The time before that, Lu Xing swept through the Seven Saints, breaking all records in the Martial Saint Tower. Last time, at the National Martial Arts College Conference, he outperformed the potential of the Extreme Way Twin Stars and Transcendent Saint, winning the championship. Lu Xing continuously surprises people. Governor Xia thought, by now, he must have reached the Grandmaster level, right? It's only been a year or two truly incredible. Although originally coming to White River City to congratulate Lu Xing was just a habitual investment, getting to know some highly potential martial arts geniuses early often yields 10-fold, or even 100-fold returns. For example, Chairman Xiao, who was granted a small favor early on, has now grown into a towering tree and is even preparing to become the vice president of the Capital Martial Association. At that moment, Lu's father glanced at his watch. Lu Xing should be arriving from the military district soon, judging by the time. Hearing this, Governor Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Lu Xing is in the military district? Isn't he supposed to be at school at this time? Yes, Lu's father replied. He said school was boring, so he joined the military. Recently, he even mentioned moving to the Eastern Military District. Can you believe this child? Barely half a year into university, and he ran off to the army. How dangerous. Governor Xia laughed heartily. He can even take his family there. It seems Lu Xing is doing well in the military district. This young man is like a dragon entering the sea. Probably won't be long before he soars to the skies. Haha. Just then, a special car horn interrupted Governor Xia's thoughts. This is the Provincial Major General's reserve vehicle, likely here to see Governor Xia. Saying this, he prepared to go out to greet them. However, as he stepped out the door, the scene in front of him startled him. The surrounding onlookers were also puzzled, wondering which VIP had arrived, warranting so many bodyguards. Just then, a camouflaged military off-road vehicle slowly approached. Old Chen's entourage really makes one envious every time, Governor Xia thought. However, just as the Major General got out of the vehicle, Governor Xia habitually waved at Old Chen, shouting loudly. Major General Chen immediately nervously asked him to lower his voice, then respectfully called into the vehicle. General on board. Hearing this, Xia Pingnen was so shocked that his hair almost turned white. He hadn't expected that there would be someone in the car with an even higher rank than Old Chen. Before he could wonder why someone of such a high level would come directly here, he quickly told Lu's father and the family to go back inside and wait. "Let's go in quickly, so we don't disturb them from welcoming the high-ranking leader," said Mrs. Liu, as everyone nervously walked toward the inner room. At that moment, a large foot slowly stepped out of the car. Lu Qinghe looked up and was surprised because she recognized it as her elder brother's large pig's hoof. Seeing this, her younger sister, Lu Qinghe, immediately rushed forward and hugged Lu Xing, excitedly saying, "Brother, you look so handsome in this outfit." In the next moment, Lu Qinghe lovingly stroked his sister's forehead and said, "Haven't seen you in half a year. You've grown quite a bit. You're starting to look like a young lady." Lu's father and mother were still in a daze until their son, Lu Xing, waved at them. Only then did they finally believe the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, Provincial Governor Xia Pingnan, who had been standing to the side, was stunned. He couldn't believe that the high school-looking student from back then had now transformed into a superior and elite general star. However, the dragon-tattooed medal on Lu Qinghe's shoulder made him have no choice but to believe it. The next moment, he raised his hand in salute to Lu Xing, Governor Xia Pingnan of Eastern Peace Province. "Greetings to the Military District General, General Lu." Lu Qinghe let his arms drop and politely responded, thanking Governor Xia for his care of his family over the past 6 months. He then invited Governor Xia to come inside, as it was quite windy outside. However, at this moment, how could Governor Xia dare to go back in for a meal? After all, Major General Qian and his group of colleagues were left standing outside in the cold wind. So, Governor Xia raised his hand to politely decline Lu Qinghe's invitation. However, since Lu Qinghe had come back for a specific reason, he suggested they have tea together another day. As several people entered the house, the murmurs of Mrs. Liu, the laughter of the younger sister, and the warm smiles and farewells from the major generals echoed in the background. Once Lu Qinghe's family had all gone inside, Governor Xia couldn't resist asking his old friend, "Old Qian, tell me, what's going on with Lu, General Lu?" This question left Major General Qian stunned. You don't mean he's the martial arts genius you were always talking about, do you?" "Ah yes, otherwise, why do you think I'm so shocked and confused?" Governor Xia said excitedly. The next moment, Major General Qian, shocked, grabbed Governor Xia's wrist, his eyes filled with amazement and excitement. "Oh my god, old Xia, looks like you're really about to take off this time. Don't forget about me when you get there." Meanwhile, inside the house, Lu Qinghe's family was asking him how he suddenly became a general in the military district, as they hadn't heard any news about it. Just a few months ago, he had just left school, and now even Provincial Governor Xia had to salute him when he saw him. Lu Qinghe smiled and said, "This story is a long one. I'll explain it all later." Then, Lu Qinghe's expression became serious. "Dad, Mom, I'm in a relationship. I have a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, the family members all showed expressions of disbelief. Just a while ago, they had said this kid was a straight-laced guy with no interest in relationships, but now, he already had a girlfriend? After that, Lu Qinghe took half an hour to explain the whole situation. He added, "The reason I came back this time is to take you to the military district and let you meet her in person." Mother Lu and Qinghe were both happy upon hearing the news, especially since they were on vacation. Father Lu also excitedly said he would take some time off to go to the supermarket. Lu Qinghe then said, "Let's leave tomorrow." This rushed pace surprised the two elders, and since it was the first time meeting their daughter-in-law, they couldn't possibly go empty-handed. Lu Qinghe immediately explained, "My girlfriend is quite busy lately, and she can only rest these few days. If we go too late, she might not have time to accompany you." Next, Lu Qinghe took out a phone from his pocket, dialed Dong Qinghe's video call, and handed the phone to his parents, saying, "Talk to Dong Qinghe." Dong Qinghe, who was meeting her in-laws for the first time, blushed and stammered, "Hello, Uncle, Aunt. Although we are in a military district, there are malls, supermarkets, restaurants, and tourist attractions here. You can come tomorrow and arrive by evening. No need to bring anything." Seeing the well-educated and beautiful Dong Qinghe, Father Lu and Mother Lu were overjoyed and immediately said they would go to visit for a few days. Father Lu complimented, "My son has good taste, truly has my genes." Upon hearing this, Mother Lu grabbed Father Lu's ear in displeasure. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to pack some things now. No matter how good things are outside, nothing beats home." Seeing the family happily packing their luggage, Lu Qinghe felt very satisfied. After all, his plan to get his parents to the military district under the pretext of meeting his future daughter-in-law was a huge success. At this point, some time had passed since Li Dai's plan had failed. As expected, Lien Su's follow-up actions should arrive soon. Even for that bottle of Saint's Sorrow, she wouldn't give up easily. A 5 billion value item. No matter who it was, even Marshal Saint's wife, Lien Su, would feel a sharp pain from losing it. But he didn't know exactly what her follow-up plan was, so he needed to get his family to the military district first to put his mind at ease. Damn it, why did I short-circuit at this moment? I could just go into the dream and check it out. Soon, Lu Qinghe returned to his room, sat cross-legged, and entered a meditative sleep state. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Black Magic Society." He never expected that Lien Su's backup plan would involve the Black Magic Society. This was an even more mysterious organization than Ring Seal and Dark Star. Although few people knew the details of it in the real world, there were no secrets in the Flame Seed Resource Vault. The Black Magic Society was a cult-like international terrorist organization that was deeply obsessed with exotic beast gene body modification experiments. They called themselves demon gods, and their strongest members were named after the 72 demon gods of Solomon, some of whom were even at the martial saint level, up to level 9. The Black Magic Society had ties to the Lion Kingdom, which was one of the reasons they could survive for so long. Unfortunately, the documents didn't specify exactly which demon gods from the Black Magic Society had come to assassinate him, but that didn't matter anymore, since Lien Su would be dead in the future, proving that this assassination attempt was destined to fail. It seemed like the time for the battle with the extreme Wei Martial Saint was approaching soon. Meanwhile, on top of a building in White River City, a man in a cloak slowly descended. "I've arrived. I heard one of the top 10 big shots is coming." However, the voice on the other end of the phone responded, "Not just one, but several top 10 big shots are coming." Having heard this, the blonde man's eyes widened in shock. "I've never seen a mission that involves so many big shots. Could it be that this time they are planning to assassinate the son of a martial saint?" Over the phone came a series of sinister laughs. "This is more precious than the son of a martial saint of the Dragon Nation. It is said to be the military's top candidate for future martial saint. The Rising Brightness star, only about 20 years old, with a combat power estimated to be over 30 stars, probably comparable to our Black Magic Society's 10th ranked lord." The blonde man, hair standing on end, exclaimed, 20 years old, comparable to the 10th demon lord? My goodness, who would want him dead so badly? Such a genius is a priceless treasure for any country or organization. Over the phone, a voice said, "No country or organization is monolithic. To some, he is a treasure. To others, he is poison. Thus, before the poison fully brews, it must be completely eradicated." For the safety of his family, Lu Xing had to secretly trick them into going to the military district for protection, while he stayed behind in White River City under the guise of a temporary mission. "National duties above all, son. Go ahead and do your best. Dad is proud of you," said Lu's father. Lu Xing cheerfully saw his family off, but as they left, his expression turned grave. He immediately called Commander Yi, and the military district swiftly dispatched a team of General Stars and a fighter jet to escort Lu Xing's family to the military district. However, when Commander Yi heard about the Black Magic Society from Lu Xing, he appeared very concerned and had already ordered the local military districts to fully cooperate with Lu Xing's plans. "You sure you don't need me to send some experts to help you? The strength of the Black Magic Society is not to be underestimated. I remember very well what happened 3 years ago. Back then, the Southern Military District had clashed with the 9th pillar of the Black Magic Society's 72 pillars, Bayman. 5 A-rated General Star squads were ambushed, including 4 top-tier General Stars of over 15 stars, yet he managed to injure 7, kill 3, and successfully escape. This incident had caused quite a stir. The death of a top-tier General Star and 2 5-star generals had indeed saddened the military for a while. These top 10 demons definitely possess strength beyond that of a general. Commander Yi thought it would be troublesome for Lu Xing to handle this alone. However, what Lu Xing said next left Commander Yi nearly blind in shock. "Troublesome? Commander Yi, you're joking. The troublesome ones should be them. Rats hiding in the gutter are annoying because you never know when they'll jump out and bite. But if they lose that advantage, it's they who should be worried. They just set a trap with a tempting bait to lure them out." "Right, Commander Yi?" After speaking, Lu Xing's gaze shifted to the distance. The scout with blonde hair suddenly panicked, immediately collapsing on the ground because he distinctly felt Lu Xing's gaze piercing through him. But they were 10 kilometers apart. He shook his head, thinking it was impossible, surely just a coincidence. When he looked at Lu Xing again, the latter had returned to normal. It must have been just a coincidence. How could there be such a powerful person in the Dragon Nation? The blonde man consoled himself. Little did he know, with his spiritual power fully activated, Lu Xing could observe a range of 30 kilometers, making spotting such a scout a piece of cake. Unfortunately, the guy was just a level 6 lookout. After everything was arranged, Commander Yi urged Lu Xing to be cautious. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xing began planning his next move. Commander Yi kept lamenting, "I'm getting old, a mighty general of the military, and now I'm not as decisive or courageous as a 20-year-old. But with that kid's performance in the military district contest, even if the top 10 of the Black Magic Society came, so what? Maybe 2 at once might be troublesome, but at worst, he could escape. Worry about him for what? His strength is exactly as the marshal said. Retreating makes him a general, advancing could make him a saint. Perhaps those planning to intercept Lu Xing should be more worried." At that moment, a scout was reporting Lu Xing's location in real time, apparently heading towards Capital Province. Good. The boss instructed the blonde to continue tracking. However, the next moment, the blonde's vision suddenly spun wildly, becoming blurred. As he tried to figure out what was happening, he spat blood and fell to the ground, dead. Simultaneously, Lu Xing instructed over the radio for his men to clean up the mess about a kilometer in the 7 o'clock direction, just casually dealt with a terrorist. At first, the local police and military were skeptical, but after reconfirmation, they dispatched personnel. Those who arrived at the scene were stunned by what they saw. Everything Lu Xing had described was true. Such supernatural abilities, if not witnessed with their own eyes, would be hard to believe. He's only 20 years old. What on earth is happening? After a day and a night, Lu Xing reached Capital Province. The time and distance should be enough to draw out those rats. At that moment, a woman saluted Lu Xing, introducing herself. I am Colonel Gua Aiying from the Eastern East Province Military District. The mission was to fully cooperate with Lu Xing. Seeing the slightly nervous woman, Lu Xing smiled lightly, telling her not to be nervous. After speaking, he took a box from his pocket to welcome the long-traveled rats. I should prepare as well. Turns out, it was a vial of 8th grade beast marrow liquid he had specially kept. As he spoke, Lu Xing tilted his head back and glug-glug drank the entire bottle. After drinking, feeling the timing was right, he prepared to begin his breakthrough. Golden and black energy aura erupted around Lu Xing, instantly blinding the nearby woman. At that moment, Lu Xing was breaking through to the 7th immoral cell. Meanwhile, in the intelligence center, a man cursed angrily. Their scout, Jellos, had lost signal. He was likely eliminated. However, based on the last reported information, the target should be on the way to Capital Province, with an estimated total travel time of around 50 hours. The woman behind him smiled slightly upon hearing this. There are still 2 days, plenty of time. The man glared angrily at the screen above, his eyes full of hatred. The 4th demon god is already on the way. These damn Dragon Nation people dared to make a move on the Noblus. This time, they will pay a heavy price. At that moment, Lu Xing was already on a high-speed train to Capital. The assistant beside him was trembling nervously. Seeing this, Lu Xing calmly said, "Relax. We still have plenty of time. You can't be this nervous." The girl could only stammer yes, because her superior had only told her that this was an extremely terrifying figure, and she had to obey his orders unconditionally, but no one had informed her of the specific mission details. After 2 minutes of silence, the girl gradually realized that the officer in front of her seemed quite reasonable. Perhaps she had exaggerated before. After all, this young officer appeared calm and harmless. How could he possibly be connected to anything terrifying? She looked up at the window, but at that moment, the girl froze like a statue in shock because she saw a demonic Dharma body descending. She screamed, "Not good, retreat. This is an S-level alert." However, when she turned around, she found that Lu Xing had already disappeared. In fact, Lu Xing had already flown above the monster with a hand filled with star-like energy. He calmly said, "You guys are a bit slow. I've been waiting here for a while." The next second, this seemingly fierce beast was punched through by Lu Xing. The girl inside the train, watching this scene, was completely stunned, feeling like she was watching a fictional movie. Then, Lu Xing turned and said, "I'll step out for a bit to handle something. I'll be right back." In the blink of an eye, Lu Xing flew away right in front of the astonished girl's eyes. Holy shit, this is a moving high-speed train. The chief, he can actually fly. Soon after, Lu Xing, using the aura of the beast he controlled, located its master, watching Lu Xing flying towards him. The man politely bowed to Lu Xing, saying, "My apologies, to think one could actually ride the wind. You must be a mind weaver. How fascinating." Lu Xing had no patience for pleasantries. "Is it just you coming?" Seeing the underestimation, the redhead's sinister aura began to emerge. "You think that was all I've got? You remind me of those military men I met during my last visit to Dragon Nation. Just like you. Pretty, young, and brave, as tender and fragile as fresh sprouts. It's intoxicating to tear them apart. I was thinking of killing you simply, but this trip has become more interesting than expected. Let me introduce myself. I am Baemon, the 9th pillar demon of the Black Magic Society." Hearing this, Lu Xing impatiently glanced at his watch, then calmly said, "You sure talk a lot for someone about to die." Baemon, shocked that someone was even more pretentious than him, angrily said, "Kid, you really love to show off, don't you?" Then, his whole body wrapped in a blue-green aura. Just as he was about to draw out his treasure, the next moment, a slash of sword light crossed his body. Baemon's head split instantly, followed by Lu Xing's hand blade continuing its slide, cutting Baemon vertically in half from head to toe. Looking at Baemon, whose halves of his head were in a long-distance relationship, Lu Xing lingered in the air, muttering to himself, "After all, with 7 immoral selves, the 4 realms swordsmanship, and various martial arts wills, if I still had to exchange a few blows with you, then I really should be dead." Wait, what did this loser just say he was ranked again? Soon, Lu Xing closed his eyes again. The next moment, his soul perception activated, instantly covering tens of kilometers with this psychic power. There are accomplices, but they are a bit far away, a bit of a hassle, so it's better to wait for them to come and deliver themselves. Lu Xing felt more and more detached from normal humans, even from normal martial artists. Not long after, Lu Xing flew back down to the moving high-speed train, watching Lu Xing swoosh back in from the outside. The girl was so startled that she went numb. Lu Xing then sat back down, and continued on the journey. This is a dash of over 8,000 kilometers from White River City to Capital Province. Lian Su, I'm killing you with enough sincerity, aren't I? Lu Xing said. However, at this moment, the girl behind him was still trembling uncontrollably. This is a high-speed train moving at over 200 kilometers per hour. How is that possible? Thinking about this magical scene made her involuntarily swallow her saliva. Just then, as Lu Xing turned to speak, the girl startled again. Subsequently, Lu Xing stood up and patted the girl's shoulder, saying, I need to step out again to handle something. I'll be right back. He also instructed the girl to send a few coordinates to the military so they could clean up the coordinates specified by Lu Xing. Watching Lu Xing's retreating figure, the girl was dumbfounded. However, his gentle tone reminded her of when her father took her to the train station to go to school as a child, saying, wait here, I'm going to buy an orange. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the alarm at the Black Magic Society's command center went off with the news of Bayman's death. Yellow Hair couldn't believe what was unfolding before him, as the life signal of Lord Bayman he revered had completely disappeared. This meant that Lord Bayman had been killed. Hearing this, two people were shocked. The woman hurriedly left the monitoring room, instructing the boy to continue surveillance. Then, she quickly relayed the news to another arriving superior, also indicating that this target wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. On the other side, Yellow Hair's sister scoffed disdainfully. How not some fool like Bayman? Even though Dragon Nation seems weak, the commotion he caused there last time has already put him on high alert. Now going there so conspicuously and getting killed is just too normal. But I'm different. I'm a mysterious assassin. By tomorrow morning, I will surely bring back Lu Xing's head to sit on. As the call ended, the intelligence woman fell into deep thought. She couldn't believe the target was a 20-year-old young man. Just from his photo, she felt an indescribable fear. Even though we are the hunters, why does it feel like we are the ones being hunted by the Grim Reaper? After this, the local provincial command received an SSS-level task issued from above. Seeing this, the leader immediately notified all the elite Wolf, Fang, and Blade teams to move out to the screen's coordinates and had the 5th, 7th, and 8th Armored Regiments ready to deploy at a moment's notice. This sudden occurrence baffled the subordinates. Some knew this was about an organization from Lion Kingdom, the Black Magic Society, but Chong on the side was utterly shocked because he knew well the terror of the Black Magic Society. If that's true, then it's dangerous, he thought, remembering the terror attack by the Black Magic Society in the Southern Military Region 3 years ago. At that time, he was in the anti-terror squad. Over 500 people were deployed. There were 20 level 7 Grandmasters, including 5 at level 8. Yet, the most tragic part was that the key target they aimed to capture ultimately escaped. That day was definitely a disgrace for the military. With so many powerhouses, they couldn't keep him. They were mere monsters. Not long after, they had changed into military uniforms and were ready to set off. However, when they arrived at the destination, they were instantly dumbfounded because the supposed SSS-level task location only contained a single corpse. Even in death, his aura is potent, with blood congealed into beads, and there are blood pills. He must have been a top-level 8 Great Grandmaster. There are only about 1,000 of such powerhouses worldwide, and the death of one would be big news. Fortunately, he doesn't look like he's from Dragon Nation. Thus, the officer guessed that the man was likely from the Black Magic Society. What puzzled him was the expression on the face of this Black Magic Society powerhouse. There was no sign of pain or fear, indicating he hadn't realized what happened before he was instantly split in two. This kind of imagery is beyond anyone's imagination. Just then, one of them noticed something suspicious, so they had the officer check the back. Holy shit, this tattoo. He is the Black Magic Society leader that we failed to capture in the Southern Military Region 3 years ago. You mean someone just split in half the leader that 20 Grandmasters and 5 Great Grandmasters couldn't capture back then? Then why did that great man have us come here after he killed that guy? Maybe he wanted us to help clean up. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters of the Eastern Military District, the commander was so shocked by the news that he almost went blind in one eye. Haha, good lad. If he wanted to kill me, it would probably only take one swing. Our military is finally going to have a truly top-tier martial artist. In a few years, we won't have to worry about those martial saints anymore. After settling everything, Lu Xing formed a martial arts projection and released it outward. Deep in the distance, his eyes suddenly opened because the will projection he had just formed seemed much stronger than he had anticipated. It turns out he was wrong last time. Trying to simulate someone else's martial will is utterly useless. But if he simulates his own will and uses his psychic power to construct a will avatar outside his body, then even though his body can't move, the will avatar can travel thousands of miles and can be retracted in an instant. Holy shit, this isn't just some technique. It's downright divine martial power. As for what it can do, there's too much it's capable of. Many things that are inconvenient for the physical body can be done by the avatar, like flying in the sky, burrowing in the ground, passing through walls, entering women's baths. Of course, the most important thing right now is to kill Lian Su. This time, it's likely no one will know it was my doing. Although it wouldn't really matter if they did find out. Lian Su has already crossed certain lines. Even as a martial saint's wife, there are consequences she cannot withstand. When the extreme way martial saint feels that the cost of being hostile with me and the powers behind me outweighs Lien Su's value to him, then her status as the so-called martial saint's wife will start to seem trivial. Long before, Lu Xing had reviewed Lien Su's personal and career history several times, and Lien Su's death didn't cause much of a stir, so Lu Xing deduced that the price she paid for using the saint's demise and collaborating with the Black Magic Society must have also displeased the martial saint. So this was also a good opportunity to kill Lien Su. Soon, Lu Xing's psychic projection reached a certain track location. Saying this, Lu Xing once again activated his psychic sense. In the next moment, Lu Xing was shocked because there were two figures from the Black Magic Society standing in front of him, not knowing the strength of this whole projection. These two from the Black Magic Society arrived just in time. Speaking, Lu Xing's avatar vanished from the spot like a flame of golden fire. At this moment, the two from Black Magic Society, still completely unaware of the impending danger, were plotting a plan. He was frantically watching his watch, waiting for the train to arrive here. Before they could even start showing off, a streak of golden energy quietly appeared behind them. The man was immediately shocked. In the next moment, both turned around and leaned back, also bursting forth with tremendous momentum. Such a strong sense of threat prepared for battle as they shouted their incantations. Both of their forms, along with their energy, surged and transformed into beast-like states. However, Black Wolf saw Lu Xing flying in the air the next second. Could this be a god? Leopard Woman suggested. Impossible. It might be a martial saint's avatar, but Wolf King didn't think it was a martial saint's avatar. He had naturally seen martial saints' manifestations before, and they were much more powerful than this. Moreover, in his memory, none of the three martial saints of Dragon Nation were mediocre. Before they could recover from their shock, Lu Xing slowly raised his left hand and bellowed, "Who are you to act so recklessly here?" As he spoke, a giant golden palm descended from the sky, engulfing both of them. Before they could even exert their strength, they were instantly forced to kneel on the ground. "Who are you, and what is this technique?" At this moment, Wolf King's voice trembled uncontrollably. "How dare you speak my name so casually, to see me and not kneel?" In the next moment, a tremendous force smashed down on them, forcing their stubborn foreheads to hit the ground hard. "You barbaric rats. You wouldn't understand even if I explained, but just die, all of you." As he spoke, another wave of invisible momentum was released. Wolf King used all his strength to activate a skill, roaring Move Quickly. With the explosion, the two managed to teleport away using a secret technique. The next moment, Lu Xing's body flickered with golden light, assuming the role of an acting god. "You rats, do not be rampant. I shall now summon an immortal to descend and execute you right here." This scene frightened Wolf King and Leopard Woman to the point of wetting themselves. Could it really be that we've encountered a folk deity? How could they lose to someone who was not even a martial saint when they joined forces? As they spoke, an overwhelming aura burst forth from both of their bodies. This was their strongest form. Seeing this, I sighed silently. It seems the two of you were in a hurry to go to hell. Hearing this, Leopard Woman took a deep breath, preparing to breathe fire, pose her. In an instant, a powerful flame burst forth from her gaping mouth. Simultaneously, after merging with Leopard Woman's flames, Wolf King also launched his most powerful attack, Blazing Charge, flying towards Lu Xing. Seeing this, Lu Xing lightly inhaled. "Even your combo moves are so ugly." The next moment, a golden aura spewed from Lu Xing's mouth, then rapidly expanded, quickly enveloping both Wolf King and Leopard Woman and blasting them 30 meters away. Wolf King kneeled up, his face full of confusion, unable to believe it. Leopard Woman's flames could burn even demons. How could they be dispersed by his mere breath before he could think further? Wolf King's body quickly floated into the air, soon realizing that this was psychic force manipulation. Could the opponent be a mind weaver? Lu Xing, with one hand in his pocket, slowly raised his left hand and said, "No, this is divine power." The next moment, a bone-searing aura made Wolf King's teeth chatter. Behind him, realizing the danger, Leopard Woman immediately abandoned Wolf King and turned to flee. But the next second, I flashed and appeared in front of her, telling her not to panic. After all, I'm not a demon, just a bit rough around the edges when I act. Then, I transformed into a shadow, blocking Leopard Woman's way. Let me show you what a death by dismemberment feels like. Meanwhile, on the special high-speed train, the young woman was searching the train car for Lu Xing. Where did the Lord go? Why hasn't he returned yet? Could this mission really be? Just as she was puzzled, I flashed back with Orange in tow. This scene startled the girl. Lu Xing immediately said, "I was just busy with some needlework. My hands are a bit dry." The girl was even more confused. Could it be that Lord Lu went to knit a sweater for someone? Ah, yes, knitting sweaters. I just finished 2 sweaters. At that very moment, 2 powerful members of the Black Magic Society were bound by Lu Xing's special yarn and placed in the middle of the high-speed train tracks. The two were so scared their eyes almost popped out. What is this situation? We can't move at all. Could these threads be made of secret gold? The next moment, Leopard Woman's hair stood on end. Just then, 2 high-speed trains were rushing toward them from either side. But at the moment when the train heads were about to collide, Lu Xing's hand emitted purple energy. Alright, time's up. Prepare to start the execution. With the activation of Lu Xing's psychic power, the purple secret gold threads binding the two suddenly began to move on their own. Lu Xing tied the other end of the threads to the front of the train. As the high-speed train sped past, Leopard Woman's expression turned frantic. The threads around the two tightened more and more. In just a moment, they were being strangled by the ropes, and they couldn't even recognize their own mothers, shouting, "Spare us." 2 seconds later, the two were torn into countless pieces. This could be considered a modern version of the death by dismemberment, and also a serious warning to the Lion Kingdom from Lu Xing. Anyone who offends me will die. At that moment, the girl rushed over in panic to report that she had just heard some strange noise nearby. For safety's sake, she wanted to request a helicopter to take Lu Xing directly to Capital Province. But Lu Xing responded, "It's fine." He also informed the girl about the 2 deaths at the moment the trains crossed and told her to send people to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Black Magic Society, the blonde man was so shocked he nearly wet himself. He couldn't understand why the life signals of the 6th and 7th demon gods had disappeared at the same time. After all, the demon pillars in the top 10 were godlike figures. Each one controlled an extremely powerful exotic beast body, and all of Black Magic Society's world-shocking feats were accomplished by these leaders. Now, 3 of them had fallen within a single day. Could it be that Dragon Nation sent out a Martial Saint-level powerhouse? But thinking about it, it didn't seem likely because the 3 Martial Saints currently in Dragon Nation had no connection to the target, and the military district had no Martial Saints either. So the only possible explanation for this outcome was that they had misjudged the target's strength. This one wasn't a general-level powerhouse, but rather a martial level one. Upon hearing this, the blonde man was so scared that his diaper got wet again. Martial level. He's only 20 years old. This is a monstrous martial arts genius, and he's already taken down 3 demon pillars. Even if the reward this time was 10 times more, it wouldn't make up for the losses. The only option was to cut their losses and retreat immediately. However, the Pineapple Girl insisted that the mission must continue. Now that Black Magic Society had made an enemy of him, if such a freak continued to rise, Black Magic Society would be finished. The blonde man also saw the logic in this and immediately wanted to request support from headquarters. However, the Pineapple Girl said there was no need to panic because there was still one more extremely powerful person in Dragon Nation. With her strength, she would definitely be able to kill that martial-level kid. But Yellow Hair was irritated because the organization had not provided them with the contact method for the 4th demon, Samakina. Before Yellow Hair could fret any longer, Pineapple Girl suddenly knelt down and prayed for divine intervention, chanting, "I beseech the 4th pillar demon lord, Samakina, to descend." The next second, a force surged into Pineapple Girl's body and a hand emerged from her mouth. Yellow Hair was terrified by the sight. Soon, a yellow object crawled out of Pineapple Girl's body and a blonde girl leaped out. This meant that the summoning had killed Pineapple Girl on the spot. The next moment, the blonde girl coldly said to Yellow Hair, "Send me the coordinates of the target." Meanwhile, Lu Xing had just killed another Black Magic Society member, whose identity token revealed he was one of the top 10 demon pillars, Toto Ba. Lu Xing hadn't expected the Black Magic Society to send so many underlings to assassinate him. Looking at the communication devices looted from them, which likely had location tracking, he thought carrying it might make it easy for them to find him. Any other takers should hurry up. After sunrise tomorrow, I won't be in the mood to play with you. By Lu Xing's current pace, it would take about 5 hours to reach the capital. If he went all out, he could probably make it in 2 hours, faster than flying. But this trip was to kill Lien Su, and in case of any unexpected events, he needed to ensure he was fully prepared. On the other hand, he also wanted to wait for the Black Magic Society people. If he moved too fast, they might not be able to keep up. One last thing, though killing Lien Su wouldn't have many consequences, she was still extreme Wei Martial Saint's woman, and he needed to maintain some decorum publicly, not making it too obvious. At least it shouldn't be apparent that it was Lu Xing's doing. So, Lu Xing also planned to create an alibi. As long as he made a big scene somewhere else at the time of Lien Su's death, the bigger, the better. Saying this, Lu Xing pulled out his phone to call Heling Su and asked when old Master Chen's birthday was. Heling Su, puzzled, said it would be tomorrow night. "I'm worried someone might bully you at such a family birthday party. There might be 2nd or 3rd generations who don't see eye to eye with you, especially since the novels all write it that way. Right now, your profile is just perfect for the heroine in a female-centric novel." Heling Su didn't know what to make of Lu Xing's antics today, and responded that she was just a nobody in her family. The scenarios Lu Xing described wouldn't happen to her. However, the domineering CEO persona of Lu Xing insisted on going there tomorrow to support her. Bewildered, Heling Su was obviously perplexed. Little did they know, Lu Xing had everything planned to the last detail. Kill Lien Su, then make a scene at the Chun family's birthday party. It doesn't matter whether Heling Su needs it or not. Lu Xing sets the stage. She has to play her part, whether she likes it or not. About an hour later, in a suburban area, a young couple was camping outdoors. The man predicted that there would be a meteor shower tonight. Since it was still early, he told the girl to warm up inside the tent first. Clearly, This was the man's lie. All this was just to spend some time alone with the girl outdoors pulling carrots. But the next moment, the girl shouted excitedly, "Hooray!" It turned out to be a real meteor, and it was golden. It's really happening. The man was baffled, but obviously this was just the golden glow emitted by Lu Xing as he hurried on his way. The next moment, a red light blocked Lu Xing's path. With an explosion above, the golden red light illuminated the entire forest night sky. The camping boy quickly pulled out his camera from his pants pocket because such a high-level meteor collision was rare, and he had to record it properly. The next moment, Lu Xing was struck hard and plummeted toward the ground. Lu Xing never thought he'd be hit by this fall-from-the-sky move. This must be a master from the Black Magic Society. Quite interesting indeed. The next second, a murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the master within the vortex. Lu Xing's spiritual power surged, and he quickly slid and pinned the blonde woman to the ground. Yo-ho, it seems this lady is quite capable. An 8th-level Grandmaster aiming for 9th-level Martial Saint. The key is the complete fusion of essence, energy, and spirit to connect with heaven and earth, using the natural cosmic energy to construct one's own martial Dao physique. Now only the final martial Dao imprint is missing. But if this is all you've got, you might end up going home empty-handed tonight. Hearing this, the blonde woman was shocked. No wonder those guys died at the hands of this kid. He really is strong. But that move just now must be what you rely on. Too bad. You won't be able to talk tough like that in a bit. Saying this, the blonde woman raised one hand as a flash of energy rose in her palm, seemingly preparing to transform into a beast. Soon after, a magical array appeared under her feet, and several bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. In the past 2 years, you're the first to see my strongest form. Kid, are you ready to face your death? Yo-ho. Indeed, she can transform into an exotic beast. Before Lu Xing could finish his thought, the beast woman dashed in front of him ready to attack. This speed, Lu Xing felt, was several levels higher than before. So fast. Saying that, the beast woman kicked Lu Xing into the air with a reverse kick. Following that, she flashed above Lu Xing and raised both hands, and with a fierce slam, Lu Xing was smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Immediately after, the blonde woman took a deep breath, and dark purple energy continuously flew towards her mouth, eventually forming a giant magical array there, and she unleashed her strongest move on the spot where Lu Xing had just landed. With a massive explosion, the ground around vibrated intensely, and the air seemed to solidify like a solid object. Looking down at the dust and debris below, the beast woman slowly descended, thinking everything was over, ready to go home for a beauty sleep. But according to the law of smoke, without damage, Lu Xing was likely unscathed. From within the dust, a voice slowly spoke. So, your so-called transformation just slightly raises the limit of the Grandmaster realm? You haven't even touched that level yet. Hearing this, the blonde woman's hair stood on end in shock, her face full of disbelief. The other party clearly had the aura of a Grandmaster, yet why was he unscathed under her full attack? Then, she frantically asked, "Who exactly are you? Why do you possess such strong power?" "Me? I am someone who is about to reach the ceiling." As he spoke, a powerful force accompanied his slowly raised fist. "Woman, you are of no value to me anymore." Lu Xing finally got his revenge. Extreme Wei Martial Saint's wife, Lian Su, was tormented by Lu Xing to the point of preferring death to life. Just now, the 4th demon god came to hunt down Lu Xing. However, no matter what killing moves the opponent used, they couldn't inflict any damage on Lu Xing. Clearly, she had played all her cards. The next moment, under the horrified gaze of the woman, a giant hand formed of psychic energy gripped her throat. "Die, woman. You are no longer of any use." Lu Xing blocked the attack with one hand and slowly lifted the beast mother. The beast mother, pressed by an invisible force, trembled violently and struggled to breathe. Finally, 2 seconds later, she foamed at the mouth and died on the spot, having her last meal. It's time to say goodbye to this world. If you're lucky enough, maybe you'll also get to experience a transmigration. The next moment, under Lu Xing's explosive strike, the beast mother was utterly obliterated. Afterwards, Lu Xing dialed the nearby military area, instructing the troops to come to the coordinates for a cleanup. This interception by the Black Magic Society made Lu Xing realize the limits of his own strength. His pure vital energy and blood, supplemented by 7 immoral cells and various enhancements, could probably reach a battle power of 70 to 80 stars. His maximum effort might reach 100 stars. However, a 100-star battle power is still far from a true Martial Saint level. However, Lu Xing had just stepped into the realm of the great Grandmaster not long ago, and his essence, energy, and spirit had not yet begun to fuse, so there was still a long road ahead. He knew he was still weak. Meanwhile, inside Lian Su's villa, there was thunderous noise. Failed again. I've given so much and taken such big risks to find you guys, and now you're telling me it failed? The person on the other end of the video apologized. No one could have expected this outcome. In fact, the the Black Magic Society suffered a tremendous loss. Your target caused us to lose 4 powerful pillars of the demon god. Lien Su, however, thought this was the Black Magic Society's own problem. Since your losses are so great, shouldn't you have killed that boy completely? She didn't believe that the mighty Black Magic Society couldn't handle a mere level 8 character. The liaison said it's possible. As long as any one of the top 3 pillars of the demon god intervenes, they could easily resolve it, but it would cost 20 times more than before. Upon hearing this, Lien Su panicked. Just the cost of the previous operation had already drained the family fortune provided by extreme Wei Martial Saint. The liaison explained, any one of the top 3 pillars of the demon god entering the Dragon Nation could cause significant disturbances to the international situation, possibly even drawing the attention of the 3 level 9 martial saints of Dragon Nation. This involves too much and cannot be simply explained. After all, our Black Magic Society is not purely an assassin organization. This time, we helped you only because of the face of the person behind you. This infuriated Lien Su, who cursed the liaison's ancestors and furiously smashed the tablet in her hand. Get out. All of you get out. Okay, madam, but this operation has caused losses to our Black Magic Society, and we need you to make some compensation. The specific compensation amount will be sent to your email in a couple of days. These words directly caused Lien Su to suffer an endocrine disorder. Damn it, you people from Lion Kingdom screw up and still want me to pay. Is this what you call the prowess of the world strong? After saying that, she crushed the tablet under her foot, her face full of resentment. For this revenge, Lien Su almost crossed that person's bottom line, and yet it ended like this. Extreme Wei Martial Saint had warned Lien Su to let this matter go, but she couldn't swallow this insult. Why is it not going smoothly? That was just a small character with legs covered in yellow mud. Lien Su couldn't accept it. She cried in deep ideological struggle and finally fell asleep exhausted. Seeing this, the servant behind her quickly went to prepare some hot food to ensure the madam could eat whenever she woke up. As the night deepened, a miserable cry of a man kept echoing, shouting, "Sister." This sound directly woke Lien Su up. She looked up and saw a little black shadow with a blurred face and cherry lips in front of her. The sharp look in its eyes made Lien Su recognize him at once. It was her brother Lien Jibei. Hearing her brother's continuous screams, Lien Su fell into deep, mad self-blame. The next moment, as her consciousness spread, Lien Su suddenly woke up, screaming, "Ah!" She turned her head to look, but the room was empty. Such a vivid dream gave her feelings she had never had before. Could it be that she didn't avenge them, and now they have become ghosts looking for her? Just then, Lien Su felt an unusual dryness in her throat, so she asked the servant to bring in some water. Thirsty, she picked up the cup without hesitation and drank deeply. However, the next moment, she suddenly felt nauseous. What is this water? Why does it taste so awful? On closer inspection, it turned out to be a cup filled with blood and eyeballs. Just then, a child's voice suddenly came from the darkness. Auntie, does my blood taste good?" In the darkness, Lien Su's figure suddenly pounced, and various stimuli caused her to faint on the spot. Seeing Lien Su lying motionless on the bed, Lu Xing revealed a disdainful smile. Using a mental illusion to deal with a mere 6th-level martial artist, especially a woman with extreme mental instability, is really too easy. To be tormented by fear and despair in an endless, repeating nightmare until one dies from a mental breakdown is perhaps the most cunning, most traceless, and most agonizing method of all. For a viperous woman who tried to harm him multiple times and wanted to put his family in moral danger, Lu Xing had no reason to feel any compassion. After all, I'm not a saint, just an ordinary person with a bit of a sense of justice and not much cunning. However, just then, Lu Xing suddenly felt a strong oppressive force coming from behind. This kind of presence that made him feel a threat of death could probably only be matched by a martial saint. Lu Xing almost forgot that since he could sense imminent danger to those around him, a level 9 martial saint must have similar abilities. Speaking of which, Lu Xing slowly reached out his hand. Since that's the case, I'm afraid I can't continue tormenting Lien Su. So, Lu Xing simply ended her life to avoid being cornered by a martial saint, which would be troublesome, fortunately. Just as Lien Su died, the premonition in Lu Xing's forehead significantly weakened. After her death, Lu Xing's figure instantly vanished from the room. However, at this moment, hearing the noise, the maids thought Lien Su had awakened and were about to enter the room with food. But the next moment, they were so scared that they dropped the trays on the floor. It's bad. The madam is dead. Meanwhile, in the Jin family estate in the capital province, various celebrities came to congratulate Old Master Chun on his longevity celebration. My goodness, even a martial arts grandmaster has come to attend Old Master Chen's birthday. What an honor. What do you know? Old Master Chen himself is a martial arts grandmaster, so naturally, he knows many big shots. Some of his friends are even level 8 great grandmasters from the military. A level 8 great grandmaster. I've never seen one in real life. Sisters, we have to work hard tonight. If one of the big shots takes a fancy to us, that would be hitting the jackpot. Watching this scene unfold, Ling Su was quite disgusted. Is this what they call high society? It's really boring. Just then, a pig's trotter reached out towards Ling Su. Ling Su, it's your first time here. You're just not used to it. Let's go in together. This person was Ling Su's cousin, but Ling Su said she was still waiting for someone. I didn't know you had friends in capital. I'll have to meet them later. Ling Su didn't expect that ever since she arrived at the Chun family's place, their attitude had been quite warm. This so-called cousin was also quite attentive to her, but she always felt. Just then, a voice came from behind. Think he's no good? Has ulterior motives? Ah, yes, exactly that feeling. Lu Xing's sudden appearance surprised Ling Su. At first, she thought Lu Xing was just talking casually, but he actually arrived on time. Lu Xing was also shocked. The distance from Lien Su's estate to the Chun family's banquet site is at least 1,000 kilometers, but I finished the whole journey in 5 minutes. The speed is 10 times the speed of sound. This projection skill is really something good. However, Ling Su said that her side didn't need any so-called novel plot twists, and she didn't need Lu Xing to back her up. In fact, she felt that the Chun family was treating her well, and they had even begun to accept her. But Lu Xing said, they are only accepting your wealth. Ling Su felt inside that returning to the Chun family and paying some corresponding price was quite normal. Lu Xing was surprised. He thought Ling Su's character would lead her to resist to the end, but she ended up compromising. Perhaps her upbringing made her crave this kind of fake familial love. Although Lu Xing could understand whether he supported it was another matter. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I will make the right choice for you. Hearing this, Ling Su was stunned. At the same time, she asked Lu Xing, who was looking around, what he was searching for. I'm looking for a shining, unfortunate fellow. Lu Xing pointed ahead and asked, who is that guy? According to Ling Su, this person was the second young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Yuman. The Zhou family is one of the top families in capital, and even abroad, with more influence than our Qin family. However, this person himself is not very competent, just a wastrel. His brother Zhou Shilin, on the other hand, is much more formidable. Hearing this, Lu Xing sneered. Now you're starting to say our Qin family? These fearless things entangle you, and they will only hinder your path to becoming stronger. Don't worry, I will help you perfection solve all this. This statement left Ling Su stunned, and to those unaware, it might seem like Lu Xing was confessing his feelings to her. Subsequently, Lu Xing slowly walked forward. At this time, young Master Zhou was impatiently dismissing some sycophantic developers. I told you all to get lost. However, Lu Xing's imposing figure suddenly appeared, startling him. He could feel that the man in front of him, whether in stature, appearance, or demeanor and presence, exerted a suffocating oppressive force. A seasoned wastrel knows to stay away from such people, so he quickly hid behind 2 girls and cautiously asked, who are you? Lu Xing, with his hands in his pockets, said lightly, that red sports car behind you, is it yours? Pretty cool. How much did it cost? Hearing this, young Master Zhou's tension eased slightly. It seemed he was just attracted by his new car. He couldn't help but laugh. Bought it for over 80 million. Of course it's good stuff. It's the only one in the whole Dragon Nation. Lu Xing feigned astonishment. Wow, over 80 million. Saying this, he moved forward to touch the luxury car. Seeing this, young Master Zhou couldn't help but sneer disdainfully, just as I thought. A bumpkin. The next moment, Lu Xing's tone shifted. The car is nice, but sorry, I'm jealous. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing's body suddenly burst out with a cyan aura, and the luxury car beneath his feet was instantly compressed into a slab of metal. Look, now I feel much better. Beside him, young Master Zhou was enraged, and he abruptly reached out to Lu Xing's shoulder, demanding, brother, what do you mean by this? If you don't explain yourself today, I'll have you thrown into the sea to feed the pigs. However, the strong oppressive aura released by Lu Xing pushed him back. Brother, who's your brother? My name is Lu Xing, a friend of Ling Su from the Chun family. If you're upset, feel free to come and find me. After saying that, Lu Xing stretched out his finger towards the front. Look, there's Ling Su. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the direction Lu Xing was pointing, eager to see who dared to be so bold and domineering in capital. Meanwhile, Ling Su was completely dumbfounded. Still unresponsive, she had now become the target of all. Watching the destroyed luxury car, young Master Zhou cried in pain. Lu Xing clapped his hands, feigning innocence, and said, oh dear, why can't I control myself? End the young Master Zhou's feelings here. Hearing this, young Master Zhou was so angry that his eyes nearly burst into flames, and he roared, Ling Su of the Qin family, right? And you, Lu Xing, I'll remember this. This series of actions completely bewildered Ling Su, filling her heart with confusion. Why am I suddenly involved in this? The next moment, Lu Xing, with a confused Ling Su in tow, turned around and left, telling her, ignore them. Let's go inside the venue and see what's happening. This drama made some of the developers around them curious about the two, discussing who they really were, impressive enough to leave people wanting more. As the two entered the venue, Yilin Su pushed Lu Xing away from her side and demanded, Lu Xing, what are you trying to do? You just smashed someone's car and then provoked them, and you mentioned my name out of the blue. Isn't that setting me up? Hearing this, Lu Xing simply smiled. All of this was to stand up for you. Yet, a suddenly befuddled Yilin Su continued to question, stand up for me? Why would you stand up for me when nothing was done to me? At least give me a reason. Lu Xing stroked his chin, pretending to think hard. Ah, got it, look at that guy. He doesn't look like good news, and you're dressed so beautifully today. He's bound to notice, and then harbor evil thoughts. Ultimately, he'll stop at nothing to have you. Saying this, Lu Xing stroked Yilin Su's forehead, mockingly adding, it's all written like this in novels. I'm just taking precautions, nipping the danger in the bud. Don't thank me. This series of twisted logic left Yilin Su speechless and unable to retort. She could only helplessly give a thumbs up. Impressive. Soon, as the noise continued to rise, guests began to arrive at the banquet. Among them, young Master Zhou's snake-like gaze was constantly fixed on Lu Xing and Yilin Su. Seeing this, Yilin Su's cousin quickly squeezed out a smile and eagerly approached, trying to ingratiate himself. Yilin Su, won't you introduce me to your friend? Smashing someone's car as soon as you arrive and pinning it on Urchin family. Really impressive. Young man. Yilin Su was about to explain, but Lu Xing cut her off first. This young man, you really have a way with words. If I'm not mistaken, it seems like you're implying something about me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing's grim reaper-like presence surged. This made the cousin who wanted to make trouble suddenly feel a chill, and he quickly stepped back 2 meters. He couldn't understand why. As a proud level 6 martial artist, he couldn't withstand this oppressive aura. How? It's impossible that I can't even endure one look from him. That gaze was like the abyss, full of oppressiveness. Panicked, he said, Are you that top student from the 7th St. Martial University? The rare martial arts genius who's expected to become a Grandmaster. You treat me like this, but Urchin family has a level 8 great Grandmaster. However, he suddenly realized he couldn't run at all. He tried with all his might, yet he couldn't move an inch in the air. The next moment, his figure was slowly lifted up, hanging in the air, completely baffled. He turned his head toward Ling Su for help. Ling Su, please ask him to let me go. Lu Xing, controlling his psychic power, said coldly, Did I say you could leave? Did I say you were insinuating something about me? Why are you saying all this nonsense? Hearing this, Ling Su quickly stepped forward to intervene. Lu Xing, let it go. Don't make a big deal out of it. Lu Xing smiled. Since the lady has spoken, I'll do as you wish, but from where do you want him to come down? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Su's cousin was smashed by Lu Xing directly onto the banquet table. Watching the human-shaped object suddenly crash into the center of the venue, the other guests gathered around, curious about what had happened here. At this moment, Ling Su was trembling with despair in her heart. She felt that everything was over, that the hard-earned opportunity was ruined in an instant. Were all those years of effort going to be wasted? As she was lost in her frantic thoughts, a fierce aura burst into the venue, momentarily interrupting her thoughts. The newcomer was young Master Zhou, clearly intent on revenge for the earlier luxury car incident. Young Master Zhou roared, calling his martial artist guards, tie him up. This ignorant youngster really thinks he's somebody because he won first place at some national martial university competition? He pointed at Lu Xing and continued to curse. I was just intimidated by you earlier. Wait for your death. Then, he turned his gaze to Ling Su. And you little beauty, watch how I deal with you after I handle that kid. Saying this, young Master Zhou revealed a disgusting smile, even sticking out his tongue. A daughter-in-law of the Qin family. If it weren't for the Qin family's intention to take over that woman's properties, this mongrel wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the banquet. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted Ling Su's name. Soon, a middle-aged woman ran over in a panic, cursing as she ran. What kind of friends do you have? Kick him out now. Do you still want to return to the Qin family? Let that boy get lost. After speaking, she went up to pull Ling Su aside. Come, go back with mom later. We'll go and apologize to young Master Zhou alone to clear up the misunderstanding. Apologize alone? Having her own mother speak like this, Ling Su felt a wave of disappointment. Isn't this walking into a lion's den? Seeing this, Lu Xing mockingly said nearby, Wasn't I right? Just like it's written in the novels, you, as the female protagonist template in this scenario, were bound to become the target, suppressed and targeted by everyone, ending with a villain forcibly taking things. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Su vanished from in front of her mother and reappeared in front of Lu Xing. Don't you still have me? Ling Su angrily retorted. Didn't all this happen because of you? Seeing the two so close, Ling Su's mother exploded in rage. Ling Su, listen to me. Immediately distance yourself from him and come here obediently. If you agree to what we discussed earlier, the family will naturally ensure you're safe and forgive this mistake. Hearing this, Ling Su was silent for a moment, then looked at Lu Xing deeply for 2 seconds. At that moment, she seemed to have her answer. Then, with a resolute look, she said, "Sorry, Ms. Chun, I'm afraid I cannot accept the conditions you proposed earlier." Seeing her daughter start to rebel, Ling Su's mother became furious, calling her an ingrate and ordering the family bodyguards to seize them. Seeing this, Lushing positioned Ling Su behind him and slowly spoke, "Don't worry, you won't regret the choice you're making today." Young Master Zhou immediately called in family experts, ready to move against Lushing. The crowd around them jeered. Ling Su and her friend are done for now. However, just as their fists were about half a foot from Lushing, he suddenly burst out with a cyan energy, instantly engulfing everyone around him. Under this force, everyone was thrown back against the wall, stuck there unable to move. Seeing this, young Master Zhou was almost scared to pee, but in the next moment, a man wearing glasses was thrown down, landing directly on young Master Zhou, actually making him pee. Just then, a spectator slowly walked out from the crowd. "Not bad, not bad. This kid actually has a Grandmaster's cultivation. Interesting. I didn't expect that coming to a banquet in my spare time, I, Zhou Jilin, would encounter such an interesting person." Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Lushing swiftly grabbed his wrist, and Zhou Jilin cried out in pain, "My hand, my hand." Finally, Lushing scoffed and kicked Zhou Jilin away. "Mind your own business, get lost." As Zhou Jilin plummeted from the sky, landing heavily on young Master Zhou and others, they spewed 2 tons of fresh blood. Seeing this, Ling Su's mother nearly had an endocrine disorder from shock, unable to stand steadily. A level 7 martial arts grandmaster defeated in one move. Just how strong is this young man? No wonder he was so confident. Better leave quickly to avoid getting hurt. Just then, a middle-aged man shouted in the venue, "Are there any other grandmaster friends willing to stand up for justice? My Qin family will surely reward you handsomely today." Hearing this, the crowd around hung their heads in shame, with no one stepping forward. The middle-aged man was shocked. Could it be that today our Qin family will be humiliated like this? Seeing this, Lushing took Ling Su's hand and said with a sneer, "See, Ling Su, this is the noble family you always wanted to rely on." Just then, a striking voice came from behind. "How dare you cause trouble at my Chun Jingnan's birthday celebration? It's old Master Chun, and there's a general from the military." The crowd looked up, only to find the figure beside old Master Chun somewhat familiar. Everyone whispered, "My God, I didn't realize old Master Chun had connections in the military. That's a 7-star general, a top figure in the military." Not only that, but everyone noticed another old man accompanying him. That's Vice President Jiang, he of the Capital Province Martial Association. He's a well-known level 8 Great Grandmaster. The middle-aged man, who had just been looking worried, now suddenly wore a smug expression, his eyes filled with triumph. Lushing hadn't expected that. After parting ways with Jiang he at the martial arts conference, they would meet again here. Next to him, Ling Su, looking anxious, tightly held Lushing's hand and whispered, "Lushing, let's escape now. I'll stay and negotiate with the Chun family, with my mother's connections. We can still sort this out." However, Lushing stood still, unflinching. This made Ling Su even more anxious, and tears suddenly welled up. "Go, you fool. Why are you just standing there?" Lushing reached out, gently wiped the tears from the corner of Ling Su's eyes, and whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry, it's okay." Ling Su, with her fists pounding Lushing's chest, looked anxious. "How can it be okay? You really have a death wish. The Qin family won't let you off easily." But Lushing remained calm. "Don't worry, they only act tough because they have numbers. If it really comes to a fight, no one can match me. Ling Su, you're the protagonist's template. As your backer, how could I be so easily defeated? The real show is just beginning." Just then, Qin Jingnan, with a grim face, stared at Lushing like a knife. "Is it you who caused a commotion at my Chun family's banquet, ruining my birthday celebration?" Lushing paid him no mind, instead turning to greet Jiang He nearby. "Oh, old Jiang, long time no see." Jiang He, stroking his beard, looked incredulous. He remembered the scene where Lushing had killed a grandmaster and the gruesome death of Lien Jibei, which had left a deep impression on him. Jiang He then took on a peacemaker's stance, advising Chun Jingnan, "Today is your 80th birthday. For my sake, let's not quarrel with the younger generation." Chun Jingnan sneered, "Old Jiang, technically speaking, this young man intentionally came to my birthday celebration to cause trouble. I really shouldn't." Before he could finish, Lushing raised his hand to interrupt. No need to make it complicated. Just do as you were going to." This left Jiang He speechless, shocked to the point that his beard almost fell off. Why isn't this kid following the script? He's been given a way out, and he doesn't take it. Seeing this, Chun Jingnan's face was full of rage, as if he was about to explode. He glanced towards Jiang He, seemingly waiting for him to interject again. However, Jiang He just scoffed and spread his hands. "I, the vice president of the Martial Association, have already pleaded on his behalf. No need to make a fool of myself by saying more." Lushing looked disdainfully at Qin Jingnan. "Hurry up then. If you're going to make a move, let's all go at once. I don't have all day to waste with you." Hearing this, Chun Jingnan no longer held back, ready to teach Lushing a lesson. But just then, a stern and deep voice came from outside. "General Du Linjun of the Eastern Military Region's 5th War Zone, at your service, Mr. Lu." Lushing was taken aback, not expecting to encounter someone from the Eastern Military Region here, and thought to himself, what a coincidence. Du Linjun stepped forward respectfully and said, "Mr. Lu, we met during the grand competition. At that time, Dong Xingyi and I teamed up, but you knocked us out of the ring with one punch. Don't you remember?" Lu Xing awkwardly smiled in response. Now I remember. In reality, he was full of confusion. What the hell? I don't remember at all. There were too many people I fought then. Seeing this, Old Master Chen awkwardly asked, "General Du, you know Mr. Lu Xing?" Du Linjun immediately replied, "Mr. Lu is the shining sun of our Eastern military region, the king of the general stars of the East. In this military exercise, we were merely accompanying Mr. Lu. Eastern military region, the shining sun, king of the general stars." Hearing these titles, the crowd around them burst into an uproar. Even Jiang, he was utterly shocked. This Lu Xing just left the martial arts conference less than half a year ago, and he has already become a level 8 great grandmaster and reached the top. This is too incredible. The previously arrogant Qin family members now turned pale, thinking, we are in deep trouble now. Old Master Qin immediately bowed, his face all smiles. "Mr. Lu, this has all been a misunderstanding. Please, sir, let bygones be bygones and forgive us." Lu Xing snorted coldly, looking at Old Master Chun with a smile that was not quite a smile, and eventually shook his head, deciding not to pursue the matter further, and turned to leave with Yiling Su. He felt somewhat regretful. It's really boring when the climax ends before it even starts. Then, Yiling Su's mother desperately called out her daughter's name, trying to make her stay and urging her to come home quickly. However, at this moment, Yiling Su's mind was clear, fully aware that such insincere familial affection was meaningless. Perhaps this was exactly what Lu Xing wanted her to see today. She murmured softly, looking down, "Haven't my dad and I lived like this for over 20 years? In the days to come, she looked up at Lu Xing's figure, her eyes filled with newfound resolve. "I can live just fine without her." Thinking this, Yiling Su realized how foolish she had been before. Hearing this, Lu Xing laughed heartily. "That's the Yiling Su I know. So, how did you like the plot I set up for you today? Did it feel like you were the protagonist?" Yiling Su rolled her eyes. "The protagonist is clearly you. I bet by tomorrow, half of Capital will know that Eastern Military Region General Lu Xing made a scene at the Chun family celebration." Hearing this, Lu Xing grinned. "That's exactly the effect I wanted." Curious about Lu Xing's comments, Yiling Su asked, "Why?" Lu Xing shook his head sheepishly. "I'm not usually like this, and I, Lu Xing, am known for being reasonable, modest, and low-key. Today was an exception for you." Looking at this slick talker, Yiling Su was utterly speechless, but she didn't press further. This time, Lu Xing had used himself as bait to lure the Black Magic Society, killed Lian Su with a projection of will, and then deliberately smashed up the Chun family's event. Everything was executed flawlessly. However, for some reason, he felt a slight unease. Despite the immortal cells in his brow being quiet and showing no signs of disturbance, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Could it be that he was overthinking? As Yiling Su turned to leave, Lu Xing suddenly called out, "Yiling Su, how about we talk about the next prescription now? This girl always gets excited when it comes to making medicine." Meanwhile, inside the Chun residence, Xi and Jing, Nan was brewing tea to thank Jiang He and Du Linjun. "If it weren't for the two of you, today would have been tough for the Chun family." Old Jiang waved his hand. "It was just a small effort. But fortune and misfortune go hand in hand, and this is a good opportunity for you to straighten out your family affairs. After all, that girl is still considered part of your family. If handled properly, the Chun family could benefit from this." General Du also spoke up to apologize. "I'm sorry I didn't step forward earlier today. Old Chun, please don't blame me. Honestly, I was startled when I encountered Mr. Lu. I only dared to confirm his identity after careful recognition, as some matters were still confidential before the whole military exercise." Du Linjun continued, "I can only tell you, Mr. Lu's strength far exceeds your imagination. The military even holds him in high regard, and he might match old Zhang's peer in the future." Hearing this, both Chun Jing Nan and Jiang He were stunned. Old Zhang's peer? Isn't that Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu? Does that mean Lu Xing could potentially reach the level of a 9th-degree martial saint? They thought they had already overestimated his status, but his true background was far more profound, even 100 times more exaggerated than imagined. After speaking, General Du indicated he had said enough and then prepared to leave. After hearing about Lu Xing's extraordinary status, Old Jiang briefly considered informing Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu, but then thought better of it, as the Martial Saint probably already knew. Meanwhile, as Lu Xing and He Lingshu were parting at the hotel entrance, he handed her the formula for the 4th-level Golden Dragon Saliva. One reason was that Lin Xing Pharma, having grown to its present size, truly needed a high-end product to establish its credibility. Another was that He Lingshu, despite being surrounded by the elite, had unhesitatingly chosen to stand by his side, proving her loyalty. Lu Xing mused, "The last time someone did this for me was that chubby Lin Jia at the freshman conference. He came out and cursed at those who doubted me." Looking at the night scene of Capital, Lu Xing smiled slightly and stepped forward. Perhaps these next few days, it would be good to meet some old friends. At that moment, Lu Xing pulled out the bottle of the Tragedy of the Saint. Last time, he he was too rushed to study it. This concoction reputed to kill a martial saint. Even his records in the future databases claiming it's quite extraordinary. It said that even 10,000 years into the future, this poison remains incredibly potent. Once nearly killing a level 10 powerhouse, driven by curiosity, Lu Xing thought about trying it. If I can withstand a poison that even a 9th degree martial saint can't handle, wouldn't that prove I'm stronger than a 9th degree martial saint? He was also curious about how exactly this poison could kill a martial saint. After all, just the physique of a 7th degree Grandmaster is enough to be immune to over 90% of the world's toxins. What seems deadly to others is trivial to a 7th degree Grandmaster, like drinking a potent herbicide as if it were water, and it's really no joke. Transcendence, 100 times the immunity, cell activity, and metabolic rate of an ordinary person, causes most poisons to be metabolized before they can even take effect when they enter the body. Even if they do take effect, the strong self-healing ability can quickly neutralize them. However, the tragedy of the saint is different. According to the Fireseed Repository's description, the toxin in this poison is extracted from the bodies of exotic beasts above level 9, involving aspects far beyond genetics. What deeper stuff is that? It's said to cause permanent damage, but it doesn't matter anymore. Lu Xing thought to himself, eventually, the cells in his body would be entirely replaced with immortal cells, and any damage would naturally heal. Saying this, he carefully used his psychic power to extract 1/10,000th of the liquid from the bottle. Then, he dropped this tiny amount of liquid into a cup of water. Surprisingly, this substance was undetectable even by psychic probing, and martial artists' senses showed no disturbance. No wonder even martial saints fall victim to it. Then, Lu Xing gulped it down in one go, to leave no trace. He even swallowed the cup. After all, with my current physique, even chewing stainless steel is no problem. Next, he quietly waited for the death seed to strike. Suddenly, with a swoosh, Lu Xing's gaze sharpened. He felt an odd sensation in his stomach, as if something was trying to corrode his body. A green mist wildly swirled in his abdomen, seeming to devour everything, as if a demon was thriving inside Lu Xing. Soon, this demon grew larger, raising its hand to devour the vitality inside Lu Xing. However, Lu Xing's cells were too strong to be disturbed. A mass of cells quickly mobilized to expel the demon. In just a moment, the previously vibrating abdomen had returned to normal. The cells inside Lu Xing were fiercely fighting the intruder. The poison's force tried to erode his body, forcing him to transform in an unknown direction. While his own power, the cells, desperately resisted this transformation. The genetic aggressiveness of exotic beasts, higher life forms, is strong. Deep contact can affect, or even assimilate. Like those heretics Lu Xing encountered deep underground, their psychic power was warped, and their bodies were tainted. Though only a little of the tragedy of the saint was used, it's equivalent to a normal person directly consuming a level 7 exotic beast. However, Lu Xing's physique is too strong, utterly fearless. The contest ended too quickly, so fast that Lu Xing barely sensed anything before the poison's force was completely suppressed. Could it be that the toxicity will only emerge further after the cells are successfully mutated? Saying this, Lu Xing directly cut open his palm and dropped a drop of the poison on it. This time, with direct contact, the reaction was indeed more intense. Instantly, a black and red eerie mist made a sizzling sound, and the veins in Lu Xing's palm bulged. However, as the poison invaded, the cells in Lu Xing's body quickly began to resist comprehensively. Seeing the situation, it seemed the poison might be directly expelled again. If it's not effective, then let me help you. After saying this, Lu Xing activated his psychic power, controlling the cells in his body. Little toxin, get in there nicely. Soon, the toxin crazily drilled into the meridians of his palm, seeming to be completely absorbed. However, Lu Xing's body still felt nothing. The only change was that his fingernails had grown a bit. Just as he finished speaking, the skin on his palm suddenly split open, and a red eye opened in the center of his palm. What the hell is this? What was most shocking was that this eye seemed to have developed a consciousness. It was a sensation full of explosive power, as if it was the boundary between man and demon. Even so, this power could only remain within the range of his palm and wrist. The rest of his body was firmly resisted by Lu Xing's stellar indestructible body, preventing it from further invading his body. Lu Xing slowly raised his right hand, tentatively moving his fingers. The next moment, a destructive energy burst from his fingertips, directly tearing the space in front of him. Holy crap, that's too intense. Lu Xing was stunned. He had merely flicked his finger, and yet such immense destructive power had been unleashed. This sharp energy could even cut through space, in some respects comparable to this stellar indestructible body. He could clearly feel his palm filled with countless destructive cells. These cells were somewhat similar to immortal cells, but their direction was completely different. Immortal cells seek ultimate perfection, eternal life, immortality, indestructibility. Meanwhile, these black cells pursued a path of ultimate destruction and endless devastation. Both far surpassed human cellular levels. No wonder exotic beasts are so powerful. However, there's still a huge gap between the two. Immortal cells are the result of billions of transformations, whereas this mutated hand was simply formed through brute force. Lu Sheng looked down at his own palm, feeling a mix of emotions. Just mutating a single palm, and the power is so terrifying. The tragedy of the saint's power had been greatly diluted, and the number of mutations was probably less than 1,000,000. The next moment, Lu Sheng's eyes sharpened, and a bold idea popped into his mind. If I inject all this mutated genetic energy into a single cell, allowing it to undergo billions of transformations like the immortal cells, could it give rise to a type of cell at the same level as the immortal cells, but of another extreme nature? Perhaps. This was a way to explore the limits of the flesh while still retaining a normal human form. Just then, Lu Sheng's expression suddenly changed, feeling intense pain in his right hand. His once vibrant right hand rapidly aged, withered, and died in that instant. The vitality of immortal cells is 1,000,000,000 times that of ordinary cells. Although the mutated cells can't compare, they shouldn't be this short-lived. What could be causing this? Speaking, Lu Sheng suddenly shuddered, a terrifying conjecture emerging in his mind. Could it be the rules? Is the path of mutated cells unfeasible in this world? To be precise, the organisms of this world cannot withstand it. He analyzed calmly. Once the tragedy of the saint is ingested, the cells within the body will inevitably become infected, and this infection leads to the rapid aging and decay of the mutated cells, resulting in a backlash. Regardless of whether it is a 9th degree or 10th degree martial artist's physique, none can counter the erasure by the rules and can only watch as the cells die. No wonder even martial saints can be poisoned to death with no response from martial intuition. Because this is not a poison, but the power of rules, thoughts rapidly surged through Lu Sheng's mind. If this is a killing by the rules, then can this power be harnessed for my own use? Just then, his heart began to beat violently, and the blood pill in front of his chest also started to expand wildly, as if it was about to burst. Such powerful force, it can't keep expanding like this. Saying this, Lu Sheng concentrated his psychic power in his palm and grabbed the blood pill. Without hesitation, he used the power concentrated by his psychic energy to shatter the current blood pill. Boom! The moment the blood pill shattered, a vast wave of energy swept out, causing the entire space to seem to tremble. Explosive energy enveloped Lu Sheng's entire body, while his 8th immortal cell was rapidly coalescing and being born. After the energy settled, Lu Sheng touched his chest, his face curious. Where did that power just come from? Could it be because of that drop of the tragedy of the saint? Though the mutation had already disappeared, the power it generated naturally flowed into his body. Unexpected that just a single drop would possess such tremendous energy. What if it were an entire bottle? A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes. He thought silently, I can completely use this method for cultivation. As for the trauma caused by the destruction of the rules, with immortal cells, it's not a problem at all. Limbs can quickly regenerate. Saying this, he again dropped a few drops of the toxin onto his palm. The next moment, a blood-red scythe brimming with intelligence flew out from his palm. Lu Sheng looked at the scythe before him and burst into laughter. He began to use this bug for repeated experiments, breaking, destroying, and then remaking. After many attempts, Lu Sheng found that the results of each mutation were different. Moreover, he realized, what would happen if a single cell were mutated to the extreme? Rules are meant to be broken, aren't they? If rules affect you, it only means you're not strong enough yet. Meanwhile, in a snow-covered wilderness, 2 men were struggling to climb a snowy mountain. There really is a Sky Beyond peak on top of Mount Sky Beyond. The chubby man looked up at the peak ahead, gasping for breath, and said, I feel like where we are standing right now doesn't even count as the real summit. That protruding part up ahead, that's the absolute highest point. The next moment, they stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at a stone monument ahead. The monument was inscribed with a few large characters. Realm of the Divine, mortals shall not pass. The chubby man's eyes widened, his endocrine system in shock, his voice trembling. Realm of the Divine, could it be one of the 3 strongest people in Dragon Nation? The two looked up to see at the very top of the mountain. Indeed, there was a simple courtyard. Several disciples were carrying a coffin forward, the body of Madame Wu has been brought. A subordinate explained that Lian Su had died from a broken neck. Xiaoji became furious upon hearing this and harshly demanded the full story from his subordinates. However, after understanding the whole situation, he merely sighed. It turns out this woman caused so much trouble behind my back. She deserved to die. However, a red-haired subordinate said unwillingly, the person Madame was targeting, though far away at the time, definitely cannot be disconnected from this, because in Dragon Nation, no one else would dare to lay a hand on Madame Su. Xiaoji still waved his hand, indifferently saying, let it be. The red-haired subordinate couldn't accept this, retorting, my lord, Madame Su's death is like a slap to your face, and we're just going to let it slide? We know it was that Lu Sheng. Xiaoji patted Red Hair's shoulder, speaking earnestly, Qing Long, I'm just a 9th degree martial saint, not a divine being. Some rules still need to be followed. That kid is now the top project of the military. If we move against him, the military will protect him at all costs. Plus, that kid left no evidence. In the end, Red Hair could only reluctantly bow his head. Xiaoji stepped forward, gently touching Lien Su's face, his gaze complex. He murmured softly, "Even though we can't kill that kid, settling this matter won't be easy. The military this time, too, will have to be severely punished." Just then, Xiaoji was suddenly greatly shocked, his hand trembling as it hovered over Lien Su. A golden aura began to coil around his arm, emitting a sizzling sound. The next moment, an overwhelming energy burst forth from within him. Xiaoji's eyes flashed with ecstasy. "I, Xiaoji, once had offspring as well." As he spoke, his body transformed dramatically, morphing into a young figure standing in the original spot, his aura overwhelming. The disciples around were so terrified by this momentum that they all urinated themselves, kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. After all, it's not easy for a martial saint to have a child. Previously, Lien Su's death was just a matter of a woman's vengeance. Now it has become a legitimate vengeance for killing a son. That is an irreconcilable enmity. On the other hand, Lushing successfully used the tragedy of the saint to elevate his immortal selves to 13. Afterwards, he returned to school to meet old friends he hadn't seen for a long time. The chubby friend listened excitedly as Lushing recounted his experiences, especially the stories about exotic beasts. He was so excited that he almost wanted to graduate immediately and join Lushing in hunting exotic beasts. In contrast, Yang Yuan, hearing this, felt chills, his face full of fright, especially when hearing about the humanoid exotic beasts. Having not seen each other for half a year, the chubby friend had darkened a lot and had become much more muscular, clearly having devoted a lot of effort to martial arts training. Yang Yuan, however, hadn't changed much, just matured a lot. Seeing Lushing staring at him, Yang Yuan's cheeks instantly turned red, his heart pounding. The next moment, Lushing looked at the time and suddenly said, "Let's go, time to eat." The chubby friend excitedly mentioned that a new roasted sea pig restaurant had just opened nearby and was very good. However, just then, a flash of alarm crossed Lushing's mind. He clutched his head, showing a pained expression. Seeing this, the two immediately rushed forward to support him. Lushing hastily waved his hands to explain, "It's nothing, just some urgent matter to deal with. You might have to postpone this meal." Saying this, Lushing hurriedly flew off into the distance, telling them to go ahead and eat. The chubby friend sighed helplessly. It's even hard to have a meal with Brother Shin now. I really miss the days when we used to eat together at the St. Martial University cafeteria." However, Yang Yuan noticed the expression of pain on Lushing's face just a moment ago, and she couldn't help worrying. Could he have encountered some trouble? Right now, Lushing needed to find a quiet place where he wouldn't be disturbed to calm down. Soon, he arrived at a nearby park. He slowly found a chair to sit down, his thoughts swirling. Just now, the 13 immortal cells vibrated intensely, flickering like fireflies, an unprecedented sense of crisis washing over his consciousness wave after wave, and this feeling was getting stronger. What on earth is going on? Lushing furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, I might need to check the resource library. The next moment, he re-entered the dream space. Immediately, he urgently requested AI to pull up his life data. Soon, AI's eyes projected the data. However, after looking around, Lushing noticed that nothing seemed to have changed. Just then, he was suddenly startled, his gaze fixed on a line of text. Lushing's lifespan, from June of the 297th year of martial Dao to January of the 317th year of martial Dao. What the hell is this? He looked at the data in shock, and the next line of content made his spine chill. Because of death, Lushing was personally killed by extreme Wei Martial Saint Zhao Qi at the Ninghai Headquarters Military Performance Conference of the Military Department, aged 20. In an indeed extreme Wei Martial Saint Zhao Qi, Lushing muttered through gritted teeth. But his mind was full of questions. But why? Zhao Qi is just a 9th degree martial saint, not a 10th degree, and he can't cover the sky with one hand. He clearly knows I have the protection of the military, and there's no evidence on the surface that points to me having killed Lien Su. So why would he target me? Where did things go wrong? Lushing pondered for a moment, then a thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that woman Lien Su was really that important to him? But why would he choose to compromise the first time? Unable to figure it out, his thoughts became more and more chaotic. He had thought it was a plan he could be proud of, but now it seemed all was lost. The sky quickly changed, and 3 days passed. At this moment, Lushing was still sitting motionless on the park bench, his body now covered in fallen leaves. A passing couple saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, we saw him sitting here 3 days ago. He's grown moldy. Isn't he dead?" The man walked up and cautiously shook Lushing, noticing that he was still breathing. He and his girlfriend whispered, maybe he's been shocked, or maybe he's heartbroken with his good looks. He can be heartbroken. As they were talking, Lushing slowly opened a pair of panda eyes. The guy asked with concern, "Dude, are you okay? What happened?" Lushing waved his hand, tiredly saying, "It's nothing, just been thinking about something and can't figure it out." The man looked shocked. "Wow, you've been thinking for 3 days and still haven't figured it out? If you don't mind, tell me about it." He signaled his girlfriend to leave first, then turned to seriously face Lushing. Lushing pondered for a moment and then said, "There's something I thought was perfectly planned. I even had the most authoritative organizations verify it several times, yet something unexpected still happened, and it turned out completely different from what I had anticipated." After hearing this, The man pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and started smoking. Hey, I thought it was something serious. You said it was an accident, and accidents are normal, right? Lu Xing was still puzzled, but I had it verified by authorities, and they told me there wouldn't be any accidents. The man shook his head and waved his hand, exhaling a puff of smoke, and laughed. Well, that just means the authority you consulted wasn't authoritative enough. Maybe they were even fraudsters. Hearing this, Lu Xing was suddenly startled, as if he had realized something not authoritative enough. The man continued, as the saying goes, life is full of disappointments. Why worry so much? If you fail, just start over. It's simple, really. No need to make it such a big deal. The next moment, Lu Xing suddenly stood up, startling the man. You're right. I'm overthinking things, being too clever for my own good. There's nothing in this world that's 100% accurate. Thanks, bro. After saying this, Lu Xing quickly sprinted forward, watching him run off. The man couldn't help but remark, youth is great, so full of energy. Soon after returning to his residence, Lu Xing immediately contacted Dong Qingxue. He instructed, take good care of mom and dad. Lu Xing felt he had been wrong. He reflected, unsure of when his approach had started to deviate. Now, whether it was his brain development, intelligence, or capabilities in his martial god state, he had reached a very high level. This made him rely more on strategy rather than his fists in dealing with situations. Sometimes, being a bit more reckless might be better. He had been too trusting of the future shown in the dream space, never seriously considering whether that supposed future actually existed. He initially thought that it was due to the butterfly effect, unable to have a significant impact on the future 10,000 years later. But the truth was, the dream space couldn't account for him as a variable. After all, the strongest person in the world can't lift themselves by the back of their neck. Similarly, a deity can create the world, but cannot create another deity as great as itself. Lu Xing recalled the first time he saw his life resume. He preemptively assumed that it was the inevitable future. However, if one carefully analyzed the data, such as the initially insignificant spirit muscle-fortifying blood soup, which in 10,000 years reached level 5, its effects amplified by more than 1,000 times. But an ingredient in the recipe called bluing leaf essence was marked as theoretically exists, but currently does not exist. What does that mean? It means this component exists only in theory. It is fictitious or imagined, and even the name might be fake. I should have thought of this earlier. Lu Xing muttered to himself, deeply moved. The dream space seemed incredibly accurate, but in fact, it was full of loopholes. Even the core ingredients of a recipe could be fabricated. He had taken out the recipe early and promoted its evolution, which should have impacted the future. The future depicted in the Fire Seed repository should have changed as well, even extending the martial arts civilization for several hundred years. However, now in the dream, not a single leaf or brick had changed. Lu Xing suddenly felt like a fool. Perhaps it was darkness under the lamplight, trusting the dream space too much. That is to say, this is a future that cannot be saved. No matter what Lu Xing does, he cannot change the fact that this world has long been dead. Then, what was the purpose of those powerhouses in the dreams, passing their strength to him? What is the purpose of the dream space? Could it be all this is really like a computer operating with storage and powerful simulation capabilities? So am I just a lucky seed? Is this the true meaning of the Fire Seed project? Now he was no longer the savior, no longer needed to bear that heavy burden. But surprisingly, he did not feel a hint of relief or joy. Can you tell me all this? Lu Xing whispered to himself. Just then, AI surprisingly answered, insufficient permissions. Please upgrade permissions. Lu Xing was taken aback, not expecting AI could actually respond to his question. It seems that only by continuously upgrading permissions, he could learn more truths. However, without the constraints of the word's future, Lu Xing felt much more relaxed. He looked up, his lips curling into a confident smile. After all, I am destined to become the god of martial arts. How could I die so easily? Extreme Way Martial Saint. What is he really? Time flew by, and 2 days later, the full military martial university competition officially began. At this moment, a man on a skateboard surfed on the sea surface, then leaped up and landed on the command ship at the center of the military district. On the other side, inside the headquarters, the leaders observed this scene through the monitoring system. They confirmed that this was the #1 general star of the Southern Military District, ranked second on the general star list, with a combat power exceeding 25 stars. His prowess and spirit were indeed awe-inspiring. The bald marshal from the Southern Military District was particularly proud, his face full of pride. Following this, a helicopter hovered over the sea, and a man with yellow hair dropped from the sky. However, he misjudged his strength and plunged directly into the sea, causing a huge splash, looking like he was bombing fish. But the next second, this yellow-haired man emerged from the sea holding 2 tons of fish, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. One has to admit, Gao Tianzong, the #1 general star of the Northern Military District, is indeed a top-notch master. Next to appear was Yen Fei, the female general star of the Western War Zone. She arrived surfing on a shark, moving effortlessly. Seeing her crowd of fans, she frowned slightly and sighed, apparently finding them too noisy. By now, 3 of the 5 top general stars had arrived. Before anyone could comment further, thousands of giant waves rose behind them. A man was seen standing slowly atop a colossal wave, his presence overwhelming. The crowd cheered loudly. Look, that's Dong Padian, the #1 person from the Central Military District. Dong Padian, with a distant look in his eyes, gazed downward and spoke softly. This year seems to be much livelier than before. On the military ship below, the crowd was boiling, shouting Dong Potion's name with fervent enthusiasm. Inside the command room, the leaders were discussing amongst themselves. So, this is Dong Padian? His presence is truly remarkable. Isn't he said to have the qualifications and strength of a general already? Yes, last I heard he easily broke through to 40-star combat power. None of the others can compare. Praises were heard nonstop, and a central marshal proudly stroked his beard, his face full of pride. At this moment, he looked towards the Eastern Military District and asked, why hasn't the Eastern General Star appeared yet? Beside him, the chubby officer shrugged helplessly and said, the Eastern General Star has already made his appearance. It's just that it wasn't flashy. Why don't we see the celebrated sun hero of the East today? Perhaps he felt slightly inferior and chose to travel incognito, and we just didn't notice. At this moment, the Eastern Marshal quietly asked his deputy, where's Lu Xing? The deputy answered somewhat awkwardly. Lu Xing entered his room for a retreat a few days ago, and I didn't dare disturb him. I didn't expect that he wouldn't attend such an important event as the military district competition. Hearing this, the Eastern Marshal sighed. If he's in retreat, then let him be. No need to disturb him. The achievements of Lu Xing, who had traveled 8,000 miles to slay the 5 pillars of the demon god of the Black Magic Society, had already spread among the military's high command. He was the general's most watched person, receiving even more attention than the so-called Dong Emperor Dong Padian by several levels. Although this competition could greatly boost our prestige, it is obviously more important that Lu Xing continues his retreat. Just then, a girl on the podium suddenly changed her expression dramatically, receiving a piece of intelligence. After confirming it several times over the phone, she was so shocked that one of her eyes nearly fell out. Ladies and gentlemen, Eastern General Star Lu Xing. He has already arrived. Arrived? Where? Just please look at the big screen. The next scene completely dumbfounded all the military district marshals, even leaving them slack-jawed. On the big screen, Lu Xing was seen lying on his large bed, floating on the sea surface, slowly drifting in with the waves. Is he still sleeping? This way of appearing is truly too unique. While various general stars made their appearances in heist-style ways, the strongest Eastern General Star, Lu Xing, directly brought his large bed and slept his way over the sea. This scene left the marshals in shock and awe. As Lu Xing's bed slowly approached on the sea surface, the expression of furrowed brows on his face indicated that he was not at ease in his dreams, even appearing somewhat in pain. The next moment, Lu Xing suddenly opened his eyes. In a race against time, he had mobilized all available resources these past few days. Practicing relentlessly for more immortal cells had finally been added. Though still short of his target, there was still time. During the martial display, I can continue to improve. Dozens of bottles of level 8 beast marrow liquid and the tragedy of the saint were about to be completely absorbed. By now, the number of his immortal cells had reached 19. However, Lu Xing couldn't help but complain, mainly because the immortal cells are too greedy. Every time a new cell is born, the old ones forcefully collect an entrance fee, causing the energy needed for the 20th cell to be about 3 times that of the first one. Just yesterday, Lu Xing reviewed the data from the Fireseed repository and discovered that as his strength continuously improved, the repository's predictions for the future also changed. On the shores of Yuning Sea, severely wounded by Transcendence Marshal Saint, and escaped 3 years later, revived challenged Extreme Way, slew Extreme Way Marshal Saint at Meteor Saint Mountain, known as Complete, the strongest under the heavens. Isn't life forged like this? Lu Xing chuckled lightly, but then frowned. But severely wounded and escaping? What nonsense. That's not the future I want. At this moment, Lu Xing lazily sat up from the bed and stretched languidly. The marshals around him murmured, is this man really Lu Xing? After the Eastern Marshal nodded in confirmation, the host of the All-Military District Martial University Competition promptly announced, this edition of the All-Military District Martial University Competition officially begins. As the announcement echoed through every corner, the prelude to the competition gradually unfolded. All the soldiers were passionate and ready to go. According to the competition rules, this military drill would use merit points as the final accounting standard, aiming to capture exotic beasts from the deep sea. The rules are as follows. Merit points are exchanged according to the level of the exotic beast. The higher the level, the more points are awarded. During the competition, general stars may attack each other, with the loser forfeiting half their merit to the winner. Killing is prohibited. Violators will immediately be disqualified from the martial arts performance and will face corresponding military punishment. The competition lasts for 3 days. As fireworks burst from the battleships, the competition officially began. All the general stars eagerly rubbed their hands, ready to dive into the sea to hunt exotic beasts, creating a lively scene. Only Lu Xing, still comfortably lying on his big bed, was sound asleep. Dong Padian stood at the forefront, his gaze coldly fixed on Lu Xing's position, thinking to himself, is this the man Dong Qingxue likes? He seems like a clueless fool. With that, he leaped into the water. Although the rules are simple, kill exotic beasts, battle peers, securing the first place requires not only unmatched bravery, but also supreme combat strength. Before long, all the general stars glided towards the location of the giant sea beasts, and the underwater battle instantly erupted. At this moment, Dong Padian, facing a low-level exotic beast, showed no interest in directly diving deeper into the sea. Just then, a bizarre exotic beast suddenly launched a bad breath attack, attempting to block Dong Potion's path. Dong Padian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. My target is not you. With that, he kicked out, sending the exotic beast flying 800 meters. A mere level 7 devourer beast dares to block my way. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, Lu Xing was still fiercely sleeping, his immoral cells continuously growing stronger within him. However, at this moment, he suddenly awoke from his dream, a hint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Lu Xing had exhausted all his resources, yet he still hadn't managed to gather enough energy for the 20th immortal cell. As he felt disheartened, a strange aura carrying energy fluctuations came from afar. No wonder this place can nurture so many powerful exotic beasts. With that, Lu Xing leapt down, plunging into the sea. His descent was incredibly fast, and he soon reached 4,000 meters below the sea surface. Lu Xing noted that the water pressure at this depth was far stronger than he had anticipated. He murmured, looks like I'll have to use the water-breathing technique, as a burst of blue-green energy exploded from within him. His diving speed increased dramatically once more. Before the rise of martial arts, the maximum diving depth of humans' top submersibles was just over 10,000 meters, but the depth here was likely even greater. The water pressure here reached at least a ton, which, although not fatal for top general stars with combat powers of dozens of stars, could significantly increase the pressure and sustain combat in such an environment. However, for Lu Xing, who had mastered the water-breathing technique, this pressure was almost negligible. He could treat this intense pressure as if it were nothing without it affecting his strength in the slightest. More importantly, in such extreme pressure, his immortal cells seemed to undergo even more intense refinement, showing signs of further breakthroughs. However, at that moment, a bizarre cherry-shaped mouth slowly approached from the shadows, and the next second, it suddenly swallowed Lu Xing's whole. Meanwhile, on another island at sea, a large group of powerful martial artists stood. These individuals were the core strength of the Extreme Way Martial Arts School. A blue-haired man, somewhat puzzled, asked, the opponent is just a general star. Why do we need the full force of extreme waves for symbols and 28 constellations to mobilize? Isn't this a bit much? A burly man beside him said solemnly, you underestimate him too much. This man managed to fight alone against the fourth pillar of the demon god of the Black Magic Society, and his strength is already very close to ours. Another woman said in shock, I can't believe even that female demon is dead. It's unbelievable. We had fought once before, and she nearly broke through my defenses. She was a very capable opponent, with at least 70 stars in combat power, about equal to her. But Lu Xing was able to kill her alone, truly a rare monster that appears once every 300 years. Another person said solemnly, that's why we're mobilized this time, not just for Lu Xing alone. It's not difficult to kill one Lu Xing, but there are too many top experts in the military, 5 grand marshals, dozens of generals, and those hidden veteran powerhouses. If they join forces, even the martial saint might have to step aside. After all, it's impossible to kill all the top experts. Indeed, the military has been brewing for over 200 years to cultivate a true level 9 powerhouse. They will spare no expense to protect Lu Xing. But don't worry, we only need to encircle and kill Lu Xing. The pressure from the military will naturally be blocked by Martial Saint. Just then, the blue-haired man suddenly shouted, Martial Saint is coming. A man enveloped in flames walks slowly towards them, holding the body of Lian Su, his clothes stained with patches of blood, his aura overwhelming. The blue-haired man sighed. The military has waited 200 years to get a level 9 martial artist. But isn't it the same for the Lord? Someone whispered, after the battle years ago, the Lord lost his loved one and couldn't get an heir for 100 years. Just when he saw hope, it was brutally extinguished by Lu Xing. So this time, Lu Xing must die. Dong Padian, who was expected to firmly hold the first place, was fiercely ground into the ground by the suddenly emerging Lu Xing. Just now, Lu Xing felt a mysterious force from the depths of the sea. While he was puzzled, a sea beast directly swallowed him whole. At the same time, Dong Padian, who was at a depth of 3,000 meters under the sea, had gone mad. It has been almost 3 days, and he has gradually become accustomed to the strength of the exotic beasts in the sea. Even an 8th level sea exotic beast can be easily shattered by him. Looking at the current score panel, all the marshals were shocked. In just 3 days, how many exotic beasts has Dong Padian actually killed? His merit value has already reached millions. His score is 10 times wider than the other general stars. Marshal Fatty remarked, Dong Padian now probably truly possesses the combat power of a grand general, not inferior to me, and even surpasses me. What's more crucial is that Dong Padian dives deeper than others, faces greater pressure, encounters stronger exotic beasts, but kills even faster. The most important point is that he is very young. It is said that he is not even 50 years old. In comparison, even though they are top general stars, the gap between others and Dong Padian is like the difference between a kitchen knife and a combat knife. At this moment, Marshal Fatty curiously asked, "Where is the general star from the east now? Why can't he be seen?" And 3 days have passed, yet his merit value hasn't changed at all. Didn't Lu Xing arrive? Where did he actually go? Or did he intentionally avoid battle and willingly give up the performance? Even the Eastern Marshal was baffled, not knowing what Lu Xing was up to. As his body gradually adapted, Dong Potion's speed in killing exotic beasts became faster and faster. In just a moment, another large group of exotic beasts were slain by him. The time for the performance is almost up. In these 3 days, how many exotic beasts has he actually killed? He himself has never counted them carefully, but 1,000,000 merit points are definitely there. Unfortunately, it's no longer possible to go deeper into the sea. At a depth of 3,000 meters, the communication wristwatch and camera completely lost control. With his current score already enough to secure first place, he decided not to take any more risks. From now on, I will be promoted to Grand General as the #1 general star of the military department. However, before he could revel in his pride, a tunnel erupted below him, making his whole body tense. What on earth could cause such a huge disturbance? Such a strong sensation of vital energy and blood? Could it possibly be a human the next second? He dismissed this thought. It absolutely can't be a human. Such a heart-throbbing feeling, apart from a martial saint. Who else could transcend me by several levels in terms of martial body and vital energy and blood? Moreover, who would hide in this dark, sunless abyss? He speculated that it might be some terrifying exotic beast from the depths of the sea. With his current strength, it's better not to explore for now, and to just bring out the spoils of war first. As the competition drew to a close, the General Star contestants began to surface. Look, the General Stars are starting to come out from their expressions. It must be that they are very satisfied with their performance. The next moment, the woman was stunned. Looking at the spoils Dong Padian brought back, and then at those of the others, she exclaimed, "Oh my, this isn't even on the same level." Subsequently, after the military's calculation, Dong Potion's merit points from this mission reached as high as 750,000, placing him first, while the other 3 only had 300,000, 160,000, and 200,000. Hearing this result, the 3 couldn't believe their eyes. They hadn't expected the gap between themselves and Dong Padian to be so vast. The 3 of them combined didn't even come close to a fraction of his score. They couldn't help but feel that their presence was merely to highlight Dong Potion's strength. At the same time, some inspectors were also puzzled. The competition is almost over. Why is Lu Xing's merit score still 0? Could he have already left? But no one saw him leave the abyss. Hearing this, the bald marshal sneered and laughed mockingly. No way, no way. Lu Xing couldn't even beat a single exotic beast. Could he? Could it be that he has already died deep in the abyss? The Eastern Marshal, upon hearing this, had a gloomy expression and said nothing. He thought to himself, "This kid, I was hoping he would bring some honor to the East, but now he has just embarrassed us." "Lu Xing, where exactly are you?" Meanwhile, at the deepest part of the sea, 10,000 meters down, a blue flood dragon was desperately fleeing. In that pitch-dark sea where you can't see your hand in front of you, Lu Xing's fist flashed with golden light, striking the flood dragon with a punch as dazzling as the sun. The flood dragon ahead fell to the ground, unable to rise. At this depth of 10,000 meters, Lu Xing's body underwent immense compression strengthening, similar to a gravity chamber, and with the use of water breathing. Each move in style was enhanced by the pressure of the 10,000-meter deep sea. What would happen if he moved his immortal cells to other parts of his body? Golden light emerged from his palm, within which an immortal aura was discernible. The next moment, Lu Xing struck upwards with a fierce blow. Dozens of flood dragon exotic beasts around him instantly screamed in agony. Lu Xing's move, Immortal Grasp of the Heavens, instantly took away the vitality of the exotic beasts. Even the highly defensive flood dragons couldn't withstand this overwhelming power and were completely penetrated. Then, Lu Xing slowly lifted his size 48 foot and said, "Next, it's the foot." As he stomped down hard with one foot, the immortal aura spread from the sole of his foot. Instantly, a super strong energy burst out from him as the center, which completely isolated the surrounding seawater in a moment. At the same time, the calm sea surface suddenly began to surge. This anomaly made Dong Padian very uneasy, but before he could ponder further, the sea surface suddenly reversed and surged. Dong Padian was terrified, as he could feel this force, which was the same one that had come from the seabed earlier. A vortex black hole the size of a soccer field appeared on the calm sea surface, and Lu Xing slowly emerged at the very top of the vortex. He himself did not expect that this kick would directly reach the sea surface from 10,000 meters below. Standing in the distance, Dong Potion's face was filled with disbelief, and he was sweating profusely. "Very nice. Lu Xing said softly. Now, he has used immortal cells as nodes and the indestructible star body as a fulcrum. Infusing energy throughout his body, a casual punch can unleash the power of 100 stars. Even a single kick can break through the 10,000-meter abyss. Those flood dragons that were killed, their bodies twisted like pretzels, were kicked by Lu Xing from the sea surface back to the seabed. Lu Xing's future has changed once again. He has transformed from a critically wounded fugitive to an injured escapee. A single word makes a world of difference. Unfortunately, this is also not the future I wanted. Lu Xing emerged from the sea surface with the flood dragon he captured from 10,000 meters below. This momentum directly rubbed Dong Patian 100 times over. Looking at Lu Xing coming with the flood dragon, Dong Patian was stunned, staring at Lu Xing as if looking at a string of sausage. Lu Xing immediately responded dominantly. "You are Dong Patian, right?" Just his aura alone shocked Dong Patian immensely. He couldn't comprehend what kind of being his opponent was. So strong. This is a sense of ultimate power. Having said that, Dong Potion's fighting spirit blossomed, and a green aura rose around him. As one of the top figures on the General Star list, he has dominated his peers for years. He doesn't believe anyone in General Star could be stronger than him. Then, he lifted his size 48 foot, stepping over the sea surface, and flew directly towards Lu Xing, shouting loudly, "You get down." However, Lu Xing just slowly lifted his left hand, and just at the moment of collision, a cold ice formed, blocking Dong Potion's full force strike. Lu Xing said indifferently, "After all, he is my uncle. I can't go all out." As soon as the words fell, he raised his right hand and gently waved, "I can only send you a cool breeze." Immediately, Lu Xing slapped Dong Patian, sending him flying. This slap was purely external, and did not use internal energy, thus Lu Xing was not worried about injuring Dong Patian. Under the impact of this external energy, Dong Patian was slapped flying 1,000 meters, until he hit a distant hillside and shook for 2 seconds before stopping. The unconscious Dong Patian collapsed there, embedded in the wall, unable to be pried out. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers below were stunned. The being they looked up to like a god in their military area had just been knocked unconscious by a slap from Lu Xing. Even Lu Xing himself was a bit dumbfounded. Clearly, I controlled the strength already. This uncle is too weak. However, he helplessly thought, well, I've already hit him. Might as well be more polite next time we meet. Really annoying. Meanwhile, inside the main conference room, everyone was also completely baffled. Dong Patian was just knocked down like tossing out trash. That's Dong Patian from Central, the top figure there. Why is the gap so huge? From what they observed just now, the power Lu Xing displayed has likely reached a height that requires their admiration. Even, he's fully qualified to become the youngest marshal. However, at this moment, Lu Xing suddenly looked up at the sky with a serious expression and said softly, "Finally, they've come." Following that, flames wrapped around Lu Xing's entire body, and an air of authority naturally emerged. He spoke out, "Today, I wish to shatter the shrine, to undertake the task of challenging the heavens. I need to cultivate an invincible and keen spirit. Later, I'd like to ask everyone present to cheer for me." At this time, on the big screens everywhere showing Lu Xing's image, hearing his sudden speech, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Lu Xing suddenly saying this. Why don't I understand? And in the conference room, the Eastern Marshal was sweating profusely, exclaiming, "Shadow of the shrine? Challenge the heavens? What exactly do you want to do?" After speaking, Lu Xing swung a punch towards the sky. A righteous energy like the sun exploded in the sky. Lu Xing coldly said, "You've all come. Why hide? I felt your presence long ago." Just after Lu Xing's punch, everyone felt a profound martial aura from within the clouds. The Eastern Marshal's expression became grave, and he leapt out. He had to clarify this matter. However, the next second he was dumbfounded, because behind the clouds stood the extreme ways for symbols in the 28 mansions. The Eastern Marshal demanded loudly, "Today is our military department's full army exercise. What is the intention of your extreme way Marshal Hall's visit?" The old man, with a face full of murderous intent, responded word by word, "We are here by the command of the extreme way Marshal Saint to take the head of the military department's demon star, Lu Xing." Hearing that they had come to kill Lu Xing, the Eastern Marshal immediately erupted in anger, a powerful aura bursting forth. Immediately after, various marshals also made a grand entrance, declaring, "Damn your ancestors. Killing a few scumbags from your extreme way Marshal Hall, and you still won't relent? You really think our military department has no one?" Old Xian let out a cold laugh, shouting loudly, "If it were just 2 scumbags dying, it would be fine. But this demon star, he killed the Marshal Saint's wife and exterminated the Marshal Saint's progeny. That is a heinous crime." Hearing the word progeny, all the marshals were stunned. The Eastern Marshal instantly realized that Lu Xing had caused a catastrophe this time. However, no matter what, they must protect Lu Xing. But Lu Xing, still with his hands in his pockets, stood there unflinchingly and said lightly, "No wonder this extreme way Marshal Saint is so enraged." It turns out that Lien Su was carrying his bloodline in her womb. If Lu Xing had known she was pregnant, would he still have killed her? Without a doubt, he would. After all, Lu Xing is not a saint. He takes his revenge. Then, the Eastern Marshal questioned Old Xian, "Do you have any evidence that it was Lu Xing who killed her? Our military department will discuss this matter with the Marshal Saint himself until the matter is clarified. No one can touch a hair on Lu Xing's head." As soon as he finished speaking, the Eastern Marshal felt something was amiss. The next moment, the people from the Extreme Way Martial Hall knelt down, shouting greetings to the Great Lord's arrival. As the shouts ended, thunder roared in the sky, a massive oppressive force descended, and a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared in the sky. A divine-like pressure surged towards Lu Xing. Immediately after, the Extreme Way Martial Saint slowly lifted his foot. A powerful martial will burst forth like a torrent. He shouted loudly, "Kneel." As soon as the words fell, everyone was instantly forced to kneel by this will, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Martial Saint." Before the martial year, it was an era of technological prosperity, where firearms dominated everything. Masters of ancient martial arts could at most smash large rocks and run up walls, but even the most skilled could not withstand a small bullet. At that time, humanity revered the power of science. Technology helped humans accomplish numerous incredible feats, reaching the heavens and delving into the earth. Nothing was impossible. However, when cracks began appearing in the sky and the earth, and terrifying exotic beasts descended upon humanity, the technology that humans took pride in could not stop them. Not even the weakest exotic beast. It was during that time that the limits of the human body were thoroughly broken. The trajectory of civilization shifted. Fists entered the halls of power. The fist became the authority. Martial artists with the strength of a single person could defend a city, even a nation. They took the place originally belonging to gods. From then on, people's reverence and faith had a real, concrete target. Among them, the strongest broke all limits, defied the heavens, and brought myths into reality, becoming the gods of the new era, martial saints. When the martial saint arrived, the marshals all knelt on one knee to greet him. But in their hearts, they were filled with anger and unease. Damn it, why is the Extreme Way Martial Saint come? This is precisely why the military department is determined at all costs to nurture a level 9 Martial Saint. Without a true top-tier powerhouse in charge, once someone flips the table in anger, be it 3,000 Grandmasters or great generals and marshals, they will all become a joke. Extreme Way Martial Saint slowly began to speak. "I am here personally. What did you say you wanted to discuss with me?" His tone was cold, his face proud. "My word is evidence. Right now, if I want you dead, you must die. Do you have any objections?" He stood above Lu Xing with an attitude of looking down on heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Xing remained silent, but anger was quietly rising on his face. Just now, under the martial pressure of Extreme Way Martial Saint, not a single soldier in the military area was left standing. All were pressured to kneel. With Extreme Way Martial Saint providing support from above, the people of Extreme Way were extremely arrogant. At this time, Extreme Way's #1 lackey, holding his cane, slowly raised it preparing to attack. Since the Lord has personally made an appearance and made the military department bow, we naturally need to properly display the majesty of Extreme Way. Right then, Azure Dragon, looking down at Lu Xing, taunted, "It seems we overestimated this kid. He's actually trembling. Maybe he's even peed himself." Lu Rushuan, a woman, also chimed in. "With the Lord here, even the entire military department has to salute, and all 5 marshals must bow their heads. It's normal for him to be so scared that he's trembling and wetting his pants as old Deng angrily slammed his cane down. He said coldly, 'You will pay for your recklessness. Feel this trembling before death.'" The next moment, Lu Xing's fist clenched tightly. Seeing this, Azure Dragon gestured with his finger, a greenish aura swirling around him. This kid actually wants to resist. Interesting. After speaking, a blue light emerged, and he drew a long sword from the void. Old Deng advised Azure Dragon, "Make it quick, don't tarnish the dignity of Extreme Way. Even if this kid recovers, killing him shouldn't take more than 3 breaths." With a burst of blue light exploding over the water in the blink of an eye, Azure Dragon had transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared above Lu Xing's head. However, just then, the long silent Lu Xing slowly began to speak. That wasn't a tremble of fear. As soon as his words ended, Azure Dragon's body was chopped in 2. That was the trembling of excitement that I couldn't stop. With a single hand chop, Lu Xing actually split Azure Dragon, one of the 4 symbols of Extreme Way, in half. Watching Azure Dragon instantly split into 2, the old man was stunned and shouted, "Azure Dragon." As he spoke, he emitted an even stronger aura. Seeing what happened to Azure Dragon, he no longer underestimated Lu Xing. "Lu Xing, you little bastard, how dare you?" But before he could finish his sentence, a streak of golden light flashed past behind the old man. In less than 2 seconds, Lu Xing was standing behind him, hands in his pockets. Just as everyone realized Lu Xing appeared behind him, suddenly, the old man's head unexpectedly left home. At the same time, the people of Extreme Ways for symbols also turned into mosaics in that instant, breaking apart. The old man's eyes widened in terror, trembling. He said, Have I been slain?" Too horrifying. Lu Xing, subsequently, dozens of heads fell to the sea, while Lu Xing's palms were already soaked with blood. If waiting for Extreme Way Martial Saint to take action personally, there might be no chance to kill later. So quick, it must be quick, unreservedly quick. instantly killing them. In just 2 seconds, Lu Xing demonstrated the state of a martial god, divine illumination of the underworld king's scripture, path of killing, full release of breath of wind, as well as all 22 immortal cells within his body. At this moment, the marshals were stunned. The overwhelming murderous intent that surged in an instant, is this Lu Xing's true strength? In the blink of an eye, he had slain all the masters of the extreme Wei martial hall. Like an iron law, what he decrees happens, sharply delineating life from death. As the heads of the people from extreme Wei fell into the water, the thick vital energy and blood dyed a part of the sea pitch black. This was the blood of the extreme Weis for symbols in the 28 mansions. Now only Azure Dragon, with half his body left, remained alive. He desperately shouted, "Lord Martial Saint, save me." At this moment, he could no longer care about his disheveled appearance. The marshals, seeing this, could hardly believe it. What kind of battle was this? This was simply a massacre. Not only that, great grandmasters are supposed to have life forces far beyond ordinary people. Even if beheaded, they should not die outright. But look at the murderous intent flowing from those wounds. It's that dense and pure murderous intent that is completely destroying their vitality. Watching the screaming Azure Dragon, a golden light emerged around extreme Wei Martial Saint. Then his anger erupted. "You rascal! How dare you, Lu Xing?" As soon as he spoke, he transformed into a golden light and flew towards Azure Dragon. However, just as he firmly grasped Azure Dragon's shoulder, and before Azure Dragon could even feel relieved for half a second, Lu Xing appeared again, employing his signature move, Pad Headkill. In an instant, Azure Dragon's eyes bled, his life force rapidly drained by Lu Xing. Extreme Wei Martial Saint watched all this, completely numb. Lu Xing dared to kill the person in his hands right in front of him. He had underestimated his opponent. Lu Xing then leaned in and said, "Zhao Ji, your dogs have all been killed by me." This statement echoed like thunder over the sea. Once again, this refreshed the understanding of the military department's soldiers and marshals. The central marshal was shocked. A madman? He's really a madman. In the second, before Azure Dragon's death, he felt immense despair. He couldn't understand why he would die. Why would he die in front of Lord Extreme Wei Martial Saint? Why couldn't even the seemingly invincible Lord Extreme Wei Martial Saint save him? As Azure Dragon's head fell at Lu Xing's feet, Azure Dragon was completely dead. The next moment, Extreme Wei Martial Saint was uncontrollably furious. A deathly murderous intent suddenly erupted. The golden light around him brightened significantly more than before. Several arrays appeared behind him, and from these arrays, several golden hands were summoned. "I haven't been provoked to this extent in almost 100 years. Boy, you've done well." Saying this, Extreme Wei Martial Saint spread his hands, and his figure slowly rose. A towering Buddha figure appeared behind him. Compared to him, Lu Xing seemed very small. However, Lu Xing just grinned. Being big is useless. It also needs to be robust. After saying that, he gestured an international friendly sign towards Zhao Ji, responding, "100 years? You really are a good-tempered old turtle." This directly infuriated the extreme Wei Martial Saint standing beside him. After a round of show-off effects ended, the sea surface returned to calm. Then, extreme Wei Martial Saint extended his left hand and roared emerald sea and blue sky. The surrounding seawater, mixed with the power of heaven and earth, swirled around extreme Wei Martial Saint, as if becoming his weapon. Upon seeing this, Lu Xing's expression changed slightly, filled with astonishment. In a moment, a blue tornado spun wildly in front of him. Within a few breaths, extreme Wei Martial Saint softly shouted, "Collect." The surrounding energy instantly converged into his hand like arrows whistling through the air. Extreme Wei Martial Saint said with a cold laugh, "This move's power is enough. No one below level 9 can withstand it." Seeing the approaching energy, Lu Xing also felt a flicker of nervousness and unease. The marshals behind him, even more terrified, turned pale and shouted, "Lu Xing, run." As level 8 powerhouses, they were well aware that this power came from between heaven and earth, and that it was not something humans could contend with. "Run. Don't confront Extreme Wei Martial Saint." Extreme Wei Martial Saint snorted coldly, "Fool, you're thinking too much. You have nowhere to escape." After saying this, a tremendous energy burst out from his hands, instantly transforming into a dominating golden dragon, charging directly at Lu Xing. Lu Xing's eyes narrowed, shocked. "I didn't expect extreme Wei Martial Saint to be able to gather all the cosmic energy floating between heaven and earth into his palm. His palm force must have reached an unimaginably terrifying level now. If evaluated on a level 8 scale, how many stars would this move be worth? 200 stars, or 300 stars. Lu Xing even doubted whether his own strength could withstand it. Is this the true strength of a martial saint? This move, I probably can't block it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing instantly activated his unparalleled mode. Martial Saint State, Whale Avatar, Killing Avatar, Earth Avatar. Finally, he launched the strongest attack, Martial Saint Technique. My will is like a knife. The two forces collided fiercely in the air. The dazzling energy clash shook heaven and earth as if they were violently trembling. However, just 2 seconds later, Lu Xing felt that his power was completely inadequate. The next moment, the exploding energy crazily eroded Lu Xing's body. As a plume of thick smoke dispersed, Lu Xing collapsed, barely alive, his right half completely destroyed. The nearby marshals panicked, scratching their heads and shouting his name, but at this moment they felt utterly powerless. The General Stars on the battleship were scared out of their wits. To defeat the Eastern General Star with a casual strike. Lu Xing was killed just like that by Extreme Wei Martial Saint. Is this what they mean by, beneath a saint, all are mere ants? The barely alive Lu Xing fell straight towards the sea surface. With a bang, he sank into the vast ocean. At this moment, a pair of size 49 feet slowly walked forward. It seemed that everything was over. The marshals felt as if their hearts had turned to ash, utterly cold inside. Now, we're really finished. The military department's hope of hundreds of years, just gone like that. Especially the Eastern Marshal, his face filled with reluctance, gritting his teeth and growling. No, we cannot let Lu Xing die just like this. Even if it's just his corpse, I must find it and bring it back. On the other hand, Extreme Wei Martial Saint, with one hand in his pocket, indifferently turned and walked away. This strike contained the might of heaven and earth. Unless he has a body comparable to that of a martial saint, he would be utterly obliterated. Thus, the matter concluded, and he was ready to leave. However, just then, a loud boom came from behind. The sea churned, and waves surged, directly approaching Extreme Wei Martial Saint. Extreme Wei Martial Saint was slightly startled, not expecting that under such circumstances, this kid could still survive. He sneered, but to dare show such trivial tricks in front of me? After speaking, he lightly waved his hand, brushing aside the seawater barrier in front of him. Behind the seawater barrier, Lu Xing stood firm in his original spot. Seeing this, the marshals were overjoyed, not expecting that under the assault of the power of heaven and earth, Lu Xing could still be alive. Several streaks of light crossed the sky. Several marshals quickly positioned themselves in front of Lu Xing, saying solemnly, "Run, we've already agreed. We'll sacrifice ourselves if necessary to hold off Extreme Wei Martial Saint. Even if it's just for a few moments, we'll buy you time to escape. Because you are the hope of the military department, you absolutely cannot die." Just then, a pair of hands gently rested on the Eastern Marshal's shoulder. Lu Xing spoke softly, "Thanks, Marshals, but there's no need." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue aura enveloped Lu Xing, and his injuries quickly healed under this power. With the aid of immoral cells, it wasn't long before his severed right arm grew back. The marshals rejoiced, exclaiming, "It's wonderful. Lu Xing actually has such recovery abilities." Even Extreme Wei Martial Saint found it amusing. He smiled slightly, extending his hand towards Lu Xing with an invitation. "I haven't seen such an interesting person in a long time. Since you've killed all 4 symbols and can still take a strike from me, it proves your talent is indeed extraordinary. Join my sect, and I guarantee you'll ascend to Martial Saint within 100 years. How about it?" Hearing this, the marshals were shocked speechless again. They never expected Martial Saint to actually be recruiting Lu Xing. The Eastern Marshal quickly urged, "Lu Xing, what are you waiting for? Martial Saint has offered you a golden pardon. Bowing your head for now doesn't mean defeat. After all, staying alive is what's most important." However, Lu Xing laughed out loud the next moment. "With that level of strength, you want to recruit me? Was that the extent of your level 9 powers just now? Saintly tactics? Huh, is that all?" The people behind him were already shocked and to mean worthy expressions, completely not expecting Lu Xing to decisively refuse and even throw in some taunts. While speaking, Lu Xing mimicked the earlier gesture of Extreme Wei Martial Saint and raised his hand. "Let me show you what real power is." The next moment, under the shocked gaze of Extreme Wei Martial Saint, emerald sea and blue sky actually began to swirl around Lu Xing, its power in no way inferior to the previous move by Martial Saint. Lu Xing spoke indifferently, "I admit, I couldn't withstand your heaven and earth power. Sadly, your power is too weak, not nearly enough to kill me. However, this move is quite good. I'll take it." Extreme Wei Martial Saint was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Lu Xing with disbelief, he's clearly only level 8. Why can he harness heaven and earth's power? Level 8 should only be able to borrow, not seize. Definitely not copying my signature move. Seeing this, Lu Xing just grinned and responded casually, "What's so surprising about that? I like to call it, great power brings miracles." Lu Xing, mimicking Extreme Wei Martial Saint's earlier technique and manipulating heaven and earth's power, quickly formed a convincingly similar blue tornado over the sea. At this moment, Lu Xing, wrapped in lightning, boldly spoke, "Next, you'd better grit your teeth." Extreme Wei Martial Saint stared intently ahead. The next moment, the auraram Lu Xing suddenly surged. He first concentrated 10 immortal cells in his legs, then executed the extreme cloud step. With a swoosh, the sea surface exploded, and Lu Xing's figure vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Extreme Wei Martial Saint was greatly shocked, cursing internally, "What kind of speed is this?" Just as he was caught off guard, Lu Xing, with fists as big as sandbags, arrived next to him, and just as Extreme Wei Martial Saint reacted, Lu Xing's fist was already in front of his nose. Lu Xing threw a fierce punch, roaring, "Old man break." Instantly, a golden column of light burst into the sky accompanied by the power of heaven and earth. The power within the array erupted in sequence, causing fatal damage to Extreme Wei Martial Saint. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xing landed another punch that sent Extreme Wei Martial Saint flying onto the array. Under this strike, Extreme Wei Martial Saint's body actually showed cracks of breakage. He clutched his chest, his expression extremely angry, and bellowed, "Damned kid. Look what you've done." As he spoke, a burst of purple, icy energy exploded from Extreme Wei Martial Saint's body to have damaged my divine human body like this. You deserve to die. I will have you cut into 1,000 pieces. In contrast, the military department's marshals were visibly excited, exclaiming, "Good grief. Lu Xing truly is the greatest hope of our military department." Just then, it suddenly began to rain from the sky, and the sea surface also started surging violently. Immediately after, a huge blue condensate slowly emerged from the seabed. "All right, the shrine has been shattered. Next comes the true form," Lu Xing said coldly. "Zhao Jie, I'm about to start the saint slaying." As soon as he finished speaking, the marshals were visibly shocked, shouting in disbelief. "Wait, what did he say? Did he say he's going to slay a saint?" And the soldiers on the battleship completely lost it, with various discussions erupting. "Everyone look, Lu Xing actually said he's going to slay a saint. Can you believe he dared to say that?" General Lu knew all along that Extreme Wei Martial Saint would come, and he was ready to fight him. And he actually did it, an unprecedented feat. In the 300 years since the rise of martial arts, all sorts of dire battles have occurred. But level 8 against level 9? That has never happened before. It's a gap that pierces through heaven and earth, an insurmountable divide. But now, it seems this chasm is really about to be crossed. The Eastern Marshal asked, "Shouldn't we do something? We can't let Lu Xing face this alone." He cursed, "Damn his ancestors. We can fire the cannons, even if it doesn't do much. We need to show our spirit, to cheer on Lu Xing." Hearing this, the soldiers' blood boiled. The marshals also ordered, "Quick, bring out the military department's special cannons. Fire the cannons." As soon as he finished speaking, countless shells flew towards Extreme Wei Martial Saint. The Eastern Marshal roared, "Hit them hard. To hell with the Martial Saint. The shrine is shattered." At this moment, the energy avatar of Extreme Wei Martial Saint gradually shrank back to human form and stood in front. The cracks on his face also disappeared, leaving him unscathed. He watched quietly as a barrage of missiles approached, completely unmoved, as if he hadn't seen them at all. However, just as the shells were about half a meter away from him, he slowly raised his left hand, and a surge of golden power emerged, blocking all the missiles in front. Under the force of this power, the missiles turned around and then exploded back towards their launch site. At this time, Extreme Wei Martial Saint coldly sneered at Lu Xing. "See, remember, they all died because of you. Because of your ignorant resistance, they lost their lives. They are warriors, soldiers with unbroken spines. They fear nothing, even an unbeatable opponent. And you, a person who doesn't dare to show his true self even when seeking revenge, will never understand. You are nothing but a turtle hiding in its shell." After speaking, a red aura appeared on Lu Xing's body, and he raised his fist, striking again towards Extreme Wei Martial Saint. Soon, countless exploding fists bombarded Martial Saint like a torrential downpour. Even Extreme Wei Martial Saint seemed a bit overwhelmed at this moment. "Damn kid, don't get too cocky." Extreme Wei Martial Saint roared, and then responded with the same style of punching. The sound of fists colliding filled the entire sea area, deafening. The next moment, Lu Xing pulled back his fist and swiftly dodged the attack. After all, going head-to-head with a Martial Saint for a long time is not a wise move. However, when Extreme Wei Martial Saint saw his punches easily dodged, he was shocked because he realized that Lu Xing had just used murderous intent perception and the Four Realms movement technique. In his moment of distraction, Lu Xing threw another punch, landing a solid, explosive punch right on Extreme Wei Martial Saint's mouth, twisting it askew. Extreme Wei Martial Saint covered his face and roared, "You've got some skill. It seems, without using my true power, I can't quite kill you, kid." As soon as he finished speaking, Extreme Wei Martial Saint clasped his hands together, and a blazing flame began to rise. "All those on earth who believe in me, all of their divine power, now converge here." Then, Extreme Wei Martial Saint's palms transformed into sharp claws, and he instantly turned into a giant golden saintly statue. At this moment, Lu Xing, standing before him, seemed like a tiny ant. From the center of the statue, Extreme Wei Martial Saint sneered, "Let's see how you can escape now." The 5 marshals were completely numbed by the terrifying power of heaven and earth above. One of them said tremblingly, So huge. Is this the perfect fusion of a martial arts avatar with the flesh? So, this kind of divine technique that reflects myths into reality is truly the root of a level 9 martial saint's power." Another marshal roared angrily, "Damn it, even the top-level great grandmasters at level 8 fight with their bare hands. No matter how fierce the energy, it can't extend hundreds of meters, but he's drawn out all the divine power that people have offered him. Such immense divine power, just its consumption could kill Lu Xing. This is utterly shameless." This was Martial Saint's last resort, but the marshals knew they had to find a way to save Lu Xing. "You fool. Tremble for your ignorance. A bug is just a bug." Extreme Wei Martial Saint roared, then his full divine power, wrapped in a sinister black aura, charged directly towards Lu Xing. However, Lu Xing remained as steady as an old dog, completely unflustered, and casually said, "So, you're into fancy tricks now, even transforming like a Gundam, huh?" Previously, Lu Xing would have been concerned about the future, constantly strategizing and solving, but he now realized that was simply foolish. The next moment, Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils sparkled with lightning, turning into a blue glow. War God mode. As Lu Sheng entered War God mode, his entire body, from his feet to his head, radiated powerful energy, a perfect fusion, stunningly beautiful. In that case, let me show you what it means to cheat. At this moment, Extreme Wei Martial Saint's attack was already nearing Lu Sheng. He roared, "Disappear." However, Lu Sheng merely raised his hand lightly and met the attack with the simplest of moves, a slicing hand strike. Instantly, a full-color light blade flew from Lu Sheng's hand, slashing towards Extreme Wei Martial Saint's statue. Decisive slash. As the two energies collided, the violent shockwave spread out. Extreme Wei Martial Saint's statue gradually cracked, its light dimming. Eventually, the statue was completely destroyed, and Extreme Wei Martial Saint exhaled a breath of foul air, flying out from the shattered light mass, his face full of anger. My war god avatar Lu Sheng treated his teeth and growled, fury mounting on his brow, but at the same time, he was filled with doubt about Lu Sheng's strength. "What exactly is your strength?" Lu Sheng scoffed, lazily responding. "What strength? It's hard to explain to a countryside martial saint like you. Too weak." Then, Lu Sheng punched Extreme Wei Martial Saint, turning him into a muggle. As Extreme Wei Martial Saint fell, Lu Sheng grabbed him up. At this moment, Extreme Wei Martial Saint was like a dead dog, held aloft by Lu Sheng. Xiao Ji trembled and murmured, Did I actually lose?" Lu Sheng coldly gripped his collar and mocked. "What? Surprised? Can't accept that a level 8 beat a level 9? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sheng slapped Extreme Wei Martial Saint across the face, the crisp sound echoing all around. "You're the god among men, right? The embodiment of light, right? Full of style, right? Say something. Where's that arrogance from just now?" This scene left the marshal standing behind speechless, unable to believe their eyes for a long time. Is this Lu Sheng thrashing Martial Saint? Not only did he overcome a level 9 in adversity, he's treating Martial Saint like a punching bag. Moments later, the Eastern Marshal, overjoyed, said, "From now on, our military also has its own god. Remember this day, the military will face an unprecedented bright future." After Lu Sheng had slapped him 1,000 times, Extreme Wei Martial Saint finally trembled and grabbed Lu Sheng's hand. Enough. Have you had your fill?" Extreme Wei Martial Saint sinisterly chuckled, covering his face, and 2 seconds later, his face, previously swollen, instantly returned to normal, even more handsome men before. This slightly surprised Lu Sheng, who coldly said, "You managed to recover your swollen face in an instant." The next moment, Extreme Wei Martial Saint laughed loudly. "What does it matter how skilled or strong you are? You have no idea how powerful a level 9 Martial Saint is. Between level 8 and level 9, there is an insurmountable chasm. I am connected to heaven and earth, and the world still offers worship. My power is nearly limitless." With that, strange lightning began to coil around Extreme Wei Martial Saint once again. He coldly said, "My martial body has been nurtured by heaven and earth for over 100 years, reaching heights you can't even imagine, and you, with only the power of a level 8, how could you possibly kill me?" Lu Sheng disdainfully responded, "Calling you a countryside martial saint isn't unjust. Would I not know the strength of a level 9 martial artist? I've even seen level 11 powerhouses. With your strength, you're not even worthy of being called level 9. With the next move, I'll finish you off completely. Let's see if you can still laugh then." Extreme Wei Martial Saint was left speechless. Just as he was about to retort, he felt the threat of death from Lu Sheng's fist. Lu Sheng softly uttered 2 words, "Shatter, void." As soon as he spoke, Lu Sheng's figure, like a ghost, sped to Extreme Wei Martial Saint's front, his speed so fast that Extreme Wei Martial Saint couldn't even track his movements. Soon, Lu Sheng created several clones, surrounding Extreme Wei Martial Saint. Then, all the clones launched simultaneous attacks. Raining down mercilessly, Extreme Wei Martial Saint was beaten terribly, his body riddled with holes, blood staining the sea below, turning it a bright red. At this point, Extreme Wei Martial Saint's body was a wreck. Not a single piece of intact flesh remained, only his trembling mouth still muttering something as he knelt on the sea. 2 seconds later, his body miraculously returned to its original state. He said coldly, "What you can destroy is merely my flesh. My martial soul is indestructible. How can you possibly kill me?" Lu Sheng was shocked upon hearing this, not expecting that Extreme Wei Martial Saint's body, despite such damage, could recover instantly. Seeing that Lu Sheng was unable to harm him, Extreme Wei Martial Saint laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, if you're capable, then increase your strength. I am the god among men. I am immortal." Lu Sheng's gaze sharpened, not expecting that this fellow, over his long years as a martial saint, had realized a divine skill akin to regenerating flesh. He had to admit, the realm of a level 9 martial saint, upon touching the mysteries of the universe, was indeed very intriguing. After speaking, Lu Sheng was once again enveloped in a golden glow, and he softly said, "If that's the case, then I'll just have to increase my strength a bit more." Upon hearing this, Extreme Wei Martial Saint looked utterly bewildered. "What the hell? You can still increase your strength? Are you joking?" The next moment, Lu Sheng's glowing fingers gently touched his forehead. He decided to concentrate all his immortal cells in his right arm, preparing to execute his strongest move, Immortal Strike, as the energy on his fist surged. Lu Xing shouted, "Die, insect! I am the real god." This time, Extreme Wei Martial Saint finally panicked. He could clearly feel, facing this terrifying power, a sense of unprecedented fear rising within him. Even with his regenerative ability, he would die. Thus, this punch, he absolutely could not take. Extreme Wei Martial Saint, in his panic, spat out a purple card from his mouth. Then, he lifted the card high into the sky. The card instantly burst into a dazzling golden glow. "Lu Xing, if that's how it is, then let's die together." At this point, Extreme Wei Martial Saint had completely given up on everything. He intended to drag Lu Xing down with him. Seeing this, Lu Xing sensed danger. This unprecedented sense of crisis made him weary. This thing looks threatening, but at this point, Zhao Ji must die. Not even the Jade Emperor can save you now. I said so. With that, Lu Xing threw a punch, his powerful force charging forward. With a boom, Zhao Ji's head was severed on the spot. However, just as Zhao Ji's body was falling, his head instantly grew a new body and desperately fled backward. Lu Xing was shocked again and gritted his teeth. "Still running even now. You really are a tough bug. It seems I must kill you today." He slowly raised his right hand, ready to finish off Zhao Ji once and for all. But just then, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, as if crushing through the void, making it hard for Lu Xing to breathe. As several deep booms sounded, the space in front of Lu Xing began to crack open. A huge tear in the void appeared, a physical suction force attempting to drag Lu Xing into it. Just as Lu Xing approached the edge of the void, a sharp hand reached out from the hole. And then, a magical circle appeared on the index finger of that hand, hovering over Lu Xing's head. In the next moment, the supernatural destructive power surging from the magical circle exploded upon Lu Xing. When the smoke cleared, a gaping hole appeared in Lu Xing's chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. He spat out 2 tons of blood, his body swaying on the verge of collapse. He felt a force corroding his body, causing him to gradually disintegrate on the brink of extinction. Even with immoral selves, Lu Xing's injuries were still difficult to heal. He needed to replenish energy immediately to survive, but at this moment, he was unable to move. "Am I really going to die? Well, at least I gave Xiaoji a good beating," he muttered, filled with doubt. Why does a power beyond level 9 exist in this world? He had indeed been careless. The next moment, with a thud, Lu Xing fell back to the seafloor, and the crack in the sky gradually disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the marshals had not even reacted yet. Their thoughts still lingered on the thrill of Lu Xing beating up Extreme Weight Martial Saint. The sudden appearance of that power was beyond their perception. Just then, the Eastern Marshal was the first to react, shouting, "All generals stars, all generals, everyone into the water, search for Lu Xing's whereabouts." Immediately, right now, the marshals looked at each other. One of them quietly asked, "That power just now, do you think Lu Xing is still alive?" The others remained silent, but the Eastern Marshal decisively said, "In the 300 years since the rise of martial arts on this planet, the youngest and most monstrous prodigy who could fight against martial saints as a level 8, a person who shone upon the world like the blazing sun, would he suddenly fall? Do you believe that?" He looked around firmly and added, "I certainly don't. A person like Lu Xing, even if he dies, he won't die here." After speaking, the Eastern Marshal immediately arranged for intelligence officers, broadcast everything that happened today, exactly as it occurred. At least let the entire Dragon Nation know. Extreme Weight Martial Saint was defeated above Ningxi, defeated by our military's future god, Lu Xing. Extreme Weight Martial Saint, Zhao Qi, is now a thing of the past. Though Lu Xing is gravely injured and his life and death are unclear, the lineage of Extreme Weight is completely finished. The next day, news about Lu Xing was reported by the military. The peerless prodigy of the military, Lu Xing, in his early years, slew Extreme Weight Martial Saint and his 32 disciples in Ninghai, severely wounded Extreme Weight Martial Saint Zhao Qi, forcing him to flee on the brink of death. This news shocked many acquaintances who had interacted with Lu Xing. In just a few days, Lu Xing's growth had reached heights unimaginable to them, but at the same time, the news of Lu Xing's uncertain fate also reached his family, who were heartbroken and wept bitterly. On the other hand, Qin Xiaojun led the military in a comprehensive search, heading to notify Dong Qingxue. Qin Xiaojun remarked, "Extreme Weight Martial Saint survived the legendary battle of the Dragon and Lion. Even that great battle did not leave him near death, yet this time, leading a vast army to ambush Lu Xing, he was instead massacred by Lu Xing alone, which is truly terrifying. However, the current search results from the military are, Lu Xing's life and death are unclear, suspected to have sunk to the seabed. Despite this, Dong Qingxue firmly stated, "I don't believe Lu Xing is dead. He must still be alive." Qin Xiaojun also quietly responded, "Let's hope so." Now the entire military has mobilized to search the sea for Lu Xing, almost draining the sea to its bottom. Although hope is slim, the military can only comfort Lu Xing's family with these actions for now. Dong Qingxue mentioned that she had just visited Lu Xing's family. Aunt fainted several times from grief, but uncle and Lu Xing's sister firmly believe he will return. Qin Xiaojun knew that Dong Qingxue was feeling very upset, so he comforted her by saying, "Maybe the fact that we haven't found a body means the situation is still uncertain. Maybe he has some magical gadget, like Doraemon, secretly hiding somewhere to recover. When we see him next time, he will surely be stronger." In reality, Qin Xiaojun himself knew that these words were absurd, but to prevent Dong Qingxue from despairing, he could only pin his hopes on a slim miracle. Meanwhile, atop a snow-capped mountain surrounded by clouds, a palace stood amidst the sea of clouds. At this moment, continuous wails of agony echoed through the corridors of the palace. The source of these sounds was Zhao Ji, who had returned injured. He muttered curses under his breath while staggering along. Damn Lushing, he completely destroyed the martial saint true body that I had nurtured for 100 years. Luckily, I had prepared a bottle of fusion divine liquid last time. Otherwise, even if the martial soul escaped, it wouldn't be able to fuse with this clone body. He clenched his teeth in anger, his face full of resentment. Damn, to return to my peak condition now would take decades, or even longer. As he spoke, he spewed nonsense while walking towards a cabinet. He took out a bottle of medicine from it and chugged it down. Damn Lushing, what kind of monster is he? Is he even human? A dignified level 9, martial saint, was forced to this extent. If I didn't have the ace of level 10 prowess, I really couldn't have killed him. Zhao Ji ranted as he furiously guzzled bottle after bottle of the medicine from the cabinet. Yet he still angrily shouted, damn, not enough, still not enough. He needed more of the medicine. The cabinet's supply of medicine was greatly depleted by Zhao Ji, but it only slowly restored some of his damaged meridians. What baffled him was how could such a genius like Lushing appear on a tier 1 resource planet with such terrifying strength at level 8. If he reaches level 9, couldn't he just leave this planet? Luckily, the kid is already dead. Zhao Ji can't remember the last time he felt this powerless. He understands that he can't stay here any longer. Sooner or later, someone will come looking for him. It looks like I need to find some protection. Right now, all he can think of are Tan Zhongyu and Lin Jingyue. Zhao Ji looks at a golden box on the cabinet filled with blue crystals. With these energy crystals, they'll have to give me some face. With that, he hurriedly prepares to leave. After all, the temple still holds so many martial saint relics. Not only will people from Dragon Nation come to snatch them, but foreign powers might also come to plunder. If he can't take it with him, he might as well leave. Soon, Zhao Ji quickly packs up and frantically descends the mountain, with no lingering affection for beyond the sky peak. On the other side, by the coast of Country R, Tan Zhongyu's 2 disciples are strolling by the sea. The female disciple curiously asks the male, "How was the trip to the Northern Line continent? I heard the scenery there is quite nice. I've always wanted to go." At the same time, she couldn't help but ask, "You've been traveling all over these years. Brother, what exactly did Martial Saint ask you to find?" The man's expression is calm, and he slowly utters 2 words. The female disciple is greatly shocked. This is something she, an 8th level martial artist, has never heard of. The man continued to explain. Energy crystal is a type of crystal that contains the highest amount of energy known on Earth. It can also be called a source of energy. This substance is extremely rare and precious. Known production sites are only a few scattered places, owned by all the major powers. Since energy crystals are so valuable, they must be of great help to martial arts. The man nodded and said, "They are definitely helpful, but only useful to characters at the level of martial saints." He continued, "For a level 9, energy crystals are not only a precious resource for cultivation, but also a form of currency. Over the years, I've traveled across most of the Earth trying to find a new energy crystal site for the master." The female disciple joked, "Hey, you're revealing so many secrets all at once. Is that really okay? Don't tell me you'll have to silence me later." The man said helplessly, "You've watched too many movies, but the World Grandmaster Tournament is starting in a year, and with your talent, you'll definitely be participating. Someone will tell you about the energy crystals then." The female disciple asked doubtfully, "But why is the Grandmaster Tournament related to energy crystals?" The man sighed and explained, "Originally, the World Grandmaster Tournament was established by nations to compete for energy crystals distribution in a dignified manner. All the energy crystals produced globally are pooled together, and grandmasters from each country compete. The distribution of shares is based on the final standings of the competition. Although there is competition among martial saints from different countries, there is also competition among martial saints from the same country, and the purpose of our Bright Jade Hall is to assist the master in enhancing his strength, just like the Extreme Way Force symbols in the 28 mansions under Extreme Way Martial Saint. Unfortunately, our master is the youngest among the 3 martial saints in Dragon Nation, with the shortest time as a saint and the least heritage. Compared to Extreme Way Martial Academy and Transcendence Martial Academy, our overall strength indeed falls short. Every time energy crystals are distributed, our master always receives the least. Extreme Way Martial Saint gets the most, followed by Transcendence Martial Saint. So, it's completely understandable that our master wants to find a new source of energy crystals. It's better to create wealth than to save pennies, but such things are not easy to find. Just then, the man's communicator suddenly rang. The female disciple glanced at the sudden influx of numerous emails. The man fell into thought, then suddenly shouted in shock, startling the woman. "This time at the World Grandmaster Tournament, we finally won't have the smallest chair." The woman asked in confusion, "Why?" The man explained excitedly, "Because the Extreme Way Force symbols in the 28 mansions were all wiped out by one person's effort. Extreme Way Martial Saint has completely lost face. The extreme way lineage is finished. Hearing this, the woman was utterly shocked. Who did it? That's terrifying. A single person. Has Dragon Nation got a fourth martial saint? The man shook his head, his expression laden with meaning. That person, you know him. He's the one who offended Extreme Way Martial Academy, whom our master sent you to assist. But he ended up killing the star of Extreme Way with his own strength. The woman screamed in shock. Lushing. Lushing nodded, said nothing more, and immediately prepared to return to report to Tan Zhongyu, leaving the woman standing alone in a daze. This time, Lushing truly overturned all my expectations. Meanwhile, beneath the tumultuous sea surface, in a quiet part of the ocean floor, a figure lies motionless. That is Lushing. His chest is pierced with a large hole, yet he lies on the ocean floor, completely still. Even so, Milk Creature dares to approach, as if his body still emits a deterrent force that cannot be ignored. Within the territory of the Transcendence Martial Arts School, Dong Xingyi, who had lost his martial will, was decadently drinking in a small grove. His eyes were vacant, his profound gaze no longer harboring any will to fight, relying solely on alcohol to numb his memories. A junior brother passing by joked, "Is senior brother planning to attain enlightenment through alcohol?" After all, there are such cases in novels. Our Transcendence Martial Arts School truly has all sorts of talents. As soon as he finished speaking, another friend covered his mouth, whispering, "Don't talk nonsense. He is senior brother Dong." He then quietly added, "Senior brother Dong's martial path was broken by someone, and now he has fallen into despair." The previous junior brother was so scared he wet himself. After all, who doesn't know senior brother Dong's reputation? Even in his current state, he was not someone they could afford to provoke. Senior brother Dong is a top-tier great grandmaster under 40 years old. How could such a powerful person be defeated? Who managed to do it? Someone answered, "It's said to be another younger super martial arts prodigy. I don't know the details. Just remember, there are too many exceptional beings in this world, always someone better than you, so one must always maintain humility and awe." At that moment, a pair of jade feet appeared behind Dong Xingyi, senior brother Dong. Dong Xingyi ignored it completely and continued drinking. "Junior sister Wanwan, are you here to mock me again?" "No, not at all. Senior brother Dong, listen to me for a moment." Lin Wanwan roughly described the recent situation of Lushing to Dong Xingyi. Upon hearing this, Dong Xingyi incredulously stood up and shouted. Lin Wanwan explained that she had heard this from her mother and had even seen it during a live broadcast. After listening, Dong Xingyi was silent for 2 seconds, as if a lock in his heart was being quietly unlocked in another way. His expression revealed a certain determination, as if he had made a major decision. Even the Extreme Way Martial Saint was almost killed by him. "What am I?" he said, and punched a tree. "How can I compare to that kind of freak? I must see him alive, or see his body in death. I have to go help find him." Seeing Dong Xingyi finally rallying, Lin Wanwan was overjoyed, thinking it was indeed the right decision to tell him about Lushing. Meanwhile, in the Tranquil Sea area, the military search range had expanded to 100 kilometers around the sea and had reached the deepest limit, 8,000 meters, but Lushing's trace was still not found. In the command room, the marshals ordered a continued deep search. A military officer, however, said that they had now entered the abyssal cave area, and going deeper might be extremely difficult. Yet, a vice marshal coldly stated, "Do you think it's more difficult for the military to train another person capable of killing a martial saint, or to search deeper into the fissures?" Hearing this, the officers immediately understood and bowed, expressing their vow to complete the mission. General Dong stood in the command room, coldly watching the sea ahead, firmly believing Lushing, the military's hope for over 200 years, will not be extinguished. He believes, with Lushing's tenacity, he will definitely not die easily. After all, he is the shining star of the military. However, deep in the sea abyss at 30,000 meters, the surrounding seabed exotic beasts began swimming towards a certain location. Some powerful exotic beasts were merely strolling when they were suddenly enveloped by a force. In the end, under their horrified gazes, a surge of energy pierced through their bodies. The scattering beams of light energy around them spared no nearby exotic beast. They were instantly captured and then dragged into the depths of the sea. Just as the exotic beasts were about to approach the origin of the light sphere, they instantly turned into a pile of bones. Standing in the center of the light sphere was the mutated Lushing, who was repairing his body by devouring the energy of the exotic beasts. "I look almost like I'm turning into Cthulhu, don't I?" Lushing mocked himself. At the brink of death, he drank the entire bottle of the tragedy of the saint. Although the powerful energy saved him, it turned him into this half-human, half-monster form. His body was almost completely mutated, despite the internal and external troubles. At least he survived. "I survived." Lushing remembered surviving an attack from a level 10 powerhouse and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Hey, thinking about it, I'm quite incredible." However, he didn't expect that there really were traces of level 10 powerhouses in this world. There's no record of them in the data. What's going on? Could it be that it's not from this world? Or is it not from this era? Before the first year of martial arts was the era of pure technology, there were no records of any ancient martial civilizations, otherwise, it wouldn't be called the first year. Thus, there are only 2 possible origins for this powerhouse. First, it comes from another planet. Second, It belongs to a higher-level martial civilization. Lu Xing is more inclined to believe the second possibility. Thinking about it carefully, it's indeed very strange. From the appearance of exotic beasts to the rise of martial arts, it has only been a short 300 years, and Zhao Qi became a martial saint over 100 years ago. From the initial first-level martial artist to the appearance of a ninth-level martial artist, it took less than 100 years. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling that when he used to read textbooks, it seemed trivial. But looking back now, everything seems eerie. Now that I think about it calmly, did the process from nothing to everything develop a bit too quickly? Imagine, even now when the entire route from level 1 to level 9 has been clarified by predecessors, and the military is using all resources to try to create a ninth-level martial artist. 100 years have passed, and it still can't be achieved, let alone during the early days of martial arts when everything was still in its infancy. What merits did Zhao Qi have to reach level 9, and about 100 years from the beginning? If people from a higher-level martial civilization helped open the path of martial arts, then all of this makes sense. The difference between having someone teach and having no one to teach is like heaven and earth. But here comes the problem. Why would a higher-level martial civilization want to help a lower-level civilization open the path of martial arts? Is it because of the exotic beasts? Perhaps the invasion of exotic beasts is the real beginning of everything. Imagine when a weak technological civilization encounters an invasion of powerful creatures from another world on the verge of extinction. People from a higher martial civilization suddenly appear, bestow the weak with swords and fire, allowing a civilization in crisis to have the power to defend itself, enabling them to fight against the powerful creatures from another world on their own. This process seems smooth, as if everything is proceeding step by step according to a rational plan. Lu Xing understood. It seems the battlefield of the exotic beast invasion is much larger than he had imagined. The higher civilization that opened the path of martial arts for this planet was clearly already facing the crisis of exotic beast invasions. And now Earth. Is it just a minor battleground? Damn it, Lu Xing cursed under his breath. It turns out that the calamity he has seen and touched is just an insignificant part of a vast iceberg. But now, thanks to this mutated body, it continuously preys on exotic beasts, providing him with a steady supply of energy. Using this energy, Lu Xing gradually consumes the residual power in his chest from that powerful being. Although this power is extremely strong, it can be weakened through gradual wear, perhaps because he is deep in the cavern. The power of the rules is very weak, preventing the mutated cells from dying. The biological instinct of the mutated cells is incredibly strong, and even without Lu Xing's active control, their innate destructive instinct drives them to constantly prey on all surrounding life forms. So for now, let's just consider it as healing while AFK. During this time, Lu Xing decides to quickly enter the dream to continue his training. In a dream, Lu Xing continuously harvests the memories of the remaining great Grandmasters. He cleared 3 streets, obtaining 5 types of 7th-level Grandmaster martial wills and 3 types of 8th-level Great Grandmaster martial wills. Now, Lu Xing's complete martial path contains 50 different types of martial wills, all merged into his willpower. He can't help but think, when the number reaches 100, will there be a qualitative leap? Currently, his primary task is still to stay in the dream to train, waiting for his injuries to heal further, then remove the mutated features before returning to reality. Just then, Lu Xing suddenly remembers to request his personal information from AIY. With a blue light emerging around AY, strings of information float in the air. Lu Xing can basically confirm that most of the information about his world's future in the seed resource database is fabricated, but other stored data, such as martial arts techniques, formulas, and resource points, are reliable. These aids are still very important, and the key to unlocking deeper treasures is authorization. Soon, a piece of the latest information attracts Lu Xing's attention. Tranquil Sea Battle Report: Lu Xing severely injured Extreme Wei Martial Saint in Tranquil Sea, then disappeared. 3 years later, he returned, killed Martial Saint Zhao Ji, defeated Martial Saint Lin Xingyue, defeated Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu. At 25, he broke through to level 9, becoming the youngest martial saint in the history of martial arts, known as Complete. He swept across the globe, undefeated in the world. At 30, he founded the Holy Martial Arts School, spread martial arts throughout the world, and made an immense contribution to the development of human martial civilization. Below him, 10 saints, each of considerable strength, are called legends. Lu Xing noted that he was previously known as the strongest under the heavens, now achieving higher, but for some reason, this title is no longer used. The information continues to update. At the age of 100, Lu Xing broke through to level 10, becoming the first level 10 powerhouse in the history of martial arts, pioneering the path to level 10 for future generations, and was honored as Martial Ancestor. After the disappearance of the Martial Ancestor 2 years later, Martial Ancestor Lu Xing vanished without a trace. Later generations speculated that the Martial Ancestor might have left the Azure planet and headed deep into the cosmic starry sky. Lu Xing did not expect that he would also be called martial ancestor by future generations. He remarked that this title was just like the ancient honorifics, such as Saint Confucius. This was far superior to any title like God Among Men, ranking as an eternal and supreme honor that would be passed down through ages. Lu Xing suddenly felt that something was amiss. The last time Zhao Ji was able to produce a life-saving charm for a level 10 martial artist, this proved that the path to level 10 should already exist in this world. Then why was it up to me to pioneer the path to level 10? This is very strange. Could it be that the data collection is incomplete, leading to huge deviations in future predictions? Or is it that there are many secrets at the top of the world's pyramid that I am not aware of? However, since I am now called Martial Ancestor, my authority should be quite high, right? Check my authority. As AI's body slightly trembled, a string of information appeared. 10 stars. Lu Xing immediately confirmed that his authority was rated as 10 stars. Lu Xing did not expect that he had previously been at level 7 authority, and now he had directly risen 3 levels. According to past experience, it means that the path from level 9 to level 11 has been completely opened up. Lu Xing then asked AI to bring up all the level 11 techniques. Moments later, several books, large and small, appeared before him. The first 5 volumes were advanced versions of previously learned techniques, while the last 4 volumes were entirely new techniques. Among them, the new technique 5 Seasons Fist was created by Wang Yi. According to legend, in ancient times, besides spring, summer, autumn, and winter, there was also a 5th season. When the 5th season arrived, 10 suns would appear in the sky, and the intense light and heat would scorch the mountains and rivers to a crisp. All creatures would die in the scorching heat, and heaven and earth would become an oven. So is this so-called 5 Seasons Fist technique a reenactment of the ancient 10 suns in the sky terrifying spectacle with its martial arts? What a grand and majestic technique indeed. It turns out that Shi Xingning's 10 suns in the sky was derived from Wang Yi's technique. As for the other techniques, Lu Xing is somewhat baffled, like this one called Inner Universe Upper, Middle, Lower Volumes. What is all this? The founder of this technique is Yang Yizhou. But what exactly is this technique talking about? What does it have to do with martial arts? It's like reading a dictionary, truly headache-inducing. This technique is actually about how to construct an inner universe, including the connections between the external universe and the inner universe and their construction, mixed with a great deal of probability theory. Isn't this just a pure thesis? Can this even be considered a technique? And to top it off, the level of this technique is terrifyingly high. Goodness, could this be the deduction process from level 11 to 12? At the end of the day, I'm just a level 8 newbie, currently unable to understand any of this. Forget it. Let's leave the difficult stuff for later. For now, let's focus on the 5 Seasons Fist. But to be fair, if one could achieve an inner universe, it would indeed be considered the foremost in killing and fighting throughout history. All other techniques in martial arts would have to step aside. After all, what martial art can be more ruthless than smashing someone with a universe? Lu Xing's martial arts have already reached the legendary 5th realm, combined with this level 11 technique. Who knows what kind of power it could unleash? Maybe in the future, it could be one punch, one martial saint kid, or even more. Stepping up to challenge level 10, Lu Xing touched his pierced chest, coldly said, "The level 10 powerhouse who injured me. Next time we meet, I will kill you." Then, he asked AI to bring up the entire content of the seed plan. However, the system still showed insufficient authority to view it. As expected, it's still not possible. Lu Xing thought, guessing that elevating the authority to level 11 might be necessary to unveil all the secrets of the dream space. Now, the most important goal is 8 advancing to 9. Let's see what the path to level 9 is all about. According to the technique description, the key steps of the path to level 9 are as follows. The complete integration of essence, energy, and spirit into one furnace. Connect with heaven and earth, leveraging the grand momentum of heaven and earth to forge one's own martial arts imprint, constructing a martial arts avatar. From this point, the real differences between the strongest martial artists begin to emerge. According to the technique description, the evaluation criteria for the martial arts avatar are as follows. Below 1 kilometer is considered inferior quality. From 1 kilometer to 5 kilometers is considered medium quality. Above 5 kilometers is considered high quality. Last time Zhao Ji's avatar didn't even reach 500 meters, right? That at most would be considered low quality among the low. To call him a country martial saint would be an overstatement. That guy was merely sustained by the human reverence for the divine. The natural breathing method and crystal visualization method produced martial arts avatars that were rated as top-tier superior. Lu Xing thought to himself, with so many techniques and martial arts at his disposal, what kind of avatar would emerge if he could combine all the superior avatars into his complete martial path? Could it be a super superior one? The thought is quite exciting. Lu Xing then closed the technique manual, mocking himself, can't think too much. Thinking too much makes one drift. Besides, fusion is too difficult. There's no starting point, no rush. Let's take it slow. First, slowly integrate his essence, energy, and spirit. Anyway, with the inheritance of the 5 Seasons Fist at hand, plus the continuously strengthening immoral cell power, Even if he's stuck at the peak of level 8 for a bit longer, it's still easy to kill martial saints as if slaughtering chickens. Lu Xing practiced all the newly acquired skills in the dream. A month later, these skills were basically mastered. Now his external injuries were essentially healed and his internal organs had regrown. During this time, he finally completely eliminated the residual influence of that level 10 powerhouse in his chest. Only the mental injuries hadn't fully recovered, but they were almost there. It was time to prepare to leave this place. The issue of body mutation, after leaving the cavern fissure, would likely resolve itself quickly with the loss of support from the essence of exotic beasts and the influence of the dark fog covering rules. But just as he was about to leave, the tentacles on Lu Xing's back suddenly flew out, swirling towards the mountain below. Seeing this, it seemed reluctant to leave this place. Lu Xing's gaze sharpened. He could feel it. The damned creature had come out again. This sea abyss cavern, just like the previous S-class cavern, seemed to also house an otherworldly consciousness in its depths. Clearly, this consciousness had set its sights on Lu Xing. Thinking that having stayed here so long and with such a high degree of mutation, he was a promising seed, trying to entice him to stay. Seeing this, Lu Xing grabbed the mutated tentacles behind him, his eyes cold, and then suddenly yanked, tearing them off forcefully. This thing is still bothering me? You still feel attached to that thing? Huh? Blaming me for breaking up a pair? This is my body. He knew well that he couldn't stay here any longer. The self-awareness of the mutated cells was growing stronger, and who knew what would happen next? As long as he could leave this sea abyss area, he could solve the mutation problem and reshape his eternal undying body. Very soon, I'll be back in action. Lu Xing released his mental energy, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He absolutely couldn't be dragged down by that thing. However, the eerie consciousness was pursuing so quickly, clearly not wanting to let him leave. As Lu Xing was momentarily distracted, countless creepy eyes suddenly appeared below. The next moment, multiple tentacles rapidly struck towards him, trying force since seduction didn't work. We're not cut from the same cloth. A forced melon is not sweet. Saying this, Lu Xing controlled his mutated body and immediately threw a punch towards the eerie consciousness below. The powerful energy directly broke all the tentacles that had just reached out. Watching the repelled eerie consciousness, Lu Xing coldly sneered and taunted. "Goodbye, little brother. No need to see me off. We'll meet again if fate allows." However, the eerie consciousness let out a strange hee-hee-hee laugh. This reaction concerned Lu Xing. Why is it laughing? What is it laughing at? Before he could figure it out, a crack suddenly appeared behind him. Abyssal rift? Lu Xing instantly realized. Its pursuit was just a diversion. Its real purpose was to lure me into this rift. Damn, can't dodge it. The next moment, Lu Xing appeared in a gray space. This place was unusually quiet, so quiet it was suffocating, as if time had stopped. No wonder those who enter here never return. Once inside, the way back seems to completely vanish. Even if there are no dangers here, one could be eternally lost in the endless gray spaces. No, that's not right. The path didn't disappear. It's somewhere else. I just haven't found it yet. Otherwise, those level 10 and 11 powerhouses couldn't possibly travel back and forth to the second battlefield. The question is, how to find the way back through the abyssal rift. Just then, the mutated tentacles suddenly started swinging towards the front. "Do you know where the exit is?" Lu Xing tentatively asked. Hearing this, the mutated tentacles nodded, making Lu Xing puzzled. Why would it know the way? Could the key to entering and exiting be these mutated cells? Whatever, go and see. Lu Xing said gravely, "Lead the way." The next moment, Lu Xing sped off in the direction indicated by the mutated tentacles. This space was extremely peculiar, beyond Lu Xing's ability to describe. It felt like void, yet it felt like moving through a solid. Under the guidance of the mutated cells, Lu Xing quickly arrived at a location and stopped. He could feel a joyful emotion emanating from the mutated cells, seeming to indicate that the destination was very near. However, just then, a circular rift suddenly appeared to the side. The rift kept expanding and quickly moved toward Lu Xing. Not good. This feeling is that eerie consciousness. It's coming over. You son of a bitch. There really is an exit here, but it's one he set up. You traitor. As the eerie presence enveloped him, Lu Xing felt an intense pressure mounting. A chilling hee-hee laugh echoed from above, the voice whispering and mocking, "Welcome back. I found you." At this moment, Lu Xing was being stared down by several enormous eyeballs. These eyeballs emitted a bewildering power, rendering him momentarily immobile. Seeing Lu Xing motionless, a pair of gigantic hands slowly descended from the air, attempting to firmly grasp him. However, just as the fists were about to close, Lu Xing suddenly regained consciousness and leaped away in escape. "Damn it," Lu Xing cursed angrily. The mutated cells were trying to control my body to return to that eerie consciousness while I was trying to escape. Seeing this, Lu Xing angrily grabbed the tentacles and tore them apart forcefully. "My body, you guys stop trying to control it." As he ran, he continuously chopped up the regrowing tentacles. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and sharply looked down at the lower part of his body. "That's right, you too. Hurry up and take me to the real exit, or I'll crush you right now. None of us will have it easy. With that, he forcibly extracted the eyeball-mutated cells that controlled consciousness from his lower abdomen. Seeing its consciousness about to be erased, the eyeball finally got scared. With its remaining intelligence, it turned towards another direction, seemingly signaling. Oh, there's an exit over there? All right, I'll trust you one more time. However, at this moment, the eerie consciousness behind him had morphed into a huge palm, continuously releasing hypnotic powers returned to our embrace. Lucian clenched his teeth, gathering all the immortal cell power inside his body into a massive energy force. He suddenly rushed towards the direction indicated by the eyeball, aiming for the red rift exit. He shot towards the rift like a meteor, with the eerie palm chasing at full speed, trying to catch him. Just a little more. Just a rift. Break for me. As Lucian shouted loudly, his speed increased again, causing the nearly grasping, eerie palm to miss. With several sounds of traversal, Lucian finally crossed the abyssal barrier, returning to the original world. As his body landed back on the ground, the mutated cells on his body began to be gradually erased by the forces of the rules. The eerie consciousness, with its gigantic eyeballs, stared angrily at the soon-to-disappear rift. I will catch you. As words fell, the rift completely vanished. It seems this thing really can't leave the sea abyss cavern. Even through the rift, it can't come out. Lucian stood on the sea surface, feeling the touch of the sea breeze, and felt a wave of emotion. This feeling, it's really nice. I finally come back. However, the next moment, a gaga-gaga sound came from under Lucian's feet. He turned around and was instantly stunned. Where have I been transported to? He looked around and saw nothing but ice and snow everywhere, and penguins all around. Could it be I've ended up in Antarctica? While he was stunned, the mutated cells beneath him suddenly started to squirm gurgle. Seeing this, Lucian got angry and punched his kidney fiercely. Since you're in my body, you have to obey me, otherwise die. The mutated cells often had their little ideas in daily life, which Lucian usually ignored, but he didn't expect them to dare to betray him this time. If I can't even fully control my own body, then what's the point of practicing martial arts? This punch directly reduced the mutated cells to mush, tears streaming out on the spot. Lucian snorted coldly, then concentrated all the power of the mutated cells in his chest and sternly warned, if you don't want to die, then shrink back. Condense, transform, sublimate. Now, I have to set some rules for these mutated cells. Lucian thought to himself, his eyes filled with a cold intent. This was an unprecedented attempt, and Lucian was eager to see what kind of existence would emerge when the mutated cells embarked on the path of immortal cells. Could it withstand the erasure of the rules? As Lucian's body emitted a golden light, each mutated cell was continuously impacted, refined, and sublimated, then began to self-destruct, concentrating all their energy into one point. Lucian's mental power firmly locked onto this point and poured all his energy into it. The cells began to rapidly transform, undergoing tens of thousands, millions of cycles. Before long, Lucian's surroundings were enveloped in a haze of smoke. As the smoke cleared, all signs of mutation on Lucian's body had also disappeared. What a pity, just a billion more transformations, and maybe I could have entered a brand new realm. But the energy of the mutated cells ran out, so I had to stop for now and go into hibernation. At this moment, the mutated cells in Lucian's hand weakly opened their eyes and stared at him. This approach should be viable. I'll try it a few more times later. Lucian muttered to himself, just about to study further when a mewing sound caught his attention. In the icy, snowy seascape, a white ship was slowly approaching the shore. Lucian frowned. In such a remote place, why are so many people coming here? But it might be a good opportunity to confirm my location. Saying this, he got up and flew towards the ship. After the ship docked, Lucian used his mental power to discover that there were 30 martial artists below level 7 on board, 2 level 7 Grandmasters, and 1 level 8 Great Grandmaster. A mere research vessel has a level 8 Great Grandmaster on board. Lucian's gaze sharpened. Judging by their appearance, they seem to be from the Lion Kingdom. Something's fishy. I'm curious to see what's the deal with this level 8 Great Grandmaster. As his mental power spread, Lucian eventually found a group of people from the Lion Kingdom in the lounge, playing a game of pulling radishes. These Lion Kingdom people seemed to be just a bunch of the Bosches. Lucian disdainfully glanced at them. His gaze fell on a ring on the table, which clearly bore the insignia of the Ring Seal Organization. Indeed, this is a research vessel of the Ring Seal Organization. Lucian then extended his mental power to other rooms, trying to find more information. In another room, he discovered a girl quietly writing in her diary. The diary mentioned, I am now alone in the cabin of the explorer, spending time with the harsh cold of the Antarctic, penguins, and exotic beast specimens. This is the 28th day I have been out with Professor Nepson's research team. Professor Nepson is one of the greatest geneticists of this century on our planet. His profound knowledge, genius ideas, and passionate pursuit of academia are my role models. Being able to follow Professor Nepson may well be the luckiest thing in my life. Reading the girl's diary entries, Lucian speculated that this Professor Nepson held an unusually significant position within the Ring Seal Organization, likely being a key figure of great importance. However, the next moment, Lucian was stunned. From the diary, he learned that Professor Nepson had a completely different understanding of the origins of exotic beasts and martial arts from the mainstream. He attributed their origins to the demons and gods of mythological legends and attempted to verify this through experiments. People often say that the end of science is mythology, and it seems there is some truth to it. Lu Xing mused thoughtfully. Just as the girl had finished writing her diary, Lu Xing appeared in front of her, used a mental control technique, and demanded coldly, "Tell me, which one is Professor Nepson?" The girl was startled, then replied with just one word, "Person." Hearing this cryptic answer, Lu Xing almost exploded with frustration. "Are you playing games with me?" The girl took a photo of the professor out of her pocket. "This old man here. Now that I know, there's no need to stay here any longer." Lu Xing sneered, and his figure instantly disappeared. Meanwhile, the girl slowly opened her eyes, looking at the documents on the table and the photo in her hand, completely baffled. Could it be that I just fell asleep? The girl muttered to herself. But if I was asleep, why would I be holding a photo of the professor and zoning out? What the fuck? Today is Valentine's Day. Could I have developed some fantasy about the professor? Inside the lab, Lu Xing appeared quietly, seeing that the professor was asleep at the table. He approached and saw several books in front of the professor, the content of which greatly shocked him. Collection of ancient myths from Dragon Nation. Comprehensive collection of ancient myths from Lion Kingdom. To mobilize such a large effort for these dubious legends, it seems the Ringed Seal organization really is wealthy. Maybe I should take this opportunity to fleece them thoroughly? Thinking this, his figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared outside in the snow-capped mountains, looking up at the massive snowy mountain. If that's the case, then I might as well use them for my purposes. Lu Xing snorted coldly and quickly flew forward. On the other hand, the crew on the ship were on watch. They were originally scheduled to return in a week, but they could feel that the big shot on board was getting restless. Although the captain was officially just working hard on the scientific expedition team, the crew knew that whether they would return or not depended on Professor Nepson's wishes. Despite his frail appearance, his status within the Ringed Seal organization was no less than that of the top King's Seal bigwigs, and even ordinary King's Seals wouldn't dare offend him lightly. Just then, the captain's device suddenly issued an alarm. "Captain, trouble, an underwater current." A powerful current suddenly surged from underneath, diverting their ship off course. "Look straight ahead." A crew member yelled anxiously, seeing the iceberg that had appeared out of nowhere directly in front of them. The captain was so frightened he nearly wet himself and immediately shouted, "Turn the rudder! Quick, turn the rudder!" However, the next second, the ship directly collided with the iceberg. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xing, hidden inside the iceberg, had just let out a slight chuckle, then created the illusion of a moon war on the iceberg. Lu Xing, transformed into a deity, engaged in fierce battle with the forces of evil worship. During the battle, he burned all his power, unleashing his strongest moves, and finally defeated the evil forces. As the evil force disappeared, it let out a boastful laugh. "Ahaha, I am immortal. You will never be able to destroy me completely. I will keep being reborn in this land until this world is destroyed, and I will come back." The panting deity Lu Xing had only managed to seal the evil force temporarily. As the divine fire gradually extinguished, Lu Xing's face became visible. Exhausted of power, he fainted and fell from the sky. The impact of the fall directly caused the Antarctic iceberg to burst open, and Lu Xing's body sank deep into the iceberg, entering a deep slumber. This scene vividly appeared in the mind of Professor Nepson, who had just woken up. He suddenly awoke, dazedly muttering to himself, what a wonderful dream. It was like a myth. Who was that man, as dazzling and powerful as the sun? Could it be a revelation from God? Saying this, the professor immediately grabbed his notebook, ready to record the dream he just had. However, the next moment, the violent impact and jolting made him unable to hold his pen steady. The ship had to stop because of the huge impact. This made the professor, still immersed in his dream, start to speculate, vaguely feeling as if he had been favored by a deity. At that moment, guards came to his room to report the situation, stating that the ship had just hit an iceberg and urgently needed to gather people to check the equipment. What? The professor was stunned. Hit an iceberg? Could it really be such a coincidence? I dreamed of a deity descending from the sky and smashing an iceberg, and it came true so quickly. He followed the guards outside and asked in confusion, "How could we hit an iceberg if we were following the course?" The captain explained, "Just now, we were affected by an undersea current, which caused the ship to veer off course. Fortunately, with the help of the martial artists, the ship only scraped against the iceberg and the damage to the hull is not severe, so we can continue sailing." However, the captain seemed hesitant and said, "But there's something strange about this iceberg. When we inspected it just now, it seemed like we saw something." Saying this, he pointed forward, allowing the professor to see for himself. The professor looked in the direction pointed out, and the next second he was utterly shocked. He could clearly see a black silhouette embedded in the back of the iceberg. It was unmistakably a person. The professor felt dizzy and murmured to himself, "No way, no way. Could it really be fate? Was that dream actually real?" The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. The physique and silhouette of the person in the iceberg exactly matched the young man from his dream. "That's right, it's him. It absolutely is him." The professor exclaimed excitedly, that man like a deity. There really are divine beings in this world. He shattered the darkness of evil and saved this planet. Saying this, the professor immediately ordered the guards, "Get tools right now, cut out the ice block, bring this person to my lab." Meanwhile, in another room on the ship, the atmosphere grew even more eerie. An underling was reporting the recent events to the level 8 Great Grandmaster. The man asked, "What's so special about the man in the iceberg?" The subordinate replied, "Nothing special, I just went to see. It's just a very ordinary corpse. I guess he might have been a martial artist who came to the Antarctic Circle to attempt extreme ascetic practices and ended up freezing to death in the iceberg. However, it's a bit strange. Our Professor Nepson seems extremely interested in that corpse." The subordinate continued, "The professor insists it's the remains of some ancient deity, even talks about divine instructions or something. The professor even decided to immediately end the expedition and return tonight." Hearing this, both men couldn't help but burst into laughter. Nepson has always been like this, always talking about how exotic beasts and martial artists are products of myths. Let him be, as long as he's happy. These research types, they all have their quirks. Going back early isn't bad either. Life on this ship is really dull. Meanwhile, in the lab, Professor Nepson, after closely observing the frozen body, was even more shocked. "Oh my god, exactly the same. Really exactly the same. Every detail is the same. There's no mistake. This is the deity from my dream." He excitedly pulled out his notebook again from his pocket, wanting to sketch the scene. Muttering to himself, "This is the real origin of exotic beasts and martial arts. If I make this public, I will become the greatest scientist of this century. Ha ha ha, incredible, incredible." However, inside the equipment, Lucian quietly opened his eyes. The next moment, a powerful psychic force enveloped the entire lab and the surrounding area. Lucian's gaze quickly landed on the nearby vials of beast marrow liquid, which contained beast marrow liquid from level 3 to level 8, amounting to no less than 100 vials. Just as I thought, these research types really do have ample funds and resources. With Lucian sneered internally, Nepson has always been obsessed with the connections between mythology and exotic beasts and martial arts, always trying to prove this point, superstitious and stubborn, perfect for me to exploit. At this moment, Lucian only needed a bit of hypnosis and inducement to easily entrap Nepson and his woven lies. Although Nepson holds a high position within the Ringed Seal organization, at the end of the day, he is just a common person of high status. Unexpectedly, the methods I casually used against Lee Dieback then can now serve a great purpose. Next, just by continuously strengthening the psychological suggestions between dreams and reality, deepening the hypnosis and brainwashing, Nepson will become the most fervent disciple of Lucian, this ancient deity. At this moment, the enthusiastic Professor Nepson stopped his pen. He suddenly realized an important question. "This is just something I dreamed of. I can be certain of the deity's existence, but how can I prove it to others?" He mused to himself, "I received the revelation, but others have not. How can I make others believe? Just a corpse is definitely not enough. Do I need to open up my head for others to see?" The professor pondered for a moment, and a spark of excitement gradually lit up in his eyes. "No need, just let the deity tell them themselves." Yes, the deity himself, but how exactly should I do it? A sudden inspiration struck him. Right, the first step is to awaken and revive the deity. When the god descends upon this land again, all doubts and deceptions will be completely shattered. When the god descends again, shatters doubts. When the god again. The professor kept repeating these words, becoming more resolute in his soliloquy. He felt that this was the best method to revive the deity. What could be more convincing than a living deity? With this thought, the professor excitedly began to study Lucian's body, trying to find some key clues to determine what energy would be needed as a resource for awakening. He passionately said, "I, Nepson, will make this world great again." Seeing this, the corner of Lucian's mouth and the equipment slightly lifted, but inside he was already laughing heartily. "I really am a genius." Meanwhile, in the Eastern Military District, during the time Lucian disappeared, Dong Qingxue, to numb her own heart, spent all day immersed in the cultivation chamber. As she slowly opened her eyes, a wave of orange-red psychic energy spread from her brow. Instantly, several water tank-sized black steel spheres rose into the air. With the lift of Dong Qingxue's palm, she shouted angrily, and the black steel spheres above her head exploded into scrap metal. Over this period, her strength had also made a qualitative leap. However, just then, the cell phone in her pocket vibrated with a beep. The next message made Dong Qingxue's palms tremble. It was a safety message from Lucian. Seeing this, the long-suppressed emotions instantly broke through the dam. Dong Qingxue's tears fell like rain, and she choked up shouting Lucian's name. Just then, Qing Xiaojun burst in, but seeing Dong Qingxue crying like a pear flower, he immediately understood something. "I knew this kid would be fine. Ha ha ha." Dong Qingxue gripped her cell phone, her eyes teary, saying "I wasn't worried" would be a lie. After all, he had disappeared off the face of the earth for so long. And now finally there's news. The huge stone in my heart has truly fallen. "Lucian, when exactly will you come back?" Their news quickly spread. Qing, he had just received the news and immediately sent his regards to Dong Qingxue. Meanwhile, on the tranquil sea, the military ships were still tirelessly searching for Lu Xing's traces, but just then, a subordinate delivered urgent news. The military headquarters received a message from Lu Xing himself. He was safe, but it would probably still take some time before he could return. Hearing this, the Eastern general, his face full of excitement, immediately called for all personnel on the tranquil sea to regroup and return to the military district. The military had already waited for over 200 years. A few more days wouldn't make a difference. It wouldn't be long before their god of the future would truly return. On the other hand, the exploration vessel Ringed Seal, after half a month of long journey, finally successfully returned. Their ship slowly sailed towards Golden Ring Island, a small island located at the border between the Lion and Eagle countries, unlocated on any satellite. As the ship docked, the crew began to unload the supplies. For some martial artists, compared to boring jobs like being a security guard, they'd rather go fight with the people from the Dark Star and Black Magic Society. Saying this, he also glanced back. "My lord, you feel the same way, right?" The purple-haired great Grandmaster, however, indifferently said, "Austerity is also a part of cultivation." But who didn't know? He spent every day on the ship playing pull-up radishes. Finally, they carefully packed Lu Xing's body with instruments and cautiously moved it off the ship. The professor kept shouting, "Be careful, don't bump into it." Seeing this, several Grandmasters whispered among themselves. Nepson, that fool, actually treasures that corpse as if it were a gem. He even wants to bring that corpse back to life. How can the dead come back to life? Ridiculous. Hearing the discussion, purple-haired great Grandmaster curiously walked over. He was still very curious about what could make the professor so obsessed. Just then, the 10th King's seal approached, and the staff put down their work and respectfully waved their greetings. But the professor, seeing this, thought he was up to no good and immediately stood nervously in front of the instrument. "Elton, what are you trying to do? This is my precious specimen." However, Elton showed no respect, lifted the professor, and casually threw him aside. "Today, I want to see what is so mysterious about this corpse." As he raised his hand, a wisp of blue aura faintly emerged. Lying in the instrument, Lu Xing sensed trouble. If this guy touched him, the plan would be ruined. At that moment, the hand was already within inches, and Lu Xing found it hard to keep pretending. It looked like he would have to take action directly. But unexpectedly, just as Elton's hand was about to touch him, he suddenly stopped, frowned, then withdrew his hand and turned to leave. "Humph, forget it. It's just a corpse. I won't waste my time with you. I have other important matters." Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief internally. Just now, he was nearly touched by an 8th-level Great Grandmaster, and it was uncertain whether he could have kept the deception going. Not to mention, many details on his body would not withstand close scrutiny. Nepson being brainwashed and hypnotized could be overlooked, but not everyone is a fool. Once exposed, he would have no choice but to kill the other party forcibly and then try to escape. Luckily, at the critical moment, that guy was distracted by other matters. The professor suddenly interrupted, cursed continuously, vowing to report him to Lord Divine Seal later. Soon, Lu Xing was taken back to the professor's laboratory. After observing for a moment, the professor was suddenly shocked by what he saw in front of him because he discovered that the beast Mara fluid placed on the instrument had been completely absorbed. It seems it really works. The deity is reviving. He believed that as long as sufficient energy was provided, the deity would eventually fully revive and return. Saying this, he immediately picked up the intercom and issued an order. Immediately allocate all of this month's research funds and resources to the Mara fluid project. At the same time, the funds for the next month were also advanced. In addition, he now needed a large amount of exotic beast brain Mara fluid and cellular tissue fluid. Have all these sent to him. Following Professor Nepson's orders, the entire base began to transport beast Mara fluid almost instantly. Watching Lu Xing frantically absorbing the beast Mara fluid, the professor was almost ecstatic. "That's it. Absorb quickly. The more, the better. This way, you can wake up sooner." Little did he know, at this moment, Lu Xing was internally overjoyed. Fantastic. This is what cultivation is all about. His recently healed wounds, along with the 22 immoral cells of the eternal star body, left his whole body in a state of extreme emptiness, and the timely arrival of the beast Mara fluid was just perfect. Now, the 23rd immoral cell was beginning to emerge. Over the past half-month, he had absorbed at least 8 million merit points worth of beast Mara fluid. Whenever the liquid in the cultivation chamber decreased slightly, Nepson would immediately replenish it without any hesitation. It must be said, the professor's resources were absurdly abundant. Lu Xing estimated that, with this trip, he could nurture at least a few dozen more immoral cells. This fleecing of resources was simply too thrilling. Couldn't cultivation resources automatically replenish in a protected cultivation environment? Could there be a more perfect place to cultivate in the world? However, Lu Xing briefly sensed the situation across the entire island. In this ringed seal base, the strongest was only barely reaching the early stages of the 9th level as a martial saint, and Lu Xing, already possessing 22 immoral cells, could easily slaughter Zhao Ji as if beating a dog without any fear. Next, it was time for formal seclusion. Soon, a year had passed. At this moment, inside Ringed Seal, a meeting was being held to prepare for the upcoming World Grandmaster tournament. This meeting mainly revolved around two issues. 1. Regarding the competition format and arrangements for this World Grandmaster tournament. 2. The latest news on the new energy crystal sites. The woman estimated that with their strongest 20 king seals deployed together, they would secure a larger share than ever before. After all, the Black Magic Society suffered heavy losses in Dragon Nation last year, losing half of their forces, and might even drop out of the competition this time. So, the shares this time would only increase, not decrease. The man with glasses asked worriedly, "Is this information reliable? And who exactly did the Black Magic Society provoke?" The woman analyzed based on the intelligence. The one who killed multiple strong members of the Black Magic Society is a newly risen martial saint from Dragon Nation. As soon as this statement was made, everyone at the meeting was shocked. They could hardly believe that Dragon Nation had a new martial saint, and such a low-profile one at that. After all, even the Extreme Way martial saint was beaten so badly by him that he fled injured. This time, the battle for energy crystals might see unexpected developments. However, fortunately, the Extreme Way martial saint had used his master's trump card during the battle, ultimately severely injured the new martial saint, causing his whereabouts to be unknown today. Therefore, the leader of Ringed Seal believed that this operation would not be affected. Another important piece of news was that they had discovered a new energy crystal site. Its location was on the north side of the Great Eagle Ocean. After many days of surveying, they were 70% certain of its existence. Hearing this news, the leader's lips slightly curled up in satisfaction, and he immediately ordered, "King Seal from 1st to 4th, Ringed Seal from 4th to 10th, follow me." However, his subordinates felt that such a minor matter did not require the leader's personal involvement, but the leader, wanting peace of mind, insisted on going himself. After all, if that was indeed a new energy crystal site, the martial saints of Darkstar and Black Magic Society would surely go there too. If he didn't go himself, these subordinates could only be sent to their death. Just as he was about to declare the meeting adjourned, an abrupt voice interrupted him. "I have a very important matter to report. I report Institute Director Professor Nepson. He has been using your name to embezzle and withhold our substantial resources for as long as half a year." Saying this, he directly pulled out a bill from his pocket. "Our group's funding chain has completely broken down." Hearing this, another subordinate couldn't help but speak up. "What? Was everything Nepson said false? He also told me that funds were tight recently, and resources would be delayed for 3 months. Soon, the room filled with angry voices. "What the hell? Damn. He told me it was an investment that would yield a 10-fold profit in 6 months. All my savings, that bastard Nepson." Before long, the entire room was denouncing Professor Nepson. A few days ago, I also received news that Nepson's research funds have been advanced until July next year. Moreover, in the past 6 months, he has applied 4 times to use energy crystals for experimental research. The most recent time, his requested amount was as high as 10 grams of energy crystals. This greedy and cunning devil, not even a devil knows how to tempt people like he does. Hearing this, the leader furrowed his brows, puzzled. Nepson, he's just an ordinary person who hasn't even entered the path of martial arts. How could he have fooled so many 7th and 8th level grandmasters? Something's not right. Nepson isn't a martial artist. What does he need so much funding and resources for? He couldn't be unaware of what the consequences would be if this were to come to light. The entire crowd also fell into thought, feeling that something was amiss. The next moment, the leader instructed the woman to personally go and find Nepson to ensure this matter was thoroughly investigated. However, the crowd expressed their desire to go together right now, insisting that Nepson must pay a price. Looking at the formidable crowd, if they couldn't retrieve the resources, they might just flay Nepson alive. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, 8th level beast marrow fluid, 20 portions, 9th level beast marrow fluid, 3 portions, gene optimizer number 5, concentrated formula. The professor was excitedly staring at these research materials, continuously urging his assistant to increase the dosage. At this moment, the professor was suddenly shocked. He sharply turned his head and asked the assistant, "Did you hear that? The deity's heart is beating." Saying this, he excitedly threw himself onto the instrument, shouting, "Quick, come and listen." The assistant's eyes widened, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She had previously joked in her diary about Professor Nepson's excessive obsession with ancient myths, but she had never imagined she would actually witness this moment in history. Initially, when this corpse was excavated, she had seen everything firsthand, and even Nepson's idea of reviving a deity was ridiculed by countless people. But now, this is actually successful. They are about to revive a deceased deity. At this moment, Nepson's drool was nearly dripping out, his eyes shining with a frenzied glow. How wonderful. He is reviving. He is waking up. He gave me revelations and a dream, only one step away from the true arrival of a deity. However, just then, the laboratory alarm suddenly went off. Someone was forcibly breaking in. The assistant panicked instantly, screaming, "They've already reached the laboratory door." At this moment, Uncle Shua's angry roar came from outside. "Open the door! Open the door already! Nepson, you have the nerve to steal resources, but you can't open the door?" Hearing the shouting outside, Nepson was furious. his eyes filled with resentment. A bunch of short-sighted fools. What an honor it is to be involved in the great deity's revival plan. I can't let them ruin everything. We are just one step away from success. Saying this, he immediately commanded Lucia, activate the laboratory's highest-level defense system now. Stop them at all costs. The assistant was terrified, her face full of fear. Professor, that defense system is, but Nepson was resolute. We have to do this. This top-standard defense system was designed to prevent intruders, ensuring that the research staff had enough time to evacuate or destroy their research results. Even a fully committed martial saint would need at least 5 minutes to break through. Once activated, it would be impossible for the organization's members to break in unless they went to find a Divine King's Seal Herald. Either way, this should buy us enough time. The next moment, a light screen suddenly rose, repelling everyone outside. Time was of the essence. Nepson couldn't care about anything else. He immediately ordered the assistant, put all the resources into it, including those grams of energy crystal. The assistant's face was pale, but she still followed the orders, pouring all resources into the machine. Nepson knelt on the ground, his hands trembling, his eyes fervently looking at the entity within the machine, praying devoutly, "Deity, please wake up. If you don't wake up, I'm out of options." However, inside the machine, Lushing remained motionless, because at that moment, he was in a dream world, brutally slaughtering zombies, as Lushing slowly raised his right hand. The next move is called the 7 Mysterious Finger Flow. Its founder, 7 Mysterious Martial Saint Dingqiuyu, Lushing positioned his fingers as if to flick, his hands shimmering with starlight. With a gentle flick, a beam of light, like a shooting star, burst forth from his fingertips. It must be said, this finger technique's lethality is astonishing, and Lushing is very satisfied with it. TSK truly, in the blink of an eye, turned to ash and smoke. However, just then, Lushing's aura suddenly surged. His martial saint technique had fully integrated. It turns out, Dingqiuyu had devoted his life to refining this technique, but always fell just short of the final step. Your long-cherished wish is now fulfilled in my hands. Now calling it 7 Mysterious, that star doesn't seem quite right. Might as well call it Heaven Severing. As for what this name implies, Lushing hadn't thought too much about it. He simply felt that heaven-severing fingers sounded powerful and had a high level of prestige. Over the past 6 months, Lushing's gains have been tremendous. In reality, he absorbed resources crazily, never worrying about materials for cultivation. In his dreams, he continued to draw advanced techniques, completely mastering all the martial saint techniques along the entire martial arts street. His martial arts avatars totaled 41, 98 types of will-o'-the-wisps on the wheel. His psychic power is now complete. In this dream space, Lushing temporarily found no higher-level adversaries. He could say he had completely cleared the level. Just then, Lushing sensed that someone had broken into the laboratory in reality. Professor Nepson, in order to awaken Lushing, exhausted all his resources. Members of the organization have come to revive him. Lushing knew it couldn't be hidden any longer. He was already exhilarated. Over the past year, Lushing can't remember exactly how much beast marrow fluid he absorbed, how much high-energy material. Anyway, the blood pill was endlessly solidifying and breaking, and solidifying. Immortal cells have been crazily increasing, now reaching a total of 183, which is 9 times what it was a year ago. The numbers have really inflated. Previously, he could kill a martial saint. Now Lushing dares not even think about it, but his body has also reached its limit of endurance. Now, with stellar patterns covering his whole body to gain more immortal cells, he must enter level 9. Using the power of heaven and earth's great momentum, he aims to break through the bottleneck of the stellar, indestructible body phase. But at level 9, Lushing currently can't even merge the 3 essences of body, energy, and spirit into one furnace, let alone build an avatar or create his own martial arts brand. For comparison, Zhao Ji simply mixes 3 doughs together, simple and relaxed. But he has to knead 3 giant steel balls, as big as the sun, into one without increasing their size. It can be said, without millions of degrees of high-temperature flame, tens of thousands of times the pressure, it would be impossible to succeed. Lushing needs pressure, unparalleled pressure. Only under unprecedented high-pressure combat can he possibly complete this step. This kind of pressure is not something a mere martial saint can provide. Just then, Lushing glanced at the 2 professors outside. Nepson looked like he was at his limit. It was just the right time to go out and find some pressure. After all, a year's feelings should culminate in a profound dream of a divine arrival for the devout Nepson. At this moment, the door outside remained intact despite numerous attacks, infuriating the organization members. Is Nepson rebelling, daring to activate the highest level of defense mechanism? I'm gonna chop him up alive. Now they can only contact Marshal St. Harold, as only he has the keys to the research facility. Once they have the keys, they can immediately open the doors. After catching Nepson, watch me beat him up. However, 10 minutes ago, Ring Seal was experiencing an unprecedented siege. Core organization member Cadus betrayed, intentionally spreading news of the energy crystal, causing the island's highest combat power to depart. Now, only some second-line forces remain on the island, allowing the Black Magic Society and Dark Star organizations to be brought in. Well done, Cadus. Your plan was very successful. Our first collaboration with Dark Star and Black Magic Society was a pleasant one. By the time Harold realized, the entire Golden Ring Island had already turned into ruins. In the earlier assassination attempt on Lushing by the Black Magic Society, half of their top experts were lost. Rather than wait for the energy crystal contest to be split between Ring Seal and Dark Star, they decided to take the initiative. They directly struck Ring Seal's main base first, crippling it. The extra profits will then be split 80-20 with Dark Star. This not only limits their losses, but might even allow them to make a small profit. As for the news about the new production site, that was also intentionally leaked as part of their plan. They couldn't wait to see Harold's shocked and enraged expression when he returned. The assistant in the laboratory was panicked when he heard they were going to ask Marshal Saint for the key. But little did they know, their Marshal Saint was no longer on the island. The professor had no way out now. He had invested everything, and now could only pray for the gods to wake up soon. His heartbeat seemed to be growing louder. As he spoke, the professor suddenly dropped to his knees, calling out for Lushing to wake up, hoping to reveal the truths hidden by the world's time. Soon, the defense system was down to 15%. Now, even if they didn't get the key, it wouldn't hold up much longer. The professor was disheartened. Could they really end here? At that moment, the sound of glass shattering rang out. The professor and assistant were stunned at the sight. Then, Lushing's figure appeared ahead of them. Could it be that the gods were about to awaken? As the words fell, Lushing's eyes slowly opened. At that moment, golden light surged from his fingertips. With the wave of his hand, he used the Chi Ascension technique. At this moment, the professor's mouth dropped open. Damn, the god, it really revived. Great god, you've finally awakened. Welcome your arrival. Your brilliance will shine upon the entire world. Lushing said that Nepson had done very well, and that everything he had done, Lushing knew. Hearing the god's praise, Nepson instantly felt overjoyed. Lushing picked up a crystal stone and spoke. You said this is called energy crystal, right? The professor replied, it's a treasure powerful enough to drive even a level 9 Marshall Street. Matt, the energy inside is incredibly strong. The small one in your hand is equivalent to a small nuclear reactor. I see. No wonder in the end Lushing was able to gain 7 more mortal cells in one go. Then, Lushing placed the last crystal in his pants pocket as a sample. Next, Lushing picked up the phone on the table, ready to let his family know he was safe. At the same time, he told Nepson his name. The assistant, however, secretly spoke up, saying that the god seemed a bit strange. Look at this god. He doesn't look like an ancient one at all. He's even skillfully operating a phone to take selfies. Amazing. An ancient god just resurrected and already knows how to take selfies. At that moment, Lushing sensed something was off outside. He told Nepson that there were 2 level 9 martial saints killing martial artists, and another level 9 martial saint was rushing toward the island from a considerable distance. As soon as he finished speaking, alarm bells began to sound. Since the professor had blocked all communication, the bald man could only call the assistant's watch and informed him that Dark Star and Black Magic Society were coming to attack. Because Ring Seal's research results must not fall into their hands, but at this moment, the professor refused to leave. He begged Lushing to help save Ring Seal. Hearing this, Lushing turned and walked toward the door. Nepson, is this your first wish? Then as you wish. Now, with no level 9 Marshal Saint guarding Ring Seal, even the strongest level 8 Grandmasters were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. What they could do now was just talk and curse. As soon as the words were spoken, a sword light pierced through the professor's head. In just a few minutes, Ring Seal had suffered heavy casualties. Trash is trash, not even interested in fighting. The next moment, there was a huge crash in the sky, and the leader of Ring Seal made a dazzling entrance. Harold had returned, faster than expected. A flamework-wearing armor suddenly rushed toward the center, even though Ring Seal's people had used secret techniques to force their way back. Black Magic Society, Dark Star, you're all dead. I'll kill you 1,000 times. And it still won't be enough. However, after hearing this, they broke into eerie laughter, clearly not taking the just-returned Harold seriously. Anyone can talk big, but can you actually do it? Go ahead, try and kill us. As they spoke, a blue-colored mecha charged forward, blocking Harold, who was ready to make his move. With the clash between the 2 level 9 martial saints, the entire island was shaken for 2 seconds by the force, and the ground beneath them began to crack and spread. Seeing this, Darkstar's martial saint prepared to take action. Thinking to himself, otherwise, Ray will say I'm just reaping the benefits without putting in any effort. Soon, another massive mecha appeared, towering over 100 meters high. With a flick of his finger, his Dharma body mirrored the motion in the sky. Next, a 7-star formation appeared in the sky with a single sweep of his hand. The 7-star formation instantly transformed into 7 meteors, crashing down toward Harold. Under the combined force of both attackers, Harold's Dharma body, already in poor condition from rushing back, instantly vanished. Upon witnessing this, the Ringed Seal members felt their hearts sink. 2 martial saints attacking our master together. Is Ringed Seal really going to be wiped out this time? Harold also sensed the danger, unable to believe that years of Ringed Seal's existence would be destroyed in just one day. Seeing their leader being overwhelmed, the other members rushed in to help. However, a Martial Saint-level battle was not something they could intervene in. Meanwhile, Darkstar's Martial Saint slowly raised his hand toward them. "You martial artists, since you're here, you might as well stay." In the next moment, the ground beneath the Ringed Seal members' feet began to crack, and a terrifying oppressive force trapped them in the fissures, crushing them to pieces. Under the pressure of two Martial Saints, Lord Harold couldn't even spare us a glance. With the Martial Saints taking action, this is utter despair for these martial artists. Meanwhile, Harold, pinned down, could only shout out in impotent rage. "Have you no shame attacking my base while hiding together like this? Don't you understand the principle of striking first? Even if I can't stop you today, once I've wiped out all the high-level martial artists on this island, you won't be able to continue fighting for Energy Crystal in the future, right?" Before his words had finished, Darkstar's Martial Saint's expression changed in surprise, not understanding who this person was at Ringed Seal, especially with his hands in his pockets. Looking so confident, could it be that he's not afraid at all? He's even smiling. "Let's see if you can still laugh after this." As he spoke, a golden avatar energy surged toward Lushing. Facing the massive creature descending from the sky, Lushing merely extended his finger and pointed forward. With a sudden cracking sound, the towering Dharma body, over 100 feet tall, was stopped dead in its tracks by just a single finger from Lushing. Then, Lushing flashed a grin. Isn't this interesting? In that instant, under the astonished gaze of Darkstar's Martial Saint, Lushing had silently appeared in front of him. Lushing then raised his right hand, and a destructive force shot toward Darkstar's Martial Saint's avatar. In an instant, the avatar shattered completely, and the attack landed directly on Darkstar's Martial Saint. Darkstar's Martial Saint screamed, "Impossible," as his body began to retreat. Then, he shot through the sky like a streak of light. After that strike, Darkstar's Martial Saint's aura seemed to be on the verge of vanishing. One single blow had defeated a Martial Saint. Another Martial Saint anxiously asked, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Lushing calmly turned around, and a powerful aura erupted from him as he spoke in a deep voice, declaring himself to be a god. As his words fell, the Ringed Seal members below began to murmur, "This is really a god." So Nepson's ridiculous scheme was actually true? At that moment, Nepson, standing at the door of the lab, had an excited expression on his face. One strike, and he defeated a Martial Saint. What kind of power is this? As he spoke, the professor knelt down and shouted, "This is a true god. Under this radiance, even Martial Saints will be reduced to ash, just like I saw in my dreams." The assistant also stared ahead in disbelief. This is real, not an illusion. The two Martial Saints present were now in a state of panic, not daring to make a move. No one knew what was going on with this suddenly appearing powerhouse. They were terrified that the attack they had just aimed at Darkstar might soon be directed at them. Lushing extended a single finger toward them and spoke, "Only one of you can live." Upon hearing this, the two Martial Saints froze in place, sensing they were being taunted. Are you kidding? A massive amount of energy began to gather in the palm of Black Magic Society's Martial Saint. They were revered Martial Saints, admired by thousands. When had they ever been humiliated like this? He didn't believe that the overwhelming strike just now could be repeated in such a short time. Immediately, a mysterious technique, Ray Thunder Strike, shot from Black Magic Society's Martial Saint's palm. "Kid, you're the one who's going to die." This strike was not something an ordinary Martial Saint could withstand. In no time, the Ray Thunder Strike transformed into a giant sword, heading straight for Lushing. However, Lushing merely raised his hand in a graceful gesture. At that moment, he flicked his finger upward toward the giant sword. This was the Martial Saint's ultimate skill, Heaven Cutting Finger. The mighty Ray Thunder Sword, enveloped in golden energy, was instantly engulfed. Then, the residual force of the Heaven Cutting Finger flew toward Black Magic Society's Martial Saint, piercing through his body. Black Magic Society's Martial Saint clutched his stomach in disbelief, shouting, "Impossible. Why can't I recover quickly from your attack?" The attack was ravaging his body. Moments later, the once invincible Martial Saint began to disintegrate and collapse. This scene scared the Ringed Seal Martial Saint into kneeling and begging for mercy. He was afraid that if he knelt even a second too late, the other party would casually take him out as well. "Respected Lord, you've already killed one. Can you spare me now?" Even a 9th-level Martial Saint is still human, and of course, he could be afraid. However, Lushing had no intention of killing Harold. After all, he had been reaping the benefits from Ringed Seal for so long. If he were to kill the leader of Ringed Seal, it would be too heartless. Looking at the members below, all of whom were kneeling with their heads down, Lushing understood why, when the extreme way Martial Saint descended, the military people had to kneel. If heaven suddenly descended upon you, you would also collapse under the pressure and choose to crawl. And Lushing was the heaven at this moment. Afterward, Lushing went to the Ringed Seal base's conference room to video call his family. In the video, his younger sister said that when Lushing returned home, she would definitely surprise him. She was about to advance to level 4, since she had just finished her bone training. After praising his sister with all sorts of compliments, Lushing asked her to hand the phone to their parents. However, When Lu Xing finally saw his parents, they were overjoyed and tearfully happy. Lu Xing assured them that he would return soon and reminded them to take care of their health. At this moment, the ringed seal leader, who had been watching this touching scene, was stunned. His parents were both under 50, and his younger sister was still underage. So how old was he? Harold couldn't believe it. A young man, younger than his grandchildren, had just easily killed 2 9th-level martial saints a few hours ago. He had wiped out the leaders of the 2 largest international secret organizations. Who would believe such news if it got out? Not long ago, Harold had scoffed at the rumors about the new martial saint from Dragon Nation. Perhaps it was this person. 3 martial saints died at his hands. How many level 9 figures are there in the world? It's terrifying. The next moment, Lu Xing was about to say goodbye to his parents and head home to chat more slowly, while also pointing the herald beside him, indicating that someone was waiting for him to discuss matters. An awkward herald could only flail his hands and greet the camera. After ending the call, Lu Xing thanked Harold for his cooperation. Even though he was a terrifying demon king on the outside, to his family, he was just a good little kid. Harold bowed and said it was an honor to relieve his lord's worries. After getting to the point, Lu Xing took out the energy crystal from earlier and asked Harold to explain the matter in detail. Upon hearing Lu Xing's sudden statement, Harold seemed to understand the other party's intention and immediately asked, "Lord, how many energy crystals do you want?" But Lu Xing responded, "How many can you offer first?" Realizing that the other side was trying to rob him, Harold helplessly stated that they could only offer 1 kilogram for now. Hearing this, Lu Xing was stunned. He had only intended to ask casually, but unexpectedly, Harold thought he was being extorted. And the key thing was, he really managed to get quite a bit. A few grams earlier had already made his immortal cells progress by leaps and bounds. 1 kilogram, he figured, would likely be enough to reach the true limit that an 8th-level star body could hold. Looking at Harold's pitiful expression, he thought, "Do I really look that fierce? Not like a good person." Seeing Lu Xing's confusion, Harold thought he suspected him of hoarding, so he hurriedly explained that energy crystal was very rare, and he had only accumulated a few hundred grams after several hundred years. However, since the Lord killed the leaders of Dark Star and Black Magic Society and took over their territories, he should now be able to gather 1 kilogram of energy crystal. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing also felt puzzled. This energy crystal was really scarce on this planet. However, Harold disagreed. Although it was indeed scarce, it wasn't scarce to this extent. It's just that whenever energy crystals are produced, 90% of them have to be handed over to the guider, with the remaining 10% being divided among all the martial saints worldwide, which is why there is a shortage of energy crystals. Upon hearing about the new figure, Lu Xing curiously asked him to continue explaining, while also wondering if they were the same people he had fought against when dealing with Zhao Ji. Harold continued, "It seems that the Lord doesn't know yet. The guider probably hasn't had the chance to contact you. Every 10 years, the guider conducts a census of level 9 martial saints on Blue Star and collects energy crystals." Harold himself only learned this secret in his 7th year as a martial saint. Lu Xing asked him to focus on explaining who these people were, and Harold stated that the guider was a martial artist from a high-level civilization, far stronger than a level 9. Though whether they were level 10 or higher, no one knew. They have been around since the beginning of the martial era, leading the rise of martial arts. When Blue Star first produced level 9 martial saints, the guider arrived to establish a new world order, overseeing martial artists from all countries and collecting energy crystals collectively. The guider never interfered in disputes between countries unless too many level 9 martial saints fell, in which case they would intervene and impose punishment. Hearing this, Lu Xing interrupted. "Is it really that many of 3 martial saints died?" Harold personally thought it wasn't. The last time the guider intervened, the Dragon Lion War caused the deaths of more than 10 martial saints. In fact, the guider's jurisdiction was still relatively lenient, focusing only on 3 things. The issue of energy crystal production. If the energy crystal production decreases, the guider gets angry, and in severe cases, they may require us to pay out of our own pockets to make up for the share. The situation of exotic beast invasions must be suppressed below a safe threshold, and if an anticipated high-level revolt occurs, martial saints must intervene to suppress it. No martial artist above level 9 is allowed on Blue Star without the guider's approval. We suspect this rule is set to make it easier for the guider to collect resources. Our planet is known as AS-256, a level 1 resource planet. Listening to Harold's explanations, Lu Xing found that this matched exactly with his guesses and his dreams. There are no martial artists above level 10, maintaining the ceiling of native combat power. Higher civilizations lead the martial arts, guiding the native civilizations to fight against exotic beast invasions while simultaneously harvesting high-level rare resources from the planet and suppressing the emergence of powerful beings. Lu Xing asked what would happen if a martial artist above level 9 were to emerge. Harold looked puzzled by this question. He said he really didn't know, as the path to advancement beyond level 9 is controlled by the guider. Without direction, how can they break through? But this Lu Xing need not worry about. He has the guidance of his predecessors. Then, Lu Xing inquired about when the guiders would next arrive. From Harold's estimation, it was expected in a few months. Each time, a martial saint representative from the World Martial Association would greet them. But what's certain is, they always come during the World Grandmaster Convention after the collection of energy crystals is complete. So this so-called World Grandmaster Convention is specifically created for the collection of energy crystal quotas. Currently, any force with a martial saint level can participate. Dark Star and Black Magic Society join forces against Ring Seal to fight for more quotas. After all, one less person to share the cake means a bigger piece for the others. Given this, many martial saints are expected to attend the convention. Some could even say martial saints from all over the world will gather there. After discussing so much, Lu Xing had a good understanding. I'll go with you guys from Ring Seal when the time comes. You don't mind, right? Hearing this, Harold was overjoyed, having such a powerful figure to support Ring Seal at the convention. This time, the distribution of quotas might be unprecedented. Before leaving, Lu Xing stated, forget about Harold's savings. Just give him the share from Dark Star and Black Magic Society. Also, have Harold take good care of Nepson. Don't shatter his beautiful illusions. After all, I still owe him 2 wishes. Before leaving, Harold gathered his courage and asked, Master, what level of strength do you currently have? Lu Xing calmly responded, right now it's just level 8. Ah, as expected, is it level 10? Soon, Harold was stunned. What, level 8? Lu Xing decided to stay with Ring Seal and told Harold to take him to the Grandmaster competition site in a month. Looking at the purple liquid on the barrel beside him, Lu Xing immediately used his mental power, controlled it into his palm, and slowly drank the purple liquid. However, to be fair, this pure spirit water is indeed very good. It comes from the deepest part of the North Lion Kingdom mountain range, the clearest spiritual water in the world. After being extracted, it has to undergo over 100 complicated procedures to be optimized. This small barrel alone costs billions. Lu Xing soaked in beast marrow liquid for a whole year. Without any food, it could be considered a form of fasting in a sense. In a moment, Lu Xing snapped his fingers, and immediately, a chef entered carrying a dish made of exotic beast meat. As expected, eating meat is the most comfortable thing. Life is all about enjoying meat. That's where the fun is. These past few days, his mouth had gotten so bland. The feeling of chewing meat is just so satisfying. While eating, a voluptuous woman walked in carrying a box. Respected saint, this is what Divine Seal entrusted me to give you. As the box opened, inside were a total of 436 grams of energy crystal. I see Harold is thoughtful. After finishing his meal and putting away the energy crystals, Lu Xing turned to leave. While leaving a message for the woman, when Harold is ready to set off, remember to inform me. Understood, Saint. Looking at the woman's attire, it seemed Harold wanted to give her to Lu Xing. But unfortunately, Lu Xing wasn't interested in such things. Meanwhile, within Dragon Nation's military, the news of Lu Xing's full revival spread to the years of the marshals, and everyone was thrilled. Soon, their military god would return. Although Lu Xing was still unreachable for now, they could only make contact with him one-sidedly. But based on the military's tracking signal, they estimated that Lu Xing was likely near the Southern Eagle Ocean. Another topic of their meeting was whether their military should still send people to participate in the upcoming World Grandmaster competition. In previous years, the military sent elites to participate in the competition in hopes of producing a martial saint-level powerhouse. Though they lost people each time, they still enjoyed it. But now that Lu Xing, a certain future martial saint, exists, is it really still necessary to participate in such a bloody trial? At this moment, the other 2 marshals shouted loudly, "Participate! Why not participate? Not only should we participate, but we must go all out. It seems you've all forgotten, the World Grandmaster competition may be seen as a contest to us, but to the martial saints, it is a battlefield for dividing the energy crystal resources. In the past, our military fought for the interests of the 3 martial saints of Dragon Nation. But this time it's our turn, so there's no reason not to fight for it. Our military's future god is about to return, bringing us glory that hasn't been seen in over 200 years, so we should prepare a grand congratulatory gift for him. Us old bones should also get out and make a move. With a great victory, we'll welcome our military god back to his rightful place." On the other side, atop the Martial Saint Tower, a man knelt behind Tan Zhongyu and spoke, "Martial Saint, the World Grandmaster competition will begin in half a month. Are we preparing to depart?" Tan Zhongyu was also quite concerned about this competition, and he had his disciple bring over detailed information. After his disciple left, Tan Zhongyu slowly spread out the documents related to Lu Xing. "Lu Xing, I didn't expect you were really not dead. He would return soon and rise from the ashes. Is he about to break through a martial saint? An 8th level body severely injuring Zhao Ji, truly a rare genius. Could it be that I really misjudged him? Do I regret not accepting him as my disciple?" But the next moment, he threw the document aside. There was nothing to regret. Zhao Ji was just an old useless fool. I, Tan Zhongyu, advanced to Grandmaster at 42, became a martial saint at 80, with an avatar that spans 1,000 meters in size. I'm stronger than Zhao Ji by at least 100 times. If we were to fight to the death, I would be able to slay Zhao Ji within 5 moves. As he spoke, a huge blade intent appeared in the sky, seeming as though it would tear open the heavens. My intent is like a golden blade, to shatter everything. What is Lushing? Even if his talent is monstrous, so what? As he spoke, he clenched the blade intent he had gathered in his hand. I, Tan Zhongyu, will be the first to step off this planet. Then, Tan Zhongyu waved his left hand with the blade. Heaven and earth slash. A quarter of an hour later, the condensed blade intent was released once more, this time several times larger than before, rapidly flying upwards, directly splitting the sky in half. At that moment, in a different hot spring manner, Zhao Ji was comfortably soaking in a hot spring. Lin Jinghua walked over to him and asked, "Are you going to the competition this time?" Zhao Ji angrily turned around. "Do you think I'm in any condition to go now?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghua burst into a laugh. "I was just asking as a formality, and to mock you a little, what a shame. From now on, for many years to come, there will be no share of energy crystals for you." As Lin Jinghua was about to leave, Zhao Ji shouted loudly once again, "Don't forget to ask the guider to exchange the potion for healing my martial soul. Once the potion is in hand, I will naturally pay you double the price. Don't worry, kid, I won't forget this good deed you did for me." Speaking of this, Zhao Ji's anger toward Lushing flared up again. That damn Lushing. As long as Lin Jinghua can successfully exchange 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing liquid for him, he's confident that within 3 years, he can restore at least 80% of his strength. And then, he can take over the foundations of Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall, slowly building up his wealth again. What pissed him off the most was that this kid didn't die. With his temper, he would come looking for trouble sooner or later. I must come up with a countermeasure, and if worst comes to worst, I'll risk everything to seek shelter from Lin Jinghua and Tan Zhongyu, no matter how strong Lushing is. Can he really take my life under the protection of 2 level 9 martial saints? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little guilty. He didn't dare. He certainly couldn't do it. He couldn't. Half a month quickly passed, and the once-in-a-decade World Grandmaster Tournament was about to begin. At this moment, all kinds of powerful forces from all over the Blue Star were on the move, heading to the battlefield for the final showdown. Those at the peak of the human world were also slowly making their moves. This was a grand event for martial arts worldwide. At the same time, it was a gathering for the gods of the human world. The World Grandmaster competition has started. Top experts from Blue Star are flocking to the arena. At this moment, above sea level, a huge vortex continues to spin. Some sea creatures, cooked like boiled seafood, rush towards the shore. At this moment, a pair of golden giant feet slowly step out of the vortex. This scene, even for Harold, a martial saint, causes him to break out in a cold sweat. Yet, Lushing casually walks out from the sea vortex. Seeing Lushing return from his retreat, the members of Ringed Seal kneel down to welcome their divine saint. Harold can feel that Lushing has become even more powerful. Level 8. He says he's level 8. Is this level 8? If so, I might as well chop off my head and join Dark Star Martial Saint and the others. This is definitely the existence of a guider level. If not, it's almost there. After landing, Lushing asks Harold if he is ready. However, he strangely finds that the Masters of Ringed Seal have suddenly increased in number. Weren't they all dead before? It must be that Harold has merged the people from Black Magic Society and Dark Star Organization. Harold states that everything is ready, just waiting for Lushing's command. On the plane, Lushing constantly fiddles with an energy crystal. The energy crystals he had obtained before have all been absorbed, and his immortal cells have been enhanced to 278. It has to be said, the effects of energy crystals are really good, indeed a cosmic-level resource that even higher civilizations would harvest. Sitting beside, Harold is so scared he almost wets himself. He only feels like he is bearing a sun on his head while sitting on a stove and cooking hot pot. Not only is it hot, it's almost cooked, but it's scorching. Each breath he takes feels as hot as molten lava. Just then, Lushing slowly speaks. "Hey, Harold, do you think my punch now could possibly?" Before the words were finished, Harold, suddenly scared, clasped his hands together and immediately spoke. "From Dark Star and Black Magic Society, there are still some energy crystals left with me. I'll give them to you right away." Then, under Lushing's bewildered gaze, he tearfully presented the energy crystals with both hands. This. If I said, actually, I didn't mean that just now, would you believe me? But the thing is already in front of him. How can he not accept it? Including the ones given before, there is now a kilogram. It must be said, Ringed Seal really is wealthy. Serving a lord is like living with a tiger. Staying beside someone who can decide your life or death at any moment is indeed like accompanying death himself. Too terrifying. Perhaps it's because Lushing's strength has increased too rapidly recently, and many of his body's control abilities are not yet mastered. In such a situation, he needs a lot of high-intensity combat to adapt to this power as soon as possible. Otherwise, it might be difficult to even act like a normal person in the future. For example, kissing his wife Dong Qingxue and accidentally cooking her lips upon contact. Spending a bit more time with family, and his parents get roasted. That would really be a tragic kind of filial piety. So Lushing needs pressure. He needs extremely strong pressure. The last count by Guider, there were 24 level 9 martial saints on Blue Star. Now with 3 dead or injured, including Harold, there are only 20 level 9 martial saints left. Can these 20 martial saints really bring him the pressure he needs? If 2 martial saints can't manage it, what about 20, 30? That should be enough, right? If that still isn't enough, then he can only pin his hopes on those so-called guiders. Soon, after flying for 2 hours, they arrived at a remote island. According to Harold, this island is named Thousand Saints Island, named by the World Martial Association. Hearing this name, Lucian couldn't help but laugh. Thousand Saints. I must say, the martial saints of Blue Star have quite grand ambitions. Before the start of the competition, there will be a dinner, mainly for the martial saints from various countries to interact and to submit a list of items they wish to exchange to the World Martial Association. After saying this, Harold handed a list to Lucian. Life number 3 Spirit Nourishing Elixir has a certain nourishing effect on the martial soul, can enhance avatars, price, 2 kilograms of energy crystal proportion. Life number 3 Body Tempering Elixir has a certain tempering effect on the martial body, can enhance physical strength, price, 2 kilograms of energy crystal proportion. The items available for exchange are mostly intended for use by martial saint level experts, with the cheapest costing 1 kilogram of energy crystal. Lucian glanced at the list and scoffed. Looks like you, as a level 9 martial saint, aren't doing too well. Haven't saved up even 1 kilogram in over 100 years? Harold awkwardly explained that he had already exchanged some materials before, so he didn't have much wealth left. Several familiar martial saints still owe me quite a few energy crystals. This time I'll collect them and give them to you, my lord. It has to be said, this Harold is a sly fox, always keeping something up his sleeve. The next moment, Lucian's gaze sharpened. He stared at the level 10, defense talisman on the list. Isn't this the defensive talisman Zhao Qi used before? So it was exchanged here, 30 kilograms of energy crystal. Is Zhao Qi's asset really that substantial? But considering he has been the god among men in Dragon Nation for over 100 years, his family wealth indeed cannot be compared to that of an organization leader like Harold. Perhaps he also swallowed up the inheritances of many martial saints who fell during the Dragon Lion battle. Zhao Qi, this fat pig. Lucian could sense that these so-called precious materials are probably just something given to appease these native martial saints. Guider probably exchanges materials that are surplus to their own civilization's needs. Even so, it still causes these rural martial saints to scramble to buy, even if it means selling their cooking pots and iron. First, harvest 90%, then allow exchange for trash. Perfection harvests the last 10%. Such clever scheming. Only by stepping out of Blue Star and into the cosmos can one truly understand the vastness and expanse of the universe. Only then can one truly stand as a real powerhouse on the same level. The banquet is about to start. Before that, Lucian goes to change into a disguise. Now, even his own parents probably wouldn't recognize him if they stood in front of him. Your disguise is just too perfection. Even though you've changed your appearance, you still shine brilliantly, like a divine and handsome deity. Lucian was speechless, looking towards Harold. Harold, this flattery of yours, even if it blooms into flowers, the energy crystals that should be handed over better not be short even by half a gram. The banquet hall was bustling, but there wasn't any excessively luxurious decoration. However, every person standing here is at least a Grandmaster level powerhouse, both extraordinary in appearance and strength. This is truly the top gathering of Blue Star that previous Qin family birthday celebration can't even compare. Lucian scanned the room, and then he saw Dong Xing and Lin Wanwan. Seeing how energetic these two uncles looked, their martial path must have continued, right? Impressive, indeed. Even without a sharp buzz cut, does it symbolize starting anew? As Lucian walked, he muttered to himself while checking to see if there were any acquaintances around. The next moment, he was startled again. People from Dragon Nation's military. They came too? Even though they don't have their own martial saint level experts, are they still trying to secure benefits for Tan Zhongyu and Len Jingyue? They even sent out this kind of ultimate secret weapon. Really unusual. Just as Lucian hesitated whether to go up and say hello, the surroundings suddenly became noisy. Look, Miss Fiona has arrived. Our alliance's flower. Lucian glanced sideways a few times and couldn't help but remark, indeed, very beautiful. Even a fairy tale princess couldn't compare, right? But well, in his heart, his wife Dong Jingxue still has a bit more charm. However, the genes of the girl in front of him made Lucian somewhat curious. He could feel that her genes were exceptionally superior, far surpassing ordinary humans. The daughter of the president of the World Martial Association became the most dazzling presence. All the young elites, without exception, offered their attentions to her. Her beauty stunned everyone present. Dong Xingyue, however, joked with a smile, "If your presence were a bit stronger, junior sister, you might not lose to her." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan pouted and said with a slight dissatisfaction, "You're teasing me again. She is the darling of the vice president of the World Martial Association, and in terms of identity, status, or appearance, I am far behind her." She then changed the subject and smiled at Dong Xingyue. "But what about you? Why don't you try? As a young talent from Dragon Nation, you might catch her fancy." Dong Xingyue paused, then responded with a wry smile, "Don't make fun of me. There are many here far better than me. What am I? I've just stepped out from the shadows, and I don't want to be struck down again." Lin Wanwan just heard that Dong Padian, Big Brother, was also beaten by Lu Xing and is still living in the shadows. She mischievously asked, as someone who has been through it, why don't you go and console Big Brother, share some insights on being beaten? Are Dong family's two gems both beaten by the same prospective brother-in-law? Really, what a sin. If anyone truly matches this girl, it's probably only him soon. The banquet moved on to the gourmet segment, and everyone began to take their seats, eating and chatting. The marshals also started to talk freely, discussing all manner of topics. This daughter of Vice President Cumberland of the World Martial Association, her background, qualifications, and appearance all meet the standards for our military's future goddess. The marshals began to ponder whether to send someone to negotiate. It's indeed worth considering one can never have too many outstanding talents. She would also be a good match for our god of the military. However, the middle marshal disagreed strongly, slamming the table and saying, with over 1 billion people in Dragon Nation, can't we find one top-tier woman worthy of our military god? Think about it. It really makes sense. Our god of the military is so outstanding. We can't let Cumberland from Lion Kingdom have him cheap. Besides, I remember our god of the military already has a woman he fancies in the military. Isn't she from the Dong family? Since our god of the military already has someone he fancies, let's leave this matter be for now. Come, cheers. Tomorrow, let's win more energy crystal resources for our god of the military. Although the president's daughter shines like a brilliant pearl in the crowd, but after making the rounds of socializing, Fiona finally returned to her seat. Round after round of toasts, always having to maintain poise, really exhausted her. She regretted it. Had she known, she wouldn't have come to such a banquet just for the excitement. A sister beside her comforted with a smile. You are the world's pearl, shining brighter because of the world's praises. But Fiona shook her head. She felt that those people didn't simply admire her beauty, but wanted to possess her because of her value. But you are ultimately to be plucked from the crown. Hasn't Lord Cumberland talked to you about this? Fiona scoffed. What do you think? My great father. He told me to find a partner I like before the end of this conference. Otherwise, he might not be able to resist making the decision for me. After all, such a grand event only happens once every 10 years, and the world's top talents gather here. If you can't pick someone suitable here, then there won't be any better candidates elsewhere. Her sister also advised her to listen to their father's wishes. Even in this era, a woman doesn't have many decades of her prime, although that's the case. But when looking for a partner, the first impression is very important. At least, he should be sunny and handsome like him, right? Saying this, she pointed her finger towards Lu Xing. At that moment, Lu Xing was gleaming with enthusiasm, eating meat heartily, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. Someone was staring at him. He looked up and saw it was someone from the president of the Martial Association's daughters group. He grew even more puzzled. What was their scheme? When the sister beside her saw Lu Xing's appearance, her eyes lit up slightly, and she said with a fluttering heart, Fiona, this man is very handsome. If you don't want him, please let me have him. Not to be outdone, Fiona immediately stood up to declare her position. Who said I didn't want him? The next moment, Fiona walked straight towards Lu Xing. Ready to strike up a conversation, Lu Xing grew even more confused. He had changed his appearance and become nearly invisible. So how could she still find him here? Could it be that his identity had been discovered? From the discussion among those old men at the military department, she is the daughter of Cumberland, the vice president of the World Martial Association. Cumberland is likely one of the top-ranked martial saints on Blue Star. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to command respect. I originally thought those old men's jokes at the military department were a bit far-fetched. How could I possibly marry Fiona? But what I didn't expect was to be favored by Fiona. Truly bizarre, but Lu Xing already has my wife, Dong Qingxue, and does not want to get involved with this so-called flower of the alliance, Pearl of the World. Seeing that Lu Xing completely ignored her, Fiona couldn't help but speak up. You must have tried all the delicacies here, right? Do you have any recommendations? Lu Xing casually said, the food here is all pretty good. As soon as he finished speaking, Fiona suddenly leaned in closer, her voice soft as she asked, then, which dish here do you like the most? How could Lu Xing, still a fledgling, withstand such overwhelming seduction? He immediately pointed at a cake on the table. Fiona smiled sweetly, picking up a fork. Then I must try it too. Your recommendation is good. It's indeed delicious. She actually used the same fork Lu Xing had eaten with to eat the cake again. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Seeing this, Lu Xing, speechless, face-bombed. With so many people around, why does this damn woman have to bother me? From a distance, Bright Jade Hall was slightly shocked upon seeing this. They rarely see the Pearl of the World be so proactive towards any man. Moreover, they couldn't gauge Lu Xing's strength. Young, powerfully strong, likely with a substantial background. Given these, they felt there was nothing inappropriate. It has to be said, there are just too many monstrous geniuses in this world. Every so often, new faces emerge, making it impossible to rest on one's laurels. Even a level 9, martial saint could be dethroned. Speaking of which, they couldn't help but think of that prodigy Lu Xing. At that moment, Little Yu asked in astonishment, do you think Lu Xing is still alive? Yes, Although we don't have a definite answer, our intelligence has pretty much confirmed it. Didn't you see that this time the old masters from the military department have personally come out? In previous World Grandmaster conferences, the military usually sent young generals stars to compete. But this time it's different. This is clearly a preparation to secure resources for themselves, to lay the groundwork for Lu Xing, the future martial saint of the military. So, Lu Xing must be alive. That does make sense. It's just a pity Lu Xing didn't come. If he had participated, Dragon Nation could have gotten a larger share. Little you suddenly asked, when is Lu Xing likely to make a breakthrough to martial saint? Xing Yuzong shook his head and said, no one knows that but himself. But currently, with the strength of level 8, he can defeat an extreme way martial saint. If he becomes a martial saint, wouldn't he be unstoppable? Hearing this, Xing Yuzong became furious, slamming the table as he shouted, you're underestimating martial saint level powerhouses too much. Lu Xing is strong, no doubt, but for at least the next 100 years, the number 1 person in Dragon Nation will only be the leader. It can only be the leader. After saying this, he clenched his fists, his eyes wild. Extreme way martial saint cannot. Transcendence martial saint cannot. Lu Xing cannot either. Meanwhile, Lu Xing hastily left the banquet. After all, having conversed with Fiona in public for so long, many had begun to stare at him with envious and hostile looks. With his current identity, it's better to keep a low profile. Lu Xing hurriedly returned to the VIP suite. At this time, the head of Ringed Seal also came over, respectfully saying, I hear your charm has even captivated the Pearl of the World. Ah, you know about this too? Harold chuckled and shook his head, Fiona taking the initiative with a man for the first time. This must have spread all over Thousand Saints Island by now, though that's the case in reality. What Harold is truly worried about is whether Lu Xing, currently posing as his nephew, might bring trouble his way. He swallowed hard, mustering the courage to say, as you know, sir, as the vice president of the World Martial Association and the chairman of the Western Martial Federation, there are numerous level 9 martial saints who wish to connect with Cumberland. You are now too conspicuous, and I fear you may become a target. For Harold, a level 9 martial saint, to proactively say such things, it likely means he's been pressured by other martial saints. Hearing this, Lu Xing put down his teacup and stood up. Good boy, Harold. Daddy will stand up for you tomorrow. I'll definitely get your reputation back. Soon, the time came to the next day. Lu Xing, posing as Harold's nephew, accompanied the Ringed Seal group to the center of the venue. He looked around curiously, examining the surrounding architecture. It seemed that each building was significant, likely each having a special function. Harold explained, this area ahead is the center of Thousand Saints Island. There are 30 different towers, each representing a martial saint. This time, 22 martial saints have attended, 2 more than previously estimated. After speaking, Harold mentioned that he needed to go upstairs to prepare. After all, these martial saints just need to be stationed at the towers above. As Harold leaped away, Lu Xing instantly sensed that something was amiss. He could clearly feel that at this moment countless murderous intents were tightly locking onto him. Truly, beauty is a double-edged sword. If you were just an ordinary follower of Harold, he might already be dead. From afar, Cumberland, with a face full of disdain, coldly chuckled and spoke, Fiona, is this the guy you fancy? Father, you told me to choose a partner. I think he's quite good. Suits my taste in every way. Hearing this, Cumberland's expression darkened slightly, disappointed in his daughter's choice. You can't judge a person solely by their appearance. His strength might be acceptable, but this man is Harold's nephew of Ringed Seal. Ringed Seal doesn't have a good reputation. Their power is mediocre too. Pick someone else. This one won't do. Despite Fiona's pleas, Cumberland remained unconvinced. However, the conference is about to start. If he can survive, I'll consider it again. Soon, a specially designed large venue appeared in the central area. The host began to introduce the competition rules to the newcomers. However, Lu Xing had already heard about them from Harold before arriving. The competition is divided into 2 phases. The first phase, all great grandmasters are tasked with collecting energy crystals, similar to military drills, where they attack and compete against each other. In the end, the gathered energy crystals are all turned in, and points are calculated based on the amount collected. The second phase, combat competition, also using a point system. The points from both phases are added together to determine the final scores of the various martial saints. However, scores and such, Lu Xing doesn't care about them at all. What he cares about is how to make the 22 martial saints attack him all at once to give him enough pressure to refine his spirit and body to achieve a breakthrough. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xing suddenly had an inspiration, a plan. If during the first phase, he keeps all the energy crystals firmly in his hands and doesn't hand them over, those martial saints sitting high on the towers would surely jump down like their seats were on fire to take his life. Then one by one, he'd blow them all away. Just thinking about it feels awesome. Let's get started. I can hardly wait. The next moment, the competitors were teleported to the energy crystal collection area. Little you glanced at Lu Xing next to him, utterly shocked. It has to be said, this kid from Ringed Seal is really bold, being targeted by so many. Yet he still chooses to act alone. Should this be called brave or foolish? Xing Yuzong reminded, Don't worry about others. Let's take care of ourselves. Don't stray too far from me later. Otherwise, it's easy to be robbed. Over at Transcendence Martial Arts, they split into 2 groups to proceed. They were led by the boss, the senior disciple, and Dong Xingyi. As for the military department, being the strongest faction among the great grandmasters, their attitude was rather casual. The marshals even suggested on the spot, why not just find a place to squat and rob others? Ha, crime pays. After all, why go through the trouble of gathering when stealing is so much faster? Ha ha ha, sounds good. We'll just wait for them to collect first, then snatch it all from them. This scene left the subordinates below feeling all kinds of emotions. Are these really the high-ranking officers of the military? They look more like a bunch of old battlefield thugs. Honestly, they just wanted to go home now. Meanwhile, Lu Xing remained exceptionally calm. He glanced at the map in his hand, and his mental power instantly spread out, revealing the entire distribution of energy crystals. His initial plan was to collect some first before robbing others, but soon, he noticed someone was tailing him. No time to play with them. I'll deal with them all later. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing vanished from sight. The people hiding in the shadows were instantly dumbfounded, scrambling to look for his whereabouts. Damn it, this kid is pretty clever. No idea what method he used to escape. He can only run for so long. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry thinks they can lay their hands on the noble Miss Fiona. This time, he's doomed not to leave alive. Meanwhile, inside the Thousand Saints Tower where Harold was, a voice spoke up. How come Darkstar and Ray didn't show up this time? Who knows? Maybe they're busy, but it's good for Harold. Without Darkstar and Black Magic Society to interfere, Ring's seal can get a bigger share this time. Just hope they don't bite off more than they can chew and burst. What do you think, Harold? Harold said nothing, just smiled smugly. Not coming. Ha! They've been feeding the fishes for a while now. Guess it'll be your turn soon. Ha! Beside him, Lin Wanwan also asked her mother curiously, why do so many people target that martial saint? Lin Jingyu explained, everyone wants to become Cumberland's son-in-law, but not everyone is qualified. Isn't having a martial saint as a backer enough? Lin Jingyu shook her head and said, if it were an ordinary martial saint, then of course that would be enough. Unfortunately, the other party is Cumberland. He's not only the vice president of the World Martial Association, his strength is also among the top 5 on this planet. As for Harold, just a bottom-tier martial saint, not to mention his nephew, how could he possibly be qualified to approach? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but sigh. Ah, what a pity. That guy is quite handsome. I thought the two of them were well matched before. Then, she suddenly leaned close to Lin Jingyu's ear, mischievously saying, Mom, would your clout be enough to qualify? Lin Jingyu frowned, looking at her daughter, puzzled. What do you mean by that? I was previously encouraging Dong Xingyi to pursue Fiona. Hearing this, Lin Jingyu immediately gave Lin Wanwan a head knock. Never think like that again. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was holding a detector, diving 8,000 meters deep into the sea. As long as the detector emits light, it means an energy crystal has been found. The Seed Resource Library explains that energy crystals are a type of energy crystallization that seeps from the planet's core to the surface, like blood flowing from a wound, like sap from a tree trunk. In some ways, it is a renewable resource. Because it is the first collection, the reserves are particularly abundant, but with each collection, the quantity diminishes, which is why the World Grandmaster competition is held only once every 10 years. However, this time Lu Xing intends to collect as much as possible, the more the better. After all, he doesn't plan to hand them over. The more wealth, the greater the greed of the martial saints. With greed comes motivation, with motivation, the pressure he desires. Don't disappoint me, martial saints, as a huge crack opens on the sea surface. Lu Xing steps on the sea surface, slowly emerging from the deepest part of the sea. Originally, he only planned to casually collect a bit, but casually collecting turned out to be over 100 kilograms. It's hard to imagine that this planet contains such a vast amount of magical material. But now, it's about time to get ready for the second phase. Saying this, he waves his hand, and a 10-kilometer-long psychic net instantly covers the entire island. After using the energy crystals, Lu Xing's crystal visualization method has been greatly upgraded. Evolving from a regular crystal form to an amethyst humanoid, his psychic power was much stronger than before. Although it's uncertain whether it reached level 9, it definitely far exceeded level 8, both in quantity and quality. Soon, his psychic power locked onto a few unlucky ones. Let's start with those guys from Bright Jade Hall. As he spoke, Lu Xing instantly disappeared from his spot. Meanwhile, at Bright Jade Hall, Xing Yuzong was tallying his team's achievements. Currently, Little Yu's side had collected about 100 grams of energy crystals, and the rest of the team members had gathered several hundred grams in total. Adding to Xing Yuzong's own collection of over 300 grams, their total was about 3 to 4 kilograms. Last time, we ended up fighting for 2 to 3 kilograms of energy crystals. This time, we've not only surpassed the last session, but there's also plenty of time left. If we're lucky, and managed to rob others a few times, breaking 5 kilograms isn't impossible. Just as he was speaking, a voice suddenly rang out behind them. You haven't considered what if someone robs us? How could that be possible? With Bright Jade Hall united as one, and with brother Xing Yuzong leading, who could rob us? Just then, Little Yu's expression changed, reacting first. Wait, who was talking just now. As everyone turned around to look, they were all stunned because the speaker was that guy from Ringed Seal. This kid was actually acting alone and facing so many of us? Seeing this, Xing Yuzong disdainfully said, "You seem very confident in your own strength." Saying this, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to give Lu Xing a thorough beating. However, at that moment, a purple shadow of a dark wolf suddenly appeared above Xing Yuzong's head. At the same time, Lu Xing's fiery lion avatar leapt into the air, blazing fiercely, trying to outdo Lu Xing and showing off. He was still far from it. Then, Lu Xing slowly spoke, confident, "I guess I am, somewhat." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing instantly appeared behind Xing Yuzong before the others could react. Xing Yuzong's eyes were already filled with fear because he clearly felt a powerful force shattering his life shield. What was more terrifying was that this force was still relentlessly invading his body. The next second, the force exploded inside Xing Yuzong. His clothes were instantly shattered, leaving only his boxer shorts. Eventually, Xing Yuzong couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground, unable to get up. All this happened in the blink of an eye. This scene left the surrounding junior disciples dumbfounded. Senior brother, did that Ringed Seal guy just make a move? How did senior brother fall just like that? We couldn't even see the process of his move. Meanwhile, little Lu frowned, a trace of confusion in her eyes. She always felt that the look in the eyes of that Ringed Seal guy seemed familiar, like she had seen it somewhere before. The next moment, the image of Lu Xing suddenly flashed through her mind. No way, that fearless look, it's exactly the same as Lu Xing's back then. How could it be him? It's impossible. In just 10 minutes, dozens of teams had already suffered at the hands of Lu Xing. Moreover, Lu Xing was getting more skilled at robbing. With each team he passed, he would unleash a powerful aura. Then, he would make them hand over their energy crystals willingly. Faced with an overwhelmingly powerful presence, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't think of resisting. This did save a lot of trouble. Rather than being beaten half to death, it's better to actively hand over possessions to save one's life. As for what others think, that's not his concern. Thank you, sir. Watching the other party timidly hand over a kilogram of energy crystals, Lu Xing was quite pleased. 1 kilogram. Not bad. You can go now. Hearing this, the man immediately leapt up and fled the scene. However, the next moment, he looked back at the scene behind him and was so frightened he wet himself. Too terrifying. That place just had a whole great Grandmaster team. Now only a huge pit remained. In an instant, everyone was vaporized. I can't stay in this competition any longer. But at the same time, Lu Xing still felt that collecting them one by one was too slow. At that moment, he thought of a good idea. Lu Xing let the energy crystals float in the palm of his hand, his lips curling into a slight smile. If that's the case, then let them come to me. Then he slowly raised his hand. One by one, energy crystals slowly emerged from the storage bag. Then, they arranged themselves in the air and gradually gathered together. Before long, a huge energy crystal, like a meteorite, slowly formed above Lu Xing's head. Such a large energy crystal. If others saw it, it would definitely scare the gallstones out of them. However, Lu Xing still felt it wasn't conspicuous enough. I need to add some special effects. With a light snap of Lu Xing's fingers, the giant rock instantly burst into dazzling purple energy brilliance. At this moment, it was like a high-energy giant gem suspended in the air, extremely dazzling. Lu Xing whistled, his eyes filled with anticipation. Come on then. Now, he couldn't wait to see the expressions on those martial artists' faces. Meanwhile, inside the Thousand Saints Tower, all the martial saints were watching the surveillance screen, anticipating who would be the champion of this session. However, Fiona was anxiously asking her secretary because she couldn't see Lu Xing's perspective in the surveillance. She suspected, had something happened to Lu Xing? Hearing Fiona's request, the secretary quickly switched the screen. The next moment, stop, keep it on this screen. The rest of the martial saints' disciples began discussing among themselves. It seems that the Pearl of the World really cares about that Ringed Seal guy. But getting past Cumberland will not be easy, will it? That kid is going to have a tough time. Suddenly, Cumberland, who had been silent for a while, his expression abruptly changed, showing shock. On the map, everyone was gathering in the same direction. As the surveillance screen switched over, the next moment, Cumberland was completely flabbergasted. What is that? Before this, everyone in the various martial saint towers had been watching Lu Xing rob energy crystals everywhere. Seeing that Tan Zhongyu's teams were still safe and sound, everyone finally relaxed. After all, in the last competition, their team's strength was good enough to rank in the top 10. Lin Jingyu also nodded and said, I met that Xing Yuzhong once, 10 years ago. His strength was slightly less than Tang Jie's, but his talent and spiritual insight were superior. Now, Tang Ge might not be his match anymore. Tang Ge is our chief disciple, nearly 100 years old. His strength is second to none. Hearing her mother openly admit that Tang Ge was inferior to Xing Yuzhong, Lin Wanwan was completely stunned, which was very surprising to her. It must be said, Xing Yuzhong is indeed the disciple most valued by Tan Zhongyu. Even if one day he breaks through to level 9, Martial Saint, Lin Jingyu would not find it strange. However, just as they were all praising Xing Yuzhong on the screen, Xing Yuzhong suddenly collapsed at Lu Xing's feet like a dead dog. This scene made everyone instantly question their life choices. Lin Wanwan turned to her mother, her tone filled with shock. Is this the person you said surpassed Master Brother Tang Ge and might even break through to level 9, the number 1 from Bright Jade Hall? And yet, he couldn't last 2 seconds against that ringed seal kid. Lin Jingyu's expression was complex, but she knew she hadn't misjudged. The situation now could only mean one thing. That ringed seal kid is really strong. The others were completely dumbfounded. To kill a great Grandmaster in one move? Is there really such a powerful great Grandmaster in this competition? Just then, as Lucian gathered all the energy crystals together, Cumberland finally couldn't hold back his fury and burst out. What on earth is this kid trying to do? Lin Jingyu's gaze sharpened, speaking first. Could he be trying to attract everyone over? This kid from Ring Seal? He wouldn't be trying to become the only king of this world Grandmaster competition, would he? Meanwhile, seeing such a heroic side of Lucian, Fiona immediately made a solemn promise to her father. This man is the life partner I've dreamed of. Please, father, give your blessing. Soon, under the lure of Lucian's huge energy crystal, a large number of great Grandmasters had already started to gather densely. Isn't this the ringed seal guy Miss Fiona has taken a fancy to? Where did he get so many energy crystals? Did this kid lure us here on purpose? But I like it. Let's just start robbing him in a bit. Amidst the surrounding chatter of numerous martial artists, Lucian closed his eyes to meditate, casually taking a nap. But he could feel it. Nearly everyone who could come had arrived. Suddenly, Lucian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. It's time to start the game. The big guys around him roared out loud. Lucian, you've really got some nerve. Hand over all the energy crystals now, in consideration of Miss Fiona's face. We might let you off. I don't know where you got all these energy crystals, but to actually draw us all here, you really don't know what it means to play dirty, do you? The crowd bustled, their eyes filled with greed. But only the old foxes from the military, sensing something was amiss, held back. Logically, even if a few old-timers like them teamed up, they'd struggle to face so many great Grandmasters at once. Yet this kid, he showed no sign of worry. Could it be there is a contingency plan? Just then, Lucian raised his right hand, pointing straight at the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting right at Lucian's fingertip. In an instant, the entire space was filled with lightning. At this moment, Lucian, like a great villain, laughed wildly. Challenge me, defeat me, kill me, and then, all these energy crystals in the sky will be yours. As soon as these words were spoken, all the great Grandmaster's eyes turned red. These flying energy crystals, just grabbing a handful, would be enough to sustain them for several years. Attack! The bald team launched the attack first. We are under the Rose Marshal, Saint of Eagle Country, the Razor Twins. Please enlighten us. Facing these insignificant challengers, Lucian didn't even bother to glance at them. With a wave of his hand, a burst of psychic power sent the Razor brothers flying hundreds of meters. Seeing this, Dong Xingyi and others couldn't help but feel a chill. The Razor brothers ranked him on the top 5. Hadn't even touched Lucian before being sent flying away. Before Dong Xingyi could regain his composure, he immediately shouted for his brothers to quickly dodge. Lucian's palm gathered a terrifying energy, and then he casually swung a hand chop towards the crowd in front. Boom! The energy dispersed instantly, sweeping across the battlefield like thunder. When this attack hit the crowd, those current strongmen and great Grandmasters were blown away like cannonballs. The slightly weaker great Grandmaster spat out blood and nearly died on the spot. In just an instant, the area centered around Lucian became like a hell on earth, with lightning crisscrossing and corpses everywhere. Seeing the crowd around him not getting up, Dong Xingyi broke out in a cold sweat. Had he not been meticulous just now and rushed forward, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge the strike. At this moment, he finally realized the person in front of him was not some arrogant madman. This was a trap, a terrifying trap intended to ensnare everyone, and those great Grandmasters, now like moths to a flame, were being devoured one by one. Just then, behind Dong Xingyi, a weak voice suddenly sounded. Formidable enemy. Unbeatable. Junior brother Dong. You must go. Dong Xingyi turned around sharply, only to see that the speaker was the strongest disciple of the Transcendence Martial Academy. Elder brother Tang Ge. Tang Ge, spitting blood, melt on the ground, his face pale. Hearing this, Lucian's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful smile. Escape? You all. Can you really escape? As soon as the words fell, Lucian raised his hand and gently waved, and a terrifying psychic force suddenly swept out. Collect. The psychic force spread around, enveloping the entire sea area like an invisible cage. At this moment, the entire battlefield was like an invisible prison. Some martial artists who were still conscious upon seeing this scene felt a surge of despair. What the hell? Is this a water barrier formed by psychic power? Is he a mind weaver? The most shocked was Tang Ge. As a powerful individual who often interacted with the Transcendence Martial Saint, he knew how incredible such a large-scale psychic barrier was. Could even a level 9 Martial Saint not achieve this? However, before Tang Ge could recover from his shock, Lucian instantly flashed behind Tang Ge. Now that you've come, do you think you can leave without leaving something behind? Seeing this, Dong Xing's face changed drastically, and he shouted, Elder brother. Just as he was considering whether to hand over the energy crystal, he was interrupted by a stern shout from Tang Ge. Don't come over. Junior brother Dong, I'll hold him off. You hurry up. Hearing this, Lu Xing immediately became furious. He directly grabbed Tang Gu's head and patted it twice. Instantly, a death-like aura burst forth from Lu Xing's hand. "You say you can stop me? Who gave you the confidence?" Lin Jingyue. Feeling the control like the hand of death on his head, Tang Gu finally got scared. He was sweating profusely, breathing rapidly. He knew he was only a thought away from death, terrified. Tang Gu, who had wet himself, shakily handed over the energy crystal. Seeing this, the old generals of the military could only sigh in resignation and obediently hand over their energy crystals. Lu Xing grinned and suddenly activated his psychic power. That's more like it. Under Lu Xing's control of psychic power, the surrounding energy crystals once again converged towards the huge energy crystal meteorite above. Before long, the already huge energy crystal meteorite grew even larger by 2 sizes. Lu Xing felt it and thought this level was about right. Warm-up is over. Time to go back. With that, Lu Xing leaped up and flew towards the sky, thinking about the upcoming encirclement by the martial saints. This was an unprecedented battle. Just the thought of it made Lu Xing's blood boil with excitement and anticipation. As everyone watched Lu Xing's figure gradually recede, they finally began to relax. "We actually didn't die, really. Just by handing over the energy crystal, we survived." Dong Xingyi looked at that retreating figure, with tumultuous waves stirring deep within his heart. This person is too terrifying. It's unimaginable that a level 8 great Grandmaster could give rise to such a monster. Clearly not yet level 9, yet he could slaughter top-tier great Grandmasters, as if cutting vegetables he couldn't understand. Thinking this, he couldn't help but recall the peerless prodigy from Dragon Nation. Perhaps only a prodigy of this level could compare with Lu Xing, but soon he sighed silently. Looking back now, his own initial attempt to challenge the world and prove invincibility was ridiculously naive. In this world, there are far too many people 10 times, 100 times stronger than him. It's just a pity Lu Xing didn't come. Likewise, how could it have been this man's turn to be so arrogant? After all, to curb a monster, you need a bigger monster. The marshals of the military, looking in the direction where Lu Xing disappeared, finally dared to grumble secretly. He just took all the energy crystals and left. Has the West really produced such a monstrous freak? It's hard to imagine. The marshal said unwillingly, "If our military's future god, Lu Xing, were here, it would be great. He might well be able to contend with him." Upon hearing this, the bald marshal immediately retorted, "Nonsense. If our future god were here, he would beat this man as if beating a dog. No matter how powerful, he can only show off in front of us. Would he dare to provoke a martial saint?" The other marshals also nodded in agreement. However, the marshal had feared trouble beforehand, so he secretly hid a portion of the energy crystals elsewhere. Compared to those who were completely plundered by Lu Xing, their situation was already better. And they were lucky. Almost everyone at the scene got beaten up, but they were only slightly touched. Does this mean that our luck is on the rise, turning calamity into fortune? Saying this, everyone prepared to drink heartily to relieve stress. Meanwhile, everyone in the Tower of 1,000 Saints cast doubtful glances towards Harold. They couldn't believe it. That extraordinary person was Harold's nephew. Even Cumberland came over personally, his expression grave, and asked, "Harold, what's the deal with your nephew? Clearly not yet level 9, yet he possesses nearly absolute dominance among level 8s. This can no longer be described simply as genius. Even in the future, he might well stand shoulder to shoulder with us, the martial saint nobility." Beside, the man with the explosive hairstyle looked at Harold with a mocking expression. He found it hard to imagine that such shocking and extraordinary genes could come from Harold's family. Fiona, her face alight with excitement, turned to her father and excitedly asked, "Father, with such an extraordinary talent, what could you possibly be dissatisfied with?" Cumberland pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. His character and personality still need to be evaluated. Let's discuss other matters when he arrives. Seeing her father finally beginning to acknowledge the person she loved, Fiona couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Fiona was as happy as a child. Lin Jinhua was completely speechless this time. Her strongest disciple couldn't even withstand a single move. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to imagine that there could be such a level of genius in the world. But compared to that person as she spoke, she thought of another freak, Lu Xing. The times are advancing too fast. One after another, these freaks, exceeding understanding and breaking norms, keep popping up. I really am getting old. During this, Lin Wanwan immediately interjected. "Mom, are you talking about Lu Xing? I heard that Lu Xing was once noticed by Bright Jade Martial Saint and almost became his closed-door disciple." "Really?" Lin Jinhua glanced at Tan Zhongyu and spoke in a subtly soft voice. Tan Zhongyu, known as Bright Jade Martial Saint, has unearthed quite a few raw gems in his life. Yet, he somehow missed Lu Xing, this peerless gem. I guess he must be regretting it deeply now. At this moment, Tan Zhongyu was staring intently at the screen showing Lu Xing. No one knew what he was thinking, but but everyone could feel his gaze, deep and terrifying, like an abyss. The competition was about to end. After Lu Xing had plundered everyone, he leisurely left the mining site. Everyone then resumed their final collection of energy crystals, but the lion's share had already been taken by Lu Xing. In the end, the total amount of energy crystals collected by all competitors was merely 132 kilograms, less than 1/5 of previous years. At this moment, all martial saints were gazing out at the sea. They all understood. The real prize was all on that king-like young man. However, his figure was nowhere to be seen. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Harold, that kid crushed his bracelet. He couldn't have run away, could he? Harold, he's your man. If this really happened, you have to take full responsibility. Hey, say something." Harold, what could Harold possibly say? From the beginning to the end, he maintained a cold demeanor, actually because he was afraid to speak and give himself away. He himself wasn't sure. Lu Xing is not someone he can afford to provoke. Now, all he could do was pray that Lu Xing would come back quickly. Otherwise, if things really got out of hand, not to mention 10 of him, even the ringed seal might be torn apart by these martial saints. Just then, Tan Zhongyu slowly began to speak, his tone certain. "He's coming." Sure enough, on the distant sea surface, a purple light appeared. Lu Xing, carrying an energy crystal as large as a meteorite, flew towards the Tower of 1,000 Saints. Boom! Lu Xing directly dropped the energy crystal in front of the tower, making a deafening noise. Everyone was surprised to find that the energy crystal Lu Xing brought back was much larger than when he had left after the robbery. Could it be? After leaving, he went to collect more, seeing such a huge energy crystal for the first time. The eyes of everyone on the tower went wide. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief as the proctor's test results were announced. The energy crystal brought back by Lu Xing totals 545 kilograms. Upon hearing this, the members of the ringed seal on the tower instantly burst into cheers. The share of the ringed seal this time is the highest. Cumberland squinted at Lu Xing and slowly nodded, saying, "Well done. This time, our total collection of energy crystals is easily 500 to 600 kilograms. That's nearly half more than the previous session. This means that everyone present will receive far more resources than before. Your outstanding performance is evident to all. The final victory and glory will surely be yours." Cumberland, with a profound look, slowly spoke. "Tell me your name. You have earned the right to be remembered by everyone present." Listening to her father praising Lu Xing, Fiona walked forward with a smile, her eyes full of joy. This is the man. This is the man Fiona has chosen. Only he is worthy to take this dazzling gem from my crown. Upon these words, the surrounding martial saints instantly became envious to the point of cramping. This pretty boy from Ring Seal is likely to rise rapidly now. When we were just great grandmasters, we never enjoyed this kind of treatment. As everyone was discussing, Lu Xing suddenly cracked a smile and slowly began to speak. "Respected Cumberland Martial Saint, before I tell you my name, I have a small doubt. I hope the esteemed lords present can clear it up for me." Upon hearing this, Cumberland's eyebrows slightly furrowed and he nodded in confusion. Then, his expression gradually became more serious. "Whatever your question, feel free to ask." Hearing this, Lu Xing bowed slightly, clasping his hands in thanks. "Thank you for your magnanimity." Following this, he raised his head, his lips curling slightly, his tone indifferent yet sharp. "My little question is, how can such rubbish as yourselves occupy the high tower, claiming to be saints?" Lu Xing declared that all 20 martial saints present were garbage. At these words, all the martial saints were shocked, and their jaws dropped. Cumberland thought he had heard wrong, and asked Lu Xing displeasedly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Xing ignored him, simply touching his forehead and grinning with a smirk. The next moment, a burst of golden light shone, revealing Lu Xing's true face to everyone. Lin Jinhua was shocked, almost losing his mask, not expecting the domineering young man in front of him to be their Dragon Nation's Lu Xing. As he spoke, the energy in Lu Xing's right hand grew stronger, and his first step plan was to start by shattering the high tower. With that, Lu Xing slammed a heavy strike towards the ground. As a roar sounded, the ground began to collapse and crack, and the indestructible Tower of 1,000 Saints started to crumble. The Tower of 1,000 Saints is going to be destroyed. Everyone get out. The next second, everyone jumped down and surrounded Lu Xing angrily. Immediately, under the attack of the crowd, a huge energy explosion erupted from beneath Lu Xing's feet. According to the smoke and no-harm law, Lu Xing was inevitably fine. By now, Cumberland was already furious and stepped forward to demand who the man from the east was. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, Lu Xing punched down. After this strike, Cumberland, along with the ground, was blasted by a column of golden light deep into the earth. Lu Xing waved his left hand nonchalantly and spoke softly. "Only if you win will I tell you." Seeing this, Cumberland no longer held back and charged at Lu Xing with all his might. It was his carelessness and not dodging that allowed Lu Xing to hit him before, but this time he was determined to tear this man apart. However, just as he was about to touch Lu Xing kicked him away again. As the high and mighty Cumberland flew over their heads, everyone was momentarily stunned and could hardly believe it. Cumberland roared, "What are you staring at? Come and help." As soon as the words fell, Lu Xing stomped him deep into the ground again. At this time, the surrounding martial saints, belatedly realizing, could not believe that the world's Martial Association president, the Martial Alliance chairman, and globally top 5 ranked Martial Saint Cumberland could not defeat a mysterious 8th level youth beaten badly. He was asking them for help, but faced with a mere great Grandmaster like this, they collectively rushed forward in anger to kill this detestable person. However, just as they were about to make a move, they were distracted by the huge energy crystal quietly lying below. Without hesitation, they turned and flew towards the energy crystal. Even if they randomly stripped a piece, it was more than in previous years. But just as they were about to touch it, Lu Xing's voice slowly fell. The spoils of war are only for the final victor. How can you break the rules? As he spoke, a shadow flashed beside the man, and with Lu Xing reappearing behind him, the man's body was hollowed out by Lu Xing. Finally, the man's life force disappeared instantly, staring dumbfounded at his pierced body, unbelieving that his glorious centuries were thus abruptly and miserably ended. As the man fell, Lu Xing slowly spoke. I wonder which other little greedy cat doesn't want to follow the rules. A distant bearded martial saint was so shocked, he wet himself and quickly asked Harold, who exactly is this person? How can he be so powerful? Hearing this, Harold had an innocent look. How would I know who this god is? I'm just a worker. It's an honor to be his uncle for a few days. As people spoke, Lu Xing once again raised his energy gathering right hand and coldly said, this battle will be recorded in the annals of history. In the year 317 of the martial era, 21 9th level powerhouses battled saints. As the words fell, Lu Xing's hand transformed into a heavenly blade, chopping down from the sky towards the group of martial saints. The golden blade light kept expanding, splitting mountains and rivers and breaking clouds, causing the sky to fall and the earth to split. Bursts of explosions echoed throughout heaven and earth. The surrounding martial saints exerted all their strength to withstand this blade's power. Was he trying to destroy the entire island? Some powerful martial saints were unconvinced and wanted to join forces to take down Lu Xing. Under the full force of the martial saints, avatars tens of meters tall began to rise around them. At this moment, they had already won in terms of momentum. Facing an 8th level great Grandmaster without an avatar, the martial saints clearly had the advantage, and with the collective force of so many martial saints, heaven and earth, the opponent was bound to be severely injured if not killed. From a distance, Li Lu and others watched this scene in disbelief, though he had already guessed that the person was Lu Xing. He was still shocked to see it. Dong Xing hid under a rock to watch the battle, only then understanding why the opponent had been holding back against them earlier. Damn it, after all these twists and turns, it's Lu Xing, this brother-in-law, who's beating people up again. At this moment, the most excited on the battlefield were undoubtedly our military's old marshals. Damn, this is the future god of our military. I knew it. Why in the world are there so many monsters that defy common sense? Such a genius deserves to be worshipped as a god by our military. Our military shall thrive, truly thrive. One man battling more than 20 martial saints. At this moment, Fiona was in a state of panic, not understanding why the man she fancied had suddenly changed his appearance and then started fighting with all the martial saints. Why? Her pride, the martial saints, had become so embarrassed. A female official by her side pulled her to quickly evacuate, otherwise no one could protect them. After a moment of silence, Lu Xing quietly stood on top of the energy crystal and suddenly smiled and spoke. It's been a long time, Tan Martial Saint. Your avatar has yet to show itself, keeping it hidden. Don't you know to give it your all, unless you feel pain? I will smash your will projection countless times in the 7th Martial Saint Tower, and now I finally have the chance to beat you in person. However, despite the strength Lu Xing displayed at this moment, Tan Zhongyu still looked disdainful. Speaking of which, Tan Zhongyu drew a long sword from his trousers, then slid his finger along the blade to emit a flash of light, and lightly called out, drifting clouds. The long sword stood above his head, with points of cold light flashing at the tip, and then he swung out a very fast sword. Instantly, a dazzling starlight exploded in the sky, and the sword intent enveloped the entire battlefield. Even the martial saints nearby couldn't help but feel a chill seeing this scene. Lin Jingyu finally saw Tan Zhongyu make a move again. The invisible strike, that's his ultimate skill. This scene, however, puzzled the surrounding martial saints. They saw the posture, but couldn't see anything else. Only Lin Jingyu, of the Dragon Nation, knew that Tan Zhongyu had undoubtedly made a full effort just now. Simultaneously, she was also shocked that Tan Zhongyu had reached such a level. The move was silent and imperceptible. The next moment, with lightning wrapped around his body, Tan Zhongyu lightly shouted, "Strike the heavens!" As soon as the words fell, an invisible blade in the sky approached Lu Xing. Lu Xing's expression tensed. He could sense something invisible was quietly approaching. Then, he picked up with 2 fingers, clamping the invisible blade above his head. Quickly, the collision of the 2 forces caused the ground beneath Lu Xing to instantly dent, shaking the ground for several seconds. The equilibrium of the 2 forces caused an energy storm to spill outward, instantly filling the surroundings with missile-like powerful explosive storms. After this explosion, the nearby martial saints were blown back, half a step by this force storm. Lin Jingyu was terrified. She had never expected Lu Xing to easily block Tan Zhongyu's invisible strike. At this moment, Lu Xing revealed a light smile, a bit of something, but not much, almost nothing. With that, Lu Xing snapped Tan Zhongyu's sword blade with a flick of his finger. Seeing this, Tan Zhongyu's shocked sweat poured out by the tongue. However, Lu Xing gave him no chance to be dazed, appearing in front of him with a fist as big as a sandbag. How about that? Feeling a bit more awake now, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing punched Tan Zhongyu, sending him flying. Tan Zhongyu flew back hundreds of meters before slowly stabilizing his form. Tan Martial Saint, if you don't use your avatar in full strength now, you might not get another chance. Although this punch was strong, it didn't substantially affect Tan Zhongyu. Hearing this, Tan Zhongyu flashed back above the rocks. The humiliated Tan Zhongyu was already furiously contorted. Lu Xing, boy, I underestimated you. Let me show you properly. As he spoke, he continuously gathered blue-green energy in the palm of his hand, followed by a swirling force that encircled him, as if all the surrounding energy had become a tool at his disposal. Let me show you the divine power of Tan Zhongyu. You will pay for your foolishness. This terrifying scene was very strange to those around. They didn't expect Tan Zhongyu could manipulate such vast heaven and earth forces. Soon, the surrounding sky and land were tumultuous, with energy continuously gathering. And finally, a giant sword appeared as if stepping through the void, with surrounding dark auras and purple energy enveloping this part of heaven and earth, just watching from a distance below. One could feel a sense of oppression. Even space itself started to tremble slightly. This is that Eastern Martial Saint's avatar. The avatar was over 1,400 meters tall. Probably even Cumberland couldn't match it. Unbelievable that the Dragon Nation's bright jade Martial Saint could be so terrifying. He was promoted to the 9th level less than 20 years ago. No wonder Cumberland previously said he wanted to recruit him as the vice president of the Martial Association. It seems true now. Lin Jingyue was confused once again, having been a Dragon Nation Martial Saint for decades. She had no idea Tan Zhongyu's power had already reached such a level. Tan Zhongyu coldly spoke, "My will is like a knife, to cut through everything. Lu Xing, you wanted to use us 9th levels as a whetstone. Wasn't I also? Today, I must thank you. I have a premonition. After this battle, I will break through to a higher realm." As soon as the words fell, a blood-red giant blade fell from the sky, sweeping through space like the Grim Reaper's scythe, flying towards Lu Xing. However, Lu Xing, still with his hands at his crotch, seemed oblivious to his opponent. Despite this extraordinary giant sword that could harvest countless strong fighters crashing down, Lu Xing chuckled, did you know? I have seen blade lights 1,000 times more dazzling than yours." With that, Lu Xing's left hand gathered strength, readying his 5th realm boxing technique. Soon, Lu Xing's fist collided with the giant sword thousands of times larger than himself. Instantly, heaven and earth shook, the ground cracked, and energy drifted everywhere, sounds of space tearing apart, as if this place had become a hell on earth. This scene left a distant crowd agape, their titanium alloy dog eyes almost blinded. What kind of power is this? After the intense fluctuation of power, Lin Jinyue's beautiful face was revealed to the audience for the first time. The two forces confronted each other for less than 2 seconds, and the powerful giant sword could not advance even a bit under Lu Xing's fist. The next moment, the giant sword quickly cracked under Lu Xing's fist. Then, the crack spread across the entire blade, and in an instant, the seemingly invincible giant sword began to dissipate and destroy. As the avatar was destroyed, Tan Zhongyu's whole body was in disarray, looking like he could collapse at any moment, muttering resentfully. Why? He couldn't understand why Lu Xing was so strong, and during his speech, he spewed out 3 tons of grape juice. Afterwards, he lost his strength and fell into the sea. From then on, Tan Zhongyu's martial spirit was broken. Lu Xing's existence became a thorn in Tan Zhongyu's heart, and even a wall blocking his martial path. Watching Tan Zhongyu slowly sinking into the sea, Lu Xing disdainfully said, "You just said a whetstone? Do you, Tan Zhongyu, even qualify?" Seeing Tan Zhongyu, who was so much stronger than them, also fall at Lu Xing's hands, the surrounding martial saint powerhouses were all frightened to the point of collapsing on the ground. However, Lu Xing didn't intend to let any of them go, slowly walking towards those martial saints. "You think I called you here to watch a show?" Seeing the arrogant Eastern man, an irritated martial saint launched an attack. After all, he was still a martial saint. How could he tolerate such humiliation without acting? However, before he could strike, he was blown away by a punch from Lu Xing. "Don't forget, you group of martial saints, I called you here to take it." With that, Lu Xing flashed into the crowd and began his beating spree. They didn't know what kind of monster Lu Xing was, a single person who shattered all their martial saints' avatars. Lu Xing chuckled nonchalantly, seemingly unsatisfied with the intensity. Seeing this, the martial saints were even more enraged to the extreme, planning to join forces in a fusion burst, determined to slay the 8th level young man in front of them. Lu Xing was speechless, a group of supremely arrogant martial saints. "Now you finally think of ganging up? How laughably dignified. With that, Lu Xing channeled an immortal energy through his body, then once again entered into combat with the martial saints like a ghost. However, even though the martial saints had now joined forces to attack Lu Xing, they were still beaten by Lu Xing like they were nothing. Even their combined strike was shattered by Lu Xing in one hit, sending them all flying back hundreds of meters, vomiting blood. The terrified crowd once again grabbed Harold, demanding to know who this 8th-level young man was. But how could Harold know, begging people not to ask him anymore, as he was already so scared that he had wet his diaper? After all, he was just a bottom-tier martial saint. Seeing this, Lu Xing once again increased his mockery. Too weak. Are you all useless? Can't you display a bit of your 9th-level strength? Hearing this, a man clutched his chest and cursed angrily, then even more so, pulled out an energy crystal from his trousers ready to eat. With a gurgling sound as he chewed in his mouth, the man's eyes turned blood red, his figure transforming into something demonic. This seemed to be his preserved beast mode. Although it was somewhat harmful to his body, his strength also increased several times. The next moment, the man rushed towards Lu Xing, shouting, "I want you dead." As he spoke, a strange purple compressed energy burst from his palm towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing was heavily slammed against a rock wall by this strike. If it were a regular martial saint who had been hit directly like this, they would almost certainly be dead. But at this moment, dust swirled around Lu Xing, and according to the smoke without harm rule, Lu Xing was naturally unscathed. Lu Xing touched the small trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and laughed. "Yes, that's right. Give me some pressure. Try to kill me, you losers." Seeing that the recent strike by the martial saint had an effect, the other martial saints began consuming their lifespan and swallowing energy crystals to forcibly increase their power. They couldn't believe it. Could a level 8 martial artist really beat all of us martial saints? With that, one after another, the frenzied martial saints attacked Lu Xing with all their might. Lu Xing was knocked around, but unbeknownst to them, Lu Xing was deliberately not resisting. This time, Lu Xing was hit thousands of times. Space trembled a bit due to the various energies tearing through it, yet Lu Xing's body seemed to have no significant fatal injuries. Finally, Lu Xing was blasted downwards with a powerful kick. 2 seconds later, Lu Xing laughed. A golden rope slowly appeared on his surface. Then the energy of immortal cells fused at this moment. Even more powerful energy surged out of his body. In time, golden domineering energy enveloped Lu Xing's entire body. Strikes of thunderous power mixed with domineering energy tore through space, as if the energy between heaven and earth was uniquely his. The martial saints below were terrified, realizing that their recent attacks had been in vain. This surge of power throughout his body, yes, this was the kind of pressure Lu Xing wanted. With that, Lu Xing roared skyward under the pressure of this power. The frozen energy burst forth, even more vigorously. Just the spillover energy alone destroyed everything around it. A huge energy fireball turned the ground into a sea. This surge of energy made it impossible for the opposing martial saints to stand. They had never seen such power before. Although the outsider above them was strong, it was rare to see such a display of power. Soon, Lu Xing formed a huge magic circle above his head. The magic circle began to collect the dispersing energy. Otherwise, this small island might be destroyed by Lu Xing's uncontrollable released energy. After everything, Lu Xing was transformed anew. Not only did the golden energy gradually stabilize, the golden lightning also completely integrated and connected with this power. As a cracking sound echoed, Lu Xing finally broke through again. At this moment, he became truly invincible among humans, reaching the real pinnacle of humanity. Everyone felt the aura emanating from Lu Xing at this moment. Did he break through to level 9? If he could fight so many people at level 8, isn't level 9 like slaughtering dogs? The monster has come, run. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. At this moment, Lu Xing's image reached a new height in the hearts of the military marshals. That is the true god among humans, the ultimate in humanity, the ultimate light, the ultimate power. That is our god of war. However, at this glorious moment, a purple figure was quietly and quickly leaving the sea level. She could hardly describe Lu Xing's power in words. The reason she hadn't dared to swallow energy crystals and fight desperately just now was partly because both she and Lu Xing were from the Dragon Nation, and she had had a slight fondness for Lu Xing before, and partly because she felt that even if she swallowed and fought desperately, she would not be his match. Now she felt it was like witnessing history, witnessing an epic being written stroke by stroke before her eyes. Many things on this planet had already changed. A new era was arriving, and the ruler of this era was him, Lu Xing. Lu Xing also felt at this moment that these 300 years of level 9 martial artists were still too weak. Even with 20 of them using energy crystals to enhance themselves, they could not bring about a qualitative change. There were too many just filling numbers, really giving no real pressure. In this battle, Lu Xing even suppressed some of his power just to not kill them instantly. Still far from the ultimate state, Lu Xing was now in a semi-playful state, not feeling any sense of crisis because he clearly felt that letting these martial saints hit him. These wastes could not kill him. Originally, when he had 22 immortal cells, he could withstand a level 10 strike. Now with nearly 300 immortal cells, being killed by a level 9 would be a joke. Lu Xing now felt he was only half a level 9, not yet fully reached. The fusion of martial body and spiritual power was not complete. It seems he could only pin his hopes on the soon-to-arrive guider. Don't disappoint me again. Afterward, with hands in pockets, he landed in a Dragon Nation military camp and asked if he could go back to Dragon Nation with the marshals later. This act of taking sides left the marshals flattered, quickly shouting yes. The marshals were overjoyed, saying, "Cool, so cool." The marshals were so elated. They had been seeking success for 200 years in vain. It turns out that God was holding out for a big one for them, humanity's pinnacle, truly a jackpot. They also felt that their suffering had finally paid off. Just then, a pair of old jade feet slowly approached from behind. It turned out to be our World Martial Association president, Cumberland. He reluctantly spoke, "I acknowledge your strength, but taking all the energy crystals will bring you ultimate disaster. Even the destruction of this planet, you need to think carefully." Hearing this, Lucian confidently smiled. "Let the guider come find me himself, then it won't implicate you." Upon hearing this, Cumberland was terrified, initially thinking to use the guider's strength to suppress the person in front of him. But Lucian was clearly also aware of the guider's existence. At this moment, Cumberland's mouth hung open in shock. What exactly does he want to do? But the guider, surely not. The next moment, the martial saints on Thousand Saints Island all silently watched Lucian leave, as if they were watching a living deity. At this moment, Lucian's stature was at a height that no one in history had ever reached before, and it was uncertain if anyone would again. Soon, Lucian arrived at the military's return plane, ready to board. But suddenly, a female voice behind him stopped Lucian. It turned out to be our nation's great beauty, Fiona. At this moment, her feelings for Lucian were beyond extrication. She had deeply fallen in love with this powerful and somewhat domineering man. She slowly approached behind Lucian, tremblingly said, "You haven't told me. What is your real name?" However, Lucian indicated that his name wasn't important and told Fiona to forget him. He also mentioned that he already had a fiancée. Watching Lucian's departing figure, Fiona felt bitter, and finally, she cried, tears streaming down her face. The only time in her life she had fallen so deeply in love with someone, her emotions surged like a tide. Seeing this, her father stepped forward to comfort her. "Let him go, daughter. Just like he said, forget him, Fiona. You and you were never meant to be." Just then, Fiona's eyes suddenly became resolute. It seemed she knew what she had to do. Speaking under her father's puzzled gaze, she left the place. Meanwhile, other martial saints behind her were tearfully asking. All the energy crystals from this conference were just taken by him. What do we do now? Cumberland could only grit his teeth. What else can we do? Just wait for the guider to arrive and let this so-called pinnacle of humanity know what the price of breaking the rules is. Yes, the guider will help us teach that ignorant man a lesson. The invincible guider will bring us justice, and then it will be your death. You cannot escape the guider's grasp. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Eastern Military District Commander's manor, Lu's family was making dumplings. Dong Qingxue, not seen for a long time, came in with tea. The family greeted her cheerfully, the atmosphere harmonious and delightful. At this time, Qingyi reluctantly said, Mom, if you wanted to eat dumplings, you could have just asked the chef to make them. Why bother doing it yourself? Especially since they don't taste as good as theirs." Lu's father, however, said, "Qingyi doesn't understand. No matter how great a chef, the dumplings they make don't have the flavor of your mom's. Your mom's cooking is unmatched by anyone." This flattery genuinely made Lu's mom burst into smiles. "Oh, where have you heard such an exaggeration? I just thought it's been so long since I cooked. I wanted to practice my skills. Otherwise, when little Xing comes back and wants to eat, if my skills are rusty and it doesn't taste good." Qingyi, watching his parents show off their love, was quite speechless. Yes, brother is the most important. But speaking of which, it's been so long for Big Brother. Qingyi asked Dong Qingxue if she knew when Big Brother was planning to come back. Lu's parents also expressed some concern. Although saying so, Dong Qingxue herself was at a loss. Just as everyone's spirits were down, Dong Qingxue's phone in her thigh vibrated. That's not right. Dong Qingxue was puzzled who would message her at this time. But suddenly in a moment, she ran out, leaving the family puzzled in place. Thinking something was wrong, the family also followed Dong Qingxue out. Lu's mom asked Dong Qingxue, running out so suddenly, "What's the matter?" The next moment, tears fell from Dong Qingxue's eyes, reddening her cheeks because the lover she had longed for had finally returned. At this moment, Lucian walked towards his waiting family with joyful steps, wearing thigh-high stockings and slippers, running towards Lucian. Dong Qingxue could no longer care about her appearance, quickly running towards him. Then she hugged Lucian tightly. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. This visit, thank you for taking care of my parents." At the same time, Lucian also called out to his parents and sister behind him. Family is also moved to tears by this scene. Mom said, "It's good to be back. It's good to be back. The most important thing for a family is to be together." Just then, Lucian also joined the dumpling-making brigade. Lucian, listening to his family's chatter, had a look of firm realization, this unparalleled sword of his, and home as its sheath. After dinner, the two went for a walk in the backyard. At this moment, Dong Qingxue, like a little girl, snuggled up to Lu Xing's shoulder, wanting to cherish every second with Lu Xing as much as possible. Just then, Lu Xing looked at his wife Dong Qingxue and said, "Remember when we first met? It was about this time too." Before Dong Qingxue could respond, Lu Xing bravely embraced her. "Take my parents back to Baihe in a few days. I'll deal with some things, then join you at your home. Our matters should also be settled." At this moment, their faces were inches apart, and Lu Xing kept slowly getting closer. Finally, Lu Xing kissed her, their first kiss, captured in this beautiful scene. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the marshals were playing a video of Lu Xing's battle with global martial saints across the military district. The scene had the soldiers boiling with excitement, undoubtedly thrilled and vindicated. Today is destined to be a day remembered by all my Dragon Nation comrades. 200 years of expectations fulfilled, welcoming the Transcendence as your planet's god of the military of all martial saints. Besides this tremendous honor, there is another matter. The god of war, Lu Xing, entrusted me to promote this body-refining technique throughout the army, asking everyone to take a look. Hearing this, the other marshals were utterly astonished. The body-refining technique advocated by the god of war? What kind of supreme technique could that be? As the marshal played the video, the figure on the screen was clearly teaching the body-refining technique. This set of movements in body-refining technique truly shocked those present. In the video, these seemingly simple movements, yet just watching and simulating in their minds, they felt many marvelous inspirations arise. Not only that, their own martial arts were enlightened, as if opening the doors to a new world. At this moment, everyone was extremely excited. Hearing this, the marshal spoke softly. "It seems you have already felt it. This set of body-refining technique appears simple, but in practice, it's exquisitely unique. According to our preliminary tests, the effect is at least 100 times stronger than our current body-refining 24 styles, and the development of human potential is also 100 times. It can be said to be a blade opening a new era of martial arts, an immeasurable treasure of martial arts. Truly, heaven blesses our Dragon Nation. Only someone at the peak of martial arts, Lu Xing, could create such a great martial arts technique." Just then, someone from the audience raised their hand to ask, "Such a precious body-refining technique really should be promoted throughout the army? After all, once this thing is implemented, it might not be long before it leaks out." And then, I'm afraid, before he could finish, the marshal interrupted him. "The god of war, Lu Xing, has already said that this is a martial arts technique that benefits the entire planet. This is truly the magnanimity only a saint of martial arts could possess." Hearing this, all the generals were shocked by Lu Xing's breadth of vision, realizing that they had lived over 100 years in vain. Lu Xing truly had a vision as wide as the stars in the galaxy, not only in martial arts prowess, but also far ahead in foresight. We should all feel fortunate, for we are about to witness a new era personally forged by the god of our Dragon Nation military. As he finished speaking, the entire building erupted with deafening cheers. Meanwhile, in a military camp in the Eastern Military District, a handsome guy was doing one-finger push-ups, 35 to 49, 35 to 50. Yes, this is the long-unseen Lu Xing's close buddy, Lu Qiming. With daily high-intensity training, he had now become a handsome man with well-defined features. Hearing someone shout at him, Lu Qiming stopped training. He collapsed to the ground, and Glasses Guy hurried over with 2 pieces of great news. Lu Qiming let him start with the first one, to see how significant it was, the first piece of good news. Our military has a new god of war, a martial saint-level powerhouse, the 4th 9th level martial saint of Dragon Nation. Lu Qiming was utterly shocked and quickly asked, "Who is it?" Glasses Guy said, "It's not disclosed yet. Some speculate it might be General Lu Xing, but since Lu Xing disappeared in the coastal area a year ago, he thinks it's unlikely." As for the second piece of good news, it was the new body-refining technique promoted by the military. Said to be created by the god of war, its effectiveness 100 times our previous practice. Many in the war zones broke through their martial bottlenecks on the day they practiced the new technique, significantly increasing their strength. I've brought it with me, all on a USB drive. This indeed was a cause for celebration. Saying this, Lu Qiming grabbed Glasses Guy and headed towards the martial arts room. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was secretly watching his buddy leave from a distance. The deputy nearby was reporting to Lu Xing, "Lu Qiming has been working very hard. His strength has almost reached a 2nd-level martial artist and is quite outstanding among the new recruits. Because of your instruction, we haven't sent him on high-risk missions." Afterward, Lu Xing instructed the deputy to take extra care of him in terms of resources, but not to let him notice. After giving his instructions, Lu Xing left the Eastern military camp with a laugh. Lu Qiming is one of the few friends Lu Xing has in this world besides his family. Lu Xing only wishes for him to live a peaceful and happy life. Soon, under the promotion of the body-refining technique, mid- and low-level martial artists successively announced their breakthroughs in cultivation. The god of war is fierce. I've been stuck at level 3 for years and broke through today with the god of war in our military. From now on, when we see disciples of martial saints, we no longer need to feel inferior. Meanwhile, in the training room, Lu Xing felt a continuous stream of sensations. As if every time Lu Xing was praised or mentioned, he could sense it. This very peculiar sensation made Lu Xing feel like he possessed divine abilities as in the myths, gaining worship from thousands, a blessing for eternity. Like in the novels he had read before, where the power of gods came from their believers. It indeed made Lu Xing feel like he had acquired a divine attribute, seeming to have gained a regenerative divine talent. I shouldn't become a god, but a symbol. Martial arts is me. I am martial arts. In this way, all those in the universe who practice martial arts naturally become my disciples in another martial saint tower at the moment. Tan Zhongyu, currently recovering from the injuries inflicted by Lu Xing, suddenly opened his eyes the next moment, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He and Lu Xing followed different paths. Otherwise, they would not have parted ways in the first place. He had never expected that the young man from back then could now easily defeat him. Life is really unpredictable. Tan Zhongyu touched his injured chest, his spiritual path now marred with cracks. The previous battle had too great an impact on him. The next second, Tan Zhongyu sighed and chuckled. Even if Lu Xing is stronger than me, it doesn't mean Lu Xing's path is the right one. Lu Xing is only in his 20s. To reach such an invincible state among humans, he wouldn't believe it's without some fortuitous encounters. At this moment, he recalled Lu Xing's refusal from back then. If one day I become a martial saint, I will shatter the high towers, break the martial arts heritage, and spread martial arts across the world. Thinking of this, Tan Zhongyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Xing, do you really intend to share all your knowledge generously with others? Now Lu Xing is stronger than me, so Lu Xing is right. But if one day I, Tan Zhongyu, become stronger, then my path will be the most correct. At this moment, Tan Zhongyu's fists clenched, his spiritual path slowly recovering, his confidence and fighting spirit also once again laid bare. Actually, it's just a matter of months. Lu Xing is about to face great trouble. His boldness in taking all the energy crystals, once the guider arrives, will surely lead to his certain death. Just then, his disciple came in and said, Lu Xing has made new progress. Lu Xing is promoting a new body refining technique in the military, with astonishing results. Saying this, disciple showed Tan Zhongyu the surveillance footage from the military. Lu Xing has made his martial arts public. Now anyone who wishes can learn from him. Hearing this, Tan Zhongyu's whole body couldn't help but tremble. He didn't expect Lu Xing would be willing to share all his knowledge. He really did. Saying this, Tan Zhongyu's legs gave out, and he knelt on the ground. Such magnanimity from Lu Xing. It's more than just astonishing. At this moment, the spiritual path Tan Zhongyu had just managed to repair completely shattered. He lost completely and utterly. After the widespread dissemination of the body refining technique, Lin Jingyue went to the courtyard where Zhao Ji was located. As the door to Zhao Ji's room opened, a curvaceous figure appeared before him. Zhao Ji wondered why Lin Jingyue had come back so early this time. Could it be that the guider had arrived very early? Lin Jingyue took off his hood and mask and slowly said, "The guider hasn't come yet." Hearing this, Zhao Ji became even more puzzled. "Then what are you doing here? The spirit-nurturing elixir hasn't been exchanged yet. Do you have your own?" Lin Jingyue said, "None of that matters anymore. I came back mainly because someone wants to meet Zhao Ji." Zhao Ji looked puzzled. "At this time, I can't think of anyone who would want to meet me. Could it be Tan Zhongyu?" Saying this, Zhao Ji spoke disdainfully. "What for? To mock me? Lin Jingyue, we had an agreement beforehand. You took my energy crystal and promised to protect me fully. Give me some clarity. What does Tan Zhongyu want?" Hearing this, Lin Jingyue slowly shook his head. "The one who wants to meet you is someone else. Someone very familiar to him." Saying this, a figure quietly appeared behind Lin Jingyue. Zhao Ji was puzzled. Unable to think of anyone else, Lin Jingyue pointed ahead and opened his mouth. "It's the pinnacle of humanity. Mr. Lu Xing wants to meet you." Surprise! At the sight of Lu Xing, Zhao Ji's expression turned to utter panic. This was someone he had never expected to see. At that moment, his legs weakened with fear, and he stumbled backwards. "You Lu Xing?" As Zhao Ji remembered the recent address by Lin Jingyue. "What did you just call him?" Hearing this, Lin Jingyue nodded. "The pinnacle of humanity, Mr. Lu Xing. I will return everything you gave me. In front of Mr. Lu, I can't even protect myself, let alone protect you." Zhao Ji was stunned. "The pinnacle of humanity, Mr. Lu. A martial saint calling someone else, Mr. On the entire Azure planet, how many can make a martial saint so humbly address them as Mr.? None. Only the guider. A level 10 guider." Speaking, Zhao Ji stuttered as he asked Lu Xing, Could it be you've reached level 10 now? I was just healing from injuries for a short year. What exactly has happened outside?" Lu Xing paid no attention, slowly approaching Zhao Ji. The intense pressure made it difficult for Zhao Ji to breathe. He now gave Zhao Ji two options, live or die. Zhao Ji was so frightened by this scene that he nearly wet himself. Seeing Zhao Ji's useless chatter, Lu Xing immediately decided to make a choice for him. The next moment, Lu Xing grabbed Zhao Zi's head and began to rub it, causing dizziness. A stream of consciousness forcibly entered Zhao Zi's mind through his eyes. Lin Jingyue, from behind, thanked Lu Xing for sparing Zhao Zi's life, though he was not particularly close to Zhao Zi. They had known each other for many years, previously both being one of the 3 great martial saints of Dragon Nation. Both had contributed to the nation. Zhao Zi, having undergone Lu Xing's mental baptism, now babbled like a fool. Lu Xing said, "There's not much to thank me for." Although Lu Xing didn't kill him, Zhao Zi might as well be dead now. Lu Xing just erased most of Zhao Zi's memories and randomly added some new ones. This was akin to removing a piece of his martial soul. With a damaged soul, he will never return to his peak in his lifetime. Even reaching a level 7 Grandmaster would be tough, so it's better to reform him, to have him do something more meaningful for the world and humanity. Lu Xing felt he was increasingly embodying the demeanor of a martial ancestor and a saint. This breadth of vision, this grandeur, was truly admirable. Lu Xing said, "Zhao Zi's memories are still reorganizing. He will naturally wake up later." Sure enough, 5 minutes after Lu Xing left, Zhao Zi's confused consciousness finally cleared. He was amazed to find himself still alive. Zhao Zi clenched his fists and laughed loudly. "Heaven hasn't forsaken me. Let me, Zhao Zi, live another life." Then, he began to tear up again. "You all died so miserably." He gritted his teeth in anger, a surge of resentment filling his heart. "I must go back. I must have my revenge. Those who killed my family must pay a bloody price." But speaking of which, how could he return to his original world? Just then, Martial Saint system panels appeared in front of Zhao Zi. The system task says, kill 10 million exotic beasts. Achieve the task target. Summon Martial Ancestor, receive Martial Ancestor's inheritance. Martial Ancestor, is that the great power that sent me to this world? Definitely. Otherwise, who else could have made me reincarnate? The arrival of Martial Ancestor means that as long as I complete the tasks issued by the system, not to mention returning, even reviving my parents and Su might be possible. To receive the great inheritance, one must go through great trials. But 10 million exotic beasts is only a matter of time. I will eventually achieve it. Saying this, Zhao Zi immediately wanted to head to the front line. I want to kill exotic beasts. I want to reverse everything in this life. Watching the foolish Zhao Zi, Lin Jingyue couldn't help but express his astonishment and asked Lu Xing, "How did you do it?" Lu Xing replied, "It's not worth mentioning, just utilizing waste. Just a little trickable simulation. After all, so many messy memories have been absorbed in the dream space. Just extract a bit and weave together. Then instill it into Zhao Zi's little brain, and presto, a shiny new Zhao Zi appears. As for those system tasks and such, it's just Lu Xing improvising. From now on, extremely martial Saint Zhao Zi will dedicate his life to the great cause of human civilization fighting against exotic beasts." Truly moving, he's really fortunate as the two slowly walked towards the exit. At that moment, Lin Jingyue spotted Lin Wanwan hiding behind a large tree and peeking. Saying this, Lin Jingyue suddenly shouted angrily, "Lin Wanwan, what are you looking at? Get back home." She could only send her daughter away like this. After all, she's still unsure about Lu Xing's temperament. If Lu Xing took her as a voyeur and got angry, she definitely couldn't stop him. However, regarding Lin Wanwan, Lu Xing had heard about her from Dong Jingxue before, and his impression was still okay. Seeing that Lu Xing had been staring at her daughter, Lin Jingyue seemed to understand something, asking, "Does Mr. Lu take an interest in my young daughter? If you don't mind, I could agree on Lu Wanwan's behalf." Hearing this, Lu Xing waved his hand to refuse. "I already have a fiancé. It's no big deal." Before the first year of martial arts, it was common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Not to mention now, Mr. Lu, with your spirit of heavenly grace and pinnacle of humanity genes, having another descendant is a huge contribution to the entire Azure planet. Seeing the misunderstanding, Lu Xing said, "I'm not interested in little girls." Hearing this, Lin Jingyue's misunderstanding deepened. "Little girls? Not interested?" Saying this, Lin Jingyue straightened up, a proud figure with a faint scent of widow's paulownia flowers appearing in front. Lu Xing was truly startled by Lin Jingyue's move. Lin Jingyue, squeezing her large pineapple-like bun, spoke awkwardly. "My husband died young, and I have been single for many years. Serving you would not be unacceptable." This scene absolutely shocked the young Lu Xing. Lu Xing felt as if he had somehow become entangled in some widow's drama. Transcendence Martial Saint, please have some self-respect. I'm not that kind of person. To avoid awkwardness, Lin Jingyue immediately changed the topic. Does Mr. Lu really not intend to return that batch of energy crystals? Hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes suddenly became sharp and serious in response. What? Can't they not be returned? The guider comes from the cosmos, from a higher level of martial civilization. Even at the same level, our Azure planet's martial artists are not on the same level as theirs. Not to mention that the guider is level 10, so she thinks that although Lu Xing is formidable, this matter really needs careful consideration. King Lin Jingyue seems to understand these guiders and the martial civilization behind them quite well. Lu Xing asked his wife Lin Jingyue to explain in detail to him. Lin Jingyue, lifting a strand of enticing hair, spoke softly. Not much, just that I've lived long and heard a lot. Saying this, Lin Jingyue's palm displayed a holographic screen. Our Azure Planet is a level 6 resource star within the Serpent Star system, while the Guider comes from a powerful battlefield star. Lu Sheng roughly understood. Level 1 resource star. Battlefield star? This is the classification of planets by advanced martial civilizations, right? Lin Jingyue confirmed. Correct. Like our Azure Planet, because it contains star-level resources like energy crystals. But not many, so it's classified as a level 1 resource star. As for a battlefield star, I guess it's probably near the exotic beast battlefield, where the fighting is intense, just like our planet zones guarding the rifts. Besides battlefield stars and resource stars, there are also scenic stars with beautiful landscapes and spectacular sights, but few resources, civilized planets suitable for living, and even garbage stars specifically for dumping trash, each with their own rank and use. Just like the Brahmins, Lu Sheng felt this was pretty much similar to sociology. Lin Jingyue continued. According to the Guider, any planet has the potential to transform into a battlefield star. Once an exotic beast invasion occurs and the level of invasion becomes severe enough, it will turn into a battlefield. Our Azure Planet actually has the potential to become a battlefield star. Lu Sheng looked at Lin Jingyue questioningly, wanting to understand what she meant. The Guider comes every 10 years, not only to collect resources, but also to check the state of exotic beast invasions on the planet. So, you're saying that the entire universe is at risk of exotic beast invasions? Seems so. Every civilization is trying hard to mitigate this crisis. After exchanging some information, Lu Sheng suddenly felt much less pressure on him. The matter of the exotic beasts had the tall ones to bear. He finally didn't have to play the so-called savior anymore. With his current capabilities, managing Azure Planet well and continuously strengthening the lower and middle forces of Azure Planet was a boundless merit. Lin Jingyue mentioned, according to the Guider's intentions, their Azure Planet will eventually develop into a true battlefield star, at which point humans will no longer be able to live on it. But that is still many years away. As long as nothing unexpected happens, we are sure to grow old in this era of peace. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's face turned pale, and he immediately told Lin Jingyue to stop talking as casually setting flags is a big taboo. Lin Jingyue was shocked by Lu Sheng's yell, thinking they had encountered some major trouble. After composing himself, Lu Sheng did not explain, but also asked Lin Jingyue if she had any plans to leave this Azure Planet. Lin Jingyue expressed that she did not want to, wanting only a house full of children and a peaceful life for her remaining years. Martial arts is too long and too hard. Although I aspire to the view at the top, it's just an aspiration. I know reaching martial saint is already my limit. I've spent most of my life fighting for martial arts. It's time to leave some time to do what I want to do. Mr. Lu, if you want to leave Azure Planet, then you definitely should not offend the Guider, whether it's the path to advancing to level 10 or the road out of Azure Planet. It's all in the Guider's hands. After all, with our current level of technology, we are far from being able to build a spacecraft that supports space travel. But Lin Jingyue's words were not wrong. Wanting to leave isn't just about enhancing strength. Without technological support, that step cannot be taken. Level 10 martial artist Lu Sheng is not clear, but level 9 is definitely not enough for physical trans-space travel. Seeing Lu Sheng still unwilling to step back, Lin Jingyue didn't persuade further. She then talked to Lu Sheng about the Guider's high-end technologies, like spacecraft and others. Talking and talking, Lin Jingyue once again reminded Lu Sheng, really not considering our mother and daughter? This sudden change of topic made Lu Sheng, the young chick, blush. What were we just talking about? If Dong Qingxue agrees later, it's not that I can't reluctantly, grudgingly, under compulsion, marry a few more little wives. I myself still strictly implement monogamy. It's just that I can't stand to see other girls cry. As the evening approached, Lu Sheng was invited by Lin Jingyue to stay for dinner, during which all the acquaintances appeared, including his uncle. In the middle of the night, Lu Sheng returned to the dream space again. He intended to check the information about space, to compare it with Lin Jingyue's information, but found that all the data turned out to be fake news, which was strange. His personal permissions were still at level 10. It seems to reach a true level 9, or to officially defeat a level 10 powerhouse, would be needed to raise his permissions to level 11. From future descriptions, Lu Sheng fighting the Guider in October, surviving 3 moves without dying, and breaking through to level 9 3 years later. It seems his current strength is still quite far from matching the Guider, only enough to ensure he doesn't die. Good. Lu Sheng wanted just that kind of power that almost kills him, but doesn't quite manage it, giving him pressure, then creating a breakthrough motivation. As Lu Sheng continued scrolling, he wanted to see what changes lay ahead. What he found next shocked Lu Sheng because it showed that 5 years later, Lu Sheng would fall in the destruction war of Azure Planet, dying at the age of 28. My split cauldron. What the hell? I'm dead again. This time even the Earth is destroyed. The data did not change again. It seems this is the dream space's projection of the most likely future based on currently gathered information. Something must have have happened that he doesn't know about, or he missed some critical information? What is it capable of causing the destruction of the entire Azure planet? Even Lucian breaking through to level 9, Marshall Saint couldn't resist. Level 10 powerhouses definitely can't do it. Only those above level 11. Level 11 either from space or from the rifts. Could it be it? If it escaped from the abyss, it could indeed destroy Azure Planet. Although it's not impossible for this world to face myriad crises, it's utterly unclear what exactly would destroy Azure Planet, which is really frustrating. All thanks to Lin Jingyue for recklessly jinxing us. If not for her, perhaps this crisis wouldn't have arisen. It must be her fault. Just this morning, she said we could live out our days in peace, and by evening, a catastrophic crisis arises. She must take the blame, but there might still be a way. After all, I still have 7 or 8 years until I'm 28. There's a lot that can be done in 8 years. It's a disaster for Lucian now, but perhaps in 8 years, it could be waved away easily. If all else fails, can't we just flee? The worst case scenario would be to take all my loved ones away from Azure Planet, but I can't in good conscience abandon the billions of compatriots on Azure Planet. Damn it, it's all Lin Jingyue's fault. I must become stronger, much faster, and powerful enough to change all of this. 7 days after the training ended, Lucian and his spouse will return to his hometown, ready to formally propose to Dong Jingyue. The encouraging looks from his parents behind him comforted Lucian, although Lu's mother was a bit reluctant to let her child leave again so soon. But Jingyue is a good girl, and it's time to settle things sooner rather than later. Lucian pulled Jingyue towards the airport. My wife Dong Jingyue asked Lucian if he was nervous. Lucian awkwardly laughed. Ah, you should ask your dad about that. I think he's more nervous than me right now. Meanwhile, at Dong Jingyue's home, Dong Dad was leisurely reading the newspaper and drinking coffee when he suddenly choked on coffee powder. Black. Dong Mom was speechless. You picked up the coffee to drink, before even brewing it. Are you still half asleep? Saying this, Dong Mom hurriedly fetched boiling water to make the coffee. Dong Dad awkwardly admitted he was just too nervous. Is it necessary? It's just the son-in-law visiting. You make me nervous just talking about it. Dong Dad grimaced at Dong Mom. What would a woman know? Who is he? The military's god of war, pushing aside all saints, the pinnacle of humanity, any one of his titles and records. That's a huge aura. Enough to make one's heart race, not to mention all combined in one person. If I didn't know before, it'd be okay. But yesterday, Dong Jingyue secretly confirmed it, so all these old folks from our noble families are convinced. Dong Mom puzzledly spoke. How did such an amazing person end up taking an interest in our daughter? These past few days I've been feeling dizzy, like I'm living in a dream. I feel the same. I, Dong Jingding, thought before I turned 70 that having 2 sons was my life's greatest pride. Never thought. My greatest achievement was having a 3rd daughter. Dong Mom happily cover her face. Maybe it's really the ancestors' blessing, and thankfully the daughter takes after me. Otherwise, it'd be a mess if she was like you. Just then, Dong Jingyue's text message rang out, indicating they had landed and would disembark in 3 minutes. Seeing this, the elderly couple immediately caused a stir. So soon, we need to inform the staff below not to treat that person as just my son-in-law, but to honor him like an ancestor. The Qin and Wang families have also caught wind of this and are rushing to Great Rain Mount Airport. Do you think that's appropriate? Should we send them back? Dong Dad said there's no need. After all, both families had given him a heads up. They are old friends, and by rights, they should come to greet. As the plane slowly landed, the area beneath the airport was already solemnly awaiting. The uniformly arranged crowd made the entire welcoming ceremony feel full. Even the newly disembarked Lucian and his companion couldn't help but be somewhat shocked. Seeing Lucian come out, the entire crowd shouted greetings and indicated that the motorcade was ready, asking the grandee for directions. Damn, are they planning to clear the way all along? When Lucian first began practicing martial arts, he quite envied those high and mighty martial artists, who wherever they went were followed and fawned over, feeling very majestic and cool. Now, he's rather indifferent to the glamour of splendid attire and even a bit resistant. Indeed, the higher the position, the more one loses the simple joys of being a commoner. After a whisper between Lucian and his spouse, they decided to go on their own. The next moment, Lucian scooped his wife Dong Jingxue into his arms, into the onlookers. It seemed as if a flash of light passed by, and the couple miraculously disappeared. The shocked crowd's mouths hung open. Their long-awaited dignitary just vanished before their eyes. Quickly, Lucian stopped a taxi more than 10 kilometers away. As for why not just fly straight there, it was mainly a bit too conspicuous. They headed towards Great Rain Mount Clear Lake Courtyard. The sweet-talking taxi driver even thought Lucian and his wife were celebrity couples. After all, with such looks and demeanor, he ranked them first among all he had seen in his many years of driving a cab. What's the old saying? A golden boy and a jade girl. A perfect match. Haha. Seeing such a sweet-talking driver, Lucian later decided to let Dong Jingxue give him an extra 200 yuan tip. Dong Jingxue shyly nodded her head. Half an hour later, the car stopped. The driver was startled by the roadblock ahead. Wow, is some big shot coming today? Such a grand setup. Can you guys get in? It looks like the barricades are up. Is this a private place? No problem. As the girls sneak in after receiving a generous tip, the driver didn't ask further. Right now, the scene outside the Dong family estate was extraordinary. Truly a sea of people who knew that just meeting the in-laws would have so many spectators. It seems the couple can't just walk in like normal people. The next moment, the couple noticed Qin Xiaojun and the bushes ahead lighting a mosquito coil. As voices rang out from behind, Qin Xiaojun turned his head and was startled by the sudden appearance of the couple. Lu Xing, seeing Qin Xiaojun's smiling face, teased. Seeing a general and not saluting, stand at attention for 10 hours, Qin Xiaojun immediately bristled. You're too much. Man, don't forget who helped you win Dong Jingxue. Just kidding with you. Don't take it seriously. Long time no see, Instructor Qin. Ha ha ha. Long time no see. Lu Xing, did you guys come back this time because you heard that news? Lu Xing was a bit confused, not knowing what news. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun proudly said, You guys really don't know? The god of the military, he beat up martial saints all over the world. You could say he's transcended martial saint. And that new body refining technique promoted in the military a while ago, you must know about it, right? That's his work. That body refining technique is truly groundbreaking. An awkward moment as Dong Jingxue spoke. Is it really his rumor that powerful defeated all the global martial saints? Lu Xing, have you fought him? I only know you beat the extreme way martial saint. At this moment, Lu Xing could only think about how to explain later, not expecting the military to keep this matter so tightly sealed. Just now he was worried that too much pomp would expose him, but seeing the scene at the Dong family's gate earlier, it seems his family might already know. He wanted to tell them later, not knowing if Qin Shiwei would be upset to find out she was the last to know. Qin Xiaojun spoke again. Lu Xing, what happened after you severely wounded and escaped from Xiaoji last time? Because when I checked, it became top secret. Tell me about it. Heh. Speaking of which, you're also a martial saint level powerhouse now, only a bit inferior to that person. Dong Jingxue spoke. You know it's top secret and still ask. He hasn't even told me. How would he tell you? You didn't ask me. Dong Jingxue glared at Lu Xing. Dare to contradict me? Lu Xing quickly conceded. Let's go inside and talk about it. I heard that the big shot is coming here. Qin Xiaojun was taken aback. I thought you guys knew about this and rushed back on purpose, but it turns out you know less than I do. Dong Jingxue was puzzled. What would such an important person want at their Dong family's home? According to Qin Xiaojun's insider information, it's said that he's coming to choose a bride. Not just from the Dong family, but he will also visit our Qin family afterwards. And he might even pick from the major families of the several dozen cities in the capital province. You know, the more important the person, the more valuable their genes are. Seeing Dong Jingxue as anxious expression, Lu Xing was so frustrated he almost spat blood. Dong Jingxue brought the god of war, Lu Xing, home to see her father. But at the doorway, she ran into her long-lost friend, Qin Xiaojun. From him, she learned that today was the day the god of war was coming here to choose his concubines, and he would select suitable women from various families to be his wives. Lu Xing didn't even know where he had heard this gossip from. He was going to choose concubines, and he himself didn't know. Seeing Lu Xing's surprise, Qin Xiaojun immediately told Lu Xing not to be shocked. After all, it was very normal for a martial saint to choose concubines, the extreme way martial saint back then had chosen more than once. Besides, it wasn't easy for their military department to have such a godlike figure appear if he didn't find 17 or 18 spouses and have 100 or so babies. The old folks in the military department probably wouldn't accept it, and I heard that the god of war is quite young. Young people, are full of vigor. I guess 17 or 18 won't be enough. In my experience, it has to be this many, 100 of them. This scared Lu Xing so much he slammed his fist down, telling him not to believe or spread rumors. Qin Xiaojun, however, felt Lu Xing didn't understand. He thought his information was very reliable. At the same time, he told Lu Xing to hide Dong Jingxue later. Otherwise, it would be bad if the god of war took a liking to her. Lu Xing, however, remained silent, already unsure how to explain later. Telling him directly that he himself was the god of war would probably scare him out of his wits. Don't just stay silent. I'm saying, what if she's taken a liking to by the god of war? That's no joking matter. Just then, a voice sounded from behind. I owe you, Xiaojun, you're back? Long time no see. It turned out the speaker was Qin Xiaojun's elder brother, and behind his elder brother was a yellow hair he detested. Qin's elder brother immediately spoke to my wife Dong Jingxue. Oh, Jingxue, the last time I saw you was the last time. You've changed so much now, I almost don't recognize you. Dong Jingxue just smiled faintly and responded to Qin Xiaoyan. The two didn't have much interaction and weren't very familiar. Instead, Qin Xiaojun was cheerfully introducing Lu Xing and his elder brother to each other. This is my elder brother, Qin Xiaoyan. Let me introduce you. This is my good brother, General Lu Xing from the Eastern Military Region, and also Jingshue's boyfriend. It was originally quite casual, but upon hearing that this young man, Lu Xing, was actually a general-level officer, Qin Xiaoyan's expression immediately turned serious, and he quickly extended his hand in greeting. Just then, another voice sounded from the side, as yellow hair tilted his head closer to Lu Xing and said disdainfully, What, Dong Jingshue's boyfriend? Just you this skinny dog. Dong Jingxue also recognized this person as Wang Yao. Yellow Hair kept questioning when Dong Jingxue got a boyfriend, only to be harshly rebuffed by Dong Jingxue. None of your damn business. None of my damn business? I've liked you for a whole 10 years. You say it's none of my business? At this, Qin Xiaojun couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, Wang Yao, are you crazy? So what if you like Dong Jingxue? She doesn't like you back. I most despise self-pitying simps like you who act as if she owes you something just because she doesn't like you. What's wrong with you? Did your brain get damaged after staying abroad for 20 years? Unable to win the argument, Yellow Hair rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight on the spot. Qin Xiaojun wasn't afraid of him either. Hey, come on. I'd like to see what skills you've learned abroad. The next moment, Qin Xiaoyan stepped in as a peacemaker, standing between them, then bowed to Lu Xing apologetically. After all, he was the one who brought Yellow Hair. Qin Xiuhe, hurry up and take General Lu inside. Yellow Hair was still unconvinced, but was stopped by Qin Xiaoyun's intervention. Unexpectedly, this made Yellow Hair so angry, he looked like the second emoji on your phone. General, what the hell is a general? I am a disciple of a martial saint. My master is the Rose Sword Saint of Evil Country. My senior brothers are all top-tier, 8th-level great grandmasters in the world. Saying this, Yellow Hair turned a call for reinforcements to back him up. Qin Xiaojun couldn't even hold this pig back. Damn, this idiot. He probably just came back from abroad and has no idea that you, Lu Xing, defeated Martial Saint Xiaojie. Now his head is hot, and he's definitely going to find people to make a scene. There absolutely cannot be a conflict here today. If we offend a god of war, none of our families can bear the consequences. Elder brother Qin Xiaoyan was also very sorry. He hadn't expected this to happen. Lu Xing, who had been watching the show for 2.5 minutes, finally spoke. If I had come here properly, this kind of trashy drama wouldn't have happened. He now finally understood what pomp and circumstance were for. They were for keeping idiots away. The sudden words stunned everyone. Dong Qingxue asked repeatedly, what do you mean by pomp and circumstance? Before she could finish, a finger pointed over. It's him. This kid dares to snatch my woman. Get him for me. Then, several burly men walked out from behind Yellow Hair. I'd like to see who's so blind as to dare bully our people. But the moment they saw Lu Xing, they were dumbfounded. Judging from the trembling and the smell of urine at the scene, it was clear they recognized Lu Xing. Without another word, they immediately fell to their knees with a thud, begging for mercy. Saint Lord, we're sorry. We didn't know it was you. This series of actions completely baffled Yellow Hair. He couldn't understand what this group of senior brothers was doing. Weren't we supposed to get revenge? Lu Xing quietly walked up to one of the burly men, and then said, I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm done pretending. As soon as his words fell, a dark golden lightning bolt coiled around Lu Xing's palm. In an instant, a tall, golden, illusory figure rapidly expanded behind him. Seeing this, Yellow Hair was instantly dumbfounded. What is this? Qin Xiaorong had seen a martial saint avatar before. Could this also be a Dharma avatar? Is that an avatar formed from his vital energy and blood? As he spoke, the avatar rapidly expanded. 10 meters, 100 meters. Soon the avatar had grown beyond 1,000 meters, but from the looks of it, it was still growing. Due to the rapid expansion, the others probably didn't even know to what extent this avatar had grown, their eyes filled with expressions of shock, fear, and panic. However, the few foreigners who knew Lu Xing's identity maintained their salute to Lu Xing. This avatar, piercing through the clouds, also startled the father-in-law and others inside the villa. They knew it was that person, that lord, the god of war. Ah, he has arrived. Qin Xiaojun, snapping back to his senses in shock, seemed to finally understand something. Lu Xing, so you're the god of war? After showing off, Lu Xing slowly descended in front of the still-shocked Dong Qingxue. Then, Lu Xing took Dong Qingxue's hand and said, actually, I wanted to tell you a long time ago, but I never found a suitable opportunity, and I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it. So that means my boyfriend is the god of war? Lu Xing looked at Dong Qingxue's shocked and silent expression, just about to explain, when at that very moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared before them with a whoosh. Dong Qingding, Wang Hadong, greetings, god of war. Seeing her father appear, Dong Qingxue recovered from her shock. Lu Xing really is the god of war. Oh my god. Looking at the extremely excited Dong Qingding, Lu Xing stepped forward and, exuding him an air of superiority, said, there's no need for this. Let's go inside and talk. This scene made the patriarchs of the neighboring Qing and Wang families grind their teeth in frustration. Old Dong actually has such an outstanding son-in-law. He's really taking off this time. He's so sought after, so young. The god of war is too young. Young, the one beside him. I remember her. She's the Dong family's daughter. Youth is good. The Dong family is going to make it big this time. Of course, where there's envy, there's bound to be jealousy. The Qing family's Yellow Hair was about to step forward and use a seduction technique. His family's daughter isn't exactly a celestial beauty. If she can catch the god of war's eye, I might be able to as well. Get out of my way. I'm going over. Instantly, the surrounding women all wanted to try their luck. My dear, see if you can become an accessory to the god of war. God of war. God of war. I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Seeing even a plain-looking woman joining the commotion, a nearby red hair couldn't help but speak. Are you kidding me? Sis, you're joining this too? How do you know if you don't try? The tastes of top-tier figures are hard to predict. Seeing the chaotic scene in front, Qin Xiaojun finally snapped out of his daze. Damn, Lu Xing, weren't you supposed to be general level? How did you become the god of war? Oh my, Lu Xing really always brings surprises. Taste it, taste it. Ah, awesome. Qin Xiaojun was ecstatic beyond words, looking at his elder brother's stunned expression. Qin Xiaojun proudly described himself as the god of war's good brother, while also not forgetting to mock his nemesis, Wang Yao. I apologize for always looking down on you before. You dared to compete with God of War Lu Xing for a woman, and even wanted to find people to beat up the God of War? Impressive. I'd call you the man with the most guts in Dragon Nation. As soon as his voice fell, Wang Yao was so scared that 10 of his diapers were wet. He frantically tried to explain the recent misunderstanding, but the next moment, he knelt down with a thud. It's over. It was so obvious just now. What's the point of explaining? 3 days later, a cruise ship sailed through the Eastern Sea. The young couple was leisurely sunbathing and enjoying their honeymoon. Lu Xing cherished this relaxing time with his lover. Saying this, Lu Xing slowly put down the lemon tea in his hand. He didn't know how long it had been since he last relaxed like this, nor when he could bring his family here to have fun. Hearing this, Dong Qingxiu walked over. Do you need me to send a helicopter to pick them up now? Lu Xing, however, said next time. Because he had another purpose for this trip, his gaze swept over a patch of sea ahead. Through his spiritual perception, he knew that what he wanted was down there. Saying this, Lu Xing once again put on his old battle armor from 82 and said that at the same spot. He would come out once every 7 days. The next moment, Dong Qingxiu very bravely stepped forward and hugged him, giving him a big hickey. I'll wait for you to come back. After saying goodbye, Lu Xing dove headfirst towards the seabed, 5,000 meters. Lu Xing reached 20,000 meters under the sea, touching the bottom. He quietly glanced at a nearby abyss. Although he had instructed the military to strengthen monitoring and detection of all major landmasses, he didn't know if they could find clues about the world-ending crisis. Ever since learning about a future planetary-level crisis, a heavy stone had always been weighing on Lu Xing's heart. There were still 8 years before it arrived. There wasn't much he could do at this stage. Or rather, even if he found the source of the crisis, he would likely be powerless for the time being. He could only deal with problems as they arose, as long as he was strong enough. He could calmly resolve any crisis, no matter what it was. Saying this, Lu Xing put down the energy crystals from his backpack, then sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Soon, the energy crystals floated up one after another in front of him. Then all of them revolved around Lu Xing. This was probably the limit of the Blue Star's seabed. Only here could Lu Xing withstand the greatest pressure, thereby tempering his martial body, spiritual power, and martial will to the extreme. After that, he could only wait for the arrival of those guiders. At that time, I will definitely use the pressure of those 10th level guiders to break through to the true 9th level martial saint realm in one go. In the period that followed, Lu Xing would come out once every 7 days to replenish his energy crystals. After this pressure, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, as if he had returned to being the Saint Lord in the coffin on Golden Ring Island. The star within his body grew stronger day by day, continuously approaching the true critical point. In the process of his strength skyrocketing, Lu Xing was also pondering a question. What did his true martial Tao avatar actually look like? Time flew by. 2.5 months passed in a flash. Meanwhile, in the Death God's domain desert of Lion Kingdom, all the martial saints were waiting respectfully. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke, "They're here." As his words fell, all the martial saints leant towards the front. The next moment, a golden pillar of light descended from the sky, and all the martial saints shouted in unison, "Respectfully welcome Lord Guider." A burly man with sharp features slowly emerged. With every step he took towards the desert in front, his life-giving aura made the desert vegetation flourish a little more. Everyone, long time no see, watching the halo above the guider's head rotate, Cumberland was very surprised. It seemed the guider's technology and strength had evolved again. Then, several cylindrical boxes flashed into existence above their heads. "Cumberland, the things you exchanged for last time are all here." Cumberland bowed in gratitude. "Verbal thanks are useless. You should show your sincerity with actions. Where are this time's energy crystals? Hurry up and take them out. Don't make me rush you every time." Hearing this, the martial saints looked at each other, stammering. The energy crystals. This time's energy crystals. We didn't manage to prepare them. As soon as the words fell, the grass that was full of life instantly withered. Cumberland was so scared his diaper was smoking. At that very moment, a domineering energy burst out from the guider. "What did you say? No energy crystals?" In his fury, the guider's pupils turned into triple pupils. The powerful guider descended upon the moral realm. But upon learning there were no energy crystals this time, an aura of death instantly erupted from him, scaring the martial saints' presence so much they almost wet themselves. Seeing the situation get out of control, Cumberland hurriedly knelt properly and said, "This time's energy crystal output exceeded last time's by more than 30%. The total amount is over 500 kilograms. Due to hearing this, the guider impatiently interrupted. "But what? Could it be you're holding back to give me a surprise?" Then, Cumberland used his spiritual to project the scene of Lushing at that time. It's not that we don't want to hand them over, but this time, all the energy crystal output was snatched away by someone. Please look at this. Familiar scenes replayed around them, and Lushing's imposing figure successfully caught the guider's attention, especially Lushing's last sentence. I am invincible in the mortal realm. Tell the guider to come find me himself to talk. After watching, the guider clapped his hands in approval. Truly amazing. I didn't expect that your tiny first-level resource star could produce such an interesting martial Dao figure. Didn't he ask me to find him? Then take me to him now. Very interesting. It seems this journey won't be too boring. Meanwhile, in the Kaisu village area of Dragon Nation, Tan Zhongyu, who was relaxing, suddenly felt a shiver and a surge of urine. This aura, the guider has descended. You, the invincible one in the mortal realm. This time you've encountered someone from the heavens. Will it be life or death and in another place? Within the Transcendence Martial Hall, a pair of exquisite jade feet slowly appeared in midair. This was naturally my wife, Lin Jingyue. At this moment, she was urging her daughter, Lin Wanwan, to get married. Lin Wanwan, who was currently massaging her mother's stinky feet, said she hadn't met anyone suitable. Given Lin Wanwan's current strength, she even had to use her full power just to massage her martial saint mother's feet. It seemed this job was not suitable for her. It would be better to leave it to that manga explained. Hearing her daughter say there was no one suitable, Lin Jingyue was very puzzled. Could it be that in her vast martial hall, there wasn't a single person her daughter found appealing? Lin Wanwan, however, said that those in the martial hall were like brothers and sisters who had watched her grow up. They were like family, so how could they date? As for those outside the martial hall, she had only been out a few times since she was a child and barely knew anyone from the outside world. Then Lin Jingyue asked, based on her recent outings, whom did she admire the most? Lin Wanwan touched her chin, thinking, if I had to say who I admire the most, it would naturally be Sister Qingshu's boyfriend, Lushing. After all, when Sister Qingshu was in danger back then, everyone thought she was dead. Only Lushing didn't give up and rushed in to save her. If I find a boyfriend in the future, I'll have to find someone like that. Currently, Lushing's most famous feat was single-handedly fighting all the martial saints at the World Sect Assembly, achieving invincibility in the mortal realm. But in Lin Wanwan's heart, the deepest impression was still the scene of him rescuing Dong Qingshu. So, seeing the joyful expression on Lin Wanwan's face when she talked about Lushing, Lin Jingyue instantly understood what she meant. Just then, Lin Jingyue's expression turned solemn. I'm going out for a bit. I don't know when I'll be back. Before her voice faded, she instantly disappeared from Lin Wanwan's sight. Now that the guider had descended, she had to take it seriously. She didn't know if Lushing had listened to her words last time. She had to go and see. In another A-level zone, the transformed Zhao Qi was fighting exotic beasts day and night. Fierce, too fierce, Zhao Qi fought with explosive intensity. This absurd scene stunned the surrounding martial artists. This kid is a damn maniac. He's risking his life to kill exotic beasts, as if he had a vendetta against exotic beasts from a previous life. At this moment, Zhao Qi was feeling that this god of war body refining technique was truly remarkable. Each practice session brought him different insights and help, truly worthy of being the person standing at the pinnacle of this world. The next moment, Zhao Qi paused. A strange feeling flashed through his mind, and he subconsciously uttered, "The guider has descended." Uffed. What the hell is a guider? Damn it, it's the memories of this body acting up again. Clear them. With that, he charged towards the group of exotic beasts in front of him again. The sooner I kill 10 million exotic beasts, the sooner I can return to my original world to avenge myself. The news of the guider's arrival spread rapidly the moment he reached Blue Star. Those martial saint-level powerhouses who hadn't rushed to the desert to welcome him all hurried towards Dragon Nation at the same time. At this moment, on the cruise ship in the Eastern Sea, Dong Jingxue always felt an uneasy feeling that prevented her from calming down. Before she could think much, the 2.5-meter-tall guider flashed and appeared behind her. "Little girl, do you know where Lushing is?" Hearing this, Dong Jingxue was scared and instantly turned and jumped back to create distance. She could feel that the person before her exuded an extreme sense of dread. The next moment, she noticed Tan Zhongyu behind the strange man, as well as Transcendence Martial Saint Lin Jingyue. If that's the case, then all these people should be martial saint-level figures, including an existence whom even martial saints must address as Lord. What are these high and mighty figures looking for Lushing for? The next moment, the guider asked why that young fellow Zhaoji hadn't come, but then suddenly remembered that Cumberland had told him he was killed. Cumberland continued, "That woman is Lushing's wife. Just by interrogating her, we will know Lushing's whereabouts, and thus find those energy crystals." Hearing this, Dong Jingxue felt a sense of foreboding. "I have to escape from here. I can't let them." Before she could finish her words, she found her body couldn't move. "A mere 6th level, and you want to escape in front of us? Aren't you a bit too naive?" Cumberland raised his hand from behind and restrained Dong Jingxue. But just then, a voice sounded in the sky. "Cumberland, you old scoundrel, looking at you. It seems I went too easy on you last time." The next moment, Cumberland was terrified because Lu Xing's figure was appearing right above him. However, Cumberland still felt that something was strange. That appearance was indeed Lu Xing, but it didn't feel like a physical entity. Rather, it had an ethereal, illusory sense. Could this be Lu Xing's spiritual power clone? Before he could finish thinking, Lu Xing's clone flashed in front of him, and with a single punch, sent Cumberland's figure flying hundreds of meters. Energy, along with the attack, whipped up 1,000-layered waves on the sea surface. But in that instant, Cumberland found his body was still standing in the same place. Could it be that my soul was sent flying? This scene directly scared the surrounding martial saint experts, so much their diapers were wet. Lu Xing's spiritual power clone, with just one punch, knocked Cumberland's martial doused soul out of his body. How is that different from being dead? Cumberland, whose soul was continuously dissipating outside, desperately shouted for the guider in front to save him. The next moment, a jade-like hand gently twirled, and as the guider waved his right hand again, Cumberland's soul, which was still flying far away, actually shot back towards his body with a whoosh. Soon, the soul and the physical body were reunited. He hadn't experienced this terrifying feeling of dying and coming back to life for who knows how many years. This time, he didn't dare to meddle or show off anymore, but the martial saints could see that Lu Xing's strength had increased again. He could even control the life and death of martial doused souls. Their so-called 9th-level divine bodies were simply a joke in front of him. The next moment, the guider slowly spoke. No wonder the 9th levels on this planet are like toys in your hands. You are indeed very good. You are the guider, right? Just as the guider was about to speak again, Lu Xing leaped up, raising a fist the size of a sandbag, and came before him. Try this. As Lu Xing's golden fist drew closer, the guider remained completely unfazed. Instead, a faint purple light emanated from his body. The next moment, the guider extended his index finger and tapped Lu Xing's forehead, creating a ripple, and then a starlight beam shot out. This force directly sent the spectating martial saints flying thousands of meters. That's right, this is pressure. Lu Xing met the difficulty head-on, and during the starlight attack, and with a final punch, broke through the starlight. But Guider still casually blocked Lu Xing's punch with his hand. Several more punches attacked, and each time, Guider casually extended 2 fingers and blocked Lu Xing's seemingly full-powered blow. Finally, finding it too boring, Guider's fingers changed into a fist, and a seemingly light blow repelled Lu Xing's chain of attacks. Guider looked at Lu Xing, who was clutching his chest in injury, with disdain, with such an arrogant attitude just now. Is this all you've got? As his words fell, a large vortex appeared on the sea, accompanied by Lu Xing's laughter drifting out from the vortex. Ah, how could that be? The warm-up is just over. The next second, Lu Xing's figure emerged from the vortex, floating in the air from the familiar starlight just now. Lu Xing could sense that this guider before him was the same one who had given Zhao Qi that killing move. That move back then had made him suffer quite a bit. Then, Lu Xing used a suction force to pull my wife Dong Qingxue over and instructed Dong Qingxue to leave this place first. After all, the upcoming battle here was not something a mere 6th level like her could watch. Lu Xing put his hands in his pockets, looking down with an air of arrogance, and said, "You want energy crystals, right?" Seeing Lu Xing take the initiative to speak, the guider also took the offered step down. After all, although he was strong, it wasn't worth wasting too much energy on such a small planet. Therefore, he asked Lu Xing to hand over about 400 kilograms, similar to previous years, and he wouldn't make a move, and Lu Xing would remain the sole supreme being on this planet. As soon as these words were spoken, the martial saints behind him were all bewildered. The guider's attitude towards Lu Xing, is this right? It feels like he's not pursuing Lu Xing's rule-breaking at all, but rather seems to admire him. Damn it, now we'll all be forever inferior. Hearing this, Lu Xing looked disdainful, saying he never had the habit of being persuaded by just a few words. You come and kill me, then all the energy crystals will be yours. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the surrounding martial saints twisted again. Thinking Lu Xing was simply insane, Lord Guider had already been so accommodating, even making concessions, not only letting bygones be bygones, but also only asking for 400 kilograms of energy crystals, not even 90% of the usual amount. Yet, just when they thought this immense favor had been given to Lu Xing actually stomped on it fiercely. Hearing this, the guider was also very puzzled and immediately reconfirmed with the weak human before him, only to be rebuffed by Lu Xing again. What the FK are you cultivating, some kind of sissy martial Tao? Why are you so fussy about a fight? This cry of sissy martial Tao echoed continuously over the sea. Sissy. The guider was enraged. Sissy. This was the first time he had been insulted like this. This brat must not be allowed to live. However, from an audience's perspective, it was indeed too draggy. That sissy remark was well deserved. Wow. He's so daring to say that. For someone from a low-level civilized planet to point at a godlike figure and call him a sissy, anger made the guider grit his teeth. Angry, so angry, the guider was furious beyond words. The veins on his hands bulged rapidly, and dark purple energy continuously gathered in his palm. This punch was probably going to knock the crap out of Lu Xing. As the energy intensified, exotic beasts in the deep sea fled in all directions. The Earth's crust and volcanoes began to erupt, and the sky filled with lightning, as if this place had become a living hell. This scene scared the distant fishermen out of their wits, thinking the Dragon King was enraged, and they immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Cumberland and the others were stunned, looking at the scene above. A 9th level can communicate with heaven and earth, but to cause such a large-scale shift in the momentum of heaven and earth with a single thought is simply impossible. This has already surpassed the scope of a planet's strongest, reaching the level of the starry sky. Dong Qingxue, far from the battlefield, looked back at the scene behind her, her heart very uneasy. But if she stayed there, she would only be a burden. Finally, the power of heaven and earth completely permeated the guider's body, as if his body had become a bottomless pit, a medium through which consciousness could control all the power of heaven and earth. Such an imposing scene made the martial saint experts below wet their pants in fear. However, Lu Xing's expression remained calm. "Is this all you've got, sissy?" As soon as these words were spoken, the guider's face turned blacker than if he had eaten 500 caddies of crap. Anger distorted his features. "Brat, you deserve to be punished." With a whoosh, the guider disappeared from his spot, appearing in front of Lu Xing the next second. Saying this, the guider once again extended 2 fingers, and soon, under the convergence of dark purple energy, his fingers transformed into blades, stabbing fiercely towards Lu Xing's chest. Instantly, a domineering energy pierced through Lu Xing's body, crushing his internal organs in an extremely short time. At this moment, the painful sensation of being crushed made Lu Xing roar in agony. Seeing Lu Xing defeated, the spectating martial saints now had their diapers dripping wet. This 10th level, this is the true strength of a 10th level expert. Even the pinnacle of humanity has no power to resist such strength. He'll be beaten into a pile-off, minced meat/pulpy flesh. In an instant, the guider muttered, looking at the energy still lingering on his fingers. "Truly foolish. Now you should know the gap between us." And Lu Xing in front, although not pulverized by this domineering attack, looked like he had become a dried piece of charcoal. However, this seemingly dead piece of charcoal spoke again. "Not bad, sissy. I'm starting to believe you're not a sissy now." Lu Xing was blasted into charcoal by the guider's punch. Everyone thought it would be impressive if Lu Xing could even keep his corpse intact under such a powerful blow. But who knew that Lu Xing's charred body would emit a dazzling purple light, and the black charcoal would fall off him? Your massage technique is not bad, but if this is all you've got, then it's still too light. The next moment, a surging aura erupted from Lu Xing's entire body, and various techniques suddenly burst forth. This fully colored aura directly outshone the guider's previous aura. Then, Lu Xing raised his fist and charged at the guider. "Let me show you what a real blow is." The guider was shocked by Lu Xing's lightning-fast move. But by now, Lu Xing's sandbag-sized fist was already heading for the guider's pig-like head. Taste the power of an Earth native. Lu Xing shot out a stellar force. The explosive energy, like a steel blade, pierced through everything in front. Fortunately, the guider reacted in time and instantly put up a defense. Soon, a layer of purple turtle pattern defense blocked Lu Xing's fist. However, this so-called absolute defense in the eyes of martial saints only lasted for 2.5 seconds before shattering. Finally, Lu Xing punched the guider in the chest, sending him flying thousands of meters. It wasn't until the guider shook himself a few times that he slowly regained his footing. He couldn't believe that a native of this planet possessed such powerful strength. However, the overly excited Lu Xing gave the guider no chance to be bewildered. How exhilarating this is. Now that all the divine fire is ignited, burning 365 immoral cells, even Lu Xing himself can hardly control this power. He had been looking forward to this battle for too long. What is the most painful thing in the world? It's being lonely at the top. It's having no opponent. With that, Lu Xing still threw 3,600 punches at the guider. Exhilarating. No matter how strong a martial artist is, they still need to find a suitable punching bag. In the distance, the energy of heaven and earth blasted in all directions, scaring the spectating martial saint experts so much their diapers were wet. He actually suppressed Lord Guider. Amazing. Lu Xing used less than half his strength when dealing with us before. Tan Zhongyu also chimed in. This power has already exceeded the limits of our imagination. If any of these punches landed on us, there would be no second outcome. Only hearing himself call the punching bag, the guider's face turned ashen. Angry. Too angry. The guider was furious beyond words. Saying this, the guider shouted loudly, and a terrifying energy burst outward from him as the center. Lu Xing was also pushed back several meters by this force. At this moment, the guider seemed to have noticed something. He had always thought Lu Xing had accidentally reached the 10th level threshold, but it turned out he wasn't even 9th level, but had only reached the limit of the 8th level. If he was 8th level, it's impossible to possess such powerful strength. This person is a transcendent life form. Hearing this, the surrounding martial saints were once again shocked. They never expected this little demon to be only 8th level. And what kind of heaven-defying thing was this transcendent life form they had just heard about? That's right, you are definitely a transcendent life form. Otherwise, how could an 8th level possess such terrifying strength? I didn't expect that a small resource star could give birth to a starry sky treasure level figure like you. Hearing this, Lu Xing immediately asked the guider, "What the hell is this transcendent life form?" The guider explained that this constitution was a leap in the innate life level, a sublimation of genes, a super treasure bestowed by the starry universe. The more Lu Xing listened, the more confused he became. But he could roughly guess that he was referring to Lu Xing's eternal star indestructible body. After all, the moment the eternal star indestructible body was born, his life level had already evolved, completely stepping into another level, and the immortal cells were constantly raising this new level. Hearing Lu Xing not denying his guess, the guider's mouth grinned like a fool and said he didn't want this time's energy crystals either. Lu Xing could keep them. Lu Xing, this person, had to go with him. Lu Xing asked blankly where they were going. Lu Xing felt the guider's fighting spirit completely disappear. "My fighting spirit that I finally managed to ignite." The guider told Lu Xing it was naturally to a wider heaven and earth because this planet could no longer accommodate him. "You're not going to tell me that you've never dreamed of a sea of stars, are you?" While he was getting excited, Lu Xing raised his hand to silence him. "Everything has to wait until after this fight." Saying this, Lu Xing raised his fist again and gathered his power. The guider instantly understood. Lu Xing lacked pressure. Indeed, the foundation of a transcendent life form is too profound, billions of times that of an ordinary person. The higher you go, the harder it is to break through. With that, the guider's body slowly rose. You need the stimulation of pressure, and this planet cannot even provide the pressure for you to break through to the 9th level. As he spoke, a purple energy like a vortex began to condense around the guider. "I will give you pressure now, plus those energy crystals I gave you. You owe me twice. You'll have to repay me well in the future." As the purple light continued to gather, a new form with ox horns finally appeared in front. Lu Xing, and at this moment, this physique, the size of a normal person, slowly descended towards Lu Xing. This was also his final form. This series of transformations stunned Lu Xing. "What the hell? Is this a trap? Crossdresser?" The next moment, Lanjin once again raised his index finger and gathered starlight. "Be careful. I will show you the true strength of a 10th level." Hearing this, Lu Xing charged forward with extreme excitement. "Come on, hit me as hard as you can. Try to kill me." Soon, a ripple formed by the power of the starry sky, like a meteorite explosion, enveloped Lu Xing. The speed was so fast, the range so wide, that Lu Xing was instantly rooted to the spot. Lu Xing also quickly adopted a defensive stance. However, what followed was no attack at all. Just as Lu Xing was puzzled, his entire body's energy leaked out, and he appeared in a starry sky. Lu Xing's finger had only tapped lightly, but that single finger actually caused Lu Xing to immediately condense a massive amount of heaven and earth's momentum. This feeling was completely different from how a 9th level martial saint would grab and smash people. He now felt very solid and heavy. His realm and skill were 100 times more ingenious. Lu Xing understood. This was an inheritance, and also the true essence of the 10th level. Saying this, Lu Xing grinned. He knew the opponent wanted to directly crush him with the power of a 10th level realm, but Lu Xing loved this kind of head-on collision. In order for Lu Xing to feel pressure and break through to the 9th level, the guider used his strongest form to fight Lu Xing with all his might. In an instant, 2 streams of red and blue energy exploded in space. Martial artists with slightly weaker strength could only see a few after images. The battle between 2 experts with true 10th level combat power, even 9th level martial saints couldn't get closed by half a step. Every collision between the two was like a small asteroid impact. The violent explosions and chaos seemed to tear space itself apart. Exhilarating, exhilarating. Lu Xing had never had such a joyful martial doubt collision. At this moment, his entire body once again erupted with golden light. In return, Lu Xing invites him to appreciate the 5th season of Antiquity, an 11th level fist technique martial art. This was Lu Xing's newly integrated 5 seasons fist technique. Feeling the fist and 10 in front, which was like the sun, Lan Jun was very shocked. "This is the skill of the 5 realms? Haha, this kid actually has such advanced martial bell attainments." Coming to Azure Planet, this time was truly like digging up treasure. Soon, Lan Jun's entire body was covered in countless blue lightning bolts. In an instant, the two collided with full force again. However, under the starry sky rules of the 5 realms, the ground of space began to tremble slightly. The sea area of several hundred kilometers around completely turned into a scene of purgatory. And at this moment, Dong Qingxue, watching from the distant coast, was extremely worried. She had never heard of such a heaven and earth phenomenon. She didn't know if Lu Sun could defeat that guider. But she had to go over now. Even if she died, she wanted to die with her beloved. But just then, a jade hand rested on Dong Qingxue's shoulder. Turning around, she saw it was my wife, Lin Jingyue. Lin Jingyue told her not to go over and die. Even martial saints like them didn't dare to approach that battlefield now. Even so, I can't just watch him face it alone. If we die together. Hearing this, Lin Jingyue chuckled. "I finally know why Lu Xing fell for you. Don't worry, Lu Xing will be fine." He made an agreement with the guider. Right now, he's actually helping Lu Xing break through. Not disturbing him is the greatest help you can give him. As she spoke, several more figures landed behind them. Cumberland spoke first. That's right. Lushing has already gained Lord Guider's approval. We just need to wait here. The King of Azure Planet appears. Suddenly, there was too much information for Dong Qingxue, this 6th level rookie, to absorb. But as long as she hadn't seen Lushing, the worry in her heart would not subside. Finally, after 86 rounds, the Guider retreated and pulled away. Lushing, however, was far from satisfied, shouting for the other to come again. However, Lanjin stopped him, saying he wouldn't fight anymore. Look around you carefully. If we continue fighting, the heaven and earth momentum and cosmic energy in this area will be completely chaotic, and it will also injure this planet. An ordinary planet simply cannot withstand power above the 10th level. You don't want your home planet to be damaged, do you? After pondering for a moment, Lushing, though still wanting more, had no choice but to stop. It seems I won't be able to break through on Azure Planet. You are truly excellent. Lanjun felt that a warrior like Lushing was destined for the starry sky and battlefields, so he asked Lushing if he had considered it well. When would he leave with him? Lushing, however, said there was no rush. After all, he hadn't said proper goodbyes to his family and everyone. Lanjun was very helpless. I'm anxious for you. You are a transcendent life form yourself. The speed of your breakthroughs is far more difficult than for ordinary people, and this planet can't even help you break through to the 9th level, let alone after the 9th level. Saying this, he pulled a communicator out from under his crotch and threw it to Lushing. If Lushing wanted to stay here and enjoy a few years, it didn't matter. When the time came, Lushing could use this communicator to contact him, and he would come pick him up. So Lanjun had given Lushing enough time to consider. This communicator could cover a range of up to 200 light years. However, Lushing was very curious about where he had taken this thing out from. Is it a spatial storage item? Lanjun chuckled, saying Lushing knew quite a lot. He told Lushing not to covet the one he had, but there were several similar spatial items on Azure Planet that Lushing could go for. As he spoke, Lanjun headed towards the spaceship passage. It was time for him to leave this place as well. He told Lushing that he must contact him within 10 years, and before contacting him, it would be best if he had already advanced to the 9th level. Also, he couldn't give Lushing the next share of energy crystals. After all, he also had tasks assigned by his superiors. Finally, Lushing, don't forget, you still owe me 3 favors in total. A what? 3. Could it be that this PP device counts as 1 too? Is this guy so calculative? Saying this, Lushing curiously pressed the machine. Instantly, a projection of Lanjun appeared above the communicator. What's up, Lushing kid? Changed your mind so quickly? Shall I turn back and pick you up now? No, I'm just testing if this thing works. Once the energy is depleted, you'll just have to wait honestly for 10 years. Feel free to test it as much as you like. You're welcome to chat anytime. As his voice fell, the Guider's projection disappeared again. Speaking of which, this heaven and earth was already incredibly chaotic. Relying on the planet's self-recovery ability would probably take a very long time. Although this chaos was nothing to the planet itself, it was a devastating disaster for the life on the planet. He didn't know if the world-ending crisis described in the dream space was merely a star-level expert he couldn't defeat, or a terrifying great power truly capable of destroying stars. Both could end the world, but their strengths were entirely different concepts. Soon, the crowd behind them also flew to this place again, and my wife Dong Qingxue was the first to enter Lushing's arms, madly wiping her nose on Lushing's shoulder. Lushing was also very grateful to Lin Jingyue for stopping Dong Qingxue just now. He was terribly nervous when he saw Dong Qingxue about to rush over. Saying this, Lushing asked the martial saints to restore the surrounding battlefield to its original state. That would at least be a bit faster. Cumberland now felt the terrifying power just by getting close. However, Lushing still asked Dong Qingxue to go back and wait for him first. He was now just 1 step away from the 9th level. He had gained some enlightenment from the battle with the Guider just now, and he had to immediately go into seclusion to break through to the 9th level. With that, Dong Qingxue could only leave reluctantly. Finally, Lushing called my wife Lin Jingyue over and said that there was a very important matter he needed her to do later. With that, Lushing slowly raised his hand, then extended a finger and injected a stream of spiritual power into Lin Jingyue's mind. In an instant, many map coordinates appeared in Lin Jingyue's consciousness. It turned out these points were all the current energy crystal distribution maps on Azure Planet, and the ones after that were dense gold or resource points. I'll have to trouble Transcendence, Martial Saint, to make a few more trips. Help me collect all the energy crystals as much as possible. Don't worry, I won't let you do it for free. You can keep a portion. Lin Jingyue said she would definitely not betray Lushing's trust. She never expected Azure Planet to have such a large reserve of energy crystals. She also didn't know how Lushing knew about it. This was something even the Guider didn't know, but this wasn't something she needed to think much about now, since Lushing couldn't trust such a matter to her. Did this mean she was considered one of his own people? By handing over the resource distribution map, Lushing was also benefiting the entire planet. After all, he was about to leave Azure Planet soon. These resources were just hidden underground anyway. Before going into seclusion, Lushing naturally wanted to be intimate with his wife. This sudden proactive sight of his stunned my wife Dong Jingyue. After explaining everything, Lu Xing once again dived into the deepest part of the sea, leaving only a flushed Dong Jingyue, who had been teased, alone on the spot, feeling aroused. Lu Xing is really getting stronger and stronger. I need to work hard too. At this moment, 20,000 meters below the sea, Lu Xing's entire body was suffused with a blue aura compared to before his battle with Lan Jun. Lu Xing's current strength had at least doubled. The foundation for advancing from 8th to 9th level was already incredibly solid. If he truly advanced to the 9th level, Lu Xing felt his overall strength would undergo an indescribable transformation. His spiritual power and martial body had already fused. The next step was to integrate his martial will, and then create a unique martial Tao imprint avatar. As the power of Wulum Lu Xing's fist continuously compressed and condensed, a vortex of lightning formed around him in the seabed. He could feel his true avatar about to manifest. With the complete Tao as the foundation, and all other Das as support, Avatar arise as his voice fell. A vortex connected from the seabed to the sea surface, and within this vortex were mixed many wills and powers. Ultimately, all the powers and wills formed a tall, virtual avatar, feeling the current tremor of heaven and earth, like the end of the world. The martial saints were once again terrified. Recently, there had been many unusual things that broke their understanding. After everyone calmed down, they sensed that the power of heaven and earth was currently being mobilized in a massive way. This was a situation where someone was breaking through to the 9th level. But even though that was the case, when they broke through to Martial Saint before, it only caused a phenomenon within a 100-meter range. So, to be able to cause such a large-scale heaven and earth phenomenon when breaking through to the 9th level, it could probably only be Lu Xing. Hearing this, the martial saints felt it was very reasonable. That was the only explanation. However, they should probably clean up this place quickly now. They weren't qualified to deal with other matters. After all, this group of martial saints now could only act as advanced ocean cleaners. Lu Xing, on the other side, had been in a state of condensation/focus for several full minutes. His will had almost completely merged with his power. What's coming? Lu Xing finally felt this breakthrough sensation with a furious roar from Lu Xing. The purple energy behind him began to rapidly expand, and a tall avatar immediately appeared behind him. However, just as the avatar was about to expand rapidly, the next moment, it surprisingly dissipated. Lu Xing was dumbfounded, not understanding why it failed, when everything was clearly ready. With that, he roared again and condensed his will and power. He wanted to try again, but soon, it was the same old story, a repeat of the failure. Seeing this, Lu Xing, not getting up, continued to condense. He refused to believe that with his current solid foundation, he couldn't break through to a mere 9th level. However, after 9983 repetitions, it still ended in failure. Why? Why isn't it working? Which part went wrong? His martial Tao imprint, his martial Tao avatar, was entirely sketched according to his martial Tao will. Why? Why did it fail? These past few days, Lu Xing had been constantly trying and thinking, plus, his entire being was in the 3rd level of the state of clarity. His mental activity hundreds of times greater than that of an ordinary person, continuously organizing and combing through all his learnings, peeling back layers, tracing to the source. From the very first enlightenment to the final breakthrough in will development, he had done every step reasonably and correctly. The next moment, Lu Xing's eyes snapped open, because he finally knew the root of the problem. In his complete martial path, the martial Tao as it accommodated grew more numerous and stronger. The original framework was no longer sufficient. It was already close to its limit. After the martial Tao will transformed into an avatar, this limit was directly broken. It couldn't even form a complete circle. It was like a plate originally meant to hold apples. Stacking apples one by one could still barely fit. But now the apples were replaced with watermelons, so the original plate collapsed to advance to the 9th level with the complete martial path. He had to conceive a stronger, larger framework to carry those Taoists that were about to transform to the 9th level. Ultimately, his foundation was too shallow, his accumulation insufficient, and his ambition too great. How could an unprecedented Tao be so easily created by him? Obviously, along the way, he had the support of 3 major 11th level techniques and the groundwork laid by numerous 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th level Taoists. It could be said to be smooth sailing. Now he was truly beginning to try to walk his own path, and it was an unparalleled path. Envisioned to surpass the 11th level, aiming for the 12th, 13th, and even higher Taoists. What should he do? The next moment, a voice sounded in Lu Xing's mind, quick, dreamscape of. However, Lu Xing looked left and right, but saw no one. Lu Xing was very curious. What exactly was summoning him? Could it be that his ability to enter the dreamscape was all due to this thing's existence? But since they had been together for so long, it probably wouldn't harm him. There was no harm in going in to see. With that, Lu Xing closed his eyes and entered the dreamscape. However, this time, Lu Xing did not arrive at the base, but rather in a cosmic starry sky. Lu Xing warily looked around. In front, in the cosmos, there was a gray planet. Lucian continuously approached the planet. So it's a small planet, somewhat like the little planet in The Little Prince. If a small house were to appear before my eyes right now, as his voice fell, just as Lucian landed on the surface of the small planet, a house with a courtyard suddenly appeared in front. Lucian called out as he pushed the door and entered. Judging from the style of his courtyard, it was Chinese style. The next moment, Lucian's eyes narrowed because 3 men suddenly appeared in front of him, playing chess. Who are they? How did they appear here instantly? Could it be that my ability to enter the dreamscape is their doing? Seeing Lucian appear, the man's hand, about to place a chess piece, slowly stopped. The yellow-haired man spoke first. "You're here? Come, sit down quickly." Hearing this, Lucian's chrysanthemum tightened. Before Lucian could recover from his shock, his body was already on the stool. Lucian swallowed and said, "Although I don't know you seniors, the aura emanating from you and the natural breathing method constantly circulating within my body tell me. You are Yang Ijo, you are Wang Yi, and you are Duan Yifeng." Duan Yifeng chuckled and told Lucian to sit tight and not rush. For now, he should play a game of chess with them first. Meanwhile, in another part of the universe, Guider was piloting his spaceship, preparing to return. He was leisurely sitting in front of the screen, reviewing his battle with Lucian. What Lucian used just now was a 5-realm fist technique. It was indeed a 5-realm fist technique. 5-realm martial arts are also called rule-based martial arts. This kid has already touched upon the operating laws of the starry universe. Just based on this point alone, Lucian can get a qualification certificate to enter the Celestial Battlefield Academy. Not to mention, he also has a transcendent life form constitution. I just don't know what level his constitution is. Lan Zhen remembered that there had been instances in the Yamastar zone of a 9th level fighting at 10th level. The genius who accomplished this feat was named Orland, who became famous in one battle, and was later accepted by the Celestial Academy. The transcendent life form detected in the end was of transcendent level 9th grade. Then Lucian is more than that. 8th level fighting 10th level is already transcendent grade. What about 8th level fighting 10th level? Morning star grade or radiant moon grade? Although it can't be calculated so crudely, it definitely won't be low. It's highly possible he's morning star grade. Plus, he has already comprehended 5-realm rule-based martial arts. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, entering the 11th level is almost a certainty. He might even have a chance to reach the 12th level. How many 12th level great figures are there in my star zone? Each one is renowned and extremely terrifying. Lan Zhen can't even see them by looking up. As he spoke, Lan Zhen jumped up excitedly. This time, I've really struck old. Who would have thought that this official trip could unearth such an amazing genius? Moreover, Lucian still owes him 3 favors. In time, that will be 3 exclusive planets. How wonderful. Just then, a video call came through. Seeing this, Lan Zhen was just about to share the good news about Lucian, but Zhao Lin on the other side interrupted. We'll talk about that later. I have something urgent to ask you. Did you encounter any star pirate ships on this trip? Lan Zhen was dumbfounded. Star pirate ships? Are you saying there are star pirates in this part of the sky? Several resource stars in the neighboring star zone have already been plundered, their star veins emptied, and a large number of native planetary experts have been turned into slaves and sold. Hearing this, Lan Zhen was furious. These damn thieves. Star pirates are locusts roaming the starry sky. Wherever they pass, a planet will be devastated. It's not just a resource problem. It will also cause the defense lines of the exotic beast battlefields to collapse. In short, not only do they rob and run, they also leave a mess behind. This group of star pirates is the most vicious Red Ice star pirate gang in the Yamo Star Zone in the last 100 years. Originally, the gang had 12 members. 7 were killed or captured. Now only the leader, Red Eye, and 4 subordinates are still at large. All 5 are 10th level or above in strength. The leader, Red Eye, is even a peak 10th level expert. Very difficult to deal with. Their operational trajectory is heading your way. Towards me, Lan Zhen was panicking, according to the direction Zhao Lin just pointed. That was where Lucian's planet was. Meanwhile, on another spaceship, currently in the ship's internal natural space, several pirates were leisurely eating lunch. Then the leader spoke, saying he received news yesterday that the price of ordinary slaves had dropped by 30% recently. There was no need to keep those captured ordinary people. Transporting them back and forth would be a loss. He told Du Xia, Poison Scorpion, to go and pick out some good-looking ones. The rest would be treated as waste, since the star police of the AMU Star Zone had been eyeing them recently. They were planning to keep a low profile for now. As his words fell, the leader projected models of a group of planets behind him, letting each subordinate pick one. This would be their last heist before going home. An Azure planet was chosen by the white-haired man. He felt that 828462 Azure planet had a beautiful name, and it suited him well. Lucian arrived in a cosmic space through a dream, where he met his dream mentors. The 3 mentors asked Lucian to play chess with them. Lucian said he didn't know how. The red-haired man seemingly told Lucian he would know if he tried. As his words fell, Lucian picked up a black chess piece in his hand. But just as he was about to place it, his head suddenly buzzed, and the planets around Lucian instantly disappeared. The few of them suddenly arrived in a starry sky. Space has collapsed. Rather than collapsed, it's more like Lu Xing has entered a deeper level of the world. Lu Xing stared intently at the dazzling front, only to see that all the chess pieces from just now had turned into scorching suns. Then, a firebird appeared around the sun, and the firebird was eating flames. It can devour the sun. Is this the divine beast, the three-legged golden crow? Hearing this, Wang Yi was very impressed. You can even recognize this as the three-legged golden crow. You are indeed qualified to sit here. Just as Lu Xing was about to ask what kind of chess this was, Wang Yi said this chess was called Dao Enlightenment Chess, the Sun God's domain, filled with golden crows. This is his, Wang Yi's, Dao, pointing to the 15th level. Lu Xing was shocked. 15th level? He had always thought Yang Yizhou and the others were at the 11th level. Yang Yizhou smiled and said, "Summer insects cannot speak of ice." It's truly so. Lu Xing's understanding of Wang Yi only went up to the moment of the destruction of base 1359, 10,000 years in the future. But who said Wang Yi had died in these 10,000 years of martial Dao? No one had said that, so that's how it is. After Lu Xing received the 11th level inheritances from everyone, he subconsciously thought they were all pursuing the 12th level Dao. But in fact, given their cultivation levels, they hadn't perished along with Azure Planet at all, but had stepped into a new world. This was like Lu Xing's high school classmates thinking Lu Xing was still in college. But the fact was, he was about to break through to the 9th level. Then, Duan Yifeng placed a black chess piece, and instantly, a crystal world bloomed around them. He chuckled at Lu Xing and said, "This is my crystal god's domain," also pointing to the 15th level, and it's much stronger than that sun god's domain. Hearing this, Wang Yi, beside him, was displeased. "On what basis do you say the crystal god's domain is stronger than my sun god's domain? My Dao was once praised by the Lord of the Celestial Expanse star region, peerless in the universe." Duan Yifeng immediately retorted, "And when have I not been praised by the Lord of the Celestial Expanse star region? No one in the universe can surpass it." Saying this, the two old men were about to fight on the spot. "You stole the snacks I had last time, didn't you? Come on, who's afraid of whom? I didn't steal my tea." With that, the two each held a chess piece, and with every breath, countless golden crows and countless crystal beings shattered and died. This was a clash between 15th level Taoists, a battle between mythological creatures and legendary beings. This scene could shock Lu Xing for a whole year. In all of this, Lu Xing could only watch blankly from where he stood. Just then, Yang Yizhou asked Lu Xing to try as well, but Lu Xing said he didn't know how to play chess. However, even if he did, he wouldn't dare. His martial Dao, compared to these great powers, was like children playing with mud, too shameful to be seen. Yang Yizhou said no one is born knowing how. Everyone starts as a beginner. I believe you can do very well. That's what you say, but what should he create? What should be the first step? His complete martial path, to put it nicely, is all-encompassing. To put it bluntly, it's mixed and disorderly. It has everything, but nothing representative. The overall average means he has nothing to show that can compete with the opponent. It was fine against ordinary martial artists, but when faced with these true great powers, Lu Xing finally showed his true colors. Yang Yizhou told Lu Xing not to belittle himself, and at the same time asked him how he did it when he first came into contact with martial Dao. Lu Xing recalled when he first started. At that time, he learned the 24 forms of national body refining from his teacher, and then he learned the broadcast gymnastics, the rising sun. This is Lu Xing instantly understood. It's imitation. All creation starts from imitation. He didn't know what the first step should be, didn't know what he wanted to do. Let's start by imitating how others do it. At this time, Wang He and Duan Yifeng were fighting at their peak, their pieces flying. No one noticed what Lu Xing was doing in the corner. Lu Xing, taking advantage of Wang He's distraction, secretly plucked a small star from the edge of his sun god's domain. To study and ponder carefully, Wang He glanced sideways at Lu Xing. Lu Xing quickly hid his hand behind his back. "I didn't do anything. Don't look at me." Wang He snorted lightly and didn't pursue the matter. Lu Xing, however, was secretly laughing on the side. He carefully observed the star in his hand. So this is how it's constructed. At this moment, he felt his understanding and insight into the eternal star technique had increased by an unknown number of times. If he returned to reality now, Lu Xing's eternal star-indestructible body would probably undergo a new transformation, but he couldn't bother with that now. He immediately started rubbing. Lu Xing tried back and forth in the void, and after an unknown amount of tinkering, a small star was finally born. But its tiny light wasn't even 1% of the smallest star in Wang He's sun god's domain. Lu Xing, however, was extremely excited because this was his first creation. This was a real star. He succeeded. Lu Xing excitedly thanked the senior in front of him because Lu Xing had also finally discovered the true identity of the man behind him. Whether it's Yang Yizhou or not, let's not say first, but he definitely has another identity. The man grinned, telling him to guess, to grasp the key with just a few words. As powerful as an abyss yet with such a calm aura, you are the lord of the Celestial Expanse star region, right? The man remained silent, but the corners of his raised lips said everything. Yang Yizhou smiled, and said Lushing had only guessed half right. Yang Ijo himself, like the natural breathing method he created, carried a thick, inscrutable air. Lushing couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. Focusing on the current opportunity was better. If he didn't grasp this good fortune well, he would truly be a fool. After gaining experience and insight from creating the first star, Lushing's process of creating the second one immediately became much smoother. The second one appeared more perfection, its fire brighter, already comparable to 1/10 of the smallest star in Wang Yi's sun god's domain. Then, Lushing began to create the third, fourth, and fifth. As he became more adept, Lushing's understanding of star construction also deepened. This was an indescribably novel experience, because in reality, it was impossible to dissect a star for study and research, so he could feel that his understanding of the Tao of stars in his mind was skyrocketing like a rocket. The star meridian map Lushing had previously constructed was truly too naive, as stars were born one after another from Lushing's hands. Finally, an incredibly dazzling star was perfectly displayed. This star transcended all of Lushing's previous creations, almost reaching Wang Yi's ordinary standard, and even emitted life fluctuations. The next moment, the surface shell of the star in Lushing's hand cracked open, and then a fire phoenix hatched from the star, its sharp beak devouring the surrounding stellar fire. And after devouring, the fire phoenix actually began to grow slowly, then landed directly on Lushing's shoulder. At this moment, the person and the beast looked at each other, as if there was a sense of destiny and mutual appreciation. Just then, Yang Ijo's laughter rang out from behind. He laughingly asked Lushing, "Is martial Tao much more interesting than you imagined?" Lushing almost blurted out the word teacher. Throughout his journey, he had never had someone teach him so patiently like now. He had always fumbled forward alone, with no one to confide in during hardships, and no one to share joy with. Now, this Yang Ijo gave him the feeling of a respected teacher, which was unexpectedly nice. Yang Ijo told Lushing to try other things. The next second, a crystal sphere instantly appeared before Lushing. Duan Yifeng turned his face to Lushing and smiled. "Just take it." With that, Lushing's hand slowly reached for the crystal sphere. Lushing had also pretty much figured out the relationship between the three of them. Wang He and Duan Yifeng were of equal status, while Yang Ijo was more transcendent. But Yang Ijo said Lushing had only guessed half right. What was the other half then? Regardless, Yang Ijo definitely had a close relationship with that lord of the celestial expanse region. He was the one with the truly significant background, and Wang He and Duan Yifeng seemed more like those who had climbed up from the bottom step by step. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe that a small planet could produce 3 geniuses of 15th level or above in one go. If it was said that a senior expert had mentored them, then everything could be explained. Anyway, the truth was close at hand. Lushing didn't need to bother guessing. He just had to wait step by step for them to reveal it. While thinking, the crystal body in Lushing's hand was also slowly condensing. Meanwhile, in Lion Kingdom, a father was teaching his child body refining techniques. "Keep going, Albert. Just one more set. Success is waiting at you." After a series of shouts, the little boy collapsed to the ground, exhausted, while also marveling at how effective these few movements taught by his father were, a world of difference from his previous body refining techniques. The father explained that this set of body refining techniques came from Dragon Nation, called the God of War Body Refining Technique, created by the God of War of Dragon Nation. It was already being trialed for full-scale promotion in Dragon Nation to completely replace the old version of body refining techniques, although the higher-ups in Lion Kingdom could secretly obtain the full set. Ordinary people could only purchase the first few movements at a high price. Upon hearing this, the little boy asked his father to immigrate to Dragon Nation together so they could learn the full set of body refining techniques for free. The father also thought it was feasible. With the God of War body refining technique, Dragon Nation would surely become the #1 superpower in the future. It would be difficult to get a green card then. However, just as they were discussing and preparing to act, a spaceship in front caught the boys' attention because it was a flying vehicle they had never seen before. And on top of the huge flying vehicle above, several smaller flying vehicles emerged. This scene stunned the father and son. So there really are spaceships, so science fiction movies are real. Space aliens really exist. However, the father felt something was wrong before his voice faded. The flying vehicles in the sky emitted rapid energy beams. They began to indiscriminately bombard the planet, enjoying the pleasure of this hunt. It turned out that a few minutes earlier, above the spaceship, several members of a space pirate crew had started a betting game. The rule was that the person who was fastest and reaped the most this trip would get 10% of the final harvest from the other two, and there were a total of 3 members who came to conquer Blue Star this time. They had all agreed to this hunting game to prevent the loser from reneging on the bet later. They even sent their chat records to their boss as proof. This planet is truly beautiful. What a pity. Space pirate experts descended on Blue Star as explosive energies bombarded the ground one after another. Humanity was suffering an unprecedented disaster. The Lion Kingdom area resembled a living hell. They hadn't even figured out what was happening before suffering heavy casualties, but this definitely couldn't be an attack from another country. It might be an attack from beyond the universe. The man called for civilians to evacuate quickly, but where could they evacuate to under such dense attacks? Just as the crowd despaired, a projection appeared in the sky. Dear inhabitants of Azure Planet, nice to meet you. My name is E.G. Next, I want to tell you something. You all belong to me now. Slaves. Others were still confused and didn't know what was happening. Only Cumberland knew that things were very bad now. He had heard from the guider before that these were star pirates, terrorists of the universe. As his voice fell, the others were so scared their diapers were soaked. Even their strongest, Cumberland Marshal Saint, said so. What ability did they have to cope? And at the same time in the dreamscape, Lucian was still earnestly condensing the crystal sphere. Soon, a blue crystal, like a planet, was rotating in Lucian's hand, and inside the crystal was a giant dragon, as if possessing immense vitality. It was lifelike/vivid. Seeing this, Lucian was overjoyed. Crystal dragon? Too interesting. He hadn't expected to actually create life. This was truly a creator's game. Yang Ijo said this was also part of cultivation. Lucian could feel at this moment that his understanding of the dais of Senior Wang He and Senior Duan Yifang had reached an unprecedented height, although there were still many things he couldn't understand at his current stage. After all, the gap was too vast. Yang Ijo said that although Lucian couldn't comprehend it now, it was all in the game of creation, being quietly imprinted into Lucian's body in an imperceptible way. It would naturally be usable when the time came. Hearing this, Lucian scratched his head, indicating he found this a bit hard to understand. The next moment, he was attracted by a force in front of him. Yang Ijo smiled and said, Old Wang is starting to use his big moves. Wang Yi closed his eyes and began to gather power. The next moment, an endless fire domain appeared, spanning thousands of miles. Old Duan, take this move of mine. Holy crap. Lucian was shocked. Is this a red giant star formed by the power of the three-legged golden crow? He couldn't imagine what direction it would evolve into next. Supernova, neutron star, or black hole? Hearing this, Duan Yifeng on the opposite side just smiled calmly. Alright, you brat. Using your ultimate move, huh? Then, he unhurriedly began to rotate the energy around him. Then, let's have a head-on collision. With a whoosh, a vortex region met it. This fantastical scene was in stark contrast to Wang He's. Soon, the two worlds collided again. This time, it felt like a collision between two civilizations. Lucian was almost scared witless by this cosmic energy. Lucian could see that they had completely abandoned their physical bodies and merged with cosmic energy, attaining immortality through godhood. Too amazing. This is a clash between two top-tier divine domains. Countless insights and inspirations also surged in his mind. Lucian watched, mesmerized, his entire being entering an indescribable state, all his attention still on the divine domain battle before him. But his hands were non-stop creating stars one after another and crystal planets one after another, faster and more skillfully. Unconsciously, the scale of the crystal planets and stars Lucian created began to gradually approach the number in the battle between the two. This star region had virtually become the third divine domain in this chess-like void. Yang Ijo silently watched Lucian, very gratified, after saying so much just now. At least I didn't waste my breath. The scene returns to Lion Kingdom. The pirates were beginning to enjoy this hunting game of escape. In just a few minutes, countless families had disappeared. Cumberland was flying at top speed, using all his strength to block the attacks falling from the sky. Its silver-crowned Marshal Saint Cumberland Sama, our Lion Kingdom's protector. Cumberland Sama, we're saved. Cumberland Marshal Saint will surely repel the evil alien invaders and protect Azure Planet. The crowd cheered as if they had seen their savior, but only Cumberland himself knew how powerful those technological weapons were just now. He didn't even dare to take them head-on. Fortunately, they weren't fast, so he could dodge. He just didn't understand why that terrorist didn't dare to show himself. But if he only relied on spaceships to attack, it proved the pilot inside probably wasn't very strong. Saying this, he told the others to dodge the lasers later, and then they would break through the spaceship and fight their way in together. Then, Cumberland summoned his life-bound weapon, the Star of Silver Crown, and with a leap, headed towards the sky above the spaceship. That's Cumberland Sama's ultimate skill. We don't need to worry now. Soon, Cumberland gathered super strong energy and blasted it towards the top of the spaceship. However, an unexpected scene occurred. His proudest, strongest attack couldn't even break through the ship's outer protective shield. Could it be that his martial Tao strength is actually inferior to technology? Just as Cumberland was feeling extremely embarrassed, the projection of EG appeared again on the side. He kept mocking Cumberland for not even having the strength to break the defensive shield. Seeing this, Cumberland retorted unwillingly. So people from advanced civilizations only know how to bully others with technology while hiding behind the protective shields of their aircraft like cowards. Hearing this, EG was instantly enraged. You want to die at my hands personally? Is that it? Cumberland, seeing the other party enraged, felt there was a chance. If this goading tactic can really force him out, perhaps there's a chance to resolve this crisis. The next moment, a pair of jade feet slowly walked out from the ship. Then, as you wish. Seeing this, Cumberland was overjoyed. Great, I really managed to provoke him out. Behind you, before Cumberland could act, E.G.'s figure appeared behind Cumberland and grabbed his head with one hand. When? Take a guess. When? How tall do you think my avatar can be? Before Cumberland could react, E.G.'s avatar was rapidly growing to 2,000 meters, and this growth was still soaring. Soon, the avatar had reached a height of 8,000 meters. At this moment, Cumberland felt he was completely done for. He never expected the outsider's strength to be even greater than the spaceship's. Looking at the several thousand-meter-tall avatar behind him, Cumberland almost lost control of his bladder. Then, he was grabbed like an insect and played with like a toy. With just this little strength, you dare to challenge me? Truly, lighting a lamp in the latrine, courting death. I'll say it again. Within 3 days, I want all martial artists of 8th level and above on this planet to come here and pay homage to me and all the valuable resources on this planet. If I'm not satisfied after 3 days, he. The martial artists on their side, seeing Cumberland captured, were grinding their teeth in frustration, but they were helpless with a forceful squeeze of the large hand. Cumberland was instantly in excruciating pain on the verge of death. The next moment, Cumberland was crushed by one hand. His story ended. What a pity. Then the invader laughed heartily. Did you hear that? Otherwise, this planet will suffer the same fate. Seeing their country's strongest king so easily defeated, the soldiers on their side fell into the depths of despair. Meanwhile, Lusheng was still playing in the dreamscape. Yang Ijo indicated that the clash between their two 15th level masters was about to conclude. However, Lusheng was a bit puzzled. Their divine domains are destroyed. Is this the end? Soon, Wang Yi and Duan Yifeng landed in front of Lusheng and said, "We've demonstrated enough. It's your turn, young man." Hearing this, Lusheng was very shocked. Why what? Lusheng was dumbfounded. So, everything they did was for me? Lusheng tremblingly created the two divine domain planets he had just comprehended. Why must there be a winner and a loser? Can't we try to let them coexist? Wang Yi and Duan Yifeng stated that Lusheng's idea was definitely not feasible. His Dao and Duan Yifeng's Dao were both extremely domineering and solipsistic. They absolutely could not coexist. Lusheng thought they were both right. After all, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. But what if a third party is introduced? Saying this, Lusheng began to condense power and create planets again. What if I find a gentle Dao to neutralize these two extremely domineering Daos? Perhaps water would be most suitable. As Lusheng's white chess piece landed, a blue planet instantly appeared, a planet entirely of oceans and glaciers. After a short while, the planet suddenly cracked open, and a small turtle slowly crawled out. It was the first black tortoise born in this star region. Soon, the golden crow and the dragon both came closer, curiously looking at the black tortoise. This was the first time the three had met. Seeing this, Wang Yi still thought it was inappropriate. Lusheng, this is just a distraction. Water and fire are incompatible. Soon they will start a new round of conflict. Sure enough, the golden crow instantly transformed into a raging fire and pounced towards the black tortoise. However, Lusheng remained as calm as an old dog. Don't worry, new conflicts will naturally be resolved by new powers. Saying this, a fourth force joined the battlefield. This scene shocked both Aeris. As he spoke, a green planet slowly formed in Lusheng's hand, landing as wood. In the sky as wind, this is the star of wind and forest. Then, the wind and forest star transformed into a white tiger and appeared above with the white tiger's addition. The atmosphere between the three-legged golden crow and the black tortoise immediately eased, because the three-legged golden crow liked to be close to the white tiger, and the white tiger was naturally willing to play with the black tortoise. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. It's just that this crystal dragon seems a bit lonely. Grand Duke shares the pork. Everyone gets a share. Lusheng also needs to find a companion for it. Immediately, a yellowish-brown planet formed in Lusheng's hand. The solution is the Earth Qilin. As Lusheng expected, the crystal dragon seemed to have a natural affinity for the Earth Qilin and actively interacted with it frequently, while the Earth Qilin happily followed behind the golden crow. You see, a perfection cycle is thus born. This star region has completely entered a harmonious state. The five forces counterbalance and promote each other, and conflict has almost disappeared. What do you think of this? Seeing this, Duan Yifeng, however, said it was useless. So what if it can be harmonious? Human strength has its limits. How can one person simultaneously cultivate 5 15th level Taoists? Wang Yi also agreed. After all, reaching the extreme of one Dao was already difficult, let alone 5. He felt Lusheng was being greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, a foolish delusion. Hearing this, Lusheng was silent. Then, he merged all the planets in his hands. Finally, He clapped his hands together, and everything disappeared. This scene directly startled the two great masters. They didn't understand how Lu Xing had destroyed everything he had worked so hard to create. This was no different from a painter personally throwing his masterpiece into a fire pit to be burned. Yang Yizhou, seeing this, slowly walked towards Lu Xing, his eyes filled with shock at what Lu Xing had done. "Could you be very good? Very good?" Lu Xing looked at Yang Yizhou and said, "Teacher, is this considered the correct answer?" Yang Yizhou hummed lightly in agreement and said the direction was right. For the rest, just keep moving forward. Wang Yi was a bit confused upon hearing this, asking what Lu Xing's actions meant. Was it giving up on himself? Yang Yizhou told the two not to ask. "This answer is meaningless to you, knowing it will only add to your unwillingness." Seeing this, Duan Yifeng also seemed to have guessed something. This game of chess was an immense game for Lu Xing. It was no exaggeration to say that from this moment on, his fate and martial Tao underwent a heaven and earth shattering change, especially the answer he sought verification for from the teacher at the end. That was a goal neither Wang Yi nor Duan Yifeng had ever sought. It was the direction towards the 16th level. Lu Xing had shown the direction of his future path and received the approval of his master, Yang Yizhou. At the same time, Lu Xing curiously asked what his master Yang Yizhou's path was. After all, he had seen the paths of Wang He and Duan Yifeng, but he had not yet seen Yang Yizhou's. Hearing this, Yang Yizhou smiled faintly. A cyan energy appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave of his right hand, they appeared in a vast starry sky. The chessboard appeared before Lu Xing's eyes again, but the surrounding space had changed. With that, Yang Yizhou picked up a black chess piece, which descended onto the board with a domineering force. "Everything you just saw is my path." Lu Xing was shocked. He didn't expect that the magnificent world and creation he had just witnessed were all part of his master's path. Then, Yang Yizhou said that after this game of chess, it would be time to tell Lu Xing the truth about certain matters. The three of them led Lu Xing forward. Ahead was a ruin, and the ground beneath their feet was lifeless. The three of them raised their heads with a dazed look in their eyes. Then, Yang Yizhou waved his hand again. Before Lu Xing could think, several charcoal-like planets appeared above his head. Just as Lu Xing was wondering what these black planets were, Yang Yizhou explained, "These are our planets. They have already perished in a catastrophe, and your universe is undergoing the same calamity." Lu Xing was confused. Are the exotic beasts from another world really that terrifying? Even a powerful being like you, teacher, can't resist them? Yang Yizhou said solemnly, "The invasion of the exotic beasts is not as simple as you imagine. The world they come from is no ordinary world." As he spoke, he waved his hand, as if showing a slideshow. That is the dark side of countless material universes, the source of all evil, the aggregation of all negative energy. He explained that the exotic beasts Lu Xing had seen so far were merely the most superficial manifestation of this power. The negative energy of countless material universes, Lu Xing thought, and now a single universe has to bear it all. It is indeed an irresistible disaster. The most crucial point is that once this power appears in your universe, it proves that your universe is not far from its true demise. Lu Xing didn't quite understand this point. He looked at Yang Yizhou blankly. Yang Yizhou took out a large apple from his pocket and cut it in half. Black shadows soon appeared on the cut surface of the apple. Lu Xing seemed to understand. Once eroded by this power, it was like the beginning of decay. No matter what you do, at best it's just delaying the inevitable. Is that what you mean, teacher? Yang Yizhou nodded. However, Lu Xing became lost. What was the point of everything he was doing now? Even powerful beings like his teacher and the others, at the 15th or even 16th level, couldn't stop this calamity. Everything had already begun. The ending of fate was sealed. What can I do? Lu Xing's spirit sank. Although he never belittled himself, he wouldn't be blindly arrogant either. The three people in front of him were countless times stronger than him. But if even they couldn't do it, how could he, Lu Xing, do any better? To be honest, he was just an ordinary person. When he learned that his world would be destroyed in 10,000 years, he could still persevere and fight. But the destruction of the universe was too big. What could he do? Especially after witnessing the paths of the 15th and even 16th levels, so magnificent and splendid. Yet now they were telling him that this chase would only lead to a dead end, that everything would come to nothing. Yang Yizhou asked if Lu Xing was scared, but Lu Xing didn't know how to answer. He just felt that all of this was too big, too distant. The next moment, a ball of fire enveloped half of the apple. You were able to find life and death back then, believing you were the fire seed that could turn the tide. Why are you so scared now? Lu Xing was shocked to hear this. He hadn't heard the term fire seed in a long time. Could it be that everything in his previous dreams was deliberately designed by Yang Yizhou? The groundwork, the probing, the rehearsals, in a sense, they weren't even lies. So that was the future of the real universe? Back then, you were just an ordinary high school student who hadn't even started martial arts. Yet you had such determination. Now you are countless times stronger, the same great calamity, and you're flinching now? Yang Yizhou extended his hand towards Lu Xing, telling him not to worry, because he still had the support of the three old-timers. Thinking about it, it made sense. Back when he was a good-for-nothing, he dared to do anything. How come now that he was thousands of times stronger, he had become a coward? Had his courage really shrunk as his strength grew? To hell with it, he thought. What's there to be afraid of? The The worst that can happen is the universe gets destroyed, and we all die together. Seeing Lu Xing's silly smile, Yang Yizhou also smiled. It seemed this fellow had figured things out and regained his confidence. It's not about confidence, Lu Xing said. I was just thinking, with all your help, I should at least be able to go a few steps further than you, teachers. Then I'll see if this calamity is truly irreversible. The three of them were greatly shocked to hear this. Judging from Lu Xing's previous unification of his domain, perhaps he could really walk ahead of them. Then the three of them burst into laughter. Yang Yizhou said, as the master of a domain, I have had countless disciples in my life. I used to be most proud of these two, but now it seems that's about to change. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Lu Xing. Seeing his teacher's approval, Lu Xing was very happy. Wang He and Duan Yifeng walked up behind Lu Xing and surrounded him. Since you have the heart to take a few more steps forward, we will naturally assist you with all our might. As his voice fell, the flames around Wang He bloomed again. My path is the path of the stellar. Now I give it to you in its entirety. A stream of golden flame power flowed from Wang He's body into Lu Xing. Lu Xing's meridians expanded as they were filled with this flame. An endless fire, completely different from what he had secretly learned before. At this moment, Wang He was unreservedly gifting Lu Xing his 15th level martial arts insights. In the next moment, Duan Yifeng also spoke. Junior brother has given his all. As the senior brother, I can't fall behind. My path is the path of the divine crystal. Now I give it to you. Soon, two divine paths continuously washed over Lu Xing's entire body and mind. The ultimate edge, the light of divinity, two 15th level paths. What a heavenly blessing. Then, Yang Yizhou said, I should also contribute something. As your teacher, I will give you a universe. He pointed his finger at Lu Xing's forehead. The next moment, Lu Xing's consciousness appeared in a cosmic space. Lu Xing was dumbfounded. This entire universe had appeared so vividly. Yang Yizhou smiled at Lu Xing. Comprehend it well. May you get everything you wish for. Under the influence of these insights, Lu Xing quickly transformed them into power and integrated them into his body. Just as Lu Xing was about to thank his teachers and senior brothers, he found that their figures were gradually dissipating. From now on, you are on your own. We will meet again if fate allows. Hearing this voice that seemed to cross the void, Lu Xing shed tears for the first time. They had been too good to him. It could be said that without them, he wouldn't have had this life. But then again, Lu Xing now felt his body overflowing with power, as if his entire being was immersed in an ocean of martial arts. Endless information and insights, two 15th level paths, plus one 16th level path, and countless other paths of various levels. His martial arts foundation was billions of times stronger than before, truly unprecedented. Now he was finally qualified to try to create a complete martial path that was entirely his own. Afterward, Lu Xing sat down cross-legged, preparing to digest this vast amount of insight. His strength was advancing by leaps and bounds. He needed to digest it slowly before returning to reality. By then, he would surely achieve a true breakthrough and shatter his own limits. Meanwhile, in the Lu family home in the Dragon Nation, the television was constantly broadcasting scenes of the battle outside. Lu's father and mother watched with trepidation. Have aliens from a higher civilization invaded? It looks like the world is really going to be in chaos. Lu's mother wondered if it was fake, as it looked like a movie. But the news was from the top news channel, which wouldn't joke about such things. Just then, Xingyi walked in and said grimly, our school is closed. Everyone online is talking about it. Many videos prove that they are alien invaders. The Lion Kingdom has already become a living hell. The invaders are toying with humans. They are truly invincible. This is not a fight on the same level at all. Lu's mother now had a worried expression. Seeing this, Lu's father comforted her, telling her not to overthink it. After all, the Lion Kingdom is far from us. Besides, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. It's not for ordinary people like us to worry about. At his words, Lu's mother burst into tears. That was exactly what she was worried about. Wasn't her son, Xing, one of the tall ones now? What if he was asked to fight these aliens? Lu's father told her not to think so much. He didn't believe that the entire world, united, couldn't deal with one alien. What we need to do now is to have faith and not cause trouble for Xing Yi and the others. At the same time, Lu's father prepared to go out to buy some supplies and see if he could find a construction team to convert their basement into a bomb shelter. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation's meeting hall, my wife, Lin Jinhua, walked in flustered. She asked Tan Zhongyu about the current situation. Tan Zhongyu took out a tablet from his pocket and handed it to her. This is a video just sent from the Eagle Country. 3 9th level martial saints were unfortunately defeated, and more than 58th level great grandmasters were all captured. So far, the Azure Planet has lost 5 9th level martial saints, including the peak 9th level Cumberland. Lin Jinhua deduced that the alien invader, being able to capture high-level martial artists so efficiently, must have very advanced detection equipment. At such a critical moment, when the lips are gone, The teeth are cold. Lin Jinhua stated that they should unite and fight this crisis together. But the alien invader was clearly a genuine 10th level martial arts expert on the same level as a guider. They were no match for him at all. Where is Lord Lu? Where is he? Lin Jinhua explained that Lu Xing was in seclusion, trying to break through to the 9th level. His seclusion was in the sea, and it was uncertain when he would emerge. They couldn't disturb him. It was very likely that he was unaware of the current events. A Chong suggested seeking help from the guider first. Lord Lu had given the communicator to his wife, Dong Qingxue. Dong Qingxue then stated that she had sent out a request for help 3 days ago. The guider needed some time to arrive and had told them to delay as long as possible. If Lord Lu were here, we might be able to hold on. It will be very difficult for the rest of us. Just as the group was about to ask when Lu Xing would come out of seclusion, Lin Jinhua slammed the table, stopping them. Interrupting someone in seclusion was a major taboo in martial arts. If it affected Lord Lu's breakthrough, the consequences could be even more severe than the alien invasion, so they could only wait. During this time, they had to do their best to deal with the evil invader. Once Lord Lu came out of seclusion, the crowd was helpless. But this was the only way, and at this moment, a spaceship was rushing towards the Azure Planet. The masked man said he would go to the Azure Planet with Lan Jun. After all, Qi Tong and the others were not to be trifled with. If Lan Jun went alone, he might end up as a delivery boy. Lan Jun agreed. This way, their chances would be better, and Lu Xing, deep in the sea, was undergoing a transformation. The purple crystal humanoid was emitting a strange white fluctuation. The entire crystal humanoid turned white. Then, another transformation began. This time, the white humanoid began to turn black. It was the 11th level meditation object in the Crystal Observance Method, the Black Scythe Crystal Humanoid, one of the legacies of Duan Yifeng's 15th level Divine Crystal Path. Lu Xing couldn't help but marvel at this. What a terrifying leap, he thought, from the 8th level all the way to the 11th. My mental power has reached the 11th level of cultivation, but he couldn't comprehend any further. Is it because my current realm is too low? Next was the enhancement of his physical body. His previous understanding of the stellar path was too superficial. He had thought that the Immortal Cell Stellar Meridian map he had constructed was quite good. He claimed it was full of flaws and childishly. To succeed, he had to break and then rebuild. Lu Xing clenched his fist, and his whole body flickered with points of light. The immortal cells appeared, and then they all shattered. A normal martial artist would have died instantly, but Lu Xing's entire body was frantically reshaping itself. Flesh, tendons, and bones grew and were reconstructed. His entire skeleton took on a golden hue, as if forged from pure gold. With a painful shout, Lu Xing felt his strength drain away in an instant, and he almost lost his footing. But he had succeeded. He renamed this new skeletal frame the Supreme Bone, and no amount of ridicule would change his mind. And the name Eternal Star Body was no longer needed. From now on, his physique would be called the Cosmic 8 Desolations. Heavens and earth, I alone am honored, Stellar Supreme Body. He was completely fired up. This invincible in the world, supreme in heaven and on earth name, made even himself feel a little embarrassed. This kind of genubelite quirk could only be enjoyed by himself. However, at this moment, Lu Xing felt that something was increasingly wrong. He felt the immortal cells in his body growing crazily, their numbers increasing dramatically. Like insatiable children, they were devouring the energy within his body. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Xing pulled a huge crystal in front of him. This 500-kilogram energy crystal from the World Sect Assembly, he had originally thought it would last for a long time. He never expected to use it all up this time. As Lu Xing placed his palm on the energy crystal, a super strong energy crazily swept through his entire body. At this moment, Lu Xing was pleasantly surprised to feel the immortal cells in his body growing crazily. The number had now increased to 3,650. He even used the immortal cells in his body to construct a profound and complex Sun God's domain star map. In this instant, he had surpassed his previous self by 100 times, nearly 1,000 times. 2.5 hours later, amidst a cloud of dust, Lu Xing had successfully absorbed the energy crystal. In the later stages, Lu Xing's immortal cells would nurture stars, and within the stars, he would nurture the Golden Crow, the Star Crystal Divine Domain, and so on. Lu Xing raised his right hand. He almost forgot about this little thing. He couldn't discard the path of the abnormal cells. Perhaps he could use it to understand the information of the dark side of the universe and become the key to breaking the deadlock in the future. Then, it was time for his martial arts imprint and his martial arts avatar. Although he had deduced a full 5 15th level paths from his master, and even a 16th level direction in the end, that was still a castle in the air. He still had to start from the 9th level. Mortals seek gods. Martial artists seek themselves. My avatar body must be based on myself. My appearance is my own. I am a god. Therefore, I will use the path of the divine crystal for the body of my avatar. The divine crystal will be the body. As for the path, I will use the path of the stellar as the eyes, and my master's path of nature as the robe. Crystal as the body, golden crow as the eyes, for symbols as the robe, and all paths as the curtain. With that, a super strong energy that broke through the void burst out from his body, and his avatar body would be called the true martial divine flame, 4 Extremes avatar body. With that, a super large crystal flew out from 10,000 meters below the sea. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation, the invader, Evil Halberd, had come to the Dragon Nation to find the remaining martial saints. As long as the martial saints didn't come out, he would kill his way down. But despite this, Lin Jinhua and the others could only curse in secret. This was already the 3rd city that Evil Halberd had destroyed after arriving in the Dragon Nation. If he was allowed to continue like this, the entire Dragon Nation would be reduced to ruins. Pan Zhongyu knew that Evil Halberd was aware of their presence and was deliberately trying to force them out, so they could no longer avoid it. As the gods of the human world, we must bear the responsibilities of the gods of the human world. He drew his own lifebound sword. Even if he could only delay Evil Halberd's steps for a while, he would do so without hesitation. At this moment, Ah Chong from behind asked Lin Jinhua if there was any news of Lu Xing. Lin Jinhua said that he was still in seclusion. Tan Zhongyu said that the rest of them could wait for Lu Xing if they wanted to, but he couldn't bear it any longer. Because I, Tan Zhongyu, can also strike at a powerful enemy like Lu Xing did. I will die without regret. With that, Tan Zhongyu raised his sword and flew towards the sky. Seeing this, Lin Jinhua said in a deep voice, "The bright jade martial saint is on the move. As one of the guardian martial saints of the Dragon Nation, I have to go too. I have already informed Madame Dong to urge Lord Lu to come out of seclusion. You are all martial saints from various countries around the world. I will not force you to fight the strong enemy with me. I only hope that you all understand that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold." With that, my wife, Lin Jinhua, also flew forward. Harold, upon hearing this, also agreed. This is no longer about the interests of individual countries. The various Lu Xings also clenched their fists, preparing for a life or death battle. One by one, they all rushed towards the invader above. When the common people saw this, they all shouted and cried with excitement. It's the martial saints. The martial saint masters have come to save us. With so many martial saint masters, we are saved. At this moment, Evil Halberd chuckled. Good, good, good. You're finally willing to come out. What a group of heroic native martial artists. I'm almost moved to tears by you. Then, a sinister smile appeared. So you can all die. As he spoke, strange fiery tentacles flew towards the various martial saints. In an instant, the fiery tentacles turned into giant hands and enveloped the martial saints. On the other side of the sea, a small boat was bobbing on the waves. The family inside the boat watched the television broadcast with indignation. Are all the martial saints in the world no match for them? Then who can save us? In despair, the child brandished a trident, wanting to rush over. But even the 9th level martial saints were no match. What could a little kid like him do? The next moment, the child was terrified to find that there was something in the distant sea. Could it be that they had encountered a sea monster? His father, however, said no, that's the Sea Dragon King. The Sea Dragon King is angry. Sea Dragon King, calm your anger. Kneel down and kowtow to the Sea Dragon King. However, within that tornado, there was a brilliant light shining out, and within it, there seemed to be a black figure. The man was terrified. This scene was like seeing a god. In the midst of the brilliant light, Lu Xing walked out, his entire body enveloped in flames. Lu Xing had finally broken through and come out of seclusion. He could no longer condense his power. If he continued, the power of heaven and earth and the natural energy of this planet would be drained by him, and the planet would fall completely silent. Just as Lanjin had said, the small azure planet could no longer contain Lu Xing. The starry sky of the universe would be his stage from now on. Lu Xing didn't know if he could shatter a planet with a single punch now, but he estimated he was still far from it. A planet was not an egg, where the shell breaks and the yolk flows out. In fact, the deeper you go, the more solid it is. But he was only at the 9th level now, so he shouldn't think too much about it. The next moment, Lu Xing felt an unusual number of pleas for help. Even the martial saints, the guardian gods of the country, have been defeated. Who else can save us? Save us. A large number of pleas for help flooded into Lu Xing's mind. With that, Lu Xing activated his spiritual power, and a spiritual power net quickly expanded. In a short while, the entire planet was enveloped by Lu Xing. At this moment, Evil Halberd lifted Lin Jinhua and laughed. Ha ha, do you see? These are the guardian gods you worship and rely on. This feeling, no matter how many times, I enjoy it very much. The natives of a low-level civilization tremble under powerful strength, their faces filled with fear. Ah, so delightful, so weak, yet so stubborn. Little bugs if it weren't for the bet with those two. I could have played for another month. I'll repeat it one last time. Immediately bring all the resources on this planet to me. Otherwise, I will destroy all the civilizations on this planet at a rate of 1 city per hour, killing everyone. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. After all, destroying a civilization is also a rather tedious and boring thing. With that, Evil Halberd threw Lin Jinhua down. Lin Jinhua fell to the ground, dying, and muttered Lu Xing's name. Just then, the crowd below was attracted by the scene above. Look, what is that? My God! And Evil Halberd looked forward in confusion. What's wrong with all of you looking at me? Aren't you afraid of death? But the next moment, he realized something was wrong, because those people were looking at the top of his head. The moment he looked up, a golden cannonball fell from the sky. What the hell is that? A pillar? There are several of them. How strange. This is a hand. A huge hand. Before Evil Halberd's terrified cry could escape his lips, he was swallowed by a ball of golden energy. He used all his strength to resist the giant hand falling from the sky. But the next second, he found that his full power couldn't even block it. The most hateful thing was that he didn't even know who his opponent was when he died. The marshals looked at the disappearing invader in the sky. They could never have imagined that the unstoppable and ferocious alien invader from just a moment ago would be killed in an instant, as easily as a mosquito being swatted. For a moment, everyone thought that a god had appeared. What on earth happened? My wife, Lin Jinhua, struggled to get up, looking forward in disbelief. This scene was too sudden. She wondered who the person who had acted was. After the dust settled, a figure appeared above. Could this be a god? But this figure seemed somewhat familiar. No, this is Lord Lu. Seeing this, Lin Jinua's eyes widened with excitement. Lu Xing's size 48 jade foot slowly descended. He helped Lin Jinhua out from the ground. You've worked hard, seeing that the god they had just prayed to is Lu Xing. The other martial saints also came over and asked, Lord Lu, have you broken through to the 9th level? At home, watching TV, Qingyi shouted, My god, is that my brother? Lu's parents were also very surprised. Their son was so magnificent. For a moment, every screen was filled with shock and excitement. Some of Lu Xing's old friends couldn't believe how fast Lu Xing had grown. And Lu Xing's best friend, Lu Qiming, finally realized that Lu Xing was their military god. Lu Xing apologized to everyone, saying that he was late because he had just come out of seclusion. Lin Jinhua was still reeling from the scene just now. That evil halberd was crushed without even seeing Lu Xing's face. It was too outrageous. She quietly asked Lu Xing. Wanting to know how tall Lu Xing's current avatar was, Lu Xing himself didn't know the answer to this question, as he had not fully unfolded it himself. Because drawing on the power of heaven and earth too much would destroy the foundation of the Azure planet. Specifically, Lu Xing would have to go to Lanjun to obtain higher-level resources before he could know. Military god. Such a handsome and young man as the legendary new martial saint of our dragon nation, the military god. For a time, Lu Xing became a global icon. He became the dream man of 5 billion women around the world. He also heard from Lin Jinhua that Cumberland might not be dead, because Evil Halberd would beat the martial saints to near death and then imprison them in a spaceship, but they couldn't break through the spaceship's defenses. Hearing this, Lu Xing gathered his strength in his palm. The next moment, a hand knife swung forward. With a crack, the outer layer of the entire spaceship burst open. It had to be said, it was a bit tough, like an ordinary person cracking a walnut with their bare hands. Lu Xing told Lin Jinhua and the others to go and save the people first, while he himself had some important matters to attend to for the time being. Then, under the respectful send-off of the crowd, Lu Xing flew into the sky with a single step. He had thought about this for a long time, but had never tried it. Soon, with Lu Xing's high-speed movement, he arrived above the planet, so he could already do this. The person behind Evil Halberd was probably also at the 10th level, at most the 11th level, and it was unlikely to exceed the 11th level, so Lu Xing was not panicking at all. His strength had increased a bit exaggeratedly. In fact, even he himself was not sure how strong he was now. After staying for so long, he finally remembered that there was no air in space. But breathing was not a necessity for him anymore, just a habit, and habits could be changed. With smoking and drinking, with the shaping of his stellar body, Lu Xing had in a sense completely transcended the category of human beings and entered a new level of life. In this cosmic space, he could absorb the cosmic energy in the starry sky and fully display his Dharma body. With that, streams of starlight energy rushed towards Lu Xing's body. With a loud shout from Lu Xing, the energy was released from his body again, and his Dharma body also rose rapidly like a wild horse that had broken free. Before long, a super-large, planet-sized golden Dharma body appeared in the sky, Lu Xing's first 9th level divine ability. It didn't matter if this divine ability was powerful or not, but the effect of its use was definitely top-notch. Just imagine, what kind of scene would it be if a palm as big as a planet descended from the sky? It would be comparable to the palm of the Tathagata, suppressing the Monkey King. Perhaps one day, he could also be on par with gods and Buddhas, space pirates, right? Come on, hurry up. Preferably 11th level, otherwise it would be boring to crush them. Would a normal person feel a sense of accomplishment from killing a mosquito? While he had time, Lu Xing planned to sort himself out, as well as the supreme treasure that his master Yang Izhou had given him earlier. That seed, the seed of a material universe. Meanwhile, on another civilized planet, a large group of people were prostrating themselves in a palace. Standing above them was another invader. He had already completed the conquest of the entire planet and was now counting and collecting supplies. The king was kneeling on the ground, handing over all the energy crystals. This was all they could come up with at the moment. After all, the guider came to collect every 10 years. As he spoke, a hand slapped his neck. The invader also used violence to prove that this king should not be hiding anything. But it was about time for him to leave, otherwise he would lose to the other two if he delayed any longer. Just then, the princess, worried about her father, ran out to her death. This scene made the king both love and hate her. Sure enough, Electra's hand slapped the princess's waist. Yo ho, ho, old thing. You said you weren't hiding anything. Don't you have another good thing here? She's also very valuable. With that, the princess was taken away by the fat man amid her desperate cries, leaving her father groaning helplessly on the ground. And when he returned to the spaceship, the fatso immediately hung the princess on a pillar. Just as he was about to enjoy himself, his companion's video call came in. The other side also said that everything was going smoothly and they were about to return. But before that, he wanted to go to Evil Halberd's place with the fatso. The fatso asked in surprise for what reason. The long-haired man took out a Dragon Ball radar from his pants and said that Evil Halberd's life signal had disappeared, but the spaceship was still in place. On the other side, when Lu Xing entered the seat, he found that it was exactly the same as his dream space. The only difference was that base 1359, the beginning of the dream, had disappeared from this planet. All that was left was this debris. Everything that once had been shattered by his master and turned into nourishment for Lu Xing's martial arts. But the Fire Seed Resource Library still existed, and it was even stronger because it no longer needed to maintain those false illusions, deducing cultivation techniques, predicting the future, exploring resources. This was the powerful essence of the Fire Seed Resource Library. The reason for the previous deviations in predicting the future was simply that he could mobilize too little of the source power, and the level of exploration was too shallow, leading to incomplete information deduction. And now Lu Xing had the complete source power of this planet. Although this was only one of the billions of parts of the entire source power of the universe, if he wanted to reach the 16th level, or even higher in the future, and truly save this universe from calamity, he would have to completely refine the source power in this universe. In the past, he was a Grandmaster, sweeping through a street, a base. Now what was needed was to steamroll planets one by one, and it was the planets of an entire universe. His 10 complete martial paths happened to require a massive amount of accumulation. Now that he had only completely absorbed the source of this one planet, he couldn't even imagine what it would be like to expand this scope to a whole universe, how powerful he would become. If there really was such a day, perhaps Lu Xing could truly become the symbolic representative of the two words martial arts. Lu Xing had leaped into space and unleashed his hundreds of thousands of meters tall Dharma body. After his strength had completely stabilized, Lu Xing slowly opened his eyes. He now knew that his spiritual power was at the 11th level, but he didn't know what level his stellar martial body was equivalent to. His martial arts skills were currently integrating, and his master's path had allowed him to evolve a lot. He couldn't really describe the level clearly. The main reason was that the gains were too enormous, and it would take a long process to completely digest them. Anyway, Lu Xing was not in a hurry and could sort it out slowly. At this moment, Lu Xing's eyes narrowed. He discovered that other outsiders had also come. Lu Xing clenched his fists. In that case, he would use them to test his power. Meanwhile, in the starry sky tens of thousands of kilometers away from Azure Planet, two spaceships were traveling. The long-haired man asked the fat man what the situation was now and whether he could feel anything. The fat man, who had just finished playing, said that Evil Halberd was now completely out of contact. It was also possible that he had encountered a Star Patrol team and been killed. Hearing this, the long-haired man grinned, not at all worried. On the contrary, he felt that if Evil Halberd died, they could get a larger share. It was just that they had to go and see what had happened, and then report to their boss. As the spaceship continued to travel through space, it soon arrived above Azure Planet. This Azure Planet is really beautiful. Let's start the energy scan first. They found a 6th level, or higher energy source. Although the two of them were scanning this planet together, the highest energy source was only at the 9th level. But why would Evil Halberd's spaceship be left here? Could it be that he abandoned the ship and ran away? Since there wasn't even a 10th level being, the long-haired man planned to just start looting and then take Evil Halberd's spaceship back to report. As members of the infamous Red Eye Star pirate gang, they were very emotionally detached. The life and death of their companions were not as important as money. As long as their own lives and money were safe, anything was acceptable. Just as the long-haired man was about to get up and start, the detector behind him suddenly beeped. The alarm suddenly went off, indicating that a 10th level or higher energy source had been detected. However, before the alarm could finish its report, it started ringing again, indicating that an 11th level or higher energy source had been found. Could the system be malfunctioning? They had never encountered this kind of fluctuation before. However, when the fat man heard the long-haired man say that a 10th level or higher martial artist had been detected, he was full of disbelief. Because he had not detected anything on his side, it was impossible for a 10th level martial artist to appear on this kind of first level resource star. It must be a machine malfunction. The fat man's words had just fallen when he realized that the surroundings had become brighter. When he looked again, the planet that was just azure was now surrounded by a layer of golden light. The next moment, the light became brighter and brighter, like a sun enveloping the earth. Scary, so scary. The long-haired man and the fat man were scared out of their wits by this scene. A sun several times larger than Azure Planet suddenly appeared in front of them. A sense of fear arose in the long-haired man's heart. What the hell is going on? A star so close to a living planet. That's not right. The fat man suddenly realized, this is not a star. This is some kind of martial arts divine ability. As he spoke, the sun shot out several more rays of light. The fat man discovered that there seemed to be a figure in the center of the sun. Handsome, so handsome. The 1.83-meter tall Lushing was handsome as hell at this moment. Lushing grinned and said faintly, Azure planet ahead. Space garbage, no entry. With that, the fat man shouted in panic for the long-haired man to run. If we don't run now, even the gods won't be able to save us. With a whoosh, the two spaceships turned around and fled. The fat man in the spaceship was so scared he almost wet himself. They finally knew how evil Halbert had died. 11th level. This guy has at least the strength of an 11th level expert. We have to make a jump and escape back to report to the boss. Seeing the two of them leaving, how could Lushing let them get away? At that moment, he raised a single hand and a surge of spiritual power gushed out. Since you're here, you might as well stay. The fat man and the long-haired man felt it difficult to breathe and vomited blood. They also realized that they were completely helpless in the face of this 11th level spiritual power. They just didn't know who this powerful spiritual power expert was. Then, Lushing's figure appeared in front of the two with a whoosh. Now below the 11th level, Lushing was like reaping grass. He had just lightly tapped, and the two of them had their souls extinguished. He hadn't expected to have grown to such an extent. At this moment, in a distant part of the starry sky, Chi Tong, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes because he felt that the auras of all three of them had disappeared. The woman next to him was very shocked. The aura induction they had left on the ship had disappeared, which most likely meant that they were all dead. The woman felt that it might be because they had encountered a star patrol, but Chi Tong said that this situation was unlikely. With their strength, even if they encountered a star patrol, it would be impossible for them not to even send back a single signal. So Chi Tong felt that they should have all been killed in one blow. With that, Chi Tong was about to hurry over to deliver a package to Lushing. Hearing this, the woman was very worried. If even Chi Tong had an accident, then their star gang would be done for. However, Chi Tong grinned and was not flustered at all because he had a trump card. Even if he encountered a peak 11th level expert, he could still retreat with his whole body intact. After Lushing killed two 10th level invaders in a flash, he then pried open the door of the spaceship with one hand. However, the glittering scene in front of him shocked him. Good heavens, the foundation of this star thief is too rich. I feel that this pile of energy crystals is at least a few hundred tons. I only used a few hundred kilograms to break through to the 9th level. This is enough for me to practice tens of thousands more immortal cells. Mine, all mine, because Lushing didn't know how to fly this kind of spaceship. He used the stupidest method of carrying the spaceship directly back. Soon, a meteor quickly streaked across the atmosphere. Before long, Lushing successfully brought the universe back to the ground. Just then, Lu's mother's 60-second voice message of concern came in. Needless to say, she must have seen the previous scene of Lushing on TV. Lushing said he was still busy and would talk when he got home later. Now that his identity was exposed, he didn't know how to explain to his family that he was the military god. He would find a chance to explain it slowly later. But today's harvest was amazing. The estimated amount of energy crystal-like resources exceeded 700 tons, except for a small part, which was the kind of raw energy crystal, or he had seen just mine. The rest were finely processed energy crystal blocks. And in this warehouse, there was also a special kind of energy crystal. Lushing gently picked up a piece. The violent energy was at least hundreds of times that of ordinary energy crystals. With Lushing's current strength, he couldn't even refine and absorb it instantly and could only slowly refine it. How strange. There were only less than 50 tons of this kind. As for here, there were various combat suits and various starry sky cold weapons similar to alloy war knives. The combat suits were similar to Lan Chen's. Then Lushing stretched out his hand and felt the knife in front of him. This knife was very good. It was already a genuine 10th level cold weapon. He gently touched the blade, and soon his finger was cut by the sharp edge. It could leave a trace, but it quickly recovered. It seemed that his martial body's defensive power was also equivalent to the 10th level. The last layer still held many other races from other planets. He would wait for Lan Chen to come and ask about these. Although Lushing's physical body could now walk out of the galaxy, he still had to rely on a spaceship for long-distance travel in the vast river of stars. His own speed was like a turtle's crawl for long-term flight. The next moment, Lushing summoned AI, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. What? Don't tell me that when I come back from a trip, Azure Planet will already be a wasteland. Now everything else in the dream space had disappeared. Only this image of AI remained, telling Lushing that all of this was not a dream. Lushing asked AI to continue to deduce the future. With a series of ABA from AI, the information quickly came out. The deduction showed that Lushing would walk out of Azure Planet at the age of 21, become the #1 prodigy in the White Mist Star region in 100,000 years, be promoted to the 15th level after 100,000 years, become the master of the Heavenly Serpent, and finally perish with the universe at the age of 300,000. This exaggerated scene shocked Lushing, to become the master of the Heavenly Serpent star system at the age of 100,000, but still be destroyed along with the universe in the end. This meant that he would still be unable to break through to the 16th level in the end. However, this deduction was just a deduction after all. His achievements would not stop at the 15th level. Lushing asked AI to deduce the future of Azure Planet. Finally, he learned that Azure Planet would be destroyed in 8 years by the invasion of the dark side of the universe. Fair enough, the problem was with the Earth Fissure. This meant that in 8 years, Azure Planet would turn from a resource star into a battlefield star and finally be completely destroyed. But even his master, Yang Ijo, a 16th level powerhouse, could not stop this kind of erosion crisis. The only thing Lushing could do was to find a new life planet suitable for the people of Azure Planet to live on within 8 years, and then evacuate there. So, his small goal at this stage was to buy a large enough life planet. Soon, under Lushing's contact, Lin Jingyue and others also came to the spaceship. Now, in the hearts of the many martial saints on Azure Planet, Lushing had reached an unimaginable height, a height that even surpassed that of the Guider. Evil Halberd could play with the martial saints like an adult hitting a baby, while Lushing killed Evil Halberd and his men as easily as crushing a mosquito egg. As a 9th level being, he was not even an ant in front of Lushing. Lushing said that Lin Jingyue and the others had also lost a lot these days, so he let them take a few tons of energy crystals here as compensation. Anyway, these were all-star pirate supplies. Looking at the hundreds of tons of supplies in front of them, Lin Jingyue was so scared that her butt went cold. They had never seen such a quantity before. She knelt down and said she didn't dare to take it. Lushing told them to broaden their horizons. Otherwise, how would they connect with a starry universe in the future? Hearing this, my wife, Lin Jingyue, was very puzzled. These were words they had never dared to think about before. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, on a super large spaceship, Qitong was using the scanning function on Azure Planet. Through the scan, it was basically certain that all 3 spaceships were on this planet. The energy scan showed that there were 24 9th level energy sources and no 10th level or higher energy sources existed. Their Demon Claw spaceship was an 11th level aircraft and all aspects were top-notch. To deceive the detection, unless there was a 12th level aircraft, which was obviously impossible on this unknown small planet, the spaceship was there, but the people had disappeared. There were no experts above the 11th level either. The only thing Qitong could think of was that the 3 of them had actively cut off contact with them. But for what reason would the 3 of them so resolutely choose to abandon them? This was something Qitong couldn't understand. With that, Qitong used the remote to forcibly recall the spaceship. And at this moment, Lushing and the others were still discussing. The spaceship behind them suddenly started. What the hell? Is there someone on the ship? Fortunately, Lushing was quick-witted and immediately controlled the ship that was about to fly. Lin Jingyue said that it was impossible for there to be anyone inside. After all, these 9th level martial saints couldn't even break open the spaceship. With that, Lushing closed his eyes and activated his spiritual power. He soon discovered that someone above Azure Planet was using remote control. The things that have entered my pocket, you still want to take it back? Aboard the spaceship in the cosmos, Qitong's female subordinate was in shock. The ship's retrieval, which had been proceeding smoothly, had suddenly stalled. Now it was completely stuck. She reported to boss Qitong that someone appeared to be preventing the ship's return. She estimated it was a 9th level native from the planet who had likely found Evil Halberd's ship, claimed it as their own precious treasure, and was now refusing to let go. Although Qitong was a bit surprised that these 9th level natives could interfere with the ship's retrieval, he figured it was better to just crush these ants. He immediately ordered his subordinate to fire the gamma particle cannon. But in the next moment, they stared ahead in astonishment. They turned to look and were terrified. The spaceship had been seized by someone's Dharma body. At this moment, Qitong was so shocked his jaw hit the floor. Lushing's colossal Dharma body stood in the cosmos like a god. A scan revealed that the Dharma body originated from this young man. Aware of the prying eyes, Lushing glanced over at Qitong. When Qitong sensed Lushing's power, he was amazed. This power, a 9th level martial artist who could contend with the propulsion of a 10th level spaceship, the physical might of a 10th level being. This was, without a doubt, a supernatural life form constitution. Do you have any idea how many black crystal coins a slave like that is worth? Qitong exclaimed. The top auction house in the YMU Star region once sold a Morning Star level supernatural life form constitution prodigy. The final price was a staggering 1 billion. Hearing this, the woman was dumbfounded. This was an enormous fortune to them. A wide grin split Qitong's face. If they could capture him, they could buy several low-level life planets. From his observations in Lushing's performance, he judged him to be at least Morning Star level. At this moment, he wished he could just pull Lushing out of the screen. The value of this one person was equivalent to raiding 100 low-level civilized planets. Seeing her boss getting carried away, the woman worriedly asked if Evil Halberd's disappearance might be related to this person. But Qitong just laughed dismissively. What happened to those 3 was no longer important. A Morning Star level supernatural life form constitution wielder with a strength of merely the 9th level and no one above the 10th level in this entire star system. How is this any different from a pie falling from the sky? This was a gift from the cosmos, a stroke of immense luck. If he didn't accept this gift, he might just bring misfortune upon himself. He briefly considered sending the demon silver guards to capture him, but then worried that Lushing might get scared and run away. With a flicker, Qitong vanished from his spot, deciding it was safer to handle this himself. He told the woman to provide support with the spaceship. However, as the woman looked at Lushing's figure, she felt a sense of unease. Was this a woman's intuition? She couldn't shake a feeling of dread. Was it because of evil Halberd and the other's mysterious fate? Never mind, she thought. With our boss's power, which is nearly at the 11th level, supported by the 11th level Demon Claw, it would be a cosmic joke if we couldn't even subdue a mere 9th level martial artist. As a meteor streaked across space, Lushing flew out to meet it. He was getting impatient, eager to feel the power of a near 11th level expert. Come on, hurry up, let me get my blood pumping. Qitong was personally piloting his ship, flying at top speed. He was already fantasizing about the 10 billion black crystal coins he would possess. Resources, power, status, and freedom would all be his. Not only would he have a much greater chance of breaking through to the 11th level, but he could also wash away his past crimes and live openly in a high-level civilization. He would transform from an infamous space pirate into a true high-level cosmic noble. All of it was within his grasp. Even if he was Morning Star level, what could a mere 9th level martial artist do? He himself was standing on the threshold of the 11th level, and he had the 11th level Demon Claw on his side. This kid had no chance of escape. Soon, the distance closed to 1,000 kilometers, 500, then 300. At the last moment, his 11th level Demon Claw issued a danger warning. Interesting, this 9th level supernatural constitution is actually this threatening. The greater the potential, the more he's worth. The more arrogant the prodigy, the more satisfying it is to tame them. In the next second, the two finally met. Seeing Lushing standing fearlessly before him, Qitong was shocked. He couldn't believe it. This opponent gave him the same tension as a life or death battle against an equal. It truly delighted him. "What's your name?" he asked. Lushing responded impatiently. "If you're going to fight, then fight. Stop dawdling." With a whoosh, energy gathered in Qitong's hand, forming a black energy sphere. "You are worthy of me treating you with this power." Lushing was feigning shock at the black sphere. "Ah, what is that?" Seeing Lushing's confused expression, Qitong laughed himself silly. "Hee. Are you starting to feel scared? You're only at the 9th level. How could you possibly pose a threat to me? It'll be over in an instant. It won't hurt too much." As he spoke, the immense energy ball shot towards Lushing, threatening to swallow him whole. Lushing broke into a cold sweat. What? Is this the power of someone nearing the 11th level? This is too damn weak. With that, he threw a punch. In an instant, Lushing's punch completely engulfed Qitong. Qitong used every trump card he had, but he still couldn't block the attack. Impossible. He's only at the 9th level. Amidst his repeated cries of impossible, half of Qitong's body was disintegrated, along with the planet behind him. Back on the spaceship, the woman was terrified. She watched the screen as it displayed her boss's death notification. She couldn't believe it. Her boss, the 10th level Qitong, had been beaten to death with a single punch by a 9th level supernatural martial artist. As the energy dissipated, the planet behind him was shattered in half. Lushing scratched the back of his head like a child who had done something wrong. "Whoops, I accidentally shattered the moon." A mysterious boy band appears. With just one blow, he destroyed Lushing's physical body. Just now, when Lushing instantly killed Red Pupil, he also crippled the moon behind him. He used a little too much power. Didn't they say he was a level 10 expert, 10 times stronger than EG? Why is he so fragile? Before Lushing received the inheritance, while still at level 8, he could fight on par with the level 10 Wan Chen. Now, he can easily kill a level 10 with one punch. Indeed, it wasn't that Red Pupil was too weak, it was that he was too strong. Looking at the crumbling moon, Lushing was filled with self-blame. "Well, it's my mess." Saying this, he attempted to repair it. After some effort, Lushing retracted his energy. Looking at the moon, now patched up like a soccer ball, Lushing was very satisfied. Just then, Lushing sensed a powerful force flying towards him. He was quickly engulfed in the explosion from this force. It turned out this power came from a level 11 ship. The woman in the group, seeing Red Pupil dead, began to activate the ship, intending to kill Lushing. This ship's maximum output reached level 11. She refused to believe it couldn't kill this kid. As the smoke cleared, Lushing's sturdy body was revealed. Although he wasn't turned to dust, the woman believed that taking such a direct hit must have surely killed him. And indeed, Lushing's left side was completely destroyed. The woman was secretly delighted. "Haha, serves you right. Go and accompany the boss in death, kid." However, in the next second, Lushing's body was rapidly repairing itself. New flesh began to grow on the bones of his left hand. The regenerative ability of his transcendent cells was truly monstrous. This scene scared the woman so much she almost wet herself. 2.5 seconds later, Lushing was fully repaired. The only thing that remained strong was his pair of pants, impervious to blades and fire. Soon, Lushing once again pulled an 82 vintage shirt out of his pants. The woman was so scared she wet herself again. This person was clearly level 9. Why was he not dead after being hit by such a powerful attack? It turned out that Lushing had sensed the ship's attack a second before it was launched. But he didn't feel it was a major threat, so he deliberately let his guard down to take the full blow, wanting to test the strength of his supreme stellar body. The result, however, was not satisfactory. The woman, still not believing it, intended to strike again. Seeing the attack coming, Lushing waved his hand to counter it. This time, Lushing didn't want to be hit by that thing again. He threw a punch, splitting the attack in two. The powerful level 11 attack was thus neutralized by his punch. The woman knelt on the ground, having a third breakdown and wetting herself. She couldn't believe Lushing could counter a starry sky weapon with his bare hands. The image of him shattering a level 11 annihilation cannon with one punch was 100 times more shocking than him killing Red Pupil. Just then, Lushing's eyes turned cold as he looked at the woman. The next second, she bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. Lushing quickly teleported into the ship and took a spatial ring from her body. The spoils of this battle were about double that of the last 2 people. She was a frugal woman, so this is a high-level spaceship? Not bad. This time, he harvested over 11,800 tons of energy crystals, with black crystals making up a third of it. You can really create wealth with your own 2 hands. So what if I'm from a low-level civilization? Even a poor kid from a low-level civilization can live a good life as long as he works hard and diligently. Now is the time to contact Lanjun. Thanks to him, these people are clearly Starry Sky pirates. As a guider, Lanjun is supposed to collect protection fees every 10 years. Logically, he should also be responsible for protecting the underlying planets from harm. I went through so much trouble to solve his problem. He should at least give me some reward. Just then, the ship's alarms blared wildly. Warning, the ship has been locked on by an unknown energy source. The next moment, a super powerful energy blast instantly destroyed the ship. Lushing was instantly blasted into a skeleton. I just recovered, and you pull this on me again? Soon, a figure appeared ahead, startling Lushing. The masked man at the head of the group ordered his subordinates to lock down this star region. All members of the Red Pupil pirate gang are to be killed without exception. As they were scavenging the wreckage of the ship, the skeleton that was Lushing was rapidly regenerating. At this moment, Lushing was incredibly furious. I worked so hard, diligently getting rich, and finally got a complete, high-level spaceship as a prize. These people, don't they know this ship is mine now? Don't they know how much sweat and effort I put in for the ship? Don't they know I'm trying to save up to buy a life planet? He roared at the man in the lead. Hey you must compensate me. The man, seeing a living person ahead, immediately used his eyepiece to scan him. To his surprise, the person's Starry Sky combat power value was 153 and he was a level 9. When did the Red Pupil pirate gang have a level 9 member? Was he a new recruit? Seeing the man completely ignore him, Lushing's anger reached its peak. He was determined to beat the crap out of him. However, as a golden energy surged around Lushing, the captain was amazed to see the number in his glasses jump to 1,000. Interesting, no underred pupil took a liking to him. The next moment, Lushing's aura continued to surge. The big-haired captain was stunned because Lushing's Starry Sky combat power had exceeded 10,000 and it was still rising. It's at 50,000. 2.5 seconds later, it rose past 90,000 and the glasses shattered. What? It was the first time the big-haired captain had experienced a reading going off the charts. From the system error, it was clear that the opponent's combat power had surpassed the measurement limit of 100,000. Before he could think, Lushing was already in front of him, fist raised. The captain was still in a panic from the explosive reading. No, this guy has over 100,000 combat power. I can't take this punch head-on. Lushing's body was like a celestial furnace as he unleashed the ancient 5th season fist technique. You old bastard, you wrecked my ship. You have to compensate me. The captain drew his blade to counter. In an instant, 2 powerful forces collided and expanded in space. The captain never expected that he would need his full strength to block a single move from a mere level 9. You Starry Sky vermin, you all deserve to die. As he spoke, a strange, pale blue energy enveloped the captain. He was determined to slaughter all these pirates here. The next moment, a large number of blue star stones gathered above his head. This was his signature move, Star Limit. He wanted to kill Lushing in one blow, giving him no chance to breathe. A massive blast shot towards Lushing. The blow pushed Lushing back 2.5 steps. Lushing could feel that this big-haired guy was a true level 11 expert, the strongest opponent he had faced so far. But so what? Even if he's a level 11 expert, he has to pay for wrecking someone's property without reason. With a glint in his eye, Lushing entered his martial god state. His entire body's power surged again. The big-haired man realized something was wrong. Is this the power a level 9 should have? He has a transcendent life physique, and a very high level 1 at that. Before he could think further, the martial god state Lushing was upon him again. The big-haired man raised his blade to block. Damn pirate, how can he be so strong? The next moment, a red and a blue energy clashed again in the vacuum of space. Meanwhile, on the other side, a spaceship was slowly approaching the Azure planet. Lan Chen and his companion had finally arrived after a long journey. He swore that when he got back, he would definitely get a level 11 spaceship. The spaceship dealer on Z34548 Weixian owed him a favor from 82 years ago. It should be cheaper. His teammate mentioned that their wife missed Star Zone's law enforcement. An officer hadn't arrived yet, but the Yao Mu Star Zone's officer seemed to be here. Hearing this, Lan Chen was overjoyed. That's great. Lu Xing is saved. As they flew closer, Lan Chen saw the maple leaf pattern ship parked nearby. He confirmed it belonged to the Yao Mu Star Zone's law enforcement officer. Lan Chen sighed in awe. He probably couldn't afford this level 12 ship, even if he worked his whole life and called in all his favors. His teammate joked, if you break through to level 11 and get elected as a law enforcement officer, you could have one too, maybe even a more luxurious one. But for Lan Chen, that was harder than winning the lottery. The next moment, a scene in front of them stunned them both. The energy spilling from the battle in the distance made their ship shake. They could clearly feel that this energy belonged to a level 11 expert. However, the ship's sensors had already detected the wreckage of Red Pupil's ship ahead. The ship was destroyed. It seemed Red Pupil had really fallen this time. In the distance, Lu Xing and the officer were like beams of light, zipping through space. They had already fought for dozens of rounds. Lu Xing was having the time of his life. Lan Chen's teammate recognized the one in the silver combat suit as the law enforcement officer from the Yamastar Zone. But he didn't know who the other person fighting him was. But he's strong. His power is almost on par with the law enforcement officer, even suppressing him at times. Terrifying. Could he also be a member of Red Pupil's gang? The law enforcement officer was getting angry. He held his blade horizontally, preparing a big move. He was about to uncover his right eye. But before he could unleash his ultimate move, Lu Xing grabbed his head and rained punches on his chest. The law enforcement officer's eyes rolled back, and he was in so much pain he shat himself. Seeing this, Lu Xing slowly sighed. He turned to look at Lan Chen and his companion in the distance. The next moment, Lan Chen was so shocked he shat himself too. Holy crap, Lan Chen felt like he was dreaming. He slapped himself hard. His teammate asked what he was doing. Lan Chen asked his teammate to slap him too. He seriously suspected he was still dreaming. The next moment, his teammate sent a punch flying at his head. Lan Chen flew back several meters and crashed into the ship. Damn it, Xiaolin, you bastard. Are you trying to kill me? Xiaolin shrugged. You told me to hit you. To be honest, I've never heard such a request in my life. Lan Chen suspected he did it on purpose, even using a level 10 martial art. But he couldn't be bothered with these details now. He pointed ahead and said, if I told you that the person fighting the law enforcement officer right now is Lu Xing, would you believe me? Hearing this, Xiaolin was so scared his diaper got wet. So infuriating. So infuriating. The captain was so angry he shat himself. A Star Zone law enforcement officer. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He was about to get serious. The captain roared, this entire starry sky will be buried with you. As he spoke, a bone-chilling aura erupted from him, as if the entire space would turn to ruins in the next second. However, Lu Xing's expression was one of excitement. Looks like I can have some more fun. But just then, his two team members rushed over, shouting that it was a mistake. One member came to calm Lu Xing down and explain the misunderstanding. The other went to tell the captain that Lu Xing was a native of the nearby Azure planet, not a pirate. The captain was skeptical, but his team members said the verification was clear. Still, he couldn't believe the young man before him, Lu Xing, was really a native of the Azure planet. A native born on a low-level resource planet actually possessed a super top-tier transcendent life physique that was comparable to a level 11 at just level 9. What was most infuriating was that he had also mastered 2 paths of rules. But the captain thought about it differently. This wasn't a person anymore. He was a super starry sky treasure that had never been discovered or mined by anyone. He was more precious than 100 life planets. With that, the captain's face immediately switched to a smile as he politely introduced himself to Lu Xing. Ignorance is no crime. Still, Lu Xing never thought he'd be the country bumpkin one day. The captain said that Lu Xing had provided immense help and contribution to their Yamastar Zone's operation to capture the Red Pupil pirate gang. He would report it truthfully to the Yamastar Zone Federation and get the biggest reward for Lu Xing. The next moment, he grinned slyly. He needed Lu Xing to accompany them to the Yamastar Zone's federal main star to claim the reward. As he spoke, he glanced at Lan Chen and his companion who were approaching. From here, the Yamastar Zone was about 500 light-years away. It would be a 1 or 2 month round trip on the Silver Bird. I have to go in person to get a reward. Lu Xing was clearly reluctant, but the captain said the reward would be worth at least 10 times more than the Demon Claw, the pirate ship. This got Lu Xing excited, and he quickly asked when they were leaving. Meanwhile, Lan Chen and his companion were happy to see them stop fighting. Now he just needed to bring Lu Xing back to the White Mist Star Zone, and it would surely cause a sensation. As the discoverers, they would definitely receive a handsome reward, and might even get an audience with the Star Zone's council chairman. However, Zhao Lin told them not to daydream just yet. The current situation was probably not optimistic. Lan Chen didn't understand what he meant. After all, Luxing was a level 9 comparable to a level 11. Zhao Lin explained that it wasn't about doubting Luxing's talent. But whether the two of them had the ability to bring Luxing back to the White Mist Star Zone. If they could see Luxing's transcendent talent, how could the Yama law enforcement officer not see it? They would certainly not let a seedling like Luxing go so easily. So infuriating. Lan Chen was so angry he shat himself. Even though the other party was a law enforcement officer, Luxing was under the jurisdiction of their White Mist Star Zone. However, Zhao Lin's next words struck Lan Chen like a thunderbolt. They had completely forgotten to register Luxing's legal Starry Sky resident identity. Although Luxing belonged to the White Mist Star Zone, to the whiter Starry Sky, he was a blank slate. As long as the Yama law enforcement officer took him to the Yama Star Zone to register, Luxing would naturally become a citizen of the Yama Star Zone. As they spoke, Lan Chen sensed several presences approaching. Soon, several figures surrounded the two of them. Congratulations. You guessed right. Lord Fal has an order. We need your cooperation to come to the Yama Star Zone's law enforcement department to give a statement for the Red Pupil Pirate game capture operation. Lan Chen asked if they could contact the White Mist Star Zone's law enforcement officer. The man approached with oppressive force and a faint smile. What do you think? The next moment, the people behind them launched a sneak attack, knocking them out and taking them away. They also confiscated all their communication devices and locked them up on the ship. Zhao Lin, struggling, whispered, "Do you know this will cause a war between the two star zones?" But the masked man responded dismissively, "Perhaps. But I think Lord Fal made an extremely wise decision. You can't imagine how the council members of the White Mist Star Zone will react when they find out that a genius, who is very likely a Sun Glory level transcendent life physique, was snatched by another star zone." Zhao Lin could only lower his head in despair. Meanwhile, in the White Mist Star Zone, aboard the Blue Dove, a middle-aged man was savoring fine wine. The poisonous tumor that was the Red Pupil Pirate Gang, which had plagued 4-star zones, had finally been captured. He could now report to his superiors. More importantly, Fal from the Yama Star Zone had just sent a message, willingly offering them a third of the credit. The only condition was to take 2 of their law enforcement officers back to give a statement. Is that even a condition? The man felt like he had hit the jackpot. But as Fal had a change of heart, why would he be so generous? I remember last time, he fought with the Blacked House Star Zone's law enforcement department over some credit. Whatever. It's not bad to get free credit. Why worry so much? The next moment, a pair of slender feet walked over. The newcomer was a pink-haired girl. She reported that a mid-level officer named Zhao Lin had requested to see him. Claiming to have extremely important matters to report, the law enforcement officer told her to send Zhao Lin in. But the girl said, Zhao Lin is the one who was taken by law enforcement officer Fal to give a statement. We can't contact him now. Also, one more thing. Counselor G. Zimming has invited you to his children's 1-year-old birthday banquet. It's tonight. Hearing this, the law enforcement officer took it very seriously and told the girl to activate the blue bridge and proceed at full speed. Good news kept coming. He felt that today was truly a good day. Just now, the Yama Star Zone law enforcement officer invited Luxing to the main star to receive his reward. But Luxing needed to return to Earth to handle some matters before following law enforcement officer Fal to the Yama Star Zone, 500 light-years away. At this moment, the spaceship was monitoring Luxing's movements. At this critical juncture, Fal couldn't afford any mistakes. He ordered his men to activate all the ship's monitoring systems and keep a close eye on Luxing on Azure Planet, A28462, 24 hours a day, without interruption. Don't let Luxing out of our sight for even a second. Also, keep an eye on the White Mist Star Zone. We've temporarily fooled them, but we can't relax our guard. If there's any movement from their side, notify me immediately. Yes, sir. And keep those 2 under tight watch. Everyone stay alert. As long as Luxing comes back with us and gets his Yama Star Zone identity registered. This will be a great achievement. A few seconds later, Luxing returned to his home in the residential complex. The scene around him amazed him. My goodness, there are at least 40 Grandmasters in this complex, over 20 level 8 Great Grandmasters, and 2 martial saints, all disguised and watching the surroundings. This must be the most powerful residential complex on the Azure Planet. They must be here to protect my family. That's not bad. Luxing pushed open the door to his home. I'm back. It took a while. As soon as she saw him, his sister Qing, he excitedly rushed up and hugged him. You're the god of war, aren't you? I knew it. Luxing's parents also eagerly asked what had happened, telling him to just say it. They could handle it. Looking at their expectant faces, Luxing was at a loss for words for a moment. Alright, since it has come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. The thing is, I am actually the Super Scion Prince of Soul Society. When I was 3, my home was invaded and destroyed by the enemy, Straw Hat Luffy. To seek refuge, I was reincarnated on this planet and chose you as my family. Now my martial arts talent has fully awakened. I am about to return to Soul Society to rebuild everything and reclaim the glory of the Super Science. However, I still need a little money for travel expenses. Could you each transfer me 5,000? When I succeed in my revenge, I will make you the village chiefs of this planet. The three of them were speechless. When did this guy become such a smooth talker? The next moment, Lu Xing burst out laughing. Just kidding. Does it matter if I'm the god of war? I'm still your son. Let's eat first. I'm starving. During the meal, Lu Xing explained his experiences over the past few years in detail to his family, and also vaguely mentioned his plans to go into outer space for a while. Xing, he touched Lu Xing in disbelief. My god, are you really my brother? The #1 martial artist in the world. Stronger than a level 9 martial saint? My son is really the god of war. Honey, our ancestors' graves must be shooting lasers. His mother just told Lu Xing to be careful. After the meal, Lu Xing took Dong Qingxue to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He wanted to get their marriage certificate before leaving the Azure planet. This would give Dong Qingxue some security. Although he was currently the strongest on the planet, and it didn't matter whether he got the certificate or not, the romantic details were still necessary. After all, women like this kind of thing. Today is a good day. From today on, Lu Xing is a married man. It is also the day he officially steps into the starry sky. Lu Xing will be back as soon as possible. When they meet again, they will have a formal wedding. As he spoke, Dong Qingxue leaned into Lu Xing's embrace, full of affection. The next moment, Lu Xing pulled a communicator out of his pants and gave it to his wife. It was the latest model FAO had given him, said to have a battery that could last for several years. We'll use this to call each other later. With that, Lu Xing leaped into the sky. Dong Qingxue became a wife waiting for her husband to return every day. Soon, Lu Xing returned to the Silver Bird. FAO had been waiting anxiously and was relieved to see him back. FAO took Lu Xing into the city inside the ship. He couldn't see that the internal space was so large. It was truly science fiction come to life. Soon, the two arrived at a small tavern to have a drink. FAO wanted Lu Xing to try the specialty of his home planet, sea buckthorn wine, because seeing you, Lu Xing, is like seeing myself when I first left my home planet. Lu Xing was shocked. He never expected FAO, a law enforcement officer, to have also come from a low-resource star. FAO drank it all in one go. My home was much worse than a resource star. It was a level 4 battlefield star, which was reduced to ashes in the flames of war more than 3,000 years ago. Seeing Lu Xing's sympathetic expression, FAO said it didn't matter. After all, this is the inevitable fate of a planet that becomes a battlefield. I was lucky before it completely fell. The Yama Star Zone started a citizen migration plan. A migration plan? Isn't that what Lu Xing wants? FAO continued. Not everyone can be relocated. You must be a registered federal citizen. The conditions are having no criminal record, a strength of level 9 or above, and a certain potential for development to be eligible for registration. Level 9 or above. The conditions are too harsh. Lu Xing asked, can you migrate on your own? FAO replied, you can, but all the life planets in the entire star zone are already registered. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 people migrate, but a large-scale migration of more than 5,000 people requires permission from the Federation. Otherwise, you'll be arrested. Our law enforcement department sends over 10 billion starry sky nomads to battlefield stars and resource stars as laborers every year. It's domineering, but it's necessary to maintain the orderly prosperity of all life races in the universe. If a life planet is destroyed and they go to seize another planet, imagine if all planets did that. The universe would be in chaos, falling into madness and disorder. Lu Xing thought for a moment and asked, how much does it cost to buy a life planet? FAO was puzzled. The exotic beast invasion on the Azure planet has just begun. There's no hurry. However, a low-level life planet only costs a few hundred million black crystal coins. A slightly higher level one would be over $1 billion. By higher level, I mean a planet that can produce level 9 or above martial arts experts. After all, if a planet can't even produce a level 9 expert, it's not far from destruction. However, he said, for you, Lu Xing, this is very easy to achieve. Your potential is very strong. Once you reach level 11, you can become a starry sky noble. Then you will have your own large fief of planets without spending any money. Of course, there are annual tax requirements you have to pay out of your own pocket. But for a powerful person, this is a negligible amount. It seems my perspective was too small. Now my migration plan has a direction. With FAO's explanation, Lu Xing got a general understanding of the starry sky universe. During the long wait, Lu Xing once again entered the dream space to cultivate. Unlike before, Lu Xing had a huge amount of high-density energy crystals to consume on the Silver Bird. Therefore, he quickly reached 10,000 immortal cells and doubled his vital energy and blood. This almost scared FAO to death. Lu Xing had spent tens of millions of his black crystals in just 1 month. He was truly the most talented martial artist he had seen in 4,000 years. He was very much looking forward to how far Lu Xing could go in the future. With that, he ordered his men to continue giving Lu Xing more black crystals until he was satisfied. At this moment, in Lu Xing's seed space, a minotaur with a battle axe stood atop a red moon. As the minotaur raised its great axe and chopped down, a series of super-fast slashes cut Lu Xing in half. It even split the entire planet behind him. Lu Xing's death in the dream woke him up abruptly. Killed me in one hit. Minotaur Salus. The name means god of imperial wind. He's supposed to be a speed type, so why is his strength so immense? His current goal was to defeat the level 12 Salus before arriving at the AMU Star Zone. Finally, after several days of hard cultivation, on the day before arriving at the AMU Star Zone, Lu Xing finally defeated the level 12 Salus. After absorbing the origin power from the new planet, his strength had increased by at least 3 times. Soon, the ship docked at the AMU Star Zone Federation's gathering point. "Welcome, Lu Xing," said FAO. "This is the core area of the AMU Star Zone. The first thing I need to do now is take you to register your legal identity. Without registration, you're an undocumented person. You can't even buy a low-level nutrient meal here. You can't get anywhere." Lu Xing, feeling a bit sleepy, thanked FAO for his help. FAO smiled back. "No problem. I'm the one who brought you here." Lu Xing felt like FAO was looking at him with a gotcha expression, but there didn't seem to be any malice. "Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Ever since I defeated Salus, killing FAO would be as easy as a thought." Soon, under guidance, Lu Xing entered the official building to handle his identity registration. The staff member respectfully handed the registered ID card to Lu Xing. After all, Lu Xing was brought here personally by FAO. The identity information still registered Lu Xing's strength as only level 9. But why am I a third-class citizen right away? I remember FAO saying that citizenship starts from the first class. The staff member explained, a citizen's level is linked to their strength, talent, assets, and connections. Wow, just a recommendation gets me to the 3rd class. I'm not far from being a starry sky noble then. The ID card also contained 10 million black crystal coins gifted by FAO. Lu Xing could use it in any place with starry sky citizens. Is FAO a tycoon? Lu Xing remembered confiscating only a few 100,000 from Red Pupil and his crew, but perhaps they had stored their funds on some ID card. At this moment, a subordinate led Lu Xing into a luxurious private room to eat first. FAO, however, had eagerly gone to consult with his superiors. Since that was the case, he really needed to try the food of this new place. The taste is really good. This bracelet was the one confiscated from Red Pupil. He could check if there was any ID card with funds inside. Just as Lu Xing was eating his 99th bun, he bit down on something hard, like a stone. This angered Lu Xing, and he spat it out. "What is this thing? It's so hard it almost broke my tooth." A closer look revealed it was a starry sky cockroach. If it had been an ordinary stone, Lu Xing would have crushed it to powder. The next moment, Lu Xing's heart skipped a beat. He was a bit dazed because, in the previous second, his 10,000th first immoral cell had been born. The protein in his cockroach was so high, he picked it up and put it back in his mouth. Chewing on it. Tastes like chicken. Crispy. After the cockroach was down, a girl's voice from outside the door shouted Bobby, seeing a red-haired girl trying to force her way in. 2 subordinates quickly stopped her. "Miss Chow Chow, this is our high-class VIP area. You can't trespass. You're making things difficult for us. Am I not your VIP? I saw Bobby come in here. He must be inside. Get out of my way." Faced with the aggressive red-haired girl, the 2 subordinates couldn't stop her. The girl stepped on the table and shouted, "It's him. He must have stolen my Bobby. I can smell Bobby's scent on him." Lu Xing was confused. "What's a Bobby?" The girl patiently explained. "My Bobby is a noble-blooded, crystal-devouring insect. He's been my pet for over 10 years. He ran away and got lost today." Lu Xing thought back to the scene just now and seemed to remember something. A crystal-devouring insect? Is it this big, round, yellow, with many tiny legs? Seeing Lu Xing gesturing with his hands, the girl nodded excitedly, repeatedly asking Lu Xing where her Bobby had gone. Gulp. Thinking about the food he had just swallowed, Lu Xing felt very awkward. He pointed to his right. "It flew onto my hand just now. I thought it was just a bug, so I flicked it away. I don't know where it went exactly. I think it was in that direction. This is so awkward. I hope she doesn't find out." Unexpectedly, the girl walked up and buried Lu Xing's head in a hook. This really startled Lu Xing. What the hell? Did she find out? Is she trying to suffocate me to death? This scared Lu Xing so much that he immediately pushed the girl away. It turned out the girl's name was Chow Chow, and she just wanted to get to know him. Lu Xing was half convinced. "Are people from the Yamastar zone all this open?" Lu Xing cheerfully extended his hand and introduced himself. Chow Chow then hurried off in the direction Lu Xing had pointed. To thank Lu Xing, she said she would treat him to a meal after she found her Bobby. But what could Lu Xing do? He could only apologize. He was in such a hurry, he hadn't finished chewing a leg. Chow Chow would probably never know that her beloved pet Bobby had been eaten by Lu Xing and had even helped him create 2 immortal cells. The hardness of the crystal-devouring insect was very special. Without a strength of level 11 or above, one couldn't even break its defense. Lu Xing didn't dare to tell the truth just now, mainly because he didn't know how to say it. He couldn't just say, "Your pet of over 10 years was eaten by me as a snack." Could he? That answer was too ridiculous. After the girl left, a waiter came up and apologized to Lu Xing. Lu Xing, not minding, asked the waiter about the girl's identity. She seemed quite unusual. The waiter said she was the only daughter of Count Sith. The Count doted on her, so she was afraid of nothing. A count, the level 11 law enforcement officer Fowl, is only a baron. A count is 2 whole ranks above him. No wonder she can waltz into the city hall like it's her backyard. Good thing I didn't tell the truth. Who knows how valuable that insect was? The 10 million Fowl gave me might not have been enough to cover it. As he was thinking, Fowl came up behind him. Looks like the paperwork is all done. Let's go. Just as they left the building, Lu Xing asked Fowl what a crystal-devouring insect was. Fowl was curious. You just got here. How would you know about this? He explained. It's a rather magical life form. It has a gentle temperament, but its strength can reach level 10 or even level 11 upon adulthood. Many Starry Sky nobles like to buy one for their female relatives. It's a very popular pet in the noble ladies' circle. As for the price, it's quite expensive. The cheapest one costs several 100 million black crystal coins or more. Some with rare bloodlines are worth several life planets. Fowl asked, "Why do you ask?" Lu Xing said he just happened to overhear someone talking about it. My god. A single one costs hundreds of millions? So I just ate several 100 million black crystal coins in 2 bites? I regret not chewing it a bit more. I really don't understand the prices of things for aliens. Damn. Meanwhile, inside the White Mist Star Zone's main star, the White Mist law enforcement officer was reporting on the Red Pupil Pirate mission to his superior. The chief of law enforcement asked with suspicion, "You're saying there are no records of the capture of the Red Pupil Pirate gang members?" The written report is just a few perfunctory sentences. The officer explained, "This is all the Al Muster Zone sent over. I've been urging them to provide a more complete report, but for some reason, they keep stalling, saying they'll complete it later." Hearing this, the chief of law enforcement felt more and more that something was wrong. The Al Muster Zone wouldn't give us credit for free. There must be something fishy going on. Contact the Al Muster Zone's law enforcement department right now, in front of me. Tell them I want to see the complete file now. The officer immediately took out his device and called Fowl. Fowl's projection appeared above his watch. "Isn't this law enforcement, Officer Schiller? Good afternoon." The chief of law enforcement, standing beside him, immediately asked sternly, "It seems you're in a good mood, Fowl." Fowl gave a slight bow, but didn't respond. The officer urged Fowl to quickly send over the missing action report for the Red Pupil case. Fowl knew he couldn't hide it any longer, but the matter was already settled, so he didn't care. He sent the files to the White Mist law enforcement and then unilaterally hung up. The White Mist law enforcement could tell Fowl was hiding something before he could guess what it was. The chief of law enforcement next to him exploded with anger. "You're only realizing it now. The people from the Al Muster Zone are full of schemes and tricks. You must be trying hard to hide something. You didn't go to the scene to check. You've definitely made a huge mistake this time." The mustached officer was so scared his diaper got wet. He had a feeling from the beginning that the people from the Al Muster Zone couldn't be this kind. What a bunch of schemers. 2.5 seconds later, the email from Fowl arrived. The chief of law enforcement eagerly told the mustached officer to open it. With a light tap, numerous videos featuring Lu Xing appeared. "Look here. That's one of the members of the Red Pupil Pirate Gang, named EG. Level 10 strength. This person killed EG in an instant. Is he level 11? Is he a new law enforcement officer from the Al Muster Zone? Why have I never seen him before? In this footage, he killed Red Pupil with 1 punch. He clearly has level 11 strength. But why is his fighting style so primitive? Tanking a ship's attack, and he's still using an avatar to fight at level 11? Strange. So strange. Who is this young man in the video?" The White Mist officer then said that Fowl had also sent a video clip. The anxious chief of law enforcement told him to open it quickly the moment the officer played it. Both of them were stunned. The video showed Lu Xing beating up Fowl. As for why they were fighting, they had no idea. Even the chief of law enforcement didn't understand what this meant. What kind of data is this? The chief of law enforcement sat down, puzzled, but he soon seemed to understand something. The person fighting Fowl is probably not from their Yamastar Zone's law enforcement department. He's probably not even a person of the Starry Sky. Puzzled, law enforcement officer Schiller said there was a small file inside. Although the chief of law enforcement was already 70 to 80% sure, he still told Schiller to open it. If I'm not mistaken, this should be that young man's personal profile. The moment he said that, Lu Xing's profile window popped up. It detailed Lu Xing's identity, confirmed as a third-class citizen of the Yamastar Zone. Note: originally from White Mist Star Zones, a 28462 level 1 resource star. Current level is 9, but possesses strength comparable to level 11. Potential: estimated SSS transcendent life, physique above sun glory level. Although the chief of law enforcement had already guessed, he never expected this Lu Xing to be so astonishing. Martial strength at level 9 with combat power comparable to level 11. A native of a level 1 resource star. Transcendent life physique, estimated above sun glory. SSS potential. How can these words even be combined? This sent the chief of law enforcement into a furious rage. You idiot. They've been given a little credit and didn't check everything carefully. The reason Fowl was so reluctant to hand over the data, and even took away the 2 White Mist Star Zone law enforcement officers on the grounds of recording their statements, was all to buy time. to take this genius named Lushing back to the Yamastar zone before we found out. Law enforcement officer Schiller was so scared he was speechless, but he knew he was doomed. This genius originally belonged to their territory, yet he was snatched away right under their noses. So infuriating. So infuriating. The chief of law enforcement was so angry he shat himself. He picked up a teacup and threw it at Schiller. Schiller fell to his knees with a thud, his eyes wide with terror. He admitted his mistake and begged the chief for another chance. But a super genius like this, who knows how many years it will be before another one appears? He slipped through our fingers just like that. Where will there be a next chance? The more the chief of law enforcement thought about it, the angrier he got. He immediately stripped Schiller of his position as a law enforcement officer and told him to go home and raise pigs. Meanwhile, in the Yamastar Zone's hotel, FAO had arranged for Lushing to stay here for a few days. You're very lucky. The Heavenly Throne Academy of our Yamastar Zone is currently recruiting new students. I'll personally take you to test your potential, which is the level of your transcendent life physique. Lushing could see that FAO was in a very good mood. FAO laughed awkwardly. The reward for the red pupil case will also be issued in a few days. I'll take you to get it then. After giving instructions, the two waved goodbye. After turning around, FAO couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This was the most triumphant day of his life. Soon, FAO's watch rang. The caller was the chief of law enforcement of their Yamastar zone. He praised FAO for doing a great job this time and asked him to come to his office now. FAO felt that the peak of his career was about to arrive. He danced with joy. Lushing walked into the hotel. The various aliens aroused his curiosity as he was looking around. A female voice called out to him from behind. He turned around to see a fox girl. She was the specialist assigned to receive him. She was now going to take him to his room. Looking at her swaying large assets and the fluffy tail behind her, Lushing's heart pounded. He had no resistance to such fluffy things. He immediately wanted to reach out and pet it. Unexpectedly, this made the fox girl misunderstand him for a playboy. She leaned in and said that their hotel also offered special services. Hearing this, Lushing replied earnestly that he did have a need right now. The girl pressed her chest against Lushing and told him to feel free to ask for anything and not be shy. Unexpectedly, Lushing pushed the girl away and said, "I need to withdraw some cash, some black crystal blocks. I have 10 million in my card right now. I'll withdraw 1 million for cultivation first." The girl said no problem. Then, she flicked her hair again and asked if Lushing needed any other personal services. Lushing, however, flew towards his room without looking back, leaving the fox girl stunned and alone. This room is quite unique, Lushing thought. He took out the cards from his pocket. I can't get any information from these citizen ID cards. Does the money become unretrievable after the person dies? That's a ripoff. There's also a pile of junk in the storage ring. I should sell it all and get some things I need, like a spaceship and high-level combat suit. I shouldn't delay. Let's check out the prices here. What if I'm actually a hidden cosmic tycoon? Lushing, with cash in hand, arrived at the Crossing Darkness spaceship dealership. Looking at the prices displayed, a small level 10 spaceship cost 80 million black crystal coins. What an absurd price. Lushing had guessed spaceships would be expensive, but he never expected them to be so expensive that he couldn't even afford a down payment. So I still have to deal with loans, even in the starry sky. I knew the most valuable things in the Red Pupil Pirate Gang were those few spaceships. If the reward Fowl gets for me isn't a few hundred million, I'm going to throw a fit. As he was thinking, a girl's voice called out to him from behind. He turned to see it was the girl who was looking for her insect. Lushing asked in alarm, "What are you doing here? Did she find out he ate her insect?" The girl waved her hand in response. "What a coincidence. I'm here with my brother to buy a spaceship. Looks like you are too." Lushing said awkwardly that the spaceships here were too expensive. He also asked if she had found her pet. Speaking of her pet, Bobby, the girl started complaining to Lushing again, sighing that its whereabouts were unknown. Meanwhile, in the VIP area, a yellow-haired man was selecting a spaceship the salesperson was presenting. "This is the best level 11 spaceship in our store. After discount, it's 700 million black crystal coins." Overall, the yellow-haired man was satisfied. He immediately told his subordinate to pay. After receiving the money, the salesperson happily said the spaceship would be delivered to the man's residence within the day. But the yellow-haired man said there was no need for delivery. "Just give me the keys. This ship is a gift. Someone will come to pick it up." The specialist was stunned. A 700 million coin spaceship given away just like that. The wealth of the Sith family was truly profound. But he was even more curious about which big shot was worthy of such a generous gift from the young master of the Sith family. The yellow-haired man heard that the person was a spaceship enthusiast. This latest black hole predator model should be to his liking. It's rare for that person to visit the AMU Star Zone. I have to seize this opportunity to get on his good side. If I can make this connection, it will be a great benefit not just for me, but for the entire Sith family. Just then, the yellow-haired man asked where his sister, the red-haired Chow Chow, had gone. After a subordinate whispered to him, the yellow-haired man instantly exploded with anger. "Who is that person? Take me there, on the other side." Lushing was still trying his best to fool the little girl. "Relax. Maybe Bobby just felt like going out to play. Maybe he'll come back on his own in a couple of days. Although Cao Cao wasn't hopeful, she could only wish for that. At the same time, Cao Cao asked Lu Xing if he was a newly joined citizen of the Starry Sky since she had never seen him before. Lu Xing tried several times to end the conversation with Cao Cao and find a chance to leave, but Cao Cao always managed to continue the conversation, never giving him a suitable opportunity. It seemed like Cao Cao hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time, as she kept talking to Lu Xing nonstop. She probably doesn't have many real friends. She's really like Fiona. Both are delicate flowers from a greenhouse who have never experienced any storms. But compared to Fiona, her status is obviously much more noble. The more precious the flower, the fiercer the gardener who protects it. As they were talking, Lu Xing also felt someone angrily approaching him. The yellow-haired man interrupted their conversation. His sister looked at her brother in surprise, then excitedly prepared to introduce Lu Xing. "This is my brother, Milton. This is Lu Xing, a friend I met recently." The yellow-haired brother said dotingly, "I heard someone on the third floor talking about an unwanted golden crystal-devouring insect. Maybe it's your Bobby." He then arranged for a subordinate to take his sister to the third floor to check. The innocent red-haired girl told Lu Xing to stay here and chat with her brother for a while. She would be right back. How could Lu Xing not know her brother's intentions? Sure enough, after his sister left, his disgusted face was revealed. A country bumpkin from a low-level resource star. Just because you have some talent and latched onto a level 11 law enforcement officer, you think you can set your sights on our Sith family? Lu Xing was utterly speechless. Why is this damn cliché plot happening again? The yellow-haired man looked down on Lu Xing. "You lowly life form. Don't let me see you again. If I find out you meet with Cao Cao again, whether it's intentional or not, your backer the law enforcement officer, and your lowly home planet will all disappear from the universe." Just as he was about to leave after his posturing, Lu Xing told him to wait. But before he could finish his sentence, a salesperson stepped in and shooed him away. "I'm sorry, sir. You have displeased our major client. You are no longer welcome here. Please leave." And so, Lu Xing was respectfully shown out of the Crossing Darkness spaceship dealership. I expected it to be rough and harsh, but I didn't expect it to be so unreasonable. He even threatened me in the end. How long has it been since someone threatened me? Never mind. He thinks I'm one of the many people who approach Cao Cao with ulterior motives. It's understandable that he wants to protect his sister. Besides, I'm new here and shouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, just as he said, both Fall and the Azure Planet will be in trouble. It's just being humiliated a bit, right? I am on a supreme mission to save a universe. How can I not endure such a small insult and grievance? Let the cold eyes of others be like floating clouds to me. I'll just laugh it off. But this guy is really annoying. The more I endure, the angrier I get. The more I step back, the more I feel I've lost. F***CK. I can't take it anymore. You dare to mess with my state of mind. At this moment, the yellow-haired man who had just insulted Lu Xing was walking up to the third floor, only to be questioned by his younger sister. The red-haired girl had asked around and found that no one was discussing her Bobby. The yellow-haired man immediately chuckled and said he must have misheard. After all, eavesdropping wasn't polite. The sister asked why Lu Xing hadn't come up. The yellow-haired man said he had some urgent business and had already left. As soon as he said that, the sister pouted and became angry. It was obvious she was very unhappy with what her brother had done. She knew it was her brother's doing all along. Seeing his sister angry, the yellow-haired man pretended to be magnanimous and said he would invite Lu Xing to dinner next time he saw him. But the angry sister turned and went home without accepting his offer. He was surprisingly protective of his sister, not daring to let any strangers get close to her. He would even arrange for subordinates to escort her home, and their excuse was always that it was for her own good, thinking she would understand their actions when she grew up. When Lu Xing left, the yellow-haired man again asked his subordinate when Lan Che would arrive. The subordinate said Lan Che would land at Pier 001 at around 3 p.m. tomorrow. This was the person the yellow-haired man was going to meet. He also wanted his sister to go with him tomorrow. He didn't care if Cao Cao was happy about it or not. He just thought he was doing what was best for his sister. If Cao Cao refused to go, he would use their father's name to force her to go. After all, the daughter of a starry sky count had been growing in a greenhouse for over 20 years. It was time for her to grow up. It was because she had met too few people. If she had met a top-tier life form like Lan Che, she wouldn't be so easily interested in lowly creatures. The mention of Lu Xing immediately made the yellow-haired man tremble with anger. That country bumpkin who appear out of nowhere, thinking he can climb up our Sith family tree just because he has good looks. A chance encounter? Does he really think everyone is as naive and gullible as Cao Cao? Next time I see him, I'll definitely give that Lu Xing a good beating. Just then, a tremor under his feet shocked the yellow-haired man. This place shouldn't have such a strong tremor. What was happening? At that moment, he was completely stunned. A giant golden fist sent him flying. His bodyguard saw this, and was so scared his diaper got wet. That punch just now had almost flattened the yellow-haired man. What was even more infuriating was that he was almost dead, yet he didn't even know who hit him. As the smoke cleared, a pair of size 48 feet slowly walked in. The attacker was a disguised Lu Xing. "Milton, you raped my beloved pet, the pig-faced beast, and brutally killed her. I have come to avenge my star pet. the pig-faced beast. I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. The yellow-haired man was stunned by this, not understanding what Lu Xing was talking about at all. Before the yellow-haired man could speak, another attack from Lu Xing came at him. The bodyguard rushed out to block for the yellow-haired man, shouting for Lu Xing to stop. Do you know who you are attacking? As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard's body exploded from the energy. This sight scared the yellow-haired man, so much his diaper got wet. This was his personal bodyguard, with the strength of a peak level 11, yet he was killed in an instant. The next moment, Lu Xing walked up to the yellow-haired man with his hands in his pockets. I didn't think you had any skill. I'm here to seek revenge on Milton. Whoever stands in my way dies. Then, Lu Xing slammed the yellow-haired man to the ground and began his Oscar-worthy performance. Milton, you should have expected this day when you raped my pig-faced beast. Do you know how many years that pig-faced beast was with me? 250 years. A full 200 years. She was already an old sow. Why couldn't you leave her alone? Are you even a person of the starry sky? The surrounding onlookers, hearing Lu Xing's loud description, all gathered around. A pig-faced beast. Holy crap. I can't even let a 250-year-old pig-faced beast go. Is this guy even human? He's Milton, the young master of the Sith family. I can't believe he has such a fetish. How disgusting. Spit. He looks so well-dressed. But I never would have thought. This kind of animal should be sent to a garbage planet. The yellow-haired man tried to explain, but his throat was clamped tightly by Lu Xing, and he couldn't get a word out. When did I ever rape a 250-year-old sow? I can't die like this. So unclearly. Finally, 2 tears rolled down Lu Xing's face. Little piggy, may you rest in peace. I will kill this beast right now to avenge you. It's all over. Milton Nicholas, repent for your sins and endless pain and death. Hearing this, the yellow-haired man used all his strength to utter a few words, saying he had something to say. Lu Xing, crying, said, "There's nothing more to say. Go down and accompany my piggy." Wait, my name is Milton Sith. The Sith family, not Nicholas. As soon as he said that, Lu Xing pretended to let go and put him down. What did you say? Say it again. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Louder. Milton Sith. I am the son of Count Sith. Milton Sith. Lu Xing gestured with confusion. Are you sure you're Milton Sith? Is there an ID to prove it? Soon, Milton's identity was confirmed with his ID card. Many ships were also flying over. Lu Xing then laughed awkwardly. Oh, I'm so sorry. I got the wrong person. I'm going to find the real Milton Nicholas to get my revenge. I'll treat you to dinner later. The misunderstanding was cleared. The yellow-haired man felt a sense of relief. Having survived, this incident was too absurd. How could someone mistake him for another Milton and come for revenge? But now, the uninformed audience behind him was the problem. Milton Sith, son of Count Sith. I've checked. It's him. This is such a shameless thing. It's simply unimaginable. I've long heard that some upper-class nobles have very special hobbies. I never believed it, but I didn't expect it to be true. Just as the yellow-haired man was about to explain that he wasn't the Milton the other person was looking for, a large hand suddenly interrupted him. Don't you dare try to argue. You are Milton. You just admitted it yourself. And you shouted so loudly. Everyone heard you. Kid, you are so loud. Were you afraid we couldn't hear you? You're so arrogant. At this moment, the yellow-haired man probably couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. As the discussions grew louder, countless people were attracted by this piece of gossip. Lu Xing smiled faintly and then removed his disguise. After all, this yellow-haired man was Chow Chow's brother, so he couldn't kill him. Messing with him a bit was fine, but the speed at which this news spread was more than double that of on Earth. In just a few minutes, major news outlets had already started reporting on it, proving his innocence was impossible. The rumor had already spread. Revenge is a dish best served immediately. This was much more satisfying than just beating him up. Lu Xing hummed a happy tune as he walked towards the dormitory. Over the next few days, Lu Xing followed FAO to the Heavenly Throne Academy. The Heavenly Throne Academy was the highest institution of learning in each star zone, only recruiting the most talented martial arts geniuses. Once recruited, one could enjoy the best resources, treatment, and inheritance in the entire star zone. Each one's status was comparable to a starry sky noble with the rank of Viscount, because every graduate, at the very least, was level 11, and not an ordinary level 11 at that. Lu Xing asked if FAO had also graduated from the Heavenly Throne Academy. FAO sighed and shook his head. I wish. My aptitude wasn't outstanding enough. I wasn't accepted. The current chief of law enforcement, Lord Andre, did graduate from the Heavenly Throne Academy. He is only 5,000 years old and is now a level 12 expert. He pointed at Lu Xing. With your aptitude, passing the entrance test is no problem at all. If you perform well, you might even have the chance to go to the Heavenly Throne Academy headquarters in the main star zone of the Heavenly Snake Galaxy. That's where the real monsters of a starry sky gather. Geniuses from all races compete there. Ordinary geniuses would be crushed to dust. The Almost Star Zone is still too small. So small it's pathetic. This made Lu Xing unable to resist complaining. Pathetic. It's so small that I can't even afford a spaceship for travel within the star zone. But FAO continued gravely. The Heavenly Throne Academy normally recruits once every 1,000 years. The last recruitment was 300 years ago. If we followed the usual schedule, Lushing would have to wait another 700 years. But we're lucky. FAO went into a big shot who was borrowing the Heavenly Throne Academy's bloodline star plate to test his aptitude. Thanks to him, everyone can be tested together. As long as your aptitude meets the standard, you can be admitted exceptionally, shortening the wait by 700 years. Whose face is so big? FAO explained. This person is the son of Starry Sky Marquis Lanoy. Their family is a level 13 powerhouse, famous throughout 10 star zones. Since the Lanoy family originally started in our Yama star zone, and they are the most outstanding geniuses our star zone has produced in over 50,000 years, Marquis Lanoy has always been nostalgic. Therefore, all his descendants returned to the Yama star zone to participate in the aptitude test. His second son, Lan Che, tested as a Radiant Moon 5-star Transcendent Life physique before. This time, he probably has a new breakthrough and is preparing to aim for the Sun Glory level. Normally, physique is fixed and difficult to break through, but it's not impossible. After all, a level 13 expert, if willing to put in the effort, can completely make his descendants have physiques comparable to his. For example, all his descendants could be new humans with genetically modified templates. Lushing was stunned. You can even cheat like this and modify your descendants? FAO said that some powerful martial artists could indeed do it, but this method of nurturing is ultimately an artificial product imitating nature. Achieving 70%? No, half is already remarkable. Transcendent physique is the most wonderful and mysterious existence in this universe. A naturally born transcendent physique like yours, Lushing is an extremely precious blueprint of material. FAO even dared to bet with Lushing that after the test, countless Starry Sky nobles would be eager to marry their daughters to him. Lushing would instantly become the most sought-after bachelor in this star zone. Hearing this, Lushing waved his hands awkwardly. FAO, if you have a daughter, I might consider it for the sake of our friendship. Unexpectedly, this joking refusal made FAO overjoyed. FAO asked excitedly, really? I have a whole bunch of descendants now. Seeing FAO's serious expression, Lushing was scared and backed away, stating that he already had a wife. But FAO said that for an expert of Lushing's level, one spouse was not enough. The strong should be surrounded by beauties. You plant your seed, and you can leave. It's their good fortune. Hearing this, Lushing's face turned red. I'm a good man. I can't do that. Just then, FAO pulled a photo out of his pants. Have you seen this person recently? Lushing said he didn't recognize him. Good thing I used my spiritual power to change my appearance in others' eyes back then. But this picture is too ugly. FAO said this person was wanted by the Sith family. They had been looking for him. They say he made Milton lose all face. Lushing grumbled. He deserved it. If it weren't for my acquaintance with his sister, I would have beaten the piss out of him on the spot. FAO thought Lushing had some small conflict with the Sith family before, but he didn't connect the two incidents. As they were talking, the ship arrived at the Stargate. This place was truly magnificent. If the Almastar zone fell during the exotic beast invasion, this gate would be their last line of defense. Lushing asked, "What is that giant?" "Some like circular plate." FAO explained, "That's the Starfate plate for testing bloodline and transcendent physique level. It is said that when a legendary immortal bloodline appears, all the beads on the plate will light up with a light that shakes the starry sky, and an extremely incredible phenomenon will occur." Lushing was a little curious about what kind of phenomenon it would be. FAO didn't actually know either. After all, since the birth of the Almastar zone, this Starfate plate has never been fully lit. Even the most powerful martial artist has only lit up less than half of it. 2.5 minutes later, they arrived in front of the giant Stargate. At this moment, an old man holding a staff was standing in front of the gate. FAO said, "He is the dean of the Almastar Zone's Heavenly Throne Academy, Lord Emoyan. He is one of the few top experts in the entire star zone." Lushing could tell he emitted the same aura as Salus. He was at least level 12, but genuine living top-tier expert. He should be the one in charge of the test. The next moment, a huge, luxurious spaceship slowly descended from the sky. FAO said, "That person has arrived," with a flash of blue light. Two men slowly walked forward. They had an air of arrogance. That's a level 12 martial artist. His strength is on par with the dean of the Heavenly Throne Academy. To have a level 12 expert as a guard, the foundation of a Starry Sky Marquis family, is truly extraordinary. As soon as they met, Lan Che greeted the dean. "Dean Emoyan, my father asked me to send his regards. I appreciate Marquis Lanoy concern. Actually, the opening of the Star Fate plate this time is not just because of you." Lan Che was puzzled. Could it be that there is a martial artist in the field that you have expectations for? But the dean didn't answer and directly announced the start of the assessment. "Everyone, you've come at a good time. The once-in-a-millennium Star Fate plate aptitude test has officially begun. Please come forward quickly." The dean stroked his beard, very curious about the genius the chief of law enforcement had mentioned. What kind of surprise will this bring him? The first to step up was a bald slave. His Baron Master, standing nearby, told him not to be nervous, promising him freedom and the chance to become a true Starry Sky noble if he performed well. Lu Sun could tell from the tattoo on the man's back that he was indeed a slave. FAO explained that many hereditary Starry Sky nobles, facing a power gap after reaching level 11, fear losing their titles due to insufficient strength. To prevent this, they scour various channels for martial arts talent. Most commonly the Starry Sky slave market, where martial arts prospects with good potential can occasionally be found. After all, not everyone can control their own destiny like Lu Sun. Those desperate to maintain their noble status will do anything to control a powerful martial artist. Lu Sun wondered why they didn't just recruit from their own territories. FAO laughed, saying Lu Sun was overthinking it. Hoping to find a top-tier genius in one's own backyard was less likely than winning the grand prize in the Starry Sky lottery. Though FAO mused, he himself had discovered Lu Xing in the White Mist Star Zone and brought him back, which felt exactly like winning the cosmic jackpot. Soon, the bald slave stood before the Star Fate plate. Cutting his palm, he infused his blood into the plate for analysis. However, the plate only lit up with a single normal white star. Confused, he wondered if that was all. From below, the Baron roared at him to push the plate with all his might, as much as he could. Lu Sun immediately complied, straining with every fiber of his being. Yet the massive plate didn't move an inch before the colossal disc. A human was as small as an ant at the last moment. With his veins bulging, and after summoning a massive martial avatar, the plate finally began to tremble slightly. Despite being only level 9, his avatar was an impressive 7,000 meters tall, comparable to the level 10 Aegis 8,000-meter avatar, indicating decent potential. However, this level of talent failed to capture anyone's attention. As the plate turned, the stars above finally began to light up. "Yes, this is great," the Baron exclaimed, so thrilled he could have shit himself. But soon, the slave's energy was depleted, and the test ended with 2 stars lit. Lu Sun found it interesting that pushing the plate could completely exhaust a level 9 martial artist's power. The dean announced the result. 2 white stars lit. Physique, Transcendent Life Physique, 2 star. Does not meet the admission standard. Hearing this, the slave was so terrified he nearly shat himself. Failing meant returning to that world of darkness. Before he could process it, his master cursed, furious at being deceived by the seller who had guaranteed a potential of at least 5 stars. One by one, more people stepped forward to be tested, but Lu Sun wasn't in a hurry. Through observation and questioning FAO, he had figured out the Star Fate plate's evaluation criteria. The moment blood was applied, the transcendent physique level was determined. White light for transcendent grade, blue for morning star, yellow for radiant moon, and crimson for the highest grade, sun glory. So far, the highest anyone had reached was morning star, with most falling far short of the standard. There were only a few who reached morning star, drew some notice, but none had earned the dean's approval. Now a blue-haired man took his turn. As he unleashed his full power, the star shone with a brilliant light, and the plate began to spin rapidly. Soon, 7 stars were lit. This finally prompted the dean to speak for the first time. The blue-haired man's result was blue light, morning star, 7 star, which met the academy's admission standard. An uproar went through the crowd below. An old man with his daughter laughed heartily. "Ah, well done, Farron. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. From now on, no one will stand between you and Lilith. I'll arrange your wedding immediately when we get back. Lilith, go to your husband." Just as the girl started to explain her past behavior, the man walked past her without a glance. The blue-haired man told her not to say another word, stating that they were not suitable for each other. This shocked the Viscount and his daughter standing behind them. The girl, with tears welling in her eyes, asked why, then turned and furiously pounded on her father, screaming, "You old bastard, this is all your fault, if it weren't for you back then. It was a classic tale. You looked down on me then, and now you can't reach me." Fowl remarked to Lu Xing that this was the risk of nurturing talent found in one's own territory. You spend vast amounts of energy and resources cultivating a genius, only for them to turn their back on you once they become famous. Therefore, when investing in a person, one must consider not just their talent, but also their character. Lu Xing could see that the old Viscount had treated his daughter like a commodity in a bargaining chip, so it was only natural that he ended up losing both his investment and his daughter. He then asked about his own character. Fowl laughed heartily in response. "A man who takes time every day to chat with his ordinary family 500 light years away can't be a bad person. I hear this as a traditional moral value for people from your dragon country. It's very good." As they spoke, it was Lange's turn to take the stage. Everyone knew this test was really for him. The dean told him to use his full strength. Lange closed his eyes, and veins instantly bulged on his face. When he opened them, an insignia appeared on his forehead. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Lange poured his energy into the Star Fate plate. Nearly everyone knew this test was specifically for Lange. As the heir to the noble bloodline of the level 13 powerhouse Marquis Lanoy, what kind of physique did he possess? Soon, a golden yellow light began to emanate. The crowd was shocked. It was radiant moon grade. The dean acknowledged that the boy was indeed extraordinary. Just then, Lange's massive martial avatar materialized, its form dwarfing the Star Fate plate several times over. Even Fowl was astonished that Lange's avatar could reach a height of 50,000 meters, and it seemed to still be growing, reaching 80,000 meters. An 80,000-meter martial avatar? Isn't Lord Lange only level 10? Even a level 11 might not be able to achieve this, someone exclaimed. The onlookers became instant fans, shouting, "Lange is mighty." Even the dean remarked on Lange's great progress. Seeing that he was determined to push for the Sun Glory grade, Fowl watched with a grave expression, realizing that Marquis Lanoy must have personally adjusted his genetic sequence for him to reach this new height. This method of external genetic manipulation was something Lushing hadn't expected. As his avatar advanced, Lange extended his left hand to command it. The avatar pushed with immense force, and several golden dragon-like energies coiled around Lange. The plate began to spin, lighting up one star after another. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Lange was so fierce he nearly shat himself with effort. The crowd was blinded by the light of 7 stars, but Lange was clearly not satisfied. The stalled stars lit up once more, finally stopping at Radiant Moon 9 star. This result made the dean so happy he nearly shat himself, exclaiming that he hadn't seen a Radiant Moon 9 star in thousands of years. Fowl was also stunned, noting that 9 stars was the absolute limit of a transcendent physique. And the difference between Radiant Moon and Morning Star was like that of an elephant to an ant, let alone a 9-star gap. Yet, Lange's eyes showed he was still not content. Mustering every last bit of strength, he roared, "Open for me." In an instant, the starlight dimmed and a crimson glow emerged. In less than half a second, the light burst forth, a sign of physique advancement. This light, Sun Glory, it's a Sun Glory level transcendent life physique. Lange had broken through his own limits to reach 1-star Sun Glory. As the light faded, Lange closed all 3 of his eyes, now too exhausted to even keep them open, and collapsed. A bodyguard quickly appeared to support him, congratulating him, and saying his father would be proud. The bodyguard lamented that only powerful bloodlines and genes could lead to greater martial arts achievements, a gulf that was impossible for non-family members like him to cross. Lange had not only pushed his bloodline to its limit, but had also achieved a breakthrough to Sun Glory on the spot. The other martial artists in the audience lowered their heads in disappointment, feeling they could only ever look up to those with deep family foundations. The dean approached, patting Lange on the shoulder. "Well done, Lange. Your father has finally gotten his wish." The news of Lange becoming a Sun Glory genius spread like wildfire, alarming the highest echelons of the Amos Star Zone and prompting a meeting in the Federation Council. The test results for the Marquis little warmer out. Sun Glory grade, one counselor said. "A pity he isn't from our star zone." Another sighed. Just as they were planning a celebration for Marquis Lan Noir's nephew, a voice interrupted. It was a beautiful woman. "Wait a moment, counselor," she said with a smile. "I have a surprise for you. Please wait and see. It should be his turn soon." A genius named Lushing, whom my subordinate FAO specially poached from the White Mist Star Zone. He is now one of ours. A genius from the White Mist Zone, the old counselor asked. To what level? The woman admitted she didn't know for sure, but he shouldn't be any worse than Lange. If FAO wasn't exaggerating, he should be at least Sun Glory grade. Hearing this, the old man broke into a cold sweat. "What did you say?" "It's been years since our Yamastar Zone has produced a Sun Glory genius. Quick, let's go to the testing site immediately." Back at the site, FAO received a notification that the leadership was on their way and told Lushing it was time for him to go up. However, having witnessed Lange's brilliance, the crowd had lost interest in the remaining participants, assuming the main event was over. But they didn't know that Lushing was also a Sun Glory level transcendent life physique, and in some ways superior, being a purely natural prodigy, unlike the man-made ones. With the top brass on their way, now was the perfect time to make a statement. As Lushing approached, a man in the crowd wondered aloud, "Isn't that FAO? He was just ennobled as a baron less than 1,000 years ago. Why is he here? Who knows?" Another replied, "Maybe the young man he's with has potential, but who can compare to Lord Lange? Let's go." FAO stopped behind Lushing. Ready to witness his brilliance, Lushing reached out and touched the energy field, feeling his spiritual power being blocked by a mysterious force. There was no point in studying it, he thought, and with a swift motion, he cut his hand and placed it on the plate to begin the test. The moment Lushing's hand touched the Star Fate plate, his energy spread rapidly, turning the entire disc crimson, the color of the Sun Glory Great. The suddenness of it left FAO, standing behind him, utterly dumbfounded. But this was far from Lushing's full power. With a surge, a much stronger force erupted, forming a tangible energy that threatened to envelop the plate. The onlookers, snapping out of their daze, thought they were dreaming. FAO, knowing Lushing's capabilities, was the first to recover from his trembling shock. He began to dance with excitement. He is a Sun Glory Great, and not just any Sun Glory Great, he far surpasses Lange. His shouts finally brought the crowd to their senses, though they remained clueless as to what was happening and who the handsome young man on the stage was. Even the dean, who knew Lushing was a genius, had not anticipated something so outrageous. Lange stared in disbelief. What kind of power could produce such a star-like radiance? This young man is incredible. He also reached Sun Glory Great, but mere Sun Glory was not Lushing's goal. In the next instant, a swirling dark purple energy emerged. He channeled both energies into the plate again, and with a roar of fuck you, the space around him crackled with visionary phenomena. The combined energies formed a magnetic inferno, then shot up like a colossal pillar, piercing the heavens in front of the star fate plate. The crowd was so terrified they felt they could eat 500 pounds of shit, as Lu Xing's power seemed to warp space itself. One person pointed, and everyone saw a behemoth that represented an insurmountable gap they could never cross. Even FAO had to reevaluate Lu Xing. The martial avatar Lu Xing had manifested was a staggering 160,000 meters tall, twice the size of FAO's own superlative Flame Thunder avatar. Most importantly, FAO was a level 11, while Lu Xing's aura was only that of a level 9. At that moment, the bald dean was so shocked his hair fell out. In all his years, he had never seen a level 9 display such power. Lu Xing, meanwhile, casually propped himself up with one hand, thinking that while his avatar could grow larger, it would be harder to control. It was better to concentrate the power within his body. Clenching his fist, he prepared to break through another barrier. He slammed his hand on the plate and yelled, "Come on, spin for me." Veins bulged on his face as he exerted force, and the pillar of light on the plate began to wobble, then spin wildly. The sight made Lan Che cough up 2 tons of blood. He couldn't believe it. He had needed 2 hands and all his strength to move the plate, yet this person was spinning it with one hand like a tire. Is this reasonable? Is this real? Where am I? Is this still the Alma Star Zone? The plate spun so fast it became a blur. Aboard their ship, the approaching leaders were rocked by the waves of power. The chief of law enforcement, who had thought Fall had merely found a talented individual, now realized he had discovered a prodigy as dazzling as the sun. Looking at the monitor, the old man's jaw dropped. Sun Glory. 9 star. No, the pinnacle of Sun Glory. And it's far beyond the pinnacle. Ha ha ha. He laughed, ordering the captain to proceed at full speed. Eager to meet this genius, Lu Xing noticed that no matter how fast he spun the plate, the limits seemed to be Sun Glory 9 star, which didn't satisfy him. He was curious about what lay beyond, a level Fall had never mentioned. He decided to try, being careful not to break the plate. Divine Illumination Nether King Scripture. Full power, vitality and blood buff. Activate. Hold on for me, you little plate, he commanded. With the scripture's power, the plate's rotation speed increased 100-fold. Lan Che could only sigh in despair. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even in the main Heavenly Snake Galaxy Star Zone, there are few beings above Sun Glory. How can he do it? Not satisfied with the pinnacle of Sun Glory, he was trying to reach beyond, which seemed excessive. The plate began to make grinding, mechanical sounds, as if signaling the end of the road. Lu Xing looked at the whitening plate with confusion. Was this truly his limit? I still have power left. My supreme stellar body is definitely more than just Sun Glory 9 star. Since it wasn't enough, he decided to push harder. In the next moment, Lu Xing's 10,000 immortal cells began to burn furiously, creating a dazzling golden light of another evolution. A simple constitution test from Lu Xing caused the entire star region to roar, and the commotion even awakened a mysterious powerhouse in a distant star region. Just moments ago, Lu Xing tested as a 9-star blazing sun level, shocking the entire audience. However, this result did not satisfy Lu Xing, so he activated a divine illumination of the Underworld King Scripture and his immortal cells to continue pushing. He refused to believe that the star disk wouldn't upgrade him under this barrage. Again, even as Lu Xing's power surged, the star disk above remained at the 9-star blazing sun level. Damn it, this is infuriating. Lu Xing was furious. Damn it all, I've already powered up so much my clothes have exploded, and you still won't budge? With that, Lu Xing increased his power once more. Keep going. The next moment, unable to withstand the force, the star disk was actually cracked by Lu Xing's kick. The fractures spread rapidly, and finally, the entire disk crashed to the ground like a meteorite. Meanwhile, at Count Sith's mansion, yellow hair trembled as he looked at his own negative news. He had planned to go and suck up to Lanja, but now he didn't even dare to leave his room. Just then, a bright light outside caught his attention. At his level, he had no idea what the pillar of fire shooting into the sky was. In the next room, a girl with red hair, who was busy with an online romance, stopped hyping. Stunned by the scene outside her window, she had never seen such a celestial phenomenon in the Yamastar region. The invisible ripple spread far wider than anyone could have imagined, crossing an unknown number of light years through the dark and silent starry sky. At this moment, whether on prosperous and advanced high civilization planets, backward and barbaric low civilization planets, or uninhabited garden planets, every living species in the entire Yamastar region was swept by this ripple and an inexplicable throbbing echo in their hearts. Without any reason, there was joy, but joy from the bottom of their hearts. Even those who were deeply sad a moment ago were now moved to tears of joy. The vast majority of people did not understand why, but they could clearly feel that this starry sky was cheering for the appearance and birth of a great existence. The starry sky sang, a chorus of celebration. The first to break the silence was the chief enforcer of the Yamastar region. Immortal level, an immortal level bloodline has been born in the Yamastar region. The old man was incredibly excited at this moment. This world-shaking phenomenon was a sign of the legendary immortal level. The Yamastar region will once again see supreme glory. With that, he couldn't wait any longer, bursting through a window and flying at full speed toward Lu Xing's location. After the star disk fell, the celestial body, which was initially the size of a planet, had now shrunk to the size of a basketball court. The group, led by Lan Qi, was still in a state of confusion, completely bewildered by what was happening. Only the dean was shouting from the side, This is a supreme power. For tens of thousands of years, the great trend of this starry sky has revolved around him. I remember now, the ancient prophecy of the Starfall Fate Disk. Hearing this, Lan Qi stepped forward to speak. He had heard his father mention it before. When the legendary immortal bloodline descends, the center of the Starfall Fate Disk will ignite with a light that shakes the cosmos. Immortal spectacles will appear, and the starry sky will celebrate in unison. And now, the prophecy had come true. The legend was unfolding before their eyes. They had personally witnessed the legend beyond the blazing sun. It was the immortal, the supreme immortal bloodline. Looking at the spectacular scene, Lu Xing hadn't expected it to end like this. However, the first thing he did was pull his phone out from his pants. A wondrous sight like this, of course, called for a selfie to send to his wife. Meanwhile, in an extremely distant star region, someone was watching everything that had just happened. A figure seated on a starry throne slowly opened his eyes. Another bloodline above the immortal level has appeared. It seems my celestial serpent star system will welcome an unprecedented era of prosperity in this epoch. He was about to reach out and summon Lu Xing over, but then he reconsidered. Lu Xing's current strength was too low. Bringing him over now carried the risk of premature death. It would be better to let him train and grow for a while longer in the lower realms before summoning him. With that, the man returned to his slumber. Due to the recent commotion, the star region now knew that a monstrous genius had been born. Some powerful families were even thinking of finding him. If they could get him to marry into their family. If they could just send their daughters to him. Even latching onto a single hair on his leg would ensure their family's eternal prosperity. Afterward, on a level 13 spaceship, Tao sat bolt upright, but a stampede of 1,000 frustrations was running through his mind. Holy crap, what kind of monster is this? Although he knew from the start that Lu Xing would be exceptional, he never expected him to be a monster of this unheard of caliber. The Son of God from the prophecy. Had he actually found the Son of God? Seeing Tao's panic, Lu Xing spoke first to ease the atmosphere. Actually, that last bit was the limit of the Starfall Fate Disk, not my limit. Hearing this, Tao became even more panicked and speechless. Was this guy even human? Afterward, Lu Xing and Tao walked into the Yao Mo Star Region's Federal Supreme Council building, where the speaker had prepared a banquet of the highest level for Lu Xing. Seeing Lu Xing slowly walk in, even the elderly speaker was so excited he became nervous and tongue-tied. He walked up and grasped Lu Xing's hands, sighing repeatedly. A true hero emerges from the Yang. The two most powerful figures in the star region were now treating Lu Xing with the reverence one would show an ancestor. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Tao's lips. After all, he was the one who had brought this immortal-level transcendent being, Lu Xing. Ever from the White Mist Star region, everyone has one or two moments in their life when Lady Luck smiles upon them. What we must do is seize that luck firmly when it arrives. Dear grandmother, this time I not only grabbed Lady Luck's hand, but I also gave her a fierce hug. This is the greatest fortune of my life. Even winning the grand prize in the interstellar lottery wouldn't be 1/10,000th as good as this. After a long and fumbling chat, the old man finally remembered to introduce himself as Pavlov Sebastian, the speaker of the Yamastar region's federal council, and the beautiful blonde woman next to him was the chief enforcer of the Yamastar region, Ekli Fia. The old man clenched his fist, deep in thought. After tonight, this name would probably spread throughout the entire Yamastar region. Even in the distant future, the cosmic universe would be shaken by these two words. Lu Xing had to force a smile. Is it really that big of a deal? Ekli stated. Centered on our Yamastar region, we radiate out to a total of 13 surrounding star regions. In the nearly 1 million years since the Star Region Federation was established, across trillions of life-bearing planets, there has never been an immortal-level transcendent being. It's no exaggeration to say that you are the number one genius in this part of the starry sky in 1,000,000 years. An unprecedented number one genius. Lu Xing was very puzzled. 15 star regions, trillions of life-bearing planets, but only he had emerged as an immortal-level transcendent. But then again, it made sense. After all, his stellar sovereign body had reached the 15th or even 16th level. How many 15th or 16th level experts could there be in a single star region? It was reasonable for him to be the sole one in over a dozen star regions in 1,000,000 years. The old man stated, normally, if an immortal-level being is born in a star region, the Lord of the Star System will definitely send someone to inspect. He believed Lu Xing had a chance to become his disciple and receive his inheritance. However, before the Star System Lord sent someone, their Yamastar region would fully support Lu Xing's cultivation. Oh boy, full support. Hearing this, Lu Xing was delighted. The old man nodded affirmatively. Although Lu Xing was immortal level, he was currently only at the 9th level. The resources of an entire star region should be more than enough to support one person. Just then, Lu Xing smiled. Does this mean I can make any request I want? At his words, the old man's hair turned white from shock. He said Lu Xing could state his request first, and they would do their best to fulfill it if possible. It's over, he thought. Now that I've said that, I'm terrified Lu Xing will make an outrageous demand. However, Lu Xing waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want cultivation resources, but rather a sufficiently large life-bearing planet to settle his compatriots from his homeworld. The old man looked at Ekli awkwardly. He had braced himself to make a huge sacrifice, and this was all Lu Xing asked for. Fao, standing behind him, was moved by Lu Xing's actions. He hadn't expected Lu Xing to be so concerned about his backward home planet. Perhaps this was the reason Lu Xing was able to rise so far. The unique educational system of the Dragon Nation truly made it a mysterious country. There is no day or night in the starry sky, but the habits passed down by the human race over millions of years still use a method of measuring interstellar time. 1 unit of interstellar time is roughly equivalent to 3 days on the Azure planet. As this interstellar day was about to end, a grand banquet was being prepared with great urgency. But it was not for the fact that everyone had felt the spectacular phenomenon of the entire starry sky celebrating. No one would have believed in the birth of an immortal-level being. Now countless aircraft shuttled between the main star and its 10 satellites, creating a cosmic version of bustling traffic. Guests arrived in droves, all for a glimpse of the creator of this spectacle. Yellow Hair, who had been a shut-in for many days, also brought his sister, Chow Chow, to the banquet hall. Although they arrived early, the hall was already packed with people. The first immortal level in the history of the Yamastar region, the news hasn't fully spread yet. If it had a few more days, the scale could be 100 times larger. The entire Yamastar region might not be able to hold everyone. With that, he told his sister, Chow Chow, to wait for that person to appear and to try every means possible to win his friendship. However, Chow Chow felt a little insecure. With that lord probably wouldn't even look at me. Yellow Hair grabbed Chow Chow's hand and roared with confidence, "You must, with your beauty, unless that immortal-level genius doesn't like women." With that, Yellow Hair patted his own perky butt and gave a wicked smile. If he doesn't like women, that's fine too, he. Just then, 2 men walked over and mocked Yellow Hair. This pig-riding knight, Yellow Hair was furious, but he couldn't retort, so he just told his sister to leave with him. But then, he realized his sister had vanished in an instant. Even Chow Chow is disgusted with me. Dumb nit. I must find that person and make him declare loudly in front of the entire Yamastar region. I, Milton Sith, do not have strange fetishes. I am not a pig-riding knight. The 2 men behind him were overjoyed seeing the enraged Yellow Hair. Let's spread the word about Milton's affair a bit more. He's already finished. His sister Chow Chow might be a competitor for us, though. As for whether Milton is a pig-riding knight, it doesn't matter, as long as this is useful to us. Just then, Yellow Hair saw Lan Chia walking out and prepared to strike up a conversation. Even if he couldn't befriend the Great Lord, befriending Lan Chia was an excellent choice. This was his chance, but the most important thing right now was to find Chow Chow. He needed his sister to make the introduction. At that moment, he saw his sister happily chatting with someone else, which made him furious. Isn't he that low-level life form? Which infuriated him, and he was about to go and teach that brat Lu Xing a lesson. You reckless fool, how dare you cling to her on such an important occasion? With that, he moved to thrash Lu Xing. At that moment, Chow Chow spotted her brother approaching and said excitedly, "Brother, look who I ran into. Lu Xing is here too." Yellow Hair glared at Lu Xing, his eyes filled with contempt. Did you sneak into this event by clinging the foul? It seems you didn't take my warning to heart at all. I'll say it again. Get lost. Now otherwise, you and your lowly home planet. As he was in the middle of his tirade, a man's greeting sounded from behind him. Yellow Hair thought it was for him and turned around in confusion, but the next moment he was stunned. Wasn't this the very Lan Chia he had wanted to curry favor with? Lord Lan Chia was actually greeting him. Excitement. Pure excitement. Yellow Hair was overjoyed, and he scurried forward, apologizing for his oversight while obsequiously introducing himself. However, Lan Chia sternly warned Yellow Hair not to block his way. Hearing this, Yellow Hair was dumbfounded. So Lan Chia wasn't here to see him? Before Yellow Hair could process it, Lan Chia shoved him aside. Don't block me from talking to Mr. Lu, you bloody idiot. Yellow Hair's mind went blank. He watched as Lan Chia walked straight and amicably towards Lu Xing. Lord Lu Xing, your immortal-level bloodline, is an extremely rare existence even in the main star region of the Celestial Serpent star system. With that, Lan Chia pulled a golden card from his pants and handed it to Lu Xing, stating that the Yamo star region likely wouldn't be able to accommodate Lu Xing for long. He invited Lu Xing to be a guest at the Lan family estate when he came to the main star region, and this card was a formal invitation to Lu Xing on behalf of his father, Marquis Lanhua. Hearing Lan Chia mention the immortal bloodline, the crowd's jaws dropped wide enough to swallow a mountain. They never imagined that the immortal-level genius they had been trying so hard to find was such an unassuming young man. And even the Lan Chia family had to formally invite him on behalf of their entire family, intending to win him over, even respectfully addressing him as Lord. This meant that their families also had to establish friendly relations early, or they wouldn't even be able to get close later. With that, a large crowd of people swarmed and surrounded Lushing. Although Lushing was used to such scenes, he couldn't help but be startled every time. Watching the chaotic scene before him, Yellow Hair was terrified, the person he had always looked down on. The other man he believed was repeatedly and deliberately approaching Xiao Xiao in an attempt to climb the social ladder of the Sith family, was actually the true guest of honor at tonight's celebration. The legendary, mysterious immortal level bloodline, the super genius who appears once in a million years in the Yamastar region. At this thought, Yellow Hair was heartbroken, foamed at the mouth, and fainted. Not only had he failed to make a connection, but he had also offended him twice. It was over. If his family found out, he would be completely finished. As the crowd grew larger, Xiao Xiao was forcefully squeezed away from Lushing's side. She was too shocked to believe it. Was Lushing the genius who caused the celestial phenomenon that day? Besieged by the crowd, Lushing indicated that Lan Qiu's proposal was considerable. But first, Lan Qiu had to help him deal with this surrounding mob. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two brothers from the White Mist Star region, who had been in prison for a long time, were finally released. Having not seen sunlight for so long, the dazzling sun blinded their titanium alloy eyes. A law enforcer beside them stated that their spaceship was docked at the port, and they could leave the Yamastar region once they had their credentials. Xiao Lin reached out to take the document and said thank you, but the next moment launched and roared at him. I think you've been kneeling for so long you've forgotten who you are. They locked us up for so long, and you're saying thank you? But Xiao Lin said that he had a great time during this period. Apart from not being able to use communication devices, he was given whatever he wanted. Hearing this, Lan Qiu was stunned. What the hell? Xiao Lin actually received the highest treatment in the detention room? Faced with Xiao Lin's question, Lan Qiu could only awkwardly say that he also received the highest treatment. But it was the highest treatment for a felon. They interrogated him about Lushing every day. The mere thought of that spiked club was terrifying. This isn't over. When I get back, I'm going to make this public. But Xiao Lin told them to let it go. Since they were released, it meant everything was settled. There was no need to dwell on meaningless things. It was good enough to be alive. But how could Lan Qiu be willing to act as if nothing had happened? After all, a super genius who was at least a radiant moon level, and possibly even a blazing sun level, had been snatched away from them. Xiao Lin told them to look on the bright side. What if Lushing's talent wasn't as outstanding as they imagined? After all, the blazing sun level wasn't so easy to achieve. Lan Qian was about to argue when he was interrupted by a news broadcast from the sky. The crowd behind them was buzzing. My god, that immortal level master is only 20 years old. So young. Let's go see what he looks like. Hearing this, Lan Qian and his companion were stunned. Immortal level? What immortal level? Lan Qian had never heard of such a level. Xiao Lin explained that it was a legend of legends. A terrifying bloodline with a 1 in a trillion chance of appearing. Only ever born in the main celestial serpent star region. But amidst their shock, the two suddenly realized something. 20 years old. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? The next moment, the sky broadcast continued. A warm celebration for the birth of an immortal-level transcendent constitution in our Yamastar region. A genius seen once in a million years. With that, a screen lit up in front of the spaceship. The next second, Lan Qian's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a feast, because the person who appeared on the screen was none other than the Lushing. He was the immortal-level super genius. Of course, this news also spread rapidly throughout the White Mist Star region. Schiller, the recently fired law enforcement officer from the White Mist Star region, was dejectedly leaving his post. An old woman explained to a motionless man, "You haven't heard? He was derelict in his duty this time, causing our White Mist Star region to lose an exceptionally talented martial arts genius." Chief Enforcer Lenin was furious. The man was shocked. What level of genius was it? To cause even the peak level 11 Lord Schiller to lose his position. Hearing the discussions about him, Schiller gritted his teeth in anger. He furiously cursed that bastard foul. It was his trickery that had cost him everything. Damn it, who would have thought that a guy who looked so honest could be so scheming? Although I was careless, doesn't he bear even 1% of the blame? Seeing Schiller's rapidly changing emotions, the people around him thought he was going through menopause and that it was time for him to retire. After an internal struggle, Schiller let it go. Retirement it was. He hadn't had a break in a long time. He had just bought a garden planet, and this was a perfect opportunity to take his wife and kids on vacation. He had heard that on that garden planet there were waterfalls of syrup, lakes of scallion oil noodles, skewers of lamb grew from the ground, and draft beer fruits hung from the trees. Just as he was lost in his wonderful travel plans, an emergency broadcast from the Chief Enforcer suddenly appeared in the sky. The Chief Enforcer roared, Level 11 Law Enforcer Schiller, due to dereliction of duty, has made an unforgivable and grave error in his work, causing an immeasurable and huge loss to our White Mist Star region. The circumstances are severe, the crime unpardonable. The punishments are as follows. 1. Lifelong revocation of his noble status. 2. Stripped of his position as a Level 11 Law Enforcer. 3. demoted to guard the level 8 battlefield star for 3,000 years. The next moment, the book in Schiller's hand fell to the ground. He fell to his knees in a daze, crying and asking why. Demoted for 3,000 years. All I did was let one person go. Is it that serious? The pain. It was too much. Schiller broke down in agony. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Xing, with access to all sorts of cultivation resources, had grown even stronger. An unlimited supply of all necessary cultivation resources, a full set of Viscount nobility, level 11 weapons and equipment, and the latest model of a private spaceship. Was this what it felt like to be the darling of the star region? It felt amazing, with the resources of an entire star region at his disposal. As long as his requests weren't too outrageous, Lu Xing could get almost anything he wanted. Now, he didn't have to worry about cultivation resources at all. And when he first left the Azure planet, he had wanted to work hard to save money to buy a few life-bearing planets. He never thought that in the blink of an eye, he would already own an entire star system. I'll pick a few good life-bearing planets. They've one to each major province of the Dragon Nation, and the other countries can just squeeze onto one planet. Hee. And now, he didn't need to be sneaky to teach Milt in a lesson. He could just slap him a few times right in front of his dad, and his dad would probably clap and praise him for doing a good job. He wondered how his parents would react when they heard the news. Just then, a pair of delicate, milky-scented feet pattered in. A maid announced that the planet-class spaceships Lu Xing had requested had all arrived. Hearing this, Lu Xing immediately got up to take a look. He was quite curious about these ships that could accommodate the entire population of a planet. However, the maid had another issue. The ships couldn't depart yet. Because the Azure planet belonged to the White Mist Star region, they were currently trying to resolve the issue. It seemed they would have to wait a while longer before they could set off. Just then, Dong Qingxue suddenly made a video call. She frantically explained that the Azure planet was in big trouble. After the call of several minutes ended, Father Lu and Mother Lu couldn't help but ask Dong Qingxue about the situation and when Lu Xing would be back. Unexpectedly, Father Lu chided her for her ignorance. "Old woman, are you silly? Our son went to the universe. Do you know how big the universe is? You think it's like going to the vegetable market? A 10-minute round trip? It's not that easy. Don't worry needlessly." Dong Qingxue said that Lu Xing was doing well there and had already become a viscount. With that, Dong Qingxue decided to go for a walk, as she hadn't told them the whole truth. Lu Xing had just said that he was very far away and couldn't come back immediately. Just then, a dark, shapely rear blocked her path. It was Lin Jingyue. She also asked Dong Qingxue about Lu Xing's situation. She did not hide anything from Lin Jingyue. According to Lu Xing, he would be back as soon as possible, and he also said he would help them solve the problem through other channels. Lin Jingyue sighed. "In the end, it's because our strength is too weak. As a low-level civilization star, we only have the right to be exploited and oppressed." The previous guider, named Lanjin, was quite easy to talk to. Now a new one has suddenly come, and even though we've already paid the resources, he's demanding we hand over another share, hundreds of times the previous amount. He must be trying to line his own pockets. Dong Qingxue asked if they could gather such an amount. Lin Jingyue stated they could not. It's like trying to supply a clothing factory by shearing a single sheep. It's an impossible task. Even if we put all our assets together, it wouldn't even be half. The weak are truly bullied, just as a weak horse is ridden by all. If they weren't absolutely forced, they would have preferred to solve this problem without relying on Lu Xing's power. But given Lu Xing's temperament, he would definitely fight with that guider when he returned. A single guider would be easy to deal with, but they feared he might have brought an entire star fleet with him this time. Lu Xing's martial arts talent is astonishing, and he is destined for a great future. If we cause him to provoke a powerful enemy and obstruct his martial path, then we old bones from the Azure planet would truly be unforgivable. Dong Qingxue said that she didn't know much about Lu Xing's situation in the universe, only something about being a viscount and having just bought a spaceship to pick them up. She didn't really understand what level that was at. He just told me not to worry, that he has the ability to solve it. On the other side, after learning about the matter, Lu Xing immediately went to the speaker's office. He felt a bit embarrassed about it. The speaker was in charge of trillions of planets, big and small, and asking him to personally handle such a trivial matter was like someone having a chicken stolen from their yard and going directly to the emperor, an emperor of another country, at that to seek justice. Seeing that the speaker hadn't spoken, Lu Xing turned to the beautiful chief enforcer next to him to see if she had a better solution. The chief enforcer stated, "The Azure planet is ultimately a resource planet under the jurisdiction of the White Mist Star region, so our Yamastar region's forces cannot directly intervene. However, it's simple enough. I just need to contact some of the interstellar nobles around Lu Xing's home star system. I believe with their capabilities, resolving a small issue with the resources department will be no problem at all." Lu Xing expressed his gratitude to the chief enforcer. The chief enforcer said it was a small matter, and he was welcome. As for her, she had one more thing to ask of Lu Xing. Lu Xing told her to speak freely. "I will not shirk any matter within my abilities." She's not going to ask me to make a baby with her, is she? After all, the Yamastar region had given him a lot of benefits during his time there, not to mention other things. Just the White Hole Explorer spaceship was worth billions of black crystal coins, and that was just the material cost, not the retail price. The other miscellaneous cultivation resources were countless. Lu Xing felt embarrassed taking so much. This time, they were also helping to solve the problem back home. If he didn't do something for the Yamastar region, he would feel uneasy. Just then, the speaker spoke up. Lu Xing, are you interested in participating in a competition to spar and exchange with geniuses from other star regions to improve your martial arts skills? Lu Xing didn't understand the specifics of this. The speaker stood up and explained that he, on behalf of the Yamastar region, would jointly organize a large-scale, cross-star region martial arts genius exchange competition with the 13 surrounding star regions. At that time, all the super geniuses from different civilizations and races of the 13 star regions would be brought over. The speaker intended for all of them to be Lu Xing's training partners. To go to such great lengths just to find me training partners. This is really the great stage of the cosmos. Come if you've got the guts. A clash of 10,000 races. A collision of prodigies. The chance to personally test the skills of these cosmic-level geniuses from different star regions and races filled Lu Xing with infinite anticipation. Lu Xing said okay and asked when it would start. The speaker told Lu Xing not to be hasty. After all, this was just an idea of his. He still had to ask the other star regions if they agreed, and the specifics of who would participate were still under discussion. More importantly, it depended on Lu Xing himself. He told Lu Xing that the only thing he needed to do now was to constantly cultivate, and become stronger. Although the immortal level bloodline was powerful, Lu Xing's power level was still a bit low. The chief enforcer also chimed in, stating that other star regions definitely wouldn't have immortal level geniuses, but there would still be some radiant moon and blazing sun level geniuses from over a dozen star regions. Level 12 experts wouldn't participate, but there would be no shortage of level 11 ones. She told Lu Xing not to just be excited, although the goal was to bring people over to be his training partners, and winning or losing didn't matter. After all, Lu Xing's future was millions of times greater than all of theirs. They still hoped that this unprecedented cross-star region top-tier genius martial arts tournament would be a battle of prestige, showcasing the might of the immortal level bloodline and displaying the power of their Yamastar region. Hearing this, Lu Xing scoffed. Are they all just level 11 opponents? I need at least some level 12 martial arts geniuses, otherwise there's not enough pressure. As soon as he said this, the speaker and the chief enforcer were shocked. Isn't Lu Xing only at the 9th level? God, he can fight at 12th level now. Meanwhile, on Hailing Island on the Azure planet, a guider was leisurely sunbathing on the beach. He was excitedly telling his friend Mars how much profit he had made on this trip. 100,000, at least 100,000, and in black crystal coins. Hearing this, Mars was incredibly envious. The fat man laughed heartily. He, you have no idea how rich this low-level resource planet is. My predecessor as guider was a real fool. Every time he came to collect resources, he would only collect the amount the boss told him to. Isn't that just plain stupid? But it's good for me. If you weren't a fool, I wouldn't have gotten this opportunity. A few more trips here, and it won't be long before I can save up enough to buy a house, a spaceship, and a betrothal gift to marry Marina. It seems you can't escape saving up for a betrothal gift anywhere. He felt that all those gifts he had given before were truly worth it. He was transferred to the resources department, where the pickings were plentiful. He made back the money for the gifts in just one trip. Seeing this, his friend Mars became envious. Although running around at the grassroots level was tough, he saw that the fat man was receiving the highest treatment and service on every resourced planet, enjoying the beautiful scenery of different worlds, not to mention the beautiful women and delicious food. He was thinking of getting a transfer to the resources department as well. The fat man said that wasn't always the case. There were places with great profits and places that were complete backwaters. For example, the Azure planet number 828462, where he was now looked ordinary, and its martial arts civilization was only 300 years old. But who would have thought that their exploration of the planet's energy crystal veins had reached 90%? This planet alone has provided me with a good 10,000 black crystal coins. Mars was shocked by this number and warned the fat man to be careful not to mess up in a simple situation. With such a rich output of energy crystals, there must be many strong experts. If he pushed them too far, they might even kill him. But the fat man said he was very cautious. He had already investigated. The highest level on the Azure planet was only 9th level, and there were fewer than 100 of them. As for the civilization's heritage, he found it strange. The foundational martial arts heritage seemed quite advanced, but the top-tier martial arts heritage was very backward. It was probably because a genius called the God of War had emerged from this planet and ventured into the stars. He guessed that the advanced foundational heritage was bought from outside and spread. Since low-level things are cheap, Mars warned him to be careful, as geniuses from indigenous civilizations who could venture into the stars were not to be underestimated. But the fat man still acted unafraid, because he had found out that this planet hadn't even been approved for a 10th level martial arts qualification license, meaning no martial artist above the 10th level had ever been born there. He could take on as many 9th level opponents as came his way. Since he had said this much, Mars didn't say any more, but just told him that something big had recently happened in the neighboring Yamastar region. They had produced a super genius with an immortal-level transcendent constitution, causing a sensation in all the star regions. Hearing immortal level, the fat man didn't react at first, but the next moment he jumped up. Holy crap! Is this the legendary immortal level? Mars on the other end sighed and told the fat man to look it up himself. Originally, that genius was from our White Mist Star region, but due to the negligence of a certain law enforcer, he was secretly snatched away by the Yamastar region. That law enforcer ended up being exiled to a battlefield star for 3,000 years. The fat man lamented that the Yamastar region's methods were truly impressive. No wonder the nobles in the main star region were all going crazy, screening for talent on the low-level civilization planets in their territories. It had become a unique trend. So, Mars' final advice was for the fat man not to go too far on the low-level planets, lest he provoke a monstrous genius and get into trouble he couldn't handle. The fat man thought it was impossible for him to provoke such a monster, as his current 2837-star cluster was basically the suburbs of the suburbs. Hearing this, Mars was startled because he had found that the monstrous genius seemed to be in this very star cluster. With that, the fat man was terrified. Are you messing with me? This is just fear-mongering. Even if he is in the 2837-star cluster, there are tens of millions of life-bearing planets in there. The probability is like 1 in a billion. If I run into him, I'll do a handstand, take a dump, and drink it on the spot. Looking at his greasy, fat body, he quickly asked the fat man to pack some delicious food for him to take back. After the call ended, the fat man was shocked. So there really is such a thing as an immortal-level talent constitution in this world. The number 1 genius in the 13 regions in a million years. But to think he is actually quite close to me right now, but he felt it couldn't possibly be this Azure planet. Forget it. I won't think about it. How could I be so unlucky? It's just baseless worry. By the way, speaking of the deadline I gave them last time, there are less than 2 days left, right? Why haven't these guys made a move? It's time to remind them. With that, the fat man's size 48 peg trotter leaped up, and a burst of energy erupted around him. In just a moment, the fat man appeared behind Cumberland, scaring him so much he lost the urge to defecate. He was about to bow and greet the fat man. The next moment, feeling the fat man's power, the other martial saints also arrived and knelt down to pay their respects to the fat man. The fat man impatiently roared, asking if the task he had previously assigned had been completed. Cumberland stammered, unable to say a word. Then with a swish, he took out several barrels of energy crystal from his spatial ring. The fat man grunted an aha, and after a rough calculation, he flew into a rage the next second, kicking the energy crystal barrels away. Idiots. All of you are idiots. Just this much? Are you kidding me? Is this the result of all your efforts during this time? Are you trying to get rid of me like a beggar? As he spoke, a powerful energy swirled around the fat man, and the sky changed with it. This scene terrified the martial saints, who all fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Just then, a pair of high-heeled, elegant feet stepped out. It was the still graceful Lin Jingyue. Lin Jingyue explained that they were only a level 1 resource planet and simply couldn't produce that much. Moreover, they had recently submitted a surplus of resources. With that, she bowed to the guider in apology. This is all we can offer. However, the damned fat man showed no understanding at all, instead pressing on aggressively. You want me to be considerate? Then who will be considerate to me? Huh. He had heard from others that the purple-haired woman before him was a loyal follower of that god of war, and a troublemaker at that. When he had previously raised the quota to 300 times, it was this woman who had the most to say. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared on the fat man's face. In that case, he would make an example of this woman to warn the others. The next moment, the fat man disappeared from his spot before the shocked eyes of the crowd, and in the next instant, he reappeared in front of Lin Jingyue, grabbing her by the neck with one hand. I say, little lady, do you enjoy being the one to stick your neck out so much? Caught in his large hand, Lin Jingyue coughed incessantly, but couldn't break free. As the fat man's body slowly rose into the air, the crowd in front of him pleaded for him to show mercy. Hearing this, the fat man became even more furious and retorted, do you all want to die with her? Under this powerful and terrifying pressure, Cumberland and the others were scared into silence. If Lin Jingyue were to be killed just like that, they would have a hard time explaining it when Lu Xing returned. The fat man continued to roar loudly, I'll give you 5 more days. If you still can't gather the energy crystal quota I need after 5 days, then you can all prepare for the same fate as her. With that, the fat man began to squeeze his hand. Lin Jingyue spat out blood and was on the verge of death. But just at this critical moment, a voice shouted from the sky, stop. As soon as the voice fell, the fat man's right hand was cleanly severed. The one-armed fat man screamed in pain and cursed, which son of a bitch dares to sneak attack me? Just as he was about to make a move, he saw a huge spaceship appear in the sky, many times larger than the one he flew. The next moment, he was even more bewildered. It wasn't just one. He didn't understand what was happening, why so many fleets had suddenly appeared. Could it be that some great figure from the sky was coming? Soon, he recognized the emblem on the spaceship as the Black Dragon crest, which meant this group belonged to the Black Dragon Mountain family. The fat man couldn't figure it out. That was one of the top powers in the White Mist Star region. Why were so many Black Dragon Mountain fleets suddenly here? What was the difference between this and a top noble suddenly appearing in a countryside thatched hut? Before he could think further, another voice rang out from above the warship, "Kneel." A powerful pressure accompanied the voice, forcing the fat man to his knees. This time, the fat man was truly scared. No matter what was happening, his first priority was to apologize and save his life. The next moment, a pair of size 49 Hong Kong feet appeared before him, and a voice asked, "You are the newly appointed guider in charge of resource collection for Azure Planet 828462. This man, holding a long spear, was Count Luo Feng of Black Dragon Mountain. The fat man was so scared he nearly wet himself, and he quickly replied yes. Hearing this, Luo Feng's eyes grew sharp. Then there's no mistake. As a guider, you've abused your power for personal gain, lined your own pockets, and even tried to act tyrannically on the home planet of the immortal Count. 1,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for your sins." Hearing this, the fat man's diapers became soaked. The immortal Count's home planet respected Count Luo Feng. "This must be a misunderstanding. You must be mistaken. I have never done the things you mentioned. I admit to abusing my power for personal gain and lining my own pockets. But when did I ever act tyrannically on the immortal Count's home planet? I wouldn't dare even if you gave me 10,000 guts. I was just trying to skim some benefits from this insignificant little resource planet." Luo Feng's voice was stern and heavy. "Aren't you doing it right now? And you still dare to say I've misunderstood you?" Now the fat man was so surprised his fat jiggled, connecting all the dots. Could it be that this planet was? This doesn't make sense. With that, he quickly tried to defend himself. My lord's meaning is that this insignificant Azure planet is the home planet of that immortal Count? How is that possible? This planet has never even produced a 10th level being. How could an immortal level genius be born here? He stated that Luo Feng and the others must have made a mistake somewhere. Look up. The White Sparrow Flower Count family. The Gardener's Starry Sky Demon Lion Count family. The Odd Count family. All the famous families are here. I alone might be mistaken, but with so many people coming for you, are you trying to say they are all mistaken too? Looking at the sky filled with warships, the fat man felt a despair he had never felt before in his life. He kowtowed and begged for mercy, realizing he had kicked a steel plate this time. Just what kind of earth-shattering figure was this so-called immortal Count? He trembled and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Just then, a milky-scented, high-heeled foot stepped on the fat man's head. So this is the brat who's been skimming profits on the immortal Count's home planet. Ha, quite bold of you. Luo Feng told the woman beside him not to crush him to death yet. They should first take him down for a harsh interrogation to see if he had done anything else out of line on this planet, so they could have something to report when the immortal Count returned. As they spoke, more and more great figures, interstellar counts, descended. Some even felt they should thank this fat man. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to curry favor with the immortal Count. Luo Feng agreed. After all, it was an immortal-level bloodline. Although his current strength was only at the 9th level, with time, it was highly possible for him to venture beyond the star region, or even the star system. The red-haired woman also agreed. At that time, he might not be the immortal Count, but the immortal Marquis Duke, or even the immortal King. It's just a pity that this lord isn't from our White Mist Star region, but it's fortunate that Speaker Zhengluopu could connect us. Although the fat man was a little excited to be stepped on, now was not the time to be happy. In his current situation, he could lose his life at any moment. To run into such a 1 in a billion chance, he should have just bought a star lottery ticket instead of joining the resources department. As he thought this, the elegant foot on his head once again slammed his head to the ground. "Kneel properly for me." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Jinghua was struggling to get up. Her throat was so damaged she couldn't speak. Seeing this, Luo Feng slowly walked over. He helped the injured Lin Jinghua up, gently comforting her, while pulling a bottle of green medicinal liquid from his pants and pouring it on the ground. Lin Jinghua only felt a powerful life force surging before her. The moment the medicinal liquid dripped onto the ground, it was instantly absorbed. The next second, a dense forest grew before Lin Jinghua's shocked eyes. It was hard to imagine that just a small drop of something could instantly bring the entire land to life. No, it's not just the land. She felt her body being healed by a warm power. Luo Feng explained that he didn't have any potions below level 11 on him. Although this Schwann's potion could heal her injuries, it needed to be diluted 100 million times for Lin Jinghua to consume. So he had to pour it on this land to nourish the planet. Lin Jinghua only needed to be exposed to a tiny bit of the radiation at the center to fully recover. Lin Jinghua bowed to Luo Feng to express her gratitude. A single bottle of potion can evolve the entire Azure planet. This is too valuable. She had only suffered a slight shock to her spirit and would have recovered after a period of rest. This healing potion was probably more expensive than the entire planet, right? And she felt that her strength had greatly improved because of it. Alright, it was clear that it was very great, remembering the hard days of painstakingly collecting energy crystals in exchange for scraps from the guider. And now, just by basking in the glory of a high-level being, she could become stronger just by standing there. It was truly lamentable. No wonder a 10th level guider was like an ant in their eyes, easily dealt with by the flick of a finger. Thinking of this, Lin Jinghua couldn't help but ask Luofeng, who is this immortal count they were just talking about? Hearing Luofeng's answer, Lin Jinghua's hair turned purple with shock. The great figure they were talking about was actually Lusheng. Luofeng stated, Count Lusheng possesses the most powerful immortal-level transcendent constitution in the history of the White Mist and Yamastar regions, hailed as the #1 genius of our 13-star regions in a million years. Hence, he was titled immortal by the Yamastar Region Federation. Hearing that these great figures were all sent by Lusheng, the martial saints of the Azure Planet were all dumbfounded. After all, Lord Lu had only been away from the Azure Planet for a few months, and in the blink of an eye, he had become a top figure in the starry sky, the #1 genius in a million years, no less. Hearing this, Lin Jinghua was ashamed. She had asked Mrs. Lu before, and she said he was doing SOSO in the cosmos. Goodness, today she had learned what SOSO really meant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lusheng was rushing back to the Azure Planet on the White Bird. Lusheng also used this time to strengthen and consolidate his cultivation. With a whoosh, Lusheng flew out of the spaceship into the starry sky. The next moment, a burst of energy gathered in his fist. With a punch, a hole was instantly torn in the starry sky in front of him, and the open hole immediately collapsed. With just a casual blow, the power was enough to make even the void collapse. It's clearly the same level of martial arts inheritance. So why is it so much stronger than the wind martial art I inherited from Ciro's last time? Perhaps it was because of the Starfall Fate Disc. During that test, a large surge of power from the starry sky had entered his body, greatly increasing his strength. Lusheng could now even sense the Azure Planet from light years away. His perception had also been greatly enhanced. My Master's Four Extremes path is truly wondrous and infinite. The inheritance he had just obtained had brought his palm techniques to the 5th realm. In his fist, saber, spear, and movement techniques were all approaching the peak of the 5th level. Just then, Lusheng took out his phone to contact his wife. He remembered the speaker saying he would handle the matter, and he wondered if it had been resolved. After the video call connected, Dong Xingxue said that the matter on the Azure Planet had been resolved, but it had caused quite a stir. Lusheng was a little confused. How big of a deal could such a small matter be? Half a day later, Lusheng finally arrived in the orbit of the Azure Planet. He saw that the Azure Planet was currently surrounded by a large number of spaceships. Holy smokes, this commotion can't be described as just big. He didn't know how many helpers the speaker had found. Wasn't it just a deal with a 10th level guider? Was this really necessary? Just then, a voice sounded from ahead, asking if the newcomer was the immortal Count. Lusheng responded yes. As soon as he spoke, the spaceships in front of him instantly formed neat formations to welcome Lusheng, and they shouted in unison, "Welcome, immortal Count, back to your home planet." Lusheng made a grand return to the Azure Planet, only to find that it was already teeming with visitors, a scene that stunned him. Upon seeing Lusheng, the others began to introduce themselves one by one. Luo phoned from the Black Dragon Mountain family of the White Mist Star region, the Gardener's Starry Sky Demon Lion family, the White Sparrow Flower family, and so on. The introductions were so numerous that Lusheng's head spawned. Just how many people did they call in? Did they send an entire star-destroying fleet? I bet that guider would never have imagined in his wildest dreams that just for skimming a little, he'd have dozens of cannons aimed at him simultaneously. Lusheng interrupted everyone's introductions and thanked them for their earlier help. Luophone told them not to be so formal. After all, our immortal Count is practically one of us from the White Mist Star region. This small matter is not worth mentioning. The red-haired woman also agreed with Luophone. Indeed, a federal parasite like him who abuses power for personal gain and deceives his superiors should be punished by everyone, let alone the fact that he foolishly provoked the immortal Count's home planet. Even if he had harmed any other planet, we would have done the same without hesitation. Hearing this, Lusheng invited everyone, if they didn't mind, to stay for a while so that he could show them his hospitality as a token of his gratitude. Luophone bowed and agreed. It just so happens that the 10 billion units of gene optimization solution I ordered for the immortal Count's home planet will take some time to arrive. I need to wait until they are delivered and confirmed to be in order before I can leave with peace of mind. Gene optimization solution. This was the first time Lusheng had heard of such a thing. The red-haired woman explained that it was a small gift from all of them to Lusheng. They had heard that Lusheng would soon be relocating to his stellar territory, and his compatriots from his home planet would be the first residents. However, their strength was a bit weak, so they had ordered a large batch of gene optimization solution. Although it wasn't anything extraordinary, it could raise the potential limit of an ordinary person with no martial arts foundation to a theoretical 7th level. With that, Lin Jingyue and the others behind him were shocked. In that case, wouldn't everyone become a 7th level? Luo Feng confirmed this, adding that with the 12th level potion he had used to nourish the land, it wouldn't be long before the Azure Planet would usher in an era where everyone was as powerful as a dragon. Awesome. This was awesome. Everyone was ecstatic. They were truly benefiting from this association. Lu Xing hadn't expected that all ordinary people could directly reach the 7th level. Was this the weight that the words advanced civilization carried? Thinking about it, it was indeed good. This way, his family's lifespan could be extended by several hundred years. Originally, Lu Xing had planned to slowly transform the Azure Planet, but now it had been done in one step. Soon, another young man who looked like Vegeta also spoke up. When the Immortal Count is in theft with his territory in the future, he will surely want to bring his compatriots from his home planet with him, right? Since you'll have to arrange it anyway. I'll gift the Immortal Count these 1,000 Explorer-class spaceships. Hearing this, Lu Xing was very surprised. Another generous gift. Although they were only mid to high-end spaceships, they were not something ordinary people could afford, and he was giving away 1,000 of them at once. A fat man also eagerly offered to gift 10 squads of advanced magic silver guards to prevent star pirates. A man with a watermelon haircut, not to be outdone, offered to gift 1 million sets of combat suits. Voices rose one after another, making Lu Xing's headache again. The crowd was very enthusiastic, constantly trying to build relationships, which made Lu Xing a little embarrassed, and he quickly urged everyone to be rational with their spending. In the following days, hundreds of billions, even trillions, of rare resources were continuously transported to the Azure Planet. Resources and gifts piled up like mountains. Lu Xing waved his hand in a gesture of polite refusal, but his heart was blooming with joy. Send them all. It would be best to arm every single person on the Azure Planet and boost their cultivation to the 9th level Martial Saint. That way, I can be at ease even when I'm not on the Azure Planet. He could repay these favors 1,000 times over in the future. Lu Xing hadn't had time to develop the Azure Planet before, but now they were a huge help. Watching the cheering crowd, Tan Zhongyu observed quietly. He couldn't help but sigh at how quickly times had changed. Seeing this, Lin Jingyue walked over and asked with concern if his broken saber had been reforged, and also advised him not to compete with Lu Xing anymore. After all, being defeated by such a figure should be a source of pride. A few days later, on the tranquil sea, Lu Xing was leisurely sunbathing on a cruise ship. Spaceships flew overhead in waves. After Luo Feng and the others left, a large number of people continued to arrive. Fortunately, Lin Jingyue and the others were there to receive them. Otherwise, Lu Xing would have been annoyed to death. Dong Qingxue, who was on vacation with him, came out, and it was clear she had grown up quite a bit. Seeing this, Lu Xing excitedly walked over for a kiss. He gently lifted Dong Qingxue's cherry-like lips, and an ambiguous sound came from Lu Xing's mouth. He said he would go into the deep sea again later, and if any strange phenomenon occurred, his wife should not mind him and leave first. With that, his lips fell on Dong Qingxue's, and the excited couple engaged in a French kiss, their tongues intertwining. Lu Xing frantically savored the strawberry flavor in Dong Qingxue's mouth. The kiss lasted for a full 2.5 hours. Dong Qingxue, out of breath, reluctantly broke away, and at the same time, responded to Lu Xing's earlier words. After all, if danger struck, staying behind would only be a burden to Lu Xing. The next moment, Lu Xing leaped into the sea with a shout. When he returned, Lu Xing had seen that the future prediction had not changed at all. The Azure Planet would still be destroyed in 8 years, although he no longer had to worry about the safety of the Azure Planet, as they could just move. He was still very curious about the existence that could completely destroy it. The calculations in space indicated that the problem originated here. During his previous battle with the extreme Wei Martial Saint, he was seriously injured and fell into a chasm in the abyss. Encountering that indescribable it, all the exotic beasts blocking his way were swatted away by Lu Xing with a single slap. Just then, the mutated cell in Lu Xing's right hand opened its eye. I almost forgot about this little thing. The mutated cell seemed to have a special sense for that thing, which meant it was nearby. In that case, Lu Xing had to go and see what the connection between the two was. Soon, Lu Xing arrived at the place where the mutated cell's senses were the strongest, but it was pitch black, with no movement. This isn't right. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, but the mutated cell in his hand was throbbing wildly, as if it wanted to escape Lu Xing's body. Lu Xing felt like something was missing. Consciousness fluctuations. Previously, as long as he was in the deep sea, there was always a consciousness fluctuation luring and bewitching him, but now he couldn't sense it at all. Just then, the seabed suddenly became violent, a strange laugh echoed, and a blood-red eye suddenly opened in the darkness. A voice reverberated through the seabed. I have finally found you again. Lu Xing was very shocked, seeing a super large mouth open in front of him. The future, as deduced, changed once again. Not only was the destruction of Earth accelerated, but the entire celestial serpent star system was also destined to become the primary battlefield for the dark side universe. However, in the next second, another palm suddenly appeared behind me, followed by countless palms that seemed to fall from the sky, madly slapping towards the seabed. I, like a roaming dragon, continuously weaved through the sea. The eye, glowing with a scarlet light, stared at me grimly, cunning bug. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sigh softly, trying to pull the same old trick, dragging me into that abyssal chasm space filled with gray bubbles. What a pity, having been fooled once before. How could I fall for it again? With that said, I clenched my fists. You should know, the same trick won't work on a saint twice. In that instant, as I threw a punch, a fist wind carrying a terrifying shockwave crazily rushed towards it. However, my attack couldn't harm it in the slightest. I then placed my left hand on my right wrist, extended a finger, and made a taunting gesture. Come and get me. If you don't, I'm leaving. At this, it continuously let out a humming roar. I will catch you. Hearing this, I remained unfazed. We'll talk when you can actually catch me. You should go back now. Stop wasting your efforts. Soon, my figure appeared above the sea's surface. After this test, it was clear that it couldn't do anything to me because it truly couldn't get out. With that thought, I immediately used my origin power to deduce the future of Earth again. But when I saw that Earth would be destroyed in 7 years, my brow furrowed slightly. It had shortened by another year. It seems my provocation angered it, making it speed up its efforts to break through. 7 years was enough time for me to relocate all of humanity. To be safe, I could get it done within 3 years. However, just then, a terrifying thought suddenly appeared in my mind. What if, after it breaks out of the abyssal chasm, it brings not just the disaster of destroying a single planet, but a calamity that sweeps through a star zone, or even an entire star system? If that were the case, things would be troublesome. With that, I began to deduce the future of the entire celestial serpent star system. Soon, the result calculated by the origin power was presented before me. In 7 years, the dark side overlord would invade, the white mist star zone would be destroyed, and the celestial serpent star system would become the primary battlefield for the dark side universe. Seeing this, I was instantly dumbfounded. Because of my ignorance, trillions of lives in the entire celestial serpent star system had needlessly lost the year of their existence. Now my every move affected the future of the entire star system. The mistake I made should be rectified by me. It was like an apple bitten through by a worm. I could either go around the outside of the skin and eliminate all the worms to mitigate the crisis, or I could wait until the skin was completely broken, then be the first to charge forward and plug the gap. Right now, I only had these two choices, but no matter which one I chose, I needed immense strength as support. A dark side overlord capable of causing the fall of an entire star system would have to be at least a level 14 or 15 powerhouse. In my previous deductions, I would break through to level 15 at the age of 100,000. Now, I only had 7 years. It seemed I had to give it my all. Thinking of this, I used my mental power to capture a shark from the seabed. I slowly looked at the eye in my palm. Excuse me, I need to borrow you for a moment. With that, I pulled the eye out of my palm and then placed it into the shark's mouth. In the next second, the shark's eyes instantly turned scarlet, and its entire body underwent a tremendous transformation. Watching the mutated shark dive into the sea, it seemed my idea was feasible. By installing the aberrant cells into the body of this level 8 exotic beast, I could have it monitor the abyssal chasm space for me at all times. Even if something went wrong, it wouldn't matter, as its main body was still inside me. Soon, on a cruise ship in the East Sea, as my figure slowly descended, I pulled the beautiful commander into my arms and whispered, "My love, let's move to another planet." Dong Qingxue buried her head in my chest. "I'll follow your lead in everything." The next day, I left Earth in a spaceship, crossing over a dozen light years. I gazed at the blazing star before me, emitting endless flames. This should be the one. This is currently the most suitable place for my martial arts training. At this moment, above a burning crimson sun, I was looking at it through the spaceship's glass. The nearest habitable planet to this star was 15 light years away. As long as it didn't suddenly explode, it wouldn't have a major impact on the surrounding life-bearing planets. Although I didn't think I had the power to make a star in its prime explode, it was better to be safe than sorry. Then, a hint of excitement flashed in my eyes. The surface temperature of this star was as high as 6,000 degrees Celsius, a condition where even atoms would be ionized. I wondered if my current strength could withstand this temperature. To ensure safety, I should probably increase my strength a bit more before entering. Immediately, a call from me was received on a communicator far away in the Yamu star zone. The personal assistant assigned to me by Pavlov answered the signal. "Lord Liu, what are your instructions?" I spoke faintly. "I'll send you a set of coordinates later. Then, have someone deliver a batch of energy crystals to me every 10 days. And please thank the chairman for me for helping with my home planet's issue." After I spoke, the assistant reminded me the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange Tournament that the chairman mentioned to you has already sent out invitations to the surrounding 12 star zones. The location is right here in our Yamu star zone, and it's scheduled to start in 4 months. After receiving this news, I simply said, "Notify me in advance when the time comes," and hung up the communication. Afterward, I walked into the spaceship's training room. Looking at the energy crystals piled high around the room, I decided to make do with this stockpile for a while. Then, I looked up and instructed the spaceship's artificial intelligence simulate a 50,000 times gravity environment. As the ship's mechanical voice replied, 50,000 times gravity activated. In an instant, an invisible pressure filled my entire body. Scarlet liquid continuously flowed from the corners of my mouth, and the veins on my face bulged. It felt as if I was carrying an entire planet on my back, and the blood vessels all over my body burst from being unable to withstand the pressure. Seeing this, there was not a trace of fear in my eyes. Instead, they became even more resolute. I didn't have time for a gradual approach. Desperate times call for desperate measures. In the next second, under the influence of my mental power, the surrounding energy crystals shattered with a boom, turning into streams of pure energy that surged into my body. I will do everything in my power, recklessly, to become stronger. This was also the first time in my life that I had thrown myself into training so completely and without reservation. Meanwhile, as I trained frantically, the invitation from the Yamo star zone was crossing star clusters at incredible speed, being delivered into the hands of the top powerhouses in various star zones. In the Wandering Cloud star zone, an old man looked at the invitation in his hand, a hint of displeasure on his face. Just because they found one immortal level genius, they're so eager to show off. Well, Old Man Me is not going to let you have your way. He then ordered loudly, all genius powerhouses from the Wandering Cloud star zone are forbidden from attending. At the same time, in the Brand Star Zone, a female warrior wearing a helmet walked into a luxurious palace. Father, have you seen the invitation from the Yamo Star Zone? With that, she knelt on one knee. Father, please permit me to participate in this tournament. The man spoke slowly. Do you know that he is a genius with an immortal level transcendent life constitution? Upon hearing this, the female warrior's tone was full of determination. That's precisely why I must go. To contend with an immortal bloodline is such a rare opportunity. Perhaps I can use this chance to break the limits of the sacred seal mark and get closer to the great Lord God. Upon hearing this, the man raised his hand and injected a stream of energy into his daughter. If that is your wish, then go. Immortality is not an unbreakable myth. The great sacred seal will guide you, and supreme glory will manifest upon you. As his voice fell, endless battle intent erupted from the woman's eyes. I will not disappoint you. And at this time in the sheer star zone, a one-eyed old man was also looking at the invitation in his hand. The Yamo star zone really got lucky this time, digging up a bloodline like this. But fortunately, his strength is only level 9. They are looking down on people a bit too much. Come, hearing this, a young man suddenly appeared. Chairman, what are your orders? The one-eyed old man handed the invitation to the young man. Your plan to go to the otherworldly battlefield will probably have to be postponed. There's a competition here you might be very interested in. Although Hurl possesses a mid-tier level 12 Radiant Sun bloodline, his cultivation technique can hide his true strength. The invitation only specifies level 11. Hurl can suppress his cultivation to level 11, which will be very interesting. It would be fun if he accidentally slips up and beats Yamo's immortal level genius. Meanwhile, in the spaceship's gravity training room, after adapting to the 50,000 times gravity, I slowly opened my eyes. I found that I seemed to be a few centimeters shorter than 10 days ago, but my strength was more condensed than ever before. The more than 30,000 immortal cells in my body had even begun to outline the star chart of the sun god's domain. Then, my entire being vanished from the spaceship. I looked at the burning crimson sun before me. Next, it's your turn. I set the Void Piercer spaceship to park in place and activated its defense mode. Then, in an instant, I arrived above the furiously burning star. Gazing at the planet before me, radiating endless heat, a flicker of excitement crossed my eyes. When I was at level 8, the flames I controlled in my state of clarity reached over 1,000 degrees. Feeling the violent, scorching energy all around, the surface temperature of this star should be over 6,000 degrees. But for me now, it's nothing. Then let's begin. With that, I rapidly charged towards the sun in front of me. As I got closer and closer to the star's surface, my clothes vaporized in an instant, like steam. This feeling was unprecedented. I greedily breathed in the surrounding scorching energy. The internal temperature of the star could reach billions of degrees, definitely enough to meet my training requirements. However, just then, a violent surge of energy instantly filled my entire body. The more than 30,000 immoral cells within me pulsed as if they had a life of their own, until a mysterious golden totem slowly emerged on my back. Seeing the generation of one immoral cell after another within me, my eyes filled with joy. I should have come here to cultivate long ago. For me, this is a true paradise. But to reach the ultimate state, I must go deeper into the star's interior. Before long, I will reach the peak of level 9, fill the final gap in my martial arts avatar, and officially charge towards level 10. With that thought, I flew rapidly into the star's interior, heading for the final heritage point of the earthly martial path. Time flew by, and nearly 3 months had passed since the invitations for the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange Tournament were sent out. The convening of this tournament was like a massive meteor streaking across the quiet of the starry sky, crashing hard into the 12 star zones and shattering the peace they had known for countless millennia. Countless genius powerhouses traveled in their spaceships across numerous light years to the AMU star zone. At this moment, aboard a large merchant vessel from another star zone, a powerfully built young man stood out amongst the many merchants. Just then, a voice called out, "Mr. Leo, what are you thinking about?" A woman with an impressive figure, holding a cup, walked over slowly. Seeing her, Leo spoke slowly. "Respected Lady Trinice, I am merely passing the boring time. The starry sky is beautiful, isn't it?" Hearing this, the woman smiled. "You can just call me Trinice." Then, she brushed her hair back from her ear. The starry sky is indeed beautiful, but looking at it for too long can become a bit dull and monotonous. Trinice then looked at Leo with affection in her eyes. Because of that interstellar tournament, pirates are rampant across more than a dozen star zones. The law enforcers of the AMU and White Mist star zones alone can't handle it all. It's a good thing you're here on this trip. You make me feel much more at ease. Leo smiled faintly. At ease? I haven't had that feeling in a long time. Do you know how many colors there are on the otherworldly battlefield? Seeing Trinice's surprised expression, Leo continued, "On the otherworldly battlefield, you can only see 3 colors. There's only the gray sky, the black exotic beasts, and the red earth soaked with countless blood." With that, Leo showed an embarrassed expression. "I'm sorry, I recalled some unpleasant memories." Trinice tried to calm herself. "Mr. Leo, you're being too formal. Let me introduce you to the popular contestants for this tournament. This person is Gray from the Blue Devil clan of the Black Butterfly Star Zone. She has a radiant moon transcendent life constitution, is 700 years old, and possesses the power of a peak level 11. Another is the Ice Devil Monroe from the Sheer Star Zone. With a radiant sun 3-star transcendent life constitution, he is less than 400 years old and could break through to level 12 at any time. His future is limitless. Finally, there's the key figure of this tournament, the possessor of the once-in-a-million-years immortal bloodline from the AMU Star Zone. Looking at the figure in the data, Trinice murmured, "I once thought this was something out of legend, but I never expected it to be real." Hearing this, Leo couldn't help but sigh. Yes, even on the otherworldly battlefield, immortal-level beings are extremely rare and dazzling. But then, Trinice laughed. "It's a bit of a shame, though. This immortal-level genius is only level 9. I'm afraid his light will be overshadowed by the other geniuses in this tournament. The pre-tournament predictions for him winning are less than 20%. Instead, the Ice Devil Monroe from the Sheer Star Zone is the biggest favorite. This immortal seed might just be snuffed out in its cradle. By the way, Mr. Leo, are you planning to participate in a tournament? With your strength, making it into the top 10 should be easy, right?" However, Leo shook his head, indicating he wouldn't participate. Then, an imperceptible cold smile appeared on his lips. "Because I have more important things to do." At that moment, Trinice looked at the handsome face of the man beside her and spoke slowly. "Since Mr. Leo has more important things to do, then let's forget it." She then smiled. "Could you tell me what the otherworldly battlefield is really like?" Leo gazed at a dark red star in the distance, lost in thought. "You could say it's a cradle for the strong, a competitive arena for prodigies, or a meat grinder for the weak. At every moment, extraordinarily talented powerhouses rise, and there are also those who unfortunately fall. Blood and fire fill the entire space. With no time to breathe, only endless despair and death." Trinice looked at Leo with admiration. "Let the bad memories pass. Your survival and return from the otherworldly battlefield is proof enough of your extraordinary martial prowess. If you were to participate in the Interstellar Genius Tournament, you would surely secure a good position, if not shake the starry sky." Leo's eyes showed no emotion. "I've long grown tired of fighting and have become indifferent to fame and fortune. All I want now is a place to call home and to live a normal life." Hearing this, Trinice quickly spoke up. "Then why don't you join our merchant group as the head of the guards? We can offer you any terms you desire." However, as soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire merchant ship. A virtual screen appeared before Trinice. "Report, Commander. Our ship is under attack by unidentified assailants, most likely pirates." Trinice was instantly stunned. Looking at Trinice, who had collapsed to the floor, Leo slowly extended his hand. "Take me to the guard team." Meanwhile, countless pirate ships were rapidly approaching in the cosmos. And now, in the ship's guard hall, as Leo appeared before them, they seemed to have found their backbone. "It's Lord Leo. We're saved." Leo spoke to comfort them. "Everyone, calm down. This is not a big problem." He then asked Trinice, "Are all the members of the guard team here?" Trinice nodded, confirming they were all present. "The full strength of our Jadeite merchant group is here. Please give the command to fight the pirates." However, as soon as her voice fell, Leo pulled Trinice into his arms. "You've done a really good job." With that, his eyes radiated a murderous intent. In an instant, a scarlet blade light cut through the void, madly spreading in all directions. Wherever the blade light passed, liquid splattered. In just a single breath, the bodies of the numerous guard members were torn to pieces, gazing at the hellish scene before her. Trinus' eyes were vacant, and she kept repeating one sentence. Why? Why is this happening? Leo grabbed the back of Trinus, snacked and whispered in her ear, because you've always been my prey. Actually, there are many other colors on the otherworldly battlefield, like the blood of the starry nobility, which is quite colorful. I wonder if your blood is as brilliant. Oh, and I forgot to tell you something. It's not that I don't want to participate in that interstellar genius tournament, but that I can't, because I'm an escapee from the otherworldly battlefield. After my identity was stripped, I'm not even a citizen of the stars anymore. Soon, after a thorough plunder, countless pirates cheered. As expected of the starling Leo, he took down this merchant ship without breaking a sweat. Hearing this, Trinus' pupils contracted. So you are the 3S class pirate, Starling Leo, wanted by a coalition of 8-star zones. But don't get too cocky. The Jadeite has been within the network surveillance range of the Interstellar Law Enforcement Department. The moment you attacked, the star cops were already on their way. Leo smiled. Thank you for the reminder. It's about time for us to leave. He then waved his hand. All units, listen up. Prepare to evacuate in 1 minute. Then, he grabbed a handful of Trinus' hair. Thank you for helping me once again. I, Leo, hate wasting food. I eat every last grain of rice in my bowl. How about I reward you properly tonight and let my men have a taste as well? At these words, a wicked smile appeared on the faces of the many pirates. However, just then, the cry of a phoenix echoed through the universe, and countless golden crows soared through the starry sky. A nearby star seemed like an eye, quietly watching everything. As a giant foot slowly stepped out of the burning star, in the next second, a colossal golden figure stood in the universe. In the name of the immortal, I sentence you all to death. Leo stared at the scene before him, his eyes filled with terror. The originally dimmed star suddenly erupted in fierce flames, as if to burn everything around it. Within those flames, a golden giant tens of thousands of feet tall stood erect in the void, as if born from the fire. Seeing this, Leo immediately turned and roared at the pirates, full attack on the star ahead. As his voice fell, countless spaceships began to accumulate energy, aiming their cannons at the burning star. In an instant, barges of attack shot towards it. But just then, the sleeping golden figure opened its eyes like a god. With a single glance, it dispersed all the incoming attacks. At the same time, countless pirate ships exploded like fireworks, creating brilliant bursts of light in the starry sky. Witnessing this, Leo immediately ordered all ships to scatter. However, the only response was the busy tone from his communicator. Feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, Leo collapsed to his knees, muttering, "How is this possible? How can this be possible?" But in the next second, he was surprised to find that the golden figure was shrinking at a visible rate. I stepped out of the flames as if reborn from fire. Then, I slowly raised my arm. With the wave of my hand, I dispersed the surrounding flames, and my clothes reappeared on my body. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, my figure suddenly appeared on the Jadeite merchant ship. Seeing me, as if a king of the starry sky had descended, Leo's body couldn't stop trembling. How is this possible? Who are you? He quickly lunged at me, his speed leaving afterimages in space. Don't underestimate me, he roared, his face contorting with rage as he gathered energy in his hands. I simply snapped my fingers. A small golden crow appeared at my fingertip. The moment it touched Leo's body, it suddenly dissipated. But in the next second, a huge ball of fire rapidly engulfed his entire form. In the blink of an eye, only Leo's agonizing screams could be faintly heard in the space, as if he had never existed. Seeing this, the numerous pirates fell silent. They couldn't believe that the peak level 11 Starling Leo had been eliminated just like that. Looking at the young man before them, their hearts were filled with utter terror, followed by an overwhelming fear of death. I snapped my fingers again, and waves of painful wails spread throughout the merchant ship. Looking at the charred bodies on the floor, I spoke slowly to Trinus. Contact the star cops and tell them to come quickly. Tell them I've taken care of everything. Trinus stared blankly, murmuring, "Could you be the legendary possessor of the immortal bloodline?" However, I paid her no mind, as a question had appeared in my mind: just how strong am I now? Then, a terrifying pressure emanated from within my body. Perhaps no one would ever know, or could ever know. Soon, I returned to my own spaceship. It's a good thing I can construct clothes with my mental power. Otherwise, every time I activated the stellar sovereign body, my clothes would explode, and I might have been mistaken for an exhibitionist. I then called Dong Qingxue to let her know I was safe. I also took the opportunity of this tournament to bring my family and the martial saints I was on good terms with to the Yamastar Zone. Then, I spoke to the ship's intelligence, destination, Yamastar Zone's main sector. Meanwhile, at the main satellite dock of the Yamastar Zone, my parents, whose appearances had changed after receiving countless resources and reaching level 6, were strolling down the street with the beautiful commander and others. A group of people walked towards them and said respectfully, "Welcome, distinguished guests, to the 8th Star Zone. On behalf of the Yamastar Zone Federation, we extend our most sincere and warmest welcome to you all." However, just then, a huge spaceship suddenly landed. Seeing this, my sister, Luqinghe, became incredibly excited and took out her phone, ready to take a picture. But after seeing the striking wolf head pattern on the ship, the old man's eyes widened in horror. Oh no, this is bad. That's the spaceship of the Adrip Bloodvein clan from the Silver Rock Star Zone. Weren't these troublesome people supposed to arrive this afternoon? Why are they so early? As the spaceship landed, Lu Qinghe excitedly held up her phone. This spaceship is almost as big as several White River City stadiums. However, just then, the cabin door slowly opened and several wolf-headed, human-bodied alien species walked out. The moment they stepped off the ship, they noticed Lu Qinghe holding her phone and crazily taking pictures of them. Seeing this, the leading wolf person roared at her, "Hey, what are you doing?" The old man beside them knew this was bad. This is trouble, he thought. He shouted to the group behind him, "Get over there, quickly. If this isn't handled well, it will be a major diplomatic incident." In the next second, wolf howls echoed throughout the entire dock. In just a moment, countless wolf people surrounded them. Seeing this, Lu Qinghe's pretty face instantly turned pale. Her intuition told her she had caused trouble again. The leading wolf person's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You will pay the price for your actions." With that, it raised its claws. "Die, little girl." However, at this critical moment, the diplomat quickly intervened. "Please wait. She doesn't know your rules. Ignorance is not a crime. Please forgive her actions." The lead wolf person replied, "We, the Great Adric Bloodvein Wolves, never allow anyone to take pictures of us, for it is a blatant blasphemy and insult to us. She must be punished." Previously, because of this taboo, the Bloodvein Wolf clan had clashed with many factions, often washing away the insult with the heads and blood of the blasphemers. After hearing the introduction of the Bloodvein Wolf clan, the beautiful commander's brow furrowed. Is there no room for negotiation? Those Bloodvein Wolves are all super stubborn beastkin warriors. In this situation, unless the chairman himself can come. However, as soon as the words were spoken, the void beside them made a sound like shattering glass, and Pavlov slowly stepped out. Even after seeing him, the lead wolf person remained adamant. "Even if the chairman himself pleads, my clan's beliefs will never be compromised." Pavlov simply whispered a few words in its ear. In an instant, the lead wolf person's pupils contracted violently, as if hit by an earthquake. "Is what you say true?" After receiving an affirmative answer, wolf howls once again echoed through the dock. The surrounding wolf people all melt on one knee before Lu Qinghe. "Honorable friend, please forgive our ignorance and rudeness. We implore you to accept the highest apology of the Bloodvein Wolf clan." Seeing this, Dong Qingxue was slightly taken aback. She thought that with the chairman Lu Xing had mentioned arriving, the matter would be settled, but she never expected this outcome. She really had no idea what her husband's status was now. Lu Qinghe cautiously asked, "So, can I still take pictures of you?" At this, the lead wolf person's eyes lit up. "Of course you can." He looked at his clansmen behind him to show our sincerity, little ones. "Get to it." Immediately, the numerous wolf people crowded around Lu Qinghe, their faces full of fawning expressions. The diplomat who witnessed this couldn't believe it. This will definitely be on the front page of the Yamu Federation Daily tomorrow. Meanwhile, after several days of flying, I was also about to land at the dock. Looking at the photos my sister posted on her phone, I couldn't help but smile. She made friends with an alien race so quickly, I was a little worried about them. But it seems I underestimated my family's ability to adapt to new things. With the technological level of the Yamu Star Zone, it would be easy for my parents to live past 1,000 years old if they also cultivated martial arts. That would be even better. The greatest pain in this world is when you wish to care for your parents, but they are no longer there. I don't want that regret to happen. Soon after I landed, Pavlov introduced me. This is the commander-in-chief of the front lines, Ulu. Also, the Interstellar Tournament is starting in a few days. There are some things I need to discuss with you in detail. At this time, I equally slowly spoke. Starling Leo, the 3S class fugitive wanted by a coalition of 8 star zones. Thanks to your help, I've received hundreds of thank you letters from different star zones these past few days. Far was instantly shocked. That was a peak level 11 character who had even been to the otherworldly battlefield. Although he later deserted, his strength was not to be underestimated. I remember the Black Butterfly Star Zone once sent 3 level 11 law enforcers who couldn't even capture him. But in Lu Xing's hands, not even dust was left. Immortal level. It's just too exaggerated. I wasn't very interested in their praise and asked instead, "Can you tell me in detail what the otherworldly battlefield is? You'll have to go there sooner or later anyway. It's good to learn about it beforehand." With a gentle wave of her hand, a virtual screen suddenly appeared. The otherworldly battlefield is a space created by the collision between our universe and another universe. It's also the main battlefield against the otherworld. Countless martial arts geniuses from the starry sky eventually go to the otherworldly battlefield to temper themselves. So it's also known as the Cradle of the Strong, and the so-called exotic beast invasion is just another dimensional universe that happened to collide with ours. Sooner or later, we will completely drive them out, and even a counter-offensive is not impossible. Hearing this, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is it really just another dimensional universe? It's not hard to see that they view the exotic beast invasion lightly. The higher-ups of the starry sky are optimistic about the battlefield situation, even thinking they have the upper hand. Is it because the level of a level 12 law enforcement chief is too low? Or do the powerhouses of this universe still not know about the dark side universe overlord? The source of all evil might be invading multiple universes simultaneously, and the intensity of its invasion into our universe is not yet severe, which is why it gives them this false impression. But if they wait until the dark side overlord descends in 7 years, it will be too late. I then asked Law Chief, "Do you know what a dark side overlord is?" The moment I said this, the eyes of the three of them flickered. Then, Ulu looked at me with a serious expression. "Lushing, where did you hear this term?" I once sensed a strange consciousness fluctuation from another world deep in the abysses of my home planet, a place invaded by exotic beasts. The words dark side overlord were among them. Hearing this, Ulu's eyes seemed to sink into an endless abyss. I also heard this term when I was on the otherworldly battlefield. Dark Side Overlord is a title of respect for a certain level of powerhouse in the other dimensional universe, and their strength is roughly equivalent to a level 16 powerhouse in our universe. My pupils couldn't help but shrink violently at these words. Level 16, equivalent to the realm of my teacher, Yang Ijo. You must know, Master Yang is a star domain lord. I never thought that the invading shadow in the oceanic abyss catacomb on Earth had reached level 16. It's truly unbelievable. After hearing Ula's introduction, Pavlov couldn't help but say, "Old Ulu, are you kidding? How could a level 16 powerhouse appear on a novice resource planet like Lushing's home planet?" Ulu slowly closed his eyes, his brow furrowed. Perhaps it's just a being from the other dimensional universe that knows the name of the Dark Side Overlord, but its level is definitely not low. A level 16 can be the master of a large star domain. Ordinary level 11 or 12 powerhouses wouldn't even know about it. I only learned about this after becoming a battlefield commander. In any case, if this is true, it's something we must take seriously. Lusheng, give me the coordinates later. I want to go and see for myself. I nodded in agreement. It would be best if the problem of the oceanic abyss catacomb could be discovered by Ulu and reported, drawing the attention of the celestial serpent star system's higher-ups. This way, with full preparations when the 7-year deadline arrives, we can definitely reduce a lot of losses and save countless lives. As I recounted everything about the oceanic abyss catacomb, the spaceship arrived at the tournament venue. Looking at the incredibly vast arena before me, surrounded by countless asteroids serving as spectator stands, Pavlov slapped me hard on the shoulder. "On behalf of the Yamo Star Zone Federation, I must thank you properly. The revenue this tournament has brought us is equivalent to the sum of the previous 50 years. We'll have ways to solve problems in the future. Besides you, our Yamo Star Zone has recommended a few other geniuses. I'll take you to meet them. Soon, as the spaceship arrived above a small asteroid, we saw a white-haired girl facing an attack from 3 others. In the next second, a deep blue blade light caught through space, and the 3 attackers were instantly defeated. Looking at the girl before us, Pavlov introduced her. Her name is Iceblow. She's over 900 years old, at the peak of level 11, and also possesses a radiant moon transcendent life constitution. After seeing us, Iceblow and the other 3 walked over. Pavlov then introduced me to them. You all probably know him. This is Lusheng. Hearing this, Iceblow spoke slowly. I have long heard of the Immoral's fame, and finally get to see you today. How about a spar, so I can experience the power of the Immoral bloodline? At these words, the space around us instantly became dead silent. My eyes stared coldly at her. Are you challenging me? Iceblow looked at me with a smug expression. Respected Mr. Liu, don't tell me you're scared. Seeing this, Pavlov thought to himself, this is a good opportunity. If they really fight, I can use this chance to get a clearer look at Lusheng's strength. However, I paid no attention to Iceblow and just sneered to myself. Then, I slowly spoke to Pavlov, Chairman. I'd like to spend some time with my family these next few days, so I won't be joining their training camp. With that, I turned to leave. Pavlov was taken aback and quickly said, then I'll send you back now. Watching my retreating back, Iceblow clenched her fists tightly. At this moment, the other 3 took the opportunity to say, even if that kid is immortal level, he's still only level 10. How can he compare to Lady Iceblow? A gap of nearly 2 major realms is not so easily closed. Besides, Lady Iceblow isn't just level 11. Meanwhile, under Pavlov's guidance, I arrived above a villa. He instructed me, Lusheng, the prizes for the top 10 in this tournament are provided jointly by the 12 star zones. The rewards are extremely generous. If you're confident, try your best to get them. I simply said, don't worry, and vanished. In the next second, I appeared inside the villa. Seeing me, my mother ran over quickly. When did you get back? You child, why didn't you give us a heads up? You've lost weight and gotten tanned. You haven't been eating on time again, have you? At this moment, the beautiful commander and my sister, Lu Qinghe, walked over with a platter of fruit. Upon seeing me return, Dong Qingxue threw herself into my arms. Then, in a lively atmosphere, our family sat down together for dinner. But then, a hint of sadness appeared in my mother's eyes. Everything is great here, but there are no familiar faces. Besides your father, there's no one to talk to. Lu Qinghe also muttered softly, exactly, I miss my classmates a little in the spicy hot pot at the school gate. My father also spoke up, son, are we really going to settle here permanently? I looked at the beautiful commander, my love. What do you think? Dong Qingshue's eyes were full of love. I'll listen to whatever you say. I sipped a drink in my cup. We don't have to live here. We can move to another planet. I'll bring everything from Earth over then. At these words, the three of them looked at me with happy faces. Really? But then Lu Qinghe asked, in that case, why don't we just stay on Earth? To avoid worrying my family about Earth's impending destruction in a few years, I could only say Earth is, after all, being invaded by exotic beasts and will eventually become a pure battlefield planet. It's definitely not suitable for living. It's better to move away early. Soon, night fell, and I snuggled with the beautiful commander. However, in the next second, she suddenly sat up in bed and took out a small bottle. Her face was full of tenderness. You're away from home for longer and longer periods now. I wanted to save some of your hair to have something to remember you by. Hearing this, I pushed the beautiful commander down. Seeing her puzzled look, I slowly approached her. You little imp, you don't need to keep any hair. I'll leave you with something else. And that night was destined to be sleepless. A battle of the century was quietly unfolding in a villa. A few days later, a curvaceous host stood on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the day you've all been waiting for, the exchange tournament encompassing 12-star zones, has finally officially begun. Next, you will witness the clash between the most outstanding martial arts geniuses from the 12-star zones. Let us wait and see. At this moment, on a spectator star, I introduced to the group this spectator star was specially reserved for us. You can watch from wherever you like. As the few martial saints from Earth that I was friends with also arrived one after another, Lin Jinghua looked at the scene before him, a hint of pleasure in his eyes. Lu Xing, may your light illuminate the entire starry sky. Looking at the surroundings, Lu Xing exclaimed, this is all so amazing. If only there were fried chicken and Coke right now. I pointed to a control panel nearby. Order whatever you want to eat. They have everything. Then, I looked at my wife, who was clutching her stomach. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? The beautiful commander's pretty face blushed slightly. It's nothing. I'll be fine after a little rest. Seeing this, I finally realized that I had been too demanding last night, and she couldn't quite handle it. Soon, as countless fireworks bloomed in the Starry Sky Genius Exchange Tournament officially began. There were only a few tens of millions of level 10 martial artists under the age of 1,000 in these 12-star zones. I didn't know if that was a lot or a little. The preliminary and semi-final rounds of the competition would last for several days, with the next group starting immediately after one group finished, until the last group of contestants completed their match. The contestants all liked to wear a type of semi-transparent combat power glasses, which could roughly estimate an opponent's combat power, allowing them to choose opponents of similar strength. Conversely, if the gap was too large, they would simply concede. After learning about some of the competition's details, I left with my family, passing by a place called Hunter's Restaurant. Lu Qinghe couldn't help but ask, Big brother, the name of this restaurant is so strange. I explained, it said that this restaurant's home planet is full of monsters made of food, and the main goal of the martial artists on that planet is to hunt for food to obtain higher-level culinary enjoyment. They are affectionately called food hunters. As we walked into the restaurant, aliens of various shapes and sizes stood in two lines to welcome my arrival. Even the restaurant owner personally came out from the kitchen. However, just then, a hand suddenly pressed against my chest. Iceblow stood before me, speaking coldly. You refused my sparring invitation last time. You shouldn't have any reason to refuse this time, right? My eyes stared grimly at Iceblow and transmitted my voice via mental power. May I ask if your parents are still alive? Can't you see I'm having a meal with my family? If you're really itching for a fight, wait for me at the entrance. I'll oblige you anytime after I've finished eating. After I spoke, I saw Iceblow look away. At the same time, Jin Yufan slowly asked, Little Sheng, is this your friend? If so, have them join us. Hearing this, Iceblow bowed slightly. My sincere apologies. I have disturbed you. Watching Iceblow's retreating figure, I thought, what an annoying person. I was willing to let it go out of respect for the chairman, but does she really have to push me until I punch her to feel comfortable? Soon, accompanied by elegant music, one delicacy after another was presented by the servers. I watched as a server took an ugly-looking bowl from a box. However, after she placed it on the platter in front of me, the grime on the bowl's surface rapidly sloughed off, revealing an exquisite piece of dinnerware filled with a delicious broth. At this moment, I finally understood the saying, the food at Hunter's Restaurant might not be the most delicious, but it is certainly the freshest. In no time, the table was filled with endless delicacies. As I savored the food, I checked Iceblow's personal information. Looking at the data on the virtual screen, I was surprised to find that she really had no parents and had lived alone for over 900 years. She wasn't good at socializing, and her hobbies, aside from food, consisted of ascetic training. No wonder. To put it bluntly, she was an aloof, socially inept ascetic. That's why she wanted to spar with me on both occasions, regardless of the setting. But understanding is one thing. If she dares to do this again, I'll beat the crap out of her. After our family happily finished a grand meal, we were informed by the server that Lady Iceblow had already settled the bill for the honored guests. I was taken aback. Was this her way of apologizing to me? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile. In that case, I'll go a little easier on her next time we meet. Time flew by, and the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange Tournament had been going on for a full 8 days. Even so, after more than a dozen rounds of elimination, over 40,000 geniuses remained. In Lachinga's palm, a small, eyeball-like object floated. This is the most advanced camera equipment I specifically bought. It's guaranteed to capture every bit of your shadow, and will even broadcast it live on Earth. Big brother, you have to get first place. At the same time, the beautiful commander quietly took my wrist. She then threw herself into my arms and whispered, "You must come back safely." I stroked her hair dotingly. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Just then, Pavlov's virtual screen suddenly appeared. "Lushing, are you ready?" My eyes were full of determination. "Please rest assured. Chairman, as you wish. This will be a battle to display our might." Seeing this, Pavlov stroked his beard. "It's good that you're confident. I've also arranged for an old acquaintance to be your assistant for this tournament." As his voice fell, Far's figure appeared behind me. I was overjoyed. It had been almost half a year since I had seen Far. As the person who guided me into the starry sky, I held a bit of gratitude for him in my heart. But in comparison, Far's gratitude towards me was even greater, to the point that he was now on the candidate list for the next Star Zone law enforcer. Not only that, but he was also included in the level 12 training program, and his noble rank had been elevated. According to Far's own account, I couldn't help but think of Lan Jin, whom I met on Earth. Strictly speaking, he was the first person to guide me into the starry sky. I wonder how he's doing now. Meanwhile, on one of the many spectator planets for the tournament, Lan Jun was watching the competition through a screen, surrounded by empty bottles and cans. Seeing Lan Jun state, Zhao Lin couldn't help but say, "Cheer up, brother. At least you got the latest model of the aircraft you always dreamed of, and it was a personal gift from Far. Countless people are envious of you." At these words, Lan Jun crushed the cup in his hand, the veins on his face bulging. I could have had more, billions of times more. I don't need a gift from Far. He's deliberately humiliating me. At the same time, Far was explaining the rules of the semifinals to me. The semifinals were divided into 5 rounds. The first 3 were 10-person brawl elimination rounds, where only one would advance, and the last 2 were one-on-one matches. I couldn't help but ask, the preliminary and revival rounds were one-on-one. Why did the semifinals switch to a 10-person free-for-all? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Far's face. The one-on-one matches were taking too long, and we received too many complaints, so we decided to change the format at the last minute. But don't worry, although the draw is decided by the arena. To ensure the excitement of the tournament, the seeded contestants from the major star zones generally won't meet in the first 3 rounds. And among the remaining contestants, over 20% are level 11 martial artists. My eyes flashed with surprise. Nearly 10,000 level 11 martial artists under the age of 1,000, even for the sum of 12 star zones. That was quite an exaggeration. I then asked, among these 40,000 plus contestants, are there any level 12 powerhouses? For I thought for a moment before answering, there definitely are. But they are only suspected cases, so I can't be certain. One is the top-seeded contestant from the Share Star Zone, the Ice Devil Memro. He has a Radiant Sun Transcendent Life Constitution, and reached the peak of level 11,300 years ago. He is a famous prodigy in the Share Star Zone. He went into seclusion to break through to level 12, and now that he's out for the tournament, many people are saying he has already broken through. Another one is Chan Yu Shu from the Purple Orchid Star. He is over 300 years old this year. This person's situation is a bit special. It's said that he is the reincarnated soul of a powerhouse from another civilization, from another star domain, or perhaps even another universe. It's rumored that at the age of 50, he was just an ordinary person with martial arts strength, not even reaching level 3. But in less than 200 years, he advanced to level 11, or even higher. I thought to myself, isn't this a case of a great power being reborn? But then, my eyes filled with battle intent. I never thought I'd meet a reincarnated powerhouse from a past life fantasy novel. It seems this competition will be very interesting. I shook my head slightly. The starry sky is vast, and there are all kinds of people. But on second thought, I'm a transmigrator myself, though I was reborn. Compared to Chan Yu Shu, who comes with a cultivation system, I'm far behind. I then instructed Far, please help me keep a close eye on this person. A grave look flashed in Far's eyes. In fact, quite a few people are interested in him because he is too mysterious. He has even attracted the attention of people from the star system level. If he hadn't voluntarily jumped out to participate in this tournament, we would have no idea about his situation. However, as I was pondering Chan Yu Shu's purpose for participating in this tournament, a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed from my chest. As a beam of light enveloped me, Far exclaimed, "It seems the draw for the semifinals has officially begun." Watching the beams of light shooting up into the sky, I slowly looked at the card representing my identity on my chest. At the same time, Far also checked the contestants in the same match as me. After reading the entire list, Far looked at me anxiously. "I can't believe there are 3 level 11 martial artists competing with you. Lushing, do you want to see their files?" I replied faintly, "No need." Then, I disappeared from my spot. Seeing this, Far couldn't help but worry. 3 level 11s? How did the committee arrange this? Is Lushing being targeted? Soon, as 10 beams of light appeared on the stage, the host shouted into the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, the seated contestants from the 12-star zones have all entered the arena. The first round of the semifinals officially begins. Who are you rooting for?" With that, the host pointed forcefully, "And this is our most watched contestant, the first super genius in a million years to have a transcendent life constitution of the immortal level. He is from the Yamastar zone, Lushing." As my face appeared on the virtual screen, I instantly attracted everyone's attention. While being watched by countless people, the other 9 contestants on the stage couldn't help but focus their gazes on me. A burly man carrying a heavy sword spoke slowly when I first saw the group results. I thought it was just someone with the same name. I didn't expect it to be him. Feeling the scorching gazes around me, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. It seems I have become the public enemy. However, the host spoke again. "What incredible power does the immortal level possess? I believe everyone is very curious. Let's look forward to seeing if our level 10 Lushing can withstand the fierce onslaught of a group of powerful opponents, including 3 level 11 contestants and 6 of the best among the level 10s, to advance to the next round. Let's wait and see." Far was instantly shocked. Damn it, where did the publicity department hire this idiot? Isn't this setting him up for failure? The intention of the 10-person free-for-all was to have them fight it out to select a final winner. But with this idiot's interference, he had effectively pushed Lushing into opposition with the other 9. Even if Lushing won a 1-on-9 fight, the halo of the immoral bloodline possessor would be greatly diminished. What a fool. Of course, Far wasn't the one to see this. But apart from Lushing's family, no one cared. They would be thrilled to see Lushing fight 1-on-9, let alone 1-on-100. Soon, under the host's words, everyone's emotions were quickly ignited, and they were more eager to see Lushing spill his blood on the stage in this match. Wailing the atmosphere, the burly man murmured, "It seems they want us to team up and attack that guy. I don't mind. What about you?" A green-haired woman spoke slowly. "To be honest, I'm also very curious about how strong the immoral bloodline really is." With that, the woman's aura gradually rose. "I've heard that transcendent life constitutions can fight above their level as easily as drinking water. I wonder what the immoral level is like." At the same time, a violent killing intent erupted from the purple-haired young man standing next to her. "Then the 3 of us level 11s, plus 6 level 10s. That doesn't count as bullying, right?" At these words, a heavy sword slammed onto the stage. The burly man's body was engulfed in pale blue flames. "In that case, let's all attack together." At this moment, watching the 9 contestants slowly surround me, a flicker of excitement crossed my eyes. They all want to test the immortal. In the next second, an unparalleled and terrifying aura was instantly released from my body. Then, as you wish, I slowly lifted my foot and then stomped it heavily on the stage. In an instant, the ground cracked. A powerful shockwave swept across the entire stage, sending all the contestants on it flying backward. Unable to control their bodies, looking at the empty surroundings, I slowly extended a finger. "This will be the best opportunity in your lifetime to defeat me. Please try your best to beat me." After I provocatively challenged all the contestants and casually walked off the stage, the audience erupted in cheers. What just happened, clearing the stage in one move? That's too exaggerated. Even Chairman Pavlov was moved. Is this the power displayed by the immortal bloodline? It's truly a kingly posture. At the same time, Far's gaze became feverish. This is the power of the immortal. My previous worries were a complete joke. After this battle, countless audiences across different planes became infatuated. The dominance, power, and terror I displayed perfectly encapsulated their fantasies and aspirations for the immortal bloodline, truly breaking the mold and making me the sole supreme powerhouse in millions of years. At this moment, one of the contestants I had blasted off the stage struggled to his feet, his body trembling uncontrollably. We didn't even have a chance to make a move, and we lost just like that. The purple-haired youth beside him had a look of unwillingness on his face. Isn't he just a newly advanced level 10? We couldn't even stand in front of him. Then, they all raised their hands to surrender. The host shouted, "What a surprise. I didn't expect the match to end just as it began. Immortal level. This is the real deal. The power of the immortal level." He pointed at me forcefully. "How exciting. Who can possibly stand a chance against our Lu Sheng?" Meanwhile, in another arena, numerous contestants were frozen on the stage. A man with 3 pairs of wings slowly raised his arm, an ice dragon appearing behind him. With a snap of his fingers, countless ice crystals bloomed on the stage like magnificent flowers. The host immediately announced loudly, "Congratulations to contestant Monroe from the Sheer Star Zone for his victory." Like Lu Sheng next door, he managed to take out the entire field in one move. Hearing this, Monroe glanced at the adjacent stage, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Interesting. I'm already getting impatient." In another arena, a woman tightly gripped the hilt of her sword. In the next second, with a single slash, a sea of flames instantly swept across the entire stage. I will personally challenge the immortal to temper my own glory. Soon, in the following matches, I won 2 more rounds as if blowing away dust. However, the one person I couldn't do anything about was the host of the entire tournament. Whenever I got on stage, he would get as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood, making me really want to punch him. After witnessing all my actions, Far's fanaticism for me grew even stronger. Lu Sheng has completely steamrolled through 3 rounds of the semifinals. The remaining 40-odd contestants are all level 11 powerhouses or above, and Lu Sheng has the lowest realm among them. But in these few rounds, he has treated all his opponents as if they were nothing. It seems the immoral bloodline is even more terrifying than I imagined. At the same time, I equally slowly spoke. Lu Sheng has now gained everyone's recognition. Even the predicted odds of him winning the championship have surpassed the original favorite. Monroe. Pavlov's brow furrowed slightly. Next are the one-on-one matches. It can be said that he will be facing the strongest from each star zone. Back then, the host announced loudly, next up is the first match of the 4th round of the semifinals. It's also an internal battle for the muster zone. Lu Sheng versus Iceblow. As Iceblow stood on the stage, she spoke slowly to me. This time, you have no excuse to avoid me, right, Lu Sheng? My lips curled into a slight smile. Aren't you tired of pretending? You're clearly scared to death, yet you still put on an act of wanting to fight me. Are you really okay with deceiving yourself like this? However, at these words, Iceblow couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're saying I'm afraid of you. Quite the contrary. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand a few of my slashes. Afraid you'll lose face in front of your parents. I looked at Iceblow as if she were a clown. Whether she was truly afraid or not, perhaps only she knew in her heart. Seeing the contempt in my eyes, Iceblow quickly charged towards me. When have I ever been afraid of you? I've been looking forward to fighting you for a long time. In the next second, as she raised her weapon, countless sword shadows appeared in the void. I remained calm, standing in place, my hands blurring into afterimages to block the sword attacks. Then, after snapping Iceblow's weapon with 2 fingers, I began to gather energy in my right fist, speaking slowly. I hope you've prepared yourself for death. However, just as my fist was about to touch her face, Iceblow shouted, I surrender. I placed my hand gently on Iceblow's shoulder and whispered in her ear, next time you try to act tough, pay attention to controlling your muscles and heart rate. With that, I slowly left the stage. Consider this repayment for the meal you treated my family to. As I defeated Iceblow and slowly walked off the stage, the host immediately shouted, one punch, another punch. Arlixing once again ended the fight with a single punch. It's truly incredible. Even Iceblow, who possesses a radiant moon transcendent life and peak level 11 strength, couldn't take one punch from Lu Sheng. Is the legendary immortal bloodline truly that domineering? However, just then, my communicator suddenly buzzed. As the virtual screen unfolded, my sister Lu Sheng's excited face appeared. Big brother, you're too strong. When can you teach me? A bitter smile appeared on my lips. I was originally a low-key, humble, and gentle person. It seems I have no choice but to continue being high-profile. In that case, to put my family at ease, I'll have to crush my opponents as quickly as possible. Soon, the next 2 contestants also stepped onto the stage. One was from the Wandering Cloud Star Zone, and the other was from the Purple Orchid Star Zone. Both were famous super geniuses. Compared to my match, their battle lasted for more than 10 hours, and the intensity far surpassed my fight with Iceblow. This was also the first time I had closely watched a battle between high-level transcendent life forms. The match ultimately ended with the victory of the Radiant Moon 1-star genius from the Purple Orchid Star Zone. After watching their battle, I had some insights. Transcendent constitutions were far superior to ordinary starry nobility in terms of life level. To put it simply, their life constitution and physical structure were more perfect than ordinary life forms. It was like 2 sailboats on the water. One had to slowly start paddling, while the other was gently pushed by soap and triggered its warp drive, allowing it to reach the speed of light. In that case, my stellar sovereign body and the Sun God Domain star chart's power system were still very advanced, at least within the 12 star zones. There was nothing stronger. However, just then, a red-haired girl shrouded in blue flames appeared in my vision. Star introduced her to me. She is Gray from the Blue Extreme Demonic Flame clan of the Black Butterfly Star Zone. She has a radiant Moon 9-star transcendent life constitution and has also reached the peak of level 11. She is one of the few contestants we need to pay close attention to. A flicker of battle and tent crossed my eyes. Her blue flames were the complete opposite of my blazing sun star. If my flames were domineering and explosive, then hers were filled with a cold and corrosive quality. At the same time, the host's excited voice echoed throughout the entire arena. The next contestant to appear is someone many of you are very familiar with. He once spent a year eliminating over 1,000 infamous space pirates. He has also frozen a star with his bare hands, and his name has resounded throughout the entire Sheer Star Zone. He is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Sheer Star Zone, the Ice Devil Monroe. At these words, all the spectators instantly erupted. I couldn't help but be surprised. Is this Monroe's reputation that great? Far lowered his gaze slightly. When Monroe rose to prominence, the title of Ice Devil was not just limited to the sheer star zone. Even the surrounding 5 or 6 star zones were overshadowed by his genius. He was the most anticipated top genius until you appeared, and he has accomplished many unbelievable feats. Although his freezing of a star has been exaggerated, I guess it was a small star nearing the end of its life. It's still quite remarkable. At least I've never heard of anyone being able to do that at level 11. His strength should not be underestimated. As Monroe spread his white wings and appeared on the stage, his opponent could only stand there trembling. Monroe's eyes suddenly narrowed. In an instant, a huge block of ice fell from the sky, smashing onto the stage, and the contestant's entire body was embedded in the ice. The host was completely stunned. This is a one-glance freeze. Contestant Monroe actually froze his opponent completely with just a single look. It's simply incredible. At the same time, the audience was also abuzz with discussion. Level 12. Monroe has definitely advanced to level 12. If that's the case, Lushing is a full 2 major realms behind him. At this moment, Monroe looked up slowly at me, standing in the audience. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Lushing, I'm waiting for you. On the other side, Far looked at the virtual screen showing the support rates for me and Monroe to win the championship and muttered to me, "Are you confident you can win against him?" I replied faintly that I didn't know. It wasn't that I was scared before the fight, nor was it the difference in our strength. It was because I really didn't know how strong I was right now. After all, the strength Monroe had shown so far was just the tip of the iceberg. How could 2 uncertain quantities be compared? After Monroe's battle, no subsequent match could compare to his. The power of that one-glance freeze was too stunning, leaving many spectators still immersed in its power and terror. Monroe's chances of winning the championship had reached an astonishing 95%. At the same time, the host was also announcing the upcoming match. Next, let's welcome Qian Yushu from the Purple Orchid Star Zone to the stage. I immediately looked at a young man. On the stage, Qian Yushu exuded a faint martial artist's aura. A ball of light slowly condensed at his fingertips, surrounded by green lightning. In the instant he raised his hand, the ball of light turned into several streams of light that shot rapidly towards the contestants on the stage. The moment they were hit by the green light, the contestants felt as if their souls had been pierced. My eyes suddenly narrowed, sword energy fired from the fingertips. Unbelievable. He can instantly mobilize hundreds of times the natural universal energy of an ordinary level 11 powerhouse. Far explained beside me, that's right, he doesn't even have a transcendent life constitution. But Qian Yushu's mental power is astonishingly strong, and his fighting style is also very unique. My lips curled into a slight smile. Interesting. Will he be the reincarnation of a great power from another universe? Recultivating? If I get the chance, I must capture him and study him thoroughly to see if I can elevate my complete martial path to another level. Soon, after several rounds of elimination, only 24 contestants remained. In the next round of competition, I once again ended the match without any suspense. Although my performance still amazed the audience, it lacked the stunning visual impact of Monroe's long glance freeze. Even if I didn't want to admit it, Monroe's match had set an incredibly high bar for style. At the same time, I was also paying attention to every one of Qian Yushu's matches. After a few rounds of fighting, Qian Yushu's championship odds also rose to 72%. Looking at my own dwindling support rate, I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Just then, a slight vibration came from my chest. The moment I opened my phone screen, I saw my sister Lu Qing has excited expression. "It feels like you're winning too easily. I haven't even had a chance to cheer for you before it's over." Then came my mother's worried voice. "Little Sheng, if you can't win, don't force yourself. Looking at the odds, it seems like not many people are optimistic about you." My father also chimed in, "Son, listen to your dad. Surrender if you have to. You're already amazing. Finally, that so-called Ice Devil. You must not fight him head-on." I spoke faintly. That's because Monroe's previous opponents were too weak. He's not as amazing as you think. At the same time, the beautiful commander's face was also full of worry. "You must be careful." Seeing her, my eyes filled with tenderness. "Don't worry, my love." Soon, after comforting my family, the remaining 14 contestants also stepped onto the stage and began the first round of the finals draw. The few people standing on the stage at this moment could be said to represent the strongest few under the age of 1,000 in the 12-star zones. However, just then, Far's voice suddenly came from the phone. He said anxiously, "Lushing, look at the latest information I just sent you. We have confirmed that both Monroe and Qian Yushu have advanced to level 12. You need to be mentally prepared. If you are no match for them, you must not force it. After all, you are still so young." I just said, "Got it," and hung up the phone. A serious look flashed in my eyes. Level 12, is it? Compared to the level 13 zombie powerhouse in the dream space, how do they measure up? The first round of the finals ended with a slash of a deep blue blade. At this moment, Far looked at the stage and murmured, "This Gablers also has a radiant Moon 9-star transcendent life constitution. He's a top contender for the top 5. You need to pay close attention to him." I couldn't help but yawn beside him. Seeing this, Far roared at me, "Lushing, Your championship odds have dropped out of the top 5. Aren't you worried at all? With that, I let out a slight sigh and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. People's memories are the most prone to fading. If you don't keep emphasizing it, they will soon forget. I then asked seriously, Far, what do you think the immortal bloodline should be like? After hearing my question, Far's face was filled with confusion. However, just then, the host's voice rang out again. Next up, it's our possessor of the immoral bloodline, Lushing, against the demonic flame Gray from the Blue Devil clan of the Black Butterfly Star Zone. As his voice fell, a beam of very blue flame descended from the sky onto the stage, and a curvaceous figure stepped out of the flames. The host exclaimed excitedly, "We can finally see a duel between truly top-tier experts. This will definitely be an exciting match." With that, Gray beckoned with her finger, her face full of provocation. Seeing this, I became a little interested. I slapped Far on the shoulder. "Let me show you what the immortal bloodline truly is." After saying that, my figure appeared on the stage. Gray's lips curled into a slight smile, her face full of allure. Immortal bloodline. I finally have the chance to verify it for myself. However, in the next second, her body was suddenly engulfed in blue flames. This is truly exciting. Under everyone's astonished gazes, in the blink of an eye, the burning blue flames form a suit of armor that clung tightly to Gray's body. At that moment, a fierce killing intent shot out from her eyes. Feeling the powerful aura radiating from Gray, I chuckled lightly. "You want to personally verify the immortal? Are you prepared to shed blood?" Hearing this, Gray's lips curled in disdain. In an instant, a vast aura erupted from her body. The host exclaimed in surprise. "This is the power of the rules of the Galactic Twin Bridges. Our contestant, Gray, she has successfully advanced to level 12. Unbelievable. She is not even 200 years old. Just as the legends say, a natural-born body for combat." As the great power of heaven and earth continuously gathered towards Gray, a pale blue flame slowly appeared in her eyes. "Now, am I qualified to fight against the legendary immortal genius?" I grinned and faintly uttered 2 words. "Not enough. This way, I won't have to worry about accidentally killing you." At these words, Gray instantly shot towards me. What arrogance! I slowly clenched my right hand into a fist. In the next second, at the moment of their collision, the entire stage was filled with golden and blue light clashing against each other. At this moment, Gray was continuously using the pressure I was giving her to push herself to complete her rule quenching faster. A level 11 martial artist controls the rules, while a level 12 channels the power of the rules into their body to reforge their martial physique. Pavlov's eyes widened in shock. She has just entered level 12, and she can already continuously perfect and integrate her rule power during combat. This means that Gray is constantly approaching the true level 12. At the same time, Far, who was watching from the side, was also full of surprise. It seems Gray is now qualified to fight Monroe. She will definitely be in the top 3 of this tournament, as the battle between me and Gray gradually reached a fever pitch. Ikoli's face showed difficulty. Even so, Lushing is not losing ground at all. Even though he's a full 2 major realms behind Gray, he can last this long without falling behind, which is proof of the power of the immoral bloodline. However, just then, a voice suddenly sounded, "Pavlov, it seems your Yamo Star Zone's immoral bloodline is about to stop here." A curvaceous figure slowly walked over. This person was the chairman of the Sheer Star Zone. "It's a bit embarrassing to nip the bud in the cradle." Pavlov spoke faintly. Although Lushing is an immortal, he is only in his 20s and has just advanced to level 10. It's understandable that he can't defeat a level 12 Radiant Moon. However, the curvaceous woman was unfazed. "Is that so? What a pity. I was originally hoping to see the clash between our Monroe and the immoral bloodline. It seems I won't have that chance." Pavlov looked at the stage. Although he didn't want to admit it, based on the current situation, our side was completely at a disadvantage. "Are you really going to stop here?" As the battle between me and Gray reached a fever pitch, she leaped high into the air, her body entwined with lightning. "Can you take this?" In an instant, a terrifying shockwave swept across the entire stage. Seeing me struggle to block her attack, a faint smile appeared on Gray's face. "Lushing, our battle is about to end." 2 demonic skulls formed from flames shot straight at me. In the next second, with a deafening explosion, a huge blue beam of light shot up into the sky. However, as the light gradually dissipated, only a few wisps of green smoke rose from the bottom of the crater. A flicker of surprise crossed Gray's face. "I can't believe you managed to dodge that." At the same time, my figure appeared behind her, and I spoke faintly. I didn't dodge it completely. With that, I revealed that the clothes on my chest had been destroyed by her attack. However, Gray's pupils contracted at the sight. How is this possible? Not even a single scratch was left. Is this the defensive power of the immortal bloodline? She then condensed a pale blue flame in her palm again. "Don't get too happy. This is far from my limit. I must defeat you today." But at this moment, I held out a hand to stop her. "Please wait. Everything in the universe has its own dark side, even fire, which represents light. And your blue extreme demonic flame represents the dark side of fire, which is why it has the opposite effect of normal flames." A faint smile appeared on Gray's lips. "What do you mean? What does the attribute of our Blue Devil clan's bloodline flame have to do with you? You don't actually think that understanding the essence of my bloodline power will give you complete control over me, do you? I slowly closed my eyes. Of course not. Understanding and cracking are two different concepts with a long distance between them. I'm trying to tell you that I'm very interested in your bloodline's blue flame, so I couldn't help but study it carefully while we were fighting. At these words, a hint of confusion flashed in Gray's eyes. So what? I remained silent for a moment before answering. So it's time for this battle to end. With that, I clenched my fist forcefully. A monstrous pressure instantly emanated from my body. I then slowly raised my arm. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Next, I'll show you the extreme yon side of fire. Wisps of golden flame appeared on my fist. Complete martial path. In an instant, a vast and incredibly pure ultimate flame bloomed on the stage. At that moment, the ultimate light was like a star, making it impossible for anyone in the audience to open their eyes. At the same time, a dazzling light also bloomed somewhere in the universe. In the next second, a clear phoenix cry came from the universe, and under everyone's shocked gazes, a golden crow, burning with fierce flames, died straight towards me. But the moment it touched my body, the golden crow transformed into the ultimate flame and instantly merged with me. Then, a golden totem slowly appeared on my forehead. I raised my arm again and spoke slowly, watched closely far. This is the immortal. In an instant, the flame representing the ultimate yon transformed into a sword light that shot towards Gray. Seeing this, Gray knew it was bad and immediately released all the blue extreme demonic flame hidden in her bloodline, forming a barrier in front of her. However, the moment the ultimate flame touched it, the barrier shattered like glass. And without the protection of the barrier, Gray was instantly bathed in the ultimate flame. A moment later, looking at the return to normal Gray, I murmured, I told you, if you want to verify the immortal, you must be prepared to shed blood. It seems your preparations were not sufficient. With that, I slowly unclenched my hand, letting Gray's body fall onto the stage.